The story begins with a scene of rolling thunder tribulation striking down, where the male lead is cultivating cross-legged, with his eyes closed. In his hands, he was still refining a golden lotus liver fruit beneath boundless tribulation platforms. The elders, watching the thunder tribulation, were drenched in sweat as the 9 nines converged into one. Overcoming one more heavenly thunderbolt, the Grand Elder of the pavilion would become a god. While the elders were still eagerly anticipating, Van Thanthu opened his eyes. Then he stood proudly, looking directly up at the sky full of thunder tribulation, thinking to himself, I, your father, am far from wanting to become a god. What's the use of being a peerless master and the #1 in the world, compared to becoming a god? I, your father, would rather return to my youth, spend my spring days with the girls, a dozen flings every day. Wouldn't that be boss? Then he stomped his foot and leaped up, throwing a punch and shouting, this mortal world isn't worth living in. With that, Thanthu punched directly towards where the thunder tribulation was most concentrated. As Thanthu unleashed his punch, a powerful heavenly tribulation also descended, and the entire sky suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light. In a blink of an eye, he was in another place, submerged underwater. It turned out to be Thanthu, who had returned to his youth. Strange, wasn't I undergoing tribulation? How did I end up here? At the same time, next to Thanthu appeared for fair feet and a voice saying, Senior sister, you're breaking the rules. We said we could only play in the water. Don't push your luck. Above them were 2 incredibly beautiful young women. The blonde girl held the red-haired girl tightly, their cheeks flushing as they looked at each other. Senior sister, don't hug me so tight. What's wrong? Are you afraid of tickles? The male lead, underwater, saw the scene and his eyes rolled back, nosebleeds erupting like a volcano. Oh, my parents. Oh, so exciting. Then he calmed down, shaking his head repeatedly with a sulky expression. Van Thanthu, you're a revered immortal. For goodness sake. How can you stoop so low as to peek at junior cultivators bathing? Such shameless behavior is absolutely unacceptable. Above, someone's hand reached out and grabbed the blonde girl's shoulder. Then 2 more incredibly beautiful young women appeared and grabbed the blonde girl. Yunyan, don't be scared. I'm here to help you escape Wanji's demonic grasp. The 3 girls gathered around, continuously splashing water on Wanzi and teasing her. How annoying, I want revenge. The girls played around, and Wanzi smiled brightly, her eyes twinkling. Laughter echoed throughout the forest. Suddenly, something made Wanzi glance over with a dark, angry expression. You guys wait, I suddenly have a strange feeling, like I'm being watched by something. Yunyan, standing behind her, heard this and angrily fumed. Her cheeks flushed. HMPH, senior sister Wanzi is lying again. Don't try to change the subject. I'm not lying, it's true. No sooner had she finished speaking than the water surface began to churn, forming a fierce whirlpool. Wanzi cast a spell, and a sword chi immediately appeared beside her. I heard Master say that there's a very powerful demonic beast hidden near the hot spring. Could it be that beast? Hearing Wanzi, the 2 pretty girls immediately hid behind Yunyan, their faces pale with fear and dripping with sweat. The water surface continued to churn violently. Water splashed everywhere. Thanthu couldn't take it anymore and surfaced, gasping for air, his eyes tightly shut. Ah, it's a pervert. Thanthu opened his eyes to see the 4 girls had vanished. But the girls had left the sword chi, aimed directly at him. The sword chi darted forward, pointing its sharp tip at the male lead's little brother. He panicked, his face turning purple, his eyes wide, sweating profusely. Lower your sword. Spare me. The 4 girls on the shore hurriedly put on their clothes. Shameless youth, how dare you peek at us bathing? Do you want us to butcher you? Yunyan bent over, staring down, her eyes wide. Butcher him? Isn't that too cruel? There's absolutely no need for mercy towards such a shameless scoundrel. Yunyan listened, then glanced at Wanzi. But he's grown so cute. Senior sister, can you really bring yourself to strike him down? Hearing those words, Thanthu felt like he'd been hit by a chair, angrily thinking to himself, strange. These junior cultivators dare to call me a youth, and even praise me as cute. I am a venerable immortal. How can I let you all tease me like this? After pondering, the male led grabbed the sword blade, his face darkening. Esteemed immortals, there must be some misunderstanding about this matter. Wanzi glared down with an enraged expression. If you have anything to say, wait until we return to the primordial sword valley. No sooner had she finished speaking than Thanthu turned around and fled, infuriating Wanzi. HMPH. Trying to run, a luminous sword-chi streaked past the male lead, tearing his clothes into many pieces. If you keep running, I won't even leave you your underwear. Thanthu hugged his body, his face black with fury, thinking, I, a venerable immortal, was cut down to just my briefs by a junior cultivator. If this gets out, how can I ever face anyone again? At the same time, beneath the water surface, behind the four girls, there was a sudden violent movement, as if caused by something below. Moments later, a snake demon surfaced from the water with a ferocious expression, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp, venomous fangs, startling the four girls. Then it submerged again, creating a violent aftershock that threw the four girls far away. This is bad. It's a 4th-grade demonic beast. We're no match for it at all. Wanzi took out a flute-shaped magical artifact. The snake demon surfaced once more. Its mouth continuously spewed blazing flames. Wanzi saw this scene and immediately shouted, I'll cover the rear. You all quickly leave and seek help from the Sect elders. Senior sister, no. Go quickly, otherwise, none of us will survive. The snake demon opened its mouth wide and spat out a large burst of fire towards the four girls. Wanzi was hit by the snake demon's attack and slammed directly into the rock face, cracking it. Wanzi was currently suppressed by a powerful force, causing her to cough up blood. The snake demon once again condensed countless blazing flames in its mouth, making Wanzi extremely frightened and think, today, will I really die here? Powerless, she lay on the ground, her eyes tightly shut, resigned to death. The snake demon continued its attack, spitting an explosive flame towards Wanzi. However, something made the snake demon's eyes widen and it paused. Thanthu carried Wanzi in his arms and spoke, How dare you harm someone in front of me, an immortal venerable? It seems you no longer wish to live, do you? The snake demon glanced at the male lead with a disdainful look. Little brat, you think you can play hero to save the beauty. Thanthu laid Wanzi on the ground, then stood up and turned to say, Little brat, are you looking down on me? After speaking, Thanthu stomped his foot and charged forward. He repeatedly delivered fatal punches to the snake demon's face, shouting, Ha ha ha, move aside, move aside, move aside. Die for me, old man. After enduring the male lead's devastating punches, the snake demon vanished, leaving behind a white wisp of smoke. Then Thanthu glanced at his palm and broke out in a sweat. Just a few punches and my hand is completely charred. I forgot about my cultivation. I still want to eat grilled meat. Thanthu turned his head to look at Wanzi, thinking, looking at her, she must have very severe internal injuries. It seems I'll have to act again. Wanzi was unconscious, covered in injuries, but still looked incredibly adorable. Thanthu lay on top of Wanzi, their lips touching. Instantly, a boundless surge of spiritual energy appeared, intertwining round them. Give her some immortal chi. Let her recover. After absorbing the immortal chi, Wanji's injuries gradually vanished, and her face looked much livelier. Then Thanthu helped Wanzi sit up and removed her clothes, his cheeks flushing and sweating profusely. People say that a life-saving grace should be repaid with one's body. I saved your life, so you should repay me a little. Wouldn't that be fair? As he acted, he imagined himself being haunted with harsh curses. I never thought an immortal venerable would do something like this. A peerless master is a lecher. If the world truly knew what I did, how could I ever live again? A moment later, after taking Wanji's clothes, he left her lying helpless on the ground and fled. Got a bolt. Got a bolt. Thanthu ran himself ragged for a while before stopping at a lakeside. Why is my body so weak after undergoing tribulation? I'm tired after only running a few hundred miles. Today is truly strange. First, I was called a peeping brat. Why was I called a little brat by that demon? He looked at his reflection in the water and was startled. Wait, who is this? Thanthu cupped his cheeks, thinking, I didn't cultivate to maintain my appearance, so how did I turn into a youth? What in the world is going on? Well, Thanthu was wrestling with the reflection in the lake. A foot approached behind him. Those feet belonged to an incredibly beautiful fairy maiden with exquisite, sparkling emerald eyes. Thanthu, come home with me. The fairy maiden walked up to Thanthu, bowing her head with a visibly sad expression. Thanthu, where have you been running off to these past 2 days? It's almost time for the Primordial Sword Valley to recruit disciples. If we're late, we'll have to wait a very long time. Thanthu made an innocent face upon hearing this. The fairy maiden then punched the male lead's head, making him fall backward. Don't play innocent. Why do you always make that expression every time you do something wrong? With that, the fairy maiden quickly dragged the male lead away. Oh no, there's no time left. This place is about a day's journey from Primordial Immortal Mountain. We need to go home quickly and pack a few things. Thanthu, who hadn't fully processed what was happening, thought to himself, is this what they call forcibly taking a man? A moment later, the fairy maiden and Thanthu returned to a makeshift house, in front of which white ducks flapped their wings. Quack, quack, quack. The fairy maiden turned back slightly and said softly, Thanthu, you must be hungry, right? I'll go cook. Okay, later. Thanthu sat comfortably in a chair, glancing in one direction. Suddenly, something caused the male lead to clutch his head in pain, his face darkening. Two kinds of memories are beginning to merge. In Thanthu's memories, he recalled himself standing before heavenly lightning bolts, and he recalled happy moments with the fairy maiden. Thanthu, let's grow up together and grow old together. Okay, then he remembered when he was picking fruits and encountered a fox spirit in human form. The fox spirit approached, cupped Thanthu's face, and bared her teeth with a mischievous smile. A young boy with good spiritual roots. Meeting me. Consider yourself unlucky. With that, the fox spirit leaned down, her lips touching the male lead's, then drained his vitality, leaving him gaunt and wide-eyed. After draining his vitality, the fox spirit stood up abruptly, baring her fangs and smiling with satisfaction. My cultivation has greatly increased. Ha ha ha. The fragmented memories began to break apart, returning to reality. Thanthu leaned on the table, clutching his head, looking dazed, mumbling, did my soul transmigrate into this young man, Thanthu? I had already entered the god transformation realm. But why didn't I ascend? Instead, I appeared here. Nevertheless, moments later, Thanthu suddenly smiled joyfully, baring his teeth. My cultivation is still here. My body became young, and I have hair again. How comfortable. While he was dancing, the fairy maiden brought out a tray of food and spoke, startling him. Thanthu, what are you doing? The male lead, sweating profusely, turned away, feigning madness and speechless. The fairy maiden gently placed the dishes on the table. Oh well, let's eat. The fairy maiden had prepared seemingly simple but visually appealing dishes. She served Thanthu a bowl of rice. Hurry and eat. Then the fairy maiden turned, her face full of excitement, looking at Thanthu with sparkling eyes. We want to seize the opportunity to become outer disciples of the Primordial Sword Valley. I heard we'll get 50 low-grade spirit stones every month. At this, she raised 5 fingers and shouted again, that's 50 stones. The fairy maiden, filled with determination, clenched her fists and exclaimed, just thinking about it makes me excited. This girl must be the original Thanmai Trukma, Lintiuna, right? Thanthu took a bite of food, immediately praised it, and stuffed it into his mouth. Oh, it's so delicious. Tiuna saw this and used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat from her bowl. This is for you. Boys need strong bodies. You're so thin all over. You should eat more. Thanthu stared at the piece of meat, looking bewildered with rice stuck all over his face. Then he broke into a gentle smile as the two happily ate together. Thanthu accidentally noticed a grain of rice stuck on Shauna's mouth. Seeing the male lead staring at her, Shauna turned her face away, her cheeks flushing red. Hey, why do you keep staring at me? Once this maiden grows up, the cultivation world will gain another peerless fairy. If you keep staring at me, I won't cook for you anymore. Thanthu raised his finger, brushed Shauna's hair aside, then gently took the grain of rice from her mouth, making her eyes widen in surprise. Thanthu held up the grain of rice. Smiling with squinted eyes, "You have rice on your face." After saying that, Thanthu put the grain of rice in his mouth and chewed loudly, making Xiao Na blush deeply in embarrassment. Xiao Na awkwardly used her rice bowl to cover her embarrassed face. Thank you. I was eating too fast, so I didn't notice. Thanthu calmly replied from the outside, "It's nothing." But inside, he was like, this old man finally got to touch a girl's face. So soft, it feels amazing. I don't want to go back. I want to stay here for the rest of my life. A while later, Thanthu and Xiao Na finished eating, and the dishes filled a basin. Xiao Na grabbed Thanthu's hand and ran out of the house. The male lead, with a naive expression, pressed, "Xiao Na, where are we going, you silly girl? Did you lose your memory? We're going to Giyuan Sword Valley to take the assessment. Just pass the assessment, and you can step onto a bright future." Upon hearing that, Thanthu's face turned pale. He thought to himself, this old man cultivated for over 10,000 years to finish his journey. Now you want me to go through it again or what? After pondering, Thanthu, with eyes half closed, raised his hand and declared, "Wait, I have a suggestion. The two of us, the man farms, the woman weaves, and we live a normal life. What do you think?" Upon hearing that, Xiao Na turned to glance at him, smiling as she replied, okay, but then she suddenly widened her eyes and shouted, "No, get lost." Xiao Na squatted down, covering her face, her cheeks flushed red. "What the heck is this? Since when did you become so perverted?" She then let out a long sigh. Then Xiao Na stood up, poked Thanthu's head, and said, "Be good. Don't think about such things anymore. It's all fleeting. Only cultivation is the right path. If you don't become an official disciple." Saying this, Xiao Na placed her hand on her chest with a sweet expression. "I'll consider your suggestion, but it's fine to do as you say anyway." After saying that, Thanthu was dragged away by Xiao Na. "Now hurry and come with me." A while later, at Giyuan Sword Valley, a gigantic sacred sword hung in midair, accompanied by disciples flying on their swords. Below, countless disciples were queuing up. Xiao Na was ecstatic at the sight. "Is this where immortals live? It's truly magnificent." Yes, it's very magnificent." Xiao Na turned around, sat down, and gently asked, "What's wrong with you? You're already so tired after just a short walk, a boy not even as good as a girl like me. Aren't you ashamed?" Thanthu held his gourd, took a sip of water, and thought to himself, this body is extremely weak. It's even weaker than an ordinary person's. Dealing with those for beast lords also consumed a large amount of my primordial chi. If my primordial spirit weren't strong, this body would have turned to dust already. This body needs to be reinforced. Otherwise, I might die at any moment without knowing it." Xiao Na rested her chin on her hands, gazing absent-mindedly in one direction, smiling brightly. "If we could stay here, it would be wonderful. Then we could fly through the sky and burrow through the earth just like those cultivators." Thanthu heard this, glanced over, and chuckled. "Flying with spiritual energy? That's very simple." Upon hearing this, Xiao Na turned and poked Thanthu's head, exclaiming, HMPH. Talking nonsense. You're so scared you don't even know the assessment content, do you? What is the assessment content? Xiao Na's face darkened, annoyed. Did you really forget everything? How can you forget something so important? How can you pass the assessment then? Thanthu placed his hand on Xiao Na's head, gently stroking her hair, suppressing fierce beasts. Searching for treasures or testing strength. Don't worry, no matter what it is, I can pass it easily. Xiao Na heard this and looked at Thanthu with half-closed eyes. Can you be trusted? Thanthu raised his hand, stroked his chin, looked up at the sky, and muttered, Isn't that right? Entrance exams are usually like these. Could it be that this Giyuan Sword Valley is a sect with unique and bizarre ideas? Can we wear masks and wrestle each other for selection? Or is it like the Heavenly Secret Sect, holding a dance competition? Could it be like the Wukan Palace, selecting disciples by playing group games? Xiao Na heard this and angrily raised her hand, pinching Thanthu's cheek and shouting, Where did you hear such terrifying things? Did you read those cheap novels sold everywhere? The Giyuan Sword Valley assessment rules are not like that. I heard it's to test spiritual root aptitude. As long as your aptitude is excellent, you can become an official disciple. Is it that simple? Are there no other tests? While talking, Xiaona turned her head and saw the disciples stirring excitedly. She said, "It seems the assessment has begun. Let's go quickly." Hearing this, Thanthu used his celestial eye to stare forward. On the stage was Yunyan, standing with an old man and other disciples. Hey, isn't this one of those maidens who bathed in the lake? The old man on the stage loudly shouted to begin the assessment. The spiritual root test is about to begin. Those who show superior aptitude through the spiritual formation test will become official disciples, while those with slightly lesser aptitude can choose to temporarily work as miscellaneous servants. The candidates below heard this and erupted in joyful shouts and cheers. Xiaona, standing below, was also incredibly excited. Even if you don't pass the assessment, you can still stay. That's great. Even if you don't pass the assessment, you can stay on the mountain. I can continue to take care of you. Thanthu heard this, covered his face helplessly, his eyes darkening. Don't you trust me that much? Xiaona heard this and replied, I trust you. Although you're thin and weak, even if you can't be a porter, you can probably be a chef. Thanthu heard those words and grumbled to himself, as the strongest cultivator in the cultivation world, my aptitude is truly as rare as phoenix feathers and kiln horns. Yet, this girl doubts I can pass the entrance exam. It truly breaks one's heart. The male lead finished pondering, then made a terribly ugly face, as if saying, there's so much I don't even want to say, guys. Seeing the male lead's expression, Xiaona stepped forward and tightly grabbed his hand. Alright, I believe you can pass the assessment. How annoying, should I scare this girl a bit? Annoying, but this small hand feels so comfortable to touch. At Giyuan Sword Valley's arena, assessment candidates stood crowded around. A pair of fair feet ran over. Yunyan was carrying a pile of ancient scrolls, and in her haste, she accidentally dropped them, making her blush with embarrassment. Yunyan immediately knelt down to pick up the scrolls, blushing shyly as she noticed the male disciples staring intently at her. She stood up, raised her hand, and said with a timid, fearful expression, everyone, please come with me to this formation. The boys, upon seeing Yunyan, couldn't help but exclaim, this senior sister is so cute. I want to stay here. She's truly a beautiful little fairy. In contrast, Thanthu merely stroked his chin and offered a light, calm smile. Xiaona glanced over, saw this, and kicked him. I didn't think you'd be so composed. I thought you'd lose control seeing such a beautiful fairy. That's only natural. How could I be like those childish brats? The male lead stared intently at Yunyan's silicon bags, grinning mischievously. A bunch of youngsters. They don't know what the important points are. Xiaona heard this and punched Thanthu's head, wanting to knock his brains out. Talking nonsense. Take a punch from me. The assessment has begun. Everyone, please come to me in order to register. Yunyan stood in front of Xiaona and gently asked, may I ask your name? My name is Lin Xiaona. Thank you, senior sister. While Yunyan was writing her name, Xiaona stared intently at Yunyan's silicon bags, blushing with embarrassment. Next, Yunyan stood in front of Thanthu and gently asked, and what is your name? At this point, seeing a familiar face, Yunyan poked her pen in her mouth, looked up at the sky and pondered. A moment later, she recognized him and her eyes widened in alarm. This boy is the one who spied on us bathing. So Yunyan panicked, threw the secret scroll aside, turned around and ran away. Please, everyone, wait a moment, I'll be right back. Yunyan grabbed Wanzi and rushed out with a panicked expression, while the other girl was very naive. What's wrong, Yunyan? Why did you drag me here, senior sister? Look at that boy over there. Wanzi heard that and immediately glanced over with a cautious expression. Thanthu stood calmly among the young men who were enchanted by Wanji's beauty. That senior sister is looking at me. How happy I am. Oh, I'm in love. Wanzi didn't pay attention to those young men, but walked straight up to the male lead. What is this junior brother's name? Van Than Thu. Upon hearing this, Wanzi clenched her fist and raised it, her face full of determination. Junior brother Van Than Thu, I think highly of you. Keep it up. Even without talent, you can still stay. Who knows? There might be other opportunities. Thank you, senior sister. After saying that, she turned and left, glancing over with a dark, murderous look. First, we'll stabilize him. Let him stay, then bring the junior sisters to settle scores with him. Than Thu looked ahead with a completely expressionless face. What a coincidence. I just met these two girls again, but they weren't angry. Instead, they encouraged me. This isn't good. Tiu Na angrily turned and pinched the male lead's nose. Are you acquainted with those two senior sisters? No, I'm not. I've never seen them before. Tiu Na was annoyed and grumpy in her heart. Then why are they staring at you like that? Could it be that they think you're handsome? Than Thu removed Tiu Na's hand from his tomato-red nose and replied, that's obvious. The girl, fuming with puffed cheeks, grabbed Than Thu's two buns, making him tear up. You stinky brat, you're shameless. A moment later, Wanzi brazenly stepped onto the formation stage. Tiu Na turned to Than Thu and said cheerfully, the assessment has begun. Let's go watch. A female disciple stepped onto the formation, exuding abundant spiritual energy. Wang Ruo, beginner fire spirit root. A flame appeared above the head of the female disciple. Wang Ruo, spirit root suitable for cultivation past. Next one. Zhao Wu, a male disciple stepped up, but there was no fluctuation around him. Sorry, failed the assessment. The young man's face darkened with anger upon hearing that. Next is Mo Da-yu, also failed. Below, Tiu Na looked ahead with a worried expression, a bit nervous. 2 or 3 out of 10 people failed the assessment. The failure rate is too high. Than Thu, on the other hand, showed no hesitation. Even yawning leisurely, the spiritual energy at the foot of the mountain is shallow. So not everyone can cultivate a spirit root. So, is there a high probability that I won't pass either? Than Thu gently patted Tiu Na's head to comfort her. Of course you'll pass. Really, why are you so sure? It is said that a person's bones are affected by their spirit root. Anyone with excellent aptitude will be beautiful. Who knows, you might become the top fairy in the cultivation world in the future. Upon hearing this, Tiu Na crossed her arms and turned her face away. Nonsense, however, if I really become like you said, I'll protect you. No one can bully you except me. Okay, I'll remember that, but the future is too far away. Can I get some benefits now? Upon hearing this, Tiu Na turned back to Than Thu with an annoyed look. I already help you wash clothes and cook every day. What other benefits do you want? Do you want to warm my bed? That's not necessary. If you're chosen as a top disciple, just sing me a song. Tiu Na immediately raised her pinky finger upon hearing that. This is too simple, pinky promise. As the two were pinky promising, Yunyan called out loudly from behind. Next person, Lin Tiu Na. It's my turn. The girl left her spot with a bright, cheerful expression, full of vitality and determination. Remember to cheer for me. Lin Tiuna's aptitude is quite excellent. Why don't I ask her to sing the majestic song later? As soon as Tiu Na stepped onto the test formation, a flash of light immediately erupted. Tiuna's entire body erupted with extremely abundant and concentrated spiritual energy, not only golden spiritual energy, but also integrated with 2 different types of energy, symbolizing 2 different spirit roots. The old sect master below saw this. His face darkened, and he widened his eyes in astonishment, shouting, triple spirit root. The other elders were also overjoyed to see the spirit root on Tiuna's body. This time, a person with a triple spirit root actually appeared. Fantastic. Tiu Na slowly opened her eyes, hazy. When she came to, she found herself standing before the elders. Tiu Na clasped her hands and bowed respectfully. Disciple greets the sect master and all elders. The old sect master heard this and immediately waved his hand as a signal. No need for formalities. No need for formalities. What is your name? Tiu Na heard that and her eyes immediately drooped, showing clear shyness and fear. Disciple Lin Tiu Na. The old sect master stroked his beard and smiled. His eyes narrowed with delight. You are a good seed for cultivation. Lin Tiuna, your talent is outstanding. Come back to the sect with us. Tiuna was overjoyed upon hearing this, her eyes wide and round. But then Tiuna sadly glanced at Thanthu and said, reporting to the sect master, I will make my decision after my companion's assessment is complete. The old sect master also happily agreed upon hearing this. That's fine too, then let's start quickly. As soon as the sect master finished speaking, Yunyan looked down and shouted, next one, Van Thanthu. The male lead crossed his arms and brazenly stepped forward, his eyes dark. Tiuna stood there, extremely worried and sweating profusely. Thanthu didn't cultivate well before. I wonder if I can beg the sect master to let Thanthu join the sect. When Thanthu stood in the test formation, no spirit root fluctuation occurred. The old sect master helplessly shook his head repeatedly. What a pity! Your companion has no aptitude for cultivation. Tiuna lowered her head, her face darkened, and she timidly said, Immortal. Tiuna has a request. The old sect master understood the problem upon hearing this, closed his eyes tightly, and sighed. You want to bring this young man up the mountain with you, don't you? I advise you to give up on this idea. 100 years from now, you will still be youthful, but he will have become an old man. Upon hearing this, Tiuna fell silent and pondered. But I've always taken care of this fool. If I leave, can he live a normal life? Tiuna glanced over with a clear look of regret. Then I'll give up on cultivating immortality and grow old with him. After pondering, Tiuna closed her eyes and softly spoke, reporting to the immortal, Suddenly, a terrifying tremor occurred right before their eyes, startling both the old sect master and Tiuna. The girl raised both hands to cover her mouth, her eyes wide and tearful as she cried out in her heart. Thanthu, at this moment, Thanthu stood on the test formation, staring at his palm with a pensive expression. Then he raised his hand and scratched his head, thinking to himself, this test formation is to low level. It can't detect my spirit root at all. It seems I can only actively release a little spiritual power. Thanthu raised his hand and stroked his chin. Displaying too much spiritual power will cause unnecessary commotion. A little display is enough to be noticed. Yes, just release a little. After saying this, the male lead lowered his head and closed his eyes tightly. His entire body began to emit abundant and powerful spiritual energy. Oh no, still too much. A little less spiritual energy radiated everywhere, swirling around the flying leaves. Tiuna gazed intently at the leaves, smiling as she thought. Excess spiritual energy, spiritual power fluctuation. Thanthu actually has higher talent than me. Sisters Wanzi and Yunyan saw the scene and couldn't believe their eyes, frowning. Senior sister, his spiritual power is so strong. Why hasn't his spirit root appeared yet? This might be a wind spirit root. The old sect master stood there, sweating profusely. We found a treasure. Only high-level sects can have disciples with mutated spirit roots like this. He then imagined his peerless disciples posing coolly among the common people, making the elders proud. Oh my, the sect is about to rise. Thanthu, with eyes half closed, glanced over and flashed a sinister smile. If he wanted to make a move, he definitely had to show a few more things. Finishing his thoughts, he immediately stomped his foot on the ground. Immediately, the ground below was frozen by a surge of cold air. It wasn't just a small block of ice, but rather a mountain of ice riddled with sharp spikes. Cold energy surged violently around the protagonist. He spread his arms wide and smiled with satisfaction. When the old sect master saw that scene, his face darkened and his jaw dropped in horror. That is a mutated ice spirit root. Not only the sect master, but also the other two elders stared wide-eyed, unable to believe their eyes. What kind of expression is this? Goodness, it's really like they just swallowed a fly. Do you perhaps think that a dual mutated spirit root is trash? The old sect master raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, glared forward and thought to himself, mutated spirit roots will suppress each other, making it difficult to utilize even 1/10 of their potential. Essentially, those with multiple mutated spirit roots are not suitable for cultivation. What a pity! After pondering, The old sect master glanced at the elder next to him and said, "This person has a special spirit root. Can we hand him over to 4th Elder Tonko? Tonko currently has the strongest talent among us. Perhaps she can save him." Thanthu, standing on this side, watched the sect master and elders discuss, sweating and thinking, "No way. I originally wanted to show off a little, but now it's too much." After the elders and sect master finished their discussion, they all turned to look at Tiuna, scaring the girl. Tiuna immediately ran over and hugged Thanthu's arm, looking forward with a frightened and worried expression. The elders stepped forward, raised their hands, and warmly said, "Lin Tiuna, don't be afraid. Later, I will bring you into the sect and teach you cultivation techniques." As soon as he finished speaking, an elder standing nearby stroked his beard and exclaimed, "Sect master, don't rush. Your spirit root doesn't suit Lin Tiuna. Elder Kongkok has a point." The old sect master heard this and immediately got angry. "Don't mess around. It's better to ask Lin Tiuna's opinion on this matter." After speaking, the old sect master bent down, looked at Tiuna, and asked with a smile, "Tiuna, I am the sect master of Kwai Nu Yen Keen Kok. Are you willing to take me as your master?" The elders standing behind him immediately launched a verbal attack. "Tiuna, don't be afraid. Although he is the sect master, his seniority is very low." That's right, the sect master is still young. His understanding of cultivation is not as good as ours. Tiuna heard those words and clutched Thanthu's clothes tightly, trembling all over. I want to be with Thanthu. Wherever he goes, I will go." Elder Kongkok immediately spoke up. "Very well, Van Thanthu and Lin Tiuna, both of you will be taught by me. Moreover, 4th Elder rarely teaches disciples to cultivate. Those girls are an example. They're raised freely all day long." Thanthu's eyes widened and sparkled after hearing that. Raised freely all day, and these 2 little junior sisters are both senior disciples? Elder disciples? Elder Kongkok lifted his head, confidently throwing out his trump card. "As for me, I'm skilled in refining pills. Perhaps after using the pills, Van Thanthu can escape the suppression of the dual spirit roots. Isn't this condition enticing enough?" Thanthu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He clenched his fists, bringing them forward with a cheerful, excited expression. "That's exactly right." The old man Kongkok put his hands on his hips and smugly asked, "So tell me your choice." "I choose 4th Elder." Elder Kongkok was stunned by this. The triumphant smile on his lips froze into a pitiable look of shock. He was frozen for 5 seconds, then his face went blank and he felt utterly embarrassed. A moment later, Ewing Kai led Tuna and Thanthu on a tour of the sect. Over there is Van Koi Fong. The sect hall and the sect master are all over there. I heard that the sect's grand elder is in seclusion over there. Disciples are absolutely forbidden from go in there without notice. This side is Than Yu Fong, where Elder Tone Ko and we stay. It is also the most suitable place to reside in Kwai Nu Yen Kim Kok. While strolling, Tiuna suddenly pointed at a flock of birds flying in the sky and exclaimed, "Thanthu, look quickly. There are so many spirit birds, and they're so beautiful." Thanthu saw them and immediately spat out the blade of grass he was chewing, his mouth watering uncontrollably. That's right, grilled they'd definitely be delicious. After walking a while, they encountered a pure white rabbit. "There's a little rabbit over there, so cute." That's right, grilled it would definitely be delicious. After walking a bit further, the group casually encountered a mother duck and her ducklings strolling round leisurely. "Thanthu, look quickly. There's a mother duck leading her ducklings to forage here." That's right. Just looking at them makes me want to grill them all. Tuna's cheeks puffed up in anger after hearing those words. There are women all around, yet Thanthu is saying such foolish things. Will the senior sisters dislike Thanthu? Thinking this, the girl didn't hesitate to push Thanthu's head down, forcing him to bow respectfully. "To senior sisters, please don't mind him. He's a bit foolish." Ewing Kai just raised her hands and forced a smile when she heard that. "Just take it as junior brother being silly. I think Thanthu is right. Grilled they'd definitely be delicious." As soon as she finished speaking, Van Van ran over, enthusiastically discussing with Than Thu. Otherwise, why don't we catch a few? I agree. As soon as they finished speaking, both Van Van and the young man and woman had their ears pinched by Yuan Kai and Tiu Na. Afterward, Yuan Kai and Tiu Na exchanged knowing smiles. Tiu Na, let's continue. I'll take you to see your living quarters. Yes, senior sister. A moment later, Yuan Kai led Than Thu's group to a quaint little courtyard. She opened the door and then turned to them with a warm smile, introducing, "From now on, you will live here." Tiu Na placed her belongings on the table and smiled at Yuan Kai. "Thank you, senior sister, for accompanying us for so long." Yuan Kai heard that, gently closed her eyes and replied in a warm voice, "From now on, we are senior and junior sisters, so don't be so polite." Moreover, Then Yufang has found two exceptionally talented individuals. Van Van and I can stand a little straighter. Tiu Na, hearing this, raised her hands forward and awkwardly said, "Senior sister, you flatter us." Then Tiu Na glanced up at the ceiling with a bewildered expression. She continued to ask, "Why haven't I seen the other senior brothers and sisters? Are they in seclusion?" Van Van and Yuan Kai exchanged glances after hearing the question, sweating profusely, not knowing how to answer appropriately. When Tiu Na didn't get a reply, she looked worried and exclaimed, "It can't be that there's no one else, can it?" The two girls quickly spoke up in response. "How could that be? There are still people, and quite a few." That's right. Senior sister, Tiu Na, junior brother, me, plus master, that's a total of 5 people. How can that be called few people?" Van Van stepped forward and placed a hand on Tiu Na's shoulder. 5 people, that's a bit few. Don't panic, each month, we can get plenty of pills from master. Yuan Kai stepped forward and handed Tiu Na a scroll. "This is the cultivation technique master passed down to us. You can read and practice it first. If you have any questions, you can ask Van Van and me." After speaking, Yuan Kai stepped out the door and waved goodbye. "It's getting late. You two rest well. Van Van and I are next door, so if you need anything, you can come find us." Suddenly, Tiu Na grabbed Yuan Kai's sleeve. Her cheeks flushed red with an embarrassed and awkward expression. "However, senior sister, you put me and Than Thu in the same room?" Tiu Na's face turned even redder upon hearing that. Before she could finish speaking, Than Thu raised a finger, signaling with a bright, cheerful smile. "This is great. Someone to go to the bathroom with at night." Tiu Na immediately rushed over and punched Than Thu in the mouth. "Don't you talk." Wanzi was extremely surprised to see that scene. "Aren't you two a couple? What's inappropriate about sharing a room?" Xiao Na heard that, crossed her arms, and lowered her head shyly. No, it'll be a long time before I become a couple with this idiot. So that's how it is in that case. Xiao Na, come with us. The male lead could only stand there blankly, a mournful sound echoing in his head. Alone in the empty room, I cried and lamented, don't go. Before leaving, Xiao Na didn't forget to turn back and stick out her tongue to tease Than Thu. Na boo boo, stay by yourself, honey. The next morning, Wanzi and Yun sat on the cultivation platform. Two pairs of feet approached. Wanzi sensed them, closed her eyes tightly, turned her head to look, and exclaimed with a bright smile, "Junior sister and junior brother, you've come quite early, haven't you?" Xiaona's eyes widened upon hearing this, and she replied with a bright smile. "Having agreed with senior sister beforehand, of course we couldn't be late." Wanzi held a scroll of cultivation techniques in her hand, looking towards Than Thu's group. "Everyone has arrived. Before imparting the cultivation techniques, I'll introduce some basic knowledge. Cultivator realms, from lowest to highest, are divided into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, spirit gathering, golden core, nascent soul, void comprehension, tribulation transcendence, and soul transformation. Entering the golden core stage can already be considered a powerhouse in one region." Upon hearing this, Yun spread her arms wide, her face beaming as she exclaimed, "Isn't the Sect Master a great cultivator of the golden core stage? Wow, that's amazing." The male lead, who was at the soul transformation realm, could only scoff inwardly. HMPH, just a petty golden core cultivator. Once he placed a hand on her chest, glanced over, and said warmly, "Since Master isn't here, I'll be teaching everyone the cultivation techniques. Everyone, please study diligently. Let's all work hard together." Wanzi stared intently at Xiao Na. The Qi refinement realm is the first stage, requiring one to understand spiritual energy and adapt to its flow within the body. Upon hearing this, Xiao Na immediately sat down, closed her eyes, and began cultivating. Spiritual energy began to gather round Xiao Na, making her feel extremely comfortable. Yun Yun couldn't help but be surprised to see that scene. Junior sister Xiaona's talent is truly high. Senior sister Wan, you only explained it once, and junior sister Xiaona easily entered meditation. That's truly impressive. Spiritual energy is beginning to gather around her. I believe she'll be able to absorb spiritual energy very soon. A moment later, Xiaona slowly opened her eyes, a drop of sweat rolling down her cheek, muttering, "But that spiritual energy is so stubborn. Every time I'm about to pull it into my body, it runs away." Wanzi heard her, immediately rushed over and hugged Xiaona tightly. Junior sister Xiaona, there's no need to be upset. You're already very impressive. It took me half a day to calm my mind back then. Is that really true? So does that mean I'm qualified? Not just qualified, there are barely a few people in the entire sect who can compare to you. Fan Thu, sitting nearby, glanced over, saw the scene, and sadly thought, I want a hug too. Xiao Na and Wanzi hugged happily and cheerfully, while Yun Yun was left alone in a corner, feeling glum. Junior sister is very impressive. In the future, we'll need junior sister to protect us. You guys are bullying me. I'm the dumbest. Wah wah. Yun Yun's eyes widened as she stared at her hands. It took me 10 days to enter meditation. Master almost didn't want me. There, you have your strengths too. These two melons on your chest, no female cultivator in the entire sect can compare. Xiao Na and I are also very envious. Upon hearing this, Yun Yun lowered her head shyly, tears welling up in her eyes. Is that really true? But I find them so troublesome, I can't even find a suitable bra to buy. Wanzi was speechless upon hearing that, then glanced over to strike up a conversation with Fan Thu. Junior brother, how's your studying going? Do you have any questions? No sooner had she finished speaking than Xiao Na appeared behind them with a grumpy, annoyed expression. You're not focusing on the cultivation technique lecture. What are you looking at on the back? What's so hard about a basic cultivation technique? I was bored, so I flipped to the back to look. As soon as he finished speaking, the two sisters, Wanzi and Yun Yun, approached the male lead and spoke. Junior brother, I roughly understand what you're thinking, but cultivation techniques are indeed very important. I studied sword control because I wasn't good at cultivation techniques, which led to me being top-heavy and almost becoming a cripple. Darn it, a grand elder at the soul transformation realm like me is being doubted about not being able to learn a beginner cultivation technique. How ironic! After thinking that, Fan Thu raised his head, lifted his hand, and ran it through his hair, striking a cool pose. It seems I can only reveal A. Before he could finish, Xiao Na turned and pinched the male lead's nose. Reveal what? Hurry up and practice while the senior sisters are still here. Alright, I know. Let go of my hand. I have a huge pimple in my nose. It hurts when you squeeze it like that. I'll start practicing now. Xiao Na lowered her head, squeezed her eyes shut, crossed her arms with a grumpy, annoyed look. Hurry up. Get a move on. The young man hugged his nose and cried in pain. HMPH. Cute, but not easy to love, eh? A moment later, Fan Thu glanced over with a darkened expression, muttering to himself, I don't understand. Cultivation is as easy as drinking water. What is there to practice? After pondering, the male lead also climbed onto the platform and sat down to cultivate. Spiritual energy began to gather round him. Yun Yun was extremely surprised to see that scene. Senior sister, junior brother. Wanzi couldn't help but be surprised either. Indeed, his comprehension is also very high. Next, we'll see how long he can maintain meditation. Xiao Na meditated for about a quarter of an hour. The girls sat with their chins resting on their hands, staring intently at Than Thu. It's been an hour. Could he have fallen asleep? Wanzi realized something, her face darkened, and she broke into a sweat. No, he has truly entered a state of meditation. You can tell from his breathing. A new cultivator being able to maintain meditation for so long, I've simply never heard of it. A surge of spiritual energy swept past the girls' faces, startling everyone. Everyone, look, beside him. Is he absorbing spiritual energy? Indeed, at this moment, abundant streams of spiritual energy diverged in four directions and continuously poured into the male lead's body. This level of spiritual energy gathering can already be compared to masters. Why have I never heard of anyone being able to absorb spiritual energy right after learning a basic cultivation technique? Such talent is truly infuriating. In contrast to the alarmed reactions of sisters Wanzi and Yun Yun, Xiao Na was incredibly worried. What's wrong with Than Thu? A moment later, Than Thu slowly opened his eyes and woke up. The male lead turned his face to look at Wanzi and Yun Yun, asking earnestly, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" The two girls heard him and shook their heads frantically. So Than Thu immediately took out a golden mirror and looked at himself. Could it be that I've become even more handsome? Wanzi stepped forward, placed a hand on Than Thu's shoulder, and gently asked, "Junior brother, have you practiced before this?" "Not at all, not at all." Xiao Na looked at the two of them with an anxious and fearful expression. "Senior sister, what exactly happened to Than Thu? I once heard about some cultivators having problems. Than Thu isn't experiencing that, is he?" Wanzi lowered her face, sweat pouring like a stream, and said coquettishly, "Junior brother is a prodigy. He could enter a meditative state on his first cultivation attempt, and moreover, he successfully absorbed spiritual energy without anyone's guidance." Xiaona's eyes widened in great astonishment after hearing those words. Did he really successfully absorb spiritual energy? As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Na immediately ran over and grabbed Than Thu's hand. "You stinky kid, how did you manage to do that? Do you want to know?" As soon as he finished speaking, Van and Wanzi also spoke up. "We want to know too. Come here, I'll tell you secretly." Xiao Na turned to look at Than Thu with expectant eyes. "Than Thu, quickly tell us." All right. Than Thu made a mischievous face. "The secret is..." Then he pointed at his own face, bared his teeth, and said loudly with a confident smile, "Born with it, absolutely no difficulty at all." The girls heard that and started cracking their knuckles with annoyed expressions. Than Thu, you're really something." Hey, don't slap my face. Don't slap my face." As Xiaona's fist swung towards him, Than Thu immediately covered his head. Oh, you're bullying a male commoner. Even if you scream until your voice is hoarse, no one will come to save you. The next day quickly arrived, and Than Thu went to Xiaona's room. He stretched, his eyes tightly closed and teary, wondering what Xiao Na would cook today. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a note on the door, which read, "Cultivating, do not disturb." Than Thu held a bowl and chopsticks, looking blank and bewildered. For 3 days, Xiao Na has been completely focused on cultivating spiritual energy, paying no attention to me. Boo-hoo. He sat at the door with his stomach rumbling. "I haven't had a single delicious meal. This is too much." At this, Than Thu jumped up, clenching the chopsticks in his hand and shouting, "No, for my own happiness, I must take the initiative." In some room, countless empty plates lay on the table. Van, sitting next to him, watched Than Thu munching on food, breaking out in a sweat. "Little Than Thu, you really eat a lot, don't you?" "I'm a man, eating a lot is normal." Once he watched Than Thu pouring bowls of rice into his mouth and helplessly thought, he couldn't be a rice bucket spirit that cultivated into human form, could he? Van placed both hands on her chest, glancing down at her to silicone pouches with teary eyes. But you eat so much, yet you still look very thin. Every time I eat a little more, this part here gets fat. This one, on the other hand, is a chest spirit that cultivated into human form. Later, Van put her hands on the table, stood up, and exclaimed loudly, I'm going to check on junior sister Xiao Na and get some exercise to lose weight. You all continue eating. Okay, senior sister, good luck. Fan Thu slammed the empty bowl onto the table, then raised both hands triumphantly, his face radiant with vitality. Full, my belly's bulging. Suddenly, Wanji's face darkened, clearly angry, and she thought, HMPH, the peeping incident hasn't been settled yet. Fan Thu stood up, hands behind his head, and walked towards the door. I'm full now, so it's time to go out and play. It seems I can get a little revenge now. Just as Fan Thu was walking, Wanzi called him back. Junior brother, please stop. Wanzi sat regally in her chair, striking a seductive pose, and cast him a flirtatious glance. Come sit here quickly. Hearing the call, Fan Thu obediently went and sat right next to Wanzi. Senior sister, is something wrong? He stared at Wanji's plump thigh, his face turning red as he thought. So white, perfect curves and endless long legs. Hey, isn't it beautiful? Fan Thu immediately put his hands behind his head, scratched his head, and replied with a beaming smile, beautiful, very beautiful. However, seeing Wanji's face turn annoyed, Fan Thu immediately feigned madness, pointing at the ceiling, sweat pouring down his face. I was talking about how white this carpet is. No, that vase is really long. Wanzi heard that, crossed her arms, and glanced at him with a sulky expression. That day, you were spying on us bathing, weren't you? Fan Thu heard that and feigned annoyance. What are you talking about? Spying on what? Who would dare spy on senior sister? Tell me who it is. Isn't that person you? So the young man quickly waved his hands, forcing a smile to hide his deception. No! I looked directly, it wasn't peeping, was it? So Wanzi used a beauty trick, pulling down one side of her top and striking a seductive pose, making the young man's face turn bright red. It really wasn't you? Fan Thu couldn't take it anymore and got a nosebleed, but he quickly covered it with his hand. Really, it really wasn't. Damn it, this cursed nose! Almost gave it away. Wanzi pounced and pinched Fan Thu's ear, giving a sinister smile. HMPH. So what are you looking at now? Can you still play like this? Fan Thu's face turned pale from his ear being pinched, and he tearfully thought, oh god, women are truly terrifying. After thinking, the young man sat down and hugged Wanji's leg, shouting, Senior sister, I was wrong. I didn't do it on purpose, and I don't know why I appeared there. Wanzi heard that, closed her eyes tightly, forced a smile, and gently stroked Fan Thu's head. I know you entered the pond before us. If you had come after us, we would have definitely detected you. After all, senior sister is at the late foundation establishment stage. Hearing that, Fan Thu reluctantly raised a single finger. Truly impressive. Done speaking, Fan Thu pointed towards the door. If the misunderstanding has been cleared, then I'll be going now, senior sister. Going where? I haven't said I forgive you yet. The girl pointed at Fan Thu's face with an annoyed and displeased expression. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, you spied on us. A group of pure, innocent, inexperienced maidens have been tainted by you. Your karmic debt is very heavy. Fan Thu heard that, pointed at his own face, his pupils converging to a single point, and blurted out, The fuck? Saying this, Wanzi crossed her arms, lowered her face, and sighed. How about this? To atone for your sins, you'll do our needlework for us. What needlework? Wanzi immediately stood up and walked towards the bookshelf. Come with me over here. As Fan Thu pulled back the curtain and looked, Wanzi directly entrusted him. You'll take care of this, okay? Fan Thu looked in the direction Wanzi pointed and saw a table full of white thread spools and embroidery hoops. The young man looked at the scene as if splashed with cold water, his eyes wide in disbelief. He froze for 5 seconds. Wanzi, standing on this side, looked over and gave a sinister smile, thinking to herself, Van and I had such a headache with this needlework, so let's trick little junior brother a bit. Ha. After thinking, she quickly ran out the door. Van, junior brother is helping with the sewing. Let's hurry to the library and finish up. Oh my god, who am I? Where is this? Thanthu held a needle in one hand and an embroidery hoop with a 4-petaled flower on the fabric in the other. The young man looked at the embroidery hoop, his face contorted like a dog's poop. Damn it, it's an eyesore. Thanthu couldn't stand the sight of it, so he threw the embroidery hoop aside. Damn it, I can't fix this. Then he took out a piece of white cloth and stared at it intently. He muttered, this is harder than facing a 9-stage demonic beast. That's right. Just now, senior sister seemed to say she had to go to the scripture storage pavilion. If I help her finish the work there, I should be able to avoid embroidery. Without any hesitation, Thanthu ran off like a madman. He shouted, this shouldn't be delayed. Let's go now. Ha-hee-hey. At the same time, elsewhere, Tiu Na was sitting on the cultivation platform. Tiu Na meditated and cultivated, and spiritual energy began to absorb into her danshin. She could immediately draw spiritual energy into her body. Once this step was completed, she could successfully embark on the path of cultivation. Someone's foot swiftly ran past, leaving a gust of wind that made Tiu Na open her eyes in surprise, and the surrounding spiritual energy also began to dissipate. She stood up abruptly, clutching her head and screaming, "Ah! Who was that?" It turned out, the person running as fast as a bird was Thanthu. The young man ran for a while, reached a room, and pushed the door open forcefully. Inside the room were Van and Wanzi, sitting and looking at scrolls of cultivation techniques. Senior sister. Something made Wanzi suddenly lower her head and let out a long sigh. Then, she raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Young master, why have you come here? Thanthu poked his cheek with his finger, glancing aside as he replied, I'm here to help you to senior sisters complete your punishment. Upon hearing this, Wanzi raised her hand and brushed off the dust from her clothes. Does it look good? Good. After saying that, Thanthu fearfully shook his head and hands repeatedly. No, it's ugly. Wanzi crossed her arms and stared at Thanthu. She pressed, didn't I tell you to help us with embroidery? What are you doing here? Senior sister, I don't know how to embroider. It's better if I help you with the copying punishment instead. Hearing this, Wanzi stood up with a sad, gloomy expression. Then she pointed at the bookshelves right beside her and exclaimed, you see this pile of books, right? Yes, I see them. Wanzi touched the bookshelf and said clearly, the Grand Elder gave us half a month to copy all of them. On average, we need to copy half a bookshelf every day. Thanthu heard that and raised his hand to offer an idea. It shouldn't be hard to copy using spiritual energy, right? It could be finished very quickly. Van, who was sitting next to him diligently writing, spoke up when she heard those words. My spiritual energy control isn't refined enough. I can only copy one section at a time. No, I mean using a spiritual art to manipulate the spiritual energy attached to the back of the cultivation technique for copying. Wanzi heard that and replied, Junior brother means the wind manipulation art? That's extremely difficult, and it consumes a lot of mental energy. That's right, it's already impressive that senior sister can manipulate 3 pens at once. If it were anyone else, it would take even longer. Saying this, Wanzi looked at the cultivation technique scrolls with a gloomy expression. Alright, let's continue, otherwise we won't get dinner. As soon as she finished speaking, Thanthu raised his hand and said, actually, I know the wind manipulation art. The 2 girls' eyes widened in surprise, as if they couldn't believe their ears. What did you say? Thanthu raised his fingers and cast a spell. Immediately, a powerful surge of spiritual energy enveloped the cultivation technique scrolls. Senior sister hasn't copied this bookshelf yet, right? That's right. The cultivation technique scrolls began to move along the spiritual energy currents. The cultivation technique scrolls surrounded Thanthu, and each scroll had a pen. Van and Wanzi looked at the scene, their mouths agape in surprise. The wind manipulation art, hailed as comparable to a 4th stage spiritual art, was learned by junior brother. What the hell just happened? This is terrifying. Besides that, the disciples couldn't help but be astonished, sweating profusely. Is that the wind manipulation art? Someone learned that most difficult elementary spiritual art? What the fuck? His clothes look like he's a new disciple, don't they? A new disciple learning the wind manipulation art. That's absolutely insane. A moment later, Thanthu held a cultivation technique scroll in his hand, letting out a long sigh. Phew, this bookshelf is done. What do you think? Very simple, right? With that, Thanthu immediately waved his hand, ranging the cultivation technique scrolls neatly onto the shelf. The young man stood with one hand on his hip, the other extended forward, glancing sideways as he spoke. It's done, senior sisters. Could you please get me some more ink? I've used all of this up. Okay, wait a moment. Wanzi, standing on this side, pressed him. Junior brother, when did you learn the wind manipulation art? Thanthu heard that and scratched his head. He answered vaguely, I just casually glanced at it the other day, and then I learned it. What? You just casually glanced at it and then learned it? Holy cow! Thanthu forced a smile and spoke humbly. I'm still not very proficient. Senior sister must be laughing at me. Wanzi heard that and replied with a smile. Not very proficient. You can manipulate so many scrolls and pens simultaneously even when not very proficient. Junior brother, no disciple in the valley at the foundation establishment stage can learn this spiritual art. You are truly a prodigy. Word of this will surely cause a sensation. Thanthu heard that, his eyes wide, mouth agape, and flustered. No, that's not it. Damn it, this time I've gone a bit too far, haven't I? I was afraid of causing too much of a stir, so I deliberately only manipulated 20 pens. Who knew that no one could successfully cultivate the imperial wind art? After thinking it over, Thanthu raised his hands in front of him and forced a smile. It's not that amazing, senior sister. You're exaggerating. When Wanzi heard that, her face darkened and sweat streamed down. I've heard Master say that during cultivation, one sometimes experiences a sudden enlightenment. For you to be able to enter that state, you are truly a genius. After Thanthu heard those words, he squatted down and hugged his head, feeling dizzy. No. I was just dreaming at that time. When Yunyan heard that, she was overjoyed and shouted, just dreaming? Then that's even more impressive. He can cultivate even while sleeping. Junior brother is indeed a genius among geniuses. No, I must quickly inform the sect leader. Hey, wait, don't go. As soon as he finished speaking, Thanthu moved to the door to block her. Senior sister, I'm not that amazing. How come this misunderstanding is getting bigger and bigger? After saying that, Thanthu moved behind Yunyan, placed his hand on her shoulder, and said clearly, Senior sister, have you forgotten that I have a mutated wind spiritual root? The imperial wind art leans towards the wind attribute. That's why I was able to cultivate it. A wind spiritual root. Ha! I almost forgot about that. Wanzi, standing by, heard that and stroked her chin in thought. Could it really be due to the wind spiritual root? Exactly. So we need to keep a low profile. Otherwise, if the sect leader finds out, I'll be in trouble. Someone's hand landed on Wanji's shoulder and pushed. It turned out to be Thanthu, who forcefully pushed the two sisters towards the table and bluntly said, Alright, let's continue copying books. There are still many books left to copy. The disciples sitting nearby began to whisper and chatter. A newly admitted disciple already cultivated the imperial wind art. I want to tell my senior brother about this. That's right, I also want to tell the senior sisters. Soon, night fell and a candle was lit on the table. Thanthu raised his fingers to his mouth, chanting, using his spiritual energy to control the pens. In an instant, the pens neatly flew back into a jar. Thanthu stood up and stretched leisurely. Phew. Finally finished, senior sister. We can go back after a little tidying up, right? Yes, we can go back now. Wanji's face had fallen, looking almost depressed. She originally planned to stay here for half a month, but it was done in half a day. This is truly unbelievable. Everyone, Yunyan, carrying several scrolls of cultivation techniques, turned and said loudly, "Senior sister, quickly tidy up. We can still make it back for dinner." Alright. As soon as she finished speaking, someone's hand wrapped around the cultivation technique scroll with spiritual energy. Thanthu stood in front of Yunyan, hands on hips, and boldly declared, "No need for such trouble. I'll take care of this part." As he spoke, abundant spiritual energy enveloped the scrolls of cultivation techniques, causing them to fly into the air. Then, the scrolls quickly flew to the bookshelf and stacked neatly. After finishing, Thanthu dusted off his hands, glanced over, and smiled smugly. Done. Junior brother is really amazing." Thanthu clasped his hands together, looked up at the sky, and chuckled foolishly. "Let's go back. I wonder what delicious food Xiao Na has made." Upon hearing that, Wanzi could only helplessly remain silent. A moment later, the group left the scripture pavilion together. Wanzi then summoned her magical artifact to travel. "Junior brother, quickly come up here. Senior sister's jade flute is very fast." Alright, coming right away." So the three of them sat on the jade flute, floating in midair, and headed back. Wanzi, sitting in front, spoke to caution them. "Junior brother, be careful not to fall. Then, I'll lean a little closer, okay?" When he touched Wanzi's shoulder, his face turned red, and his heart pounded. "Oh my, is this a girl's shoulder?" Wanzi, sitting in front, took Thanthu's hands and wrapped them around her waist. "It's easy to lose balance when flying. Junior brother, hold on tight." The suddenness of the event made Thanthu's eyes widen in surprise. "Oh my god, this waist!" And that's not all. Yunyan also hugged the protagonist tightly from behind, making him get goosebumps and jump. "Xiaothu, don't be scared. Senior sister is holding you from behind." Thanthu's face was drenched in sweat. He thought to himself, "Oh god, in front is the alluring figure of a big sister, and behind is a cute, plump little sister." And Yunyan even pressed her two large breasts against Thanthu's back. She whispered, "Xiaothu, don't be scared. The three sat on the jade flute, hugging each other, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Yunyan hugged Thanthu tightly, and he in turn hugged Wanzi tightly, making her tremble and unable to concentrate on flying. And so, the three of them sat on the flute and flew off. A moment later, the three of them finally returned to their resting place. Yunyan skipped around, smiling brightly. "It's so fun to be home." She glanced at Thanthu and softly asked, "Xiaothu, doesn't it feel great to fly with a spiritual artifact?" Yes, it does." Then, Yunyan turned to look at Wanzi and was startled. "Why is your face so red?" "Senior sister too. What exactly happened? Is it because we copied too many books?" Let's just go inside." The three of them walked past a lit boudoir. Standing in front of Xiaona's room, Wanzi raised a finger to signal. "SHH, Xiaona is still cultivating. Let's go to my room first." Yunyan glanced up at the sky with an admiring expression. "Xiaona is really diligent, cultivating so late." "Exactly, it's making me so hungry." As soon as Wanzi entered the room, she discovered the embroidery frame Thanthu had left on the table. She walked over, picked up the embroidery frame, stared at it, and then spoke. "Junior brother, did you embroider this?" I don't know how to embroider, senior sister. I apologize. Please forgive me for helping with the copying." Wanzi turned to look at Thanthu with sparkling eyes. "Forgive you for what? Why should I forgive you? It's beautiful." Hearing that, Yunyan also got curious and came over to look, then shouted, "It's so cute. Junior brother, are you a genius?" Thanthu heard this and looked dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. What kind of situation is this? They call such an abstract thing beautiful? Suddenly, a shout of delight came from outside the door, making all three of them turn to look. "Ha, this is great. I finally learned artifact refining." Wanzi and Yunyan heard that and their eyes widened in surprise, their faces becoming joyful. Xiao Na successfully refined an artifact. "Come here, let me see." Xiao Na trotted into the room, smiling brightly like a flower. Wanzi then walked towards Xiao Na and softly asked, "Xiao Na, did you successfully refine an artifact?" "Senior Sister Luo, Senior Sister Mu." "That's right, I just succeeded in refining one." I finally caught up to that blockhead, Yun Tham Thu. Yun, standing beside her, heard that and clapped enthusiastically. Xiaona, your talent is indeed outstanding. That's truly wonderful. Xiaona walked up to Than Thu, stood with her hands on her hips, and glared at him. I've learned artifact refining. I finally caught up to you. From now on, let's see if you'll still be so smug and run around everywhere. Hearing that, Than Thu gently raised his hand and patted her head. My Xiaona is still the most amazing. That's only natural. Encouraged by Than Thu, she naturally felt incredibly happy. Oh, that's right. Where did you go? I haven't seen you all day. He immediately put his hand behind his neck, scratched his head, and gave a vague answer. Oh, I just went to help senior sister with something. Hearing those words, Xiaona poked Than Thu's head, shouting, help senior sister with what? You don't even know how to wash clothes or cook. What could you possibly help senior sister with? Wanzi, standing nearby, chuckled and interrupted, Xiaona, don't underestimate junior brother. He truly did us a great favor. Is that really true? What did he help with? Wanzi raised her hand to rub her chin, stating clearly, copying texts. What's more, junior brother has already mastered the spirit arts in the back, especially the rarest one, the Imperial Guard art. Hearing that, Xiaona was thunderstruck, her jaw dropped, her eyes wide, and she yelled, what? Seeing this, Van Van immediately leaned in and whispered to Xiaona, hey, let me tell you about junior brother's amazing feats. After hearing Van Van's story, Xiaona felt like she was going to have vertigo. What? Copying books using spirit blood? It took me for days to learn artifact refining, but this guy learned a spirit art in for days. The difference between us is not just a little. Me, who? Xiaona lowered her face, her eyes downcast, and said. After that, she bid farewell to Than Thu and then turned to run out the door. Xiaona, where are you going? Nighttime battlefield lamp. The male lead's face turned beet red upon hearing this, and he mumbled, nighttime battlefield? Before he could react, Wanzi gave him a punch on the head, causing a bump to form. What kind of dirty thoughts are you having? Xiaona is using a lamp to study spirit arts late into the night. The next morning, at Lin Xiaona's residence, a white paper still hung by the door, stating, currently cultivating. Than Thu sat clutching his bowl, sobbing. Who told you to show off? Now you can't eat Xiaona's cooking anymore. A moment later, Than Thu went to the scripture library. Holding a book, he stared intently at it. Something inside the book made his eyes widen. This book describes the dramatic events experienced by true master Xiao Xin and his disciple Ai Lai. Truly wonderful! Closing the last page, Than Thu let out a long, contented sigh, his mind filled with wandering thoughts. In my time, I never saw anything like this. Just then, the silence of the library was broken by the calls of junior sisters Xiaona and Van Van, who were approaching. Young master, we've been looking for you for so long, so you were in the library after all. You used to hate reading so much, didn't you? Why are you interested in coming here today? With curiosity, Xiaona approached, glanced at the books on the table, and couldn't help but be surprised. Introduction to alchemy, forging techniques, and even novels. Suddenly, her mischievous gaze landed on the book Than Thu was holding, and her tone became filled with scrutiny. Wait, what's this thick cover? The unexpected question startled Than Thu, and his expression changed instantly. As a reflex, he quickly hid the book behind his back, trying to act calm. It's nothing. Just a few books for spiritual comfort. After reading them, you can be free from desires for a short time. That amazing. Wouldn't that help with cultivation? Xiaona's curiosity grew, and she reached out her hand. I also want to see those forbidden books. No, I mean that thick cover. Heh heh heh. Than Thu quickly changed the subject, his gaze distant. The weather is so nice today. Let's go get some warm water. He looked directly at the two girls and asked calmly, aren't you supposed to be in seclusion? How do you have time to look for me? Hearing this, Xiaona immediately raised her hand, striking a cool pose. Heh heh, no, junior sister. Before she could finish, she quickly put her hand to her mouth, signaling silence, and gestured to Than Thu. Okay, I understand. Than Thu could only close his eyes and force a smile. Kids grow up, and they all have their own little secrets. He turned to the other person. What about senior sister? Van then presented a scroll, her face oddly innocent. I want to go pick some herbs. Saying that, she looked at Than Fong with clear, expectant eyes. Junior brother's imperial wind art could help me. I wonder if junior brother would be willing to go with me to Bok Bo Peak? Than Thu didn't hesitate for a second and immediately agreed. Sure. How can I refuse a maiden's request? The acceptance made Van overjoyed. She puffed out her chest, her eyes wide with excitement. Really, thank you, young master. Perhaps her soul was too full of vitality. Just a slight stretch caused her clothes to rip open. How embarrassing! She quickly turned away, covering herself with her sleeve. You guys wait for me a bit. The unexpected sight made Than Thu and Xiao Na blush with embarrassment, almost having nosebleeds. A moment later, at Bok Bo Peak, Quang Sword Valley, a majestic landscape of rocky mountains and green trees appeared before the three. Van unrolled the book and read intently. Bok Bo Peak, where precious medicinal herbs grow alongside rare and exotic beasts, is an important resource repository for Quang Sword Valley. The Thanyu Peak herbs we need are ripe. It's time to harvest them. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared, making all three widen their eyes in surprise. Van quickly reminded them, Young master, Xiao Na, stick close to me. By no means should you wander too far. No way, this map is straight except for one turn. Van stared at the scroll, beads of sweat starting to form. When I was little, I accidentally got lost and ended up alone in the mountains for several days, only able to eat medicinal herbs to stave off hunger. They were truly awful. At this point, unpleasant memories flooded back, making her eyes red. From then on, I started gaining weight and couldn't lose it. Hearing that, Shauna's gaze involuntarily fixed on Van's silicon thighs and she blurted out, Senior sister, I want to get lost too. Van was very surprised to hear this, turning to see Xiao Na already looking down dejectedly. Why? Senior sister wouldn't understand. Seeing this, Van quickly turned to ask Than Thu, Young master, what does Xiao Na mean by this? I don't know either. She probably just wants to eat some wild food. Is that so? Hearing that, Van immediately used her 8-meter-long legs to chase after Xiao Na, calling out loudly without stopping. Xiao Na, wait for me a bit. Don't get lost. After a while, the three of them arrived together at a vast, boundless, lush green field. I want to pick this and this too. It's all thanks to junior brother. Hearing that, Than Thu didn't hesitate at all and immediately cast a spell. With just a wave of his hand, countless spiritual herbs floated in midair and then neatly landed one by one into Van's basket. With young mistress accompanying, the picking speed is truly fast. Than Thu's mastery of the wind control art is truly proficient. Saying this, Tiu Na lowered her head, covering her mouth and chuckling. Aside from the wind control art, I've already learned all the other spiritual arts. If this idiot knew, wouldn't he be startled out of his wits? After a while of picking herbs, Van glanced at the full basket on her back, smiling brightly. Alright, I'm done picking, we can go home now. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a faint pink spiritual energy wafted from somewhere. Hey, wait a moment. This scent. Tiu Na and Than Thu looked at Van in bewilderment. Senior sister Mick. Than Thu smiled and spoke. Not bad olfactory senses to be able to smell such a mysterious fragrance. Over in the medicine field, there's a mutated spiritual herb. If my primordial spirit weren't strong, I would easily miss it. I didn't expect McVan to discover it. However, contrary to Than Thu's thoughts, Van was squatting next to a lush green bush, making the young man widen his eyes and secretly think, Little beauty, that's not the place, is it? Than Thu raised a hand to rub his chin, his face beaded with sweat. Could there be some other treasure that I haven't discovered? On this side, Van held a bunch of fresh red fruits, smiling happily. Young mistress, Tiu Na, these fruits are delicious. Do you want to try some? After hearing that, Thanthu was speechless. As soon as Yunyan stood up, several wisps of green spiritual energy suddenly flew past her face. She immediately turned her face and stared into the sky, as if there was something there. Let me go take a look. Thanthu stood by, watching Yunyan holding the shovel, and breathed a sigh of relief. This young girl just realized it now. Although it's a bit late, at least it doesn't make me look foolish. Yunyan began continuously digging the earth with the shovel. A moment later, she held an old, brown jar in her hands. This is the fruit wine I brewed half a year ago. I almost forgot. It should be very delicious to drink now. Let's have some tonight. Yunyan looked over and saw Thanthu looking troubled, so she pressed him. What's wrong, junior brother? Nothing. Xiaoya walked up to Yunyan and gently said, Senior sister, let me help you carry it. I've never drunk spirit seeds before. I wonder what they taste like. They're very delicious, sweet, and can increase spiritual power. After speaking, Yunyan suddenly stared upwards, as if remembering something, and then shouted, Wait, I seem to have forgotten something. Sure enough! At this moment, Thanthu regained a little more confidence, secretly smiling to himself. Although she made mistakes twice, being able to discover a rare herb is still not bad. However, Yunyan plucked a mushroom from the tree trunk, leaving Thanthu utterly speechless. Oh, she take mushrooms. Luckily, I came back to check. Otherwise, I would have missed it. We'll have something to eat tonight, haha. That's it, there's no relying on this glutton. Thinking this, he clasped his hands behind his head and walked away, leaving Yunyan stunned. Junior brother, what's wrong? Is there something you can't say? Thanthu leaped onto a branch, staring intently at the green herb on it. After picking the herb, he jumped to the ground and called out, Little senior sister. He showed the herb to Yunyan, and she opened her eyes wide in surprise when she saw it. This is a mutated spirit herb, a mutated azure gloom, which has increased its quality several times, reaching the level of a third-grade spirit herb. Extremely precious. After pondering, she looked at the male protagonist and pressed him, Junior brother, how did you discover this? Thanthu didn't answer but directly bent down and grabbed another clump of herbs. When he lifted it, there was a red fruit beneath its roots. The two girls saw it and shouted in unison, A 300-year-old scarlet pearl fruit. So amazing! Thanthu gave all the herbs to Yunyan and then dusted off his hands. All the treasures overlooked for hundreds of years are right here. The male protagonist let out a helpless, long sigh. Senior sister, try to remember their scent to avoid missing them next time. Okay, I get it. Thanthu clenched his hand and thought to himself, lowering his head, if little senior sister can't do it, then I'll just have to forcefully help her develop that skill. As an immortal venerable, I would never be wrong. So he left, making Xiaoya curiously ask, What are you doing? Wait here for me. I'll pick some ripe spirit fruits for you. Yunyan heard that and her face lit up, her eyes sparkling. Spirit fruits? Junior brother, did you just mention spirit fruits? The kind that only bear fruit once every 100 years? Thanthu heard that and turned back to reply. It shouldn't be just 100 years. It seems to have reached the point where it can be directly. Yunyan's eyes widened in confusion after hearing that. Can be eaten directly? Eating it directly also means it has borne fruit for at least 100 years. This can already be called a natural treasure. So Xiaoya went up and grabbed Thanthu's hand. Where is it? Let's hurry over there. No rush, others aren't allowed to find it. After walking for a while, the three of them arrived at a large tree laden with ripe, lush fruits. Suddenly, Yunyan turned her head back with a worried expression, then she lowered her head and pondered. This place has already left the Qingyu Peak Medicine Garden, getting closer and closer to other medicine gardens. After pondering, Yunyan ran over and tugged on Thanthu's arm. Junior brother, you're not saying the spirit fruits are in another medicine garden, are you? We can't go into those medicine gardens. Thanthu heard that and, with eyes half closed, pointed behind him and smiled. Of course not. See that big tree? In front, amidst the lush foliage, an ancient, withered tree with not a single green branch appeared. Seeing that scene, Yunyan lowered her head and breathed a sigh of relief. A public area is fine. Things here can be picked freely. But Thanthu, that tree is clearly dead. How can it nurture spirit fruits? Thanthu shook his finger. As long as senior sister splits open that tree, you'll discover the wonders within. Alright then, I'll take a look. Xiaoya also walked up to Thanthu and gently said, "How did you suddenly become so amazing? You can find anything good. Want to know?" Yes. So Thanthu started playing tricks and making conditions. "Then you sing me the song you still owe me." No! In your dreams. Xiaoya sprang up, pointing at Thanthu's face and shouting, Leng Xiaoya, even if I die of curiosity, I will absolutely not sing that immoral song. Such high determination. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed by. Yunyan condensed a wisp of spiritual energy on her fingertip with a bright face. Look quickly, the two spirit fruits in midair are constantly emitting rich aromas and abundant spiritual energy. The two girls flared their nostrils, sniffing the scents, and their faces clearly showed comfort. It smells so good. How did Junior Brother manage to find such a hidden place? Is Junior Brother's nose a dog's nose? At the same time, a group of people quickly approached. Among them were a girl and 2 young men. They must be disciples of some sect. This is the place. Oh my goodness, it really is spirit fruit. Senior Sister Wei is truly powerful. Yunyan stood by, seeing the group of people heading towards them, and worriedly thought to herself, this isn't good. Xiaoya also saw them and curiously stepped forward to ask, Senior Sister, who are those people? Those are the disciples of the second elder, Wei Qingqing, Hening, and Fang Tu. Their master can't beat our master, so they're taking advantage of our master not being here to cause trouble for us. Crimson Rock Peak is one of the most powerful mountain peaks. At this, Yunyan lowered her head in sadness, her face darkening and breaking out in a cold sweat. It really is spirit fruit. Senior Sister is so powerful. Wei Qingqing glanced over with sharp eyes. In her hand were 2 spirit fruits. What are you looking at? What's wrong? Are you unhappy? This spirit fruit tree belongs to our Crimson Rock Peak. Does your Qingyu Peak want to take it too? Yunyan and Xiaoya were furious when they heard that, shouting, but this is clearly a public area. Wei Qingqing stared straight ahead with a dark expression. All the resources around here belong to our Crimson Rock Peak. She clutched the spirit bone tightly in her hand, revealing a sinister smile. If you're not convinced, you can try to take it from me. Upon hearing this, Yunyan's face darkened with anger. She gritted her teeth and remained silent, then turned around and grabbed Xiaoya's hand, saying, Let's go! What's wrong, Senior Sister? Senior Sister Wo isn't here. As a senior sister, I must protect my junior brothers and sisters well. But no buts about it. Listen to me. We'll talk about it when Senior Sister Luo returns. Scarface Fangta raised his pinky finger to pick his ear, making a contemptuous face. Senior Sister is right. The Qingyu Peak disciples really don't dare to even fart. Hening also spoke up, adding fuel to the fire. Even that guy with the mutated dual spirit roots is a good-for-nothing. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya immediately stopped. Her entire body began to erupt with fierce spiritual energy. Who are you calling a good-for-nothing? Fang Tu immediately pointed forward and brazenly replied, It's that guy named Yun next to you. A mutated dual spirit root can't cultivate. If he's not a good-for-nothing, then what is he? Xiaoya's face darkened upon hearing this. She glared over with sharp eyes, a flash of anger evident. Yunyan saw the scene and her eyes widened, unable to believe what she was seeing. Oh, is this terrifying, murderous or-emitting girl really my lively and adorable junior sister? Fang Tu didn't stop there. He bared his teeth, revealing a disdainful smile. Am I wrong? This junior sister must have joined the sect with him. After saying that, he stepped forward, raised his hand to stroke Xiaoya's chin, and smirked. It's a pity to be next to a good-for-nothing. I advise you to transfer to Crimson Rock Peak instead. Our Crimson Rock Peak disciples are far more outstanding than him. I guarantee Junior Sister will find a suitable partner. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light flashed past. Fang Tu glanced over with a scrunched-up face, like a dog's turd. Xiaoya concentrated a surge of abundant spiritual energy between her two fingertips. She glared straight ahead and growled. "Say that again. Let me hear it." Fangtu's one eye widened while the other squinted. He gritted his teeth, thinking, of all people, am being lectured by a newly initiated disciple. You bastard. Just because you have triple spirit roots, you think you can do whatever you want? After saying that, he clapped his hands together, looked forward, and revealed a sinister smile. How arrogant! If Qingyu Peak doesn't know how to discipline you, then I'll discipline you on behalf of your senior sisters. Wei Qingqing immediately retreated, closed her eyes, and said, "Don't be too heavy-handed. If she gets injured, it might cause unnecessary trouble." Fangtu gathered a surge of golden spiritual energy into his fist and swung it straight at Xiaoya. Qingqiu, standing on the side, saw the scene and widened his eyes in fear, shouting, "Jie Xiaoya!" Fangtu swung another powerful punch, but instead of being afraid, Xiaoya used her hand to block his attack. This kid! After that, Xiaoya lunged forward and counterattacked with a kick to the stomach and a horizontal elbow strike to Fangtu's head. He took both of her blows, his face turning purple with pain, gritting his teeth. It didn't stop there. Xiaoya continued to charge at Fangtu, staring intently at his head. She gave Fangtu a kick to the head, slamming his face into the ground, causing the poor ground to crack. Qingqiu, standing on the side, cheered with two drumsticks. "Xiaoya is amazing. Xiaoya is so powerful." Wei Qingqing saw the scene before her and broke out in a cold sweat, frowning deeply. What was that? She just used a spirit art. She just joined the sect a few days ago and can already use it. That's incredible. Fangtu was resentful, his face dark as he gritted his teeth, thinking, with my foundation establishment realm cultivation, was injured by Ling Xiaoya. This is unbearable. Ning immediately stood up, performed some cultivation technique, widened his eyes, and shouted loudly, "Using spirit arts? Then I won't be polite with you anymore." He unleashed an extremely powerful golden spirit energy blast forward. Xiaoya also began to form a hand seal. She gathered a surge of spiritual energy, enveloping her entire body. Qingqiu, standing on the side, couldn't help but be surprised by the sight. Before he could do anything, Yunyan came from behind, her face and entire body radiating intense murderous aura. "Miss, step aside." Qingqiu heard that and looked dumbfounded, his eyes wide. What the hell? Are they really not letting me go up? No way, right? I am the mighty Azure Emperor. Before he could finish, Yunyan in front had already summoned her magic weapon, a large, dazzling red fan. Yunyan fanned out an extremely powerful spiritual force, attacking Fangtu from behind. He detected it, immediately turned around, threw a punch, and smirked. "Oh, just a little trick." Just as he finished speaking, something made Fangtu's eyes widen in shock. Xiaoya had appeared right beside him and unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, completely unlike that of a newly initiated disciple. If I don't take this seriously, I'll lose all face. While he was contemplating, he looked back and saw the two girls attacking him simultaneously. Wei Qingqing stood in the distance, biting her nails with an annoyed, irritated expression. Useless fool, only good for ruining the reputation of Crimson Rock Peak. Wei Qingqing was livid. She crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and said, "Ning, go help that good-for-nothing." "Yes, senior sister." As soon as she finished speaking, Ning immediately rushed towards Xiaoya and Yunyan. Yunyan glanced over, her face drenched in sweat, thinking, "This isn't good. Dealing with Fangtu is already extremely difficult. With an additional opponent, we have no chance of winning." In contrast to Yunyan's worry and fear, Xiaoya was perfectly strategizing. She looked forward, contemplating in her heart. "Now I can only slow Ning down first, then gradually retreat with senior sister." As Ning charged forward with fiery arms, Xiaoya simultaneously launched countless sharp projectiles at him. The blazing flames merged into Ning's hands, and he broke into a triumphant smile. "You've even mastered the water condensing art. That's quite unexpected." At this moment, the two forces of water and fire collided. In an instant, Xiaoya's water element spiritual energy seemed to be completely dispersed by He Ning's fire power. Then the fire power began to attack Xiaoya, making her furious and uncomfortable, gritting her teeth. It didn't stop there. At this moment, a powerful surge of fire energy spread across the sky and directly above Xiaoya and Yunyun, seemingly ready to swallow them whole at any moment. Yunyun looked up, her eyes wide, the image of the fire energy clearly reflected in her pupils. This is bad. What do we do now? At this critical moment, Qingqiu appeared. He extended his arm forward, using his wind energy to regulate the opponent's fire power. Xiaoya saw the scene before her and panicked, showing clear signs of fear. Idiot, get out of the way. In an instant, Qingqiu condensed the fire energy into a ball in his palm. Then he squeezed his hand, crushing the surge of fire energy, which left behind powerful shockwaves. A second later, an explosion occurred right before their eyes, with thick gray smoke rising. Wei Qingqing bowed her head, revealing a triumphant smile. I told him not to be too heavy-handed. At most, letting them suffer a little pain is good. It will suppress Xingyu Peak's arrogance. After the explosion, He Ning was pushed back, but his expression was still very cheerful. Haha, continue to be arrogant. Let's see if you still dare. Thanthu's feet stepped out of the dense smoke. When He Ning saw it, his eyes widened and his mouth hung open in shock, sweat pouring down like rain. This is the useless mutated dual spiritual root. How could he? While he was thinking, Thanthu suddenly appeared behind He Ning and spoke. You all are truly brave, aren't you? After speaking, the male lead immediately drew back his leg and kicked He Ning, sending him flying straight into the cliff. Fainta stood by, looking over, and when he saw that scene, his eyes widened and his mouth hung open as he thought to himself. He Ning entered the sect before me, and his strength is also greater than mine, so why was he sent flying by this useless mutated dual spiritual root? After kicking He Ning away, Thanthu turned back to give Tiu Na a heart gesture, completely unaware that Thangtu was attacking him from behind. He swung his fiery punch, baring his teeth and grinning triumphantly. You're still too young and green. Thanthu detected it and glanced over with sharp eyes. You idiot. The male lead turned around and immediately swung his kick, aiming straight for Fangtu's head. A second later, the kick landed squarely on Fangtu's face, leaving him no time to react. After taking the full force of the kick, he was sent flying far away, landing on top of He Ning, who was still stuck to the cliff. A sharp sword was drawn. Wei Qingqing, holding the sword, stared wide-eyed and shouted, You bastard! How dare you injure someone from our Scarlet Rock Peak? No sooner had she spoken than Thanthu teleported right in front of Wei Qingqing, staring intently at her. Then he gathered an energy orb in his palm and blasted it straight into Wei Qingqing's stomach. Go play somewhere else. She was instantly sent flying into the sky, then fell headfirst to the ground, kicking her legs in the air and screaming. Oh, that hurts so much. But things didn't stop there. Thanthu continued to use his spiritual energy to control the bamboo, looking ahead with an angry expression. Then Thanthu launched 3 bamboo stalks forward, pinning Wei Qingqing's group by their clothes one by one onto high tree branches. Thanthu stood below, dusting his hands, and declared loudly, Those who commit many unrighteous deeds will face retribution. Let's go, we're going home. Having said that, Thanthu turned and walked away, leaving the 2 girls still processing what happened. A moment later, back home, Thanthu sat at the table, shoveling rice into his mouth. He chewed happily, smacking his lips. After half a month, I finally get to eat Tiuna's cooking again. How wonderful! Thanthu looked up and saw the 2 girls. One was staring at him, and the other was silently sad. What's wrong with you two? Aren't you eating? I don't want to eat. Van Van clenched her hands, looking at Thanthu with sparkling eyes full of admiration. Junior brother, you only started cultivating half a month ago, right? Tiuna bowed her head, not daring to look forward, her eyes clearly sad. Senior sister Mick, am I too foolish? So weak after cultivating for half a month? When Van Van heard that, she wiped away a tear. If Tiuna is foolish, then I am foolish beyond compare. It took me half a year to cultivate my first spiritual art, but Tiuna only needed a few short days to complete it, even surpassing it by a lot. Although Van said that Tiuna's mood didn't improve at all. But compared to Thanthu, I feel so weak. Am I not suitable for cultivation? You're not suitable for cultivation. Then what about me? After a moment of dejection, Tiuna looked up and stared at Thanthu, pressing him for an answer. Young master, why are you so powerful? You mean cultivating spiritual arts? That's very simple. Do you still need to learn it? Suddenly, Van stood up, carrying a stack of dirty dishes, and said softly, I'm going to wash the dishes. Van hugged the dishes and left sadly with tears in her eyes. Forget it. Talking to these two, a weak little person like me can't handle it. Tiuna and Thanthu saw this, their eyes wide with confusion. What's wrong with senior sister? Why did she suddenly stop eating? Is senior sister trying to lose weight again? Maybe she's even planning to go for a run now. After saying that, Tiuna propped her hands on the table and stood up abruptly, bowing her head and letting out a long sigh. Then she glanced away and spoke up. Take off your clothes. When Thanthu heard that, he covered himself with his hands in a panic. Tiuna, what do you want to do? However, Thanthu said one thing and did another. He pulled open his shirt and replied, Come here. Be strong. Don't pity me. You bastard, shut up. What are you thinking? Tiuna turned around, her arms crossed, fuming with anger. You've been cultivating for half a month, so you must have been too lazy to wash your clothes, right? Quick, take them off so I can help you wash them. When Thanthu heard that, he put his hand behind his head and scratched it, forcing a smile. No need. My clothes are still very clean. Spiritual power can keep clothes and the body clean. If there hasn't been a fierce battle, they basically won't get dirty. However, Tiuna stubbornly ran over and snatched his outer garment, making Thanthu spin around. Let me wash them. Clean clothes will also boost your spirits. Then she turned her face, smiling brightly. Give me your other clothes to wash as well. All right. Thanthu looked at Tiuna with a worried expression. How about I wash them instead after living for so long? This is the first time someone has offered to wash my clothes, and even my underwear. No need, and this isn't the first time anyway. Why are you so shy now that you're so powerful? Do you no longer need my protection? I remember before, whenever you were bullied, I always stood up to protect you. A few punches would send those bullies running home to their mothers with their heads down, and I would also end up covered in injuries. I told you I would protect you. I will never abandon you. Thanthu fell silent, deep in thought. During the day, Tiuna was also angry because the people from Scarlet Rock Peak called me a good-for-nothing. No matter when, no matter how strong the opponent, if I was bullied, Tiuna would definitely come to protect me. Thinking this, Thanthu's face flushed red. He wiped away a tear and exclaimed, No matter how strong, no matter how far I go, it feels so good to have someone care for me. After muttering, Thanthu turned and softly called out, Tiuna, Tiuna. She replied, What's wrong? Suddenly, some kind of power, like electric currents, ran throughout her body, causing Tiuna pain, making her clench her teeth and widen her eyes. Tiuna collapsed to the ground, and then Thu rushed to help her up. Her whole body was engulfed in a fierce golden spiritual light. Oh, my head hurts so much. Thanthu stared intently at the swirling energy around Tiuna and said loudly with concern, It's appearing again? Thanthu then carried Tiuna, looking at her intently, then gently placed her on the bed. Thanthu performed a cultivation technique and channeled his spiritual energy into Tiuna to regulate her meridians. While channeling spiritual energy, Thanthu discovered a shocking truth. Oh my, it's actually the Heavenly Dark Saint body. The Heavenly Dark Saint body is an extremely rare physique from ancient times. It is rumored that those who possess this physique will receive the protection of the Heavenly Tao. Thanthu sat there, poking Tiuna's cheek, thinking to himself, if I had this physique, I might have ascended 2,000 years ago. Thinking this, he became annoyed. Then I wouldn't have been struck by lightning and kicked the bucket. He squeezed Tiuna's chubby cheeks, muttering, to think the Heavenly Dark Saint body could appear in this remote area. Could it be that Tiu Na is the main character? Fanthu crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and let out a long sigh. The awakening is a bit early. Tiuna's current body can hardly bear it. Having said that, Fanthu raised his hand to stroke his chin, his face darkening as he pondered something, then exclaimed, "I have an idea." He helped Tiu Na sit up and slowly removed her clothes. In a flash, Tiuna's body was only clad in underwear, revealing her fair, plump, and sweet figure. With a serious expression, Fanthu raised her fingers and chanted a spell. "I'll set up a spiritual ray on her to delay the integration of spiritual energy and her body, then. With the spiritual medicine, it should be resolved." After speaking, Fanthu touched Tiuna's fair, flawless feet. He couldn't help but blush, his eyes crinkling in a smile. "Oh my goodness, Tiuna's feet are so soft." Then Fanthu vigorously shook his head to clear his mind. Then Fanthu, calm down a bit, important matters first. So Fanthu immediately cast a spell on Tiuna's thigh. Immediately, abundant and powerful streams of golden spiritual energy appeared, wrapping around Tiuna's body. As Fanthu stretched his hand forward, a plume of dense white smoke immediately rose. Fanthu continued to unleash his ice spirit root on Tiuna, and in an instant, she became dazed, her face flushed and flustered. Fanthu, I'm so hot." Fanthu frowned and grimaced, replying, "Just hold on a little longer. The formation is almost complete. Once it stabilizes, there won't be any more problems." The two streams of spiritual energy continuously merged and spread throughout Tiuna's body, causing her to writhe in pain. "No, I can't take it anymore." Tiuna gasped, exclaiming, "I need to go to the bathroom." As soon as she finished speaking, Tiuna lunged forward and hugged Fanthu, making him awkward, embarrassed, and blush. "Fanthu, what's wrong with Tiuna?" After that, she breathed into Fanthu's ear, making him let out an involuntary groan. Tiuna also let out a meow meow sound into the male protagonist's ear. Upon hearing that meow meow sound, Fanthu flinched, his eyes wide open. Oh my goodness, who could possibly endure this? Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed Tiuna down. "Tiuna, you demon!" So she fell onto the bed, unconscious and no longer dazed. Tiuna rolled onto her side and peacefully fell asleep. Seeing this, Fanthu clutched his chest and sighed in relief. He placed his hand over his heart and smiled. The formation poured in too much spiritual energy, leading to a slight change in Tiuna's body, and it seems I also took a great advantage. At this moment, an imprint appeared on Tiuna's dantian, continuously releasing streams of white gas. Seeing this, Fanthu's eyes snapped open, his face darkening. "What is this? Why is the formation's imprint my spirit mark?" Fanthu stared wide-eyed at the imprint on Tiuna's stomach, mumbling, "Only dual cultivation partners can have spirit marks on each other. But Tiuna and I haven't done anything yet." At this point, Fanthu clutched his head, his eyes wide and bloodshot, dizzy and disoriented. What the hell is going on? That night, Fanthu sat comfortably on the steps, a blade of grass in his mouth. With a pensive and sad expression, he thought, "Single for 10,000 years, and suddenly I have a dual cultivation partner. It feels like a dream." After acquiring the spirit mark, the two would share fate, and the spiritual energy gained from dual cultivation would increase tenfold, which is incredibly terrifying. Fanthu closed his eyes tightly with a dazed expression, but having the other person's spirit mark means entrusting both body and soul to each other. There's no way to betray. Which means, at this point, Fanthu realized something and his eyes flew open. "Tiuna's spirit belongs to me. No one else can touch her except me." After speaking, he threw the blade of grass to the ground in frustration. What kind of Saint-Tier physique is this? Just circulating a bit of spiritual energy leads to being chosen. Can it be less casual? Fanthu was dazed, tears streaming down his face. "We haven't done anything, yet we're already recognized as dual cultivation partners. How am I going to explain this to Tiuna? Will she believe I haven't done anything? Also, I don't have Tiuna's spirit mark. It's just Tiuna unilaterally acknowledging me. This is a bit subtle." While he was lost in thought, the room door suddenly opened, startling Than Thu, then a foot stepped out of the door. Tiu Na emerged, having changed into a new outfit. Stretching and yawning, Than Thu glanced over, his cheeks flushed, looking foolish. Looking up a bit, it seemed he could see what was inside her dress. At the same time, Tiu Na looked at him with murderous intent. The next second, Tiu Na gave Than Thu a kick straight to the face, calling him shameless. He flailed his arms and legs, shouting loudly, "I didn't see anything. It definitely wasn't white underwear." After saying that, Than Thu's eyes widened, his face turning purple, completely bloodless. "What the hell? I spoke too soon." Hearing that, Tiu Na blushed, put both hands on her chest and shouted, You pervert." Than Thu then looked up with a guilty expression. The heavenly Nether Saint body, having just awakened, is already so ethereal. In a few more years, who knows how devastatingly beautiful Tiu Na will become. Tiu Na unconsciously glanced to one side, raising her hand to touch her cheek. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Hearing this, Than Thu stroked his nose, thinking to himself, "This won't do. Even her breath carries an alluring scent." He said, "You're much more beautiful than before." Tiu Na's eyes widened, freezing for 5 seconds. She crossed her arms with an annoyed look and pressed, "How much beauty is there here? So beautiful that I want to hug you." Hearing those words, Tiu Na felt a little manipulated and somewhat relieved. "It's rare for you to say such sweet words, so..." At this, she stomped her foot and leaped up. Then, Tiu Na hugged Than Thu tightly, making him stiffen. How was that? Satisfied now? Ha! The two just stood there, hugging stiffly, immersed in an unusually profound silence. Found! Tiu Na leaned her head on Than Thu's shoulder, secretly calling his name in her heart. Last night's dream was truly blush-inducing. As the scene shifted, we were led into Tiu Na's dream. At this moment, both she and Than Thu were dressed in splendid crimson wedding attire. On the bed, Tiu Na shyly bowed her head, her sweet voice softly speaking. "Than Thu!" The male protagonist slowly approached, gently lifted her chin with his hand, and uttered a soft command, "Call me husband." With that, Than Thu gently pushed Tiu Na down onto the bed, and then, behind an illusory curtain, a hazy scene of husband and wife's intimacy appeared. Back in reality, Tiu Na's cheeks were burning hot, her embarrassment evident in every gesture, making her even more awkward. "It's over." In Than Thu's mind, images unsuitable for children kept flashing. Than Thu's hand was tightly gripping Tiu Na's fair thighs, making him try hard to restrain himself, not daring to move even a little. Sweat poured down his forehead. "Calm down, I must calm down." For his emptiness, feeling Tiu Na's trembling, Than Thu turned to her and asked gently, "What's wrong?" Tiu Na mumbled in response, and nothing. The male protagonist replied vaguely, but in his heart, he thought, the spirit mark must be taking effect. After that, Tiu Na suddenly looked around, realizing that the surroundings were deserted with no one in sight. An idea sparked in her mind. She pondered for a moment, then clung tightly to the male protagonist and called out, "Than Thu! What is it?" Tiu Na suddenly jumped off Than Thu. She clasped her hands behind her back, looked up at him, and declared boldly, "Didn't you want to hear me sing? Can I sing for you now?" Hearing this, Than Thu's face lit up with a smile as bright as a flower, as happy as if he'd found gold. Oh, that's great, that's great." So, in the midst of an empty space, Tiu Na stood and sang loudly, while Than Thu clapped along, like to carefree children. A moment later, upon returning to the kitchen, Tiu Na sat down at the table, holding a bowl of rice. She was so embarrassed she just wanted to bury her face in her bowl, not understanding why she had the courage to sing that kind of song. Every time she thought about it, she just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. After that, she looked up at Than Thu again, even though they had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Singing that song was still too embarrassing. Than Thu, on this side, was also eating and lost in thought about Tiu Na, thinking of the scene where the heavenly Nether Saint body, a future peerless immortal fairy, sang adult songs. No matter how he thought about it, it was truly stimulating. It's just that after implanting the spirit mark, which connected their fates. She would drain a considerable amount of his spiritual energy and vital essence every day. Thanthu crammed a large spoonful of rice into his mouth. This body was already weak, and now it was constantly being hollowed out. It was truly a hardship beyond words. While he was contemplating, Van, sitting next to him, asked, "Little Thu, Little Na, what's been wrong with you to these past 2 days? Why aren't you saying a word? Did you to have a fight?" Tiu Na buried her face in her rice bowl and replied, "No, we've always been fine. How could we fight if anyone's to blame? It's this little guy for making me sing." After Tiu Na spoke, she looked up and saw Thanthu burying his face in a bowl of rice, eating voraciously. Van, hearing this, was a bit curious and poked her chopsticks into her mouth, exclaiming, singing, "Are there any new songs recently? I want to learn too." Thanthu heard this and immediately looked up at Van, thinking to himself, little senior sister's voice is sweet and comparable to those famous immortal singers in the cultivation world. If she sang that song, then. While he was lost in thought, Tiuna's sharp gaze pulled him out of his beautiful dream, Amitabha. He didn't dare to think any further. After that, Tiuna bowed her head, her eyes tightly closed, and let out a long sigh. "Oh, right, senior sister, Thanthu, I think I've reached the chi refinement 6th stage." No sooner had she finished speaking than a pair of chopsticks fell to the floor. Van immediately turned her head 360 degrees to look over, shouting, What? Tiuna, you're not joking, are you?" Tiuna then clasped her hands on her lap, sitting demurely, and said loudly, "No. This morning my chi expanded a bit, which is how I discovered it." What kind of innate talent is this? Seriously, 2 or 3 days is equal to a year of my cultivation. It's so heartbreaking, boo-hoo. After saying that, Tiuna turned to look at Thanthu, breathing a sigh of relief. What do you think, Thanthu? Aren't I amazing? The male lead forced a smile, thinking to himself, this girl is absorbing my spiritual power and primordial energy, making her cultivation speed like flying. Her appearance is also getting cuter every day. After thinking that, he cried silently in his heart, but this is all exchanged with my primordial energy, boohoo. Tiuna saw the male lead's expression and became very worried. Thanthu, why is your face so pale? Isn't it because you sucked? Before he could finish speaking, Tiuna already linked it to the image in her dream and blushed with embarrassment. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? It was all just a dream." "What dream?" Hearing that, Tiuna lowered her head, shy and timid, remaining silent. Then Tiuna immediately grabbed Thanthu and dragged him away. "Wait, I haven't eaten enough yet." "It's nothing, my cultivation has increased, and that elementary spirit art is no longer suitable. Come with me to the scripture pavilion to find new spirit arts." Van saw that scene and couldn't help but be surprised. Oh my, Tiuna is indeed making strong progress. A moment later, the two walked together to the scripture pavilion of the Quiet Sword Sect. Tiuna stared ahead with sparkling eyes. "Is this the scripture pavilion? It's really grand. What cultivation technique do you plan to choose?" The Quiet Sword Sect is just a middle-tier sect. There's only a bit of mediocre stuff inside the main hall. Tiuna turned around, squinted, and stuck out her tongue to tease Thanthu. "I won't tell you for now. Nah. With a dreamy expression, Tiuna thought to herself, they say there's no shortage of beauty-enhancing cultivation techniques in the cultivation world. And even spirit arts that allow you to fly on chi and control spirit beasts. Thinking of this, she covered her mouth and chuckled. So many good cultivation techniques. Haheeth, I love it. Thanthu also helplessly thought to himself, this woman is exactly like my first female disciple. As soon as she joined the sect, she pestered me for all sorts of beauty-enhancing cultivation techniques and flashy spirit arts. Unconsciously, 1,000 years have passed. She also became the cultivation world's peerlessly beautiful sword venerable, whom everyone knew. Time flies like an arrow. Reflecting on it can't help but make one sigh with emotion. While he was lost in thought, Tiu Na came over and took Thanthu's hand. With an innocent and bright face, she smiled happily. Alright, let's go inside now. After saying that, Tiu Na and Thanthu walked hand in hand into the scripture pavilion. However, an unexpected sight made Tiu Na's eyes widen, round and astonished, her mouth agape in surprise. Inside the scripture pavilion, disciples were fighting over cultivation technique scrolls. Finally, I got what I wanted. Boo-hoo, my aptitude and cultivation are not enough, and neither are my contribution points. I can't exchange for what I want. Seeing that scene, Tiu Na turned to look at Thanthu with sparkling eyes. I wonder what level of cultivation techniques our aptitudes can get us. Don't worry, little girl. While Thanthu was patting Tiu Na's head, the young man peered over, and what caught his eye was Tiu Na's clear beauty. The young man froze for 5 seconds, his eyes becoming dazed, calling out, "Fairy, fairy." The young man turned around and saw that not only he, but many others were also looking. You're all looking too, huh? Since when did such a pure beauty appear in the sect? No, I must seize this opportunity. A young man rushed forward, pushing another guy's face aside, thinking, what the hell? This flower already has an owner. At this moment, Thanthu began to notice the men looking at him with murderous glares. I don't understand what these youngsters are thinking. They're all looking at me like I'm an enemy. After thinking that, Thanthu bared his teeth and flashed a sinister smile. TSK, TSK, do you think I'm easy to bully? Tiu Na, with a bewildered look, tightly grasped Thanthu's hand and pressed. What's wrong with you, you little brat? Thanthu then leaned in, staring at Tiu Na, and asked, have you ever bullied small animals? No, never, never. Tiu Na stared straight ahead, still not understanding. Do you want to bully some animals? Never, right? Today, I'll teach you how to bully a bunch of single dogs. With that, Thanthu took Tiu Na's hand, and without hesitation, he bowed his head and kissed her hand. Tiu Na saw that scene, her face turning crimson, sweat pouring down like rain. She clenched her hands and angrily yelled straight into Thanthu's face. You idiot! The male lead stepped forward, looked at Tiu Na's embarrassed expression, and gently patted her head. I only do that for you. All the men who saw the scene before them cried loudly, complaining to the heavens and earth. Oh, heavens! Oh, vast earth! This is dog abuse! No, no, it's dog killing, you dogs. A moment later, the disciples lined up neatly, waiting to get their items. At the counter, a young man appeared, holding a cup of tea with a grim expression. He cursed, it's really boring lately. Why hasn't the sect's general election started yet? My body is about to rot away. A male disciple, holding a white bottle, enthusiastically said, Senior brother has formidable strength. Recently, you've also mastered the water sword art, making your strength even greater. This time, at the sect election, you'll surely shine brightly. The young man holding the teacup felt delighted after hearing that. Aside from the senior brothers and sisters, few of my generation can make me wary. The male disciple then lowered his face and replied bluntly, that's natural. Senior brother is the most powerful. Having said that, the male disciple also held up a book and a red envelope. Senior brother, please sign this for me. The man sitting above glanced at the red envelope with a disdainful look. Then he repeatedly waved his hand to shoo him away. All right, go on. The man then tucked the red envelope into his clothes, closed his eyes, and spoke. Strange, wasn't there a lot of new disciples this time? How come I haven't seen any cute junior sisters yet? The male disciple burst into laughter at that. Senior brother is joking. Those people are probably just entering the chi refinement realm now. It'll be a few more days before they can come to the scripture pavilion to borrow books. The man sighed helplessly. I still have to wait, huh? However, as soon as he looked up, he noticed something and his eyes flew open. Wait, it turns out Tiu Na had caught his eye. How can this junior sister be so beautiful? Tiu Na, with an embarrassed, shy expression, said, is this what you mean by bullying small animals? Thanthu put his hands behind his head, smiling widely. That's right. It's a lot of pressure to be with a little fairy like you. Look at those fellow disciples. Thanthu looked up and said bluntly, Just a little counterattack. A little fairy wouldn't blame me, right? If looks could kill, I'd probably have died hundreds of times by now. Hearing that, Tiuna lowered her face and pondered Thanthu's words. Little fairy? She moved closer, playfully hitting the male lead's chest repeatedly in annoyance. That's why you took advantage of me. You'd better think of how to atone for your actions. Otherwise, I won't talk to a little rascal like you. Atonement? Huh, then I'll sing for you. Embarrassed, Tiuna immediately pushed Thanthu back, shouting, "Get lost." What a scoundrel! After a few steps, Tiuna was stopped by someone. Junior sister, have you come to borrow a spirit art? It turned out to be the man from inside the scripture pavilion. He looked at Tiuna's entire body, thinking, her temperament truly makes one's heart itch uncomfortably. He brazenly bowed and kept trying to talk to Tiuna. Junior sister has just entered the chi refinement realm, and the spirit art section for chi refinement is limited, making it hard to find good spirit arts. It just so happens that senior brother is in charge of borrowing spirit arts, so I'm very familiar with their locations. If junior sister doesn't mind, I can take you to look. Tiuna heard those words and bluntly replied, "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but I don't need it." The other male disciples standing by were also angered. This fellow actually relies on his special privilege to collude with a junior sister. Will such a beautiful junior sister be corrupted by him? SHH, don't gossip too much. His privilege isn't small. If you offend him, you can forget about borrowing spirit arts later. That man was not only shameless, but also persistent as a leech. He immediately extended his hand forward, blocking Tiuna's path. Junior sister, don't be in a hurry. With your current cultivation, you can't even borrow a second-grade spirit art. Are you sure you don't need my help? He stood in front of Tiuna, raising his hand, intending to caress her chin. I am the person in charge of borrowing spirit arts for the outer sect. I can give you a hand. Before he could touch Tiuna, our male lead rushed over and grabbed the man's hand. He struggled fiercely with a grim and annoyed expression. Who are you? Don't you see I'm talking to junior sister? Get lost. Thanthu looked at the man with disdain, a sly smile spreading across his lips. Senior brother, don't you see she's very uncomfortable with you? If you're sensible, then you're the one who should get lost. After hearing that, the man's face turned purple. He angrily clenched his teeth, thinking, this guy dares to disrespect me in front of everyone, and even tells me to scram. A chubby male disciple saw the scene before him and broke out in a sweat, thinking to himself, who is this guy? A hero saving the beauty doesn't even bother to check who the villain is, daring to speak such vulgar words in front of senior brother. This kid is definitely dead. Furthermore, this senior brother is a direct disciple of the second elder. The man began to make a move and loudly shouted, you punk, you've got guts. Ever since I became a direct disciple of the second elder, you're the first one who dared to say such words to me. Do you dare to tell me your name? The male protagonist didn't hesitate and directly stated his name. Then you peek. Yun Thanthu. Yun Thanthu. Huh, why does that name sound familiar? Isn't he the one with two mutated spirit roots? Rejected by the elders, no one dared to take him in, and he was finally assigned to the fourth elder as a disciple. His master is that fourth elder who constantly travels the four seas and never does anything properly. This time, won't he be beaten with no one to stand up for him? The man's face darkened. He gritted his teeth. The fourth elder. Huh, someone from Thanyu Peak? Thanyu Peak's power is weak, and his master isn't even in the sect. Does this guy have the guts of a tiger to be so arrogant? After thinking it over, he stared at Thanthu, sneering, haha, so you're that mutated dual spirit root good for nothing. That's right, I am that good for nothing, senior brother. Do you have any pointers? Upon hearing that, the man clapped his hands repeatedly, his face as black as a pot. He loudly shouted, haha, impressive, impressive. I've been in Giyuan Sword Valley for 5 years, and I've never met anyone as bold as you. He stood opposite Thanthu, glaring at him with daggers. Just a new disciple, yet you dared to speak disrespectfully to me. So what now, feeling salty or something? Salty, ha! It seems if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't respect your fellow disciples and senior brothers at all. Having said that, he swung a punch towards Than Thu, but all that remained was a puff of white smoke. The disciples watching the show below gasped, their eyes wide. It's the stone retreat punch. If you get hit lightly, you'll be bedridden for months. Hit hard, and you'll be crippled. Yun Than Thu's body is weak. Won't he be beaten to death? Xiao Na, standing behind, saw the scene and couldn't help but think to herself, that guy's strength is extraordinary. Even if Than Thu is a genius, he might not be able to withstand this attack. I must help Than Thu. He threw a full-force punch at Than Thu, creating powerful shockwaves. You idiot, die. However, Than Thu simply raised his arm and completely caught the young man's punch. The chubby and thin disciples below saw that scene, their eyes wide and mouths agape, shouting, what the F***CK? He didn't even dodge, he directly blocked the attack. Than Thu stared straight ahead, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Good girl, Xiao Na, step back, I'll take care of this good-for-nothing. Hearing that, the girl looked at Than Thu with eyes full of affection. Than Thu, please don't let anything happen to you. The man, having missed his strike, furiously gritted his teeth, thinking, this strike was actually directly blocked by him. That can't be. He retreated to gain momentum. Mutated dual spirit roots were despised by the elders. That must have just been a fluke. The man stomped his foot hard on the ground, kicking up a cloud of white smoke. He counterattacked towards Than Thu with a fatal kick, but the protagonist swiftly dodged to the side and retaliated. Than Thu glared straight ahead, swinging his punch from behind. He lunged forward, aimed directly at the man's stomach, and threw a punch that almost sent him flying. Having taken the full punch, the man tumbled to the ground, rolling several times. Than Thu lightly brushed off the dust from his clothes, a triumphant smile on his face. What's wrong? Senior brother didn't eat breakfast. Your punch is as soft as cotton. Truly disappointing, or are you still holding back? If so, let go of that idea. If you don't beat me down, then it's my turn to counterattack. The man clutched his chest, gritting his teeth in pain. You damn rat. At first, I held back, but then I attacked with full force. Yet he was like an unyielding mountain. What's the difference between a mutated dual spirit root and a trash spirit root anyway? After thinking, he glared at Than Thu, exclaiming, you relied on mutated spiritual energy to withstand my attack, so let me see some of that spiritual energy now. With that, he slammed his hand down, and instantly, a surge of abundant spiritual energy appeared, accompanied by extremely sharp sword chi. Let me see if you can withstand this move. The disciples below watched, their eyes wide and mouths agape, exclaiming, water sword art, a second-grade spirit art. Is senior brother planning to kill Yun Than Thu? If he doesn't defeat Yun Than Thu, he'll lose face, but to use the water sword art. Than Thu raised both hands, performing a cultivation technique, creating a strong gust of wind to counter the man's swords. Then Than Thu clapped his hands together, generating incredibly powerful shockwaves. The man opposite him saw the scene and sneered, his teeth showing. A first-grade basic defensive spirit art? What good is that? No sooner had he spoken than the swords from his move were shattered by Than Thu's wind formation. The fragments of the swords flew straight towards the man, causing his eyes to widen and him to clench his teeth in astonishment. Then Than Thu lunged straight towards him, concentrating his power into his hand. Senior brother has made his move. Now it's my turn. The two disciples standing below saw that scene, their faces turning pale, sweating profusely, and loudly shouting a first grade basic spirit art, mighty long wind. On this side, Than Thu had already unleashed his move, sending the young man flying into the bookshelves. Dust billowed up, and everything around them was destroyed. After performing his move, Than Thu closed his eyes and smiled slightly, then dusted off his palms, saying, thank you, senior brother, for helping me gain favorability points. You can scram now. Beside him, Xiao Na rushed over with a worried expression. Than Thu, are you alright? He glanced at her, calmly replying, do I even need to ask? How could anything happen to me? Even after Than Thu said that, Xiao Na's face was still twisted with discomfort, her eyes clearly drooping with worry. Then, Xiao Na bowed her head, sighing in relief. I didn't expect Thanthu to completely change once he stepped onto the path of cultivation. He's become so outstanding just by starting to cultivate. After thinking, Xiao Na walked over and grabbed Thanthu's sleeve. The girl, with a bright and joyful face, honestly asked him, "What is your current cultivation level, exactly?" Upon hearing that, Thanthu put his hand behind his neck and scratched his head, pretending to be clueless. "No, I'm just a little bit higher than you." The girl heard that and looked down sadly. "Really? Just a little bit higher? Look me straight in the eyes and tell me." Thanthu heard this and immediately crossed his eyes, replying, "Really, truly, it's like that." The girl crossed her arms and sighed. "All right, I'll believe you for now. If your cultivation is higher than mine, then from now on, you'll protect me forever, just like today. You protect me and I'll take care of you, okay?" Thanthu was stunned for 5 seconds after hearing those words. "Alright, from now on I'll protect you. You're so adorable. It makes a lifelong single dog like me want to melt." So the girl and Thanthu linked pinkies, smiling happily. "Then it's a promise." The disciples peeking from outside the door saw that scene and began to whisper, "What's going on? Dog abuse, part 2. Not just that, next, I'm afraid there will be scenes not suitable for children." The 2 young men peeking from behind the door saw something that made their eyes roll back, and they loudly screamed, "Nani!" At the same time, someone's hand slammed into a male disciple's face, knocking his jaw to the side. "Excuse me, move aside a bit." It turned out to be Yun Yun. She ran in a hurry, panting non-stop. "Finally found you too. Phew, I'm exhausted." Xiaona saw that and immediately ran to support Yun Yun. "Senior sister, what's wrong? You're in charge of the library, a direct disciple of the second elder." Yun Yun turned with a fearful expression. "A few days ago, we had a conflict with 3 people from Scarlet Rock Peak. I was afraid he would take this opportunity to retaliate. So I rushed here to check." At this point, she turned her head, looking back and forth at the disciples behind her. "But why are there so many people today? Did something happen? Senior sister, you're worrying too much." Thanthu raised his hand to stroke his chin, brazenly stating 3 people were defeated by a new disciple. How could they have the face to complain? "Senior sister, is the direct disciple you mentioned named Zuzu?" Yun Yun's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing that. Yes, that's him. I heard he often uses his power to bully new recruits." Having said that, she turned her face away, sighing in relief. "Fortunately, I arrived in time. It's great that you 2 didn't run into him." "Senior sister, we actually did run into him." Yun Yun immediately turned 360 degrees and grabbed Xiaona's hand. "What? So you 2 were bullied by him?" No, on the contrary, it seems he was the one bullied by Thanthu." Having said that, Xiaona pointed towards the man Zuzu, who was foaming at the mouth behind them, giggling. "Look, senior sister. He fought with Thanthu and ended up getting beaten up and is lying over there." The 2 male disciples helped Zuzu up. His face was pale, devoid of color, and his eyes were wide, without pupils. Yun Yun raised her chin, staring straight ahead. "What? Zuzu was also defeated by junior brother? What kind of bizarre thing is this?" At the same time, an elder walked in. The disciples immediately stood upright to the side, shouting in unison, "Third elder has arrived." The 3rd elder was furious as soon as he entered, frowning deeply. "What are you all gathering here for? The library is a quiet place. What kind of scene is this, with a crowd of people gathered together? Disperse quickly." The disciples heard him and hurriedly left. Only Thanthu's group remained motionless, staring at the 3rd elder. Then Thanthu, Xiaona, and Van Van clasped their hands, bowed their heads in salute, and paid their respects to the 3rd elder. Tutu and to other disciples also knelt down and saluted, paying their respects to the 3rd elder. The 3rd elder, with a grumpy expression, questioned, defeated by a new disciple. "I don't know what to say to you. I suppose you have nothing to say either. Second senior brother will discipline you himself when he hears about this. So I won't bother. Retreat now." Zuzu, with a missing tooth, thought bitterly, "This time, I've completely lost face. After dealing with Zuzu, the third elder turned to look at Thanthu. When you joined the sect, none of your senior brothers thought highly of you. I never expected you to possess such outstanding talent. It truly surprises me. Thank you for the elder's encouragement. Zuzu was able to leave safely, so you surely won't make things difficult for us, right? If there's nothing else, we disciples shall take our leave first. As they were about to leave, the third elder spoke up. Wait. Disciple Zuzu left because the second elder's punishment is even more severe than mine. I don't need to lift a finger. But the fourth elder is not in the sect, so I am the only one who can deal with you. Thanthu turned to look with a solemn expression, while Xiao Na was extremely frightened. A second later, the third elder stroked his beard and chuckled. I find your talents very interesting. If you pass the talent test in the comprehensive library, I will not pursue this matter further. What do you think? Xiao Na heard that and dumbfoundedly asked, Talent test? What's that? The talent test determines one's aptitude level, which then determines the privileges in the library. The higher the privilege, the more advanced spirit arts and cultivation techniques one can borrow. After hearing that, Xiao Na looked pensive, her eyes falling. What if we don't pass? Yunyan bowed her head and sighed deeply. Then one can only obtain the privilege to read a portion of the spirit arts. Sometimes, when you borrow cultivation techniques, you haven't even understood them before the return deadline arrives. Like me, for example, I can only rely on senior sister Luo for a backdoor. After a discussion, third elder led Thanthu and the others. You all, follow me. After walking for a while, the group arrived at a certain place. Before them was a large ancient tree tied with a rope and decorated with moon patterns. Xiao Na walked closer and pointed at an arch of leaves emitting a shimmering light. Her eyes wide, she smiled and exclaimed, This is really beautiful. This here is the aptitude testing tree. The more the leaves flicker, the higher the aptitude it represents. Mu Yun, you go and demonstrate for him a bit. The girl could only bow her head, sigh, and with tears welling up, said, Yes, elder. Yunyan stepped forward and touched the white plaque in the middle of the tree trunk. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy surrounded her. Yunyan's eyes widened, her face showing helplessness, a drop of sweat rolling down her cheek. After that, the tree trunk began to glow faintly, but not very brightly. Seeing this, third elder could only shake his head and sigh. Top-tier aptitude, from highest to lowest is Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu. 5 years of discipleship and only achieving Ding-level privilege. This is already a bottom-tier accomplishment. After pondering, third elder looked at Xiao Na and said, You all do as Mu Yun did. Close your eyes and release your spiritual energy. If you all also achieve Ding-level aptitude like her, then I will not pursue this matter further. Xiao Na stared ahead with a worried expression. Ding-level aptitude, that feels very difficult. Senior sister has been a disciple for 5 years and only just reached Ding level. I've only been a disciple for a few days. How can I compare to senior sister? Losing face is losing face, but I can't refuse the elder. After pondering, Xiao Na also stepped up and began the aptitude test. Based on the introductory spiritual energy absorption technique, preparing to unleash it, Thanthu stood below looking up, her face contorted and pale, thinking to herself, I'm going to have my spiritual power drained by this girl again. As soon as Xiao Na touched it, the light on the canopies began to flicker brightly. Not only that, the spiritual energy around Xiao Na was incredibly abundant and powerful. Seeing this, third elder's eyes widened, his mouth agape in surprise. Bing-level aptitude. Only 1 month after becoming a disciple, she has surpassed the majority of disciples who have cultivated for several years or more. Third elder was continuously sweating profusely. This aptitude can already rival Han Yu, the chief's true disciple. How could fourth elder be so lucky? It's infuriating. Why don't I have such good luck? Other elders have to meticulously strive for every little gain, yet they're all inferior to fourth elder who abandons everything to go play. Thinking of this, third elder clenched his handkerchief, looked up at the sky with tears welling up. It's truly heartbreaking. Xiao Na was overjoyed and turned to look at Thanthu. It's Bing level aptitude after all. I surpassed senior sister, Thanthu. Look, I surpassed senior sister. Xiao Na is so good. She said it out loud, but in his heart, Thanthu could only force a smile. Foolish girl, your talent isn't just this much. This thing can't even glimpse your heavenly dark saint body. Yunyan, meanwhile, huddled up, covering her face and sobbing. Xiao Na, don't say anything more. Please don't say anything more. You're killing me. Third elder took a deep breath, composing himself. Anger is a demon. Finding excuses is an act of laziness. With that, third elder turned to Thanthu, smiled, and said, "It's your turn now." Hearing this, Xiao Na immediately glanced over. "Thanthu, this time with the testing tree, I can finally see your true talent. Even if you want to hide it, you can't." So Thanthu also walked up to the testing tree, touched the white plaque, and helplessly lowered his head, sighing repeatedly, "Every time I test, I have to find a way to suppress my cultivation to the lowest possible level." Thanthu's eyes were tightly shut. Beads of sweat dotted his face as he thought, "It's really complicated, staying in this small sect to chase girls. If I'm too shocking, it'll all be over." A moment later, as Thanthu touched the tree trunk, a ray of light flashed, even more dazzling than Xiaona's. Moreover, Thanthu struck an incredibly handsome and cool pose. The next second, it was as if some power radiated from the tree's canopies. Seeing this scene, Yunyan's eyes widened, her mouth agape in surprise. Xiao Na, on the other hand, had to raise her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding light. Later, Xiao Na opened her eyes wide, her face beaming with joy, thinking to herself, "Oh my, Thanthu is so handsome." Third elder was now fuming, frothing at the mouth, sweat dripping down his face. Yi level aptitude. This is unbelievable, my friends. He lowered his face, lost in thought. Even Hanyu, hailed as a genius born once in several hundred years, took 2 years to reach Yi level. Thanthu stared at his hand, frozen stiff. "I clearly used all my strength to control it, so why is it still like this?" Seeing the scene, the two girls couldn't believe their eyes and exclaimed, "Yi level aptitude. Little Fu, why are you so powerful? Are you perhaps a reincarnated immortal venerable?" No new disciple has ever reached this level, directly breaking the sect's century-old record. With those praises from the two girls, Thanthu grew even angrier. He clenched his teeth, his face turning purple, steam rising from his head. Darn it. It still shone brightly. Thanthu coiled his legs, preparing to dash into the tree, but suddenly stopped. His face scrunched up like an old man's, sweat profusely. Forget it, impulse is a demon. After pondering, Thanthu turned and pressed, "Elder, did we pass?" "Of course." He forced a smile and replied, "Then please, Elder, bestow upon us our privilege tokens. It's getting late, and we want to go back for dinner." Third elder replied warmly, "The aptitude tree will automatically drop the corresponding tokens. Just wait a moment." With that, third elder looked at Thanthu and thought, he's already Yi level aptitude after just starting cultivation. If he's lucky, he could completely lead the sect to advance further. After pondering, third elder turned his face and said, "This great matter cannot be hidden. We must report it to the sect quickly." After a wait, finally, a stream of light gathered on the canopies, and from it fell a large jade tablet carved with the character Jir. Thanthu took the jade tablet and quickly tucked it into his clothes. "Quick, hide it." He looked back and saw the two girls happily chatting with each other. Luckily, it wasn't seen. The tree's canopy continued to gather a stream of light, and then another jade tablet fell into Thanthu's hand. The jade tablet in Thanthu's hand was Xiaona's. He stared at the jade tablet, thinking, this spirit jade isn't top tier, but it has some effect in nourishing the foundation. However, for an ordinary sect to use, this kind of spirit jade can be considered generous. Then Thanthu turned to the girl, smiling. "Xiaona, your jade tablet." Xiaona took the jade tablet, overjoyed and incredibly happy. "Oh wow, that's great." Thanthu clenched his hands, stretched, and yawned repeatedly. Finally, some peace. "Xiaona, didn't you want to find a cultivation technique? Let's go." "Alright, I almost forgot if you hadn't reminded me." Xiaona turned and saw Yunyan with tears streaming down her face. Senior sister, you're all powerful figures. I'm just a silly little girl. How could I be qualified to go into the inner area? You all bully me. I'm the weakest in all of Qingyu Peak. I want to leave. Xiaona immediately placed a hand on Yunyan's shoulder to comfort her. Senior sister, don't be sad. I just had a bit of good luck. Senior sister can also try a little harder. Yunyan listened, stroking her chin helplessly. When I first joined the sect, senior sister told me the same thing. The second year, the same. The third year, still the same. 5 years ago, also the same. At this point, she looked up at the sky, tears gushing like a volcano. This year, senior sister didn't say it, but now you two are saying it. I really am an idiot. Fan Thu then walked up to Yunyan, one hand on his hip, the other scratching his head. What is the purpose of the aptitude test at the library? He asked the junior-senior sister. It's to compare us more clearly with the strict division of cultivation technique borrowing areas to encourage sect disciples to continuously advance. The prospect of being forever stuck in the ding level area and never being able to touch the cultivation techniques you love is terrifying. Understanding this, Fan Thu generously offered his jade tablet, but Yi-level jade tablets have very high privileges, you know? As long as junior-senior sister wants to borrow any cultivation technique or spirit art, I'll bring them all back for you. Hearing these words, the girl's eyes widened, and she asked in astonishment, Little Thu, you're willing to help me? Yunyan was overjoyed, clutching her hands tightly, and looked up at Fan Thu with eyes full of emotion. Without any hesitation, Yunyan lunged forward and hugged Fan Thu tightly. Not only that, she accidentally pressed her to plump watermelons into the male lead's face. Oh my, so big. This feeling is truly wonderful. Witnessing the scene before her, Xiaona could only hold her head and yell angrily, Oh, senior sister. Not long after, Fan Thu's figure appeared in the Yi-level area of the library. He walked, rubbing his nose, his cheeks unconsciously flushing. The scent of a maiden is indeed wonderful. I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry junior-senior sister in the future. As he idly thought, Fan Thu tightly shut his eyes and shook his head vigorously. Forget it, forget it. What perverted things am I thinking? Fan Thu strolled between the bookshelves, holding a piece of paper in his hand, mumbling names. Jade body art, White Lotus immortal technique, false fox art. Let me see what these are. Jade body art cultivates the body, helps lose weight, and preserves beauty. White Lotus immortal technique helps whiten skin and conceal injuries. After reading their effects, Fan Thu helplessly thought to himself, the two of them urged me to get these, making me think they were cultivation techniques to make myself stronger. But it turns out they're all for beauty. Suddenly, something made Fan Thu's eyes snap open. He stared intently at a scroll of cultivation technique, his cheeks slowly turning red. Increases charm to attract male cultivators, and also contains 70 to dual cultivation poses. Reading this, Fan Thu immediately glanced to one side, a knowing smile appearing on his face. Who would want this scroll? Is it Tiuna or junior sister, wanting something so indecent? Fan Thu rolled up the cultivation technique, tied it neatly with a ribbon, then let out a sigh and chuckled. This cultivation technique is very good. I need to bring it back for further study. Consider it getting acquainted. After all, men going out still need to protect themselves from demonices. Finishing his thoughts, Fan Thu turned his face to look at the shelf next to him. Strangely, one section of the shelf held only a single, lonely, out-of-place book. He stared curiously at the book with an innocent expression. At first glance, this thing looked a bit tattered. If it's placed here, even a fool would know this item is extraordinary. Without hesitation, Fan Thu stepped forward and reached out to take the book. The arrangement is quite elaborate. Let me try it out. However, before he could touch it, a formation circle appeared. He couldn't touch the book. Fan Thu couldn't help but be surprised by this. A spiritual protection formation? It seems only those who meet the cultivation requirements can borrow and read it. With his spirit transformation realm cultivation, Fan Thu simply took one easy step and effortlessly retrieved the book. He opened it, staring intently at the cultivation technique. The content inside was actually very profound, much better than other spiritual arts. Unfortunately, it's a damaged scroll, but it doesn't affect the previous cultivation method. Give it to Tuna. The scene shifted to a certain martial arts training ground, where a hand suddenly threw a powerful punch. Below, countless disciples were diligently practicing martial arts with determined expressions. A male disciple, with half-closed eyes, looked up ahead and muttered, "This speed is considered excellent among the new disciples. Who knows, it might even catch Master's attention." At the same time, all the disciples collectively looked up into the air, where a figure was flying on a sword. While they were staring, a certain core disciple approached with an irritable, annoyed expression. "What are you looking at? Get back to cultivating." As soon as he finished speaking, he himself had to open his eyes wide, his face darkening. He stared intently at the girl flying on the sword and exclaimed, "That's a mortal Haningite." A moment later, Haningite descended from the sky to the center of the training platform. All the male disciples fixated their eyes on her and incessantly chattered. Such beauty is truly peerless, worthy of the title immortal. Senior Sister Haningite, my life's goal is to protect Senior Sister. Haningite looked ahead with a cold expression. This 3 months of arduous cultivation has greatly advanced my cultivation. I wonder if I can obtain that spiritual art scroll. The girl slowly walked into the scripture pavilion, muttering, "I wonder what that damaged scroll records, that the sect values it so highly. There's a spiritual formation set up around it. Even with my excellent cultivation, I can't break it." Haningite turned her head to look and something made her eyes widen in shock. The damaged scroll on the shelf was gone. Has that damaged spiritual art been taken by someone else? Haningite quickly stepped forward and touched the bookshelf. There are extremely few disciples who can enter this Class B area, and their cultivation is not as high as mine. Thinking this, she turned around, a guess rising in her heart. Could it be that someone's cultivation suddenly increased dramatically? Who could have advanced so quickly? Haningite walked out and stared at the counter, where a young man was working in front of a group of disciples. The young man turned his head to look. Upon seeing Haningite, his eyes widened and he opened his mouth to exclaim, "Immortal Haningite, how may I help you?" The girl pushed through the crowd, walked up, and slammed her hand on the table with an angry expression. "Before I arrived here, who was the last person to enter Class B section? I just came to replace Tital. I don't know who was in Class B section." After the man spoke, he held up a ledger, his face sweating profusely. "A new disciple came here to register some spiritual arts. Judging by its level, it might have been taken from Class B section." Haningite listened, stroking her chin, her eyes full of curiosity. "A new disciple? Can I borrow the registration book to take a look?" The male disciple immediately offered the list to Haningite. Of course, please, immortal." The girl took the list with a serious expression. "It's your duty to call me Senior Sister. Even the fourth elder doesn't refer to herself as immortal. How can I be worthy of those two words?" Having said that, Haningite flipped through the book, page after page, searching. Sure enough, it was borrowed by a disciple named Van Thanthu. To be able to enter Class B section and obtain the damaged art, he must definitely be an extraordinary person. It's just that since entering the sect, I've never heard of this person. After pondering, she asked the male disciple, "Van Thanthu? Who is this person? Could he be a low-key genius?" Reporting to Senior Sister, Van Thanthu is a disciple who just joined the sect this year. Haningite heard this and immediately glanced over with a surprised expression. A newly joined disciple can enter Class B section? Which elder brought him in here? The male disciple took out a handkerchief to wipe away his sweat, overcome with fear. Actually, this is how it happened. He just beat Tital, and then the third elder came and took him away. The man spread his hands forward, clearly recounting the story. The specific situation is like this, and this, and this, and that. Haningite listened, stroking her chin in thought. To be able to defeat an elder's core disciple within a month of joining the sect, even I couldn't do that back then. She fell silent, muttering the main character's name, Van Thanthu. At the same time, As Thanthu was returning with his books, he suddenly sneezed loudly, startling the sleeping bird on the tree awake. He reached up to wipe his nose with an innocent look on his face. "Who's scolding me now?" A moment later, Thanthu sat with Van Van and Tiu Na on the cultivation platform, practicing their techniques. Thanthu propped his chin, staring intently at Tiu Na, who was diligently reading the cultivation technique, and thought, so serious, exactly like my other disciple. When reading the beauty-preserving spiritual art, they're so engrossed they even forget to eat. After pondering, Thanthu placed both hands on the ground and looked up at the sky. "We haven't had dinner yet. You to go make something to eat." Van Van heard this and chuckled, her eyes crinkling. "Little Thu is hungry already? Bear with it a little longer. I'll finish reading this right away and then go make dinner." Tiu now, on her side, continued to diligently and seriously read the cultivation technique. That's right, just bear with it a little longer." Thanthu then went over and took Tiuna's hand, pleading, Tiuna, I'm so hungry." After saying that, he rested his face on Tiuna's hand, staring intently at the cultivation technique. When cultivation reaches a certain level, one's physique will naturally transform, and one's appearance will also change. Why bother learning these spiritual arts? Tiuna heard this, closed her eyes tightly, and sighed. "What do men know? You'll never understand women." That's right. Thanthu looked as if he was hurt, clutching his heart, and once again looked up at the sky. "You actually despise me? That truly breaks my heart." Seeing that scene, Xiao Na immediately rolled up the cultivation manual and tied it neatly. All right, you keep nagging like an old man. I'm not looking anymore. Anyway, I won't be able to finish reading it anytime soon. Luckily, there's Thanthu and senior sister. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known about such a profound spirit art. That's right. Luckily, we have little Thu. I've admired this jade body art for a long time. Thanthu stared at the two girls and said, "Is that so? How will you to thank me?" After hearing that, Xiao Na looked at Thanthu with a troubled expression. "How do you want to be thanked? Go on, tell me." So Thanthu put one hand over the other, making an extremely excited face. "You too." Before he could finish, Xiao Na raised her hand in front of Thanthu, cutting him off. "No singing, I won't sing again. That's not allowed. So what else do you want?" He lowered his head, his eyes unconsciously looking at something. Then he thought to himself, "This little girl is getting smarter and smarter. She can even see through my thoughts." So Thanthu's eyes immediately focused on Xiao Na's fair thighs. In his sight was the image of Xiao Na with a body as sweet as sugarcane and an ample figure. After watching for a while, Thanthu smiled suggestively, his gaze at Xiao Na incredibly sharp. "Heh, I got it. So Thanthu immediately stretched out, looking exhausted. "I have a bit of a headache. Could you give me a little massage?" "What, a headache?" Thanthu immediately clutched his head and turned his face away. Yes, I haven't been sleeping well lately. My head feels a bit dizzy. Oh dear, I only trust you with this." After speaking, Xiao Na annoyedly stepped in front of Thanthu, placed her hand on his chest. "You want to rest your head on my lap, don't you?" As she said this, Xiao Na smiled, her cheeks flushed pink. "Then come here." She sat down, showing off her plump thighs. So Thanthu didn't hesitate any longer and immediately lay down on Xiao Na's lap with a delighted expression, thinking to himself. Xiao Na glared down at Thanthu, then poked his forehead with her finger and exclaimed. Van Van sat nearby, resting her chin on her hand, looking over. No sooner had she finished speaking than she spotted a plate of chilled watermelon right next to Xiao Na. "Oh my, I got it. After saying that, Van Van walked over, picked up a fork, and scooped a small piece of watermelon, holding it out. "Little Thu, I'll feed you. Consider it my thanks." Seeing this, Thanthu couldn't resist and opened his mouth wide to take the piece of watermelon. He chewed the watermelon noisily in his mouth, his eyes closed tight as he thought. Compared to being a celestial venerable and suffering all day, this is much better. Xiao Na raised her hand to wipe away the bits of watermelon clinging to Thanthu's mouth, then rubbed her fingertips and chuckled. Eat slowly, okay? Hearing this, Thanthu opened his eyes wide and stared at the gradually appearing speakers in front of him. This is the life of a deity. I want to pursue the path of flirting. At this moment, Van Van scooped a small piece of watermelon and offered it to Xiao Na, smiling brightly. Junior sister, you should eat some too. Seeing this, Xiao Na took the piece of watermelon, her cheeks flushed pink as she thought to herself. Thanthu used the spoon and now I am. Isn't this an indirect kiss? Van Van also enjoyed a piece of watermelon with a joyful expression, briefly praising it. It's so delicious and refreshing. Thanthu stared at Van Van, thinking to himself. As he thought of this, Thanthu's tears streamed down his face. A little later, dusk fell. Thanthu sat up abruptly, wiping a tear from his eye. Hearing this, Van Van placed a hand on her chest, smiling excitedly. Senior sister is also very good at singing. She seems to know how to sing everything. Hearing this, Thanthu looked at Van Van with a happy expression. Don't mind that I'm a bit silly, but I do have a hidden talent. Then let's choose the song mighty and grand. Hearing this, Van Van's eyes widened in confusion. No sooner had she finished speaking than she began to sing, causing Xiao Na to rush over to stop her, but it was too late. She shouted loudly. At the same time, Han Nuyet was flying through the air. She glanced down below, mumbling. Van Thanthu, this guy is a bit frighteningly powerful. Could he be a rare genius? Thinking this, Han Nuyet opened her eyes wide. As soon as she finished speaking, Han Nuyet flew on her sword towards Van Van singing. She stared down below, drenched in sweat. What is this? This sound is. Looking down, she saw Thanthu pinned under Xiao Na, while Van Van lay writhing on the ground, her face flushed, head steaming, and still singing. Seeing that scene made Han Nuyet feel embarrassed. Thinking this, Han Nuyet immediately turned around. On this side, Xiao Na stared at Thanthu and spoke. This scoundrel told you to sing, and you just sang. Didn't you think about what you were going to sing? Hearing this, Van Van awkwardly lowered her head, covered her mouth with her clothes, and thought to herself, having obtained the spirit art I always wanted, I temporarily forgot the lyrics of that song. A moment later, Xiao Na stood up and pulled Thanthu up, scolding him. Little senior sister, I'm truly sorry. She immediately turned her face away, refusing to look at Thanthu. Oh, little Thu, you're too naughty. Senior sister isn't going to care about you anymore. No, little senior sister, I just said it casually. I didn't expect senior sister to actually sing it. As soon as he finished speaking, Thanthu immediately shifted his gaze, looking up at the sky. However, just as he turned his head and looked up, he saw Han Nuyet, which was perfectly timed. Han Nuyet, standing above, heard the voice and froze for 5 seconds, breaking out in a sweat, knowing she couldn't run anymore. Han Nuyet turned around and landed. In the sight of Thanthu's group was Han Nuyet, in a solemn posture with no emotion on her face. Seeing her, Van Van's eyes widened in shock. Thanthu, who hadn't processed it yet, turned to Xiao Na and asked, is this the rumored true disciple of the Sect Master? That's right, and she's also the future Sect Master, Han Nuyet. Hearing this, Thanthu fell silent, glancing aside and thinking to himself. Van Van walked up to Han Nuyet, clasped her hands, bowed, and saluted. Van Van, bowing her head, looked pale. Could it be that because Thanyu Peak has performed so poorly these past few years, the Sect Master sent her to deliver some news? Oh no, senior sister isn't here, so I'm in charge of Thanyu Peak, but I'm too foolish to respond well. I hope nothing goes wrong. Han Nuyet completely ignored Van Van's words and turned to the male lead, pressing him. Yes, that's me. May I ask why this beautiful young lady knows me? Han Nuyet then pointed behind him and spoke. Van Thanthu, I have something private I'd like to discuss with you. Could we talk in that small forest over there? Hearing this, Xiao Na was struck as if by lightning, her face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Go to the small forest. What matter does she want to discuss privately with little Thu in the forest? Could it be, thinking this, Xiao Na's body flared with anger and she turned around to softly remind him. Fan Thu, since when have you been colluding with this beautiful senior sister, to the point where even I don't know? After speaking, Xiao Na turned back to stare at Han Nuyet, forcing a smile. You are indeed very beautiful, senior sister, but we've never met. Why are you saying such misleading things? Fan Thu didn't think much of it and immediately bowed deeply to Han Nuyet, shouting, "When in doubt, praise them first." After saying that, Fan Thu scratched the back of his head. I apologize, I'm a bit inconvenienced, senior sister. If you have anything to say, you can just say it here. Hearing this, Han Nuyet raised her hand and spoke clearly. I'm also interested in it. I wonder if junior brother would allow me to study it with you? No sooner had she finished speaking than Xiao Na, behind them, with a dark and murderous expression, demanded, a celestial maiden seeking someone to comprehend a spirit art with her. Fan Thu, since when did you capture this celestial maiden's heart? I was truly careless. Listen to my explanation first. Fan Thu was now on the verge of tears. Xiao Na held the incomplete scroll in her hand, turned around, and said sweetly, "If there's nothing else, please return, senior sister." Hearing this, Han Nuyet raised her hand and stroked her chin, falling silent. It's fine if you practice first. After saying that, she pointed to the right again. When Fan Thu heard this, she looked at Xiao Na, who was furious, her whole body flushed red and trembling. Can we please not mention the small forest anymore? Xiao Na is about to lose it. Spare me. Xiao Na is truly scary. Xiao Na's face darkened, and she smiled to herself. From the start, she wanted to drag Fan Thu into the forest to do something. It really is trouble. After thinking it over, she cracked her knuckles and gave a malicious smile. If senior sister's hands are itching for a fight, then I'll accompany you for one. Don't think my talent isn't as good as that brat's. I'm very formidable in a fight too. Oh my goodness, even the way she refers to him has changed to that brat. Xiao Na is truly angry now. What do we do? What do we do? Han Nuyet heard this and still innocently agreed, but didn't pay attention to the underlying meaning in those words. So Xiao Na enthusiastically stepped forward to lead the way, inviting senior sister. Van Van raised her hand to stroke her chin, staring straight ahead. What in the world is going on? They're fighting after only a few words. Do these two have a grudge? After thinking, she turned to look at him, who was in a state of chaos, his face pale and drained of blood, and called out, "Xiao Thu, what do we do? They're about to fight. I don't know anything. Don't ask me." Xiao Na stepped back towards the open ground behind her, spreading her arms invitingly. In that case, please, senior sister Han. Van Van looked up, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Xiao Thu, why don't you quickly think of a way to stop them? I'm only just realizing now that Xiao Na is angry. Fan Thu buried his face in his hands, helpless. Senior sister, are you only just realizing that now? Look at Xiao Na like that. How dare I go and persuade her? When Van Van heard those words, she furiously yelled, "It's all your fault for flirting around and making Xiao Na unhappy." What the hell, junior sister, you can't just talk nonsense like that. On normal days, all I do is go out and read a few books. Then he pointed at Han Nuyet with a grimace. How could I have time to interact with someone who's always in seclusion? This is truly a disaster from the heavens. On this side, Xiao Na was still burning with anger, looking at Han Nuyet with a sharp gaze. Xiao Na is only at the Qi refinement stage. I heard senior sister has already entered the core formation stage. With such a large difference in cultivation, you wouldn't bully a junior, would you? Han Nuyet heard this, glanced over, and replied, I will suppress my cultivation to match yours. Xiao Na heard those words, opened her mouth in a cheeky smile, and with her hand already performing a technique, said, Thank you, senior sister, for your mercy in that case. Xiao Na will offend you. Having said that, she condensed a powerful ball of spiritual energy in her palm, then directly sent extremely powerful energy blasts towards Han Nuyet. Against Xiao Na's attacks, Han Nuyet merely shifted her body slightly to the side and dodged the blow. However, it wasn't over yet. The energy blasts behind Han Nuyet began to accumulate into ice shards. Detecting this, she immediately glanced behind her, with a darkened face, then turned around to see countless sharp ice shards rushing straight towards her. First, you condense water blades to make me dodge, then quickly dissolve them into small pieces. Not bad. If I didn't have extensive combat experience and keen senses, I might have been hit already. After thinking, she turned around, releasing powerful energy surges in a fighting stance with an annoyed expression. Very quickly, a flash of energy reflected back towards Xiao Na, forcing her to raise both hands to defend. A full-power counterattack momentarily pushed Xiao Na backward. Xiao Na gritted her teeth, eyes wide, staring straight ahead. Han Nuyet had already rushed towards her, and a blazing fire appeared behind her. Han Nuyet condensed a surge of spiritual energy into her fist, then aimed straight for the center. Xiao Na, with a calm expression, looked at Han Nuyet and thought to herself, even if I manage to dodge that punch, there's still an attack from behind. If I don't handle it well, I'll definitely be severely injured. After thinking, Xiao Na condensed a surge of white energy between her palms. She glared straight ahead, a thought forming in her mind. I don't want to lose. Han Nuyet maintained her attack, looking at Xiao Na and thinking, this girl sensed such a vast difference. Why does she still want to stubbornly take it on? Even using a spiritual technique with a destructive punch to nullify it, she wouldn't be able to stop the attack from behind. The two girls clashed fiercely. Then Han Nuyet continued to gather another surge of energy in her fingertips behind her, and with another palm strike, sent Xiao Na flying backward. Han Nuyet continued to rush forward and kicked Xiao Na again, sending her into a free fall. Han Nuyet stared straight ahead with a stern expression, a senior's demeanor. Before contact, she detonated her spiritual energy, directly using the airflow to push herself away. After thinking, she continued to rush forward and attack with an excited expression. Clever, keep it up. The two girls clashed once again, and Van watched the scene with extreme worry. Xiao Na is truly formidable. She can fight Han Nuyet for so long. I hope nothing bad happens. I didn't think Xiao Na's comprehension would be so high. Normally, this girl would at least be renowned in the land Thong domain. Han Nuyet attacked and delivered a knee strike to Xiao Na's arm, causing her pain. Xiao Na, eyes half closed, gritted her teeth. After taking the full force of the blow, Xiao Na was sent flying in a daze. Your spiritual energy isn't much left. Have you reached your limit? Xiao Na, with a clear look of exhaustion, gasped repeatedly, no, I can't lose. With that thought, she suddenly opened her eyes, her whole body filled with energy. On the other hand, Fan Thu flinched and hugged himself. Again, I'm doing it again. It's absorbing spiritual energy again. Cultivating absorbs it. Fighting absorbs it. This body is inherently weak and needs rest. Stop absorbing it. The two girls, with two different techniques, one a fierce lightning bolt, the other a raging storm. They clashed, creating powerful shockwaves. Fan Thu leaned against a rock, hugging his head helplessly. Too much life force has been absorbed. I'm feeling a bit dizzy now. And Xiao Na, with her weak cultivation, forcefully using too much spiritual energy will cause damage. Continuing like this will be dangerous. I must stop them quickly. After thinking, Fan Thu raised both hands high and waved them back and forth, shouting loudly with an open mouth. Stop fighting, stop it now! On this side, Xiao Na, in a fit of rage, used a technique to condense countless powerful lightning bolts. Han Nuyet, standing opposite, saw the scene and smirked, exclaiming, "What's this? Lightning rune art? Oh my goodness! No way! Why are you two fighting even harder? Help! Help!" Han Nuyet made a confident and showy gesture, pointing a finger at the sky and also performing the same technique as Xiao Na. Planning an all-out strike, Then let's use the lightning rune art to decide the winner. Xiao Na heard this and immediately rushed forward, glaring and shouting, I absolutely will not be defeated by you. So the two girls simultaneously rushed towards each other, their bodies covered in powerful lightning bolts. At this very moment, their fingertips were about to touch. Right at the critical moment, Fan Thu appeared, hitting Han Nuyet's hand and grabbing Xiao Na's hand. Han Nuyet was thrown back by Fan Thu's force. You two, that's enough. Stop here. Having said that, Thanthu gently hugged Xiao Na. There, stop fighting. At the same time, the spiritual imprint on Xiao Na's Danshan began to absorb Thanthu's spiritual energy again. Oh my god, hugging Xiao Na in my arms, and the spiritual energy is being absorbed even more. This is really something else. Xiao Na pressed her face against Thanthu, her face sweating profusely, and asked, "Why are you stopping me? Do you think I can't beat her?" Thanthu heard this and gently stroked Xiao Na's head to comfort her. "It's too late now. Don't you still want to cultivate tonight? Go back quickly. I beg you, senior sister." "Who's senior sister? You don't know how to talk. How about baby Xiao Na?" She heard that and blushed, immediately pushing Thanthu away. HMPH, you bad guy. Xiao Na, with her eyes half closed, glanced over. On this side, Han Nuyet was staring at her fist and thinking, "Just now, there was a powerful pressure that stiffened the power in my body. Otherwise, Xiao Na would have been at a disadvantage, or even defeated. A Chi refinement stage practitioner being able to make me feel this kind of pressure. How interesting." After thinking, she turned and left, making Xiao Na extremely annoyed. "It's getting late. I should go back too. It was fun playing with junior sister. I hope junior sister practices more and doesn't waste her talent. I'm nowhere near losing. I don't need you to teach me." Han Nuyet heard this and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, glancing over. "Junior sister certainly didn't lose. We were evenly matched. I look forward to you shining brightly in the sect in the future." With that, Han Nuyet flew away on her sword. Thanthu stood below, letting out a long sigh. "Finally gone. I hope you don't show up again, or I'll be the one to suffer." Then Xiao Na appeared right beside him and pinched Thanthu's cheek, saying, "Tell me, what's your relationship with those two?" "That's unfair. Han Nuyet and I had never met before." Having said that, Thanthu took Xiao Na's hand. "Besides, she came for the spiritual blood, but I've already given the spiritual blood to baby Xiao Na, haven't I?" She heard this and her face turned red. She immediately pulled her hand back. All right, stop talking, I know." She pouted and turned her face away, surprising Thanthu greatly. Strange, why are Xiao Na's ears red? That night, Xiao Na was in her room, rolling around on the bed. Why am I reacting so strongly?" She clutched the pillow, curled up, her face red and awkward. "Before, I was clearly worried this silly boy wouldn't find a wife, but suddenly, when another woman interacts with him, I get unbearably jealous." Having said that, she sat up, raised both hands to the sky, and shouted loudly, "It's uncomfortable, like someone suddenly pulled out a radish I've been growing for more than 10 years. At this, she clenched her fist. "I must stay close to this silly boy to prevent any suspicious people from taking him away." Very quickly, it was the next morning. Outside Thanthu's room, a voice rang out, "Stinky brat, come out and practice with me." Thanthu heard it and quickly stepped out to open the door with an annoyed look, about to refuse. "I won't." But as soon as he opened his eyes, he was startled and bewildered. What the hell? In front of him was Xiao Na, wearing a beautiful outfit, but her face was a bit annoyed and very displeased. Practicing with little sister is very good, compared to sleeping and recovering. Even if it's more tiring, I still want to follow. A moment later, at the Sect's training square, Xiao Ya stood in front of a dummy, continuously punching it. Thanthu, standing beside her, also looked blank, silently not knowing what to say, and helplessly opened his mouth, thinking to himself, "She's too hot-headed. It's still much better than being absorbed into it." After pondering, the young man went over and channeled spiritual energy to her. The spiritual energy flow is a bit erratic. Focusing on the left side will make it easy for experienced people to guess. Hearing this, Xiaoya immediately followed Thanthu's words and used her left hand to punch the dummy directly, causing it to crack. "That's right, exactly like that, but it's a bit slow. You need to practice more." The disciples standing nearby stared at Xiao Ya, and seeing that scene, they shrieked, "Our pure and lovely young lady." The male disciples glanced at the young man in the tank top behind them, stunned. They are cultivating with a beautiful girl, laughing and talking, while I'm practicing with a queer guy. What the hell? Another group of male disciples saw the scene and shed tears. Why, I want a wife too. Before I could even secretly admire a beauty, I have to accept that she's with a guy. Who can understand this pain? As soon as the young man finished speaking, Xiaoya on this side delivered a fatal punch, breaking the dummy. The dummy fell to the ground, smoke and dust billowed, and seeing this made Xiaoya overjoyed. Oh, I succeeded. After saying that, she turned and hugged Thanthu tightly. Finally succeeded. My Xiaoya is so good. Hearing this, she shyly pushed his face away, glanced up, and asked, "Who's yours?" At the same time, the young male disciple started spreading the word loudly, shouting, "Look, look, it's Fairy Hanyu." The young male disciples had already changed their tune, turning to look at Hanyu with sparkling eyes. Is that Fairy Hanyu? She's much more beautiful than the rumors say. She actually appeared twice into consecutive days. Am I dreaming? Xiaoya heard this and became extremely angry. She immediately stepped forward, spreading her arms to shield Thanthu, leaving him bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Hanyu stood amidst the crowd, descending from her sword. She sheathed her sword and stared straight ahead with a stern, emotionless expression. Afterward, Hanyu swiftly passed by the young men, causing them to cheer loudly. Fairy Hanyu appearing once every 6 months is already very lucky, but this time she's appearing consecutively. I didn't even know I was so handsome. You junior disciples, move aside. Hanyu boldly walked towards the crowd, which was also towards Xiaoya and Thanthu. At this moment, he still didn't understand what was happening and was standing behind her, sniffing Xiaoya's hair. The scent of a young woman's body is truly captivating. Just then, Hanyu caught Thanthu's eye and he widened his eyes. Surprise, old man! Without any hesitation, Thanthu quickly ran in front of Xiaoya, spreading his arms and exclaiming, "Xiaoya, let's go, let's go." Why, it's still early. Thanthu leaned close to Xiaoya's face and whispered, the novel Immortal Venerable and the Immortal Maidens just released a new chapter. I want to go back and check it out. This isn't a big deal. Thanthu turned around, making Xiaoya give a forced smile. Let's go, we should head back now. Alright. Then Thanthu glanced at Hanyu, thinking to himself, very good, everything is safe. Any slower and something would have happened. However, he had barely taken a few steps when Hanyu called his name. Hey, Yun Thanthu. Thanthu heard it and glanced over, and at the same time, Xiaoya flinched. What does she want to do now? Xiaoya turned her head, raised her hand to stroke her chin, and forced a friendly smile with a darkened expression. A cold voice, laden with murderous intent, rang out. Thanthu! The male lead flinched, quickly turning back to look at Xiaoya. Cold sweat poured down like rain, his mind a jumble. What the hell is going on? He instinctively raised both hands, shaking them continuously to show his innocence. I don't know either. He screamed endlessly in his heart. Why is Senior Hanyu here? He spun around and indeed saw her standing there. The young man pointed to his face, forcing an awkward smile. Big sister, are you looking for me? This morning I went to Than Yufang to find you, and heard junior sister Mu Yun say you were cultivating here, so I came. It was wrong of me to disturb junior brother's cultivation, but last night I thought ceaselessly, and indeed, I still feel interested in you. Hanyu's words were like a bolt from the blue. She continued, yesterday, Yun Thanthu gave me a momentary sense of oppression that I couldn't quite figure out, no matter how much I thought about it. The surrounding disciples listened, their faces pale, sweat pouring down like rain. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. What Fairy Hanyu is interested in Yun Thanthu? What is this all about? Meanwhile, Xiaoya, standing nearby, was already seething. She quietly spoke, Thanthu, what do you think? Her reply was the male lead's bewildered expression. He raised both hands, his eyes wide and lifeless. Damn it, I'm confused as hell too. He cursed silently to himself, then turned to look directly at Hanyu. He asked seriously, may I ask, Senior Sister Han, What exactly do you want to do? It's nothing, just come with me to that small forest over there. As soon as he heard the words small forest, Thanthu immediately glanced behind him, only to see Xiaoya's entire body seemingly engulfed in raging flames. He then spoke up. Senior sister, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Xiaoya also interjected, a forest again. Do you think all the forests in Kuainu Yan Immortal Mountain are your home? Hanyu didn't bother to pay attention. Her gaze was fixed on Thanthu, going straight to the point. My visit last night was fruitless, so today I want to have a taste. I wonder if that's acceptable. The crowd was once again so shocked that their jaws dropped. A fruitless visit, wanting a taste. Could it be that Fairy Han wants to give herself to him? In this dilemma, Thanthu covered his face with one hand and put the other hand forward in surrender. Alright, isn't it just a fight? I agree, and that's it. Just please don't torment me anymore once the fight is over. With that, Thanthu cracked his knuckles, his eyes full of provocation as he looked at Hanyu. Come on. Hanyu maintained her cold expression, confidently replying, I will suppress my cultivation. You don't need to fear injury. Just come. Thanthu bared his teeth, flashing a sly, enigmatic smile. I will, of course, give it my all. In his mind, he already had a plan. Being constantly entangled wasn't the way. He had to find a way to resolve this once and for all. Moreover, Hanyu was a cultivation fanatic. Perhaps she only wanted to test her own strength. Seeing Thanthu charge towards her, Hanyu didn't hesitate. Her magic quickly activated, condensing into a powerful orb of light. She unleashed her move, concentrating her entire attack forward. Thanthu was no pushover. He widened his eyes and cast a technique, creating a fierce gust of wind to counter. The two astonishing streams of power clashed, creating a tremendous explosion. From Hanyu's side, she was pushed back by the aftershocks, forced to raise both hands to defend. Immediately, Hanyu regained her balance and charged straight towards Thanthu with the speed of a gust of wind. The male lead also showed no mercy, unleashing a full-power punch, with surging white chi currents aimed directly at his opponent. Against the fierce attack, Hanyu could only grimace and raise her hands to defend. The surrounding audience had their eyes widened in amazement, all stunned. This guy truly has skill. It seems his victory over Tutu wasn't just due to luck. Hanyu stared intently, while Thanthu's attacks relentlessly rained down, making her unable to defend herself. Beads of sweat began to dot her forehead. She thought to herself, he is indeed as rumored, having mastered the wind control art. I didn't think such a basic spiritual technique could bring about such a sense of oppression. Thinking this, Hanyu immediately summoned a brown sword, her eyes glinting with interest. Very interesting, young Thanthu. Immediately after, she swung her sword, unleashing a powerful stream of energy, then swung again to counter Thanthu's technique. After 2 strikes, she charged straight forward, her sword tip aimed directly at her opponent. Below, in Xiaoya's pupils, the fierce battle between Thanthu and Hanyu was clearly reflected. The residual energy from the strikes flew past the heads of the disciples and Xiaoya, making her extremely worried. Hanyu was once again pushed back by Thanthu's furious wind, her face showing clear annoyance as she looked at the energy currents lingering before her. She spoke up, you at the Qi cultivation realm can defeat Zutu, so you must be able to withstand the strength of the Foundation establishment realm, right? Finishing her words, Hanyu reversed her sword, pointing it towards herself, clenched one hand into a fist and flew forward. In a flash, her fist was aimed directly at Thanthu's face. Strangely, this time, the male protagonist didn't dodge at all, but brazenly took the punch, then used the momentum to fly far away, not forgetting to let out a tragic scream. Thanthu fell heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater, and the entire area suddenly became terrifyingly silent. Hanyu was stunned, sweat streaming down her face. She thought to herself, that was clearly just a light punch. With a little focus, there's no way he could have been hit. At this moment, Thanthu slowly sat up from the crater, gave a thumbs up, and flashed a friendly smile, as expected of senior sister Han. I lost. I'm utterly convinced. Han Yu still couldn't believe her eyes. She lowered her head, staring at her hand. Why did he get knocked away? I never would have imagined the match would end like this. Fan Thu thought with a smug smile. Much to Han Yu's astonishment, he thought, this is exactly the result I wanted. If I just surrendered directly, this fellow would definitely not believe it. I put my heart and soul into this battle. I can only make Fairy Han endure this slight inconvenience. Xiaoya, with a worried expression, hurried over. Fan Thu, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere? Nothing to worry about. Luckily, senior sister Han showed mercy. I'm still fine. Hearing that, Xiaoya angrily spun around to Han Yu and exclaimed, how hateful to strike so heavily. Fan Thu coughed behind her to signal, and Xiaoya understood, turning back to help the male protagonist sit in her lap. Does it hurt a lot? If you can't bear it, you can bite my arm. Han Yu stood nearby, staring at Fan Thu, and said, let me examine him. However, Xiaoya flatly pushed Han Yu's hand away, shouting, you don't need to concern yourself. Han Yu was somewhat angry, her gaze turning extremely sharp. She stubbornly pulled Fan Thu's hand to check his pulse and discovered that his meridians were in great disarray. Fan Thu closed his eyes, secretly thinking, how could you possibly understand acting techniques from someone who has lived for tens of thousands of years? Han Yu then took out a bottle of medicine from her robes. This is Clear Lotus Dew. It can heal external injuries. Take it, and you'll recover very quickly. Xiaoya was surprised to hear that and turned to her. Clear Lotus Dew is a high-grade second-rank spiritual medicine, extremely precious. Within the sect, only the elders can use it. After giving the medicine, Han Yu turned and left, not forgetting to instruct, if there are still any problems, you can come find me at Cloud Ascending Peak. Fan Thu mumbled, Han Yu will take full responsibility. Take responsibility? Could it be? Xiaoya opened the Clear Lotus Dew bottle, marveling inwardly. For a direct disciple of the sect leader to act like this is truly admirable. If it were anyone else, an apology would already be good, let alone giving such a precious elixir. Xiaoya took out the pill and put it directly into Fan Thu's mouth. Afterward, she helped the male protagonist stand up and said, thank you, senior sister, we'll take our leave now. Han Yu heard this and could only turn her face away, sighing helplessly. Back in the room, Xiaoya washed and wrung out a cloth to tend to Fan Thu. She gently raised the cloth and wiped away the dirt and injuries on his body. Fan Thu closed his eyes tightly, enjoying Xiaoya's soft hands wiping his face. Xiaoya's face showed clear worry, her eyes filled with sorrow. She questioned, are you an idiot? Why did you want to fight Han Yu? She's so powerful and her cultivation is high. How could you possibly win? Fan Thu heard this, took Xiaoya's hand, and smiled, replying, if I didn't act, what would I do if she kept bothering me? You're not jealous, are you? Her secret hit. Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes wide with embarrassment. So she turned around and gave Fan Thu a slap across the jaw. What? I'm nowhere near jealous. Don't say that. The young man, half closing his eyes and sweating profusely, said, if you're not, then why were you so angry when Han Yu approached me? Xiaoya heard those words and opened her eyes wide, stunned. That's because I was worried about you. You're clumsy and foolish, and she's in a completely different league. All the disciples and elders in the sect would object. If she doesn't think highly of you, wouldn't you just be deluding yourself? I was just worried about you. It's fine. Just seeing Han Yu is considered good luck. Being able to interact with her is also very enjoyable. After all, she's the sect's #1 goddess. Before he could finish, he was elbowed in the armpit by Xiaoya. Fan Thu immediately clutched his stomach and rolled around on the bed. Cough, cough, cough. You've injured me severely. It hurts so much. After rolling round enough, he abruptly sat up and shouted, I never thought you'd be so vicious. This is spousal murder. Do you want to be a widow? Xiaoya cooperated perfectly, her eyes wide, feigning surprise. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, truly sorry. Saying that, Xiaoya clasped her hands to her cheeks, beaming. From now on, I won't mention her again. Otherwise, if your humble wife accidentally beats her husband to death, I'll only be able to sleep alone and wash my face with tears." She moved closer to Thanthu. "Husband, if your heart aches, then don't flirt around anymore." How could that be? What kind of wife doesn't think for her husband, huh? At this, Xiaoya's expression changed, her face darkening with anger. "Husband, I'm afraid you drank fake wine. Which is why you think your humble wife wouldn't dare use a knife or couldn't buy poison. Be good. I'll go make you a delicious, sweet chicken soup. After drinking it, you'll feel refreshed and invigorated." Hearing this, Thanthu huddled up, not daring to utter another word. Seeing Xiaoya leave through the door, Thanthu smiled and exclaimed, "I want chicken soup made from a hen. Put lots of herbs in it." All right, you just lie there obediently and wait." So the young man lay comfortably on the bed, crossing his legs and turning his face, waiting for the food to be brought right to his mouth. The chicken soup Xiaoya cooked was truly the best. A moment later, a steaming, fragrant bowl of chicken soup was brought in. The moment Thanthu saw it, he couldn't help but drool profusely. "Oh my goodness, it smells so delicious." Xiaoya carefully scooped a spoonful and blew on it to cool it. "Drink it while it's hot." The chicken soup was indeed high quality, with chicken drumsticks, vegetables, and mushrooms all present. Thanthu thought to himself, "I can't believe acting for one battle earned me chicken soup." He immediately scooped a spoonful into his mouth, feeling utterly delighted. Having a girlfriend who can cook is definitely a perfect 10. No buts. This is truly happiness. Xiaoya sat opposite him, smiling at the male protagonist, then softly called, "Thanthu." She placed her hand on her chest and declared, "Even someone of Han Yu's caliber is interested in the incomplete scripture. Is it really that powerful?" Thanthu bit into a piece of chicken, glanced over, and replied, "It's decent. Once mastered, you won't need to change cultivation spiritual scriptures for a very long time. But it's also extremely troublesome." Xiaoya heard this and turned, her eyes smiling brightly. "Then I'll listen to you and cultivate it. I won't look at those beauty-enhancing spiritual scriptures for now. It's better to improve my strength and cultivation first." She thought to herself, "After all, this idiot still needs me to take care of and protect him." For the next few days, apart from daily cultivation, Xiaoya spent all her remaining time researching the incomplete scripture. One afternoon, when Yun returned from gathering herbs, she accidentally saw Xiaoya. Her eyes widened in surprise as she thought, "No way. Xiaoya can actually resist the temptation of the beauty-enhancing spiritual scripture." Seeing that scene, Yun decided to study the beauty-enhancing spiritual scripture even harder. Meanwhile, Thanthu remained in his room, covered head to toe with a blanket. His face was gaunt and pale. "Oh heavens, Xiaoya absorbs my spiritual power every day. If this continues, I'll be done for." No sooner had he finished speaking, an image of himself dying with foam at the mouth appeared in his mind. No, that's too terrifying. I must think of a solution quickly." That night, in a mysterious, secluded area of Qingyu Peak, Thanthu activated a formation circle. He glanced behind him, then turned back to channel spiritual energy into the Bagua formation circle on the ground. From the dazzling light, an imposing ice phoenix with spread wings materialized. As the phoenix soared, the silhouette of a human figure appeared from its tail. That silhouette was a girl in a deep slumber, her fair, delicate feet slowly descending. In an instant, her appearance became clear. Indeed, she was fair-skinned, petite, and adorable. A moment later, she opened her eyes wide, still dazed and confused. "Who summoned me? Other than my master, no one should be able to summon me." The girl looked around with a bewildered expression. "Strange, where is this place?" Thanthu silently groaned. "Oh heavens, why is it her? Quickly send her back." Hearing the voice, the girl turned to look, her eyes wide as she called out, "Master." Then she poked her finger to her lips and brazenly said, "No, that's not what Master looks like." Still not recognizing him, she grumbled, "How annoying. Why do all humans look the same? It's impossible to tell them apart." So the girl stepped closer and stared intently at the male protagonist's face, making him panic. No! You've got the wrong person. Something in her eyes indicated that she had recognized him. The next second, the girl pounced and hugged Than Thu, shouting, Master, it really is you. The girl rubbed her eyes, wiping away a tear. They all said you were dead. It's so good that you're alive. Than Thu, with a puzzled expression, turned to the Phoenix girl and asked, I clearly summoned the big boss, so why is it you, Master? How am I inferior to that blockhead? The Phoenix girl looked up, her white eyes brimming with tears. I've warmed your bed so many times, yet you don't remember me. At this, the girl threw herself to the ground, thrashing, I'm going to the Cultivation World's Lowly Protection Association for help. This vermilion bird is over 5,000 years old and still dares to call herself a lowly. Thonglian and GBT Dai, El Ra Gigi Kong Shi S, Hai Ma Di Hing Flan, Getga, Chain Non M Ko Kasi CPTSI Tui and Gui Tachul, Ta Se Thung Ko. After speaking, she immediately pounced and hugged Than Thu. Master, where have you been these past few days? The sect and young master have been looking for you everywhere. Shouldn't you come back now? Hearing that, Than Thu immediately used both hands to pinch Hong's cheeks into a bun. Go back. No way. I won't be returning in this life. As he spoke, Than Thu fell silent and thought to himself, this fellow's medical skills are much better than the boss, but unfortunately, she's too foolish. Then he stared intently at Hong, thinking to himself, summoning a divine beast consumes too much spiritual power, I'll use her for now. Having thought that, Than Thu extended his hand towards Hong and bluntly said, first, help me check my physical condition. Hearing this, Hong immediately turned around, took Than Thu's hand with a worried look. Master, are you sick? Having said that, Hong closed her eyes, bowed her head, and used her spiritual power to transmit it to the male protagonist instantly. Abundant streams of spiritual power enveloped Than Thu's entire body. Inside his body, those streams of spiritual energy ran through all of Than Thu's meridians, and a spiritual mark identical to Xiaoya's clearly appeared on his chest. After expelling the internal vital energy from Than Thu's body, Thu Hong's face showed clear exhaustion, breaking out in a sweat. Then she opened her eyes wide, stared straight ahead, and pressed, Are you human or a ghost? Upon hearing this, Than Thu's face darkened, and anger surged within him again. Without hesitation, he poked Thu Hong's head, raising a bump, and shouted, I'm your master. Why'd you hit me? I didn't say anything wrong. This body is like an empty shell, completely a soulless corpse. After saying that, she touched Than Thu's chest, and immediately, streams of blue spiritual energy mingled with strange black chi emanated around them. Thu Hong looked up at Than Thu. Their four eyes met intently. His vitality wasn't much, as if he didn't exist. Oh, this feeling, Than Thu recoiled, adjusted his clothes, then glanced over and said, Are you sure? I feel like this body is just a little weak. It's not that serious, is it? Thu Hong, with a worried expression, crossed her arms, signaling, No, it's very serious. According to my examination, this body originally possessed the 5-element spiritual roots, but they've been extracted by some power. The yang energy in the body is almost completely gone. It can be concluded that a powerful demoness drained it. That demoness is quite wicked, having sucked away almost all life force. After saying that, Thu Hong showed a delighted expression, her cheeks flushed, exclaiming, Oh my, how exciting! This would take at least 3 days and 3 nights. After that, wouldn't his bones be completely gone? Than Thu was furious upon hearing this, clenching his hand and shouting, Don't think such perverted thoughts. Sorry, master, I'm sorry. Thu Hong sat up straight, pointed a finger to her mouth, and declared, logically, this body should be completely ruined, but the soul is terrifyingly strong because of it. This body is like a withered tree meeting spring, gradually recovering its vitality. At this point, Thu Hong suddenly got angry, glared at Than Thu, and shouted, Wait, master, did your soul transmigrate into this body? You're just realizing it now? You idiot! Thu Hong raised a hand to rub her chin, glancing over. Recently, There's also a power that's drawing out Master's life force. It seems to be some kind of contract. In short, it's increasing the depletion. Fan Thu fell silent upon hearing this, thinking to himself, that some kind of contract must be the one I formed with Shao Na. While he was pondering, Thu Hong approached, tugging at the male protagonist's clothes, and exclaimed, if we don't find a solution quickly, this body will turn directly into dust. And the primordial spirit without a physical body will also be destroyed. Fan Thu's eyes widened, and he broke out in a sweat, a little scared. It's that serious? Thu Hong placed her hand on her chest, bowed her head, and sighed. Master doesn't need to worry. You have me, Thu Hong. Just by absorbing me, this kind of danger can be reduced. Fan Thu was also completely dumbfounded, speechless. Fan Thu bowed his head, eyes tightly shut, thinking to himself, I almost forgot. This one's a divine beast. Her whole body is a treasure. After pondering, he reached into his clothes and declared, the most important heavenly and earthly treasures to heal the body are already here. Now, I just need to find a way to get a few more materials, and I can slowly refine them. Having said that, Fan Thu tossed a green potion bottle to Thu Hong. Hurry up. What's this for, huh? Fan Thu glanced over, waving his hand to signal. What else? Don't play dumb with me. Didn't you just want to use your saliva to help me heal? I find that dirty. Change to something else. Thu Hong felt resentful. Her cheeks flushed red and she stammered, that's not very good. Fan Thu heard this and his heart burned with anger. His whole body flared up. He rolled up his sleeves. I've raised you for over 5,000 years, fed you countless good things. At the time I need you most, you dared to refuse your master. Do you want a beating? Thu Hong gritted her teeth and glared back. All right. Then she reached down and pulled her underwear down. Thu Hong stuck her butt out, glanced over shyly, and said, so it's urine? Then it's urine. Master is really naughty. Fan Thu saw the scene before him. His eyes rolled back, and he clutched his head in dizziness. What the F-stock? You idiot. You call yourself a divine beast? That's truly delusional. He turned, once again pinching Thu Hong's cheek. My junior sister, even if she's dumb, could outclass you by 100 streets, but this is what Master requested. Fan Thu was so enraged his blood boiled, shouting, who told you that vermilion bird fluid only consists of those things? Isn't blood also a fluid? Quickly, give me your blood. Thu Hong heard this and immediately bit her finger hard, then dripped a drop of blood into the green potion bottle. Fan Thu took the bottle of blood, staring at Thu Hong, and said, tell me what other medicinal ingredients you need so I can figure out how to collect them. Wouldn't it be over if Master just went to the Sect's treasure vault? After saying that, she placed her hand on her chest, bowed her head, and sighed, if Master doesn't want to return, I can help you get them. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep this a secret. Fan Thu's face broke out in beads of sweat upon hearing this. Please, just don't go around spreading it, and I'll be thankful to heaven and earth. After saying that, Fan Thu summoned a jade scroll and exclaimed, Thu Hong, write the other medicinal ingredients on here. Yes, Master. She closed her eyes, manipulating her spiritual energy to write on the jade scroll. Instantly, countless mysterious talismans appeared on the scroll. When she was done, Thu Hong rolled up the jade scroll, smiling broadly with her eyes squinted. It's done. Fan Thu took the jade scroll, a satisfied smile on his face. Good. How's the Sect doing now? Thu Hong clasped her hands together, smiling brightly as she replied, everything's good. Even without Master there, everything runs smoothly. You must be clear about the junior master's abilities, right? Of course I know my disciple's abilities, otherwise I wouldn't have decided to abandon the Sect. Thu Hong stared straight ahead with a blank look. It's just that she's too strong-willed when dealing with the demon race and other sects. If a word doesn't go her way, she'll send people to fight. Fan Thu lowered his face and shook his head. Indeed, her nature hasn't changed at all. Thu Hong raised a finger and declared, in just 1 month, she annihilated more than a dozen sects and empires. Lately, things have been much more peaceful around here. It's fine, whatever she deems appropriate is good. Xiao Bai will ascend sooner or later. so it's good to gauge the attitudes of the major sects first. And there's this too. What else? Thu Hong poked her index fingers together, glancing over with an innocent expression. The junior master sent out 10,000 cultivators to search for you. Each of them carried a full set of spiritual artifacts, proclaiming they would search every inch of land, dead or alive. We must find him. Than Thu's face turned purple, sweating profusely. Oh my heavens, why is that girl so stubborn? Than Thu was helpless, one hand on his hip, the other clutching his head as he leaned against the tree trunk. How far has the sect's influence spread now? Someone must have arrived in the Cyan Orchid region by now. Right. No, they've already infiltrated Muzhou Prefecture. Just as he finished speaking, behind Than Thu, a group of people appeared, flying on their swords. Master, look, that's the sect's flying sword. Looking up, he saw a group of male disciples above, holding command tokens and flying swiftly on their swords. Than Thu turned around, and the whole group had vanished in a second. Holy shit, that fast. In other words, from now on, I'll have to carefully conceal myself. It's also good not to use profound spiritual techniques on your body. It's normal for a tribulation transcending cultivator to be beaten until nothing but ashes remain. Just like when I failed my tribulation, organizing a memorial service wouldn't be far off. It's just that Xiaobai insisted on searching for me everywhere. Speaking of this, Than Thu let out a long sigh that reached all the way to the Red River. Doing so definitely means having to endure pressure from the higher-ups. He really didn't understand why that foolish woman had to be so persistent. After saying that, Than Thu raised his hand, startling Thu Hong. You can go back. Remember not to reveal my whereabouts. If a second person finds out, I'll break the contract and won't need you anymore. He raised a hand to stroke his chin, staring blankly in one direction. Oh, right. There's one more thing. Thu Hong's eyes widened, her face flushing red with embarrassment upon hearing this. Then Thu Hong propped her hands against the tree trunk and stuck out her backside. Please be gentle, master. With that, she squeezed her eyes shut, awaiting something. A certain force pressed down from behind her, causing her to moan with eyes half closed. Than Thu tightly held to vermilion bird feathers in his hand, looking angry. What? Than Thu turned his face and saw Thu Hong hiding her face against the tree in shame. I'll definitely never summon this idiot again. Without hesitation, Than Thu kicked Thu Hong away. You're good. Now go home. In a flash, Thu Hong was sucked back into the magic circle, but she continued to shout. Master is so mean. The scene shifted to somewhere else, where a hot pot of tea sat on a table. The teapot on the tray was controlled by some force and automatically lifted, accompanied by a voice saying, Third junior brother, what exactly is so important that you wanted to summon us here? The first elder closed his eyes tightly and spoke. The sect's examination is approaching, and there are many things to resolve. If there's anything, just say it quickly. Old Sect Master Kong Yin clasped his hands together, placing them under his chin in contemplation. Beside him, Elder Kongu also stood with his arms crossed and a scowling face. Elder Ming Kong picked up the teacup, took a sip, and declared, Fellow senior brothers, do you still remember the disciple with the double mutated spiritual roots when he first joined the sect? Old Kong Yin heard him and spoke. You mean that Yun Than Thu who came with Ling Xiao Na, right? Yes, it's him. Old Kong Yin glanced over with a displeased expression. It's been so long. Junior brother, why do you suddenly bring him up? Old Kong Ming stroked his beard and replied clearly, we underestimated that disciple too much. Recently, his performance has been extremely dazzling. Perhaps he's found a way to break through the dual mutated spiritual root contract. Old Kong Yin heard this and exclaimed with some curiosity, What? What has Yun Than Thu been up to? Old Kong Ming bowed his head, looking weary. I've heard a few things. He learned a wind control art and finished the amount of books he had to copy as punishment in just one day. How did he manage to challenge an inner disciple from 5 years ago? After defeating him, Elder Kongu, who was sitting next to him, grew visibly irritated. Old Kong Ming glared straight ahead. Not only that, The other day, I got a win to test his aptitude, and he tested as in a grade aptitude. Old Kong Yen began to ponder upon hearing this. Hanyu also had to cultivate hard for 2 years to reach this level of aptitude. A moment later, Elder Kongu raised his hand and bluntly said, I thought it was some big deal. Turns out it's just this. I think junior brother is overthinking. Senior brother, why do you say that? Old Kongu half closed his eyes, glanced over, and retorted sarcastically, could it be that junior brother has no discernment at all? That brat has a mutated wind spiritual root, and the wind control art is suitable for those with wind spiritual roots to cultivate. As for defeating Zhu 2, it was entirely because Zhu 2 was foolish enough to fall into a trap. Old Kong Ming heard this and angrily slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair. Then what about the aptitude test? Old Kongu held out his hand and clearly replied, the test assesses spiritual roots, comprehension, and other things comprehensively. Just one mutated spiritual root can boost it quite a bit. And dual mutated spiritual roots boost it even more. Even if it's boosted by dual mutated spiritual roots, it still means his comprehension isn't low. At this point, he picked up his teacup and savored it. Junior brother Kongming, if you want to defend him, you'll have to wait until he enters the Foundation establishment realm. Perhaps these few days are the only shining moment of his entire life. While they were chatting, something made Elder Kongming's eyes widen in surprise. Hanyu entered from outside the door, clasped her hands, bowed, and saluted, greetings, master and all elders. Seeing Hanyu, Old Kong Yan's attitude brightened with a joyful smile. Disciple, weren't you in seclusion recently? Why have you come here? Hanyu closed her eyes, opened her mouth wide, and clearly replied, Disciple recently encountered a bottleneck in cultivation, lacking an opportunity for a breakthrough. So I came out of seclusion early. The two elders standing next to Elder Kongyan heard this and pondered. In other words, she's about to break through to the middle stage of the core formation realm. To reach this realm in just over 2 years of joining the sect, I'm afraid she's the only one in the entire Muzhou prefecture. In contrast to the worries of the two elders, Old Kongyan was immensely pleased and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, as expected of my disciple, you have both talent and diligence. With a disciple like you, why worry about the sect not rising to prominence? I am very satisfied. Hanyu, still in a bowing stance, replied, It's all thanks to Master's good teachings. Old Kongyan heard this, raised a hand, and chuckled. Why have you come here? If you have any request, just say it. Disciple wishes to ask Master to send a newly admitted disciple to Cloudrise Peak. Hanyu opened her eyes wide and stated bluntly that disciple's name is Yun Than Thu. Old Kong Ming heard this and turned to look, smiling. Yun Than Thu? What a coincidence. We were just talking about him. How do you know him? Hanyu clearly replied, Disciple exchanged blows with him and only just got to know him. Our little genius rarely ever makes a move, yet she actually exchanged blows with him. So how do you evaluate him? Hanyu closed her eyes, recalling the image of fighting Thanthu, then replied, He is probably the strongest among the newly admitted disciples. Unfortunately, his fighting style is limited to one type, relying on the flexibility of his wind spiritual root and wind-attributed spiritual techniques to win. At this point, she knelt down and sincerely pleaded, Disciple believes Yun Thanthu is very worth cultivating. I earnestly request Master to personally teach him. Such a genius should not be wasted. Old Kong Ming heard this, bowed his head, stroked his beard, and exclaimed, See, senior brother Kongu, Hanyu sees things even more clearly than you. Old Kong Yen came over to help Hanyu stand up. We'll talk about Yun Thanthu later. The sect doesn't have a method to counteract double mutated spiritual roots, and I'm powerless to help him cultivate. After a short chat, Old Kong Yen saw Hanyu to the door, not forgetting to instruct, Go back and rest, and prepare for the sect's examination. Those bastards might come looking for trouble. Yes, disciple understands, Master. Since we're all gathered here, let's discuss the process of this sect examination. It's better to finalize it early. At the same time, on Thanyu Peak, Thanthu was sitting, intently gazing at a jade slip. This is basically considered a small encyclopedia. It can be seen as a sect guarding secret text. Although Xu Huang is a bit foolish, she's still very dedicated to me. Next time, I'll summon her and coax her. Afterward, the male protagonist rolled up the jade slip and sighed. It's been a night since I saw Yuna. I really miss her. I must go see her. As soon as Thanthu finished speaking, he arrived in front of Tuna's room, but before he could step in, a dreamy purple camisole flew out from inside the room and landed directly on Thanthu's face. The young man held the camisole in his hand, his face dripping with sweat. What are you doing? Are you moving in with me? Tuna, sharp-tongued, heard him and glanced over, bluntly replying, "You're dreaming. I just got here too. I saw senior sister Mu packing, so I lent a hand." I'm not really clear on the specific situation. Van raised her hand to wipe her sweat, smiling as she replied, "I'm going out for a trip. All these things are my luggage." Thanthu stood next to a huge teddy bear, innocently crossing his arms and replying, "Is this what you call luggage? You even brought your dressing table. You've taken everything in the house. Senior sister, are you sure this is packing luggage and not moving house? You're even taking the teddy bear." She then walked up to the teddy bear, her eyes wide, her face flushed. "But if I don't hug it, I can't sleep." Speaking of which, she glanced at Thanthu. "Oh right, I received a letter from Sister Wan. She needs my help with something and wants me to hurry to Lac Lang City. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I've seen eldest senior sister." Van bowed her head, gazing at the blue box in her hand, and said, "Senior sister's family seems to have had some urgent matter to deal with. In short, it's very troublesome. So she can't return for a while." The three of them looked at the pile of items before them helplessly, almost finished packing. "I'm about to set off now." With that, Van raised her hand forward, creating a whirlwind that swept up the everyday items. Then Van turned her head to glance at Thanthu and Tiuna. "Tiuthu, I'm going to Lac Lang City for a trip. You and Tiuna stay on Then you peek and cultivate diligently. I'll be back very soon." Just as she was about to leave, Tiuna, from behind, someone suddenly spotted the blue box and called out, "Senior sister, you dropped something." Hearing the reminder, she immediately turned around and picked up the box, breathing a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, "Good thing junior sister reminded me. Otherwise, I would have forgotten the most important thing." Is this cat-shaped pouch also senior sister's? Van awkwardly took the pouch and forced a smile, utterly embarrassed. "Thanks, Tuna. Otherwise, I'd have forgotten my money pouch." With that, Van turned to leave, but Tuna called out again, "Senior sister, you forgot this too." Hearing this, Van turned around and saw her lemon yellow camisole. She rushed to grab it, yelling, I'm so sorry." Tiuna could only close her eyes helplessly, sighing, "Little senior sister, why don't you let Thanthu go with you? I have a feeling something might happen if you go alone." Hearing this, Van scratched her head behind her neck. Her cheeks flushed as she chuckled. All right. Thanthu, on his side, stroked his chin, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. He secretly calculated that Lac Lang City was the commercial hub of Musho Prefecture, and arriving there would surely allow him to acquire many medicinal herbs. His body's problem couldn't be delayed any longer. After pondering, Thanthu stared at the two girls and said, "Tiuna, staying alone isn't a good. Why don't we all go together?" "Yes, exactly. Let's all go together." Hearing this, Van turned to Tiuna, a joyful smile on her face. "Tiuna should come along too. It'll be like a fun trip, although I really want to go to Lac Lang City. But I seem to be on the verge of a breakthrough, not a breakthrough to the 5th level of chi refining, but a breakthrough to Foundation Establishment realm. What do you think? Isn't it fast?" Van listened as if struck by lightning, her eyes wide, her mouth agape in surprise. Tiuna, you're not joking, are you? You want to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm? How long has it been?" Tiuna stuck out her tongue and giggled, her eyes crinkling. "No, after cultivating the heaven spirit art that Thanthu mentioned, I vaguely feel that the speed of refining spiritual power is getting faster and faster. And my cultivation has grown rapidly as a result. I might break through to the foundation. Establishment realm soon. Hey, Thanthu, quickly praise me. The young man seemed to understand her thoughts and immediately raised a finger to signal number 1. Tuna, you're amazing. All my spiritual power and nutrients have been absorbed by you. It would be strange if your cultivation didn't advance quickly. Van Van approached, gazing at Tuna with admiration, then instructed, then I'll go with Thu for a trip. We should be back very soon. Tuna, take good care of yourself staying alone. Alright, no problem. Tuna stepped forward and placed her hand on the male protagonist's shoulder, startling him and making him sweat profusely. Her face darkened with murderous intent, and she gritted, Thanthu, when you go with little senior sister, you must be well-behaved and honest. Yes, I know. A few moments later, Thanthu and Van Van were seated on a spirit beast flying to Laklang City, a magnificent and colossal city. The two landed in a bustling market. As Thanthu stepped off the spirit beast, his whole body was covered in fur. He coughed, his mouth full of bird feathers. Oh my goodness, guys, this is crazy. Van Van gazed at the spirit beast, giggling. You'll have to bear with it. In the sect, only these glowing creatures can fly us to Laklang City. After speaking, she took Thanthu's hand and pulled him along. The market was packed with people, noisy and lively. It was also here that Wanzi appeared. She walked while looking round. After a while, Wanji's eyes widened, and she smiled brightly like a flower. Move in, junior brother. Van Van heard the call and raised her hand to wave. Senior sister, Thu, hurry up. Senior sister is over there. As Van Van ran, her silicone bags bounced up and down, causing the young men nearby to stare with lewd and perverted expressions. Thanthu noticed this scene, his face darkening with anger, but he remained silent. Immediately after, he used an invisibility spell and rushed in to beat up the young men. Each of the scoundrels had their arms twisted, in so much pain they couldn't even defend themselves, dared to harbor ill intentions towards little senior sister. Dream on. In an instant, the group of young men scattered. Van Van fearfully hid behind Thanthu. The rubbing from her to giant grapefruits made him think, little senior sister's chest has gotten bigger again. If this continues, senior sister might even become the number 1 in the cultivation world in this aspect. Wanzi walked towards the two of them, raising her hand to wave. Junior brother is here too. Little senior sister always forgets things, so we were worried she'd get lost, which is why I followed. Van Van, hearing this, angrily clenched her fist. That's not true. I'm not that silly. Really though, last time, someone went herb gathering and almost didn't come back. HMPH. Don't you dare say another word. Wanzi came over and rubbed Van Van's cheeks with both hands. Alright, you must be very tired from the journey, right? Let me take you sightseeing. Starting tomorrow, junior sister will have a lot of trouble. Van Van heard this and puffed out her chest, smiling as she replied, Senior sister, don't worry, just leave it to me. Wanzi saw Van Van's silicone bags, and her face instantly darkened. Junior sister has gotten fuller again. Van Van heard this and pouted, wriggling. What? No way. I've been dieting recently. There's no way I could have gotten fatter. Sister Wan, ow, stop pinching. Van Van escaped from Wanji's arms and immediately ran off. As she was running, she suddenly spotted a roadside stall and stopped. Wanzi and Van Van's eyes were fixed on a certain item, and both their faces lit up. After a while of looking, when they left, their hands were filled with all sorts of newly purchased items. Oh my goodness, this is amazing. Sure enough, no matter where, women always shop together. Wanzi turned her head, glanced behind her, and said firmly, Let's go, I'll take you back to the trading association. After walking for a while, Wanzi opened a gate somewhere. You too? Wait a moment, you'll be in these 2 rooms. Thanthu and Van Van heard this and replied in unison, Alright, senior sister, I didn't expect eldest senior sister to be the eldest daughter of the Luo Clan's Commercial Association. Thanthu followed behind Wanzi and asked, "Senior sister, what happened to your family that you haven't returned to Thanyu Peak for so long?" Wanzi pushed the door open and took a long breath. It's a long story. Musho Prefecture, due to its abundance of medicinal herbs and being a major trading area, has become a famous hub for elixir production. To promote the development of alchemy, the city lord organized a grand alchemy competition, attracting major families with lavish rewards. Our commercial association is only in the upper middle tier, and we don't have any particularly powerful alchemists. Speaking of this, Wanchi's eyes dropped, clearly saddened. We only participated in the grand alchemy competition for show. Some time ago, the old master's old injury flared up again, urgently needing a flame spirit fruit to concoct medicine. Thanthu heard this and said, "And that type of medicinal herb is exactly the reward in this competition, isn't it?" "That's right. I had no other choice but to ask Muvan for help." Thanthu's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. Little senior sister is an alchemist? Van, sitting beside him, readily answered the question. "I possess a fire spiritual root and am very skilled at manipulating fire attributes, although my cultivation isn't much. I have a knack for alchemy." Yes, becoming an alchemist has relatively strict conditions. Only a few cultivators can achieve it. Van glanced over, showing off the ring on her finger. "Sister One must be short on elixirs, right? I originally planned to give senior sister a surprise during the Sect examination, but now I can only reveal it." With that, she reached into her clothes and pulled out something with great delight. Wait a moment. A second later, what Van pulled out was a set of black lace underwear. At this moment, she still didn't realize what she had taken out and casually asked, "What do you think? Isn't it amazing?" Wanzi, holding a tea tray, glanced over and demurely replied, I already have underwear. I don't need this." "What underwear?" With that, she glanced down and saw what she was holding, her face turning purple, sweat pouring down. She immediately hid the underwear behind her back, yelling, Van huddled up on the chair, covering her face with her clothes, utterly embarrassed. "If I say this isn't mine, would you believe me?" Wanzi heard this and turned her face away, making Van so awkward she almost cried. Wanzi and Thanthu saw this scene and immediately raised their hands to reassure her. "Senior sister believes you, and so do I." While saying that, an image of Van wearing that underwear flashed through Thanthu's mind. He never expected little senior sister to be so wild internally. The image of little senior sister wearing that type of underwear was too alluring. Although she had received answers from the other two, Van was still shy. "I don't believe it. I'm too fat. That's why I bought this kind of clothing. I heard wearing it can make one look smaller." "It's true." With that, she grabbed the underwear and stretched it out. Look, it's very stretchy." Thanthu and Wanzi saw this scene and gasped in astonishment. Could it be that Muvan has always worn this to conceal her body? Oh my god, if she didn't wear this, little senior sister would be at least an E-cup or more. Van was so embarrassed and awkward that she ran out the door, yelling, Oh, I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep first." Early the next morning, a female subordinate approached Van's room, gently knocking. "Please, Miss Mu, proceed to the backyard to prepare for alchemy." Van heard this and opened the door, stepping out in a cheerful state. "Coming right away. To rebuild my image once again, I must definitely display my genius talent in alchemy. To wash away last night's humiliation." After pondering, she clenched her fist with a determined look, and after walking with the female subordinate for a while, they ran into a group of people working. The female subordinate turned and said warmly, "Miss Mu, do you think this is alright? If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, please just say so, and I will continue to adjust it." "It's fine, this is already very good." At the same time, Wanzi opened the door and exclaimed, "Is that so? As long as junior sister feels good, it's fine." Wanzi walked over and placed a hand on Van's shoulder, smiling with narrowed eyes. "These past few days, we've been relying on you. Keep it up." Van Van turned around and handed Wanzi the blue box. Senior sister came really early. That's right, this is the gift I prepared. I took the wrong one yesterday. Really? It wasn't that other one, was it? No, I checked it very carefully. When Wanzi opened the blue box, her eyes widened in surprise. Move in. This is, inside the blue box were countless shiny elixir pills. Van Van put her fingertips together, looked at Wanzi, and gently replied, King Upig always ranks low in the Sect's exams. I thought I'd accumulate some elixirs to boost our scores. So I've been refining elixirs whenever I had free time during this period. Now that senior sister is in trouble, I'll take them out to use first. It's just that I feel a bit guilty towards Xiaothu and Xiaona. Wanzi listened, closed her eyes tightly, and sighed, saying, in other words, you haven't been cultivating during this time, have you? Van Van panicked, grabbed Wanji's hand. Anyway, my cultivation wasn't improving, so I decisively switched to refining elixirs. That way, I can still help everyone a little, senior sister. Please don't blame me. I'll cultivate diligently from now on. Wanzi poked Van Van's forehead, saying sternly, you silly girl, how could I blame you? While they were talking, the female subordinate, holding the box of elixirs, happily exclaimed, this is great. These elixirs are enough for the merchant guild to transport for a while. Thank you. Miss Moo. Wanzi raised her hand and tightly clasped Van Van's hand. Thank you, Moo Van. Senior sister is very happy. Silly girl, refining so many elixirs must have taken an unimaginable amount of time and effort. The female subordinate standing behind Van Van raised her hand, signaling the people behind them to move forward. Then Van Van raised her hand, and extremely abundant spiritual energy poured out from her ring. In a flash, a large bronze alchemy furnace appeared before their eyes. King Thu couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the scene before her. Is this an alchemy cauldron? Van Van pointed to the alchemy furnace and pressed. Xiaothu is also interested in alchemy. Ha! I'll refine some for you to watch. Okay, come on, young lady. She immediately activated her cultivation technique, and instantly, streams of spiritual energy transformed into fire appeared all over her body. I'll demonstrate a little, you all stand back. In an instant, the alchemy furnace was heated by a blazing fire, and all kinds of herbs flew into the furnace one after another. Wanzi placed her hand on her chest, staring straight ahead. Moo Van is like a different person when she's refining elixirs. Junior brother, do you see that ancient alchemy cauldron? Moo Van only took 5 years to reach this level of skill. When it comes to alchemy, no one in your generation within the sect can compare to her. Perhaps many years from now, we'll even have to rely on her. That's right. So now we must try our best to increase our favorability with junior sister. No sooner had she finished speaking than the alchemy furnace suddenly exploded with a tremor. Thick smoke and dust rose, forcing Wanzi and King Thu to raise their hands to shield themselves. Not good. It's an explosion. Van Van emerged from the dense smoke and dust, covering her nose and coughing profusely. Wanzi, with a worried expression, rushed over and brushed the dust off Van Van. Moo Van, are you okay? Junior brother Xion blew himself up like that, and now he's exploded. How embarrassing. Van Van spread her arms and replied with a smile, Sister Wan, I'm fine. This can prevent fire and insulate heat. Master bought it specially for me. Having said that, she turned around and walked towards the furnace. Roll up your sleeves. That was just a warm-up. Now it officially begins. With that, Yun Yun stared forward intently, using her spiritual power to conjure flames. A moment later, the alchemy furnace exploded again, and this time the lid flew high up. The next second, the furnace exploded again at its mouth. Seeing the scene before her, Wanji's face darkened. How could her alchemy skill, meant to improve, keep causing such frequent explosions? It's too scary. I have to run away quickly. As soon as she finished thinking, she immediately turned and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Than Thu. I'll go handle the guild's business first. After Wanzi left, Than Thu glanced over, his face covered in a light sweat. To be able to endure so long in senior sister's hands, This furnace is definitely extraordinary. Meanwhile, Yun Yun was still diligently refining pills. A moment later, a ray of light appeared within the burning flames, gradually forming a golden spiritual pill, with abundant spiritual energy continuously emanating from it. The spiritual energy rushed into Than Thu's nostrils, making him think, the scent of the pill is so strong. Yun Yun took the pill, her eyes wide, and exclaimed with a smile, "It's finally done." Than Thu took the pill, his eyes wide and mouth agape, and exclaimed in surprise, "The success rate isn't bad at all, worthy of senior sister." Mu Yun, at this age, has already refined top-grade pills. If Musho Prefecture knew, they would certainly try every means to recruit her. Yun Yun took the pill back and put it into her clothes. "Miss, are you also interested in alchemy?" The Maoli turned and nodded, replying, yes, I also thought of becoming an alchemist before, but I didn't have the opportunity." "It's late now. Why would there be no opportunity, miss? You're still young, you have plenty of time. Do you want to learn alchemy?" Having said that, Yun Yun reached into her clothes as if searching for something. "Wait for me for a bit, okay?" Alright. She rummaged for a while, then threw out countless dried squid, dried yellow snapper, and everything else. After rummaging for a while, she finally pulled out a cultivation scroll. "This is the Alchemy Grand Master's manual my master gave me. If you want to learn, miss, you can take a look." Than Thu held the scroll, his eyes darting around, his face flushing. "Thank you, senior sister." It turned out his gaze had fallen upon the pile of dried squid and made cosplay outfits on the ground. No! Senior sister is indeed a bit wild. Yun Yun, sensing it, immediately raised her hand to block Than Thu's view and shouted, "Don't look. If you look again, I'll tell Xiao Na." Upon hearing that, the boy immediately closed his eyes tightly and forced a smile. Evening quickly approached, and the alchemy furnace continued to burn. Than Thu sat staring at the cultivation scroll, sighing, unconsciously, "I've been looking at it for 4 or 5 hours straight." He stood up and stretched, thinking, the content is both extensive and complex. Even with a learning system and guidance, it would take a great deal of time for me. I'll instantly memorize these as soon as I read them. Thinking this, Than Thu stared at Yun Yun, who stood before the alchemy furnace. Senior sister is still diligently refining pills. I can't disturb her. Grand senior sister, I don't know where she went, so I can only go find her myself. As soon as he stepped out the door, currents of air suddenly appeared before Than Thu. The scent of pills. Let's go see. Following the scent, Than Thu arrived at the alchemy workshop. He opened the door from outside and saw countless burning alchemy furnaces within. Going further inside, he saw a man performing a technique before a furnace. Next to it, Than Thu also found an inactive alchemy furnace. Looks like no one is using this furnace here. Perfect for me to practice. As soon as he finished speaking, the man glanced over, gritting his teeth, and said, "Are you a new alchemist? You look unfamiliar." Upon hearing this, the boy turned to face him, pointing at himself. "Are you talking about me? Besides you, is there anyone else here?" Hearing that, Than Thu replied to the man with a stern face, "I am not a new alchemist." The man's face instantly darkened with anger. "If you're not, then why are you here? Get out." The female subordinate, holding a blue box, flinched at the shout, stopping dead and widening her eyes. Then she turned to look behind her in confusion. Is someone arguing? When the female subordinate looked closely, she realized, is that junior brother Xiaothu? So the female subordinate hurried over to the man to mediate. "Master Zhang, what's going on?" "It's the steward. This kid just appeared out of nowhere wanting to refine pills here." The young man named Zhang was furious, gritting his teeth and huffing. "I was just about to kick him out." The female steward immediately approached Than Thu, smiling warmly. "Master Zhang, please calm down. This young man is the eldest young lady's junior brother, a distinguished guest of the guild. Please don't joke around." At this point, the female steward's face was drenched in sweat, thinking, this is bad. The eldest young lady's junior brother is being mistreated. But since that alchemist left, Zhang Ming is the highest level alchemist the guild has. alchemists are scarce, and everyone respects him as they should. Jiangming stroked his chin upon hearing that, saying, the eldest young lady's junior brother, at best, just an ordinary disciple from a cultivation sect. How can he compare to an alchemist like me? After thinking, she reached out towards the 3 furnaces next to her and said, please come to this side to refine pills. Though he said that, Fanthu was so angry his face darkened. If Steward Luo hadn't arrived early, I would have shoved this scoundrel into the furnace as firewood. The female steward raised her hands, thinking awkwardly, this is the eldest young lady's distinguished guest. I can't ruin his mood. But this is where alchemists refine pills. If he causes any trouble, it will definitely displease everyone. After thinking, she reached out towards the 3 furnaces next to her and said, please come to this side to refine pills. All the masters are busy, and the guild hasn't been doing well recently, so we can only inconvenience our distinguished guest. She clasped her hands together, her eyes half closed, making a pitiable face. When I have time, Luo Lin will treat you to a meal to apologize. Fanthu waved his hand, signaling, it's fine, all places are the same. This steward has a good attitude. I won't make it difficult for her. Besides, I just want to try it out. It's the same anywhere. Jiangming stood on the side, fuming, muttering, even cats and dogs want to refine pills, thinking that being an alchemist is so easy. Fanthu walked over and brushed off the dust from the alchemy furnace. Jiangming, with a furious expression, turned his head and shouted, quiet down! Don't cause a ruckus, or even if you're a distinguished guest, I'll throw you out. Fanthu condensed a surge of spiritual energy in his palm, glancing back with an annoyed expression. The 2 male and female disciples stared at the burning furnace next to them and spoke, isn't this kid new? Why can he conjure flames? Look at his movements. If he's not new, then what is he? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiangming turned and glared, shouting with his mouth wide open, if you whisper again, you all get out too. No, we're going to refine pills right now. Jiangming's face darkened, thinking, being able to conjure fire. What does that count for? The difficulty in alchemy is still ahead. If you think being an alchemist is easy, you're too naive. Luo Lin stared at Jiangming, sweating profusely and thinking, I must stay here to stabilize the situation, to prevent Jiangming from causing more trouble. Besides, how can being an alchemist be so easy? Once he fails, he'll lose interest in alchemy. Then I'll comfort him a bit and persuade him to leave. I can't be disrespectful, nor can I offend him. The herbs began to be swept up by currents of spiritual energy and flew up. The herbs floated around Fanthu. Refining chi pills requires grinding them into a white essence. Turn it into a powdered form, combine it with revival grass and crimson plum fruit, and finally refine all of them. Having said that, Fanthu clenched his hand, and instantly all the herbs were cut into many pieces. Luolin's eyes widened, and with a horrified expression, she raised her hand forward, awkwardly calling out, esteemed guest. That, Luolin placed her hand on her chest, staring at the current of energy before her, thinking the best way to refine medicinal ingredients is to process them one type at a time. Focused refinement is the true path. Never mind, it seems this person is not only an amateur, but he doesn't even have basic knowledge. The currents of energy began to enter the alchemy furnace, where they started to condense into a sphere. Seeing this scene, Luolin's eyes widened and mouth gaped as she exclaimed, how can this be? He actually succeeded. Refining so many medicinal ingredients at once, even that genius alchemist from before couldn't do it. Fanthu stared forward intently, the spiritual energy in his hands extremely abundant. This technique, this method, is truly amazing. The spiritual energy from Fanthu's hands began to flow into the alchemy furnace. Jiangming, on this side, also began to display his alchemy skills. That kid, not burning the medicinal ingredients to ashes, already shows some talent. He might even encounter low-level errors like explosions. Thinking this, he stared forward intently, condensing a crimson spiritual energy in his palm. I must use action to prove myself and teach this kid a lesson. Having thought this, he raised his hand high to the sky, stared with wide eyes, and shouted, Not just anyone can become an alchemist. As soon as he finished speaking, a pill was produced from Zhang Ming's alchemy furnace and flew out. The disciples were extremely surprised and shouted loudly, "A first-grade, top-tier pill?" As expected of Master Zhang, to have refined a top-tier quality pill, Master Zhang is so incredible. Zhang Ming stood with one hand on his hip, holding the pill in the other, head held high, laughing gleefully. To achieve top-tier quality in just one try, not only can I strike down that little brat, but I can also let the eldest young lady know that the guild's pills will depend on me from now on. However, when he looked at Luo Lin, he saw her still staring blankly at something strange. Why isn't she looking? What's so great about that kid? It's already rare that he hasn't had any problems refining pills until now. Zhang Ming stood before the crowd, arms crossed, grinning smugly. "Let's see how long you can last." The male disciple stared forward, sweating profusely. No way, that kid isn't new. Why can he do it to this extent? Strange. How can it be so smooth? Thanthu's eyes snapped open, revealing the pill forming within the abundant spiritual energy in his pupils. Thanthu stood up, spreading his legs and arms wide, as white smoke billowed around him. A second later, Thanthu took out a green medicinal capsule. Zhang Ming and the disciples stared with wide eyes and open mouths in astonishment. He succeeded, his first time refining a pill, and it succeeded, and it's even top-tier quality. What kind of joke is this? Luolin's eyes widened. She raised her hand, thinking to herself, this is truly unbelievable. Thanthu stared at the pill in his hand, his eyes wide in surprise. Top-tier quality? It's not even peak quality. Truly trash. Let's try again. Having said that, he tossed the pill to Luo Lin. She caught the pill with a stunned expression. Why throw away such a good pill? A top-tier first-grade pill is worth half a month of my salary. Thanthu turned to the herb shelf, picking suitable ingredients for refining, muttering, if it's a failed refinement, why keep it instead of throwing it away? Luo Lin was utterly shocked. She raised a trembling finger. Top-tier quality. Yet it's trash. Although a top-tier pill isn't exceptionally rare, in trading houses, it's considered a luxury item. Yet it's being treated as a trash pill. The bustling crowd behind Zhang Ming's back buzzed with chatter, making him furious, his face darkening. Trash pill? If we can't even refine top-tier quality, what would that be called then? This brat is definitely humiliating me. Another pill from his cauldron was produced. This time, the new pill emitted incredibly brilliant golden light. Oh, wow, peak quality, this one's acceptable. After saying that, Thanthu turned to Luo Lin and urged, if the trading house doesn't mind, you can take it. Want, of course we want it. Hearing that, Thanthu immediately tossed the pill to Luo Lin. Here for you, esteemed guest. No, my lord. Wait, this is a peak grade pill. It's not trash. Luo Lin carefully put away the pill and walked towards the crowd, saying loudly, don't look, get out of the way. It wouldn't be good if you damaged it. Steward, don't be like that. Let us admire it for a bit. Yes, we just want to take a quick look. Luo Lin quickly moved past the crowd, then thought to herself, I must quickly report this good news to the young miss. Thanthu stood amidst the crowd, eyes closed tightly, and said with a smile, just now, Master Zhang said that dogs and cats aren't worthy of refining pills. Saying this, he turned around, twirled his little finger in his ear, and chuckled smugly. I don't think Master has the right to say that. Now, I'll say the same to you. Zhang Ming's face darkened with rage upon hearing this. He glared, clenching his teeth, too bitter to speak. Thanthu stepped out of the room and slammed the door shut, making Zhang Ming clench his fists in anger. Trembling, back at the Luo clan's trading house courtyard, inside the compound, Wanzi sat staring at Yun Yun. Yun Yun's eyes were wide and round, fixed on something with a look of fear. Yun Yun's pill cauldron began to move and shake violently, with smoke and dust continuously rising. Yun Yun stared intently ahead, concentrating to streams of abundant spiritual energy into her arms. This alchemy convention concerns the lives of my grandpa and senior sister. I must work harder. Moreover, if I refine a high-grade pill, the trading house can relieve some pressure. After pondering, the spiritual energy in Yun Yun's hands began to transmit into the pill cauldron and condense into a sphere. A second layer, a pill was produced, but it was cracked on one side. Yun Yun held the pill tightly with a fearful expression, muttering, "This pill must be of top-tier quality." As soon as she finished speaking, Wanzi approached, placing a hand on Yun Yun's shoulder, and kindly said, "Don't be so nervous. There's still plenty of time until the convention. Senior sister believes you can do it." Hearing this, Yun Yun slowly opened her hand. Seeing it, she teared up with a horrified expression. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Clearly, in the sect, the success rate for top tier was 60% or more. Wanzi looked disheartened but still advised Yun Yun, "You're already very impressive. Just relax a little. What if I don't perform well during the competition?" Wanzi gently raised her hand to wipe away Yun Yun's tears. "I'm already very grateful for your willingness to help. Senior sister, how could I blame you?" Saying this, Wanzi closed her eyes tightly, forcing a smile. "Yun Yun, rest first, then we'll continue refining later." She bowed her head, poking her index fingers together, and replied, "Otherwise, senior sister, try to find a way to get the former Alchemy Guild president back. Perhaps he'll be willing to return." Wanji's expression suddenly darkened. She gently shook her head. "Han took advantage of Grandpa's serious illness, threatening me to marry him. If I refused, he would leave the trading house. Muyun is the best alchemist I could find, but at the moment, success completely relies on luck." Thinking of this, Wanzi clenched her fists and slammed them on the table. "But Grandpa has no other choice besides that prescription. Am I really going to have to watch someone important leave?" Wanzi burst into sobs, her face darkening. "Or will I really have to give in to that guy?" While she was pondering, Llewellyn rushed in, shouting, "Miss, miss." She ran quickly to Wanji's side, panting, "Miss, I finally found you. What's wrong with you? Did something happen at the trading house?" Llewellyn looked up, still panting, and replied, "With Miss Moo's pills, the trading house is stable on that end." "Then what is it? Take your time and tell me." Llewellyn immediately presented a blue box. "Miss, you must see this." Wanzi took the box and slowly opened it. Why so mysterious? When the box opened, the scent of the pill immediately filled the air. The two girls stared at the pill, unable to hide their astonishment. "A peak-grade pill?" Wanzi stared at Llewellyn, pressing, "Where did you get this? Was it refined by the trading house's alchemist?" "Just assume it was, miss." Wanzi glanced over with a suspicious expression. "Assume what? Is it Zhongming?" "No, that's not right. His ability hasn't reached that of a second-grade alchemist. It couldn't be him." Hearing this, Llewellyn closed her eyes and shook her head. No, it's not him. Is it Liu Zhao? Has he returned to the trading house? But his skill doesn't seem to be capable of this either." Llewellyn clenched her fists, annoyed. How could it be him? It'd be strange if that annoying guy ever returned. At this, Wanji's face showed irritation. "Who is it? Just tell me." Llewellyn covered her mouth and chuckled. "I knew you wouldn't guess, miss." Seeing this, Wanji crossed her arms in annoyance. "Your next month's salary will be gone then." "No, don't. I'll tell you then." "Okay, it's your junior brother. He has extremely high alchemy skills." Wanzi and Yun Yun's eyes widened, their mouths agape in surprise. "What? Junior brother refined it?" Looking at their expressions, Llewellyn thought to herself, "That's right. Young Mrs. Junior Brother is definitely not a rookie." Yun Yun turned to Wanzi and blurted out, "Are you kidding? I've never heard that little Thu knows alchemy. Just now, he was asking me for advice on alchemy. How could it be him? Peak quality requires at least a third-grade alchemist to achieve, and even then, most third-grade alchemists can't do it." Llewellyn clenched her fists, replying firmly, "It's true. Why would I lie to miss? Your junior brother should still be over there. Let's go quickly and see." Wanzi and Yun Yun glanced at each other and replied in unison, "All right, let's go." A moment later, the three arrived at the alchemy workshop. Yun Yun's eyes widened as she looked inside, unable to hide her shock. Zhang Ming and his disciples were pulling at their hair in frustration. How could that brat refine a peak-grade pill? Why did my 20 years of hard practice all go to waste? Seeing the scene, Yun Yun thought, no wonder alchemists are all balding, so that's why. As Zhang Ming was banging his head against a pillar, Wanzi approached, pressing, Zhang Ming, what happened? He was dealt a blow by your junior brother. Luolin waved her hand, beckoning the people nearby. You all, come here. As soon as the young men came over, they immediately told Wanzi what happened. Young miss, your junior brother is an alchemy prodigy, so young, yet he has already refined a peak-grade pill. His alchemy technique has truly reached a profound level. With this talent, winning the championship at the alchemy convention seems to be a sure thing. Helping the trading house escape its predicament. See, I told you it was true. Witnessing the scene, Yun Yun could only stare wide-eyed in astonishment, unable to believe that Little Thu was so impressive. Let's go find him. In the bustling market, a proprietor of a used bookstore eagerly hawked his wares. Young man, these 18 books are all new stock, absolutely stimulating. I finish into pages. Thanthu casually picked up a book with an ISL logo and chuckled, but immediately after, he broke out in a cold sweat as he realized a harsh truth. Oh, dear, I don't seem to have any money on me. Wait a minute, why is this scent so familiar? Turning his head, he saw Wanji's group approaching. Hey, junior brother, I have something to ask you. Come back to the trading house with me. With that, the girls, without another word, dragged Thanthu away, leaving the bookstore owner furious, jumping up and down. Hey, you haven't paid yet! No sooner had he spoken than a gold ingot flew straight into the owner's face. After a few steps, Wanzi suddenly realized something. No, I gave too much. After a moment's thought, she spun around, pointing directly at the stall owner. Wait, we want all these books. Hearing this, the vendor's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. All right, that young man only bought the books, but these ladies are buying the whole lot. A moment later, at the trading house's residence, as Luolin pushed the door open, Thanthu, looking worried, glanced at the senior sisters behind him, his heart full of suspicion. What's wrong with the senior sisters? I feel like they're looking at me a bit strangely. All three girls simultaneously looked up, staring at Thanthu with sparkling eyes and flushed, adorable cheeks. Junior brother, hurry up. Seeing this, the young man involuntarily retreated 100 meters. I just looked at forbidden books. Are they going to put it into practice right away? I'm a little nervous. Wanzi stepped closer, growling at Thanthu. Tell us, are you an alchemist or not? The young man was silent for a long time, then feigned ignorance and replied, not exactly. Wanzi immediately grabbed Thanthu's shoulders and exclaimed, if you can refine peak-grade pills, then what are you, if not an alchemist? No, it's an alchemy master. I didn't practice alchemy before, and I didn't participate in the alchemist examination. So how can I be considered an alchemist? Hearing that, Laklam immediately explained, of course it counts. In Laklang district, only 3 people can refine first grade, top-tier elixirs. Even Miss Muck can't do it. How can it not count? Thanthu couldn't help but be stunned upon hearing this. What? Even senior sister can't do it? How can that be? Van raised her hand to cover her mouth, her face still bewildered. Really, Xiaothu, did you really refine a top-grade elixir? Oh my, only a third-stage alchemist can accomplish that. How on earth did you do it? After hearing that, Thanthu could only widen his eyes, sweat pouring down like rain. I was just messing around. I didn't expect it to turn into something big. Then Wanzi turned to Thanthu and gently suggested, Junior brother, could you refine an elixir for us to see? As soon as Wanzi finished speaking, Van ran over and hugged Thanthu's arm. Yes, I want to see too. Facing Van's sparkling eyes, he bowed his head, closed his eyes, and agreed. All right. As soon as he stepped out, Thanthu couldn't help but be surprised to see the alchemy furnace in front of him shaking violently. Wanzi took out another furnace, glanced at him, and smiled. Junior brother, I'll leave this to you. So Thanthu got to work. He circulated his energy, condensing an extremely abundant stream of golden spiritual energy. First, Thanthu created a flame inside the furnace. The flame flared up with immense power. Wanzi and Van Van witnessed the scene, their eyes wide and mouths agape in utter surprise. A few minutes later, Thanthu held a shining elixir in his hand, his expression unusually calm. Then he threw the elixir towards Wanzi. Senior sister, catch. Oh my goodness, junior brother, slow down, be careful. Van Van looked at the elixir in her hand with an open mouth. Xiaothu, why is he so amazing? Cultivation is already incredible, and he can quickly learn alchemy too. Thanthu waved his hand, humbly replying, No, no! Senior sister is the most amazing one. Van Van turned around, proudly giving a thumbs up. Xiaothu is a genius. I'm a fake genius. Senior sister is the real genius. Immediately after, Van Van raised both hands to the sky and shouted loudly, Xiaothu is so handsome. There's no arguing with that. You're absolutely right. Her. After chatting for a while, Van Van glanced at Wanzi and smirked. Senior sister, if Xiaothu is so amazing, then let him handle it. Hearing that, Wanzi immediately came forward and took Thanthu's hand. Junior brother, can you participate in this alchemy trade association as our representative? She intentionally rubbed her ample bosom against his arm, making Thanthu's face darken. Just consider it's senior sister begging you, okay? Faced with such cuteness, Thanthu couldn't help but blush. Oh my, who could resist this? After a moment of thought, he pounded his chest a few times, putting on a brave front. If senior sister trusts me, then I'll participate. Wanzi was stunned upon hearing that. Without any hesitation, she rushed forward and embraced Thanthu. Thank you, junior brother. Thanthu, being hugged, was sweating profusely. Oh my, she smells so good. No, you beast, calm down. Calm down. Don't be rash. On the outside, she looks like a typical mature woman. But inside, her heart is as delicate as a loli. It was truly puzzling. Wanzi was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes, making Thanthu ask worriedly, What's wrong, senior sister? Wanzi placed one hand on Thanthu's chest and the other over her mouth, secretly grateful in her heart. With junior brother's trusted help, grandfather's illness might have hope of being cured. Finally, she could breathe a sigh of relief. Lac Lam placed her hand on her chest, looking worriedly ahead. Miss, what's wrong with you? If there's a solution, you should be happy, right? Senior sister, don't cry, Van Van is here. Senior sister has always been a reliable big sister, able to calmly handle any situation. But now, to cry like this, senior sister must have suffered too much grievance. During this time, Madam has truly been too tired. Van Van turned to Thanthu, covered her mouth, and whispered. He heard it and looked at Wanzi. With just a glance, Thanthu understood, and he gestured to Van Van. Immediately after, Thanthu approached Wanzi, while Van Van and Lac Lam quietly left. Thanthu came closer, placing a hand on Wanji's shoulder, gently comforting her. Senior sister, now it's just the two of us. Just cry. Crying will make you feel a little better. Whatever grievances you have, just tell me. Junior brother will absolutely not laugh at you. Wanzi wiped away a tear and replied clearly, During this time, I've been very uncomfortable, but I couldn't cry. I can't make mistakes. They are all watching me. If I show even a small mistake, the trade association could collapse. Thanthu felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing this. Calm down. Take your time and tell me. Wanzi bowed her head, her face darkening. Those trade associations are utterly infuriating. They all bully me. Many people feel that a girl like me definitely can endure it. Thanthu heard this and smiled encouragingly. Senior sister is already very impressive. Any other disciple in the sect wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Wanzi clenched her hands, tears welling up as she continued. And those alchemists, we clearly paid a high price to recruit them. But when they saw the trade association in difficulty, they refused to help. If Van Van hadn't brought elixirs, the trade association wouldn't have lasted these past few days. The most despicable one is that leader of the alchemists. He took advantage of Grandpa's illness to threaten me into marrying him. Upon hearing this, Thanthu's face darkened, and he gnashed his teeth. He actually used marriage to pressure me. When I refused, he left, saying he would humiliate us at the alchemy convention. Thanthu was furious after hearing this. This scoundrel, what's his name? Wanzi turned with a sorrowful look. Liu Zhao, he's an alchemist groomed by the trade association since childhood. Hearing this, Thanthu hugged Wanji's head and said gently, I'll remember him. At the alchemy convention, I'll hang up and beat anyone who bullies senior sister. First place will definitely be senior sister's trade association. If I can't do it, I'll crawl back to Thanyu Peak. Wanzi heard this, grasped Thanthu's hand, and smiled with peace of mind. He stood up straight, flexing his muscles with strength, smiling brightly like a flower. I will definitely let them know what cruelty is. Senior sister believes you can hang them up and beat them. Thanthu put his hands on his hips and asked frankly, Senior sister's mood is better now. Right, junior brother has a small gift for you. Wanzi wiped away tears and asked, What gift? Let me see. Thanthu raised a finger and replied clearly, Last time I went to the library, I borrowed the Jade Body scripture. Cultivating it to grand completion will give you a perfect figure. Big sister must need it very much, right? Wanzi heard this, blushed, and flew over to bite Thanthu's hand. You're also mocking senior sister's chest for not being big enough. I'm angry. Is senior sister saying she doesn't want it? Wanzi then released Thanthu's hand. I do want it. How could I not? If you bully senior sister like this, do you believe I'll cry again? Thanthu heard this and happily replied, If senior sister cries, I'll continue to comfort her. Everyone has weak moments, right, senior sister? Saying this, he raised his hand to stroke Wanji's nose, smiling. Everything will be fine. Junior brother cares for you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wanji's face turned red, and she hastily pushed Thanthu away. She didn't dare to look up, her eyes unconsciously looking down at the ground. Thinking to herself, what is this? Why does it feel like something in my heart has been stirred? Thanthu didn't understand what was happening, so he pointed behind him. If senior sister is okay, then I'm relieved. The Jade Body scripture is with junior sister. I'll have her give it to senior sister later. Wanzi placed her hand on her chest. Her cheeks flushed. All right, senior sister still has some things to take care of. See you later. Thanthu couldn't help but be surprised at the sight, sweat pouring down. What's wrong with senior sister? He clasped his hands behind his neck, scratching his head with a puzzled expression. One moment sunny, the next rainy. It's truly impossible to understand. It was already late afternoon. Thanthu sat comfortably on a chair, gazing intently at the alchemy furnace. He held a cup of water in one hand, savoring it, while his other hand gathered spiritual energy to control the furnace. What a truly wonderful private area for alchemy. While he was relaxing, Laklam brought him some refreshments. Master Yun, these are the refreshments the young lady just made for you. Thanthu took a bite of the pastry and his eyes widened in surprise. It was soft and sweet. Compared to 2 days ago, senior sister's skill had greatly improved. Laklam stood behind him, smiling as she watched Thanthu eat with gusto. I wonder if I'm imagining things, but lately, the young lady seems to be caring for him like a lover. Thinking this, she suddenly shook her head vigorously. No way, no way. Laklam placed a hand on her chest and glanced elsewhere. They're just senior sister and junior brother. How could they have that kind of relationship? While eating, Thanthu suddenly paused, staring intently at the pastry. That's right. Hearing his voice, Laklam flinched and turned to look at him. What's wrong? Why haven't I seen senior sister these past 2 days? Hearing this, Laklam raised a hand to rub her cheek. Not daring to look him in the eye, I don't know either. She was clearly worried enough to make the refreshments herself, yet she didn't dare to deliver them. It feels like the young lady is deliberately avoiding this junior brother. It's very strange. While pondering, Thanthu turned and scratched his cheek. Anyway, please thank senior sister for me. After saying that, Thanthu continued to sit on the chair, using spiritual energy to control the alchemy furnace. Black Lamb turned to leave, but then paused as if remembering something. She turned back and spoke clearly. The alchemy competition is in 2 days. Master Yun, if you need anything, just say so. The Merchant Association will do its best to assist you. After hearing that, Thanthu choked on his pastry, tears welling up. He glanced behind him, wiped away his sweat, and thought to himself, there really is a problem, but it's not a normal difficulty. As long as I can refine a high-grade second-rank pill, first place is guaranteed. No matter how I refine it, it always turns out to be a top-grade elixir. Thinking this, he held his head and looked up at the sky. He couldn't control it. The boundless pavilion is still looking for me everywhere. Being able to refine top-grade elixirs at 16 years old will definitely draw their attention. In Than Yun's mind was an image of himself being dragged away by two men in black. I don't want to go back. I want my big sister. Thanthu covered his ears tightly, his mind spinning. I don't know how to become weaker. Is this even a difficult problem? Black Lamb, standing behind him, listened in a daze. With that, Thanthu raised his hand. It's nothing, butler. You go ahead. I'm fine. I'm fine. After Black Lamb left, Thanthu stood up with a gloomy, troubled expression. He walked to the alchemy furnace and took out a pill. Seeing the pill, Thanthu seemed to turn to stone, his eyes darkening. Damn it, it's top grade again. He was so furious his face turned purple, clenching his fists and shouting loudly. After saying that, he walked over and carefully placed the pill into a box. Instead of thinking here, it's better to go out and clear my head. Maybe I'll gain something. With that, Thanthu rolled up the cultivation manual. He held the manual in his hand, walking and skipping, and conveniently gathered materials for that formula. The scene shifted to Luklang City's black market. In the bustling market appeared a man with a rough appearance and a bald head. As Thanthu walked, he bumped into the bald man. Indeed, no matter where you go, the black market always exists. No sooner had he spoken than the bald man's hand shot out to attack. Thanthu quickly dodged to the side, causing the bald man to stare back in astonishment. He crouched down, moved behind the bald man, and used all his strength to sweep the man's legs, tripping him. Then he flew up and kicked the bald man's arm directly. He turned his head back, looking at the bald man with murderous eyes. Where's the biggest merchant association? The bald man's face darkened with rage, his eyes wide as he shouted, "Let me go." No sooner had he finished speaking than Thanthu pressed his heel firmly into the man's flesh. The bald man gritted his teeth in pain, sweat beading on his face. This kid, if he uses just a little more force, my arm will be crippled. Thanthu, with a dark, murderous expression, growled, "I don't want to repeat myself." The bald man immediately replied loudly, "Go straight to that tavern, then turn right, and then keep going straight. It hurts so much. Release me first." As soon as he finished speaking, Thanthu lifted his foot. The bald man sprung up, reached behind him to pull out his weapon, and flashed a lewd smile. He wielded the sharp weapon, slashing down with a glint, but was struck by some power in his dantian, causing his eyes to roll back in terror. It turned out that power came from Thanthu's position, taking the main character's full blow. The bald man flew straight into the wall, causing it to crack. He slowly collapsed, hitting the ground face first, sending dust flying. The young men standing nearby saw the scene unfold and their faces darkened, their eyes wide and jaws dropped in shock. Thanthu calmly brushed the dust from his clothes with an emotionless expression, his eyes tightly closed. A moment later, he arrived at the door of a merchant association and knocked. Inside the association, a young woman wore a black mask. Hearing the knock, she glanced over. Seeing Thanthu at the door, she thought to herself, "No mask, looks like a rookie, and his clothes are ordinary, not like someone with money." After thinking, she stepped out and greeted him warmly. "Guest, have you come to buy or sell goods?" "Both buy and sell." The young woman invited Thanthu inside the merchant association. "Then I'll take you to sell your goods first. She just wants to see if I have any valuable treasures. If they're high value, she'll consider serving me further." Well, that's fine. May I ask which transaction area you would like to go to? The highest area is. While speaking, Thanthu paused and raised his hand. Never mind, the lowest area. Hearing this, the young woman glanced over with a darkened, murderous expression. As expected, he's a poor fellow. Only the utterly destitute go to the lowest area. I definitely won't earn any tips from this young man. After a while, Thanthu arrived at the Merchant Association's transaction area. Fortunately, the lowest level area was very simply decorated, making it easy to find. After saying that, Thanthu no longer saw the young woman, but only noticed a room that was still lit. Inside the transaction room appeared a young woman with long, flowing purple hair, raising her hands to stretch and smile. Thanthu approached and knocked on the wooden partition. The young woman saw Thanthu, looked up, and asked with a smile, "Guest, how may I help you? I want to dispose of some items." The purple-haired young woman took out a piece of paper and a pen and replied with a smile, "May I ask what kind of goods you wish to sell? For gold, silver, and jade, we charge a 10% fee. Weapons and spiritual artifacts will be valued based on their wear and tear. For other items, such as pots, pans, old, tattered clothes, we do not accept them here." Hearing this, Thanthu broke out in a sweat and spoke up, "I'm here to sell elixirs. Expired elixirs are also not accepted." Hearing this, Thanthu became angry, his face dark. "What do you mean expired? I just refined them. I came here to sell them mainly to get some money to spend." The purple-haired girl was extremely surprised to hear this and exclaimed, "You're an alchemist. Your clothes look so ordinary. And you're still so young. Could you be a noble alchemist?" After thinking, the young woman extended her hand. "Please take out the elixir and I will help you appraise its value." All right. The purple-haired young woman took the box and was doubly surprised. "Such an exquisite jade box. Please wait a moment." The purple-haired young woman opened the lid of the box, and a dazzling golden light flashed out. The aroma of the elixir spread everywhere, making her gasp and shout loudly, "Oh my goodness, it's a top-grade elixir. Top-grade elixirs only appear in the highest level area. Who would have thought it would appear here?" After thinking, the young woman opened the door and said warmly, "Please come in and sit here." The young woman carefully ushered Thanthu to a seat. Very gently and meticulously. This one order is equivalent to handling decades of transactions. If successful, I will receive immense credit, but there's nothing valuable here to entertain such a distinguished guest. If I don't entertain him well, I fear the transaction won't be completed. No, this place also has myself. I heard that those high-level esteemed guests have some small preferences, but with his appearance, I'm afraid he won't like me. After thinking, the young woman plopped down on the floor, striking a seductive pose. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at Thanthu with alluring eyes. "Guest, though I have no experience, I will do my utmost." Thanthu saw this and glanced over, making a puzzled expression. "What do you mean? You don't like it?" The young woman leaned forward, placing one hand on Thanthu's chest, while the other lifted her own breasts as she spoke. "So, do you like breasts or some other part?" After speaking, the young woman looked up, licking her fingertip with her tongue. "If not, my mouth can also be used. I haven't eaten anything today, so it's very clean. I cultivate a technique that forbids me from losing my virginity. Otherwise, you could do whatever you pleased, guest." Hearing these words, Thanthu's face was drenched in sweat. His cheeks flushed crimson. "Is she using tricks to win my favor? I came here because I heard she was professional, but I didn't expect her to be this professional. If someone as talented as her doesn't get promoted quickly, then heaven truly has no eyes." After thinking, he raised his hand and pushed the purple-haired girl away. "Big sister, please just go help me process this." "What, guest? You don't need it. Or you can't." Thanthu glanced over, replying with an irritated expression. I don't need it. The purple-haired girl blinked, her mouth wide open as she exclaimed, "Did I not serve you well?" After speaking, the young woman immediately knelt and kowtowed, shouting loudly, "Please don't say I did poorly." He heard this, held his head in exasperation, his face darkening. I beg you, please just go do your job. The purple-haired young woman immediately stood up, picked up a stack of papers, and glanced over. Sorry, I'll go process it right away. Please sign here. So Thanthu didn't hesitate and signed his name on the paper. The young woman took the paper, shedding tears of happiness. This esteemed guest is mine now. Oh my god, this is truly wonderful. After saying that, the young woman immediately turned her head to look behind her, covering her mouth and chuckling. Please wait for me for a moment. Thanthu found the purple-haired young woman's actions a bit confusing. Did she really need to be that excited? When he turned around, he saw that she had already left the room and slammed the door shut. A moment later, the candlelight in the lantern also went out. He sat sprawled on the chair, hands clasped behind his head, and exclaimed, "Half an hour has passed. Why isn't she back yet?" Just as he finished speaking, a group of people entered from outside the door. Someone with hands adorned with numerous pieces of jewelry gently pushed the door open. A man walked in, followed by countless subordinates, most of whom wore masks. My name is Bao Bao, the president of this merchant guild. May I ask if these elixirs belong to you? Thanthu picked up the teacup, savored it, and said, the guild president doesn't even dare to state his real name. That's too perfunctory. Upon hearing that, the man's face turned pale. He thought silently, in the black market, everyone tries their best to hide their names, and my name is even more taboo. Normally, no one dares to ask, yet he asked me right away. Is this kid reminding me? Based on my keen sense of intuition accumulated over many years, this young man is definitely not simple. After contemplating, he cupped his hands and said, my humble name is Li Bao Bao, and I am the president here. How should I address you? Upon hearing that, Thanthu immediately spat a mouthful of water straight into the man's face. Then he raised a hand to wipe away the excess water from his mouth, thinking, a crude-looking man, broad-shouldered and muscular, yet named Li Bao Bao. The masked female subordinates couldn't help but snicker at the scene before them. The man angrily turned his head and shot a cold glare. The frightened subordinates immediately knelt and kowtowed at his feet. Seeing this, Thanthu spoke up. Why are you mad at them? Isn't it just a somewhat unusual name? He held his stomach, laughing until tears streamed down his face. It's not that funny. Ha ha ha. Li Bao Bao. Bao Bao, Bao Bao. It seems your parents really love you. Ha, no, I can't hold it in. Then Thanthu quickly wiped away his tears of laughter and said, Ahem, be serious. I want to deal with this quickly. Give me a price. Li Bao Bao pointed to the door and replied enthusiastically, esteemed guest, please follow me. We'll discuss this elsewhere. Hearing that, Thanthu trailed behind Li Bao Bao and the young women. After a while, the group arrived at another room. Inside the room, beautiful girls were preparing tea and pastries for Thanthu. Li Bao Bao picked up a teacup, poured water, and spoke loudly. Do you truly intend to sell those elixirs? Top-grade elixirs are extremely rare, not something you encounter casually. I need to know their origin clearly. Thanthu heard that and raised his hand high, bluntly replying, don't worry, the origin is perfectly clean. I demand a sum of money in exchange. Li Bao Bao stared straight ahead, still pouring tea. No. I need to know for sure that these elixirs didn't come from a major sect. I can't be too careful, so please tell me the actual situation. That way, I'll also know how to handle them. You can rest assured it definitely won't cause you any trouble. Thanthu heard that and put the teacup down on the table, looking forward with an irritated expression. What's wrong? You're still not reassured even though I refined them myself. Li Bao Bao heard that and glanced over. You refined them yourself. From your appearance, you don't seem to be over 18, do you? Thanthu picked up the teacup and brought it to his mouth, savoring it. As for my age, forget it. If you don't believe me, bring the alchemy cauldron. I'll demonstrate it myself. Hurry up. I'm in a rush. Upon hearing that, Li Bao Bao immediately clapped his hands as a signal. This is a second-grade alchemy cauldron. Why does he seem so confident? This is the newest alchemy cauldron our merchant guild acquired, valued at tens of thousands of spirit stones. It has a chance to increase the quality of alchemy. Enhance flame and spiritual power manipulation. Please use it. Thanthu heard this and unexpectedly shouted, "Wait, what did you just say? It can assist in alchemy." Esteemed guest, what are you doing, lost in thought like that? Thanthu heard that and fell silent, thinking, the alchemy cauldron I used before was equivalent to a damaged spiritual artifact. It increased the difficulty of alchemy. Conveniently honing my technique. Later, switching to the alchemy cauldron provided by Llewellyn Palace made me unable to adapt, making it difficult to lower the quality of the elixirs from then on. After pondering, Li Bao spoke up, "Grand Master, why are you so surprised? Is something wrong? The alchemy cauldron is too good. I'm not used to it." Li Bao heard that and his eyes widened, sweating profusely. "What did you say?" "Nothing." Thanthu stood up and performed the wind control art, accumulating incredibly abundant spiritual energy currents. Then a fierce whirlwind erupted, engulfing him and the alchemy furnace. Li Bao couldn't help but be surprised at the scene before him. Wind spiritual power, mutated spiritual root. Even in an entire prefecture, you might not encounter a mutated spiritual root. Yet I've encountered one here in Luolong City. Various herbs were swept up by the whirlwind and flew directly into the alchemy furnace. Inside, as the flames burned brightly, the elixir gradually formed. A second later, a gleaming elixir was produced, flying straight into Thanthu's hand. He held the elixir forward, bluntly saying, "See it clearly now." Li Bao stared blankly at the elixir in Thanthu's hand. A second-grade top-tier elixir? In other words, this young man is at least a 4th-rank alchemist. In the entire Maluo prefecture, there are no more than a handful of 4th-rank alchemists. This young man, at such a young age, already possesses such strength. It's absolutely unimaginable. Thanthu waited for a long time without a response from Li Bao, so he extended his hand forward and spoke. "Are you done confirming? Don't waste my time." All right. Li Bao took a gulp of water. Then, the young man swung his 5-fingered hand to give a price. First-grade top-tier elixirs are high, but to trivial. They're not even as good as first-grade superior ones on the market. Nevertheless, I'm willing to offer 500 spirit stones per elixir for the Grand Master. As for second-grade top-tier elixirs, 3,000 spirit stones per elixir. What do you think, Grand Master? This price is slightly higher than other merchant guilds. After all, such an important person must not be delayed. Thanthu heard that, fell silent, closed his eyes tightly, and said, "The amount doesn't matter, just make it fast." Li Bao heard that and was secretly shocked. No wonder he's such an important person. He's even too lazy to ask about the price. When I encounter such a big deal, I need to drink to still myself. But he doesn't care at all. Thanthu at this moment was, on the outside, calm, but on the inside, so thrilled he couldn't stop drooling. Just one trip out, and I earned over 20,000 spirit stones. For a while, I won't have to worry about running low on money. Li Bao then took out a piece of paper and pointed at it. 3 first-grade top-tier elixirs, 6 second-grade top-tier elixirs, totaling 20,000 spirit stones. I'll go get your money now. Wait a minute, I also want to buy medicinal ingredients. Could you prepare some for me? Having said that, Thanthu placed a piece of paper on the table and said, "Here's the list." When Li Bao picked up the paper, something made his eyes widen in astonishment. A moment later, Li Bao's subordinates rolled up their sleeves to prepare the medicinal ingredients for Thanthu. Then a female subordinate brought out a shining elixir. Li Bao glanced over and spoke. "The medicinal ingredients you wanted are all inside. Unfortunately, there's no more heavenly blossom grass in stock. It will be among the rewards at the alchemy competition a few days from now. With your strength, acquiring it should be as easy as turning your hand. There's also an alchemy cauldron in this ring. Consider it a welcoming gift for you. Does Grand Master have any other instructions?" Thanthu took the golden ring, stared at it, and thought, This sly fellow actually thought of a way to curry favor with me. Indeed, there's one more small matter. Li Baobo cupped his hands and replied with a smile. Please speak, Grand Master. The favor of a 4th-rank alchemist is far more valuable than spirit stones. Fanthu removed the tea dregs from the cup, speaking bluntly. You must know the Luoshi Merchant Guild, right? There are a few unruly establishments making small moves in the shadows. They're making me very uncomfortable. He held up the tea dregs in front of Li Bao, making him a little afraid. You investigate those guys thoroughly, then cause their downfall. Do as much as you can. At this point, Fanthu flicked away the tea dregs, looking forward with a murderous expression. I want them to live and experience what it feels like to be bankrupt. Upon hearing that, Li Bao's face was drenched in sweat. The forces attacking the Luoshi Merchant Guild are definitely not nobodies. Grand Master, this matter is a bit difficult. Many merchant guilds in Luolong City are colluding with the city lord. If the black market suddenly makes a move, it will surely be suppressed. Just as he finished speaking, Fanthu raised his hand to interrupt. There's nothing that can't be done, only whether one chooses to do it or not. Saying that, Fanthu stepped forward and placed a hand on Li Bao's shoulder. Expecting you to do that for just this small elixir transaction, it is indeed a bit difficult. At this point, Fanthu produced a blue bottle. This is your reward. Make sure to do it cleanly. Li Bao took the blue bottle and couldn't help but feel a little awkward and scared. Grand Master, this commanding tone, I'm at least considered a local boss in Luolong City. How can I be bullied like this? Thinking this, he opened the blue bottle. Let's see what good stuff is inside. Seeing something inside the bottle made Li Bao's eyes widen and his jaw drop in astonishment. 2 3rd-grade top-tier elixirs. This guy isn't a 4th-rank alchemist at all, but a 5th rank. Li Bao held the elixir bottle in his hand and slumped to the ground, trembling all over. Finally, he understood why he didn't wear a mask. It wasn't ignorance, but disdain. Li Bao glanced at Fanthu, gritting his teeth and thinking silently. Let alone Luolong City. Even in the entire Kanglan domain, no one can do anything to him. This kind of person is fundamentally not a youth. He must be some powerful grand master practicing a youth-preserving cultivation technique. Li Bao's female subordinates saw him sprawled on the ground and thought to themselves, why is the guild master so scared like this? What exactly is inside that jade bottle? Li Bao turned his face to look at the girls and they all ran away in fear. If the merchant guild has such a backer, then what is there to worry about only being able to live in this small Luolong city? After thinking it over, he immediately stood up, cupped his hands, bowed his head, and spoke. What your excellency has instructed, I will naturally do my utmost to complete it, a 5th-grade alchemist. Even if I have to gamble this old life of mine, I must establish a connection with them. If this esteemed person is willing, I'd even offer the entire guild. Fanthu turned his face and glanced over, speaking. Very good, the time is about right. I should be leaving now. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you my identity. Li Bao immediately bowed his head and interrupted. No need, no need. A small merchant guild like ours isn't worthy of knowing your esteemed name. I will also keep everything confidential. Hearing this, Fanthu felt at ease and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Smart, then there's no need to see me off. An expert comes to the black market specifically to do something shady. If I ask for their name, wouldn't I be seeking death? As Fanthu was walking, he met the purple-haired girl. Thank you, Miss Black Cat, for your hospitality. Hope we meet again. Please go slowly, Your Excellency. After Fanthu had completely left, Li Bao lowered his head, let out a long breath, and his expression filled with anger. Then he turned around to face the 2 girls behind him and yelled, What did you do with such an important person? You let His Excellency go to the lowest trading area. Do you to have no eyes? The blonde girl heard this and thought to herself, tears welling up in fear. Who would have known that this person was an important figure? Li Bao glared at her with a grumpy, annoyed look. From today onwards, you'll return to being the lowest-ranking receptionist Make sure to train your discerning eye well. Having said that, Li Bao Bao walked up to the purple-haired girl, his expression softening. As for you, you did well. You will now be the manager of the merchant guild shop. The purple-haired girl's eyes widened and her mouth hung open, unable to believe her ears. Yes, sir. At the same time, inside Yun Than Thu's courtyard, the figures of Van Van and Yuan Kai appeared at the door of his room. Yuan Kai secretly calculated in her heart. The Luolong Grand Assembly is only 1 day away. That day was too stressful, making me afraid to confess. She unconsciously glanced over and caught sight of her junior sister's blushing, embarrassed cheeks. But junior brother is as innocent as a child. Amidst her rambling thoughts, Van Van's clear voice suddenly rang out. Senior sister, aren't we going in? Wait a moment. Yuan Kai quickly closed her eyes, bowed her head, and took a deep breath to calm her racing heart. At the same time, inside the room, Than Thu was attentively observing the alchemy furnace when the door suddenly opened. His 2 senior sisters walked in. As soon as he saw the 2 of them, Than Thu happily spread his arms wide to greet them. Eldest senior sister, it's been a long time. Today's breakfast wasn't delivered. Did eldest senior sister want to bring it to me herself? Hearing the teasing words, Yuan Kai replied, I didn't make any today. Are you, you brat, addicted to taking advantage of your senior sister? I'm busy with official duties every day. How could I have so much time? Than Thu heard this and pretended to be downcast, stroking his chin with a mournful expression. There definitely was some a few days ago, so why not today? You guess. The young man then placed his hand on his chest, his face filled with extreme sorrow, and yelled, I get it, I definitely get it. Eldest senior sister doesn't love me. Yuan Chine was dazed, her cheeks flushed and sweat pouring down. You, when did I ever love you? Don't talk nonsense. Just when she thought it was over, Than Thu unexpectedly threw himself to the ground, thrashing like a child. Eldest senior sister likes junior sister, likes little ma, but only me. She doesn't love. It's so unfair. Helpless at his dramatics, Yuan Kai glanced over and said clearly, no, if that's the case, then I like you very much too. Immediately, Than Thu jumped up, raising 1 finger to signal. Got it, good that you know. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Kai was stunned, realizing she had fallen into her junior brother's clever trap. I didn't expect you to be like this. You're quite good at flirting. Than Thu immediately glanced away, pretending to be innocent. Well, before, when I had too much free time and nothing to do, I read a bit too many roadside forbidden books. Unconsciously, I picked up a few tricks from those playboys. It seems from senior sister's reaction that it wasn't used very well. I guess I still need to practice more and strive to advance further on the path of flirting soon. Junior brother, today is the last day. How confident are you of winning? Than Thu stood up, dusted off his clothes, his face full of confidence. Tomorrow, senior sister will know. I want to give senior sister a big surprise. Hearing this, Yuan Kai gently approached and helped Than Thu brush off the dust. That intimate gesture made the young man's face involuntarily blush with embarrassment. Seeing junior brother so confident, I feel at ease. Tomorrow is the Alchemy Grand Assembly, so today I'll take you out for a stroll. It'll also help you relax your body. What do you think, junior brother? Than Thu froze upon hearing this, and before he could say anything, Van Van beside him excitedly cheered. Go out for a stroll? That sounds great. Soon after, the group arrived at a bustling market. Than Thu bounced around everywhere like a child experiencing the city for the first time. In complete contrast, Van Van was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. UNT, I can't walk anymore. Why don't we find a place to rest for a bit? Hearing her junior sister complain, Yuan Kai kindly replied, How about this, LCC Lamb? I'll leave junior sister to you. I'll continue strolling with junior brother. Yes, miss! The girl Van Van, upon hearing about resting, smiled happily, her eyes crinkling. Oh, good, finally, I can rest. After Van Van and LCC Lamb left, Yuan Kai turned back to see Than Thu engrossed and enjoying a sugar candy stick. Seeing her approach, he offered her a candy stick. "Senior sister, this is very delicious. Come and try it quickly." Afterward, the two walked past a fabric stall together. "This fabric is truly beautiful. I want to buy it." Yuan Kai quickly grabbed Thanthu's shirt and pulled him away, her face showing annoyance. "Junior brother, please don't be so nosy, okay? This is something women use when they have their period." Thanthu pointed at something again, his eyes full of curiosity. "Senior sister, what in the world are they talking about over there? A Tam Divine Travel? Why have I never heard of that place before?" Once he followed his gaze and saw it was a stall selling oil. I don't know either." After walking for a while, they passed a melon stall with a very strange slogan. "Eat my melon and you'll forget about that." The young man happily chewed a piece of melon while giving a thumbs up. Do cucumber sellers all talk so boldly these days? Wanzi could only look at her junior brother and shake her head helplessly. And so on a peaceful afternoon at the bustling market, Wanzi and Thanthu strolled hand in hand. After wandering for a while, Wanzi grew tired, her whole body drenched in sweat. She looked blankly ahead, panting. Thanthu, walking behind, turned his head, saw the scene, and fell silent. The young man gently helped Wanzi sit on a chair. "Senior sister, come here and rest." She frowned due to the heat, having to constantly fan herself with her hand. "Junior brother, how long has it been since you last went out for a stroll? Being curious about everything almost exhausted your senior sister to death. It's still hot and my clothes are all wet." Hearing his senior sister's playful scolding, Thanthu clasped his hands together and sincerely closed his eyes. I'm sorry I implicated you, senior sister." As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled a surge of spiritual energy in front of his chest. In an instant, a refreshing gust of wind spread throughout Wanji's body. Thanthu opened his eyes wide, smiling brightly. "Is that a bit better? If it's still not enough, I'll make you a flower." Wanzi took the spiritual energy flower in her hand and praised him with a smile. "Junior brother is really clever. I've never met anyone who used spiritual techniques like that before." Thanthu modestly scratched his head. "Actually, I just thought of it, and this is also the first time I've done something like this for someone else. If it's for senior sister, it's not a loss." Saying that, he also made himself an ice pop and put it in his mouth, but then showed disappointment. "The pity is that it has no sweet taste." Wanzi stared at the flower branch in her hand, smiling subtly. "The first time for someone else?" As the two were resting, an old shopkeeper approached happily, holding a box in his hand. "Haha, to esteemed guests. The shop just received a batch of new jewelry. Would the two of you like to take a look? Wealthy customers like cultivators are rare. I must seize this opportunity." Thanthu heard this and immediately asked with interest, "Do you have hairpins? Now that I think about it, I haven't tittied up my appearance since I woke up." The old shopkeeper then presented a box full of jade hairpins. Yes, all kinds of jade hairpins for esteemed guests to choose from, especially this newest style. Just wear it and you'll be the #1 young master in the sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Wanzi glanced over. "Shopkeeper, your words are not right." She glared down at the flower in her hand and said clearly, "Even without wearing it, my junior brother is already the #1 handsome man." The old shopkeeper heard this and quickly wiped sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile. Right. But with the hairpin, he'll be even more handsome. If I said something wrong, I'll give a 70% discount." The old shopkeeper's jaw dropped upon hearing that. A 70% discount? If so, I'll lose a lot of money. Wanzi continued to bargain. Then 60%? No, that's still a loss. Hearing that, Wanzi made a displeased frown. Then a 30% discount. That should be acceptable, right? The old shopkeeper bowed his head helplessly, thinking 30% off is better than 60 or 70% off. All right, I'll give a 30% discount. Wanzi smiled upon hearing this, reached into the box, and said, "Thank you, shopkeeper, I must pick a really good one for my junior brother." "What? No, wait, wasn't I tricked? Which one is good?" After a while of looking, Wanzi chose an emerald green hairpin shaped like a willow branch. She took the hairpin and waved Thanthu over. "Junior brother, come try this one." The old shopkeeper watched with tears streaming down his face. Esteemed guest truly has good eyesight. This is a hairpin made from red sandalwood. It naturally carries a fragrance that can help ward off evil and refresh the mind. This is the best item I have. Oh, a 30% price drop. Meanwhile, Thanthu was obediently sitting still, letting Wanzi comb his hair. When the hairpin was in place, Thanthu turned his face, revealing an incredibly handsome appearance. The old shopkeeper raised a finger, smiling through his tears. Young brother is truly blessed to have a beautiful and virtuous companion like that. It truly makes one envious. Wanzi, sitting nearby, heard this and her cheeks flushed red. "Shopkeeper, don't joke. We are not companions. The two of you aren't companions. Don't joke like that." The young lady just now meticulously styled his hair, as if for her beloved. "How could you not be?" Thanthu turned and frowned. "What kind of joke is that? We are junior and senior disciples under the same master." "Oh, well, junior brother, how do you feel?" Thanthu looked at his reflection in the mirror and smiled happily. "It's like I've changed into a different person." Saying that, he turned to look at Wanzi, giving her a friendly smile. "Thank you, senior sister." Hearing that, she extended her hand. "Then we'll buy this one." "Senior sister, wait a moment." Thanthu stared at the box of hairpins and smiled. "Senior sister gave me a hairpin. I also want to give one back." The young man chose a red flower-shaped hairpin and handed it to Wanzi, making her feel shy. "This is very suitable. Let me put it on for senior sister to try." After putting it on, Wanzi looked at herself in the mirror, helpless. "Junior brother, are you being mischievous? It's so ugly." Thanthu heard this and started to flirt. No, senior sister looks truly beautiful wearing it." Wanji's face darkened upon hearing this. "Really, I think this one is also very suitable for you. Junior brother, why don't you try it?" Thanthu's eyes widened when he saw it, and he immediately dodged. "What the F asterisk asterisk asterisk? A man like me wearing a flower hairpin?" Wanzi then took out a plum blossom-shaped hairpin, held it out with a sly, meaningful expression. "Haha, let me see." Without any hesitation, Wanzi lunged forward, grabbed Thanthu by the neck and pinned the hairpin on him, startling the young man. Senior sister, don't do that." The old shopkeeper standing nearby witnessed the scene and couldn't help but think, "These two are a bit dangerous. If this continues, I'm afraid they can no longer be just junior and senior siblings." After pinning the hairpin, Wanzi still didn't let go, instead taking out a box of blush. "So cute. Junior brother looks like an adorable little girl. Senior sister will help you add a little more blush." Faced with Wanji's actions, Thanthu was speechless, thinking, "I guess I'll just indulge her." It's rare to see senior sister so happy for a bit. Then Wanzi showed Thanthu the mirror. "How about it? Still dare to tease your senior sister?" The young man, adorned with rosy cheeks, frowned and replied, "Clearly, senior sister is teasing me." Wanzi poked Thanthu's cheek playfully. "Look at you frowning. If you don't like it, then you can draw something messy on my face too. Is that okay?" No, senior sister is so beautiful, I wouldn't dare draw on her face." Wanzi flinched upon hearing this, her embarrassment evident. "Does junior brother really think I'm beautiful?" The young man took off the hairpin and dusted off the powder on his face. "Of course. I'm serious. I think the hairpin is perfectly suited for senior sister. If senior sister doesn't like it, then forget about it." Thanthu went to pay the old shopkeeper, then returned, cheerfully saying, "The night market is coming soon. Senior sister, let's go back and meet up with junior sister." Hearing that, Wanzi also took off her flower hairpin. "Shopkeeper, please wrap this for me." The old shopkeeper's eyes widened when he heard this, thinking, "Another item sold. I'll make a profit this time." "Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. It'll be ready shortly." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Wanzi turned and held up two fingers. "You'll still sell it with an 80% discount, right?" Oh, please don't be like that, beautiful lady." A moment later, as the two were on their way back, They coincidentally met Van Van and LCC Lamb looking at potted plants nearby. Van Van saw Van Thu and Wanzi and happily called out, "Sister Wan, little Thu, over here." Van Van walked up to Than Thu and asked directly, "Little Thu, have you changed? You seem much more spirited than before." Haha, really? It's all thanks to senior sister for helping me tidy up. LCC Lamb heard this. Her face turned pale, her eyes wide with surprise. Miss helped someone else comb their hair. That's unbelievable. LCC Lamb stood aside, stroking her chin, looking at Than Thu's group and thinking, first young miss, who usually tries her best to avoid contact with the opposite sex, actually went into the kitchen herself to make snacks this time. This is a treatment that even the old master didn't receive before he fell ill. Pondering this, LCC Lamb clapped her hands together, innocently guessing, is the first young miss in love? While dreaming, Ewan just glanced over, making LCC Lamb turn her face away in fright. As night fell, the streets were lit up by lanterns. Ewan extended her arm forward and cheerfully said, "This is a pleasure house run by the guild. The food is quite special, too. It's a pity I didn't bring my junior brother to taste some." After saying that, she glanced over and pressed Than Thu, "Junior brother, which pleasure house do you choose to eat at?" Before he could answer, Van Van quickly spoke up for him. "Little Thu clearly wants to go to that pleasure house. He's been looking in that direction the whole time." Next to Than Thu's group was a pleasure house with women with incredibly long legs and incredibly long armpit hair inviting customers. "Welcome, please come in and enjoy yourselves." Than Thu turned around with an angry expression, his eyes wide, clenching his fists and shouting, "Junior senior sister, you can't just make things up. When did I ever look over there?" A girl in a pink outfit, revealing her huge bosom and smooth, undulating hills. "Little rascal, you've been staring for so long. Why don't you come in and have some fun?" Hearing this, Than Thu immediately raised his hand directly at the girl's face. No, my body is weak, and I have no money, so I can't go." "Oh, so you're impotent." Ewan and LCC Lamb stood behind, hearing it all and silently speechless. Van Van, with wide eyes, stared at Than Thu and said, "What exactly do they mean by fun? I've been really stressed lately, and I want to have some fun too." "Junior senior sister, please don't say another word." After saying that, Than Thu looked back to see Yayan's face scrunched up in anger. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" While they were talking, two random young men walked out from inside the pleasure house. "Please come again next time, valued guests. Take care, damn it. It's those two rascals again." Yayan's face darkened with frustration, her white teeth clenched with murderous intent. "The alchemist who betrayed the guild. Liu Triu and the president of the Shanghai Guild have always been targeting us." Tian Vinvic and Liu Triu, with their eyes half closed, bared their teeth and gave a lewd smile. He pointed forward and laughed loudly. "Haha, Miss LCC, long time no see. How's the old master's health?" Seeing this, LCC Lamb stepped forward, spreading her arms to shield Ewan. "Liu Triu, you scoundrel, the guild fostered you for 10 years, and yet you went over to someone else." Hearing that, Tian Vinvic stepped forward, raised his hand, and replied, "Steward LCC, you can't say that. This is just a wise bird choosing a good branch to perch on. The LCC Clan Guild has no future left. Are you not allowing others to leave, right, Miss LCC?" After hearing that, LCC Lamb clenched her hands into a defensive stance, opened her mouth wide and shouted, "If you've left, then scram," she said bluntly with an irritated expression. "And don't get too smug. We've found an even more powerful alchemist. Just wait to be humiliated at the Alchemist Grand Assembly." Liu Triu heard this and broke into a lewd smile, his face as black as a pot's bottom. "A more powerful alchemist?" After saying that, he pointed directly at Than Thu's face. "You mean that kid? That's right. We don't need you anymore." Liu Triu stared at Than Thu, thinking to himself, his hands are fair and delicate, with no signs of long-term alchemy practice. After pondering, he bared his teeth and let out a contemptuous smile. "Can this punk really replace me? How interesting." After thinking, He stared straight ahead, raised both hands high, and shouted with all his might. Just picking a random person to participate, LCC Yuan. Are you deceiving yourself? Yuan didn't bother to answer Liu Triu's question, but directly ignored him and turned her face away. Just as they were about to leave, Qian Vinfix spread his arms and spoke up. Miss LCC, don't rush. It's rare to meet. Don't leave in such a hurry. With that, he yelled loudly. Everyone, come see. This is the alchemist Miss LCC of the LCC family found. She wants to let an unknown person participate in the competition. Don't you think that's laughable? The common people heard this and began to buzz with discussion. Is that young man the alchemist invited by the LCC clan guild? I've never seen this person in LCC Lang City before. He doesn't have an alchemist's attire, and I don't feel any strong spiritual energy emanating from him. They say the LCC family's old master fell ill, and Liu Triu, unable to force the marriage, left to join the Shanghai Guild. It seems it's not false. Liu Triu approached and stood close to Yuan, clasping his hands behind his back and shaking his head repeatedly. Miss LCC, are you really not willing to marry me? Even if it means using this kind of merchandise? Haha, so headstrong, then you can just wait for the LCC family's old master to die. Qian Vinfa crossed his arms, glanced at the crowd, and spoke up. There's still a chance now, Miss LCC. Just directly marry Grand Master Liu, and let my guild help manage things. Wouldn't that be better than waiting for death? What do you all say? The young men below heard this and cheered loudly. Beautiful LCC, don't resist anymore. Just marry him quickly. What can women do in business anyway? If you're not confident in the Alchemist Grand Assembly, don't waste time. It's better to accompany the old master instead. Yuan looked around her and saw everyone staring at her with judgmental eyes and mouths. The LCC clan guild has actually fallen to the point where anyone can bully it. In the most critical moment, Fan Thu stepped forward and softly said, Senior sister, I'm here now. Don't worry. Hearing him, she felt relieved and quickly wiped away her tears. It's truly good to have someone to lean on at a time like this. Fan Thu firmly grasped Yan's hand, then turned to look at the other group. You guys are all about to be finished, aren't you? The black market must have already secretly made its move. Yuan squeezed Fan Thu's hand even tighter. When Liu Zhao saw that, he gnashed his teeth bitterly, thinking, she usually doesn't have any contact with commoners, so why is she holding hands with this guy now? Fan Thu tightly held Wang Ji's hand, stood before the large crowd, and flatly said, Everyone, if you want to kick us while we're down, I advise you to leave now. Otherwise, by then, you won't even have a chance to cry and beg for mercy. Fan Thu ran as fast as the wind. He raised his middle finger at the crowd, grinning triumphantly. The next alchemy convention will definitely belong to the Luo clan's merchant guild. Starting tomorrow, the guild will be famous throughout Muju Prefecture. At this point, Fan Thu's face suddenly darkened. However, am really looking forward to seeing you all cry and kneel for mercy. The young men standing below heard this and became furious, their faces as dark as thunderclouds. What the hell is this brat saying? Why does he look more like a villain than we do? Liu Zhao gnashed his teeth in resentment, glaring straight ahead. An unknown person? How? And you dare to speak so rudely in front of me? Fan Thu then raised his pinky, lightly picked his ear, and said, Are you rude? Ha, little brat Liu Zhao. When Liu Zhao heard that, he was as angry as a dog whose tail had been stepped on. You think you're worthy of calling me little brat? Fan Thu heard this, raised his head, and chuckled. Can't Grandpa call his grandson? Liu Zhao was so enraged his face turned green, and he blurted out, You little brat, how dare you repeat Grandpa's words? Fan Thu glanced over, beckoning Liu Zhao with his hand. Grandpa taught you how to talk, and you dared to repeat it. After all, I nurtured you by urinating and defecating on you. After hearing this, Liu Zhao bristled with anger, opened his mouth wide, and shouted, You bastard! Damn it, your father is your grandpa. Fan Thu, with a calm expression and a sweet smile, brazenly said, That's why I don't want to acknowledge a stupid son like you." Just as he was about to continue cursing, Jin Yongfu stopped him. The Luo clan's merchant guild looking for alchemists, and all they can do is talk. Miss Lo really has no eye for people. Liu Zhao clenched his fists, unable to bear it any longer. That's right. What alchemy skills does this kid have? I don't know why that woman trusts him. Tomorrow, during the alchemy competition, I'll make a fool of him. No, if I don't win, I'll eat shit. Thanthu heard this and calmly replied, "Indeed, you ate a lot when you were little. Now you want to eat more. 10 points. No buts." This kid is really naughty. Hearing Thanthu's words, Liu Zhao trembled with anger, his insides churning. He yelled at the top of his lungs, attack, everyone, go and finish him off for me." He turned back to see that no one had moved an inch. Jin Yongfu's eyes bulged with anger, and he opened his mouth wide to scold. "What are you all looking at me for? Charge!" Upon hearing the command, all the subordinates rushed forward. Jin Yongfu stood to the side, smiling with satisfaction. Right now, the Luo clan's merchant guild is in a state where anyone can bully them. What's wrong with hitting one person? Wanzi took out her jade flute magical artifact, then channeled spiritual power into it. However, Thanthu raised his hand to stop her. "Senior sister, there's no need to make a move." He immediately condensed a torrent of incredibly abundant and powerful spiritual energy into his arm. "Just leave everything to me today." As soon as he finished speaking, Thanthu flew forward and landed a punch directly on the subordinate's face. After taking the protagonist's full punch, the subordinate flew straight onto the roof, emitting dazzling white shockwaves. Then Thanthu turned his head to look back, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent. Jin Yongfu and Liu Zhao saw the scene, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Sweat poured down like rain as they secretly thought. He made his move, sending Jin Yongfu flying far away with one punch. Liu Zhao turned his head to look behind, gnashing his teeth and glaring fiercely. "You stinking brat!" Thanthu spun 360 degrees and grabbed Liu Zhao by the neck. The protagonist glared at him with a dark expression. What do you want to do? Let go of me." Thanthu heard this and frowned, grimacing. "How can someone like you be worthy of my senior sister?" At the same time, Wanzi, with a worried and scared expression, ran over and blurted out, "Junior brother, you can't be reckless in Luoyang City. You absolutely mustn't act impulsively." Thanthu squeezed Liu Zhao's neck, lifting him into the air, and flatly said, "I really want to throw both of you out right now. Too bad you're an alchemist." With that, Thanthu loosened his grip and released Liu Zhao. "It's truly meaningless if I don't personally make you understand what cruelty is." Liu Zhao fell to the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. Then he slowly got back up. Thanthu closed his eyes, turned his face away, and spoke. "Tomorrow, I'll be waiting for you at the alchemy convention." After saying that, Thanthu and his group left. Liu Zhao raised his head with a bitter expression, blood staining his mouth. Early the next morning, at the alchemy convention, thousands of people stood crowded around the platform before an alchemist. Thanthu pushed his way through the crowd, sweat beading on his forehead. "Excuse me, please move a little." A man saw this and scoffed, pushing him away with a disdainful look. "Is there no one left in the Luo clan's merchant guild? To send a mere brat just to fill a spot?" Thanthu was very annoyed when he heard that. Then he clenched his hand, and the water in the nearby basin began to overflow. The young men saw this and stared with wide eyes and open mouths in astonishment. A few seconds later, the entire crowd parted to make way for Thanthu. The young man closed both eyes and spoke. "Why do you all like to provoke me so much?" A moment later, Thanthu arrived in the inner quarter of the convention, standing with Luo Lin, and urged, asking, "Manager, where are my two senior sisters? Why aren't they here yet?" Luo Lin heard this and raised her hand to touch her cheek, forcing a smile. "Your junior senior sister's clothes tore because she jumped too vigorously earlier, so she's gone to change. The young lady knows that senior master likes sweet desserts, so she made a large pile." Thanthu heard this, turned his face to look at the table silently. Luo Lin, with her eyes closed and head bowed, giggled and said, "The young lady stayed up till late last night, so she might be a little late." At this point, Luo Lin turned to stare at Than Thu. The young lady has never done anything like this for any man. Does Senior Master want to consider it for a moment? Than Thu heard this, staring at the pastry in his hand, mumbling, "Consider it, I've already made up my mind." Luo Lin heard this, covered her mouth with her hand, and smiled brightly. "So what is your decision? Could it be that the two of them want to get together? I can eat wedding candy then." The young man clenched his hand, raised his head high, and flatly replied, "I must seize it. Such good dessert must be kept for myself. If others get it, it will make me very uncomfortable." Luo Lin heard this, and the smile on her lips faded. She glanced over with an irritable expression. HMPH, HMPH. At the same time, Wanzi approached and spoke. "Luo Lin, don't talk nonsense." The girl heard the voice and turned with a frightened expression. Miss." Wanzi was now dressed in a very alluring and distinctive red outfit. Than Thu saw her and couldn't help but stare, thinking, gentle and intellectual, transformed into charming and mature. Luo Lin stood behind, staring at Than Thu and Wanzi, sweating profusely. The young lady never wore this kind of makeup normally. What in the world is going on? Wanzi sat upright at the table, resting her chin on her hand, and gently asked, "Is the dessert good?" Than Thu looked at her with a mischievous expression, his cheeks flushed red. "It's delicious. Those legs are truly terrifying. Ha-hee." After saying that, the young man turned his face away and giggled foolishly like an idiot. Seeing this, Wanzi turned and urged, asking, "What are you giggling about, junior brother?" "Nothing, nothing." Than Thu turned with a dazed expression, pointing his finger up. "It's just senior sister's outfit today." Before he could finish, Wanzi interrupted. "Is it very strange? Junior brother wouldn't forget this hairpin, would he? It's the one you valued yesterday. To choose an outfit that matched it, it cost me a lot of thought." Hearing that, Than Thu immediately lowered his head and stared at the pastry, his heart stirring again. Senior sister came so late just for a new hairpin? Wanzi placed her hand on her chest, looking at Than Thu with a worried expression. "Junior brother, why do you have that expression? Is it really that bad to look at? It's my first time wearing this kind of outfit." He immediately turned and waved his hands vigorously. No, senior sister is truly beautiful. Coincidentally, this red outfit also represents good luck. I hope junior brother can show off his skills. Besides, I've already put on my clothes. Junior brother surely won't make me lose face, will he? Hearing that, Than Thu thumped his chest a few times to show his resolve. "Senior sister, rest assured, just wait for the show." Seeing that, Wanji's cheeks flushed pink, and she looked at Than Thu with affectionate eyes. Then she raised her hand to cover her mouth and chuckled, waiting for him to return. Outside the assembly hall, the alchemists were staring intently at a piece of paper, practicing. A young man glanced over and saw something that greatly astonished him. Here, Wanzi was feeding Than Thu some snacks. The young man angrily crushed the teacup in his hand and yelled, "What the F asterisk asterisk asterisk? Who is that punk? I want a fairy by my side too." At the same time, Liu Zhao, standing amidst the crowd, had a darkened face and trembled all over. He clenched his teeth bitterly, thinking, what right does he have? I've been in the Lakthi trading company for so long, and I've never gained Lak Wanji's favor. Why does that kid get it as soon as he appears? Just wait until the assembly begins. I'll make sure you lose all face. The host of the assembly looked up at someone who was signaling him. Then he turned back, opened his mouth wide, smiled, and announced loudly, "The alchemy assembly is about to begin. Please, alchemists, take your places." Hearing that, Than Thu hurriedly stood up, his mouth still covered in pastry crumbs. "Finally, it's starting, senior sister. Wait for my good news." As he was about to leave, Wanzi approached, grasping Than Thu's hand and calling out, "Junior brother, wait a moment." Hearing that, he turned his head and glanced over. Wanzi approached and used a pink handkerchief to wipe away the pastry crumbs from his cheek. "There, now go, I'm waiting for your performance." Thanthu took Wanji's hand and smiled affectionately. I'll say it again. I want to hang him up and beat him, to let them know what cruelty is. After saying that, Thanthu turned and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Senior sister. Later on, their expressions will be very interesting. After Thanthu left, Wanji raised her hand to rub her chin and chuckled to herself. At the same time, Lack long discovered Thanthu's SL-branded books. Hey, what's in that bag? What did you say? Yun Yun looked over, her eyes wide as she spoke. It must be Little Thu's things. Little Thu said he has some books that can help calm his mind after reading them. Yun Yun pointed at the books in Wanji's hand and said he always kept them hidden and wouldn't let anyone borrow them. What my sister said, is it true? As Wanji took out the books, the one that caught her eye was titled Kissing Senior Sister. Yun Yun then approached with a cheerful smile and said, let's read them together, one book for each of us. However, she quickly and shyly hid them. Outside the assembly arena, a huge crowd cheered loudly. Tai Tai, go for it! You look so beautiful today. After winning the championship, remember to dance for us. Shut up! My brother Luwu Trang is the most handsome. At the yelping shouts, Thanthu made a disdainful face, raising his pinky finger to pick his ear. As he was walking, Liu Zhao called him back. You little punk, you ran fast last night. He turned his face and glanced over, saying forcefully, today, after the alchemy assembly ends, you and the Lacti Trading Company will both be finished. Two other alchemists heard that and spoke up angrily. He's the one who said last night he wanted to win the championship. How arrogant! He doesn't even have an alchemist's uniform, yet he dares to stand with talented young people like us. What's even more infuriating is why the goddess is so intimate with him. Despite the two young men's continuous complaints, Thanthu continued to pick his ear. A second later, Thanthu noticed something and glanced over. It turned out he saw Wanji standing below the platform as a spectator. So Thanthu then sent a big heart to Wanji. She was shy but still smiled and sent a heart back to Thanthu. The young men standing below, seeing that scene, became enraged as if their tails had been stepped on. Damn it, that's PDA. Everyone, that's my wife. Thanthu glanced behind him with a grimace, thinking, they want to despise me. Let's see who's crueler. But senior sister's reaction is a bit off, isn't it? What's with that shy blush? I completely don't understand. Then he poked his cheek with his finger, deep in thought. Strange, it feels like I'm forgetting something very important. At the same time, in the hallway of her room, a man holding a pipe laughed sinisterly. Gentlemen, who do you think has the best chance of winning this year's alchemy assembly? A plump old shopkeeper, holding a teacup, spoke. From my observation, this year's most hopeful candidate is still the second-grade alchemist Ma Fai. He dedicates himself to alchemy some time ago. He refined an evil-dispelling pill that was close to a high second grade. His strength must be even greater now. The man with the pipe heard that and responded, Deifuku, you always like to speak the truth. I like that very much. Ma Fai is my ace alchemist. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man in green next to Li Bao spoke up. Ma Fai is strong, but this year, it's not certain. A very extraordinary master alchemist named Liu Zhuang recently arrived from outside the city. Next to them, an old bearded man glanced at old Deifuku and exclaimed, and there's that Tai Tai. I heard she became a second-grade alchemist as soon as she came of age. Her talent is exceptionally strong. The man with the pipe heard those words and his expression darkened. Baozi, the black market always has information flowing. You must have collected quite a bit of intelligence. So who do you think has the best chance of winning the championship? Hearing that, Li Bao was startled and glanced over, then pointed at his own face. Are you asking me? With that, Li Bao hurriedly took a sip of tea, secretly pondering about the mysterious figure who was silently assisting the Lacti Trading Company. Moreover, the close relationship between that person and the eldest young lady of the Lac family was truly suspicious. It was definitely a hero saving a beauty. Clearly, This was the power of love. After a moment of thought, Li Bao grinned meaningfully and asked, "Have you gentlemen ever paid attention to that person from the Lacti Trading Company?" The man holding the pipe heard that and looked off into the distance, his face full of confusion. The Lacti Trading Company. Is Li Bao talking about Liu Zhao? Right? How could I forget Liu Zhao? I heard he wanted to marry Lac Wanzi, but was rejected and left the Lac family. Hearing those discussions, Li Bao scoffed inwardly. Liu Zhao, does he even deserve it? Later, that fellow probably doesn't even know how miserably he's going to be tormented. Thinking this, he slammed his teacup onto the table, his smile growing more sinister. Gentlemen, I'm talking about the newly emerged alchemist, Yun Than Thu. De Fuku and the other two old men heard that, their eyes wide, and they exclaimed in unison, Yun Than Thu. Immediately after, all three burst into uncontrollable laughter, bending over and clutching their stomachs. President Li Bao, are you joking? Does he even deserve it? Ha. I never thought President Li Bao would joke like that. Jin Yongfu, the one whose nose was broken by Than Thu, angrily badmouthed him. HMPH. In terms of fighting, that kid is okay. But when it comes to alchemy, he's not even fit to carry Liu Zhao's shoes. Last night, that guy brazenly attacked my men. I didn't make a move because he still wants to participate in the alchemy assembly today. This is out of respect for the city lord. After the assembly ends, I want to deal with it myself. I wonder what the city lord thinks. Hearing that, the city lord smiled confidently. Haha, you can deal with it as you wish. With that, Jin Yongfu raised his teacup. Gentlemen, the Luo clan's merchant guild no longer has a chance to recover. He stood up, raising his teacup with a triumphant smile. In a few days, that old man will probably be finished too. I hope everyone makes an effort to swallow this piece of fatty meat whole as soon as possible. Hearing this, the two old men immediately whispered to each other. Haha, this is good too. Heaven itself wants to destroy the Luo clan's merchant guild. The assets are easy to divide, but how should we deal with that young lady of the Luo family? Standing nearby, Li Bao glanced over, a sinister smile forming in his mind. That lord's orders have begun to be carried out. I must find an opportunity to report good news to the city lord. These fools will all be finished soon. Keep on laughing. Let's see how many more days you can laugh. Thinking this, he then thought of those talented young men. Perhaps they would also be so shocked later that they doubt life itself. It's just, I wonder if that lord will want to maintain some connection after everything is done. If I can cling to this golden thigh, even being a loyal dog wouldn't be a problem. On the competition stage, the atmosphere was lively with a spectacular dragon dance and fireworks illuminating the sky. The host stepped out, holding a piece of paper, and announced clearly, the alchemy assembly officially begins. Next, I would like to introduce the alchemists. The first is Liu Zhuang. Below, cheers erupted. Liu Zhuang. He will definitely win today. Next is Tai Tai. As soon as the audience heard the name, they cheered loudly. Tai Tai. Aside from the Yuan family, everyone else is just food. He knows alchemy and his appearance isn't bad either. The host, looking somewhat annoyed, announced in a stern voice, the last contestant from the Luo clan's merchant guild is Yun Than Thu. Hearing his name called, the young man still yawned casually, showing little interest. The young men below started whispering and mocking Than Thu, an unknown alchemist, but with such a big mouth, even boasting about winning the championship. How utterly arrogant. He truly looks down on our Lang City Alchemy Assembly. Ignoring the whispers, Than Thu glanced over and met Wanji's gaze. She placed her hand on her chest, looking intently at him, and smiled, thinking in my heart, you're always number one. Seeing this, Than Thu also raised both hands, making a silly face for Wanzi. The young men below, witnessing this scene, were furious to the point of tears. Damn it, it's dog food again. No matter how many fans, they're nothing compared to the beauty of Miss Luo. No matter how loud the fans cheer, it's nothing compared to one gesture from Zhuangzi. Than Thu saw the reactions of the crowd and chuckled, thinking, what for? You just got beaten and you're still resentful. Haven't had enough dog food yet? The host, sweat trickling down his forehead, quickly continued, next, please invite the contestants to draw lots. According to the rules, the contestant who draws number 1 will be the overlord. Subsequent contestants will challenge them in turn, and the winner will be the new overlord. Let's wait and see who will be number 1 this time. Liu Jiao stood behind, staring at Thanthu, grinning sinisterly. I've bribed the staff. This kid is out of luck. He will get number 1, and I will be number 2. Luo Wanzi trusts you, doesn't she? Later, I will humiliate you right in front of Luo Wanzi. Thanthu looked at the number he had drawn, his expression turning displeased. As expected, something was tampered with. Then he handed the number to his subordinate. He smiled, thinking, even if others don't do anything, I'll still seize first place myself. This is even better. Get ready. The subordinate took the paper and went to the board to write Thanthu's name. Liu Zhuang couldn't help but be surprised. This kid actually drew number 1. According to the rules, the smaller the number, the more exhausting it is. This kid must have been plotted against. Wanzi angrily slammed her hands on the table. Her face darkened with anger, her teeth clenched, as she thought, out of over 100 alchemists, Thanthu deliberately drew number 1. How could it be such a coincidence? Luo Lin, standing behind, was also furious, clenching his fist. He said, Miss, these people must have used some dirty tricks. Why did they deliberately make us draw number 1? Yun Yun's eyes widened, staring down below, beads of sweat breaking out. The first person on stage is under immense pressure. At this, Yun Yun placed her hand on her chest and sighed. The alchemy formula the young lady refines will also be known by the alchemists who follow. Then they will also have time to prepare their elixirs. It's even more complicated. Hearing this, Luo Lin glanced over with a worried expression. These guys are truly malicious. Miss this! Wanzi stared at Thanthu, silent for a long moment. Then her eyes widened, and she flatly replied, I trust him. Thanthu glanced at the crowd, seeing everyone mocking him, and thought, do I look that weak? He stood amidst thousands of eyes intently watching him and thought, just because I look young and have no reputation, you conclude I'm a nobody? Thinking this, he merely clenched his fists and smiled faintly. These simple-minded fools will surely receive a lesson later. Having thought it over, Thanthu brazenly stepped onto the competition stage. No need to wait. You'll suffer immediately. I'll give you a little something to worry about right now. A bald man with a bitter expression clenched his fist and said, this guy has hair like weeds. One look and you know he's not a proper alchemist. That's right, we alchemists play with fire every day, so our hair, like our youth, can't help but wither. Then the whole crowd below shouted loudly, hurry up and refine your elixir, then get out. The alchemy assembly doesn't need this lousy sideshow. Thanthu stepped onto the stage and immediately used his spiritual power to summon his alchemy furnace. Instantly, a dilapidated alchemy furnace appeared, emitting thick smoke and dust. The crowd below saw this and laughed incessantly. What's he doing, bringing a pickle jar to participate in the alchemy assembly? This person really came to make a fool of himself. Ha ha ha, I get it now. This person is here to sabotage the Luo clan's merchant guild. More like it. Li Baobao crossed his arms, his eyes closed, frowning in displeasure. Laugh now, wait and see how you'll cry later. Thanthu glanced at the herbs on the table, thinking, these are all auxiliary medicinal ingredients of the same grade. The main ingredients for refining high-grade elixirs must be funded by the alchemist and the organization behind them. After all, there are many participants. The failure rate is very high. If they were provided for free, the organizing committee would be left with nothing. Thanthu used his spiritual power to select the necessary herbs. Then he extended his hand forward, controlling the herbs to blend together. Then he clenched his fist, and the herbs flew directly into the alchemy furnace. Wanzi, standing below, saw this scene and broke out in a nervous sweat, thinking, what is he doing? A young man in green raised his hand to stroke his chin, looking forward in silence. Ink fruit skin, condensing light grass, spirit feather leaf, all are high-grade medicinal ingredients. Is this kid perhaps trying to refine a high-grade elixir? Just him and that soup pot? How could that be? The young man in green glanced at the guy next to him, smirking. Brother Mafe, what do you think? What else is there to think? I wonder if this kid is really foolish. The pill cauldron is almost broken. Let's just enjoy the show. At the same time, Liu Zhao stood behind, looking at Thanthu with a scornful smile. Thanthu, on his side, had already started lighting the fire for alchemy. This old, dilapidated pill cauldron is a defective product I intentionally acquired from the black market. It can absolutely lower the quality of the elixir. There's absolutely no need to worry about high-quality elixirs appearing after a period of refinement. An elixir formed inside the furnace, emitting a dazzling light. An alchemist sitting behind Thanthu saw this scene and thought, condensing like grass is extremely delicate. A little heat can destroy the glowing powder inside. It's very rare to see such a glowing situation, and the more light emitted, the higher the alchemist's fire control technique. It's just that, so much light like this, I'm afraid even some veteran alchemists couldn't achieve it. Inside the alchemy furnace, amidst the blazing fire, abundant spiritual energy had condensed. The crowd below, seeing this scene, clenched their teeth and frowned in displeasure. What kind of terrifying refining technique is this? The medicinal liquid inside contains no impurities. Thanthu raised his hand high, concentrating on the front, gently regulating the flame and his spiritual power. The experienced alchemists saw this and cried out in astonishment. This isn't alchemy. This is truly art. Mafe, on the other hand, was furious, grinding his teeth and thinking, what kind of demonic operation is this? It's even more terrifying than some renowned alchemists in Lulong City. Wanzi glanced over, a satisfied smile on her face, and exclaimed, how about that, Yun Yun? Is the alchemy progressing very smoothly? Van Van stared at the alchemy furnace, not believing her eyes. Miss is too amazing. This is the power only a third-tier alchemist possesses. No, even higher. She opened her eyes wide, gaping foolishly. Why is he really new to this? I don't believe it. Wanzi happily placed her hands on Van Van's shoulders, shaking her repeatedly. Van Van, this is great. Because of the violent shaking, Van Van's speakers expanded again, and her clothes were torn, making her blush with embarrassment. Van Van immediately turned away, holding her to silicone bags with both hands. Senior sister, do you have a needle and thread? No. Wanzi immediately turned to order Lack Lamb. Butler Lack, go buy some needle and thread and bring it here. What? No, I'm watching a thrilling part, miss. As Lack Lamb was about to leave, she turned her head and saw the alchemy furnace starting to glow. A second later, a purple elixir was produced and flew out of the alchemy furnace. The crowd below, seeing the elixir through their vision, started buzzing. A purple pill, second-grade superior quality, a healing pill, no, a blood coagulation pill. Those medicinal ingredients should have been refined into a second-grade high-level blood coagulation pill, W. How did a purple pill appear in the end? Liu Zhao, with a darkened face, bared his teeth and gave a sinister smile. The purple pill is the lowest grade second-tier elixir, only slightly more difficult than a first-tier elixir. He stared at Thanthu, seeing him intently looking at the pill. Such a refining style, and yet it produced this waste product. A naive-looking man standing next to a scrawny man spoke up blankly. I waited half a day to see this. All that just now was just for show. Thanthu clenched the elixir in one hand and formed a hand seal in front of his chest. Then, with a casual expression, he raised his fingers high. Immediately, a blazing red elixir pill emerged from the alchemy furnace. The green-robed alchemist, seeing it, widened his eyes, his mouth dropped open, and he shouted loudly. A batch of twin pills, and what's more, they are blood coagulation pills. The long-haired guy was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth and shouting. The difficulty of the blood coagulation pill could already rival a third-grade pill, directly securing first place. Thanthu turned her back, holding a blood coagulation pill in her hand. Her entire body seemed to be glowing. He glanced down at the crowd below, curling his lips in disdain. Disappointed, aren't you? Too bad my skill is too strong. Mafe was bitter, his face as dark as a pot, cursing under his breath. Damn it. One elixir comparable to a third tier 1 can secure first place, and you even refined an additional second tier 1. The burly Liu Zhuang and the other alchemists couldn't help but be surprised. How exactly do you want to win to be satisfied? Normally, the alchemy competition lasts for 3 days, but this time it's going to end in 10 minutes? The host also looked at Thanthu differently because of this. With such a ruined cauldron, you can still produce this kind of elixir. What are we competing for anymore? The seasoned-old alchemist looked at Thanthu and thought, this young man is not only tormenting a bunch of alchemists, but also tormenting a bunch of old men like us. Thanthu placed the 2 elixirs on a plate and then picked it up. He handed the plate of elixirs to the host, smiling as he said, "Referee, the elixirs are refined. Please inspect them." The host stared intently at the 2 elixirs, and at the same time, the aroma of the elixirs spread everywhere. What else is there to inspect? Does a medicinal fragrance this unique still need checking? After thinking, the host stepped forward and bluntly announced the results. A 3rd-grade blood coagulation pill, plus a top-grade 2nd-grade purple medicinal pellet. Everyone unanimously gave it a perfect 10, no buts. The old alchemist clasped his hands together, pondering. Others achieving 10 points is indeed skill, but Thanthu gets 10 points because the highest score is only 10. The crowd below the competition stage received the host's announcement through their vision. Alchemist number 1, Thanthu, 10 points. Holy crap, the first person gets 10 points. How can the alchemists after him possibly surpass that? Isn't this equivalent to directly winning first place? The alchemists after him have no chance at all. After finishing, Thanthu reached out and took the 2 elixirs from the plate. The host, with an annoyed expression, glanced over, pouting. It turned out he had seen Thanthu's grand gesture of gratitude to reviewer so review 94. Wanzi placed a hand on her chest, smiling like a flower. He did it. He truly tormented the others, leaving those alchemists no power to fight back. Wanzi looked down with an admiring gaze, covering her mouth and chuckling mischievously. Junior brother is truly too handsome. After saying that, she hugged Van, making the latter unable to cover her to silicone bags in time. Van, look, junior brother did it. He's amazing. Van blushed with embarrassment, shouting, senior sister, don't shake me anymore. Hearing that, Wanzi immediately released her with a guilty expression. Sorry, let me help you cover up. With that, Wanzi immediately stood in front of Van, using her body to shield her. Laklam stood on the side, her eyes welling up as she thought, after being bullied for so long, I finally had a chance to retaliate, but they made me leave. It's so frustrating. Thanthu stood beside the host, his face darkened. Then, the male lead stepped forward and looked down at the crowd below. The whole atmosphere became silent. Liu Zhao furiously gritted his teeth. I intentionally ranged the draw, hoping to crush him, but now it seems I've become the first fool to be tormented. The remaining alchemists now felt a little scared, an immense pressure they had never encountered before. The host stared at the list paper and announced, the second person to begin the competition is Liu Zhao. Upon hearing that, the young man's face turned pale. Well, who would dare to go now? It's completely being hung up and beaten. If I go up, I'll be the first one to lose face. At the same time, a hand slapped heavily on Liu Zhao's shoulder. He turned his head and saw it was the long-haired young man. Brother Liu, it's your turn. Let's go. Don't even think about winning the championship. Just refining an elixir is enough. Liu Zhao's face turned purple upon hearing that, tears welling up in his eyes. Elixir? Your head's an elixir. You want me to go up and lose face, don't you? At this moment, Liu Zhao's feet were trembling. He had thought it was just an ordinary young punk, but he didn't expect to be forced to this extent. Thinking of this, Liu Zhao could no longer stand steady and fell to the ground, opening his mouth wide and shouting, I give up. The audience below froze for 5 seconds upon hearing that, gaping in astonishment. The host just closed his eyes tightly and shook his head. The third person. Before he could call out the name, the long-haired guy stepped forward, cupped his hands, bowed, and interrupted. "I have family matters. Please excuse my departure." The long-haired man glared up, baring his teeth and giving a sly smile. "Well, since someone already gave up, I won't lose face by following suit." So the host continued to call the third person's name, but before he could, the alchemists all spoke up one after another. "I give up, sorry, I'll take my leave first." The host, at this moment, was utterly furious, his face as dark as a pot, his teeth clenched. He immediately threw the list down on the ground, then stared intently forward, opening his mouth wide and shouting, "Who else wants to go? Just tell me directly." Hearing this, everyone below also flinched. Even Mafe was speechless. Lai Baobao stood with his arms crossed, a calm expression. Naturally, no one dared to go on stage. Jin Yongfu, on the other hand, was extremely flustered, looking nervously around. Sweating profusely, Lai Baobao stared down and saw everyone rolling up their pants and leaving. How tragic! That lord indeed showed no mercy. The host saw the scene before him and helplessly bowed his head with a sigh. All remaining contestants have withdrawn, therefore. The first place winner of this alchemy grand competition is the alchemist of the Lac clans, Merchant Guild Van Than Thu. He stepped forward to receive the golden trophy, shaped like an alchemy furnace. The women who came to cheer below stared up with fearful expressions. Then one girl stepped forward, opening her mouth wide and shouting, "Young Master Than Thu is invincible. I vow to worship you for life. He's handsome and knows alchemy. We all love you." Ma Fei glanced over, furious internally. Typical women, they go wherever the wind blows. It's unreal. No sooner had he finished speaking than the women, ugly or beautiful, old or young, below broke through the barrier and ran up. "Young Master Than Thu is invincible. I vow to dedicate everything to you." The male lead's eyes widened in horror at the sight. This is... He spun around and fled at a speed of 10,000 kilometers per hour, his legs flying. Holy cow, is this what it feels like to be chased? Than Thu ran straight to Wanzi, shouting, "Run, run fast." Wanzi looked at the women behind them, panicked and sweating profusely. Than Thu quickly grabbed Wanzi's hand, and the two ran hand in hand, pursued by the crowd of women. They ran from street to street, dust rising in thick plumes, accompanied by desperate screams. "Young Master Than Thu, wait for us." The thick smoke wafted past an old copper vat. The young master was covered in lipstick marks. He never expected winning first place would be so miserable, his clothes covered in lipstick marks. How was he going to explain this to Tu now when he got back? Wanzi sat on Than Thu, looking to one side, saying, "It seems they've left. I never thought junior brother would be so charming. It startled me." Than Thu glanced away, feigning ignorance. "I didn't know things would turn out like this." Then Wanzi turned back and their eyes met. This was the first time she had been so close to a man. Her heart began to beat uncontrollably faster. While they were gazing at each other affectionately, a book with the SL brand fell from Than Thu's clothes, landing right at Wanji's feet. At the same time, its pages flipped open, revealing images unsuitable for minors. Wanji's eyes widened in shock, beads of sweat forming. She couldn't take it anymore, so she grabbed Than Thu's hand, her cheeks flushed, and gently called, "Junior brother." Wanzi, with a sweet expression, looked at Than Thu suggestively. She embraced Than Thu's face and slowly brought her lips closer, making him awkwardly gasp for air. "What's going on? This is my first time experiencing this too. What do I do now? What do I do now?" Just as their lips were about to touch, a shout echoed from outside the vat, startling them into clinging tightly to each other. "We saw them stop here just now. Quickly search around. This isn't good. It's those Jin Yongfu guys." Outside, Jin Yongfu's subordinates seemed to have turned the entire market upside down searching for Than Thu and Wanzi. The girl, worried, immediately jumped up, raised her hand, and cast a spell, condensing a surge of abundant spiritual energy around her. However, this caused Than Thu to focus on the full, prominent twin peaks of Wanzi, making him think, This image, oh damn it, I'm going to die. The spiritual energy Wanzi created flew outside, immediately causing an explosion that forced the subordinates to raise their hands to defend themselves. After the explosion, the subordinates were covered in injuries. They raised their heads, angrily gritting their teeth. A second later, Wanzi grabbed Thanthu and leaped high into the air, right in front of the subordinates. They immediately unleashed countless powerful sword chi attacks towards Wanzi and Thanthu. The girl's eyebrows furrowed in anger, and she raised her hand to defend. Then Wanzi swung her hand horizontally, and instantly a defensive formation appeared, blocking the subordinate's sword chi. Another explosion then occurred in midair, astonishing everyone. In a flash, Wanzi grabbed Thanthu's hand and flew onto the rooftop. When she turned her head, her eyes widened in surprise at something she saw. Before her eyes was a group of people carrying super cool long staffs on their shoulders, looking no different from street pirates. Jin Yongfu stood below, hands clasped behind his back, looking up and declaring, "Haha, beautiful lady Lack, you really know how to run. Finally found you too. Good thing I didn't give up." Wanzi, standing above, heard that and her face darkened, thinking, this is bad. Their strongest is at the late foundation establishment stage, while most others are at the early foundation establishment stage. I'm only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and my junior brother is still at the chi refining stage. The situation is dire. Jin Yongfu, holding a fan, walked ahead of his henchmen. I can't believe you found an expert. This is a good haul. Not only did we capture the most beautiful woman in Laklang City, but we also conveniently acquired a powerful alchemist to be our puppet. Liu Zhao pointed his finger up, baring his teeth in a scornful smile. Bastard, still thinking of humiliating me? Let's see what you'll do this time. With that, he spread his arms wide and walked towards Wanzi. Lack Wanzi, you still ultimately belong to. Before he could finish, he noticed something, his eyes wide as he yelled, wait, what are you two doing? Then his face darkened with anger, and he opened his mouth wide, shouting, you two, you're actually doing a BCXYZ in the water jar together. Liu Zhao pointed at the book at Wanji's feet, furious to the point of tears, thinking to himself, damn it, you two even brought a bestseller to set the mood. Wanzi crossed her arms, bowed her head, a clear look of disdain on her face. Junior brother, did you perhaps abuse him too cruelly, turning him into a failed dog? King Qiu heard that and stepped forward, glancing over. I don't know, I thought he seemed thick-skinned, but I didn't realize it was asterisk thick. Liu Zhao heard that and immediately covered his mouth. How dare you call me a dog? Guildmaster, make your move. Hearing this, Jin Yongfu raised his hand and clapped, signaling. It's a long night with many dreams, so it's best to act early. Don't think you can escape, because I still have reinforcements prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of subordinates rushed out from the rooftop, gathering together to form the super cool and badass Power Rangers formation. Li Baobo stood with the 5 Power Rangers, staring intently at Jin Yongfu. He glanced at the wheelchair, a leering smile on his face. Oh, they're here. Wanzi saw that scene and her eyes widened in shock. This is bad. With such a formation, we couldn't escape even if we grew wings. Jin Yongfu then walked over and stood right next to Li Bao. He spoke up, Brother Bao, I'll trouble you to make a move. After we succeed, I will thank you profusely. Al Bobo immediately walked towards Thanthu with a stern expression. He then knelt down, clasped his hands, and bowed his head respectfully. This humble one is late, great master. I beg for your forgiveness. Such people are not worthy of your attention, master. Let me deal with them. Jin Yongfu and Liu Zhao saw this and their eyes widened, jaws dropping as they thought, what the hell is going on? Boss Bao kneeling before young King Qiu. Am I seeing things, or is there something wrong with Bao's head? While they were thinking, the 5 Power Rangers began to act, circling Jin Yongfu and Liu Zhao. Wait, no, what are you doing? Jin Yongfu's face was drenched in sweat. Looking at his terrified subordinates, he felt like he was about to wet himself. Don't come any closer. Amidst the quiet atmosphere of the street, a shrill scream echoed. After a lecture, Jin Yongfu and Liu Zhao lay piled on top of each other, covered in huge, enormous bumps. Master, look, I've resolved a huge problem for you this time. With that, Li Bao glanced at King Qiu, reminding him softly that elixir, it's easy to discuss, easy to discuss. No need to remind him. Li Bao heard that and clasped his hands, smiling brightly. Master, let me escort you back. King Qiu heard that and glanced to the side, pondering something before speaking. All right, then. Thank you. Wanzi stood behind, watching King Qiu walk with Li Bao, feeling a bit confused. What kind of situation is this? After a while, the group of people returned to Lac Market. As they entered, a subordinate's shout made Wanzi jump. This is bad. Eldest young miss. The guild master's condition has worsened. The guild master is in critical condition, but the famous doctor will still need some time to arrive. Wanzi heard that and her eyes widened in horror. What did you say? She seemed to collapse mentally, holding her head down. How could this happen? Wanzi grabbed King Qiu's hand and said in a strained voice, Junior brother, give me that flaming spirit fruit. Let my senior sister and I go together. After all, I'm an alchemist. I know a little about medicine. Wanzi bowed her head with a worried expression, but Grandpa's condition is too dangerous. Before she could finish, King Qiu pulled Wanzi closer and hugged her tightly. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Wanzi buried her face in King Qiu's shoulder, wiping away the tears in her eyes. King Qiu, on his end, also had a strange, inexplicable thought. Maybe one day, her grandpa will become my grandpa too. Yun walked out and accidentally saw the scene. Surprised, King Qiu, flustered, quickly changed the subject. Little senior sister, did you bring that spirit bone? It should be of some use now. Yun placed her hand on her chest, her eyes wide and round. I brought it. I brought it. With that, she gave the spirit bone to King Qiu. Here you go. Xiao Qiu, nothing weird jumped out this time, huh? Then King Qiu took the spirit bone and gave it to Wanzi. Senior sister, this is a spirit fruit found from gathering Treasure Peak. It might be of some use. A spirit fruit. With that, King Qiu put the spirit fruit inside his robe. Anyway, let's go quickly now. As he finished speaking, Wanji's hand was taken by King Qiu. She looked at him with affectionate eyes, smiling. All right, let's go. The scene shifted to a certain room, enveloped in a thick layer of cold air. As soon as Wanzi opened the door, a chilling cold air spread from inside. Grandpa, our merchant guild won first place in the alchemy grand assembly. The scarlet flame fruit has been obtained. An old man with white hair and beard, lying in the deeply cold room, was sweating profusely. Oh, young miss has arrived. The old man didn't hesitate, struggling to sit up with a pained, uncomfortable expression. King Qiu stared intently at the old man, thinking, such strong life force. It seems the old man doesn't have a hidden injury on his body. I can't believe senior sister's grandpa is actually a spirit beast. Wanzi approached the old man, softly calling, yes, it's me, Warner. Grandpa, don't talk anymore. I'll help you take your medicine. Warner immediately raised her storage ring, reaching inside, but the old man stopped her. The old man looked over with tears in his eyes, then shook his head. No need. The cold poison has already invaded my qi. My great tribulation must be today. Wanzi heard that and her face darkened, her head drooping. No, that's not true. She couldn't hold back, tears streaming down her face. If that's the case, I'll return to Lakshan Palace and beg father for help. The fate of the Frost Phoenix clan is already like this. How can it be easily avoided? It's just that this old man has no children, but was fortunate enough to be called grandpa by young miss. It's a pity I can't see your face clearly now. It's been a year, and I wonder what changes young miss has undergone. Wanzi heard that and gritted her teeth, blaming herself. If it weren't for my willfulness, Grandpa wouldn't have become like this in just 5 short years. After pondering, she took the old man's hand. There's no poison in this world that cannot be cured. There must be a way. Tell me. I will definitely find a way. The old man fell silent, then spoke bluntly. This kind of cold poison can probably only be cured by the feathers of the cyan flame vermilion bird from the ice flame domain. Wanzi heard that and lowered her face sadly. It's actually a spirit beast of that level, one I don't even have the qualifications to interact with. The cyan flame vermilion bird? It's rumored that the strongest person, Emperor Shu, has obtained the title of the cyan flame vermilion bird clan. Their majestic physique and aura can rival a cloud covering the sky. And their temperament is violent. No one can control them. It's rumored that just by opening their mouths, the sun and moon retreat. Emperor Shu is truly the lord of the sky, a role model for all of us avian species. King Qiu, standing nearby, heard those words and was speechless, not knowing what to say. Then he forced a smile and thought, so who's that creature that constantly whines and acts spoiled? Even its vital energy is like a kitten's meow. And after a single head pat, it rolls on the ground acting cute. Now I understand why the avian race has declined so much in the last 10,000 years. The old man unconsciously looked forward. Such spirit beasts, most cultivators can't see them in their entire lives. Perhaps only the boundless pavilion has the qualifications to interact with them. King Qiu heard the 3 words boundless pavilion and his face fell. Oh, why bring that up suddenly? Wanzi heard this and clenched her hands, burying her face and sobbing. Is there really no way? The old man's eyes showed sadness as he spoke. Young miss, please leave. If the cold poison spreads to your body, it will be troublesome. King Qiu stared at the surrounding cold energy, thinking, it needs the feathers of the cyan flame vermilion bird, and it's an avian spirit beast. This old man seems to have an incomplete bloodline. Currently, he needs the feathers of the cyan flame vermilion bird to suppress it. After all, he's senior sister's grandpa. How about I help him this once? After thinking, he clasped his hands behind his head, scratched his head awkwardly, and said, that feather, I have it. The old man heard that and his eyes widened in surprise. What did this young friend just say? Junior brother, have you ever seen the feathers of the cyan flame vermilion bird? King Qiu didn't rush to answer Wanji's question, but immediately walked towards the door. You to wait for me a moment. King Qiu walked out of the room, thinking, the vermilion bird's feathers' spiritual power is too violent if directly activated, let alone the old man. Even Lac Lang City could be burned to ashes. King Qiu regulated the spiritual power within the feather and clasped it tightly in his palm. Wanzi sat beside the old man, gently persuading him, Grandpa, please endure a little longer. Junior brother said he's seen the vermilion bird's feathers. He must have a way. The old man lowered his head, his eyes closed, sadly saying, the cyan flame vermilion bird is so noble. Its feathers are even more precious to it, regarded as the clan's token. How could it be easily given away? That little child must have been mistaken. Wanzi heard that and trembled all over, shrinking back. Grandpa. The old, wrinkled hand gently rested on Wanji's soft hand. The old man spoke in a warm voice, tinged with the passage of time. It's truly nostalgic for when young Miss was little. Unknowingly, you've become such a beautiful young lady. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to marry young Miss. It's just a pity I won't be able to see it. I still remember when young Miss was little, climbing a tree and then couldn't get down. But your temper was stubborn, unwilling to call for help. Hearing these heartfelt words, Wanzi couldn't hold back her tears. Hot pearls of tears rolled down her cheeks, making her wipe them endlessly. Yes, in the end, it was still I who found you, carrying you down from the tree while you were sleeping. Nor can I help young Miss choose a husband. As he spoke, a tear silently rolled down the old grandpa's wrinkled cheek. I truly hope someone can take good care of young Miss. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure unexpectedly flew in from outside the door. It was Than Thu, holding a shimmering feather necklace in his hand. This is my family's heirloom. It's said to be the feather of the azure flame vermilion bird. I don't even know if it's real or fake. As soon as he finished speaking, Than Thu held out the necklace, and immediately an incredibly powerful and fierce spiritual energy burst forth, enveloping it. Feeling the terrifying pressure of power, the old grandpa immediately glanced over, but that very energy caused him to continuously cough up blood onto the blanket he was covered with. A stream of pure spiritual energy from the feather began to permeate the old grandpa's body. He looked at his palm in surprise, thinking the residual pressure is already this formidable. This really is the feather of the azure flame vermilion bird. Thanthu scratched his cheek, pretending to ask naively, "Can this really be used?" The old grandpa immediately turned his face, his voice trembling as he replied, "Yes, it can be used. This is truly unbelievable, like a dream. A divine artifact just appeared before my eyes. I just don't know what price I'll have to pay." Thanthu turned and handed the feather to Wanzi. "Senior sister, take this." As soon as Wanzi held the feather, she felt a strong surge of spiritual energy burst forth. Without hesitation, she offered it with both hands to the old grandpa. "Grandpa, take a look at this item." When the old grandpa took the feather, a powerful stream of spiritual energy from it began to surge into his body. "A treasure that the Hanyukyu clan desires. Is it just like this in my hands?" Finishing his thought, the old grandpa immediately sat up and began refining the vermilion bird feather. Round his body, a blazing fire erupted fiercely. Thanthu watched the scene, frowning with worry. "Senior sister, let's go out first." A moment later, from inside the old grandpa's room, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, piercing through the roof. Through her clairvoyance, Wanzi saw the astonishing sight. She was so moved that she had to cover her mouth with her hand. Tears welled up in her eyes. "Grandpa." Without thinking, Wanzi turned and embraced Thanthu tightly, sobbing with happiness. "Grandpa is saved. Isn't this good news? Why are you crying, senior sister? You're 3 years older than me, you know?" There, don't cry." Hearing this, Wanzi blushed. How would I know?" All her usual etiquette seemed to vanish in front of her junior brother, and she completely reverted to a small child. Thanthu gently wiped away the lingering tears on Wanji's cheeks. There, don't cry, don't cry. I'm not a child. I'm not that easy to coax." But for some reason, by his side, all the burdens in her heart were released, and her emotions flowed freely. Thanthu looked at Wanzi, smiling with squinted eyes, revealing his charming handsomeness. "Right now, senior sister is a child. Be good, junior brother cherishes you. Let me help you wipe your tears. You'll be ugly if you keep crying." Having said that, Thanthu used his hand to wipe away the excess tears for Wanzi, making her blush crimson with embarrassment. Suddenly, Wanzi bristled with anger, pushing Thanthu away and shouting, "You despise me for being ugly, don't you?" No, senior sister is extremely beautiful. I said the wrong thing." Hearing this, she approached and pinched Thanthu's cheek. "HMPH, and another thing, I'm 3 years older than you. Calling me a child is really embarrassing." Thanthu opened and closed his eyes, raising both hands in surrender, and bluntly said, "Then what should I call you, senior sister, to be appropriate?" Wanzi glanced over with an embarrassed, shy expression. "Just call me Wanzi. It's simple, intimate, and not sickening." Hearing this, Thanthu immediately put it into practice, softly calling Wanzi. Those 2 words made her blush shyly. Thanthu scratched his cheek with a clueless expression. "This seniority is a bit messed up. No matter what, senior sister is still my great senior sister." Wanzi heard this and showed annoyance. "You still know I'm your great senior sister?" After thinking for a moment, she walked away, complaining to herself, constantly flirting with people, and now he's saying this too. And he talks about seniority, he's truly shameless. She angrily walked straight in, sat on a chair, and crossed her arms, leaving Thanthu a bit confused. How should I handle this kind of situation? Seeing Wanzi so angry that her cheeks puffed up made Thanthu awkward and unsure what to do. Now I've really messed up. Not good, not good. A moment later, Wanzi took a deep breath and exhaled, softly calling, "Junior brother, that feather is your family's treasured heirloom, isn't it? Such a precious item given to us." Before she could finish, Thanthu boldly replied, "First, let's wait for Grandpa to recover, then we can talk about it. Besides, aren't items meant to be used? Shu Huang's feather growth is extremely fast, so I'm willing to pull out a bunch of azure flame feathers to show off. Doing that would likely throw the cultivation world into chaos. Wanji's face fell, and she spoke up. This treasure is rare in the world. Senior sister can't compensate you. As she spoke, she thought of repaying him with her body, and her cheeks turned crimson, her head as if steaming. How could I possibly say such a thing? While lost in thought, Thanthu unexpectedly patted Wanji's shoulder, startling her into looking up, and then their eyes met. What is it, junior brother? Thanthu didn't answer but slowly leaned his face closer, making her heart pound, her head continuously steaming. Wanji tightly closed her eyes, pouting her lips, waiting for Thanthu's first kiss. However, he grabbed her shoulder and moved her aside, making her furious. This brat wants to take advantage of me again. Does he think I won't get angry? Thanthu raised his hand and fiddled with the lock of Wanji's hair with a worried expression. Senior sister, you've been poisoned by cold chi. Wanji was stunned. What did you say? The cold poison emitted by the old grandpa spread too quickly and has already invaded senior sister's body. It's best to eliminate it quickly, otherwise it will cause trouble. Wanji took a lock of her hair and stared at it. It's that serious. I haven't noticed anything, so he wasn't trying to take advantage of me. Thanthu immediately took out his alchemy furnace. Luckily, we discovered it early. I'll immediately help senior sister refine a pill to dispel the cold poison. He began to transmit spiritual energy into the alchemy furnace. Senior sister, there's no need to worry. In an instant, the alchemy furnace quickly ignited. Wanji saw the scene and couldn't help but think in surprise. This level is even more exaggerated than during the alchemy competition. Very quickly, a pill with a pervasive aroma was produced. Thanthu grabbed the pill, stared at it with wide eyes, and then exclaims, Senior sister, just eat this pill. Wanji stared at Thanthu's palm. Excellent. Just how terrifying has junior brother's alchemy skill become? Thanthu stroked his chin in deep thought. It's a peak grade 3rd rank pill anyway. I can't let senior sister see any clues. It's best if I give her the medicine myself. After thinking, Thanthu immediately raised his hand and pinched Wanji's mouth shut, startling her in fright. Immediately after, he put the pill into Wanji's mouth and tightly covered her mouth. Wanji raised her hand to cover her mouth, thinking to herself, you think I'm really a child? You even want to feed me? Thanthu stood nearby, seeing the pill's effects beginning to manifest, and said, Senior sister, quickly refine the pill. Once the medicinal effect takes hold, a warm current will flow throughout your body, most noticeably in your meridians. Senior sister, remember to mark the number of times the warm current flows in the concentrated areas of the meridians. Once the warm current stops, quickly come find me. Wanji walked out the door feeling uncomfortable, her cheeks flushed. She returned to her room and raised her hands to remove her clothes. Mark the number of times the warm current flows, you say? As soon as she finished speaking, Wanji's clothes were off. In short, first mark where the warm current appears. She made a mark below her dantian and then bit the pen. Then she went to sit on the bed, closed her eyes tightly, and concentrated spiritual energy with both hands to expel the cold poison. Because of the intense pressure, Wanji continuously sweated, drenching her entire body. A moment later, Wanji finished cultivating, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally over. Then she glanced at her small, fair shoulder and said, later, junior brother will want to check the marks. I shouldn't wear my outer clothes. All the marked areas need to be displayed. I can't not wear some tight-fitting clothes. It's clearly just senior sister and junior brother, yet we're going to meet so frankly and sincerely. After thinking, she slightly opened the door, poked her head out, and exclaimed, Junior brother, I don't dare to come out. You should still come inside. Alright, said Thanthu, turning and touching the door. I'm coming in now. As soon as he opened the door and saw Wanji's figure, his eyes widened, his face turned red, and sweat poured down like rain. Thanthu stood outside the door in silence for a long time, swallowing continuously as he saw Wanji dressed in a very short outfit. Oh my god, my senior sister, you're amazing. Good thing my willpower is strong. Otherwise, while musing, Wanji approached and asked, Junior brother, Why are you having a nosebleed? It's nothing, this is blood of excitement. Wanzi froze for 5 seconds, not understanding what Enthu was babbling about. Then she rolled up her sleeve. That's right, although there are no meridians here, there's still a flow of fire chi passing through. Thanthu's eyes widened when he saw it. He covered his mouth with his hand, his emotions overflowing, unable to hold back, and he blurted out, "What the FCK? Who could resist this?" Wanzi heard those words and widened her eyes in shock. "What did you say?" Thanthu immediately raised both hands to change the subject. "So that's how it is. The cold poison hasn't been completely eliminated yet?" Thanthu immediately raised his hand high to answer Wanji's question. "Next, I need to gently press where the cold poison remains, and the spiritual energy will catalyze the surrounding warm current to engulf it. So, it's perfectly reasonable for me to help you massage it. There's absolutely no other intention." Hearing that, Wanzi pursed her lips, feeling shy and embarrassed, having been seen by this young man. Now he wants to touch me. I'm not his person. This, while she was thinking, Thanthu had already condensed a blue flame on his side, staring straight ahead and saying, "Senior sister, I'm starting now." Wanzi agreed without hesitation. "Okay, start then, otherwise, how else can it be done?" When Thanthu was about to touch her, Wanzi immediately raised her hand to stop him. "But junior brother, don't mess around. If you grope all over, senior sister, what do you want to do?" Wanzi shyly lowered her face and timidly said, "For my entire life, I can only cling to you, the kind that won't go away even if compressed." Hearing that, Thanthu smiled brightly like a flower, thinking to himself, "Isn't that great?" But then he slapped himself. No, no! How could I think such a thing? Next, he raised both hands to chant a spell, his face dripping with sweat. Heaven and earth have righteous energy, concentrated in the abdomen. Damn it, this is uncomfortable. Then he put her fingertips together. Heaven and earth have righteous energy. Senior sister is panting. Oh, wait, that's not right. Thanthu's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Forget it. No more chanting, no more. As soon as he finished speaking, Thanthu's entire body erupted with fierce spiritual energy. Wanzi felt Thanthu's true chi permeating her body, giving rise to a feeling of pleasure. Then she lowered her face, profusely sweating and constantly panting. Thanthu condensed a powerful bolt of lightning and tapped an acupuncture point on Wanji's armpit. Then he tapped an acupuncture point on her calf. After that, Wanzi lay back, white smoke rising from her body, completely drenched in sweat. "Oh my goodness, this jade-like thigh in front of me." Then he calmed down and continued circulating his cultivation technique. Pleasurable moments are easily lost, even though I'm currently trying my best to lower the efficiency. Suddenly, something made Thanthu's eyes snap open. He looked back to see Wanzi pouncing on him and hugging him tightly, her whole body trembling. What's going on? Is the medicinal effect potent, causing her to lose control? I clearly adjusted the dosage appropriately. It shouldn't be like this. At this moment, mysterious black runes suddenly appeared on Wanji's face, and not just her face, but her entire body was covered in these mysterious runes. Thanthu clenched Wanji's shoulders, his face darkening. This is the Luoshen curse? Thousands of years ago, there was once a Luoshen clan in the cultivation world, mastering water element spiritual arts to the extreme. And they had carved out a small place for themselves in the cultivation world. In the Luoshen clan, every woman was beautiful, pure, and elegant. The Luoshen clan strictly controlled their bloodline. So every girl born would have the Luoshen curse placed upon her to restrict her behavior. The curse was only allowed to be lifted during a grand wedding. It's rumored that when there's excessive intimacy with someone of the opposite sex, the Luoshen curse will manifest. And once the limit is exceeded, the curse will be activated, affecting both parties. But as time passed, like most sects and families, the Luoshen clan began to decline. Now, no one knows where they have moved to. After understanding the whole story, Thanthu carried Wanzi back onto the bed, saying, in short, excessive intimacy will earn a yellow card from the Luoshen curse. and breaking one's virginity will result in a direct red card from the Luo Shen curse. At this point, Thanthu was startled and recoiled. Why did the Luo Shen curse appear? I don't think I did anything, right? Just then, the runes on Wanji's body erupted, turning from black to red. This caused her immense pain, making her grit her teeth. Then, an extremely terrifying demonic energy burst from her body, causing Thanthu to retreat in fear. The demonic energy condensed into a black, incredibly eerie hand. The hand then changed direction and aimed straight for Thanthu. He glared, condensing a powerful lightning ball. Without hesitation, the protagonist blasted the giant's hand with the lightning ball, and the electric arc spread out, blocking it. In a flash, the ghostly hand disappeared, leaving behind lingering wisps of energy. Thanthu turned his head and stared at his hand. This strike would probably kill even a golden core cultivator. It encountered me. After the counterattack, the runes on Wanji's body also disappeared. This isn't a normal curse. Senior sister has a past. Wanji lay in a daze on the bed, her body convulsing, causing thoughts to race through Thanthu's mind. Luo Shen curse, Luo Shen curse. Ah. After thinking, he felt dizzy, his eyes rolled back, and sweat poured down in beads. What the heck? I didn't break senior sister's virginity. I just helped treat the cold poison and incidentally touched her a little. Then the curse broke. Thanthu stared at his palms. If senior sister finds out, how will I explain? He looked at Wanji, his face wrinkled like a pile of dog poop. The person involved is unconscious, but I'm sober. Even if I jump into the Yellow River, I can't wash away the suspicion. As soon as he finished speaking, Wanji suddenly arched her back and coughed up blood. Seeing this, Thanthu anxiously rushed to her side, calling out, "Senior sister, senior sister." With an irritated expression, he took Wanji's hand and exclaimed, "The Luo Shen curse is truly cruel. Once it's lifted, one cannot cultivate, and their appearance will also be ruined. How can a woman survive in the chaotic cultivation world like that?" Saying this, he covered his face, his eyes wide as he racked his brain. Spiritual energy scattered, meridians chaotic, sea of chi almost exploding. How can this be resolved? In this desperate moment, Thanthu suddenly remembered that he possessed azure flame vermilion bird blood. With a solemn expression, he took out the vial of blood and stared at it. Without hesitation, Thanthu opened his mouth wide and drank the drop of azure flame vermilion bird blood. The protagonist clamped his mouth shut, his entire body continuously erupting with flashes of lightning. Then Thanthu turned to look at Wanji, seeing her struggling in pain. "Senior sister, please forgive me." Having no other choice, he leaned down and orally transmitted the drop of azure flame vermilion bird blood to Wanji. She slowly opened her eyes. The taste is very familiar. It's junior brother. So Wanji seized the opportunity, sat up abruptly, hugged Thanthu, and sealed the kiss tightly. A moment later, the two released each other and Wanji drifted off to sleep. Even so, Thanthu still held Wanji tightly for a long while longer. Then, he gently supported her head and carefully laid Wanji down on the bed. Foundation establishment stage cannot bear too much. Just a quick glance and then stop. Then he stood away, raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, sighing with relief. Phew. I'm so exhausted. At the same time, a spiritual imprint exactly like Shaona's appeared on Wanji's thigh. He saw it and froze in shock. Hey, isn't something a bit off here? Thanthu stared at Wanji, slapping himself on the chest. No, that's not it. Looking at Wanji's sweet body, and now adding that spiritual imprint on her fair white thigh, he held out both hands in front of him, looking dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Then now feels like he's adrift in life. Is senior sister also mine now? A moment later, Thanthu sat on the rooftop, muttering, "The wind is a bit noisy today." He chewed on a ginseng root, staring blankly in one direction. Old Master Luo's vitality is gradually recovering. Luo Wanji is completely free from the Luo Shen curse, and her physique has greatly improved. But there's an extra thing. Senior sister also belongs to me. Saying this, he vigorously scratched his head with both hands. In my previous life, I was single until death. In this life, I've just awakened and already have two girls who received the heavenly Tao's blessing and left a spiritual imprint. One is the heavenly darkness sacred body, known in the cultivation world as the immortal fairy of 10,000 miles, and the other is the Luo Shen clan's elder sister. Even if I caressed that leg for thousands of years, it wouldn't be enough. My knees already can't take it just thinking about it. Now I know how to refine pills. And I'm also connected to the Black Merchant Association. Things like aphrodisiacs and kidney tonics. After speaking, he raised his hand to stroke his chin, falling silent. That's not right. Improving physique isn't hard, but making the physique suitable for the original body is the difficult part. The limey demonic body, transcendental body, immortal spirit feather body, these three rare physiques, and they also need to be pure maidens. Spiritual blood isn't ordinary blood, and they're not my wives. How could I achieve it so easily? Thinking this, Fan Thu lowered his head and sighed. For now, I can only use short-term elixirs to maintain it. After thinking, he sprawled out on the rooftop, raising both hands. Forget it. The most headache-inducing thing now is resolving the relationship between Xiao Na and senior sister. In my previous life, I never had a complicated relationship. Suddenly having to Tao companions at once. How do I even bring it up to them? I don't even know how long I can live. Should I just go back? As he was speaking, something made Fan Thu's face flush crimson, and he fell silent in embarrassment. Looking up, he saw Wanzi gradually appearing before him. She quickly sat down right beside Fan Thu, her face red. Junior brother, what did you just see? Fan Thu glanced away, thinking to himself, a white flower, I saw the light of courage. Then he turned and used the great art of changing the subject. Haha, nothing. Is senior sister's body feeling better? Wanzi stared downwards, replying clearly, thanks to junior brother, my body is no longer a concern. On the contrary, it feels lighter. Moreover, as she spoke, her face turned red, and she lowered her head, staring at her two oranges, thinking, moreover, after waking up, I vaguely felt my chest had grown a little fuller. I heard the best way to enlarge breasts is to be touched. Could junior brother have secretly? Fan Thu sat cross-legged, propping his chin, waiting for Wanzi to continue. Moreover, what? She shyly turned her face away. I won't tell you. Wanzi sat quietly, propping her chin, staring blankly into the distance. Fan Thu, sitting behind her, reached out as if to touch her face. Wanzi suddenly turned to look at Fan Thu, thinking, junior brother, this kiss image from when he healed me seems both fake and real. When caught, Fan Thu feigned innocence, raised his hand in front of him, and then lay down, staring at the sky, his cheeks flushed. Wanzi glanced over with an annoyed expression, wanting to joke but not joking, truly worse than a beast. What is junior brother trying to do? Fan Thu scratched his cheek, changing the subject. Senior sister and the old master are both feeling better now, aren't they? Much better. He glanced away, pretending to be innocent, seeing as I helped senior sister. Could you give me a chance to be forgiven? After speaking, Fan Thu closed his eyes tightly, thinking to himself, I hope senior sister will forgive me a little for the broken Luo Shen curse if she finds out. Hearing that, Wanzi was dumbfounded and turned to ask, forgive what? What do you want me to forgive you for? You saved me and Grandpa, I'm already so grateful. Hearing that, Fan Thu immediately sat up. So senior sister, how do you plan to show your gratitude? I'm really looking forward to it. Wanzi immediately pounced, touching Fan Thu's shoulder, and said bluntly, how about I repay you with my body? It's a pity senior sister is 3 years older than you. If you don't mind, before she could finish, Fan Thu glanced away, muttering to himself, you were already mine to begin with. How is this considered repayment? Wanzi stared at Fan Thu with a suspicious expression. What did you just say? Junior brother, speak a little more cleanly, otherwise senior sister will have to punish you. I said senior sister has become even more beautiful, and her body is also fuller. Is it because of the jade body art? Wanzi closed her eyes tightly, placed her hand on her chest, and continued, junior brother also has junior sister. How could it be my turn? Junior brother, if you like eating sweet desserts, I'll stay by your side and make desserts. always. Until junior brother gets tired of them, then I'll. Before she could finish, Thanthu raised his hand to his chest, his eyes crinkling in a smile as he replied. Then senior sister can go learn some other dishes. I can then continue eating them until senior sister gets tired of making them. Wanzi heard that and immediately opened her eyes. How could I get tired of it? Thanthu then placed his name on Wanji's hand, interrupting her. Then Xiao Na will take care of daily life, and senior sister will be in charge of making desserts. We'll spend a happy life together. As for the uncertain future, let's just go with the flow. If you are willing to stay by my side, then I will not let anyone down. Is junior brother planning to establish a harem? Wanzi looked down with a clearly sad gaze. Making snacks is fine. It's just that I don't have experience taking care of others. However, I can try to love you. This is also something an elder like me, 3 years your senior, should do. After speaking, she glanced back and called, Junior brother, but King Qiu had already fallen asleep at some point. Wanzi stared at Nanzhang and smiled, as junior brother said, from now on, you are the only one in my heart. After speaking, she leaned in and affectionately kissed King Qiu's cheek. The women of the Luotian tribe aren't that easy to win over. After that, the two lay next to each other and slept right on the rooftop. A moment later, at Luling City Gate, Wanzi was standing with the old master and King Qiu. The old master raised a hand to stroke his beard, then glanced over and advised, Young lady, you absolutely cannot easily give up on this little rascal if you miss him. You won't get another chance. Hearing this, Wanzi awkwardly took the old master's hand. Grandpa, you've said it dozens of times. I already know. Please speak a little softer. What do you know? He will surely become a treasure in the future. Being with him will definitely not bring harm. Wanzi shyly turned her face away and replied, Of course. How could someone want our values be inferior? The old master's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. Wait, young lady. You mean, that expression and those words just now, could it be? Wanzi turned around and stared at King Qiu. Then she smiled and exclaimed, You're so outstanding. How could Wanner let you go? That's right, I like junior brother. Luolin stood by, watching King Qiu climb onto the spirit beast. Then Luolin turned and gently said, Young lady, president, it's time to go. So soon, the old master stared straight ahead. I must go find that young man and talk to him. Just as he was about to leave, Wanzi stepped forward to stop him. Grandpa, no need. Wanner will handle this herself. Then young lady, be a little careful. Hearing this, the old master turned to King Qiu and instructed, Young friend, please take good care of Wanner on my behalf. After speaking, the old master turned and left, not forgetting to cough a few times to signal Wanzi. A moment later, King Qiu was sitting on the back of the spirit beast, flying through the air. King Qiu turned his head and looked back, thinking, finally, they're gone. That old man didn't need to be like that. She's destined to be my wife. It's only a matter of time. Don't blame me later. It's just about breaking the Luotian spell and planting the spirit seal. I really don't dare to say it out loud. My apologies. After flying for a while, they returned to Giyuan Immortal Mountain. In the courtyard, someone was sweeping. It turned out to be Xiao Ya. She looked up and saw King Qiu's spirit beast. Xiao Ya's eyes widened as she stared straight ahead, gently calling, King Qiu, senior sister. As soon as King Qiu stepped down from the spirit beast, Xiao Ya quickly ran over and hugged him tightly. You're finally back. Xiao Ya buried her face in King Qiu's chest, her cheeks flushed, secretly thinking, I don't know why, but a short 10 days apart felt as long as half a year. Yun Yun stepped down from the spirit beast and hurriedly ran over, spreading her arms wide, smiling radiantly. Junior sister, are you doing well? Xiao Ya hugged her arm, bowing her head with a sad expression. Yes, still well. King Qiu glanced over with a serious expression, secretly thinking, that flushed face, chaotic aura, and those eyes full of longing. Xiao Ya shyly covered her face and ran off. I'm going to cook for everyone. He broke into a sweat upon seeing that. Did I sense it wrong? A moment later, King Qiu held a basket of rice and walked towards the kitchen. He stepped in, pulled back the purple curtain, and looked inside. Xiao Ya, who was chopping vegetables, heard the sound and said, King Qiu, did you have fun in Luling City these past few days? King Qiu placed the basket of rice on the table and happily replied, Luling City is very prosperous. When I have time, I'll take you there to play. What's wrong? Is something up? Xiao Ya covered her face. Her hand stopped. You seem a bit strange today. Hearing this, King Qiu glanced over and pressed, What's strange about me? Xiao Ya turned around, poked his cheek, and made a cute face. You look very adorable. What is it? Have you fallen for someone? King Qiu heard this and froze for 5 seconds with a blank face. Then he stepped forward and patted Xiao Ya's head. You're even flirting now, after not seeing you for 10 days. I missed you a little. Something made King Qiu jump. My mother is back again. No, that's not right. At this moment, King Qiu's entire body began to erupt with power. He was terrified. His face darkened. I'm going to be oppressed again. A second later, Xiao Ya pinned King Qiu against the wall, leaving him no time to resist. Xiao Ya hugged King Qiu tightly, making him blush awkwardly, yet feeling extremely uncomfortable. Oh, come on. Don't drain me completely. Leave some for me. Half an hour later, Xiao Ya emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray of food, looking completely refreshed. Inside the kitchen, he leaned against the door, one hand on his hip, gasping for breath. I didn't expect that as soon as I returned, Xiao Ya would squeeze me dry. A moment later, everyone gathered in the dining room. Xiao Ya served rice while asking, Senior Sister Luo, did King Qiu cause you any trouble? No, no. Wanzi covered her mouth and chuckled. Junior brother is so excellent. How could he cause trouble? Moreover, he helped us with a great kindness. Xiao Ya handed the bowl of rice to King Qiu with a puzzled expression. What else could he help with? After sitting down at the table, Xiao Ya glanced at Wanzi and said, Senior Sister Mu said she'd be back in just 4 or 5 days before she left. Why did it take so long? Oh, we encountered a small incident. Wanzi placed a large bag on the table. By the way, Junior Sister, I bought you some gifts from Luling City. I hope you like them, Junior Sister. Xiao Ya quickly opened the bag and saw clothes inside. Oh, how beautiful. Thank you, Senior Sister. I love them so much. Wanzi closed her eyes tightly, a drop of sweat falling on her cheek as she thought, Junior Sister and Junior Brother were childhood sweethearts, but I suddenly intervened. It feels like I'm stealing someone else's belongings. Xiao Ya picked up the clothes, hugging them happily, and said, a few days ago, an elder in our sect married a concubine, and her wedding clothes were especially beautiful at the time. I wonder when I could get one like that. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Thank you, Senior Sister. King Qiu, sitting opposite the two girls, fearfully coughed, thinking, according to the order, Xiao Ya will be the main wife in the future. I still want to ask for her opinion. After thinking, he spoke. Xiao Ya, what do you think about the idea of a harem? She turned with a puzzled expression. What? A harem? What's there to think? Isn't that a very common thing? Wealthy merchants take several wives, and great cultivators in the cultivation world also have many wives and concubines. As she spoke, Xiao Ya turned and looked over with a sad gaze. What's wrong? Are you also thinking of establishing a harem? Hearing this, King Qiu raised his rice bowl to hide his scoundrel face and thought to himself, what man doesn't think about it? He then imagined himself surrounded by a group of 3-headed immortal maidens, feeling ecstatic, able to casually touch a thigh or a breast. Just thinking about it was exciting. Xiao Ya turned to stare at Yun Yun and said, don't ask me about this. I'm not your main wife. Hearing this, Yun Yun glanced over and innocently said, who knows, maybe you will be later. Xiao Ya crossed her arms, her eyes tightly closed, and spoke in an irritated tone. If I were this big idiot's wife, I would definitely manage him well, and if he wants to establish a harem, that's fine. If he finds knowledgeable beauties like Senior Sister, I'd be 100% willing. As soon as Xiao Ya finished speaking, a pair of chopsticks fell onto the table. She stared at Wanzi, smiling. Right, senior sister? Wanzi froze, flustered, willing to do what? What did you say, junior sister? Wanzi broke into a sweat, forcing a smile. It seems Xiaoya has no objections. Speaking of which, Xiaoya clenched her fist, frowning. But if it's someone like Hanyu, forget it, a face as cold as ice, unaffected by worldly affairs. Makes one uncomfortable. After speaking, Xiaoya turned to King Qiu, slammed both hands on the table. Tell me, what exactly did you do to her? She came looking for you again these past few days. Hearing this, Wanzi raised a hand to stroke her chin. Hanyu is the headmaster's disciple. She's always been in seclusion. What relationship could she have with junior brother? Yun then turned and replied with a smile, let me tell you, it's like this. The young lady can be described as a killer maiden. Even Hanyu was ensnared. As soon as she finished, King Qiu flew over, clapped his hand over Yun's mouth, and shouted, junior senior sister. Watch your words! Hearing this, Wanji's face darkened, clearly annoyed. I can't believe junior brother is so formidable. He actually managed to win over Hanyu, and they even met in a small forest one day. I wonder what those two were planning to do in there. King Qiu raised both hands and crossed them in front of his eyes, vehemently refuting, fake, it's all fake. We don't know each other at all. Truly worthy of a young master to so quickly cut ties. How heartless and ungrateful. Senior sister Wan, Xiaoya, you two should also be careful. Hearing those words, King Qiu's entire body flared with anger. His eyes wide, his jaw clenched, and he roared, junior senior sister, can you please stop talking? A second later, King Qiu calmed down and glanced over with a suspicious look. Wait, why did junior senior sister say those two should be careful? Has she realized something? Wanzi raised a hand to her mouth, gently rubbed her chin, and solemnly said, junior sister, shouldn't we cultivate diligently to increase our strength? To protect junior brother tightly? Xiao Yi's gaze sharpened when she heard her senior sister's words. Senior sister is right. We absolutely cannot let King Qiu fall into Han Yu's hands. With that, the tense atmosphere dissipated, and the two sisters smiled brightly at each other, affectionately serving each other food. That scene made King Qiu, who was secretly observing, can't help but think, why are these two so harmonious? He was originally worried that these two junior sisters would grow distant, but damn it, who could have predicted things would go in a three-person direction like this? Thinking this, King Qiu's eyes just widened and he froze. Then he suddenly placed a hand on his chest, baring his teeth in a confident smile. How great! Double akin! The scene changes, bringing us to Chu Yun Terrace on Giyuan Immortal Mountain. Among the long tables and chairs, a few disciples were already seated, a sensual atmosphere of anticipation in the air. A male disciple, caressing a cultivation manual, excitedly called out, quick, grab a good spot. Today's lecture is about a very powerful spirit art. If mastered, combat strength can be significantly increased. Immediately after, another, somewhat plumper, male disciple waved his hand wildly. Brothers, come quickly. Let me show everyone something good. The invitation instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. Curious eyes all turned towards the plump man. Something good? Is it a novel? What's so mysterious about it? The plump disciple mysteriously unrolled the scroll in his hand, a smug smile on his face that he couldn't hide. This is even more exciting than a novel. This is the ranking of the beauties in the new sect. I went through a lot of trouble to borrow it from senior brother. Everyone, take a look. Hearing that, all the male disciples swarmed round like bees to a hive. A beauty ranking? First place is Han Nuyet. Right. Han Nuyet is the sect leader's direct disciple, isn't she? The number one is her. Plus, there are no pictures. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? The fat guy acted smug, raising his hand to his forehead and flashing a friendly smile. Are you kidding? Han Nuyet being first is well deserved. Speaking of this, he looked up at the sky and burst out laughing. Exceptional looks, profound cultivation. It's said that she reached the core formation stage in just 2 years after joining the sect. With profound cultivation and excellent spiritual roots, her appearance will also improve day by day. In less than 10 years, her name will definitely be famous throughout the Kanglan domain. A thin male disciple heard this and stared in stunned silence. It's really like that. I heard his senior brother mention that he personally saw Han Nuyet's face some time ago, which made him unable to sleep all night. It's a pity we couldn't see her then. The fat guy closed his eyes tightly and sighed with regret. No way, she's on the sect leader's list of true disciples. We can't get her. I heard that Fairy Han Nuyet has been going out of the sect quite frequently recently. Truly something to look forward to. After saying that, he pointed at the ranking list. The second person is Wanzi, the senior disciple of Elder Quan Ji of Qingyu Peak. She's the big sister type. Her figure is tall and slender, absolutely perfect, especially her pair of jade-like legs, which are truly captivating. In terms of looks and figure, she's even a bit superior to Han Nuyet. Another disciple chimed in. The male disciple standing below heard this and immediately stroked his chin, a dreamy expression on his face. It's a pity it's just an illustration. We can't see the real person, so we can't appreciate her for now. It's truly a shame. The third place is a newly recruited disciple, Lin Xiao Ya. I heard her talent is not inferior to Han Nuyet's. Her aura is ethereal and swift like a lotus, and she directly entered the top 3 right after joining the sect. Lin Xiao Ya, is that the maiden with the 3 spiritual roots? The very beautiful one with long hair? I also have an impression. Unfortunately, she has a childhood friend with a mutated dual spirit root, which is to say, a crippled spirit root. Because of him, she deliberately came to a place like Qingyu Peak where there aren't many people. So who's next? Who's next? The next one is a disciple of Qingyu Peak, Mu Yun, with a pure and lovely appearance, the cute and naive type, soft and gentle, very touching to the heart. You must have met her when you joined the sect. Her outstanding qualities don't need much explanation. As soon as the disciples caught a glimpse of Yunyun's picture, they all gasped in unison, exclaiming, "A large and round heart." Just as the fat guy was about to reveal the 5th-ranked person, another male disciple quickly stopped him. Have you guys noticed? Qingyu Peak only has 3 female disciples, and all of them are on the ranking list? The quality of beauties at Qingyu Peak is just a high. I also want to join Qingyu Peak. That Yun Thanthu is too clever. I'm really envious. As soon as the male disciple finished speaking, the fat guy quickly rolled up the list. He grinned impishly. Elder Quan Ji is the entrusted elder. He completely ignores his disciples. On the path of cultivation, strength is everything, especially for us male cultivators. The angrier you are, the harder you must cultivate. However, that Yun Thanthu is very strong. Even senior brother Tatu, the second elder's true disciple, was defeated. Wine spiritual roots are only powerful at the beginning of the game. Moreover, senior brother Tu did not hold a grudge against him, so he went easy on him. In a few more years, his spiritual root advantage will hit rock bottom, and then it'd be strange if Lin Xiao Ya was still with him. So everyone, cultivation is the righteous path. If we become Golden Core Grand Cultivators, why worry about not finding beautiful Dao companions? That makes sense. Amidst the lively conversation, a voice rang out from behind the fat guy. "Excuse me, are there any seats left here?" Yes, fellow Taoist, you can come this way." The fat guy happily replied, until he opened his eyes and was startled to realize who had asked. "Oh crap, Yun Thanthu?" Thanthu pointed at his own face in confusion. Hearing that, the fat guy quickly turned around, raised his arm and snorted. "I don't know, it's full here, sit in the back." Hearing that, Thanthu didn't insist. He turned and left, thinking to himself. The disciples watched Thanthu's retreating figure heading towards the back of the classroom and couldn't help but mock him. Haha, look, that guy actually sat in the very back. He only deserves to sit there. Come on, let's continue. The male disciple with the most malicious expression pointed forward. Hey, quickly look. That long-legged beauty is Luo Wanzi, right? Hearing that, 2 other disciples also looked forward eagerly. What, isn't this a class for new disciples? Why senior sister Luo? Wait, is that pure girl next to her Mu Yun? And Lin Xiaoya, I heard she took a leave to push for the foundation establishment stage, and would attend classes after she was done. Now that she's here, could it be she broke through? The fat guy glanced over, a perverted smile appearing on his face. 3 out of the 4 beauties on the ranking list appeared all at once. The scrawny disciple clasped his hands together, his gaze fixed on a distant point. As soon as the 3 girls entered the classroom, they looked around. Does senior sister even need to think that big idiot must want to skip class again? Everyone knows his petty tricks. With that, Xiaoya aggressively walked up to Thanthu, raising her middle finger with an irritated look, while Wanzi helplessly tried to stop her, but was too late. However, in response to that provocative act, Thanthu raised both his arms, made heart gestures towards the 2 girls, and put on a handsome, cool face. This scene made both Wanzi and Xiaoya blush, sharing the same thought. Yunyan was about to go to her seat when she caught the staring eyes of the male disciples. Frightened, she quickly turned around and exclaimed, "There are too many people here. Let's quickly go over there." As soon as she finished speaking, the fat guy propped his hands on the table and stood up. Illustrious fairies, he stepped aside, gestured towards the empty chair, and smiled amiably. "Are you here to listen to the lecture? We still have a few empty seats here. If you don't mind, please come and sit here." Wanxi's face darkened upon hearing this. She glanced over and thought to herself. While she was pondering, Xiaoya grabbed Wanxi's hand. The fat guy was overjoyed to hear this, clenching his fists with excitement. Wanxi stared intently ahead, hesitating before speaking. All the male disciples immediately gathered around, continuously offering seats to the 3 girls. "This is enough. Please come and sit here." Having 3 beauties from the ranking list sitting here is truly a sight for sore eyes. After saying that, Xiaoya, Wanzi, and Yunyan walked towards an empty row of tables. As soon as she settled down, Xiaoya, without any reservation, waved and called out loudly. As soon as the invitation was spoken, the nearby male disciples were stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief at what they had just heard. Thanthu was equally bewildered, his mind full of questions. Yet suddenly there are so many empty seats? Interrupting his thoughts, Thanthu stood up from his seat and walked towards the 3 girls. Then Thanthu stepped forward, touched a chair, and glanced at the fat guy, remarking sarcastically. The fat guy could only clench his teeth in frustration, his face darkening like the bottom of a pot. A moment later, a plate of fresh fruit was laid out on the table. Xiaoya sat peeling a tangerine. Then she happily dipped it in salt and turned to look at Thanthu, smiling cheerfully. "Come on, open your mouth." Thanthu obediently turned, accepting the sweet tangerine slice from Xiaoya's hand. While still chewing the tangerine in his mouth, Wanxi's voice rang out. Over here, Wanzi was also holding up a sweet treat, saying warmly, "It's a bit sticky. Don't touch it. Let me get it for you to eat." Hearing that, Thanthu also leaned forward and opened his mouth wide, taking the sweet jam from Wanzi. "Thanks, senior sister." The fat guy sitting behind, witnessing the entire scene, furiously slammed his hand on the table, his eyes rolling back. "So I'm the one who cleaned it sparkling clean. And I'm the one who prepared the food and fruit too." Thanthu had already swallowed the jam, happily saying, "Not bad, they're all very sweet." "Right, come, have another one." The fat guy looked at the scene before him, his head spinning, feeling like he was about to have vertigo. "Why is it so tragic? Why, I'm handsome too." Thanthu then glanced behind him and pressed, "Xiaona, weren't you going into seclusion to break through? What brings you here too?" Xiaona heard that and propped her chin, her eyes half closed. "I was originally going to cultivate, but since I saw you coming here, I wanted to come too." After speaking, she turned with an adorable face, her cheeks flushed. "I want to sit together with you." Thanthu watched Xiaona touching his thigh and silently cried in his heart, "Women, they talk a good game. I think you deliberately came here to drain me." After thinking, Thanthu turned to look at Wanzi. "What about you, senior sister? You must have learned this spirit art a long time ago." Wanzi heard that and brushed her hair, replying assertively, "This spirit art is very simple for junior brother. I was afraid you'd be bored, so I deliberately came here to keep you company. Then, she turned again, holding out both hands and grinning. No, I was afraid junior brother would encounter difficult problems. If you don't understand, just ask me. The first words don't match the last. I think you also want to come and drain me. Ha ha ha. Really, women? Then Thanthu crossed his arms, leaned back, and rested his head on the table, looking at Yun Yun and asking, "Little senior sister, what's your reason for coming here?" Yun Yun, her face dotted with sweat, smiled and replied, "To be honest, I've been studying this spirit art for several years and still haven't learned it, so every time a new class opens, I have to come here to study." Saying this, she slammed her onto the table, covering her face and holding her head. It's really embarrassing. Thanthu saw her to plump silicone bags, and his cheeks reddened again, sweat beading up. Unable to bear it, he turned his face away, quickly wiping away a nosebleed. A moment later, scrolls of cultivation techniques were thrown onto the table by someone. A man with an irritated expression stared down, thinking, the new disciples are very quiet, their expressions very serious. They must be well prepared to study. After thinking, he placed one hand behind his back, raised the other, and spoke loudly. What we are learning today is the second grade spirit art, the fiery blaze art. The power of this spirit art is quite extraordinary, enough for junior brothers and sisters to use until the late foundation establishment realm. I hope everyone listens attentively and studies hard. With that, the man condensed an incredibly abundant stream of spiritual energy in his palm. Fiery blaze art. Control the spiritual energy of the sea of chi to pass through half the body's meridians, closing the spiritual activation and profound suffering acupoints. Able to feel the gradual accumulation of spiritual energy in his arm, Thanthu sat below, listening to the lecture with a bored and dazed expression. This person's method of application looks proficient, but in reality, he only knows a little bit. After thinking, Thanthu tilted his head back, yawning. I guess even the other elders can't fully comprehend this heavenly spirit art. But this seemingly simple spirit art often contains hidden depths. It's truly an eyesore. I won't look anymore. Too bored, Thanthu pulled out a book titled VIP Long-Legged Beauties to read. Wanzi suddenly turned and spoke, startling Thanthu, who immediately hid the book. Junior brother, what are you doing? Thanthu raised his hand to his mouth and whispered, this person lectures too boringly, and I already know it. Also, I have nothing to do, so I'm a bit distracted. Wanzi heard that, crossed her arms on the table, tilted her head slightly, glanced over, and whispered, is that so? Then let me chat with junior brother. Thanthu saw Wanji's expression, and his cheeks flushed again. His heart fluttered. The older sister is actually very cute. This level of cuteness is absolutely no less than other young girls. Then, he stared at Wanji's slender thighs and gulped. She glanced over, saw that, and embarrassedly exclaimed, Hey, Xiaothu, where are you looking? Thanthu scratched his cheek with a finger, chuckling awkwardly. Just looking at your legs, they're really beautiful. This leg gain truly is the real meaning of the year. Wanzi heard that and didn't hesitate to show off her thighs by crossing her legs. Thanthu saw that and thought to himself, she knows I'm looking at her legs, yet she deliberately crosses them. Is she provoking me? After thinking, he raised a finger and suggested, if you wore a lace garter, it would be absolutely perfect. Senior sister's legs are long, white, and smooth. If they had a lace anklet decoration, just thinking about it makes me tingle. But for senior sister, white would probably be more suitable than black. It would look even more captivating. As Thanthu spoke, the image of Wanzi in a seductive red outfit, accompanied by a pair of provocative black lace stockings, appeared in his mind. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, Wanzi interrupted. Junior brother thinks senior sister is stupid. Those are sex toys. I don't wear them out. After speaking, Wanzi glared downwards, thinking, if junior brother wants to see, I might actually consider it. You clueless idiot. After thinking, Wanzi pulled Thanthu's sleeve. Junior brother, come here. Tell me a secret. What secret? If it's not a heartfelt confession, I'm not listening. Wanzi leaned close to Thanthu's ear and whispered something that made him blush and break out in a sweat. I want to be with you from morning till night, learning to spell a B, C, and so on. Thanthu heard that and immediately pulled away. Damn it. Whispering such teasing words in my ear is too much. I can't stand it. I'm an innocent little male protagonist. How can I endure being teased like this? Even my Dao heart is about to fall into disorder. Wanzi saw Thanthu's embarrassed expression and chuckled. That's what you get for provoking me. Do you know how powerful I am now? Xiaona, sitting nearby, saw the scene and an idea immediately sparked in her mind. So that's how it is. While Thanthu was trying to control his little stalk, Xiaona reached out and touched his face. What's wrong, Thanthu? What happened to you? The male lead immediately released his little stalk, raised his hand, and forced a smile. Nothing, nothing, I'm just looking at you. Xiaona heard that and her cheeks flushed again. She raised her hand and twirled her hair, looking at me. What's so beautiful about me? Thanthu heard that and bluntly replied, everywhere I look at you is beautiful. The girl heard that and felt as if a spear had pierced her heart, too embarrassed. Xiaona pushed Thanthu away and turned her face elsewhere. What foolishness are you saying? While not paying attention, Xiaona's mischievous hands accidentally touched Thanthu's junction. The little stalk inside, bumped by that touch, wanted to fly out. Xiaona frantically withdrew her hand, sweating profusely. This guy reacted to me again? Having a reaction means having desire. That's great. It proves that this guy has thoughts about me. Thanthu's face darkened, his eyes wide, sweat soaking his hair. Xiaona, your hand slipped at just the right moment. A second later, Thanthu collapsed onto the table, trembling all over. Both of them draining me is too cruel. Concentrate. Secretly absorb spiritual energy to prevent being so drained that I can't even walk. A moment later, Wanzi, holding a spoon, turned to Xiaona. What is it, senior sister? Wanzi gently and happily fed Xiaona a piece of dessert. I made this before coming here. Junior sister, try some. Xiaona leaned forward to eat the dessert, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, oh, it's so delicious. After that, Wanzi continued to scoop another piece and offered it to the male lead. Junior brother, you try a piece too. If she fed him directly in front of Xiaona, it would be embarrassing. However, if she fed Xiaona first and then offered it to him, it wouldn't seem strange. After feeding Thanthu, Wanzi also fed herself a piece, then smiled and said, next time, adding more sugar should make it even sweeter. Thanthu glanced over and couldn't help but blush intensely at the sight. Yun Yun, sitting behind, propped her chin and mused, that fruit cream looks delicious. I really want to eat it too, but it doesn't offer me any benefits. Thinking of this, Yun Yun slumped forward, holding her to silicone bags, saddened. Constantly gaining weight, no. Weight and food are minor matters. The truly painful thing is this thing that keeps growing. She slammed her hand on the table, tears welling up. This is the 4th time I've listened to this heavenly spirit art explanation, and I still don't understand anything. I'm not as good as them. Thinking of this, Yun Yun's eyes widened, staring straight ahead. What if Thanthu always gives me a feeling of unfathomable depth? His true strength must not be just what appears on the surface. If I curry favor with Thanthu, it will be easier to ask him about the spirit art. Who knows? He might even teach me. After thinking, she reached out and massaged the male lead's temples. Yun Yun gently massaged Thanthu's shoulders, startling him. He glanced over, thinking to himself, so cultivating immortals can be this enjoyable. Why didn't I discover it before? This is too comfortable. I'll continue cultivating in my next life. Suddenly, something made Thanthu's face turn as black as a pot, his eyelids twitching. Is some disaster approaching? Is it an illusion? However, when he thought of the scene of 3 beautiful, well-endowed girls accompanying him, he no longer wanted to think about anything else. The fat guy sitting behind, seeing that scene, could only bite his fingernails with resentment. Sitting in the spot I gave up, eating the fruits I prepared, and even showing off their affection. Seeing this, he furiously slammed his hand on the table, grinding his teeth. Am I an idiot? Why do I have to do things myself for him to show off? Am I not living comfortably enough? This guy's flirtatious behavior doesn't just show off. He's even feeding us dog food. He's truly stupid. The fat guy and the two other male disciples were so angry they couldn't help but roar. I'm dying of jealousy, damn it. While the fat guy was holding his head in a state of vertigo in mid-air, Han Yu's figure was flying on her sword. She landed with a super cool pose, quickly retracting her sword. She glanced over with an emotionless expression. The lecturing man turned and saw her, then muttered, Han Yu, why is she here? Is she here to supervise my work? The disciples immediately stood up and made way for her when they saw Han Yu. Is this fairy Han Yu? So beautiful. This aura is truly worthy of the top-ranked disciple. After that, Han Yu also sat in the row above Fan Fu, making the fat guy clench his fist in anger. Damn it. Front, back, left, and right, all four great beauties of the sect are here. Fan Fu, on this side, was trembling under the watchful eyes of Wanzi and Xiaona. Han Yu glanced behind her and pressed, we meet again. Has your cultivation been smooth during this time? Everything has been smooth, but meeting you makes nothing smooth. Before the young man could reply, Xiaona, with a darkened, murderous expression, turned and forced a smile. Fan Fu, she's come to find you again. Wanzi crossed her arms, lowered her head, and said bluntly, Junior brother's luck with women is really not bad. Even she can come here with you. Are we a bit superfluous now, perhaps? Hearing that, Fan Fu immediately put his hand on Han Yu's shoulder and asked, Senior sister Han Yu, what's wrong? The young man's face was covered in a thin sweat, his eyes tightly shut. He awkwardly said, you are a good person, senior sister. But when Han Yu turned her head to look, something made her put a few question marks over her head. Xiaona and Wanzi kept stuffing food into Fan Thu's mouth, but their eyes were glaring at Han Yu. Fan Thu, have a little, junior brother. This is delicious too. The two girls kept force-feeding Fan Thu, making him unable to swallow fast enough. Oh my god, I'm choking to death. Seeing that scene, Han Yu tilted her head and widened her eyes in surprise. Then she turned around and took out her own snack box. Han Yu held up an adorable bear-shaped cookie. Han Yu innocently imitated the two girls, stuffing the cookie into the male lead's mouth, making him tear up. Little sister, are you still messing around? Unable to withstand this pressure, Fan Thu collapsed and vomited all over the table. Hearing the noise, the lecturing man glanced over with an annoyed and unpleasant expression. What immediately caught his eye was the scene of the girls caring for Fan Thu, some patting his chest, some massaging his shoulders, some wiping his mouth. The lecturing man was furious, his teeth clenched, his face as black as a pot. Damn it, what kind of cultivation is this? This is clearly enjoying a good life. After thinking, he angrily slammed his hand on the table, turned, and shouted loudly, what are you all doing? Fan Thu, whose mouth was being wiped by Han Yu with an adorable bear-shaped handkerchief, sweated non-stop. Big sister, do you want to harm me further? This kind of embroidered handkerchief is normally considered a token of engagement given to a lover. Are you using this to wipe me? However, Han Yu didn't care about anything. While wiping, she gently asked, didn't choke, did you? Eat slower next time. Fan Thu turned away, his face pale, devoid of color. This isn't concern, this is murder. Fan Thu immediately grabbed Xiaona's hand and changed the subject. Xiaona, the orange passed by your hand is so sweet that I can't bear to swallow it. You won't blame me, will you? Xiaona's heart softened upon hearing this. She lowered her head shyly. No, not at all. You silly. What nonsense are you spouting? So many people are looking. This foolish guy said such nauseating things to her for the first time. After making up with Xiaona, he turned to Wanzi. Senior sister, I never knew what happiness was before, but now I do. Tell me quickly. Fan Thu then stepped forward and grabbed Wanzi's hand. What is called happiness is having someone willing to make sweet snacks with their own hands and also feed them to you by hand. I'm so happy I don't even know how to chew. It's all because you make me so happy. She heard that, withdrew her hand, and turned away, her face flushing red again. "It's not that exaggerated. I'll feed you later too." The male lead stared at Wanji's shy face, smiling. "Thanthu, no, junior brother, don't look at me like that." I suddenly feel a bit shy. After dealing with his two future wives, he turned to Hanyu, clasped his hands, and said, "Thank you, senior sister. I already have Xiao Na and senior sister to take care of me. No need to trouble you." Yun Yun, sitting behind, propped her chin and stared at Thanthu, thinking to herself, "Little Thu is indeed resourceful, truly worthy of being the number one from Thanyu Peak." Thinking of this, she poked her finger on her lips, remembering, wait, it seems Thanyu Peak only has him alone. Xiaona gently held Thanthu's hand. "It's all my fault. Thanthu, are you still tired?" Turns out, my crisis management skills are top-notch. As soon as Xiao Na finished, Wanzi continued to gently pat the male lead's head. "Junior brother, don't be down. When we go back, senior sister will make you delicious food, okay?" Seeing the scene before her, Yun Yun raised her hand and stroked her chin, thinking, this is a good opportunity to gain Thanthu's favor. It'll be easier to ask for spiritual cultivation advice later. I should join in the fun too. Having thought that, she leaned forward and massaged Thanthu's shoulders. "It was all my fault for massaging your back too hard. I'll be more careful next time. Oh dear, I'm saved." The young man, covered in sweat, lowered his head and sighed. This is too stimulating. Even being surrounded by a group of tribulation stage experts back then wasn't this dangerous. The two disciples standing below, seeing the scene, couldn't help but be astonished, their faces turning ashen. It's not like this kind of situation can be brushed off easily, is it? It's as if they've figured out why they're single. In the rows below, a pair of male and female disciples appeared. "You always say things like that. Would you mind accompanying me to the library tonight to copy books? I'm a little scared to go alone." The male disciple heard that, then turned and frowned, annoyed. "Going to the library late at night? Is this girl trying to trick me into buying food for butterflies? Haha, scared to go alone, ha! I think you just want to trick me into buying food for butterflies. Dream on." The female disciple heard that. Her face turned pale, her eyes widened, speechless. Hanyu turned her head and stared at Thanthu, making the young man only able to force a smile, not daring to utter a sound. The two male disciples sitting behind, seeing that scene, were bitter, their faces as green as a gourd. Did this guy save the entire universe in his previous life, to be loved by the four great beauties of the sect? What kind of monstrous luck with women is this? The lecturing man on the platform gripped the cultivation scroll tightly in his hand. I've never encountered a situation like this before. Clearly knowing they're being taken advantage of, yet still watching. Don't they feel disgusted? They're happy even when force-fed dog food. A bunch of idiots who are outstanding disciples, graduated long ago, and are now about to become deacons and elders, yet they have to eat dog food. Thinking this, the lecturing man let out a sound. With an angry expression, he pointed downstairs and shouted loudly, "You scoundrel, stand up." Thanthu immediately stood up, staring straight ahead with a stern face. The lecturing man glared, frowned, and growled, "Who are you? Which peak are you from? Which elder taught you?" Before he could reply, the two male disciples below spoke up to slander him. "He's Yun Thanthu from Thanyu Peak, disciple of Elder Tone Ko. It's so annoying to be fed dog food for an entire lesson. Quickly deal with this guy to appease our anger. As long as this scoundrel isn't dealt with, the people will remain enraged." The lecturing man heard this and his face turned ashen with fury. "You are Yun Thanthu. You have a mutated dual spirit root. You've challenged and defeated core disciples of two elders. You've skipped class for over 7 days. And you're causing trouble as soon as you show up. Do you think you can act like a hooligan here? Why is your luck with women so good even though your spirit root is crippled? Does he have some special skill?" The young man giving the lecture pointed at Thanthu's face, scolding him loudly. "Neglecting studies, lacking ambition. A disciple like this is truly a disgrace to the sect." The crowd of commoners heard this and immediately joined in the fierce shouting. Deacon said it right. This person is truly the shame of the new students class. I'm ashamed to be in the same class as you. Disrupting class order, disturbing my studies. Damn it! I want a wife too. At this moment, Thanthu could only cross his arms and stand dumbfounded amidst the verbal attacks from the commoners. I didn't do anything. Why do these people seem to hate me so much? Why do I feel a surge of heat? After thinking, when Thanthu turned around, he saw the girls had turned their backs on him, not even bothering to look at him. Everything around him became empty. A male disciple happened to turn and saw Wanzi facing him. His cheeks flushed. He exclaimed, "The female deity is looking at me. Her, so beautiful." Deacon Hua saw this and frowned, his face scrunched up. These new disciples are truly trash. They've just been fed a mouthful of dog food, yet they're still so pathetic. Hanyu crossed her arms and glanced at the young deacon with an annoyed look. He saw Hanyu's expression and drooled greedily. Immortal Hanyu is so beautiful, truly worthy of being my goddess. Then Deacon Hua slapped his forehead to clear his head. No, that's not right. I am a lecturer. Isn't Immortal Hanyu assigned by the sect leader to observe the quality of the new disciples with the lecturers? If this isn't handled well and gets reported, it'll be troublesome. After thinking this, Deacon Hua walked straight down and pointed at Thanthu's face, questioning him. Yun Thanthu, I've been in the sect for so many years, and I've never seen anyone as presumptuous as you. Wanzi and Xiao Na saw this and were extremely worried. The instructor's power is immense, directly affecting the new disciples' assessment scores. If their scores are too low, they could very well be assigned to the chore district. Deacon Zhu's brows arched, and he bared his teeth in a sinister smile. A 10,000-word self-criticism. Submitted to show CC tomorrow. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences yourself. Go on, talk back. That way, I'll have a reason to punish you. Thanthu, with a calm expression, spread his hands wide and straightforwardly replied, Deacon, please calm your anger. Actually, I've already memorized this spiritual art. What? He's already memorized it. A disciple sitting next to Xiao Na heard this and scoffed, with a dismissive smile. Isn't he just showing off in front of the girls? Even though Thanthu's talent is very good, memorizing it might be a bit much. Deacon Zhu's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He glared straight ahead. You said you memorized it. Very well then. Demonstrate it fully once in front of this deacon. This spiritual art cannot be mastered without several months of study. He's been skipping class for so long and still dares to say he's memorized it. I was just struggling to think of a way to punish him. Now it seems there's a good show. Thanthu heard this and immediately put his hand behind his head, scratching it. He let out a soft laugh. Well, this place isn't really suitable. Trying to play games with me? Dream on! I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Deacon Zhu was furious upon hearing this. He pointed at Thanthu's face again and shouted, You say you've memorized it, but you won't demonstrate it. Do you take me for a fool? Deceiving a deacon and elder of the sect is a serious crime. If you can't do it, you must be severely punished. I truly have memorized it, but today my body isn't feeling well. Could I rest for a while? Deacon Zhu heard this and bared his teeth in a sinister smile. Feeling guilty already? It seems this guy really is lying. Body not feeling well, huh? Then it should be fine to demonstrate it on the martial arts arena tomorrow, right? If you pass, I'll directly grant you the course completion certificate. Haha, but if you don't pass, then for any course I'm in charge of, you'll fail. Thanthu heard this and raised his hand, loudly replying, Isn't this a bit too serious? How about we change it a bit? If I don't pass, can I clean the toilets instead? Deacon Zhu heard this and curled his lip in a disdainful smile. Scared now? Trying to bribe me with such a dirty condition. Now you're scared, are you? Weren't you acting so arrogant just now? Deacon Zhu spread his hands wide and smiled smugly. Since you're so sincere, let's add another condition. If you don't pass, besides failing all your courses, you'll also have to clean the latrines. If you pass, I'll grant you the certificate, and I'll clean the latrines myself as an apology to you. Thanthu heard this and glanced over with a worried expression. Before he could say anything, Deacon Zhu turned and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Alright. Class dismissed. The fat guy and all the other disciples looked at Thanthu with resentment. Stop looking! If you don't look, you'll be upset for a week. If you keep looking, you'll be upset for a month. Let's go! Anyway, this guy's in trouble tomorrow. Deacon Zhu's gaze was fixed on the figure of a female disciple diligently practicing martial arts. She had a lovely face and a graceful figure. Every punch she threw contained astonishing power. This sight made the deacon standing nearby smirk to himself. TSK, not bad at all. A wicked thought immediately formed in his mind. He put on a concerned expression, walked closer, and asked, "Junior sister, are you facing any difficulties?" Senior Brethren Hack, the female disciple, was about to cup her hands and bow in salute when Deacon Zhu quickly stopped her. "Junior sister, there's no need for that." He flashed a friendly smile. "If Junior sister is facing any difficulties, you can tell me. I can help you." After a period of guidance, the adorable girl suddenly turned and unleashed a palm strike, creating an incredibly powerful force that left a shocking aftershock. She happily stared at her small hands. This is great. I finally learned it. Thank you, Senior Brother. If not for Senior Brother's guidance, I would have had to take many detours. That's not my credit. Junior Sister's talent is brilliant. To grasp the blazing flame art so quickly, it's truly astonishing. Praised, the adorable girl clasped her hands together with an excited expression. My talent is good. Really? Deacon Zhu heard this and replied warmly, "As a deacon of the sect, would I lie to you? To be honest, you are the most outstanding new disciple I have ever met. You're even on par with Ling Xiaona. Thank you, Senior Brother." The man heard this and smugly thought to himself, "Indeed, new disciples are still easily fooled. I must use some tricks to make her lower her guard, then use the same old trick to catch her. To celebrate Junior Sister's progress, I invite you to dinner tonight. How about it?" The naive girl had no idea she had caught the deacon's eye. She happily agreed. "Alright, then Senior Brother will have to spend a lot." It worked! As the two were chatting, a terrifying force suddenly struck from somewhere, raising thick dust and smoke. After that strike, Yunyan appeared with a radiant expression, her eyes wide open. "This is great! It worked! The blazing flame art can also be used this way." After saying that, she quickly ran and lunged straight at Thanthu, making him stare in surprise. "Xiaothu, you successfully taught me the blazing flame art. I love you." She then pressed her chest against Thanthu, making him roll his eyes. "Yunyan, let go! Junior Brother is about to be squeezed to death by you. He's being squeezed so hard his nose is bleeding." I'm sorry, Xiaothu. I'll wipe it for you." "Oh my goodness, it's so bouncy." The lovely girl who was standing nearby watched the scene before her in astonishment. "Senior Brother, didn't you say I was amazing? So what is this?" "Junior Sister, there's no need to doubt your talent. That person's name is Mu Yun, and he's been in the sect for several years, so it's not surprising his cultivation is deeper than yours." The beautiful girl heard that and cast a suspicious glance. "Really, Senior Brother isn't lying to me, is he?" The deacon quickly spread his arms wide, grinning awkwardly. "How could Senior Brother lie to a lovely girl like you? Come on, let's continue practicing." No sooner had he finished speaking than another earth-shattering explosion occurred right beside them. Xiaona appeared, smiling as she looked at the thick smoke in front of her. Thanthu's method is indeed powerful. The speed of releasing the spirit art has increased significantly. Its power has also increased by several folds. The lovely girl witnessed this scene, and her eyes nearly popped out. "You said that Lin Xiaona and I were evenly matched. So how do you explain this now?" This Lin Xiaona's talent is indeed very good. The blazing flame art I perform can only reach this level at most." Deacon Zhu immediately turned to quickly explain. "Lin Xiaona has a fire spirit root. Junior Sister has a wood spirit root. So the effect definitely won't be as strong as a fire spirit root. Trust me, if you practice wood spirit root arts, you'll definitely be stronger than her. The girl crossed her arms, looking at the deacon with sharp eyes. I feel like you're full of lies. Senior brother isn't trying to trick me, is he? Deacon Zhu heard that and quickly waved his hands. No, no! How could I lie to you? I'm a deacon of the sect. He thought to himself. No, I have to appease her. Maybe I should bring out some weak junior sisters for her to believe. After thinking it over, Deacon Zhu was about to speak, but before he could, an even more terrifying explosion erupted from behind them. From the thick smoke, Thanthu emerged. He raised his hand, glancing at the sweating crowd. This is the true combat method. You ladies try practicing again. Hearing that, Xiao Na and Yunyan clenched their fists, looking at senior brother Thu with determination. The lovely girl standing nearby saw that scene and trembled all over, exclaiming with an open mouth, Senior brother, Yun Thu must have a fire spirit root, right? Wasn't his talent very poor? Why can he surpass me so much? Deacon Zhu heard that and immediately turned to look. Seeing the scene, his eyes bulged and sweat poured like rain. The lovely girl, furious, turned and yelled straight at his face. You liar! What do you mean by dinner? I think you want to eat me, you scoundrel. Deacon Zhu heard that like a thunderbolt. He frantically reached his hand forward with a horrified expression, as if he had just let a fat fish slip away. Junior sister, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. Damn it, Deacon Zhu was now trembling with anger. Yun Thu, you damn scoundrel, ruining my good thing. Normally, the blazing flame art only explodes when it hits a target, but his explodes first, then devours. This guy definitely isn't performing a high-level spirit art. He's intentionally causing trouble. Thinking that, he clenched his fists and turned to question Thanthu. Kid, I see you can still perform higher-level spirit arts. You're in good shape. Show me the wine-shattering slash. Actually, my condition isn't very good today. Thanthu's mind was now filled with the images of the two alluring girls. Just thinking about it made him feel helpless. Being drained by two women at once was a bit much to handle. Deacon Zhu glared and bared his teeth, flashing a lewd smile. Your condition isn't good. Then I can't control you. I gave you 1 day. After saying that, he pointed to the right and shouted, perform it now. If you don't pass, all your courses will be failed. Hurry up. Don't waste time. Okay, then I'll perform it. Thanthu stepped forward, performed his technique, and raised his hand, condensing a surge of incredibly abundant spiritual energy. Deacon Zhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Did this guy modify the spirit art? Impossible. How could a spirit art be so easily modified? Only sect elders could do that. A disciple standing behind saw the scene, his face darkening as he spoke. There are actually 17 streams of spiritual energy swirling around this guy's arm. Normally speaking, being able to gather 7 streams for the wine-shattering slash is already qualified. 14 streams is almost the limit, but he actually gathered 17 streams of spiritual energy. 17 streams of spiritual energy bring such a great responsibility. Can you disperse them? Can you knock down the wooden pillar? If you can disperse these 17 streams of spiritual energy today, I, Na Dao, will eat this wooden pillar right here. On this side, Thanthu extended his arms forward, adjusting the 17 streams of spiritual energy swirling around the wooden pillar. As the powerful streams of energy swept past, the wooden pillar was instantly sliced into many pieces. The disciples watched in wide-eyed shock. A second-grade spirit art actually appeared in real combat, and with 17 streams. Wanqi's eyes widened as she looked forward and spoke. Although my eyes were opened yesterday, it's still incredibly hard to believe. What kind of person is Junior Brother? He's truly too strong. I remember when he was young, an old man, injured all over, brought Thanthu to Min in town. People in town who had met this old man said they carried a rather high-grade spirit artifact, likely from a large family power. Wanzi raised her hand to stroke her chin with a fearful expression. Is Junior Brother like that too? A moment later, the thick dust and smoke gradually dispersed. Na Dao, with one hand behind his back, walked towards Thanthu, clearing his throat. He glanced over. His face was covered in sweat. Panic. What panic? It's all an act. This kid is intentionally defying me. The certificate of completion is easy to deal with, but sweeping the latrines, as a deacon elder, how could I lose face like that? After thinking it over, he immediately reached out his hand with an irritated expression. Where's the 10,000-word self-reflection? Bring it out. If he couldn't produce the 10,000-word self-reflection, then he'd have an excuse to mess with him. No sooner had he finished his thought than the chubby man, holding a stack of papers, rushed over. Make way! Make way! The chubby man presented the stack of papers to Na Dao with both hands. Deacon's senior brother, this is Yun Thanthu's self-reflection. Did this guy really write a 10,000-word self-reflection? Na Dao held the stack of papers, his face pale, his teeth clenched, and sweating profusely. You opened it, you learned the wine-shattering slash. So why did you still write a self-reflection? Are you crazy? Wait, it's not just one part. It's 5 parts of self-reflection. Did for junior sisters write it for him? Thanthu turned to look at Wanzi and pointed his finger behind him. Did you ladies help me write the self-reflection? I was afraid junior brother would get angry and not write it, and if he got punished, it would be troublesome. So I stayed up all night to write 10,000 words for you. At this point, Xiao Na also started blushing and twirling her hair. I also thought you wouldn't write it. So I racked my brains all night to come up with 10,000 words. So it turns out you already wrote it. Yunyan also embraced her face, her cheeks rosy, exclaiming, if I had known you guys would help him write it, I wouldn't have wasted my time. I wrote for an entire evening. That whole evening, my brain is just full of apologies right now. Thanthu heard that and walked over, placing his hand on Wanji's shoulder. He warmly replied, it was tough on Xiao Na and both senior sisters. Everyone worked hard because of me. Na Dao on this side looked at the self-reflection papers, his face as black as a pot. Do I really have to sweep the latrines? As a deacon, what face will I have to stand before the new disciples in the future? After thinking, he turned his head, glanced over, and said, Yun Thanthu, letting a girl write your self-reflection, is this you disrespecting the sex rules? I'll just have to be shameless. If I don't trick him, I'm not human anymore. Na Dao stepped forward, pointed at Wanji's face, and questioned, this is Yun Thanthu's self-reflection. And you went and wrote it for him. Are you treating the rules as a joke? Deacon's senior brother, junior brother has already written his self-reflection himself. We were wrong to write it for him. He's innocent. Na Dao heard that, glared with wide eyes, and shouted loudly, who told you to butt in? Are you the deacon or am I? No respect for hierarchy, and you still want to keep covering for him. It seems you want me to report this to the sect master for handling. No wonder the new peak is so incompetent. It turns out it's all thanks to you, senior sister. Little Na heard that and was extremely angry. Na Dao glanced behind him with a leering smile. Today, none of you will escape, and you, Yun Thanthu, await banishment to the servants' quarters. At this moment, the protagonist was furious, his face dark with killing intent. Looking at Na Dao with sharp eyes offend me, and I might let it go, but don't offend my junior and senior sisters. Na Dao glanced behind him and let out a sinister smile. Go ahead and make a move, then I'll have a chance to mess you up. Han Nuyet suddenly appeared, glancing behind her with sharp eyes, and growled, Deacon Na says writing on behalf of someone is covering up. Then I too, am guilty of covering up. The disciples behind them heard that and started shouting excitedly, did Han Nuyet really write a self-reflection for Yun Thanthu? Fairy Han Nuyet, that Han Nuyet is the sect master's disciple, yet she humbled herself to write a self-reflection for this boy. How can this be? Before he could answer, Han Nuyet glanced over, frowned, and said bluntly, you just need to answer yes or no. Na Dao was sweating profusely and replied softly, of course not. Just now, I heard you wanted to punish him. Is it because I'm the sect master's disciple that you're covering for me? Na Dao heard that, his eyes wide with horror, his throat stiff, unable to speak. Han Nuyet, a typical shut-in who never left her closed-door cultivation, appeared at this very moment to target him. How unlucky. Han Nuyet raised her hand to stroke her chin, looking forward with a solemn expression. As a sect deacon, your level of handling affairs commands no one's respect. Na Dao heard that and immediately bowed to Han Nuyet in apology. I am incompetent. Please enlighten me. Fairy, a 10,000 word self-reflection. My hands ache from writing. Na Dao buried his face, filled with dread. The sect master doted on Han Nuyet greatly. If she complained to the sect master, he'd surely be done for. The young woman crossed her arms, glanced down, her face darkening. You play, you pay. Na Dao heard that, immediately stood up, and raised both hands with a forced smile. All right, I'll play, I'll pay. With that, he walked over and slung his arm around Than Thu's shoulder. Junior brother performed excellently, graduating the course with perfect scores. As for cleaning the latrines at Van Dai, I will absolutely sweep them clean. Welcome, junior brother, to inspect. Junior brother Yun, I will personally apologize to you later. If you need anything from me in the future, just say the word. Just get through today. I'll find another opportunity later. I don't believe I'll lose to a new disciple. Than Thu heard that and put on a disrespectful face, replying perfunctorily, all right, then it's as senior brother says. Then Na Dao slapped Than Thu's shoulder a few painful times, making the boy angry and annoyed. Haha, junior brother is so understanding. He's really just trying to scare me. He wouldn't dare punish me. Than Thu pushed Na Dao's hand away. He said bluntly, however, there's still one thing I haven't made clear. Na Dao clasped his hands in front of his chest and replied, what is it? Please speak, junior brother. Than Thu grinned a friendly smile. The latrines to be cleaned aren't just Van Dai's, but all the latrines. I didn't make it clear before. Sorry about that. I'm just adding it now. Na Dao heard that, his eyes wide, and he shouted loudly, the whole sect, junior brother, you must be joking, right? There are hundreds of people in this sect. How many years or months would it take to clean them all? Than Thu stood right next to Han Nuyet. He crossed his arms and flashed a triumphant smile. Is senior brother going back on his word? Na Dao clenched his fists, his face furious. You're bullying me too much. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked over and saw Han Nuyet radiating a thick aura of killing intent. All right, I'll sweep. Before leaving, Than Thu didn't forget to walk forward and add a few sarcastic remarks. Just a little more. You don't need to trouble yourself with Thanyu Palace. I'm afraid it'll get dirty. Senior brother, no need to thank me, seeing Na Dao holding a broom in one hand and a basket in the other. All the disciples started buzzing. Sure enough, Han Nuyet has been charmed. The closer you are to this person, the more uncomfortable it gets. Instead of being by his side and eating dog food, it's better to focus on cultivation. Than Thu glanced back, his face pale and drained of blood. This is bad, they're about to explode. Onesie and Little Na stood behind, seeing the scene before them, their blood boiling, their faces darkened, their whole bodies exuding fierce killing intent. At this moment, the boy could only force a smile, completely unable to understand Han Nuyet's actions. There's no great hatred, so why is she still looking for me? Just then, Van raised her hand high from behind and called out, Little Thu, you can do it. Keep it up. Thank you very much. At the same time, Little Na stepped forward and placed her hand on Than Thu's shoulder with a dark expression. Grand Fairy Han also wrote a 10,000-word self-reflection. The most beautiful woman in the sect came to your rescue. Are you secretly happy about that, huh? Than Thu immediately turned around, hastily explaining with extreme fear. I'm not. Listen to me explain. Junior brother doesn't need to say anything. Little Na and I both understand. Onesie glanced over and smiled faintly. Oh, men, indeed. The boy's eyes widened, his mouth agape as he thought to himself, what is this? What do they understand? Little Na raised her hand to stroke her chin, trying to cover it with a smile. Look, Grand Fairy Han is still looking at you. How affectionate those eyes are. That posture is truly pitiful. Only a fairy like that could be worthy of junior brother. Little Na and I are bothering you too. Than Thu frantically reached forward and cried out. Wait, it's really a misunderstanding. The boy grabbed the hands of the two girls and declared loudly, "I've only met her a few times. How could there be any illicit relationship?" The boy helplessly raised his head, sweat pouring down his face, and shouted loudly, "Senior Sister Han Nuyet, please say something. I'm about to die here." Han Nuyet glanced over, blushing as she replied, "I really do care about you. Can we talk in the forest for a bit?" The boy heard that and immediately coughed up blood on the spot, his eyes turning black as if about to leave the earth. Into the forest again. It's getting even darker. Let me set fire to burn all the trees down. Little Na was so angry her face puffed up. She glanced over and growled, "Senior Sister, let's go." Before leaving, Wanzi turned back, half closing her eyes and chuckling, "Handle it well, Senior Sister is waiting for your good news." The two girls left and then Thu could only stand there, unable to do anything. Van threw the trash bag right next to it, then slammed the trash can lid shut. Father Nam's punishment. Hey! Little Senior Sister, what are you saying?" The girl immediately turned, closing her eyes tightly, yawning, "I'm so sleepy. I need to go back for a nap." "Little Thu, keep up the good work." After speaking, she turned and left. "Sister 1, Little Na, wait for me." The boy gaped, helplessly raising his hands to his head, muttering, "This loveless fate." After the girls left, Han Nuyet stepped forward, took Than Thu's sleeve, and whispered, "Can we talk in the forest?" The boy turned with a face as black as a pot and replied, "All right then, today you and I will go into the forest for a deeper exchange. Let me see what you want to say, Senior Sister Han Nuyet." A moment later, the two walked together into a forest. Than Thu, his face anxious and drenched in sweat, thought to himself, Is this the lover's slope? If we really go in, then I won't be able to explain myself." After thinking, the boy stopped, spread his arms, and said, "Senior Sister Han Nuyet, let's go to the pavilion next door to talk." "All right then." After speaking, the two changed direction towards the pavilion on the top of the slope. The disciples saw them and said, "When did Fairy Han Nuyet get a companion?" As they walked, Han Nuyet accidentally passed a peach tree in full bloom. She picked a flower and placed it in her hair. Inside the pavilion, Than Thu sat comfortably on a chair and blurted out, "Senior Sister, please just tell me what's on your mind." Han Nuyet sat down at the table and replied with a smile, "I'm not that old. Why are you calling me Senior Sister? I might even be younger than you." Than Thu heard that, covered his face, and thought to himself, "There aren't many people in this world older than me. May I ask the fairy's age?" Han Nuyet heard that and casually said, "I'm 15. "What? You're 15? How are you 15? Han Nuyet heard that and stroked her chin, looking puzzled. What part doesn't look 15? Than Thu looked over Han Nuyet's entire body and said, "At 15, do you have such long legs? A little longer and they'd catch up to my senior sisters." Han Nuyet immediately moved her leg to the side, lifting her skirt to reveal a pair of slender, pale thighs. "It's probably because I diligently cultivated body techniques. Oh my, so white." The boy couldn't help but blush, immediately covering his nose. Calm down. Your appearance is also very well developed, isn't it?" Han Nuyet touched her adorable face and said, "I prefer light makeup." Than Thu clenched his hands, opened his mouth wide, and blurted out, "Then why are your breasts so big?" After speaking, the boy's face froze, his brows furrowed. He had accidentally said something vulgar. "It's over, I'm dead." Han Nuyet placed her hand on her chest, not only not reprimanding him, but boldly answering the question. "I've never paid attention to it. I cultivate the jade body cultivation technique for beauty and physique. Big breasts probably. Aren't strange, right? Speaking of which, you're the first person to ever mention this." Than Thu heard that, stunned and foolish. If it were any other junior sister, I'd probably get slapped directly. But this Han Nuyet actually answered me. This person is too straightforward. Speaking of which, she's a bit like that disciple of mine. If it were a vulgar person, I could be vulgar back, but encountering such an innocent junior sister, I truly don't know how to handle it at all. "Senior Sister, Do you really need to be this straightforward? Han Nuyet raised her hand to stroke her chin, glanced over and said. The girl tilted her head slightly, glanced at Than Thu, and softly called out his name. When he heard that, he immediately raised both hands in front of him, opening his mouth wide and shouting, "No, no! I wouldn't dare. If she calls me that in front of my wives, I'd definitely be carved up with a sharpened knife." Seeing this, Han Nuyet bowed her head, closed her eyes tightly, and sighed, "Don't worry, I don't have any bad intentions towards you." Hearing this, Than Thu calmed down, glancing over with a dumbfounded expression. Han Nuyet clasped her hands together on the table and declared, "However, you look quite pleasing to the eye. An Icewine dual mutated spirit root, dual cultivation would also be considered suitable, and in a while, I'll also reach the age where I need to find a cultivation partner." Hearing this, Than Thu immediately raised his hand, his face drenched in sweat. "Senior Sister Han Nuyet, please just say what it is, alright? Don't scare me, don't scare me." Han Nuyet closed her eyes tightly and bowed her head. "Alright, I'll say it now." He looked forward with half-closed eyes, thinking, I heard that this person either cultivates in seclusion or cultivates in seclusion. I want to see what this little recluse wants to say. Han Nuyet crossed her arms with a serious expression and pressed. The Kangland domain recently issued a mission. Have you heard about it? I've heard Senior Sister mention it before. For many years, there have been quite a few demon cultivating factions appearing in the cultivation world. To prevent chaos, the major powers in the Kangland domain joined forces to establish the demon extermination order to clear out those factions. The mission is rotated among the sects in the region, and within each sect, the mission is assigned to disciples to complete. Those who successfully complete the demon extermination order mission will not only be rewarded by their sect, but also praised by the Kangland domain. They even gain the right to enter the ancient cultivation ruins controlled jointly by the great figures in the Kangland domain, where they can find great opportunities. Furthermore, the demon extermination order is considered an important reward point on the Kangland domain's youth rankings. Once ranked, they will receive immense attention from the people in the Kangland domain. As long as one gets on the rankings, they can basically reach the heavens in one step. Hearing this, Than Thu clasped his hands together and declared, "So, Senior Sister Han's meaning is." Han Nuyet pressed her fingertips together, glaring downwards. Although Kwai Nguyen Sword Valley has a position in Mu Shou Prefecture, it has weakened in recent years. It hasn't been ranked for a long time. If this continues, it's very likely to be overthrown by other sects. I've been absent for 2 years since joining the sect. Now is the time for me to do something. As they were chatting, the waiter entered, holding a menu and enthusiastically saying, "Sirs, would you like some tea? It's the sect goddess, Immortal Han Nuyet." Than Thu poked the menu to order. "I'll take this one. Earth leaf tea, never heard of it before." After Than Thu chose his drink, waiters who looked at him with disdain. What the heck is this guy doing, inviting the sect goddess to drink such low-grade tea? The waiter left. Than Thu leaned forward and softly said, "Senior Sister has high aspiration. I admire that. But what does this have to do with me?" Han Nuyet's face darkened when she heard this. She remained silent for a moment, then placed her hand on her chest and bluntly proposed, "I want you to form a team with me." After Han Nuyet finished speaking, she immediately got to the point about the remuneration after the task was done. Merits can be divided equally. This way, you can gain importance from the sect. Dual mutated spirit roots are rare. It's just a pity they aren't utilized. Han Nuyet picked up her teacup and savored it. With the sect's full cultivation, perhaps the limitations of dual mutated spirit roots can be removed. Hearing this, Than Thu stared ahead and replied, "You're looking for me to form a team just because it's a pity my dual mutated spirit roots aren't utilized?" Han Nuyet stared intently at the teacup in her hand, her expression pensive, a hint of thought in her eyes. "I have triple spirit roots of water, wood, and earth. And you have the Icewine spirit roots of mutated water and wood." At this point, she urgently placed her hand on her chest. "I have a high-grade spirit blood manual. If two people cultivate together, We can definitely advance to a higher realm. Thanthu fell silent after hearing this. Senior sister can surely find cultivators with similar spirit roots. It's not just mutated spirit roots that are suitable for cultivating together. As soon as Thanthu finished speaking, Han Nuyet slammed her hand on the table, standing up abruptly with an aggressive expression. When I fought you, I noticed your spiritual energy is incredibly abundant. It will definitely last a very long time. Without any hesitation, she bluntly proposed, I don't like temporary cultivation. It's best to simmer for several months or even years. Upon hearing this, his eyes widened, his face turning purple as he thought, wait, last a long time? Cultivating together for several months or years. The more I hear this, the stranger it gets. Listening closely, it's no different from dual cultivation. You want to absorb me too. Oh dear woman. After pondering, Thanthu extended both hands. You have abundant spiritual energy, and it's not just me. My cultivation is so low, it's not suitable. Han Nuyet stared ahead with a pitiful, longing expression. You look very pleasing to the eye. You don't make me disgusted. Hearing this, he pointed at his own face, his eyes sparkling. What? Are you praising me as handsome? Are you a fan of my looks? Han Nuyet raised her hand to stroke her chin, to drops of sweat rolling down her cheek. I mean, you do have fine brows and bright eyes. Hearing this, Thanthu swept his hair back, then closed his eyes and declared, as a strength-based faction, to be praised for looks, I feel a bit hurt. Han Nuyet was stunned, speechless. I suddenly feel this person is shameless. Thanthu picked up the teacup, smiling as he uttered, but I have to say, you have very good taste. He raised the teacup to his mouth, brazenly saying, I'll accept your compliment. The moment his tongue touched the tea, Thanthu flinched, clamping his mouth shut. Oh heavens, it's both bitter and astringent. He put the teacup on the table, his face as dark as a pot. Is this tea spoiled or something? How could Han Nuyet drink this entire cup of tea without a word? I'm impressed, truly impressed. As he was pondering, Han Nuyet suddenly pushed a small, delicate box towards Thanthu. Thanthu, with a bewildered expression, pointed at the box. What is this? Spirit advancement pill. It can increase the probability of a cultivation breakthrough. Hearing this, Thanthu's face darkened as he thought, the spirit advancement pill is a precious elixir only used by great sects. She actually has such a high-grade elixir. Seeing Thanthu's dumbfounded expression, Han Nuyet immediately clarified, the sect master gave this to me when I joined the sect. I can't use it anymore now. The rest will probably be useful to you. Thanthu's face fell completely. A third-grade elixir and she just gives it away? Seeing Thanthu didn't respond, Han Nuyet continued, use it when we go hunting. What do you think? Thanthu raised his hand to stroke his chin, glaring down. I don't know how to refine this type of elixir. This is a good opportunity to study it. I don't want to owe others. Thanthu took out an elixir box and exclaimed, inside, this is the clear cultivation spirit herb. Can help you relax your mind and prevent chi deviation. As soon as Han Yu saw it, her eyes widened. The pill in the jade box emitted an extremely rich fragrance, its value even higher than her own third-grade pill. How could a newly initiated disciple possess such a precious pill? Then Thanthu clasped his hands together and stared straight ahead with a stern expression. As for forging the demon command of the two young masters on the ranking list, I'm not very interested. Having said that, the boy left the table. I'm very satisfied with my current cultivation life. It's getting late. I have to go back. Hey, wait a minute. Thanthu turned his head back and asked in a low voice, Senior Sister Han, is there anything else? Han Yu picked up her teacup and asked softly, I finished this cup of tea. Why haven't you drunk yours? Thanthu glanced at his teacup, his face pale as a sheet. To be able to finish this bitter tea in one gulp, that's truly impressive. Finishing his thoughts, Thanthu picked up his teacup, with his eyes tightly shut, forcing a smile, and his face drenched in sweat. He said, I'll take it home to drink. With that, Thanthu grabbed the teacup and ran straight out the door, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Farewell. After the male protagonist left, Han Yu glanced at the box on the table, Curiously, she opened it and found several bottles of medicine and a few secret manuals inside. Hanyu picked up a secret manual and opened it to read, her eyes wide and beads of sweat forming. Something inside the manual made her face flush red and her head steam. This book is quite interesting. A moment later at Thanyu Peak, Thanthu had also returned. He walked, sighing, thinking to himself, last time it took a lot of coaxing to comfort them, this time. With both of them entwined in murderous intent, it seems a bit harder to appease them. Sometimes having too much charm is also a sin. As soon as he returned, Thanthu ran to Yunyun's room and loudly knocked on the door. Little senior sister, little senior sister. Yunyun opened the door and stepped out, her eyes wide and confused. Little Thu, didn't you go rent a room with senior sister Hanyu? Did it end that quickly? Little senior sister, be careful with your words. Seeing Thanthu clutching his head in distress, Yunyun asked with concern, oh, I'm sorry. So, little Thu, what do you need me for? How are little Na and senior sister? What's their state? Yunyun, with a calm expression, closed her eyes and answered clearly. They went back to their rooms before finishing dinner. Little Na isn't cultivating, and Sister Wan didn't even go bathe with me. Thanthu was stunned when he heard this, his eyes widening. This is not good. Having thought this, Thanthu hurriedly left Yunyun's room. Thank you, little senior sister. I'll figure out a way to appease them. After walking for a while, Thanthu stopped at Little Na's door. He approached and was about to raise his hand to knock when Little Na's voice from inside the room spoke. Come in. Hearing this, Thanthu opened the door and entered, pretending to be silly. So smart. You knew it was me even before I came in. Little Na glanced over, still folding clothes. I thought you might spend the night out and not come back. You came back so early, that's truly unexpected. He had to come here to learn about going to bed. Spreading his arms wide, he hurriedly explained, how could I not come back? Little Na, you've misunderstood me. Little Na immediately sprang up, pushing Thanthu away and shouting, don't touch this old lady. She clenched her fists and turned to Thanthu with an irritated expression, her eyes like daggers. You smell like Hanyu. Stay away from me, don't come any closer. Thanthu, with a pitiful expression, reached out to Little Na gently. Little Na, don't misunderstand. Thanthu stepped closer, raising his hand to touch her cheek. Hanyu and I really have nothing going on. Look at your pale face. Don't be angry anymore. Is it fun to coax your little sister? If you're happy, I'm happy too. What anger? Little Na then pushed Thanthu's hand away, leaving him to force a helpless smile. No, that's not true. I never touched her at all. So the opposite is true, then. You want to say that the world is wrong, not you, right? Thanthu was shot down by her words and slumped down, looking sad. It seems I can only use the trick from last time. I originally wanted to give it to her as a birthday present, but right now, coaxing little sister seems more important. Having thought this, he took out a ring and presented it to Little Na. Beautiful little sister, look, what is this? Don't care, don't look, don't want to see, she said, yet her eyes peeped open to glance at it. Seeing the jade green ring in Thanthu's hand, Little Na's eyes widened and her face flushed crimson. Is this a storage ring? Storage rings are expensive, and this one is extremely beautiful. Just by looking at it, you can tell it's not cheap. Having thought this, Little Na pointed forward with a confused expression. Where did you get it from? Thanthu put a finger to his lips and replied bluntly, it's a secret I won't tell you. Little Na closed her eyes tightly and placed a hand on her chest, sighing to herself, I've always wished for a ring that could hold many beautiful clothes and flying weapons. But if I just accept it like this, wouldn't I be a bit shameless? Having thought this, Little Na then avoided his gaze. Little Na turned away, her voice tinged with doubt. Am I not dreaming? Why would you suddenly think of buying me a gift now? You didn't even give me one for my birthday before. Thanthu replied firmly, that's why I plan to give you a gift every year for your birthday. His words stunned Little Na. She glanced over, her face clearly showing extreme surprise. You still remember my birthday? You really are a scoundrel. At that expression, Thanthu merely looked at little Na gently, his eyes filled with affection. Of course I remember. I remember it very clearly. December 4th, 2000. That time. Hearing the exact date, little Na was overjoyed. She quickly moved closer to Thanthu, exclaiming excitedly, "Oh my god, you really remembered. So, won't you be angry anymore?" However, her joy didn't last long, and she bowed her head, her voice sad. "I'm really not angry. If I were angry, I wouldn't be angry with you." Seeing this, Thanthu asked anxiously, "Then what's wrong with you?" Little Na curled up, her eyes looking down at the ground, filled with indescribable sorrow. "I'm very heartbroken and very jealous." The unexpected confession stunned Thanthu, his eyes wide, sweat unconsciously breaking out. "You're jealous?" Little Na hugged her knees, her body curled up like a hurt kitten. "Yes, I'm jealous." With that, her clear eyes slowly drooped, filled with infinite grievance. "My childhood sweetheart has been snatched away by another woman. My childhood sweetheart was so pitiful before, always without clothes to wear. I specifically learned how to make clothes, and my hands were pricked by needles countless times. You were extremely picky and refused to eat. To make you eat more, I learned to cook, and my hands were burned so many times. I was also cut by a knife. I still remember the food you liked. You liked meat. For breakfast, green vegetable porridge. You didn't like carrots, celery, purple sweet potatoes, and you hated pepper the most." Memories flooded back, and tears streamed down Little Na's face. "It seems that besides me, no one in this world understands you. But what's the use of that? You're still being snatched away by someone else. So what can I do? I want to be with you forever. What if I get angry and ignore you, and you never come looking for me again?" At this, her emotions overflowed, and she looked up, sobbing uncontrollably. "I'm not aiming at Hanyu. I'm just afraid you'll be taken away, and then you won't pay attention to me anymore. I'm just a girl from a small town. How can I compare to the beauties from those big sects and great families? You bully me." As soon as she finished speaking, Thanthu approached. His gentle hand wiped away the tears on Little Na's cheek. "What are you thinking? You're the cutest little one I like the most. How could I ignore you? Don't overthink it. I'm the cutest little one you like the most?" Hearing this, she curled up and escaped from Thanthu's arms, looking sulky. "I'm not your cute little one. Your cute little one is Hanyu." Seeing Little Na's awkward expression, Thanthu couldn't help but tease. "If I say it's you, then it's you. I'm not Hanyu." He stepped forward, grabbed her wrist, and gently held her small hand, putting on a spectacular firefighting show. "It's you, my little cutie, my little sweetie, my little fairy." Those sugary words left Little Na stunned, her eyes wide and round, frozen for 5 seconds, speechless. Seeing this, Thanthu sat down on the bed beside her and gently asked, "Are you happy?" The sharp-tongued girl turned her face away, feigning indifference, normally happy. Thanthu then turned, one arm around her waist, the other lifting Little Na's chin. "So, what if I call you that every day from now on?" She was a little flustered. "No. It's not good if others hear." Hearing this, Thanthu leaned close to Little Na's ear and whispered suggestively, "Then I'll call you secretly, like doing something naughty. That way, no one else will know." "What? Do something naughty?" She blushed, her cheeks burning red, and pushed Thanthu away. "I'm not doing anything naughty with you. Don't tempt me." Thanthu still didn't give up. "So, will you or won't you let me call you that from now on?" Little Na shyly brought her hands to her cheeks and mumbled, "Call me. We'll call each other secretly." Then she turned to stare at Thanthu, her face full of resentment. "You bad guy. Who knows how many more little sisters you'll tempt later?" Thanthu gave a wry smile. "Probably not many." Hearing his ambiguous answer, Little Na crossed her arms and looked up at the sky, feigning anger. "It seems I still need to find a way to get stronger. If you have other little sisters later and betray me, I'll come find you." "Alright, then hit me hard when that time comes." Little Na placed a hand on her chest, her cheeks puffed out with indignation. "It seems I can't hit you." After thinking for a moment, she closed her eyes tightly, and her expression brightened considerably. "Then I'll go dismantle your room, steal your things, leave you penniless, so you'll have no choice but to follow me." Thanthu dotingly replied, alright, whatever my little cutie says. Little Na kept smiling happily. HMPH, of course. After a while of playing, Little Na finally noticed the ring in her palm. She curiously released the ring into the air with an expectant look on her face. Are there things inside? From inside, Little Na took out a box filled with cute gifts, making her eyes widen and her face flush red. She immediately moved closer to Thanthu, smiling brightly. I love you to death. Moi moi. He also took the opportunity to tease, if you love me, then give me a kiss. Hearing that, Little Na covered her mouth with her hand, giggling. What a nice thought. Ha! How can my first kiss be given away so easily? How about singing a song? As soon as she heard this, Little Na immediately stood up and left her spot. Don't even think about it. No, no. Thanthu sat on the bed, watching her back, then suddenly asked seriously, speaking of which, why is my little cutie still at the chi refining stage? Have you successfully broken through these past few days? After hearing that, Little Na could only lower her head and sigh, how would I know? I always feel like something's missing. Every time, it's just a little bit short. And once I prepared everything, I feel like even more is missing. Then she crossed her arms and turned to look at Thanthu, complaining, it's all your fault for giving me that incomplete cultivation technique. I can't draw out the spirit energy for circulation, nor can I replenish it. Thanthu pondered for a moment, then said, in that case, it seems you've already started cultivating that incomplete technique. It's very powerful, right? After talking for a while, Thanthu raised his hand to stroke his chin, proposing a bold idea. How about tonight I help you break through? As an apology, how would you help me break through? Thanthu immediately raised a finger and declared loudly, it's simple, you suck me dry. As soon as Little Na heard this, vivid, suggestive images flashed through her mind, making her head spin and dizzy. Suck you dry, why you? What are you saying? I won't suck you dry. After saying that, she turned her face away, her cheeks burning red with embarrassment. Don't even think about it. Besides, there are 2 senior sisters here. It wouldn't be good if they heard anything. I'm not doing it. Thanthu burst out laughing. Hey, aren't you thinking something indecent? I suspect you're in heat. Hearing that, Little Na angrily and shyly turned to Thanthu and shouted, I'm not. Don't scare me. Seeing her bristling, Thanthu quickly raised his hands, forcing a smile to soothe her. Alright, don't be noisy, though. Understanding the situation, Little Na walked over and sat on the bed, turning to reply, what? Spirit energy can also be transmitted. It's hard for others, but for me, it's very simple. Turn around. Hearing that, Little Na obediently turned her back, smiling as she took off her clothes. Alright, I'll start now. Thanthu then placed his hand on Little Na's back, beginning to transfer spirit energy into her. A second later, the spirit energy exploded throughout Little Na's body, making her sweat profusely. Thanthu stared straight ahead, his face serious, thinking to himself, not bad, it went in very smoothly. While the spirit energy was continuously being absorbed into her body, Little Na uttered words that made people blush intensely. More, a little more, Thanthu, quick, a little quicker, yes, don't stop, I want more. Hearing this, the male lead's eyes rolled back, frozen speechless, utterly dumbfounded. The burst of power was too strong for Little Na to bear, and she collapsed, too much. A second later, Little Na sat up abruptly, her whole body flushed red, and she opened her mouth wide to shout, I can't take it anymore. After that shout, she lay sprawled on the bed, panting incessantly. She slowly closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed, a satisfied smile on her lips. When Little Na was fast asleep, Thanthu remained sitting right beside her, watching over her. A moment later, he walked out of the room, closing his eyes tightly and sighing, as expected of the heavenly nether saint physique. It's a bit hard to satisfy. It was indeed a bit unexpected. Little Na's combat power is too strong. She sucked until I was trembling. Phew, it's been a long time since I've been this tired. Just as he passed by, Van Van opened her window and called out, startling Than Thu. Little Thu, how did it go? Than Thu hugged his head, looking helpless and exhausted. Don't worry, it's handled. Little senior sister doesn't need to worry, go to bed early. Oh, is that so? Then bye-bye, go into bed now. With that, Than Thu walked straight up to the second floor of the small courtyard, stood before Wanji's door, and gently knocked. Wanji opened the door and stepped out. She was wearing a red lace nightgown and had cucumber slices on her face for skincare. You're like this and you still have something to do. Hearing Wanji's question, Than Thu raised a finger and scratched his cheek. Senior sister seems unhappy, so I came specifically to comfort you. Can I come in? Wanji turned and walked into the room, her voice slightly sarcastic. I didn't expect junior brother to still care about me. It truly makes this senior sister feel overwhelmingly flattered. Than Thu walked in, curiously looking round the room, thinking to himself, this is my first time in senior sister's boudoir. Wanji sat gracefully on the bench, holding a bottle of nail polish and said, are you done comforting little Na? Yes, I'm done comforting her. Hearing that, Wanji also turned away and casually replied, oh, I see. Oh my goodness, these alluring jade legs paired with the nightgown are truly too enticing. If senior sister's image were on the cover of an ISL brand book, it would definitely sell out in an instant. Than Thu moved closer and sat right beside Wanji, cheerfully asking, little Na is quite close over there. Is senior sister angry again? No, what do I have to be angry about? I'm just your senior sister. Saying this, she buried her face, her voice sad. What does your relationship with other women have to do with me? Hearing that, Than Thu raised both hands, hurriedly explaining, haha, senior sister is joking. My relationship with senior sister is very good. Senior sister styled my hair, made breakfast for me. And that day you even wore my hairpin and your most beautiful dress. Hearing these words, Wanji turned back, continued to paint her toenails, and mumbled, I thought you had forgotten. How could I forget? Remembering it for life is still too little. So, Than Thu used his charm, putting on a heartbreakingly handsome face. Senior sister, don't be angry anymore. Didn't I come to admit my mistake? Can you give me a chance? A cute junior brother comes to beg for forgiveness. Can't you be lenient? Hearing that, Wanji closed her eyes tightly, sighing helplessly, whose pitiful act did you learn that from? Then she hugged Than Thu, resting both her legs on his lap, making his eyes widen in shock and sweat pour down his face. Now, you paint my nails. If you do it well, I'll reconsider whether to forgive you. Hearing that, Than Thu didn't dare to refuse and carefully painted Wanji's nails beautifully. Is this a punishment? It's clearly a benefit. Suddenly, something startled Than Thu, making his eyes widen in alarm, and he said worriedly, I'm sorry, senior sister. I accidentally spilled a drop on your foot. Let me wipe it for you. After speaking, Than Thu gently lifted Wanji's feet, his cheeks involuntarily flushing red. This familiar smooth, warm feeling, Wanji raised her hand to her mouth, shyly glancing away. Speaking of which, what did Hanyu want with you? A man and a woman alone surely aren't doing anything good, right? Than Thu looked blankly at Wanji, thinking to himself, aren't the two of us also a man and a woman alone? What nonsense are you saying, senior sister? Don't joke anymore. What else could it be? Hanyu wants to take on a hunting mission with me. Hearing that, Wanji turned her whole body to face Than Thu, pressing him. A hunting mission? With so many people, why did she have to seek you out? Tell your senior sister. Than Thu raised his hand, smiling as he replied. She said her spiritual roots and mine have a very high compatibility. She wants to cultivate a spiritual technique with me. To be precise, she wants to take me to level up. Wanji finished listening, then raised her hand to stroke her chin, smiling brightly. So that's how it is. Such a good thing. Hanyu is the sect leader's favorite disciple. You truly don't know how lucky you are. Seeing Wanji cross her arms in a huff, Little Thu chuckled. I refused. Even if I cultivate, I'll cultivate with my senior sister, right? That's enough. If it's dual cultivation, the first person you'd choose would also be Little Na, not me. Hearing that, the young man stood up, spread his arms wide, and squinted. How boring and low-class is dual cultivation? Even with coordinated cultivation, it's not much better than just senior sister alone, right? We can have triple cultivation, more spiritual energy, real, comfortable, and you want to take advantage again, dream on. Hearing that, Fanthu sat back down on the bed, turned to look at her, and smiled brightly. Senior sister is so smart. You saw right through my little thoughts. You're amazing. Don't think that just because you praise me, I'll be happy. I'm still angry. Fanthu opened his eyes wide and looked at Wanji with a serious tone. So how can senior sister not be angry anymore? Do you have any small wishes? This junior brother will fulfill them for you. Wanji lowered her head, her gaze slowly dropping. Then I need to think carefully. I haven't thought of any small gifts yet, but I do have a few dreams. Fanthu heard that and chuckled, bluntly stating, senior sister doesn't need to be reserved. Just say whatever you want. Alright, even if I can't do it, at least someone will listen. First, I want to pass the assessment. Hearing this, Fanthu's smile faded. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. What? What assessment? Every year, the sect assesses the contribution levels of each mountain peak. Fanyu Peak, though sparsely populated, still needs to submit a certain amount of resources. Van, our master, and I are less than 3 people. How can we compare to the other mountain peaks? Therefore, our contribution falls short every year, not even matching some small mountain peaks outside the 4 great mountain peaks. Because we're at the bottom, we get criticized every year, and I'm truly sad. This year, the Merchant Association also had problems. That year, Van gave me all the elixirs she had saved. This time, I'm afraid we'll be at the bottom again. Hearing that, Fanthu immediately raised his hand and declared loudly, that's not necessarily true. Didn't we have senior sister Van and me this year? Wanji huddled up, clutching the pillow tightly to her chest. It's not that I don't trust junior brother's abilities, it's just that time is pressing. There are only 5 days left to submit the elixirs, even with 2 junior brothers. It's very difficult to accumulate from scratch. Fanthu clenched his hand and held it up to his chest. In short, senior sister doesn't need to worry about this. This year, we absolutely won't be at the bottom. We might even exceed expectations. Will senior sister trust me? Hearing those words, Wanji glanced over, thinking to herself, I remember back in Luoling City, junior brother accomplished things that seemed impossible this time. It's simpler than winning the Alchemist Grand Assembly. So there's really no reason for me not to trust him. After thinking, she turned back and linked pinkies with Fanthu. Alright, I trust junior brother. After that, the young man smiled, his eyes narrowed, and he pressed, besides this, is there anything else? Actually, I want to be on the Immortalist ranking of the Azure Cloud region. Fanthu was stunned. Besides the youth ranking and the alchemy ranking, there's this kind of ranking too. An Immortalist ranking? Isn't this ranking just for disciples of Sects to play around with? In the vast Azure Mist domain, there's still such a pointless thing. Wanji sat demurely, placing her hands on her lap. Yes, there is. It seems there's also something called the Male Idiot List. These lists are all proposed by some sects that value appearance, and those who make it onto the list will receive quite a few gifts. What reward has senior sister set her sights on? Physique Enhancing Pill. The Physique Enhancing Pill is a type of elixir that improves one's constitution. It can transform some people with weak constitutions into excellent physiques, and also enhance one's physique in all aspects, making it highly sought after by the senior sisters in the cultivation world. The quality of this elixir isn't too high, but unfortunately, the Spirit Marshal Palace holds the exclusive right to refine it, making it very difficult to obtain. Fanthu heard that, raised a hand to stroke his chin, and smirked. Senior sister's body is already great. What do you need a physique-enhancing pill for? I almost forgot. Great senior sister complains about having small breasts, right? Wanji heard that and immediately crossed her arms, puffing out her cheeks in annoyance. Senior sister's cultivation and beauty are both good. What's so hard about this? Wanji placed her hand on her chest, tilted her head, and her eyes dropped. My cultivation is too weak. If I had profound talent like Hanyu, I wouldn't be so worried, but I only have a single water spirit root, which isn't considered outstanding. Oh really, cultivation? It's not difficult to increase that. I'm sure I can help senior sister with it. Wanji heard that, closed her eyes tightly, and sighed, Junior brother, cultivation isn't like refining medicine. It doesn't just increase because you wanted to. Fanthu then smiled widely, pointing at his own face. If I can't even get onto that kind of list, wouldn't I be a disgrace to all the sisters? Increasing cultivation is too simple, senior sister. Do you want to drain me? Drain me in what way? As soon as he finished speaking, images from an SL-branded book with content not suitable for those under 18 plus flashed through Wanji's mind. After thinking, she angrily clenched her fists, opened her mouth wide, and shouted directly at Thanthu, What the hell are you talking about? I just finished satisfying Xiao Na. And there's quite a bit left, so it should be enough. Wanji heard that and glanced over, a clear look of displeasure on her face. No wonder he came to find me so late, so he was doing that with junior sister Xiao Na, but there's no strange aura on him. While deep in thought, Thanthu lunged forward, touching Wanji's knee, startling her. She exclaimed nervously, Junior brother, I can't casually, don't mess around. Wanji cowered, her eyes tightly shut, face flushed. She thought to herself, no, I have the lost god charm on me. If I don't handle this well, both junior brother and I will suffer severe damage. Thanthu turned around, placed a hand on Wanji's shoulder, and flashed a mischievous smile. This isn't messing around. I'm showing senior sister my love and affection. Having said that, the young man pushed Wanji down, face first onto the bed. Then, a surge of abundant spiritual energy appeared and enveloped Wanji's entire body, giving her a sensation of pleasure, causing her to open her mouth wide and stick out her tongue. Provocatively, the abundant spiritual energy was continuously absorbed into Wanji's body, making her frown and wince, her cheeks flushed. Outside the boudoir, it was already dawn, and Wanji's shrill scream echoed throughout the mansion. Thanthu walked out the door, his entire body trembling, unable to stand steadily. He thought, fortunately, before coming here, I found a place to refine the secret formula given by Xu Huang. These two women have unresolved issues in their hearts. As soon as they open their mouths, they quarrel. If I hadn't prepared my body beforehand, I'd probably be dead under this woman's navel today. Once their cultivation increases, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand it anymore. I must continue refining elixirs. After thinking, he glanced over and saw Yun Yun sitting by the window. Junior senior sister, it's almost dawn. Haven't you rested yet? Yun Yun heard that, turned her face to the window, and spoke up, I can't sleep. As expected of Xiaothu, to be able to resist to women for so long, he's truly too powerful. The young man heard that and immediately turned, frowning, vehemently refuting, Hey, junior senior sister, don't talk nonsense. I didn't do anything sleazy. Then you mean besides nonsense, the young man's eyes widened when he heard this, speechless and at a loss for words. Then, Thanthu covered his head and turned his face away. Alright, I heard that the sect will start collecting tribute resources in a few days. Tomorrow, junior senior sister, I will start working together to refine elixirs. Although time is short, it's not impossible to create a miracle. Junior senior sister, get some rest early. We two are going to refine elixirs together. Thanthu heard that, glanced over, and smiled in response. That's right, we'll need to find the quietest place then. As soon as the young man finished speaking, Yun Yun slammed the door shut and shouted loudly, Good night, Xiaothu. No, good morning is more appropriate. Okay, senior sister, good night. Yun Yun sat inside her room, covering her face in embarrassment. That hateful Xiaothu finally reached his claws to me. At midday, Xiao Na arranged the food on the table, all delicious and visually appealing dishes. Yun Yun held a bowl of rice in her hands, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, Wanji, Xiao Na, you two seem to have become more beautiful. Wanji heard that and raised her hand, touching her cheek. Really, it must be good maintenance. Xiao Na raised a finger, smiling brightly. It might be because we sleep early and wake up early, living a regular life. Junior senior sister can also try to have healthy work and rest habits. Yun Yun heard that, her eyes tightly shut, smiling awkwardly. Last night Xiaothu just came to their rooms. It would be strange if they slept early. However, Xiaothu really does have magic. I wonder if he can help with weight loss. Wanji offered a plate of food to Thanthu, junior brother. Eat more. Xiao Na also gently picked up food for the young man. Eating so much and still so thin, I really can't stand it. Thanthu diligently munched on the brown rice in his mouth, thinking to himself, last night's activity exhausted my entire body, so I'm eating quite a bit more than usual. Yun Yun turned to stare at Thanthu, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, thinking, he's incredible. Xiaothu actually managed to make them so obedient. As Thanthu ate, what caught his eye were Xiao Na and Wanji looking at him with hungry, longing gazes. Still want to drain me? The young man was terrified, his face turning pale, sweating like rain, continuously shoveling rice into his mouth. I dare not say anything. I don't want to say anything. Eat rice. Eat rice. While eating, someone outside pounded loudly on the door, accompanied by a shout. Is anyone from Fan Yu Peak here? Wanji opened the door and stepped out, gently asking, this junior brother, is there something you need? The Sect's Grand Assembly is about to begin this afternoon. The principal of each mountain peak must go first. Is this meeting related to the Resource Contribution Conference of the Peaks? The male disciple was about to leave, but turned back when he heard the voice. It seems so, please don't forget. After the male disciple left, Yun Yun stepped out and stood beside Wanji, saying in a strained voice, damn it, the hateful assembly is about to start again. Wanji, this is such a bother. What do we do now? Yun Yun looked up with sad eyes. Every year, when Thenyu Palace comes in last, a bunch of people laugh at us. I really don't want to experience that embarrassment again. Wanji hugged Yun Yun tightly, speaking softly. It won't come to that. In previous years, the disciples delivering messages were always people who scorned us, but this year, their attitude has improved quite a bit. Why is that? The two girls heard Thanthu's words and turned to him with blank, speechless expressions. You even made the sect elder go clean the latrines. What do you think the reason is? A moment later, Thanthu and his group arrived at the sect's assembly hall. The annual contribution conference is held to urge the various sects not to be lazy. Each year, the sect will collect resources from the mountain peaks. If one performs well, they receive rewards. If they perform poorly, they are penalized. It's all or nothing. As they walked, they met two extraordinarily beautiful female disciples who waved and called out, Senior Sister Luo. Wanji approached the two female disciples happily. Wanji, you're here? Senior sister, long time no see. Junior sisters, we can talk about anything else tomorrow. The two female disciples looked at Wanji with sad eyes and said, a few days ago, we wanted to find Senior Sister Luo to play, but you weren't home. Has Senior Sister been busy lately? Wanji heard that, raised her hand, flicked her chin, and replied cheerfully, a few days ago, there was something at home, so I went back for a visit. Thanthu, standing behind, saw the two girls and suddenly remembered seeing them somewhere in Chapter 1. I remember them. After thinking, the young man immediately hid behind Wanji's back. What's wrong, little brother? Who's behind you? Why are you shy and hiding? He looks very handsome. Don't hide him. Come out and let your senior sisters see. Oh, I forgot to introduce. This is our new junior brother. Thanthu, come out. I'll introduce you to everyone. Thanthu stepped out, cupped his hands and bowed, his face pale and bloodless. Greetings, senior sisters. My name is Yun Thanthu. If I'm recognized on the spot, there will be trouble. Suddenly, in the distance, disciples were buzzing with discussion. Look quickly, that's senior brother Qin Xiangxin. As expected of a true disciple of the sect master, his demeanor is extraordinary. Oh really, he's senior sister Han Yu's senior brother. He looks quite foolish grown up. Xiangxin walked among the crowd with a disgruntled expression, thinking, junior sister Han Yu finally came out of seclusion recently as a qualified sycophant. I want to interact with her more. But she's coldly ignoring me. However, after all, she is the Sect's #1 goddess. If she weren't aloof, fawning over her wouldn't be fun. Thinking this, he closed his eyes tightly, furrowing his brows. Recently, there's news that she and a new disciple have been interacting quite a bit, even giving the new person small cookies. If only he knew that Hanyu's cookies were not to be touched. Once Master accidentally tried her bear cookie, and she immediately flew into a rage on the spot, ignoring Master for half a month. Now she's proactively giving small cookies to someone else. Just thinking about it is scary. I am a true disciple of a distinguished alchemist, yet I was defeated by an unknown new disciple. While deep in thought, Xiangxin noticed a young man in front of him angrily complaining. Look at Yun Thanthu, his luck with women is too good. How many harems does this guy need to fill? Damn it, even senior sister of Spirit Flower Peak is about to be stolen. Xiangxin heard that and immediately looked towards the male lead. Oh, so that's it, he's Yun Thanthu, the female disciple in purple asked. The little brother looks a bit familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. He does look familiar, but I just can't remember. Little brother, have we met somewhere before? No, not at all. Thanthu, with a worried expression, glanced at Wanji and saw her with her arms crossed, looking relaxed. Senior sister isn't helping me. I can only save myself. After thinking, the young man cupped his hands in front, speaking cheerfully. It's my 3-lifetime fortune to be seen as familiar by beautiful senior sisters. I look familiar because of this common face. Unlike you, beautiful senior sisters, who are like goddesses, both beautiful and unique, dazzling no matter how one looks at you. The two girls heard those sweet words and giggled happily. Senior sister, this junior brother knows how to talk. He calls us beauties the moment he opens his mouth. It feels very comfortable to hear. Such a sweet little mouth. After that, Thanthu presented a jade box, saying, speaking of which, I know how to concoct some medicinal substances today, having just met you lovely senior sisters. Please accept a small gift. Are you an alchemist? Then, yes, I know how to refine some simple elixirs. While chatting happily, Xiangxin walked over, glanced at them, and spoke up. It's quite lively here, isn't it? As soon as the two female disciples saw him, they immediately turned around, cupped their hands, and bowed. Greetings, senior brother Qin. Wanji glanced at Thanthu, whispering, junior brother, for sowing your wild oats, senior brother Han Yu is here to give you trouble. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiangxin walked up to Thanthu, raised his arm, and grinned mischievously. Just now I heard this junior brother say, are you an alchemist? Thanthu heard that and replied bluntly, I just dabble in it. I wouldn't dare call myself an alchemist. He is Han Yu's senior brother, Qin Xiangxin. I heard before that he is the youngest alchemist, with a very high status. Xiangxin glared straight ahead, curling his lips in a sneer. He doesn't even dare to claim the title of alchemist, probably only knows a few simple elixirs. Yet he dares to show off in front of female cultivators. He doesn't have much of a medicinal scent on him, and his hair is disheveled. He's just someone who shouldn't even be on stage. After thinking, he spread his arms wide, his eyes closed. Then that's a real shame. I originally wanted to exchange some alchemy techniques with junior brother. Well, junior brother, keep practicing then. Once you have a basic understanding, then you can exchange with me. You surely understand now, right? His status and alchemy cultivation were completely crushed by me. He'll surely know his place and stay away from Hanyu. Having thought that, he narcissistically raised his hand to stroke his hair, striking a cool pose. Speaking of which, I have to go participate in the alchemy competition of Luolong region. It's a pity junior brother doesn't qualify. Otherwise, I could have brought you along to observe a bit. Senior brother's alchemy skills are super advanced. The golden cauldron position will surely be yours. Senior brother, this is the perfect chance for you to make a name for yourself. Thanthu's face darkened upon hearing that. He thought, I get it now. This guy is a sycophant. He couldn't get Hanyu, so he came to take revenge on me. Asterisk. At this moment, Qin Xiangxin still didn't know that the previous alchemy competition had been thrown into chaos by Yun Thanthu. For years, nothing so strange had ever happened. The conclusion was so abrupt that the audience and sponsors were extremely displeased, so they decided to postpone it for a month and hold it again. However, this time, only the names from second place onwards would be announced. Unfortunately, many geniuses were still lost in Thanthu's shadow, unwilling to practice alchemy. Even if it was organized again, it wouldn't be as special. Luolong City, in order to attract talented alchemists from Muzhou Prefecture to participate, deliberately blockaded the news of the champion and announced the postponement of the date. Thus, this great genius Qin was completely unaware of what happened. Xiangxin took out a jade box and presented it to the two female disciples. That's right, I should be setting off soon. This time I plan to travel around, taking my time. By then, the champion title will naturally be mine. These are a few beauty-enhancing elixirs. Just a small matter. Please take them. Thank you, senior brother. Then he glanced over, baring his teeth in a sly smile. Sorry, there are no elixirs for junior brother. See, even the things I casually take out can completely defeat you. You're not worthy to compete with me. Standing behind him, Thanthu heard those words and made a disdainful face, but unfortunately Xiangxin couldn't see it. Then farewell, senior brother Qin. May you return victorious and to bring glory to Muzhou Prefecture. Wanzi watched Xiangxin's retreating back and smiled to herself, thinking, surely after senior brother Qin arrives in Luolong City, he'll immediately burst into tears upon hearing the news. When the news reaches the sect, senior brother Qin will also be trampled underfoot by this junior brother, who was at the bottom of the list. Junior brother is too mischievous. This way, when they meet again, it'll be immensely satisfying. But I like it, the female disciple in purple clothing said with a worried expression. Senior brother Qin seems to be targeting junior brother Yun a bit. His status in the sect is so high. Yet he's bullying our adorable junior brother. It's truly annoying. Exactly, normally, he would never hand out elixirs. Today, he waited until junior brother Yun gave out gifts before deliberately distributing them. He clearly wants to bully people. Wanzi heard those words and covered her mouth, chuckling to herself. Asterisk, how interesting. That scoundrel senior brother Qin has actually made the sisters unhappy, completely siding with junior brother asterisk. Asterisk, clearly, senior brother Qin is the one being bullied, yet they sympathize with junior brother. I'm actually looking forward to their reactions when the news reaches them. Asterisk. While she was pondering, the girl in green spoke up. Senior sister Luo, your junior brother is being bullied, and you're still smiling? Junior brother Thanthu, don't be scared. We love you. Exactly. How can we let our adorable, sweet-talking little junior brother be bullied? Wanzi heard that, half closing her eyes, and clutched her head helplessly. Asterisk, I'm not the one bullying him. Why is this suddenly falling on me? Asterisk. Asterisk, this guy won't let himself be bullied for nothing. You'll understand a bit when you see the results. Asterisk. Hearing that, the girl in green immediately opened the jade box, her eyes widening and her mouth agape in surprise. Ice bone face powder. Thanthu saw the elixir and glanced to the side, smiling. Asterisk, I didn't expect this senior brother to be quite generous. Ice bone face powder can nourish skin and enhance beauty. It's not cheap at all, considered a high-end cosmetic in the cultivation world. Asterisk. The girl in purple stood nearby, holding the jade box Thanthu gave her, glancing at him and thinking. Asterisk, junior brother Yun is at most a newly initiated disciple. I'm afraid he won't be able to take out anything valuable. Asterisk. Asterisk, if I open it in front of him. Asterisk, so the girl secretly opened the box, and immediately, a rich medicinal scent wafted out, spreading everywhere. The girl in purple saw the two elixirs inside, her eyes wide with shock, and blurted out, "No way, this is a youth-retaining elixir." The girl in green heard that and immediately turned to look at the two elixirs. The youth-retaining elixir can moisturize and protect skin long-term, extending youth. Its effectiveness is countless times higher than ice bone face powder, and its price is even more exorbitant. It's completely a treasure that even junior disciples wouldn't dare to dream of. A top-quality, second-grade elixir. Junior brother Yun, this is what you call just dabbling in alchemy? This is just dabbling. What would real alchemy be like then? As soon as she finished speaking, the girl in the emerald green dress quickly ran over and hugged Thanthu's arm. Junior brother Yun, you're so powerful. Can our relationship deepen a bit? Immediately after, the girl in purple also came over and hugged his other arm. With two beauties clinging to both his arms, Thanthu couldn't help but feel a little flustered. When you have free time, come visit our mountain peak. We'll cover the medicinal ingredients. As for the cost, just give us a discount. Please stay right here. Little alchemist brother, the girl in green, with wide, round eyes and flushed cheeks, whispered, I just realized you're a bit like my ex-boyfriend. Hearing that, Thanthu couldn't help but show a triumphant smile, thinking to himself, alchemists are indeed popular. As soon as they see my skill, the junior sisters actively try to charm me. While Thanthu was still lost in his fantasy, Wanzi suddenly appeared, spreading her arms wide to block the two girls with an annoyed expression. Alchemy is a small matter, but your hands wandering around are not allowed. Junior brother is mine. The two girls merely glanced at each other, chuckled to themselves, then fell silent. At the same time, in another location, as soon as the disciples saw Elder Kongu approaching from afar, they awkwardly hurried away. Elder Kongu had a troubled expression, frowning and grimacing. Ever since Yun Thanthu joined the sect, troubles have followed endlessly. Core disciples' education has soared, while foolish deacons are exiled to clean latrines. As a master, it's truly a bit hard to control, but I can't lose face by going to find a troublesome disciple. How utterly ridiculous. Thinking this, he glared straight ahead, making a decisive resolve in his heart. However, the old debt of Fan Up cannot go unsettled. Elder Kongu clasped his hands behind his back and spoke clearly. Junior brother Kongu, your Mulin Peak has many disciples, making it the largest peak outside the four great peaks. How many tribute elixirs have you prepared this time? Senior brother, rest assured, after your beloved disciple came to help, our peak's efficiency has increased significantly. We have accumulated over 1,000 elixirs to date. Though not exceptionally many, it's enough. Elder Kongu heard that, stroked his beard, and calmly commented, the capability to rank third among the great peaks. If it continues like this, it will be 5 consecutive years in third place. Elder Kongu stood behind, clasped his hands, bowed his head, and glared up. Senior brother, is there any prospect? I don't believe the sect master and grand elder won't see such achievements. Rules are rules. I don't believe the sect master can still turn a blind eye. That woman Quan Ko is too foolish. At such a crucial time, she didn't return to the sect. Elder Kongu heard that and grinned slyly. It's good that she didn't return. This is a great opportunity to seize the new peak. Such a large mountain peak being occupied by a few disciples is truly a waste. At the same time, in the sect's main hall, on the high platform, Sect Master Kongyin stood before the disciples and announced, time is pressing, so none of you should slack off. The rules remain the same as every year. No need for much explanation. Those who contribute more will receive the sect's rewards. Conversely, they will be punished. This year's rewards are more generous than last year, and the Grand Elder herself will read them from the list. Hearing this, Thanthu raised his hand to stroke his chin, smiling brightly. Oh, so there's a third-grade elixir recipe. This reward isn't bad. Junior brother, you're quite confident, aren't you? Already listening to the rewards. Thanthu crossed his arms, glared straight ahead, and replied clearly, if I don't listen to the rewards, should I listen to the punishments instead? Senior sister trusts me too little. For better or worse, I was first in the alchemy competition. After hearing that, Wanzi glanced behind her and replied, trust you, of course I do. Especially your charm in this aspect amazes me. What's it like to be surrounded by a bunch of girls? It must feel great, right? As soon as she finished speaking, Wanzi turned around, hands on her hips, with a dark, murderous expression. What? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. Well, though it's a bit comfortable, it's not as good as a loving glance from senior sister. Saying that, Thanthu raised his hand to scratch his cheek, his face drenched in sweat. Senior sister, could you grant me another look? Wanzi heard those sweet words, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed with shyness. Then she arched her back, showcasing her alluring S-curve, and turned her head to ask. Like this, Thanthu saw this scene and his eyes widened, sweat pouring down like rain. Ho, I'm shocked. It's a tingling sensation. Senior sister is too beautiful. Wanzi crossed her arms, glared at Thanthu with a sharp expression, and sternly warned, it seems your will to survive is strong. I thought you'd be getting carried away. How could I? Among thousands of beauties, only senior sister's electric charm is the best. As soon as she finished speaking, Wanzi moved to sit directly on Thanthu. Speaking of which, your treatment last night was quite comfortable. Will you come find me tonight? Consider it an apology. Listening to the elder's speech, you shouldn't lose focus. You shouldn't. After a period of announcement, the Grand Elder spoke up. Does the Sect Master or any other elders have anything to add? As soon as he finished, Elder Kongu raised his hand. The Sect Master saw this and pressed, Junior brother, do you have something to say to the disciples? Elder Kongu stroked his beard, glanced over, and said clearly, no. This time I've heard some things and wish to have them clarified by the Sect Master and Grand Elder. The Sect Master clasped his hands behind his back and replied gently, Junior brother, what do you need to ask? I want to ask how the Sect's punishments and rewards are calculated. Hearing those words, the Sect Master frowned, his face displeased. What do you mean by that, Junior brother? Are the Sect's rules a joke? Elder Kongu closed his eyes, stroked his beard, and chuckled. Just hearing those words from Sect Master Senior Brother is enough. This Junior Brother has no intention of offending, merely wishing to remind you a little. This year's rewards are quite special. Please, Sect Master and Grand Elder, prepare thoroughly. Special what? Elder Kongu spread his arms wide towards the disciples below. According to Sect regulations, if any of the 4 great peaks continuously ranks last in tribute for 5 years, their territory will be exchanged with the sub-peak that has the best performance. Thenyu Peak has been at the bottom for 5 consecutive years, and Mulin Peak has ranked 3rd in contributions for 5 consecutive years. If the punishment is not enforced according to the rules, the other sub-peaks will be very disappointed. The Grand Elder stood behind, glancing at the Sect Master, thinking, asterisk for the 4 great peaks to set an example and lead the sect. There truly is such a regulation in the Sect's rules, asterisk, but it has never actually been implemented. If not for Kongu's reminder, I would have truly forgotten about this matter, asterisk. Below, Wanzi heard those words and became extremely worried. This isn't good. What's wrong? Are those damned old men bothering us again? Wanzi placed her hand on her chest, glaring up at the platform. Junior brother probably doesn't know about the conflict between our master and Kongu, does he? I heard little senior sister mention it. In the past, disciples from Zichnan Peak often came to cause trouble for us, so that's how it is. It seems the 2 elders want to make a big deal out of the resource submission. Wanzi turned to Thanthu, asking gently, Junior brother, do you know the reason behind this? From what I see, it's probably because of the territory. Hearing Thanthu's answer, Wanzi smiled happily. Junior brother is so smart, truly worthy of my affection. Both smart and formidable, Kwai Nuyen Immortal Mountain has many peaks, among which the 3 peaks near Van Koi Peak have the densest spiritual energy, suitable for cultivation. They are called the 4 great peaks, while the other peaks are called secondary peaks. Compared to the 4 great peaks, the spiritual energy and area of these secondary peaks are far inferior. There are only a few of us at Thenyu Peak, so the other secondary peaks are naturally green with envy. The second elder wants to help his junior brother not be tempted to seize Thenyu Peak. Every year, he brings up the matter of contributions. Thenyu Peak is already at a disadvantage. He also helped McLamfong achieve decent results for several years in a row, surely wanting to snatch Thenyu Peak. So, wouldn't it be fine if then you peak recruited more people? Even if Master isn't here, we could find a steward or an elder to manage it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a weak position. Junior brother, there's something you don't know. Master isn't from Yen Sword Valley, but an outsider. A few years ago, a major incident occurred in the sect. Master was severely injured helping out, which is how she gained her status in the sect, becoming known as the fourth elder. At the same time, Venue Peak became a place for recuperation. Although Master has an open personality, deep down she's guarded. She even refused to take on disciples. McVan and I were reluctantly accepted because Master found us pleasing. As for you, you were forcibly assigned here, which made Master sick to her stomach. This situation happens every year. Unfortunately, those disciples were all eventually driven away by Junior Brother. Thanthu's face fell upon hearing that, his mind filled with tangled thoughts. This old man was a celestial venerable back in the day, tossed around and tormented for half a day, and still not guaranteed to be accepted? Wanzi placed her hand on her chest, glancing over with a mournful expression. Junior brother, don't worry, based on your alchemy skills, Master won't drive you away. I'll also put in a few good words for you. The biggest worry now is insufficient offerings. If the Merchant Association's funds are ample, we could borrow some. Speaking of which, Wanchi's gaze darkened with sorrow. Alchemy has a significant failure rate. McVan is a second-rank alchemist, but he can't guarantee success every time he refines a first-rank elixir. Then there's the cost issue. If the alchemy fails, the cost of the herbs is wasted. After some conversation, Thanthu raised his pinky finger and said with a smile, "Senior sister, you don't have to worry. Didn't we pinky swear about this last night? I'll handle it." "I hope so." The young man stroked his chin, glancing over with a mischievous look. "There's nothing to do right now. Senior sister, how about you give me some perks? Like a peek at your legs." Hearing this, Wanzi also glanced over, responding with an arrogant expression. "Alright, then how about you let me suck a little?" "Okay." Hearing that, Thanthu broke out in a sweat, quickly sitting upright and not daring to utter a sound. "It's a serious situation. Better just sit still." On the platform, Elder Kongu spread his arms wide with a dark expression. Kwanko once helped the sect, and the sect never treated her poorly. But what about her? Year after year, she throws her hands up, neglecting everything. If this continues, other peaks will follow suit. I asked the sect leader to reconsider. Elder Kongvim fell silent, pondering these words. Kongu and Kwanko have always been at odds, always coveting Thanyu Peak. Kwanko's freedom has always been unrestricted, so it's fine if she doesn't take disciples. Other elders might be envious, but there's also a way to compensate. The important issue is the rules. The sect's rules have been the same for 1,000 years. If a main peak ranks last in offerings for 5 consecutive years, it will be replaced. Should there be an exception in my generation? While he was deep in thought, below, Elder Kongu and the disciples bowed, saluting. Kwanko's disciples are only a few. Sending them to a smaller peak would be enough for them. We still ask the sect leader to consider. We disciples ask the sect leader to consider. Hearing this, sect leader Kongveen glanced behind him for consultation. Elder Kongu's words have some merit. What do the others think? The Grand Elder remains silent, deep in thought. Junior brother Kongu came prepared. His words are clear and his reasons are solid. It's indeed hard to refute. The sect leader turned his head and spoke. Since that's the case, we'll follow Elder Kongu's words. If Thanyu Peak ranks last again, it will be handled according to regulations. Sect leader senior brother is wise. Having achieved his goal, Elder Kongu bared his teeth in a sinister smile. Kwanko, this outsider, once she's relegated to a secondary peak, her status lowered, it will be easy to drive her away. A moment later, the Grand Elder, holding a list, stepped forward and sighed. Next, the disciples from each peak will come to the stage to receive their rewards. Disciples representing each peak, come to the stage. Hearing this, Wanzi glanced over, her face showing clear worry. We're going to be criticized and punished again this year. She was about to step forward when Thanthu grabbed her hand, stopping her. Senior sister, I'll go this year. You wait for me here. But junior brother, I'm thick-skinned and not afraid of ridicule. Such a beautiful senior sister like you. If you get scolded until you become thick-skinned like me, you won't be beautiful anymore. That would be a huge loss to the cultivation world. Once he chuckled at those words. You always say such things. If so, then you've worked hard. Junior brother, when you return, I'll reward you. Upon hearing this, Thanthu was overjoyed, his eyes beaming. Rewards? Can I choose them myself? I want to see senior sister in a slit skirt with an anklet. No, you're dreaming. But immediately after, she raised her hand to stroke her chin, looking shy. It's not impossible if you can take me. Wanting to see me without clothes isn't impossible. But junior brother, do you dare? Senior sister's enchanting figure, wearing that outfit, is practically inviting people to commit a crime. If I could take her home, I wouldn't be shy about anything. But the problem is, her spiritual energy will be drained. If I do anything, who knows what will happen? As for the order of wives, Tiuna is the eldest wife. If she doesn't agree, it'll be troublesome. This matter still needs careful consideration. Strengthening the body cannot be delayed. While he was lost in thought, Wanzi, from behind, touched his back, pushing Thanthu forward. Then she waved happily. So, junior brother, stop fantasizing and go quickly. And so, Thanthu, along with the other disciples, stepped onto the stage, standing before the sect leader. Thanthu accidentally stood right next to Nge Thanthan. As soon as she saw the male lead, she made an annoyed and unpleasant face. Seeing this, Thanthu pondered, she looks familiar. Who is she? Ah, right. It's Nge Thanthan, who bothered us when picking herbs and ended up hung from a southeast branch severely beaten. It seems her resentment towards me runs deep. Isn't she from Zichnam Peak? Why is she representing McLamfong now? Little senior sister said she's an alchemist, so she's probably here to help McLamfong refine elixirs to increase their contribution value. TSK. These two old men, Kongu and Kongdu, are indeed good friends. Elder Kongu stood on the platform, holding a list, glaring down at the disciples, and declared loudly, Tithip Peak's performance has been exemplary in recent years. As one of the 4 great peaks, this year it must pay attention and set an example for the other peaks. Brichdite Peak, your performance last year was not good. If it continues this year, you will be punished by the sect. Next is Thanyu Peak. But before he could finish, his eyes met Thanthu's. Elder Kongu, with an angry and annoyed expression, growled, How can you represent Thanyu Peak? Get down. Hearing this, Thanthu immediately walked up to Elder Kongu and confidently replied, Why not? Why not, you tell me? Do you think you're the master of Thanyu Peak? Do you think the other disciples will listen to you? Thanthu poked his cheek and retorted sharply, Senior sister Lax child will be named Van later. Do you think they'll listen to me? Elder Kongu and the 2 disciples standing beside him stared wide-eyed, sweating profusely, speechless. Afterward, Elder Kongu fell silent, pondering. He recalled that Thanyu Peak only had him as a male. Could it be? No, that's not the point. Below, Wanzi was waiting expectantly when she heard the disciples in front of her discussing. LCC Wanji's child will be named Van Layer. Does this mean she wants to marry Van Thanthu? After saying that, the disciples turned to look at Wanzi, making her shyly raise her hand to cover her face. Junior brother, you wicked boy, a moment ago, when I jokingly probed, you didn't dare to answer. As soon as you got on stage, you said such things in front of so many people. Junior brother is truly too naughty. Thanthu, with a serious expression, thought to himself, Senior sister's LCC the curse has been broken, and she bears my spiritual seal, so she can only marry me. I will definitely take responsibility for her. But I can't answer directly now. I can only hint at it this way. Her favorability and adoration are maintained. Moreover, our adversarial relationship with the second elder has been confirmed, and his mouth has been shut. Master isn't here, so as the representative of Thanyu Peak's prestige, I cannot show weakness. Below the stage, 2 female disciples sitting next to Wanzi kept teasing her, making her blush. Senior Sister LCC, you're so happy, he's looking at you. Hurry and lift your head. Such a cute junior brother, both skilled in alchemy and romantic. Why don't we ever meet one, Senior Sister LCC? If you don't lift your head quickly, I'm going to confess to him. Hearing this, Wanzi immediately lifted her head and fiercely retorted, if you dare to confess to junior brother, I'll go and beat you all to death. As soon as she finished speaking, a pair of male disciples appeared above, angrily shouting, rotten, vulgar. Damn it, senior brother, I'm so tired. Then, the two young men held hands and whispered, where do rich guys eat? Junior brother, don't panic, acting like this is truly shameless. I will despise him for life. Speaking of which, I think junior brother is quite handsome. Senior brother, don't say too much. He's shy. At the same time, on the platform, an elder saw the scene of the two young men and smiled, thinking to himself, a bit romantic. This old man's maiden heart has awakened. It's been a long time since I've seen such a sweet couple. Elder Kongu stared at Thanthu with an annoyed expression, thinking to himself, I was going to reprimand him, but instead, I gave him a chance to flirt. Have I become his tool for confession? How can this be? I didn't want to bother with him, but he just gave me a hard time. After pondering, he looked down with a dark expression. Van Thanthu, are you in charge? Alright, do you know the situation of Thanyu Peak? As he finished speaking, he pointed at Thanthu's face and shouted, as the peak that has ranked last for 5 consecutive years among the 4 great peaks, you are truly a disgrace to the sect. With such achievements, do you still have the nerve to chatter here? If another peak were in this situation, they wouldn't even dare to show their faces, so foolish and dim-witted. If this continues, Kwai Nuyen Sword Valley will soon be finished. After being scolded, Thanthu calmly replied, Second Elder is absolutely right. Ranking last for 5 consecutive years is indeed not glorious. Whatever punishment there is, I accept. Elder Kongu's anger doubled upon hearing this. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, accept, based on you. The sect rule states that any of the 4 great peaks that has consistently performed poorly for 5 years will be replaced by the best performing secondary peak next year. This rule has existed for thousands of years and remains the same this year. Enge Than, eavesdropping from behind, smiled gleefully. Haha, I can't wait to see your defeated faces as you move out. The two young men, Fnangdi and Han Nin, standing behind Enge Than, looked forward with disdain. The new peak is going to change owners. Is this punishment that severe? Being banished to a secondary peak so clearly is truly the utmost shame, with no dignity left. Wanzi, standing below, was furious at those words. Elder Kongu truly wants to seize Thanyu Peak. If we're really transferred to a secondary peak, then according to Master's wishes, I cannot accept it. As Thanyu Peak's senior disciple, I can only watch him be bullied. After some teasing, Elder Kongu softened his voice. So, after 5 consecutive years of ranking last, you want to change who ranks last? Aren't you the representative of Thanyu Peak? Tell me. Is this punishment reasonable? If it's in line with the sect's rules, then it's definitely appropriate. Elder Kongu's face darkened upon hearing Thanthu's answer. He thought, I thought he wouldn't dare to respond, but he surprisingly dared to so openly accept responsibility. Although it aligned with his intentions, he still felt he couldn't see through him. Never mind, he thought, then flung his hand up high, opening his mouth wide and speaking loudly. Thus, Thanyu Peak's punishment is to swap territories with Mulin Peak. No delays. Implement it immediately. When Wanzi heard this from below, her eyes widened and her jaw dropped in surprise. Thanthu, with a dark expression, stared straight ahead, clasped his hands, bowed his head, and shouted loudly, Elder, wait! Elder Kongu heard this and angrily turned his head to look. Gritting his teeth, he said, You dare violate the sect's rules. Not even Quan Ji himself could intervene, let alone a mere disciple like you. Thanthu heard him, then raised his hand and calmly replied, I am not violating the sect's rules. But Thanyu Peak ranking last for 5 years is in the past. This is the 6th year. The sect's rules should be implemented promptly. May I ask, Second Elder, why was it delayed for a year? You didn't forget, did you? Elder Kongu fell silent, grimacing at that. This brat is not easy to deal with. He managed to stay calm and grasp a loophole. Fanthu looked ahead, smiled, and continued. Was it not because my master, the fourth elder, was present last year that it wasn't mentioned, and now that he's not here this year, you're seizing the opportunity? Elder Kongu's face turned purple. Having been hit where it hurt, he glared and shouted loudly. Nonsense! This elder is merely enforcing the sect's rules. How dare you accuse me falsely? Fanthu completely ignored Elder Kongu's words and walked directly to Elder Kong Yan, speaking up. Sect Master, Elders, the 5-year punishment has passed, yet it was only brought up this year when the fourth elder is absent. It looks as if the second elder is bullying us because we have no master to protect us. Hey, don't talk nonsense! Fanthu, with an angry expression and furrowed brows, turned to look directly at Elder Kongu and retorted. Nonsense, you say, then dare to answer why it wasn't mentioned last year, but only this year. The second elder can't explain it. And you still want to force us? Hearing this, Elder Kong Yan, furious, opened his mouth wide and spoke. Alright, enough. What kind of decorum is this, arguing like this? Fanthu turned around, cupped his hands in a salute, and gently stated, Sect rules cannot be broken. It's already been delayed for a year, which is somewhat improper. Why not give Than Yu Peak another chance if our performance doesn't improve? All disciples of Than Yu Peak are willing to accept the punishment. Even if Master Quan Ji returns, he won't blame us. Elder Kong Yan pondered deeply after hearing those words. This young man speaks meticulously, prioritizing the rules. On one hand, he proposes a solution. If acted upon as he suggests, both rules and human decency would be upheld. He's exceptionally clever. It's a pity about his mutated dual spiritual roots. Otherwise, if they were considered ordinary spiritual roots, he would still make a good impression with this mind. As he was pondering, the first elder, standing behind, spoke up. I think this solution is acceptable. If Quan Ji returns and causes a ruckus, no one can bear it, so let's do as he says. Elder Kongu heard this and thought, thoroughly vexed. He actually found a way to de-escalate from a small loophole, so that means if we don't rank last this year, we can stop the territory swap. Elder Kongu, after hearing Fanthu, was furious, his face as black as a pot. He opened his mouth wide and yelled, Absurd! If it's just about not ranking last, that's truly excessive. It won't quell public opinion within the sect. As one of the 4 great peaks, you should set a shining example. At the very least, you must enter the top 5. Elder Kong Yan's face was drenched in sweat upon hearing this. Top 5, you say? Then Yu Peak only has 4 disciples and less than a day remains. It's simply impossible to achieve, I still think. Before he could finish, Fanthu turned to Elder Kongu and interrupted him. The second elder's words are very true. Then Yu Peak really must set an example. Otherwise, how about entering the top 3? Wei Qingqing, He Ning, and Fang Tu immediately showed expressions of disdain. This brat is insane. Elder Kong Yan couldn't help but be surprised by Fanthu's words, thinking, top 5 was already impossible, so why suddenly suggest the top 3? He clearly had the upper hand in the negotiation. Why would he propose this standard? Elder Kongu heard this and sneered contemptuously. Yun Fanthu, you are representing Than Yu Peak right now. Your words cannot be taken as a joke. Of course not. However, to climb from the bottom of the sect to the top 3 to set a shining example, shouldn't there be some extra reward? Elder Kongu finished listening and smiled with satisfaction. Alright, as long as you can achieve top 3, this elder will allow you to choose 3 items as a reward. Fanthu heard this and stared straight ahead, grinning gleefully. The second elder is truly generous. He took the bait. This is a charity case. Having said that, Fanthu walked down the steps, one by one. As soon as Wanzi saw Fanthu, she angrily turned her face away. Junior brother, what kind of expression is that? Are you blaming me for handling things poorly? Wanzi turned her flushed face towards him, eyes tightly shut, and spoke. How could I? Didn't junior brother say that my child would be named Yun? So I will naturally listen to you. Whatever you say, that's what it is, even if it's not good. I'm willing to follow you, my lord. Thanthu heard those words and blushed in embarrassment. There are many people here. Mind your image. Don't feed us dog food anymore. Wanzi immediately ran to Thanthu's side, grabbed his hand, and gently called out, "Alright, little brother Thanthu." The young man broke out in a sweat, thinking, what kind of husband sings? Wife follows tone is this? Have we not even passed the threshold yet? Elder Kongu stood on the platform, hands clasped behind his back, looking blankly in one direction. I've roamed the cultivation world for 100 years, for better or worse, yet now I can't see through a newly initiated disciple. As he was deep in thought, Elder Konyu approached and asked, "What's wrong, senior brother? You should be happy dealing with that presumptuous brat. Why are you silent? That brat isn't a fool, casually saying he'll enter the top 3. It's quite odd. We must be careful and on guard." Elder Konyu heard this and bared his teeth, smiling confidently as he said, "Senior brother worries too much. Even if it's top 5, no matter how capable he is, he won't make it." Elder Kongu was furious when he heard that. "Foolish, it's because of foolish people like you that you were kicked out of the 4 great mountain peaks. These next few days, continue to accumulate and store plenty of elixirs, just in case things turn around." Yes, after Elder Kongu left, Elder Kongu continued to ponder in silence. "Yun Thanthu, I'll see what kind of scheme you're cooking up." Back at Thanthu's courtyard, inside the boudoir, Xiaoya slammed her hand on the table, eyes wide, and shouted loudly, "The top 3 of the sect, and 4 of us from Thanyu Peak. We're lucky if we don't rank last. How can we possibly aim for the top 3? Having said that, she turned and pinched Thanthu's cheek, looking at him with daggers in her eyes. "Are you stupid? There was clearly a way to negotiate. Otherwise, we could have found a way to drag it out until Master returns. Crimson Rock Peak and Mu Lin Peak must be delighted, waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves." Thanthu could only remain silent, thinking, if I merely wanted to maintain our position, it certainly wouldn't be this complicated. It's just that I haven't even met Quan Ji yet, so I don't know his personality. If he drives me away, being far from my 2 beloved wives would be very uncomfortable. I don't want a long-distance relationship either. Quan Ji and Kongu have a conflict, so I'll race the new peak to the top 3 and get those items from Kongu. This way, I can gain Master's favor and stay at Thanyu Peak. Moreover, Kongu is a Grand Master of alchemy. If I pilfer some elixirs from him, I can also make elixirs to help senior sister and Xiaoya increase their cultivation. Once they get onto the Kanglan region beauty list and win rewards, I'll gain a little more favor to take advantage of the situation. Hey, what good thoughts are making you drool like this again? What about Thanyu Peak's problem, you scoundrel? His cheek pinched almost to bursting. Thanthu cried out, tears welling up. Stop, it hurts. Junior sister, don't pinch anymore. What if his face gets disfigured? Xiaoya heard this and immediately raised her hand to cradle Thanthu's face, gently rubbing it. Sorry. Does it still hurt? Yun sat huddled on this side, propping her chin and sulking. So mean! Even tormenting his own people. As he was pondering, Thanthu walked up to Yun, exclaiming with a bright smile, Alright, I've already thought this through. No need to worry, senior sister and I are enough. Hearing that, Xiaoya was extremely surprised, her eyes wide open. You mean you know how to refine pills? She couldn't believe her ears, crossing her arms and questioning Thanthu. Alchemists are so rare, maybe not even 1 in 100, and I've never heard of you having any contact with it. How could you refine pills? Just as she finished speaking, Wanzi came forward and placed a hand on Xiaoya's shoulder, saying firmly, Xiaoya, there's something you don't know. Junior brother's pill refining skill is very high. He even helped resolve the difficulties of Laklang City back then. He wanted to give you a surprise, so he never mentioned it. You should tell her yourself. Thanthu immediately summoned his pill refining furnace. You might not believe me if I told you, but I'm the champion of the Laklang City alchemy competition. Xiaoya fell silent after hearing that, not saying a word. After a long silence, she pounced closer to Thanthu's face, hands on hips, and said in a low voice, "Liar, I've heard of the Laklang City alchemy competition. If you were the champion, the news would have reached the sect by now. You're not fooling me." Hearing that, Wanzi and Yun Yun both spoke up. To be honest, Junior Brother's talent in alchemy is truly astonishing. He's a very skilled alchemist. Xiaoya heard that and turned to look. Thanthu began to channel spiritual energy into his pill-refining furnace, smiling as he said. After receiving the spiritual energy, the pill-refining furnace successfully ignited. Thanthu pushed the furnace away and it slowly grew larger. Then he used his spiritual energy to control various herbs floating around him. Thanthu poured all the herbs in his hand into the pill-refining furnace. Xiaoya's jaw dropped at the sight before her, unable to help but be surprised. "How come I didn't know?" Thanthu handed the pill to Xiaoya, smiling calmly. "It took me a day and a night of pondering a top-grade second-rank pill. Thanthu, your skill is truly high." Hearing Xiaoya's words, he made a sour face and started sweating. That one sentence contained so many meanings. Xiaoya gazed intently at the pill in her hand, smiling brightly. "So the idiot next to me is actually very powerful." Saying this, she couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder even a genius like Han Yu came looking for him 5 or 7 times. The scene shifts to Thin Peak's back mountain bamboo forest. Inside the bamboo forest, Xiaoya and Yun Yun stand beside a pill-refining furnace, discussing together. He stood with his arms crossed, looking ahead, and thought to himself, "Just right, this time I can teach her a bit. Senior sister, are you ready?" Hearing that, Yun Yun raised her hand high, smiling as she replied, "Alright, let's begin." "Young master," she clenched her fists, her eyes wide with determination. "This is great, I can finally ask the young master about pill refining." Thanthu turned his head to stare at Yun Yun, stating calmly, "Whenever you refine pills, senior sister, you release a lot of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the pill cauldron collides very easily, causing an explosion. Which is why you often burn things." Thanthu, with a serious expression, stared intently ahead, thinking to himself, "But for senior sister to always make it explode, it's truly puzzling." Thanthu channeled his spiritual energy into Yun Yun's pill-refining furnace. In short, just release a little spiritual energy, and it won't. Before he could finish speaking, the pill-refining furnace suddenly exploded, causing Yun Yun to raise her hands in fright to shield herself. Seeing Thanthu's hair standing on end from the explosion, breathing out dust and smoke, she broke into a cold sweat. He stared intently at the pill-refining furnace and saw two streams of spiritual energy that wouldn't blend, so he thought. The spiritual energy paused for a moment upon entering the alchemic cauldron, seemingly a bit obstructed because if the fire isn't smooth, it's very easy to explode, so that's how it is. Thanthu raised his hand forward, retrieving the herbs from inside the alchemy furnace. The male lad closed his eyes tightly, tossing the herbal fragments aside. He thought to himself, "Scared me quite a bit. I thought my abilities had declined. Turns out it was an issue with the alchemic cauldron." After thinking it over, Thanthu walked over to Van Van and gently said, "There was a blockage in the alchemic cauldron. I've removed it. Little senior sister, try again and see." Van Van then walked over to the alchemy furnace and began channeling spiritual energy. Indeed, the spiritual energy in the alchemic cauldron feels much smoother, without that strange feeling from before. Seeing this, Thanthu also smiled in relief. Just when it seemed everything was resolved, in the blink of an eye, the alchemy furnace exploded again, extinguishing all of Van Van's hopes and making her frustrated enough to blame the shoddy alchemic cauldron. After half a day of checking, there were no issues with the tools or spiritual energy, yet it still exploded. The explosion left Van Van covered in injuries and her flimsy clothes were torn to shreds. Seeing this, Thanthu concentrated a powerful surge of spiritual energy into his palm and said, "Little senior sister, watch closely, I'll do it again." He explained that the cauldron's material was spiritual energy, then used several fire-attributed core crystals to ignite and begin the transformation. This place is cramped, so reduce the spiritual energy flow. When the Sea of Qi releases spiritual energy, the two spiritual meridians, Lingquan and Ziwu, will close. He was about to explain more to everyone. Suddenly, the alchemy furnace inexplicably exploded again, this time with an even greater shock than the previous two times. Van stood behind, sweating with worry as she saw Thanthu enveloped in thick smoke. Normally, I only explode once, but Thanthu exploded twice. This suddenly gave her more confidence in alchemy. Anger flared, and Thanthu glared at the alchemy furnace with eyes as sharp as daggers. Without hesitation, he kicked it, sending it soaring high into the sky, disappearing from sight. After dealing with the troublesome furnace, Thanthu walked over to Van, took out his own alchemy furnace, and gently spoke. Little senior sister is so beautiful, and her voice is so sweet. Only this golden alchemic cauldron is worthy, so please don't burn the cauldron anymore. Okay. Van stared at the new alchemy cauldron with eager eyes. She had always thought she had mastered these familiar steps perfectly, but after Thanthu's explanation, she realized how many shortcomings she still had. It turns out what I knew was just a grain of sand in the desert. I never imagined alchemy had so many intricate details and skills. Thinking this, Van glanced over, smiled, and said, "Even so, Thanthu, I'm sorry. I don't understand anything." Upon hearing that, Thanthu's face crumpled and his dark eyes narrowed. I pride myself on having sharp insight, never making a mistake in my cultivation journey. Every explanation I give makes great cultivators understand and revere me like a celestial master. Now I'm doubting my existence a bit. Is little senior sister's talent really good? Are my explanations actually effective? He decided he must carefully guide her step by step. I don't believe I can't teach her. The vision and ability of the Grand Celestial Venerable absolutely cannot be wrong. Ending his thoughts, Thanthu walked over and took Van's hand from behind, startling her greatly. This was the first time she had touched a man's hand in her life. First physical contact. I didn't wear makeup today. Do I look pretty? My hair's stuck to my face. It must be messy. Oh no, I'm not wearing a chest binder today. It's so uncomfortable being pressed. While lost in thought, Thanthu suddenly spoke. She flinched, her cheeks flushed, and she nervously clenched her hand. Not yet hearing this, Thanthu helplessly lowered his head and sighed. I'll explain again. Little senior sister, please pay close attention. Van then meekly poked her two fingertips together. Okay, besides my senior sister, Thanthu is the first person willing to spend so much time on me. And to explain complicated steps in such an easy-to-understand way, I cannot let down Thanthu's kindness amidst the brilliant sunset. The fire in the alchemy furnace flared one last time before dying out. Van carefully reached out to catch the newly formed elixir, her radiant smile unable to hide her joy. I actually refined a first-grade second-rank elixir. This means I must have the ability of a third-rank alchemist. I finally got the item. I don't need to leave the group anymore. Meanwhile, Thanthu sat motionless to one side, nibbling on a herb and pondering. Explaining for an entire day consumed too much energy and brain cells. My head is really spinning. The feeling of emptiness is comparable to being pressured by Tuna and senior sister. Little senior sister is a different kind of meaning. She was so happy she danced joyfully right in front of Thanthu. Thanthu, I love you so much. As joy surged, her two silicon pouches began to grow and swell, ripping her clothes apart. She quickly hugged her two watermelons and then turned to look at the male lead, embarrassed. Thanthu, this, after that, Van immediately took out a needle and thread to mend the tears in her clothes. Thanthu turned around, raised his hand to cast a spell, transferring spiritual energy to Van, and secretly chuckled into his hand. Thank you, little senior sister, for your gift. My 10,000 years of cultivation have become much richer today. The scene shifts to the Spirit Herb platform, a place for learning alchemy, where many alchemic cauldrons used by disciples are arranged. Two alchemic cauldrons are placed opposite each other, allowing two alchemists to face each other and test their alchemy skills. Van stared straight ahead and spoke. Is this the spirit herb platform, where the Sect disciples learn alchemy? Tiuthu, why are we here to practice alchemy? Hearing this, Fanthu turned and answered loudly. Red Rock Peak and Forest Peak usually cause us quite a bit of trouble, don't they? Yes, annoyingly so. Alright then, today we're here to cause them trouble. Hearing this, Van clenched her hands, looking at Fanthu with worried eyes. What caused them trouble inside the platform? Countless disciples were diligently refining elixirs. Fanthu pointed forward, speaking loudly. Who says only despicable people cause trouble for the protagonist? The protagonist can also fight back. Today, I want to annoy them. Inside the spirit herb platform, a male disciple was channeling spiritual energy into the alchemy furnace, thinking to himself, I wonder what Master is thinking. Azure Gloom Peak fundamentally cannot win the top 3 spots. Making us work so hard at alchemy seems a bit too cautious. I thought I could rest, but who knew it'd be even more tiring? It's all because of that arrogant bastard who makes us suffer more. Wei Qingqing crossed her arms, her eyes tightly closed, making a displeased face. Just focus on refining elixirs. Even if it's tiring, it's only for a few days. When you transfer to Azure Gloom Peak, the Elder will reward you handsomely. The disciples, hearing this, began to work harder at refining elixirs. Senior Sister Wei is absolutely right. At the same time, outside, someone pushed the door open and stepped in. A male disciple noticed and immediately glanced over, muttering, Yun Qingqiu. Another male disciple was furious. His face darkened as he clenched his fist, thinking, our rest time was cut short because of you, and my mood was already bad. You damn bastard, you dared to come here. Fanthu looked inside the platform, a mischievous smirk on his face, but Van, conversely, was extremely scared. This place is full of disciples from Red Rock Peak and Forest Peak. There are only 2 of us. Won't we get beaten up? Little Thu, we should still go. Fanthu stepped forward, grinning triumphantly. Little senior sister, no need to worry. I brought you here to find your confidence. After saying this, Fanthu led Van inside. Wei Qingqing stared at the 2 of them, smiling as she thought, they've come to the cauldron opposite mine. According to the rules, they want to challenge me, don't they? These 2 fools probably don't even know the rules of the spirit herb platform. A male disciple, eyes half closed, glanced over, smirking disdainfully. Senior Sister Wei. This is, so they came here to be humiliated. Senior Sister Wei's alchemy skills are so profound that no one has ever dared to stand opposite her for a challenge. These 2 fools actually blundered their way over there. Wei Qingqing raised a finger to her lips, glanced over, and said in a low voice, keep your voices down, don't let them notice. Otherwise, if they leave, there will be no way to embarrass them. Fanthu placed a hand on Van's shoulder, pushing her towards the alchemy furnace. Little senior sister, do you still remember the alchemy steps? Yes, I still remember. Alright then, just focus on refining elixirs. Van lowered her eyes and clenched her hands in fear. But there are no buts, they're all refining elixirs. They don't have time to bother us. Diligently refine the elixirs, and when you're done, we'll leave. Hearing this, Van mustered up her courage, stared straight ahead, and spoke. Alright, with that, she channeled spiritual energy into the alchemy furnace. However, as soon as the spiritual energy entered, the alchemy furnace showed signs of exploding. The 2 male disciples standing nearby saw the scene and burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. With this level of skill, they dared to stand opposite Senior Sister Wei. Are they trying to make a fool of themselves? Wei Qingqing stood on her side, looking forward with cold eyes and a disdainful smirk. Mu Yun and I started learning alchemy at the same time. After half a year of cultivation, she was scolded by the elder, the alchemy master, until her emotions flared up and she left. I can't believe she still hasn't made any progress. After that, Fanthu took out a wooden box, turned, and spoke softly. Little senior sister, let's begin. Okay. When Fanthu opened the wooden box, it contained countless types of herbs. Wei Qingqing saw the scene and frowned in displeasure. Those medicinal ingredients are for a rather rare healing elixir, quite difficult to make. She's actually planning to refine this type of elixir. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingqing also began to take out her own herbs. Interesting, let me teach you alchemy. The crowd of onlookers watched the two girls refine elixirs and chatted animatedly. The one from Azure Gloom Peak and Wei Qingqing from Red Rock Peak have started. Wei Qingqing's alchemy skills are very good. What makes Azure Gloom Peak dare to boast so much? I don't understand, a white-haired young man, hands on hips, boldly declared. They can't even ignite the fire without it exploding, yet they dared to challenge, overestimating themselves. If they want to be humiliated, just let them be. Fanthu walked over and touched Van Van's shoulder. She nodded, then Van Van pointed to fingers forward, releasing various herbs into the alchemy furnace. Although my spiritual energy isn't as strong as Teuthu's, Teuthu has already introduced this technique. The various herbs merged with the fire inside the alchemy furnace, along with abundant and powerful spiritual energy. Wei Qingqing, her face darkened, glanced over and smirked. 3 types of medicinal ingredients are being refined simultaneously. This is much harder than refining a single type, and even more difficult to control. Even a slight distraction will turn the ingredients into waste. Do they want to fool the world? How foolish, but that's good. There will be even more jokes in a moment. Inside the alchemy furnace, the ingredients have already begun to condense and form pills. The disciples, seeing that sight, stared with wide eyes and open mouths, shouting, "Look, refining 3 types of medicinal ingredients simultaneously is highly difficult." Yet Mu Yun completed it at the same time. Wei Qingqing tightly gripped the spiritual energy in her palm, staring fixedly ahead, thinking to herself, Mu Yun has really stolen a lot of the spotlight. When did she acquire such a profound technique? However, she's still refining, while I've already reached the merging stage. In the end, I'll still win by a step. The disciples standing nearby, seeing Wei Qingqing's strength, breathed a sigh of relief, as expected of Wei Qingqing. The scent of the medicinal ingredient is so rich, and the refining speed is so fast. If she participates in an alchemy competition, she'll definitely gain a lot of glory. Wei Qingqing raised her fingers forward, smirking triumphantly. The pill has already begun to take shape. Just a little more spiritual energy is all it needs. This refining process was very successful. It should be a top-grade pill. Where did Mu Yun get the courage to challenge me? Even if she succeeds in showing off, she still can't compare to me. Inside the furnace, a pill was successfully produced. Wei Qingqing, with a dark face, grinned triumphantly, adding spiritual energy with great ease. I won. After this is refined, I'll make Qingyu Peak suffer humiliation. Such people aren't even worthy of us staying up all night to refine pills for them. But over here, a pill had already appeared between Van Van's palms. What is this? Qingyu Peak has already produced a pill. Wei Qingqing's eyes widened, and she gritted her teeth in shock. Her refining speed was slower than mine, but she produced it first. What is going on? How is this possible? The only pills that can overshadow the scent of mine are first-grade second-rank pills. Such a level can only be achieved by senior brother Qin Xiangqin. How can Mu Yun do it? Van Van placed one hand on her chest, and the other supported the pill, her face beaming. Great, it's not ruined. The disciples stared at Mu Yun, whispering. A first-grade second-rank pill, and produced even faster. A complete victory. How can Mu Yun's alchemy be so powerful? So Qingyu Peak wasn't bragging after all. They can refine such pills. Perhaps this offering will yield good results. Who says Qingyu Peak is weak? They have an alchemist who can refine second-rank pills. Using this pill to aid cultivation will surely not result in low cultivation. Hearing these words, Van Van's cheeks flushed, and her heart swelled with happiness. At 17, this was the first time she felt surrounded and praised like this. As she was pondering, Thanthu approached and placed a hand on her shoulder, smiling. Little senior sister, isn't this invigorating? Yes, it's very invigorating. Thanthu glanced to the side, smirking. This is what a challenge is. Did little senior sister learn anything? Wei Qingqing stood behind them, watching Thanthu and Van Van leave, feeling bitter. I was originally the top alchemist of the two peaks, yet I've been completely humiliated, losing all face. These two quietly humiliated someone and then quietly left. How can that be right? Then she looked at the people gathered around her and furiously shouted, "What's all this noise about? Get back to refining now." Wei Qingqing was so angry her face turned pale, to be surpassed by these two and suffer such humiliation. That night, Thanthu and Van Van returned to their Qingyu Peak together. The two stood in the courtyard, laughing joyfully. "So this is a challenge. You must teach me more in the future, Tiu Thu. I want to try more, become strong, become as perfect as me. Then everything you do will be a challenge." Thanthu stared ahead, smiling softly. Little senior sister's expression is so cute. I feel like patting her head. Van Van's eyes widened, and she clasped her hands together, innocently saying, "Then, will Tiu Thu be willing to take me to challenges in the future?" "Please." Thanthu approached and embraced Van Van's shoulders, softly replying, all right, but little senior sister must work hard. Challenges rely on oneself." Upon hearing this, Van Van clenched her hands, smiling brightly with a determined expression. "I know today was really fun. When we get back, I'll treat you to milk." Tiu Thu, the male protagonist's cheeks flushed, and he broke out in a sweat. What kind of milk? Soon, Thanthu and Van Van had been refining pills together until the fourth day. By this time, the boy had completely collapsed. These past few days, to prove that I hadn't misjudged, I wholeheartedly guided little senior sister in alchemy. I've encountered many dull-witted people before, but this is the first time I've met someone who could drive a person insane like her. Fortunately, I used all my life to explain things many times, and she gained quite a bit, even remembering the skills. She just needs a little more time to get familiar with it, and she'll have completely learned it. As soon as he finished thinking, a pill appeared inside the alchemy furnace, and it actually flew straight into Van Van's bottle. She immediately brought the pill bottle over to show him. "Tiu Thu, I succeeded. This special method for spiritual energy to gather into a pill seems to belong solely to little senior sister. Those who know alchemy don't have breasts as big as hers. Those with breasts as big as hers don't know alchemy." Van Van glanced over with a confused look. "Before, my master also taught me as meticulously as Tiu Thu, but perhaps my aptitude was too frightening. It took a long time, but I couldn't learn it, scaring my master away from Qingyu Peak overnight. Master being away for so many years, I might be a significant reason." Thanthu quickly stood up and walked towards the door. "Little senior sister, I've taught you quite a few techniques already. I'm a bit tired, so I'll go back to my room to rest first." Thanthu returned to his room and sat on the bed, dazed. At the same time, Van Van entered with a cup of water in hand, looking excited. Tiu Thu, she sat on the bed and let Thanthu rest his head on her lap. "Little senior sister, what is this?" Van Van raised both hands, looking down with sparkling eyes. "I'll help you massage a bit." Thanthu fell asleep on Van Van's lap. She gently caressed his cheek. "Tiu Thu, you've put in a lot of effort during this time. Don't worry. I basically understand the alchemy techniques." The boy rested his head on Van Van's Tamaslin pillows, vaguely replying, "It's good that you understand. If I had to explain it a few more times, I really might go crazy." Van Van's eyes widened upon hearing this, and she clasped her hands, exclaiming, "No, you won't. You should rest well. I'll bring you food tonight." "Oh, no, I'll bring it to you every night from now on. Although little junior brother is a bit silly, he's not bad to me." Thanthu opened his eyes and looked up, thinking, I used to think she was a bit different from me. Now, I think it's a bit too much. If not for this teaching, our usual encounters weren't bad either. Van Van leaned down and looked at Thanthu, suggesting, "Do you want to hear a bedtime story? I'll tell you one to help you sleep. How does that sound? All right." As she finished speaking, she took out her storage ring and smiled. I wonder what kind of story this silly little senior sister intends to tell, a fairy tale. From the storage ring, a book titled Ghost Street with a super seductive cover image flew out. Thanthu's eyes widened and he broke out in a sweat, Where did this book come from? Could it be that little senior sister shares the same ideals as me? No way! Van Van opened the book and began to read, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. True Immortal Xiao Yan gently waved his hand, and Immortal Lai's robe fell, her face as red as peach blossoms. Her eyes slightly shifted, she clenched her hands and gritted her teeth, saying, "Master, no, not here." Hearing no movement from Thanthu, she stopped reading and leaned down to ask, "What's wrong?" Don't like it, a man and a woman alone in a room, and telling this kind of story. Van Van continued to pick up the book and delve into the story. Their bodies moved closer. After a gasp, little Immortal Lai lay down. A second later, Van Van even added an ah sound to make the story feel a bit more real. The boy immediately sat up, pushing Van Van away, sweating profusely. "Little senior sister, that's enough, that's enough." Thanthu's face turned pale, thinking, if the junior disciples hear this sound, they'll definitely think I forced little senior sister. Even being chopped into 100 pieces would be too lenient. A moment later, Van Van offered Thanthu a cup of milk. "Tiu Thu, drink some milk. Calm down a bit. What's wrong with Tiu Thu? It's clearly his book, so why is he so agitated?" Thanthu sat up, took the cup of milk, and drank it expressionlessly. Van Van clasped her hands, her eyes wide, smiling brightly. "Is it good?" The boy took a sip and thought to himself, "It has the refreshing taste of tea and the sweetness of cow's milk. Not bad, it's delicious, the flavor is really good. Where did little senior sister get it?" "When I was in Laklang City, I tried quite a few snacks, but I've never tried such a special drink." Van Van put her hands on her hips, her face raised, and replied directly, "I just squeezed it. Only my place has this to drink." A flavor full of love. Upon hearing this, Thanthu's eyes widened, his face turned pale, and the mouthful of milk in his stomach surged up his throat and he spat it all out. The drops of milk Thanthu spat out splattered all over the book, and not only that, Van Van's luscious body was also covered in milk. She blinked, bewildered, and explained, "I bought some star apples and squeezed them myself." "What's wrong?" Thanthu looked dumbfounded, quickly wiped the excess milk from his mouth, and said, "Nothing, I just choked a bit. It feels fine." Little senior sister is indeed different from me. Early in the morning at Qingyu Peak, on the table was a wooden box containing newly refined pills. Yuanzi leaned over, bending at the waist, staring intently at the wooden box, thinking, 15 first-grade second-rank pills, 7 supreme second-rank pills. The quality of these pills is excellent. The resources submitted this time are definitely top tier. Thinking of this, Yuanji's eyes drooped, showing sadness. But the quantity is still too small. It's impossible to get into the top 3. What should I do? At the same time, Van Van approached with a glass of milk in hand, calling, "Tiu Thu." The boy immediately started sweating when he saw the milk. Thanthu took the glass of milk, held it out, and closed his eyes, forcing a smile. "Yesterday, this poisonous milk almost scared me to death. I don't want to drink it anymore." As he hesitated, Tiu Na stood behind him with her arms crossed, sternly saying, "Thanthu, this is little senior sister's milk. It tastes good. Won't you try it?" Yuanzi also glanced over, smiling, and added, "Van Van's milk is indeed very delicious. It would be good for Junior Brother to drink some to refresh himself." Junior Brother is usually greedy for food and drink. He would have devoured it already. Why is he refusing this time? As soon as she finished speaking, Van Van placed her hand on her chest, smiling like a flower, exclaiming, right, my milk is very delicious." Yuanzi and Tiu Na froze upon hearing this, their eyes wide, drinking someone else's milk. This phrase really has many meanings. It sounds awkward no matter how you interpret it. After talking for a while, the boy glanced at the two girls with a mischievous look and said, "When you two are free, make some milk for me to drink too." Yuanji's cheeks flushed, and she crossed her arms, glancing over with an awkward expression. Tiu Na turned, her eyes wide, her face turning crimson with embarrassment. Van Van still stood there innocently enjoying her milk, thinking, "It's clearly so delicious. Why aren't they all drinking it? I really don't understand. Yuanzi placed one hand on the table and the other on her hip, turning to say hollowly, "Junior brother, today is the day to submit resources. These pills I've refined are already all I could manage. To you Thu, how many pills did you get?" Hearing this, Thanthu pointed to his own innocent face and replied, "All that I've refined has already been given to Xiao Na and senior sister to use these past few days. So this is all that we've managed to refine." Yuanji's eyes widened upon hearing this, startled and panicked. "Junior brother, you're not kidding, are you? Is this all the elixirs we have left now?" Hearing this, Thanthu crossed his arms and glanced at Xiao Na, pressing her. "That's right, this is all. Speaking of which, your cultivation levels must have broken through, right? I've already entered the foundation establishment realm." Yuanzi placed her hand on her chest, looking forward with worried eyes. "I've also entered the advanced foundation establishment realm." "Junior brother, you're not joking, are you? Although these elixirs are of good quality, it'll still be a long time before we can advance to another level." Thanthu raised his hand and replied bluntly, "I'm not kidding, that's really all there is. All of our ingredients were given to junior sister to practice with." No sooner had he finished speaking than Yuanzi and Xiao Na walked up to Thanthu and pointed at his face, exclaiming, "It's one thing for you to tease people normally, but changing the mountain peak concerns master's dignity. You're truly causing chaos." Right, truly causing chaos. No sooner had she finished speaking than Thanthu reached out and grabbed Xiaona's hand tightly. Xiaona's breathing was stable, spiritual energy abundant in her body, and her strength had surpassed other foundation establishment realm cultivators. Giving her the spirit-pervading elixir was indeed the right choice. After senior sister used it, her bloodline's wondrous method thinned, and her physique and aptitude rapidly increased. I'm afraid she's not far from forming a core. Moreover, these two ladies' hands are soft and fluffy, so comfortable to touch. It wasn't in vain that I took such good care of them. The two girls looked at Thanthu's satisfied expression and spoke up. "Taking advantage of me and senior sister, do you want a beating, right? Do you want a beating? In a while, you'll be driven somewhere else. Do you still have the mood to take advantage?" After that, Thanthu turned around and took both of Xiaona's hands. "This means, after solving this matter, can I take advantage, right?" Xiao Na glanced over, frowning. "Then you'll have to wait until you've solved it before you speak. We're about to turn in resources, and you're still so relaxed. If Master comes back and finds out the mountain peak has been changed, it'll be a miracle if he isn't furious to death." Yuanzi stood by, looking at Thanthu, smiling to herself. From what I know of junior brother, he would never do something so rash. Seeing him so relaxed, he must have a plan. After chatting for a while, Thanthu took a piece of paper from his clothes and gave it to Xiao Na. She took the paper and opened it, looking puzzled. Xiao Na held the invoice for 3,000 grade 1 elixirs, her hands trembling as she yelled, "What is this? 3,000 elixirs?" Her face darkened, beads of sweat breaking out. 3,000 elixirs? How many boxes would that take to hold? Even if you sold both of us, it wouldn't be worth that much money. How could an idiot like you do that? Hearing this, Yuanzi also hurried over and took the paper from Xiaona's hand, looking astonished. 3,000 pills are considered the entire stock of a trading company. It's incredibly difficult to gather that many. Other trading companies don't disclose prices to prevent market disruption, so it's very hard to find sources. Junior brother, how did you manage this? Thanthu scratched the back of his neck, and subconsciously, Li Baobao's image appeared in his mind. The tribute isn't for personal use, so why bother painstakingly refining high-quality elixirs? Just buy them. Alchemists aren't short on money. With a capable kid from the black market helping out, gathering a large quantity of goods is as easy as turning over one's hand. No need to do it yourself, saving time and effort. This is a secret. I won't tell. Both sisters leaned in, placing their hands on Thanthu's thigh, pressing him for answers. How did you do it? Exactly, tell me quickly. It makes me so curious. Tell Xiao Na. Since this matter is resolved, is there any advantage for me to take? I'll tell you two if I can take advantage. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Na took out a bottle of nail polish, glanced at Yuanzi, and the two girls looked at each other, smiling brightly like flowers. Yes, a moment later, Fanthu walked to the Sect's plaza, sporting beautifully polished black nails. He stared intently at his 10 fingertips, helpless. He originally intended to act cool so his sisters would give him some benefits. Who knew that after a while, it would turn into getting his nails painted? Xiao Na and senior sister always looked at each other, clearly having planned something. Who knows what those two are doing behind my back? While he was pondering, his two wives approached, taking Fanthu's hands, smiling brightly. Isn't it beautiful, junior brother? Later, when you're among alchemists, you'll have a lot of personality. Don't say anything else. These black nails look really beautiful and striking. Cool but charming, and it doesn't look cheap, right? Right? Very beautiful, very charismatic. As long as you two like it. Yuanzi and Xiao Na stared at Fanthu and asked, "What's wrong, junior brother? You don't look very happy. Didn't we let you take advantage? Why do you look so disappointed?" HMPH, you're not allowed to wipe it off anyway. If you wipe it off, I'll paint you a different color. Hearing this, the boy broke into a mischievous smile. Thank you both for taking care of me like this. I'm so touched. I can only express my gratitude with a hug. With that, the boy hugged both girls tightly in front of everyone, pressed between two soft, jade-like bodies with slender waists, to fresh scents brought to different sensations. The disciples watching that scene were seething, gritting their teeth. What a rotten brat. After being hugged by the protagonist for a while, the two girls left. Xiao Na, let's not stay with this scoundrel. I just saw a junior sister from another mountain peak. I'll introduce her to you. The boy smiled happily, looking at his two wives. The joy of the harem. It's wonderful. Fanthu crossed his arms, glancing to one side, thinking to himself. Logically, those elixirs should have been delivered by now, but there's not even a shadow of anyone. There are only a few minutes left to turn in the resources. This delivery speed is a bit unbelievable. While he was pondering, Hanyu suddenly walked up behind Fanthu and spoke. Hello, young Fanthu, are you alright? The boy glanced over, his face darkening, sweating profusely. Luckily, those two weren't around. I'm not alright at all. Hearing this, Hanyu took out a jade box from her storage ring. I knew you weren't alright, so I came to find you. Hanyu opened the box, and inside it was filled with elixirs. I've heard about the tribute. These are what I've collected over the years. Take them for now. Fanthu turned and saw the box of elixirs, his eyes wide in confusion. What the hell is this? There must be several hundred elixirs here. Even if you're the Sect Master's true disciple, you couldn't have gathered this many. Hearing Fanthu's question, Hanyu replied frankly, of course, these are 2 years' worth of elixirs that I advanced from my master. Fanthu was incredibly surprised to hear this. You can advance that too. He wouldn't dare not give them to me. Hearing this, Fanthu stepped back in frustration, sweating profusely, his face turning purple. Boss. Hanyu placed her hand on the box of elixirs and said clearly, think carefully about cultivation matters. I'm very useful to you. Hearing this, Fanthu glanced over with regret in his eyes. Before he could finish speaking, Hanyu took out a bag of bear-shaped cookies with a shy expression. These are my favorite cookies. I'm giving them all to you. Fanthu was stunned by those words. This kind of young lady is a bit adorable, wanting to give cookies to increase favorability, just like a child. However, in this situation, he really didn't know how to refuse. After thinking it over, the boy raised his arm and replied, actually, I've already taken care of the elixir matter. Thank you, senior sister Han. I appreciate the sentiment. As for what you said, alright, I'll reconsider. It's about to start. I'll head back first. Hanyu was surprised to hear this. Her eyes widened as she turned and pressed him. You've already solved it? As he was about to leave, Hanyu raised her hand and softly called, wait a moment, senior sister Han, is there anything else? She took out the Ghost Street Part 1 book and held it before his eyes. This book is very interesting. I finished reading it. Is there a next volume? The boy's eyes widened, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Isn't this my novel? How did it end up in Han Yu's hands? If anyone in the sect found out I gave her an erotic book to read, I'd definitely be chopped to death. Before he could recover from his shock, Yun Yun, holding a book in her hand, descended from the sky right in front of Han Yu, smiling brightly and exclaiming, "That's great! I was looking for the first volume. I finished reading the second volume. I'll trade with you." "Sure." Fanthu stared at Han Yu and saw her holding Ghost Street Part 2 in her hand. Those books were so well guarded. How on earth did they get out? Mu Yun and Han Yu have already fallen into the trap. Who knows if they'll sink deeper? This matter must be investigated thoroughly. While he was feeling melancholic, two male disciples appeared behind him, whispering, "Look quickly, it's Fairy Han Yu." Fairy Han Yu appearing here is truly rare and hard to find. Fanthu glanced behind him and saw Han Yu engrossed in reading the novel, his face turning dark. "Are you that eager and craving, reading a novel in front of thousands of people?" Luckily, the book cover was blurred by milk yesterday, becoming indistinct and hard to see. One male disciple placed his hand on his chest, staring forward with a smile, as expected of Fairy Han Yu. Even in this situation, she doesn't forget to study. "I will take this as an example of tireless diligence." "Well said. I've decided to practice all night tonight." A moment later, all the disciples gathered in the Sect's plaza. Yuanzi, Xiaona, and Yun Yun were also walking together with Fanthu. Xiaona turned her head to look at the disciples behind her, smiling to herself. Soon, it'll be time to turn in the materials, then everyone will pay attention to Fanthu. What will it be like when he takes out 3,000 elixirs? I'm a bit excited. On the platform, a beautiful female disciple was using spiritual power to control elixirs surrounding her. Disciples, continue to cultivate diligently to contribute to the sect. These elixirs will be rewards for outstanding disciples. Everyone must strive hard. The disciples below cheered joyfully upon seeing this. Indeed, just like last year, the high-grade elixirs of Cloud Rising Peak will become an annual reward. So many grade 2 elixirs as rewards. If we can absorb spiritual energy from them, our bodies will be strengthened, which will be of great benefit to our cultivation. Pleasure Peak, 500 grade 1 elixirs, 100 grade 2 elixirs, a total of 1,000 contribution points. The disciples discussed, the Grand Elder still isn't interested in competing for ranks. The disciples of Pleasure Peak are just like him, not competing, not striving. The amount of elixirs they turn in each time is not small. Enough to be an example, but not too much. This time, they'll probably still be within the top 5. Next, 3 beautiful female disciples brought up 3 boxes filled with elixirs. 100 Peak, 800 grade 1 elixirs, 220 grade 2 elixirs, 1220 contribution points. The elder of 100 Peak stroked his beard, thinking to himself, every year it's second place. This year I've prepared a lot and the results are astonishing. This year I must pull down Scarlet Rock Peak from first place. Next was Scarlet Rock Peak, led by Zuzu, followed by 4 disciples openly carrying 4 boxes of elixirs towards the platform. The beautiful girl's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing this. Scarlet Rock Peak, 1,500 grade 1 elixirs, 300 grade 2 elixirs. The disciples standing below couldn't help but be surprised. Scarlet Rock Peak was too terrifying. The quantity was so astounding. It's so much more than 100 Peak. After all, they have many people, and their 2 elders are so formidable. This year, first place is theirs again. It's them again. How many years in a row has it been? Who knows how long Scarlet Rock Peak will monopolize the top spot? Zuzu crossed his arms, a smug smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Haha, this moment every year is when we, the disciples of Scarlet Rock Peak, show what we've got. This then became a hot topic of discussion among the sects, to the extent that when flirting with ladies, just mentioning the name Scarlet Rock Peak was enough to show one's status. The elder of 100 Peak witnessed this, his eyes rolling back, so furious he almost spat blood on the spot. Damn it. How does this sect always get first place every year? As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at his female disciple and coughed, startling her. The elder of 100 Herb Peak fell silent in thought. After all that careful preparation, they were still crushed. Why was it so hard to get first place? Watching from below, Xiaoya and Wanzi couldn't help but feel a little worried. Scarlet Rock Peak was too ruthless. If it's like this, we might not get first place. We used to be at the very bottom. Being on par with Scarlet Rock Peak is already good enough, Xiaoya said with an anxious expression, glancing at King Qiu. You're right, but King Qiu, it's almost our turn. Why haven't the elixirs arrived yet? Soon, they should be here any moment. King Qiu glanced in one direction, calculating in her mind, sensing that the transport team had reached halfway up the mountain. They should arrive in about 10 minutes. Hearing King Qiu's confident answer, Xiaoya placed her hand on her chest, smiling brightly. Really, that's great. From above, Elder Kongu looked down with a dark face, radiating murderous aura. This year's results are even better than last year's. First place is secure. It's thanks to Azure Gloom Peak. I don't know when Mu Yun's alchemy skills improved so much. Even Wei Qingqing was defeated. If Azure Gloom Peak has been preparing elixirs for this year all along, then it's really possible that we could be defeated. Lost in thought, Elder Konyu walked over, baring his teeth in a sinister smile. It's just as Big Brother predicted. As expected, Third Elder is still secretly competing for first place. This will only help us raise the threshold for third place. Let's see how that brat gets into the top 3. That brat is also foolish, bringing people to the Spirit Herb platform to refine elixirs, giving me a wake-up call. After all, he's young and can't help but show off. After a round of submissions, the beautiful girl finally called out Azure Gloom Peak's name. King Qiu's eyes widened as she looked ahead, smiling and sighing. She thought she'd have to spend a few more minutes praising Scarlet Rock Peak, but unexpectedly, it was her turn so soon. After calling the name for a while, and still not seeing the representative bring up the elixirs, the beautiful girl started to lose patience. Azure Gloom Peak disciples, please begin your submission. Wanzi stepped forward, her face full of worry and embarrassment. The goods haven't arrived yet. What should we do? The beautiful girl saw the confusion of Wanzi and Xiaoya and helplessly held her head. I'm acquainted with Quan Ji. When young King Qiu said those words, I thought they were hiding something, but it's still the same as previous years. No matter how little or much, you should submit something. Hearing this, Yun offered the box of elixirs she had refined. Please, steward, have a look. The elixirs in the wooden box continuously emitted a strong fragrance, which surprised the beautiful girl immensely. The elixirs this time were completely colored, comparable to the ones Cloud Rise Peak submitted earlier. Has Mu Yun improved this much? The Elder of 100 Herb Peak also couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to himself, Mu Yun's skill has increased to this extent. I'm afraid he can rival the Sect Master's disciple, Qin Xiang Qin. Although the quality is very good, it's still a bit. Azure Gloom Peak is last again. The male and female disciples standing below whispered among themselves when they saw the scene. Is that all? Is that really all there is? Didn't they say they wanted to get into the top 3? They really dared to brag. The disciples of Mu Lin Peak burst into loud laughter. What top 3 after all that effort? They only presented a few elixirs. Move aside quickly. Don't let the 4 great mountain peaks laugh at us. Ha ha ha. They brag about so little. There's a huge difference between last place and third place. They don't even assess the situation when they boast. What a joke. Elder Kongu stroked his beard, a malicious grin on his face. Such ability, yet they dared to boast. What good was all that talk earlier? It only lasted a few days. After thinking, he spoke up, Sect Master, if this is the case, Azure Gloom Peak won't be able to make it into the top 3, according to what was said a few days ago. Azure Gloom Peak must swap places with Mu Lin Peak. That's right, these few elixirs aren't worth much in contribution points. Azure Gloom Peak has been last for many years, and this year, there's still no sign of change. They must be severely punished. Elder Kongu pondered in silence. These people keep provoking Scarlet Rock Peak, and then they want rewards. How hateful. Faced with the urging words of the two elders, the sect master sighed helplessly. If that's the case, then, before he could finish, King Qiu stepped forward, raising his hand high and abruptly interrupting. Elder, isn't it a bit too early to talk about this? We didn't say that was all the ingredients we had. Elder Kongu and Elder Kongyu, with their verbose mouths, exclaimed, there are still other ingredients. Haha, then what are you standing there for? Hurry up and take them out. To still show no remorse at this point. This act is truly shameful. I suggest severe punishment and expulsion from the sect. The protagonist heard this, stared intently forward, and growled, expel your head. Watch this. Elder Kongyu, furious, clenched his teeth, his eyes wide, as he condensed a powerful stream of spiritual energy in his palm. At the same time, behind King Qiu, a cloud of dust suddenly rose, accompanied by a loud shout. Yun King Qiu, your goods have arrived. From afar, a man flew in as fast as a gust of wind, then stopped abruptly, kicking up billows of dust. The Grand Elder's eyes widened the moment he saw him, astonished. That's Feng Hai of Shunfeng Sect. Shunfeng Sect is a large sect that operates like a merchant guild, mainly transportation and client services, and they have a strong voice in the Kanglan domain, and Feng Hai is in charge of Muzhou Prefecture for Shunfeng Sect. His status is very high. Why is he here? Feng Hai walked up to the Grand Elder, cupped his hands, and bowed in greeting. Steward Feng, long time no see. You didn't announce your arrival, so I couldn't welcome you. My apologies. I'm just in charge of transporting goods. Why bother the Grand Elder to personally receive me? The Grand Elder heard this and stroked his beard with a worried look. But the goods traded recently wouldn't arrive so quickly, right? Feng Hai heard this and burst out laughing. Haha, these aren't your sect's goods. I'm merely transporting them. There should be someone here named Yun King Qiu. I waited at the entrance for a long time but didn't see him, so I took the liberty of coming in. Please, Grand Elder, help me find him a bit. The Grand Elder pondered after hearing this. Feng Hai personally delivering goods to Yun King Qiu? King Qiu, why don't you come over here quickly? Elder Kongu and Elder Kongyu glared at King Qiu with bitter expressions, full of doubt. For someone of your status to transport goods for Yun King Qiu, it's truly a bit speechless. Xiaoya glanced at the cargo on the cart and said with a bright smile, it's finally here. I can breathe a sigh of relief. It's just that the treasure chest is a bit big. Still needing spirit beasts to pull it. The protagonist walked up to Feng Hai, cupped his hands, and greeted him. I am Yun King Qiu. May I inspect your client's order? Feng Hai turned his head and stared at the paper in his hand, thinking to himself, a great sect, yet they receive such a young disciple? My apologies, bring the cargo up. As soon as he finished speaking, a super colossal chest, securely locked by thick chains, was lowered to the ground. Elder Kongu saw it and gritted his teeth in anger. The chains on the chest are protected by a spirit formation, plus over a dozen masters guarding it. Such a display. What on earth is inside? The chains on the chest had begun to be removed. Feng Hai pointed two fingers to the sky, and instantly, countless jade boxes shot out from inside the large chest. The beautiful girl couldn't help but be astonished at the sight of the elixirs before her eyes. She couldn't believe her eyes when she saw 3,000 elixirs neatly arranged in jade boxes, scattered all over the plaza. The disciples standing below gaped, their eyes wide with shock at the scene before them. Scarlet Rock Peak, with so many elixirs, only needed 10 disciples to display them, but Azure Gloom Peak filled the entire platform. How many elixirs are these, exactly? King Qiu stood in the middle of the platform, cupped his hands, and looked intently ahead, saying clearly, Steward sister, wait a moment. These are the resources that Azure Gloom Peak is submitting. Are you still counting now? Just now, seeing the spirit beasts, something felt off. Clearly, I only needed 3,000 pills. The female steward's eyes widened, and she froze. It's not the next peak yet, so of course, we're still counting. Feng Hai walked over to King Qiu and said cheerfully, "Young Master Yun, 30,000 grade 1 elixirs have arrived. Please take a look. If there are no issues, you can sign for them. When dealing with a great sect, I dare not be careless. Also, this is a letter the higher asked me to send to you." King Qiu took the letter, opened it, and something in it made him gasp in shock, his face darkening. "To facilitate Lord Yun's actions, I specifically purchased all the elixirs from the surrounding cities. I hope your lordship doesn't find them too few. If necessary, I will figure out a way to make a few more. This isn't a matter of too few or too many. It's already a huge problem, 30,000 elixirs. Even someone with a medicine mind wouldn't have this many. I only needed 3,000 to protect the territory, and your report says you went all out. You directly made me the protector of the city." The sect master and grand elder saw the scene. Their eyes darkened, and sweat poured down profusely. So many elixirs, even I haven't seen so many in a long time. No wonder Steward Feng's attitude was so good. How could the goods of a major sect not be good? 30,000 elixirs. I've been cultivating for 100 years and have never seen so many elixirs appear at once. The sect's reserves aren't even half of this amount. King Qiu thought to himself with a helpless expression, "Although I'm quite well off, I don't meet the standard of such a magnate." Li Baobao must have rocks in his brain, doing this much just to sweet-talk me. I can't even be modest anymore. These are Azure Gloom Peak's tribute. Please, senior sister King Yi, inspect them. The green-haired male disciple standing behind stared at King Qiu and spoke. "What is this? All of this is being offered as tribute. One elixir is considered 10 spirit stones. This amount is probably several 100,000 spirit stones. This amount of profound gold, this level of financial power. This young King Qiu looks ordinary, but he's actually a newly rich magnate behind the scenes." The young man heard this, covered his face, turned away, and said, "I'm not. Don't look at me like that. I'm not." The two disciples heard this and looked at King Qiu with sharp eyes. The young man, exasperated, turned around and yelled at the two youths, "Seriously, what's with your suspicious looks? Don't talk nonsense. I'm just an ordinary disciple." The sect master on the platform now smiled broadly. "I didn't expect Guiyuan Sword Valley to recruit such a wealthy disciple. The amount of materials submitted is truly astonishing. One could say it's equivalent to several merchant guild sponsorships. Truly a patron. Dividing these elixirs would be enough for Azure Gloom Peak to continuously achieve first place." After thinking, the sect master put his hands on his hips and stared intently ahead, laughing heartily. Submitting so many resources, truly an example for the sects. The bragging disciple instantly collapsed, holding his head and sobbing. "This young King Qiu is so formidable. He even came to provoke us to refine more elixirs. What a trick!" Elder Konggu and Elder Kongyu stood there, eyes wide with astonishment. I didn't expect this young King Qiu to be so capable. Now, just revealing his background is enough to shock people. How can anyone compete with so many elixirs? After thinking, Elder Konggu, with a bitter expression, walked over and spoke. "Can this be considered as tribute resources? The sect has never had this kind of situation before." The old sect master heard him and immediately turned, frowning. "Why wouldn't it count? The sect's rules don't specify the origin or source of ingredients. Junior brother, times have changed." Later, Thanwei stepped forward, holding a list, and directly announced, "Thanyu Peak, 30,000 first-grade elixirs, 10 second-grade elixirs. Over here." The old sect master and the great elder had also walked over to Thanthu's side, smiling happily. "Thanyu Peak has set such an example. Disciples, follow suit and strive for the glory of the sect." That's right, that's right. Yun Thanthu just joined the sect and already has such capital. Everyone else must work harder. Thanthu looked at the old sect master, his face pale, forcing a smile. "Why do I feel like the sect master and great elder are acting very strangely? Is it because I suddenly went from an ordinary disciple to an investor for the sect?" After thinking it over, he turned to Elder Kongkok and gently reminded him, "The new Peak's achievement is definitely at the top of the list. Will the 3 rewards the second elder promised be kept?" Of course, I'll keep my word. Whatever you want, this elder will give it to you. Hearing that, Thanthu raised a hand to stroke his chin, glancing at Elder Kongkok with a mischievous smile. The second elder is indeed generous. I want the spiritual artifact you carry on you, that is, the wig, and also the elixir formula. Elder Kongkok heard this and his face turned as black as a pot, his white teeth clenched, sweat pouring down like rain. What? Say that again? Before he could do anything, Thanthu ran over and grabbed Elder Kongkok's wig, revealing his shiny bald head that reflected his face. Thank you, second elder. Yuan Kai raised her hand to rub her chin, looking ahead and thinking to herself, if it were 3,000 pills, it would be acceptable. Now the amount is 10 times that. It's really a bit hard to accept. How did junior brother do it? Returning to his courtyard, Thanthu took Elder Kongkok's wig and washed it thoroughly. Then, he refined the white silver hair into an incredibly cool Son Goku hairstyle. Interesting. This wig is a spiritual artifact that can freely change hairstyles. At the same time, Yuan Kai walked in and opened the door. He heard the movement and immediately turned his head to glance over. As soon as Yuan Kai looked, she pushed Thanthu into the corner with an irritated expression. Senior sister, what's wrong? She frowned and looked at Thanthu with sharp eyes. How did you get those 30,000 elixirs? Hearing this, he froze, his face turning as green as a frog's bottom. As expected, senior sister is suspicious. What should I do about this? Thanthu immediately turned his face away, sweating profusely and looking awkward. This, according to senior sister's understanding, I'm only a third-grade alchemist. Having some money to make 3,000 pills is barely believable. Who knew that rascal made 30,000 pills directly? How can I explain this now? Should I say I'm a 5th-grade alchemist? What if I scare senior sister? While he was deep in thought, Yuan Kai raised her long leg and stared, saying bluntly, Junior brother, if you're not honest. As she spoke, she reached out and touched Thanthu's lips, whispering, then I'll have to interrogate you. He, with a stiff expression, pointed at Yuin's leg and forced a smile, saying, I say, senior sister, isn't this posture a bit inconvenient? Yuan Kai heard this and froze, her cheeks flushing. Inconvenient. Then images from a novel flashed through her mind, and she awkwardly raised her hands to cover her face. It was a difficult posture. Unintentionally, she made such an intimate movement. Thanthu gently held Yuan Kai's thigh and lowered it. However, she stumbled backward, pulling him with her, and both of them fell to the ground. Yuan Kai's beautiful body landed right on top of Thanthu. She looked up, staring at the male lead. Her cheeks flushed. Junior brother, you're getting more and more unruly. Now you even dare to do this to your senior sister. When Yuan Kai's body touched Thanthu, the spiritual energy within him continuously poured out. This is being absorbed again. It's clearly senior sister who bullied me first. Yuan Kai sat with her hips on Thanthu, growling, you're my junior brother. Why can't I bully you? Senior sister, do you remember your wish that night? To make then you Peak's contribution points rank first? It's been achieved. Is there a reward for me? If not, I won't let go. Hearing this, Yuan Kai raised her hands to cup Thanthu's face. You've already taken such advantage. Yet you still pretend to be aggrieved. You want a reward, right? With that, she leaned down and gave Thanthu a passionate kiss, pressing it deeply into his cheek. After kissing him, she looked up, staring at Thanthu. First kiss on the cheek at 19. It's a bit strange in that atmosphere just now. I couldn't help but kiss him. After thinking it over, she awkwardly said, I have something to do. I'll go first. Don't tell Xiao Na about this, okay? Thanthu sat up and watched Yuan Kai's retreating figure, thinking to himself, I only wanted to glance at her thighs, but I ended up getting kissed. Senior sister's maidenly appearance is so cute. So Thanthu couldn't help but blurt out two words, good girl. Before he could finish, Xiao Na suddenly appeared behind him, startling him. Who are you calling a good girl? He immediately turned around and quickly applied his quick fix technique. I called the person in front of me. Right? Really? Then, Xiaona stared at something, thinking, it seems there's a familiar scent. She didn't hesitate, immediately pinning Thanthu against the wall. So, are you hiding something from this good girl? What about those elixirs? It's just a few elixirs, nothing surprising. Xiaona was utterly shocked, looking at Thanthu with an innocent gaze. A few elixirs? 30,000 is just a few. Tell me honestly, how did you get them? I grew up with Thanthu. I never felt he was special. But recently, he's been getting stranger and stranger, contributing half the elixirs in the city. If he bought them, I don't believe he has hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. If he robbed them, this idiot would be lucky not to get beaten to death. Alchemy is even more impossible. 30,000 pills. When would he finish refining them? He can't possibly have some subordinate with status and ability who helps him out to curry favor. Can he? Absolutely not. That's the most illogical answer. A moment later, Thanthu stepped forward, eyes closed, smiling faintly. This is a secret. Another secret? You dog, you dare to have a secret from me. Did someone sew your mouth shut? I get it. Those days you disappeared without returning. Did you meet some alchemy grandmaster? The grandmaster discovered your talent and imparted alchemy knowledge to you, and also told you to keep it a secret. If so, then it's clear. As expected of the main wife, she even thought of an excuse for me. Speaking of which, I really did learn a few things those days. But it wasn't alchemy, it was something more practical, combat skills. Xiaona turned around, hands on her hips, and said, "Why aren't you saying anything? Is it true?" "That's right, you're so smart." Xiaona heard this and looked up at Thanthu with a bright face. "Do I need you to tell me? I didn't expect an idiot like you to have such a fate." Thanthu looked at Xiaona with infatuated eyes, smiling and thinking to himself, after entering the Foundation establishment realm, this little girl has become even more beautiful. She's already this beautiful at this age. How much more beautiful will she become with a little more time? After talking for a while, Xiaona lowered her head and smiled lightly. Then she suddenly leaned in and kissed Thanthu on the cheek, startling him and making his cheeks blush. After kissing him, Xiaona whispered into Thanthu's ear, "The dog is all grown up. Getting better and better, that's your reward. Keep working hard in the future." With that, Xiaona ran off, one on the left, one on the right, a bit unexpectedly happy. If I officially take in these two, I wonder what it would be like, thinking deeper, marrying to people at once, after going to heaven and earth. Her. While fantasizing, he noticed Van Van peeking out from behind the wall. He turned around and stared at Van Van, smiling mischievously. "I was just pressured by two people, front and back. I can't allow a third time. Besides, junior sister is 2 heads shorter than me." After thinking it over, he walked over and grabbed Van Van's shoulders, startling her. Thanthu pinned Van Van against the wall, and her two soul spheres pressed against his chest. "Junior sister, what's wrong now?" "Nothing, I just came to call you for dinner." Hearing this, Thanthu immediately released Van Van, raised his hands to his face, and wiped away beads of sweat. Oops, sorry, senior sister, am I a bit delusional?" Van Van shyly turned her face away, not daring to look at Thanthu. This time, it was hard for our Thanthu to get first place, and it coincides with the Mid-Autumn Festival, so we must celebrate. With that, she intended to leave, but she tripped over her foot. She stumbled and fell into Thanthu, who couldn't catch her in time. Van Van lay on top of Thanthu, awkwardly, her cheeks flushed. The male lead, enjoying Van Van's chest, had a pale face. "Oh, my parents' artificial face wash, 1,000-year-old curdled milk. It's still a while before dinner. I'll take this chance to look at some of the second elder's formulas." Second-grade elixir formulas aren't rare. Many records have them, but third-grade elixirs useful for cultivation are very rare and even hidden by alchemist families, who make a lot of money from them. The third-grade formula I master relies on senior sister. Without the Luoshi Trading Company, it really can't be done. I don't know what good stuff the second elder has. However, something made him uncomfortable. His eyes darkened, and he sweated profusely. It turns out he was looking at the second elder's elixir formula book. Shameless. All that effort for so long, only to get useless things inside the formula book. Better efficacy, sensitivity, anti-dryness, and increased moisture. Used for dual cultivation, wind moon powder enhances desire, elevates female cultivators, soak in water and drink. 1 pill each time, helps prolong duration. Dragon Tiger Elixir increases strength and vital energy for half an hour. After reading, he furiously threw the formula book onto the table, practically useless, and if one day it were necessary. Would a vigorous dragon and fierce tiger like me still need these kinds of supplementary medicines? It's truly laughable. The second elder looked generous and open-minded when he gave me the things. I didn't expect him to pull a trick like this. When the formula book was thrown down to hard, it accidentally flipped pages repeatedly. Seeing something there made Thanthu's eyes widen. Oh, what's this? Opening it, he saw it written, Qi Origin Cultivation Method, activates blood and Qi circulation, increases duration of dual cultivation. The higher the cultivation level, the more pronounced the effect. The higher the cultivation level, the longer the duration. After Thanthu finished reading, he immediately cherished the formula book as if it were an egg. Oh my! The higher the cultivation, the longer the duration. This could turn into quite the scene. Wouldn't it? It's best to put this book away. If it were to affect others' cultivation, that would be a great sin. A moment later, Van Van and Tiu Na entered, carrying 2 plates of mooncakes. It was mealtime. A beautiful, fragrant plate of mooncakes was neatly ranged on the table. As soon as Thanthu saw it, he immediately picked up his chopsticks with a bright expression. Oh wow, just in time. But just as he poked his chopsticks into a mooncake, Yuanchu stopped him. She glared at Thanthu, junior brother. It's Mid-Autumn Festival today, after all. This is too humble. So, what idea do you have, senior sister? Yuanchu rested her hand on her chin and declared, how about we play something fun, like a poetry challenge? If you can't respond, you have to fulfill the other person's request or drink as a penalty. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Tiu Na clasped her hands together and happily replied, as expected of senior sister, that sounds very interesting. Let's play a bit. When he and Van Van heard this, their eyes rolled back and their faces darkened. Besides cultivating spiritual artifacts, I've never had any contact with lyrics or poetry. I don't understand a single line. I can't even remember my daily cultivation mantras, let alone poetry or songs. Alright, then I'll start, followed by Tiu Na, then junior brother third, and finally Van Van. Tiu Na. Bianji Cao Thiwu Vin, Hu Kang Van L, Van Seat Liu Tich. High and distant, vast emptiness, lingering clouds and traces. Tiu Na heard this and boldly replied, I've heard this poem before. Next is Kukwak Phi Lai, Quang Xa, Lintium Nathan Thu Bik, Cinnamon Kingdom flying in, light shooting forth, covering 1,000 emerald beasts. It's your turn, Thanthu, Tnbc T Kai Si Kui. He immediately raised his hand and scratched his chin with a foolish expression. Tnbc T Kai Si Kui, UHM, Tnbc T Kai Si Kui, Net Vang Ni Tam, Tiny Sui, Tam Ni Kit. Love, without knowing why it rises, goes deep at first, then wanes, and at last, is exhausted. Upon hearing this, Yuanchu's cheeks flushed red. She crossed her arms and glared at him with a clearly angry expression. The emotion in that poem is pure and innocent, but in your hands, it's turned into this, truly vulgar. As soon as Yuanchu finished speaking, Tiu Na immediately turned to scold him. You got it wrong. Alright. You choose the punishment then. Tiu Na placed her hand on her chest, turned to look intently at Van Van, and spoke up. Thanthu, you know how to refine pills, right? I want a pill like Senior Sister Mick has. Thanthu was stunned. Like Senior Sister Mick? At this, Tiu Na raised her hand to her mouth and whispered to Thanthu. Didn't you get quite a few formulas from the second elder? There must be some formulas with effects on the body, right? There are, but before he could finish speaking, Tiu Na quickly cut him off. Then that's good. I want to use it. Alright, it's your turn, junior brother. Hurry up and let junior sister get started. Hearing this, Thanthu turned to look at Van Van, lost in thought. In my era, I was often plagued by chaos and war. Many times, I and my fellow disciples struggled between life and death, so I do remember a few heroic poems. Junior sister, my line is... Van Van, with an innocent expression, nonchalantly countered, trimming Quan Gigi Chin Bao. Fadungchening Noen Dijwantio in the warm hibiscus tent, spending the spring night. Is that right? Thanthu and the two girls immediately declared the punishment. Junior sister, drink 3 cups of wine right away. Yuintra helplessly placed her hand on her forehead and declared, I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore. Both of you have changed the poems to this kind of thing. What? This matter must be handled with respect. Having said that, Van Van picked up the plate of mooncakes and gently said, I was wrong. Everyone, please have some mooncakes, with the submission of resources complete. The Demon Extermination Order was announced. The Demon Extermination Order is limited to disciples under 25 years old. The 3 major regions will jointly issue bounties for demon cultivators or those with heinous crimes. The deadline is 1 month. Finally, disciples will be graded based on their achievements in the Demon Extermination Order. Disciples with good results will have the opportunity to enter the ranking board of the vast Kanglan Reg. If favored by other powerful families and sects, they can rise to prominence in one step, win over peerless female cultivators, and reach the pinnacle of life. The Demon Extermination Order is divided into 5 types. B, C, D, E. Each type will yield different points, usually. A disciple who can complete a B-level mission is already considered extraordinary. They will be closely monitored by the major ranking boards. Of course, disciples who are unable to complete A or B-level missions still have opportunities. Previously, there was a disciple who, by catching small thieves, acquired a large number of low-level demon extermination orders. The combined total was quite impressive, and he eventually succeeded in entering the rankings and was even noticed by several major sects. He became a disciple with a name but no real power, but it's hard to say what his future holds. However, it did have some impact. For a while, no one else was willing to do it. Someone held a stack of information about the disciples of the Sectless. Someone was holding a stack of information about the disciples of the Sectless. It turned out to be him. Although he said he was helping senior sister enter the Immortal Maiden rankings, just barely meeting the standard would be enough. As an Immortal Venerable, to compete with these youngsters, it's really a bit hard to speak. Consider it a bit of fun. Seeing something in the stack of papers, then Thu flashed a delighted smile. This A-level demon cultivator unexpectedly carries spirit herbs that enhance one's physique. Sorry about this. This old man has to join the fun again. Tiuna, holding the stack of papers, stared blankly ahead and exclaimed, Demon cultivators are spread out in so many places. Where should we go? Yuintra heard this, stroked her chin, glanced over, and said loudly, Among us, the highest cultivation level is only a high-level mechanical realm, but those demon cultivators are incredibly vicious. In recent years, many disciples have been devoured. Therefore, we should still choose a stable place. As soon as she finished speaking, Van Van raised her hand, her face sweating profusely. Since we can't defeat them anyway, it's good enough if we can just return in one piece. Yuinchu stepped forward and kneaded Van Van's chubby cheeks with both hands. Although we can't fight, Van Van can be bait. You can lure those demon cultivators here. What if you guys don't arrive in time? Then junior sister will just have to endure a little grievance. Hearing Yuinchu say that, Van Van immediately turned around and hugged Tiuna. I'm not going anymore. Senior sister LCC is playing dirty again. Senior sister Mick, don't be afraid, I'll protect you. So Thanthu, do you have any ideas? He heard this, stroked his chin, and spoke. Let's go to McDiandiang City. The 3 girls heard this and immediately turned to look at Thanthu with bewildered expressions. Go to McDiandiang City? Thanthu took out a large map and stated bluntly, the Mukshu prefecture of McDiandiang City is very vast. and it also has 1,000-year-old 7-leaf flowers that can increase cultivation, so it will attract quite a few demon cultivators. That way, we won't have to waste time searching. Mending City is where a certain powerful family established its foundation. The powerful family values its heritage greatly, with dedicated people overseeing and managing it. Therefore, the city is extremely safe. When there's nothing to do, staying in the city means no worries about trouble or danger. Hearing this, Yuan-Chu stood up abruptly and stared intently ahead with a serious expression. Alright. Although this place is far, it truly is suitable, just as Junior Brother said, so we'll follow Junior Brother's suggestion. One day later in Mending City, a spiritual beast flew in the air above a bustling and lively market. The spiritual beast spread its wings and flew quickly forward. Riding on the spiritual beast were Thanthu's group. I've been to Mending City before. I didn't expect it to expand so much in just a few years. Thanthu glanced at Yuan-Chu and smiled, saying, Mending City is divided into inner and outer cities. The inner city is where the powerful family resides and is protected by guardians. Each person must pay 100 spirit stones to enter. The outer city is a mixed bag, very chaotic. We'll go directly into the inner city to find lodging, which can avoid some trouble. As soon as she finished speaking, they arrived at an inn. Yuan-Chu slammed her hand on the table and yelled at the attendant. Only one premium room available, and the four of us have to pay 800 spirit stones? Recently, the number of guests has been high, and supply can't meet demand, so it's a little expensive. So you mean the price won't go down? Yes, it can't be any cheaper. Hearing this, Thanthu held his head in exasperation. 800 spirit stones is nothing. A few pills could earn that back, but Senior Sister always stops me from paying. It already cost 400 spirit stones to enter the city, and now lodging will bleed us dry again. Senior Sister is a bit pained by this. Yuan-Chu, with an irritated expression, looked at the attendant with sharp eyes. If not, then please call the manager out to speak. The attendant heard this, glanced over, and put on a scornful face. Wait a minute, even if the manager comes, what then? Absolutely not a single penny cheaper? It's a futile effort. Thanthu, standing behind Yuan-Chu, spoke up. Isn't it just 800 spirit stones? Just give it to him. You sisters are tired anyway. It's good to rest early. 800 spirit stones is half a year's living expenses for ordinary disciples like us. How can we just give it away like that? With that, Yuan-Chu put her hands on her hips and glanced over with a cheerful expression. Do you all believe I have a way to reduce the cost? Tiyu-Na placed her hand on her chest, her eyes wide as she looked at Yuan-Chu and replied, looking at the staff's determined attitude. It's a bit difficult, but Sister Yuan will definitely not lose out if she acts. We just need to watch. Soon after, an old shopkeeper, fat as a sow, walked down the stairs with an irritated expression. I am the shopkeeper. What can I do for you all? Yuan-Chu spread her arms wide and answered loudly. The room price is really a bit hard to accept. It's understandable that prices increase with more people, but a premium room for one person costs 200 spirit stones, and for people in one room, it's 800 spirit stones. How is that reasonable? The old shopkeeper heard this and frankly explained, premium rooms originally include multiple rooms. During special periods, rules naturally have to be revised. However, many people stay. You multiply the price by that number. If you can't accept it, you can go somewhere else. Yuan-Chu stood with Tiyu-Na, her hand on her chest, and casually asked, how about this, shopkeeper? What do you think of my sisters and my appearance? The old shopkeeper heard this and showed his teeth in a lecherous smile. Well, of course, you all possess captivating beauty, a national treasure. If I hadn't heard that these guests were very beautiful, I wouldn't have wasted my time coming out here. I would have already had someone chase them away. Even so, the price cannot be cheaper. People with such beauty as yourselves don't look like people without money. You wouldn't be so poor as to not even have these few spirit stones, would you? Yuan-Chu startled, then hugged Tiyu-Na close. The point isn't that. May I ask, shopkeeper, if my junior sister and I walk down the street, will we attract the attention of others? Hearing that question, cold sweat inexplicably broke out on the old shopkeeper's forehead. He quickly replied, "Of course, you will." He secretly thought, with their fairy-like appearances, attracting the gaze of passers-by is certain, but what does that have to do with him? Yuan-Chu continued to lead the conversation. "So, will new rivals to the city see me entering this inn and follow suit? The probability of that is very high." No sooner had he spoken than the old shopkeeper's eyes lit up, his mind quickly calculating. Such peerlessly beautiful women were magnets for cultivators, especially those new ones with cultivation bases. As soon as they saw beauties, their feet would be rooted to the spot. In recent years, his inn had encountered many such cases. If they were a bit luckier, they might even reel in young masters from major sects and powerful families. By then, they might even book the entire establishment. Thinking of the bright prospects, the old shopkeeper clapped his hands repeatedly, his mouth splitting into a wide grin. "Ha ha ha, I understand. In that case, I shouldn't charge you immortal maidens. The premium room is free. I'll send someone to clean it right away." Just as he was about to turn and leave, Yuan-Chu raised her hand and softly spoke. "Wait a moment, shopkeeper, you've misunderstood. There's another inn across the street. Forgive me for being blunt, but their owner is a miser, not as generous as I am. You should think carefully, don't miss out on my special offer here." Yuan-Chu glanced into the distance, her tone containing a profound meaning. "No, no. Shopkeeper, you don't understand what I mean. If I stay here a little longer, the place opposite will have no customers. In that case, what do you say should be done?" The old shopkeeper's eyes widened upon hearing this, and huge waves surged in his heart. Not only could they attract customers, but they could also crush competitors. This was truly a godsend opportunity. After a moment of deliberation, he pulled out a large bag of money and offered it to Yuan-Chu with both hands. "Not only is it free, I'll give you immortal maidens 1,000 spirit stones. No, 2,000 spirit stones. Please, everyone, stay here." If the shopkeeper is so sincere, then we'll have to accept. Standing behind, Tiuna witnessed the entire scene, her eyes wide, her pupils sparkling with astonishment. Not only did they not have to pay, but they also got to stay for free and received an additional 2,000 spirit stones. She secretly marveled. Senior Sister LCC is truly amazing. I never expected such a thing to happen. Senior Sister LCC is truly a resourceful woman. Tiuna, if you say that, I'll actually believe it. Tiuna happily clasped Yuan-Chu's hands, her eyes crinkling in a smile. Anyway, with Senior Sister, the household affairs will surely be well managed. I just need to enjoy the blessings. Saying that, she turned to the person next to her, urging the male lead. "Than Thu, Senior Sister is so amazing. You should praise her too. 800 spirit stones. Just give it. What's there to save? On the contrary, everyone looking at me makes me very uncomfortable." The two girls then approached, raising their hands to pat the male lead's head to comfort him. "It's okay. Isn't a face made to be looked at? I'm used to this kind of thing in the sect. Be good. Than Thu, don't be angry anymore. Tonight, I'll cook delicious food for you. Give me a smile. Let Senior Sister see. Junior brother isn't happy?" He crossed his arms, his eyes tightly closed, and helplessly blurted out, "Senior Sister, you tell me." Yuan-Chu placed her hand on her full chest, her voice clear. "I haven't finished speaking yet. Do you think I'm a fool, Junior brother? What does Senior Sister mean?" Yuan-Chu glanced, raised one finger, and calmly explained, "Our cultivation isn't high, and this isn't the sect. It's easy to be targeted by those with ill intentions. From now on, when we go out, we must wear masks." Tiuna clasped her hands, looking naively at Yuan-Chu. "Can we not accept the innkeeper's offer then?" That innkeeper looked so fake. He just wanted to use us. Maybe he'd even delete our information to prevent us from staying here, wouldn't he? At first, I just wanted to take some money from him, considering it a lesson for these shady establishments. Female cultivators must always remember to protect themselves when venturing out. With that, Yuan-Chu walked behind Than Thu, placed her hand on his shoulder, and said with a smile, "So, Junior brother, don't be angry anymore. We're leaving now." Then she lowered her head, her voice subdued with a hint of shyness. "Junior brother." Thanthu turned his head when called. "Is something wrong, senior sister?" Yuanchu's face showed a fleeting trace of sadness. "With senior sister like this, do you still like her? Am I being too scheming?" Hearing this, the boy looked at Wanzi with affectionate eyes and a warm smile. "My senior sister is so smart and cute. How could I not like her?" Getting the desired answer, Wanzi stood close to him, hugging Thanthu's arm, her smile as bright as a flower. "Of course, whether it's my beauty or anything else, it's only for one person to admire." That night at the hotel, on the rooftop, a figure rode the wind and flew away at an incredible speed. It was Thanthu. He landed with a cold expression, thinking to himself, "I read in the letter that there's an activity in Macduong City. Now all the sisters are sound asleep. It's the perfect time to go meet it. With the hidden forces here, it's even more convenient for me to search for information about Matu." Thanthu glanced to one side, frowned in thought. "Just in time, I need to catch a few unlucky stragglers." While he was in deep thought, a figure in a black cloak suddenly landed right beside him. It was none other than Lai Bao Bao. He knelt down, clasped his hands, and bowed in greeting. "I am truly sorry. I am late and have made you wait for a long time. Please allow me to atone." As soon as Thanthu saw Lai Bao Bao, old memories flooded his mind. "It's nothing but those elixirs from before. I bothered you to retrieve them. Over 30,000 pills. You scared me to death." Lai Bao Bao bowed his head, saying clearly, "Not much, not much. As long as it's useful to me, Lord, that's good. I will never forget milord's kindness. Don't even mention 30,000 pills. Even if it were 300,000 pills, I would find a way to get them." Hearing this, Thanthu could only cover his head helplessly. "Don't be like that. Only 3,000 pills were needed. The quality of this batch increased tenfold. If it weren't for Tiu not thinking of a reason, I wouldn't know how to explain it. The sect leader already treats me like a wealthy patron, and the disciples treat me like a newly rich upstart. I can't even be modest. If I really brought back 300,000 pills, I'd be listed as an elder." Lai Bao Bao stood up and handed Thanthu a jade scroll. "Me lord, the spiritual energy in Macduong City has been very abundant lately. It's said that a grade for spiritual herb, the 100 Elixir 7 Destructions herb, has emerged. I've compiled the information here. Please take a look. Me lord, also, there are strong undercurrents in the city recently, and many sects are desperately searching for this spiritual herb. Although me lord is powerful, you are alone. Please be careful. If you need anything from me, just call and I will appear." Thanthu immediately opened the jade scroll and looked carefully at its contents, secretly praising, "This guy knows how to work." Right after meeting, he organized important information so logically. This one can be used for a long time. After thinking, Thanthu threw something to Lai Bao Bao and summarized his praise. "Well done, take it." Lai Bao Bao held an elixir in his hand, his eyes wide, and gasped loudly, "Three-peat grade 3 elixirs. Thank you, me lord. I will definitely." Just as he was rejoicing, he saw Thanthu let down his hair, which left Lai Bao Bao speechless. Thanthu put a hand to his forehead, glanced over, and forced a handsome expression, asking, "How is this look of mine?" Lai Bao Bao froze, sweat pouring down his face, secretly criticizing, "So rustic, so common, such a country-style haircut. What was me lord thinking to transform into this state?" Hearing this, Thanthu snatched back one of the elixirs from Lai Bao Bao's hand, making him gasp in alarm and nearly tear up. "I've written your tasks on paper. Read them carefully. If there's nothing else, I'll go first." Terrified, Lai Bao Bao quickly tucked the 2 elixirs into his clothes for safety. "Me lord, there's one more thing. Preparing these elixirs also owes some credit to this immortal maiden who introduced them to you." No sooner had he finished speaking than a pair of fair, delicate feet adorned with 2 super cute bell anklets appeared. Then a girl with silver white hair and a mask knelt down, clasped her hands, and saluted. "Master Alchemist." The girl looked at Thanthu with affectionate eyes and gently introduced herself. "My name is Lan Ko." As soon as he heard her voice, Thanthu's eyes widened in surprise. Her voice was clear and sweet, yet it carried an alluring, fox-like quality that could easily make people lose themselves. Judging by the tone, she's a young maiden. Lamco, what do you need from me? Lamco placed her hands on her fair thighs, looked up, and answered clearly. Lamco possesses unique skills and is willing to satisfy me, Lord. Thanthu heard this as if struck by lightning, throwing his head back with a surprised expression. This female cultivator's cultivation is quite profound, at least at the golden core stage. Unique skills, tell me about them. No sooner had he finished speaking than Bao stomped his foot and flew away, departing. Lamco immediately held out her hands, gesturing illustratively, and exclaimed, "First, my hand skills are excellent." Then she leaned forward, sticking out her drooling tongue. "My oral skills are also very proficient. One could say they are the best in the world." Lamco moved closer, placed her hand on Thanthu's chest, and pushed her rear out, continuously uttering seductive words. "This humble maiden will surely drive me lord mad with desire, to the point of losing self-control." Thanthu heard this and waved his hand, signaling. He thought to himself, "This Lamco is using her eyes to seduce me, writhing her body to tempt me, and her voice is so flirtatious. How annoying. I already have a wife and more than one. Please have some self-respect, immortal maiden." Lamco heard this and covered her mouth, chuckling. "Look at me, Lord, talking. Are you perhaps gay?" This humble maiden has been dealing with medicine for many years and knows how to preserve the medicinal properties of herbs. That's what I meant by hand skills. What's more, my tongue is sensitive. It can taste the hidden flavors in the medicine. The higher the grade of the medicine, the fewer mistakes I make. Such unique skills are rarely seen in the world, and they can be just what me lord needs for this matter. Saying this, she placed her hand on her chest and cheerfully added, "Moreover, I am at the golden core stage. Although not considered strong, I can still help me lord with some miscellaneous tasks." Thanthu heard this and glanced over, sweating profusely. Her words are normal, but her way of speaking is so strange. Lamco stood up and moved close to Thanthu, whispering in his ear, "All my senses are more acute than ordinary people's. I can help me lord test medicines. Furthermore, my appearance isn't bad. I'd be a good match accompanying me lord. Of course, I can also help you with other things. Me lord, you can take your time to discover." Thanthu heard this and frowned, clearly annoyed. She clearly has intentions towards me, yet dares to say I'm gay. This Lamco is quite interesting. You came to me not just to flirt, right? If there's something, speak quickly. Hearing this, Lamco sat down, leaning against Thanthu's body. "Me lord is wise. This humble maiden indeed needs my lord's help." "What is it? Speak." Lamco placed her hand over her heart, glanced over, and got straight to the point. "Me lord is a grade 5 alchemist. Your alchemy skills are naturally very powerful. This humble maiden presumptuously requests me lord to refine a pill for her. If successful, this humble maiden will use all her strength to satisfy me lord, in the quiet of the night, with the cool breeze and bright moon, if me lord has the inclination. You can try it right here." Thanthu heard this and immediately used his cultivation to push Lamco away. "I already have a wife. Don't joke around." Lamco stared intently forward, her voice resolute. "So what if you have a wife? This humble maiden doesn't need any title. Whatever they can do, this humble maiden can do too." Hearing this, Thanthu turned his head and saw Lamco striking a seductive pose. "Do you really have a way to keep them from knowing? I have a special spiritual art that can conceal my whereabouts. Even if I stood right in front of them, they wouldn't know. Doesn't that excite you, me lord?" Thanthu heard those words and frowned, clearly displeased. "I am just an ordinary alchemist. Don't even think about seducing me. Your tricks won't work on me." Hearing this, Lamco sat up, raised her hand, and pulled down her top to reveal a tattoo on her arm. "I wonder what kind of beauty my lord's wives possess that this humble maiden can't even catch your eye. Yee! Seduction is ineffective. This alchemist is harder to deal with than I thought." Lamco stood up, raised her hand, and said clearly, "Alright, then, according to my lord's wishes, I will provide you with the ingredients and the alchemy method. You just need to refine it for me. As for your reward, I have many excellent quality ingredients and formulas here, which will surely please you. If you don't want them, you can choose cultivation techniques or spiritual arts instead. Of course, a grade for elixir will consume a lot of mental energy, which me lord might not be satisfied with. But I have a way to obtain a mutated grade for spiritual herb for me lord. I can also help me lord with any single task. What do you think, me lord?" Thanthu heard this and raised his hand to stroke his chin, his face irritated. A mutated spiritual herb. Mutated spiritual herbs mostly cannot bear fruit, are often found in hard-to-find places, and are usually guarded by spiritual beasts. Spiritual beasts guarding grade for spiritual herbs are at least high level, with strength between the golden core and golden origin stages. This female cultivator's highest cultivation is probably golden core, but she doesn't seem to be lying. Moreover, only a fool would offend a grade 5 alchemist. This woman's seduction earlier was probably to test me. If I hadn't handled it well, I might have been ridiculed, or worse, not received my reward. After thinking, Thanthu opened his eyes wide, looked forward, and replied, "I agree. It just so happens that I need these spiritual herbs and elixirs. Moreover, if I encounter trouble in Makduong City, I can have this woman deal with it." Lamco then threw something to Thanthu and said, "Thank you, me lord." Thanthu quickly caught the object. Lamco raised her hand and declared, "The elixir I want me lord to refine is the Dew Spirit 7-flower elixir, which consists of more than 7 main spiritual herbs, each requiring 7 auxiliary ingredients. It needs to be refined into 7 separate pills, and then combined into one. This formula is more difficult than a grade for elixir. Normally, spiritual herbs repel each other, so the difficulty is quite high." Thanthu's face darkened as he stared intently at the paper in his hand. A second later, he instantly summoned his alchemy furnace. In a flash, the alchemy furnace successfully ignited. Lamco couldn't help but be astonished at the scene before her. What is me lord doing? Is he refining it immediately? This formula is quite difficult. Even other alchemy grandmasters would need time to study and practice a few times to get familiar with it before they could start refining. I originally intended to use this time to gather a few more sets of ingredients. I didn't expect him to start refining directly. These ingredients were hard-earned, and now they'll all be wasted. While she was thinking, something suddenly made Lamco's eyes widen in astonishment. She stared intently at the alchemy furnace, thinking, I've seen many alchemy grandmasters whose skills were far superior to his many times over. Yet he put all the main ingredients in at once. Isn't he afraid of ruining them? Very quickly, a hot elixir was successfully produced from inside the alchemy furnace. Thanthu picked up the elixir and looked at it intently with a dissatisfied expression. It hasn't reached the most perfect level, only superior quality. It's my first time refining this type of pill, so I'm a bit unfamiliar. There are still some impurities. Lamco saw this, her eyes wide with her mouth agape in shock. The meager pile of ingredients that was about to turn to ash was successfully refined. Even the grandmasters in the alchemy sect of the Cyan Wave domain probably couldn't do this. Who is this person? A moment later, 2 more pills were successively produced from inside the pill furnace. Thanthu took out a jade green bottle and directed the 2 pills into it. Then he held the pill bottle forward. Here's yours. Holding the pill bottle in her hand, Lamco's eyes widened in astonishment. Just by glancing at the recipe, he could refine it. Moreover, he used only 1 portion of ingredients to refine to pills. He didn't even mention any conditions or ask for payment before giving me the pills. Isn't he afraid I'll run off? What a rare and talented alchemist. After thinking, Lamco knelt at Thanthu's feet and said loudly, "Thank you, sir. I'll immediately prepare your payment. This place will retain the scent of medicine. I'm afraid someone might come looking. You should leave to avoid trouble." After saying that, Thanthu glanced behind him. Lamco hadn't left yet. Instead, she continued to lick the pill bottle in her hand and exclaimed, Sir, aren't you going to think a little more carefully? I've already successfully cultivated both the fox charm art and the jade body art. No matter the posture or skill, as long as you like it, sir, I can do it. Saying this, she lifted her skirt, provocatively smiling. See, my legs are both slender and long, and there's a place on them that no one has touched yet. Hearing those words, Thanthu broke out in a sweat, drenched all over. I told you, your seductive art won't work on me. Don't waste your efforts. Lamco walked over and stood right next to Thanthu, whispering in his ear, but you're already very stiff. Lamco can help you resolve it very quickly. Who said I was stiff? Oh, really? Then what's that? Thanthu heard this and his face went blank, completely dumbfounded. You talk less. Hearing this, Lamco also froze, speechless. A moment later, Thanthu finally returned to the inn in Mo Yong City. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, thinking to himself, after interacting with Lamco, my whole body smells of women. Thanthu lifted his sleeve and sniffed himself all over. It'll take a lot of spiritual energy to wash away this smell. My spiritual energy isn't even enough to feed my wife every day. I'll just have to change into another set of clothes. A moment later, Thanthu had changed into different attire. He sat sullenly at a dining table amidst the noisy crowd. As Thanthu enjoyed a plump steamed bun with plain porridge, Wanzi, Yun Yun, and Xiao Na, with their faces covered by black scars, descended from upstairs. Someone recognized him and whispered, "Hey, hey, hey, little Thu changed clothes." Thanthu heard this and immediately glanced over, not waiting for anyone to ask before going straight to the point. I accidentally dirtied my clothes, so I just changed into another set. Hearing this, Yun Yun placed her hand on her chest and happily offered, "Let me mend it for you. I'm very good at embroidery and sewing." Junior sister is very skilled. After she mends a tear, you can't even tell where it was ripped. Hearing this, Wanzi also chimed in, although Yun Yun isn't good at housework, she's #1 at sewing. After saying that, Wanzi stared at Yun Yun's two gourds that were about to grow, speechless. She shyly hugged her two breasts, her face flushing crimson. Afraid of being exposed, Thanthu bluntly refused. No need, just changing into another set of clothes is fine. Then Yun Yun walked over and stood right next to Thanthu, exclaiming, "Why does little Thu's body have a strange smell? It's a woman's scent. I don't smell anything though." Yun Yun heard this and froze, raising a finger to her mouth with a bewildered expression. The smell is gone. Did I imagine it? I've washed myself clean. How could Junior sister still smell it? Thanthu's face was covered in sweat, profusely shaking his hand. If there is, it's just your own smell. Don't be so suspicious. Suddenly, two male disciples sitting behind Yun Yun whispered, I heard that outside the city last night, there was a very strong, lingering scent of pills. It must be at least a 4th grade pill. I just heard about it too. I wonder which grand alchemist refined it. I didn't expect such a powerful master to be in Mo Yong City. I think this master must be here to find spiritual herbs. Yun Yun spoke up after hearing the conversation of the two male disciples, startling Thanthu. Is that master you? Junior sister's intuition has been so sharp lately, it's really frightening. Yun Yun turned around, poked a finger on her lip, and murmured, even 4th grade pills are difficult to refine. Two pairs of feet entered from outside the door. The innkeeper's eyes widened, sweat poured down his face, and he exclaimed loudly, honored guests. Outside the door was a man with a dark, frowning face. Thanthu glanced over, secretly smiling. This person's pressure is really strong. As the man's group entered, the innkeeper respectfully stepped aside, yielding the way. This way, please. Once the group had passed, Wanzi turned to whisper to Xiao Na. That person seems to be from a major sect. Is he also here to carry out the demon extermination order? It's possible he's also here to find spiritual herbs. It's best if we keep our distance from him. A moment later, Yun Yun held a large pot in her arms. I'm going to get some more plain porridge. Just as she turned around, Yun Yun accidentally bumped into a young man wearing a pitch-black cloak. With a darkened face, he turned back, glared, and yelled loudly, are you blind? After cursing, the young man turned and left. Wanzi and Xiao Na saw the scene and immediately stood up, looking angry. "You, stop right there." Fan Thu glanced over with sharp eyes and spoke up. "Everyone, wait." Xiao Na heard this and angrily turned to ask, "Fan Thu, why are you stopping us? Didn't you see that guy's obnoxious attitude, daring to bully junior sister?" Fan Thu raised his hand, and unexpectedly, a surge of demonic energy appeared in his palm. "You guys, look at this first." Wanzi turned her head and looked. Seeing the demonic energy in Fan Thu's hand, she couldn't help but be surprised. Black spiritual energy. Is that guy a demonic cultivator? Fan Thu stood up and clarified for the girls that demonic cultivator was hiding in this inn. He just felt that person's pressure and decided to flee. "We don't need to waste energy chasing him. Just follow this trail." "That makes sense, but if he runs too far, how will we find him?" Fan Thu stared intently at the demonic energy in his hand, stating bluntly, "If he dared to bully junior sister, then even if he runs to the ends of the earth, he won't escape." After saying that, Fan Thu immediately sent the demonic energy outside. Wanzi saw this and thought to herself, the demon heart art requires at least a core formation cultivation to practice. Yet junior brother has already learned it. The demonic energy flew out the door. Alongside it, a voice rang out, "Follow me." The demonic energy tracked the demonic cultivator, flying through the rows of inns. After tracking for a while, Fan Thu's group stopped in front of a wall. Xiao Na was disappointed. All that effort chasing, and it's a dead end? It's not a dead end. As Fan Thu touched the wall, a teleportation path opened up on it. "How did you do that, Fan Thu?" The male lead stepped into the teleportation path, replying to Xiao Na, "Early to bed, early to rise, drink lots of water, and diligently cultivate, and you'll gradually learn it." Xiao Na heard this and gave Fan Thu a sit-along glance, thinking, this guy is really full of it. He stays up late reading novels all the time and loves juices and tea. He doesn't cultivate at all. As they were walking, something suddenly startled Fan Thu, causing him to immediately turn around and tightly hug the three girls to him. He quickly pulled all three girls into the bushes to hide. The three girls, pressed into the bushes, were very uncomfortable and kept fidgeting. Silence. Look ahead. At this moment, in front of the four of them, two girls in blue and purple robes were surrounded by a group of demonic cultivators. The two sisters held their swords tightly, relying on each other to fight against the demonic cultivators. Wanji's eyes widened in horror when she saw the two girls. It's Chuling and Zijun. "These two are disciples of our sect. Junior brother, you must have met these two before." Fan Thu's face fell, thinking to himself, "Indeed I have. I've even peeked at them a few times." It can be considered a fated encounter. Xiao Na also craned her neck to peek out, curious. They're at a disadvantage. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on much longer. Meanwhile, Yun Yun was still nestled in Fan Thu's arms, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment due to the extremely undulating terrain. Fan Thu leaned closer, raising his hand to Yun Yun's mouth and softly said, "Junior sister, hide carefully and don't move anymore." A second later, Xiao Na and Wanzi stepped out of the bushes, glaring ahead and exclaiming, "If we don't do something, those two will fall into the hands of the demonic cultivators. It's too late to find reinforcements now. I can't stand by and watch my fellow disciples be in danger. Senior sister Luo, let's go together." In the forest, a group of demonic cultivators surrounded for female immortals. These girls are really exerting themselves. If they don't fight anymore, this humble monk will have to step in. Haha. Oh, the monk is about to scare these maidens to death. It makes this humble Taoist want to play with them for a bit too. A girl in a purple dress held her sword tightly, glaring ahead, thinking, the strength difference between us is too great. My spiritual and physical energy are exhausted. Am I fated to die here? Standing next to the bald man was the leader of the demonic cultivators. He bared his teeth and flashed a lewd smile. Don't drag this out any longer. Finish the fight quickly. We have important business to attend to later. What a pity. The monk raised his hand, condensing a powerful surge of spiritual energy. If it weren't for the rush, I'd really want to play a bit longer. He threw a punch with immense power, creating a shocking explosion in midair. Chuling emerged from the swirling dust, her eyes half closed, raising her hand to block. At the same time, Wanzi suddenly appeared, using her magic treasure to create a protective barrier in front of them. Chuling, Zijun, are you two alright? After saying that, Wanzi raised her magic treasure high, chanted an incantation, and unleashed powerful surges of spiritual energy. Then Wanzi immediately launched an attack towards the demonic cultivators in front of her. Wanzi raised her jade flute magic treasure to her lips and blew. She had already calculated in her mind, there are 8 of them in total, 3 at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and the remaining 5. I can't discern their cultivation. Either they're at the same realm as me or at the core formation stage. The leader of the demonic cultivators glanced behind him, a sinister smile on his lips. I originally thought to against one seemed shameful. I didn't expect 3 more maidens to arrive. Their movement techniques seem quite good. Let's quickly take down these maidens, then we can all play together. Xiao Na, with an angry expression, drew her gleaming, sharp sword and glared ahead. You really are a bunch of scumbags. No sooner had Xiao Na finished speaking than the demonic cultivator leader and the monk rushed forward, their faces twisted with unparalleled perversion. Look at her legs, so slender and long. This old man can't wait any longer. Let me give you a taste. Before they could do anything, Than Thu suddenly flew out from the bushes. He swung his fist and punched both men in the face, hitting two birds with one stone, leaving their faces swollen. Only I am allowed to help them enjoy themselves. Wanzi and Xiao Na heard this. Their eyes widened, and they froze for a 5 dry second moment, speechless. While they were stunned, a demonic cultivator flew up from behind Xiao Na. It seems this maiden is already taken. That makes it even more exciting. How about you come to my room tonight and we have some fun? Shut your mouth. After saying that, Xiao Na turned around and unleashed countless sword chi towards the demonic cultivator, startling him greatly, forcing him to raise both hands to block. With Xiao Na's barrage of sword chi, the demonic cultivator sustained a gash on his cheek. I didn't expect this girl to be so strong. While he was deep in thought, a flying dagger suddenly shot out, slashing past the demonic cultivator, causing him to scream in pain. Meanwhile, Wanzi was still continuously playing her flute, and at the same time, a tall demonic cultivator carrying a saber ran over, uttering perverse words. Heh heh, looking around, only this fairy is the gentlest. I like her. When Wanzi heard that, her face darkened, and she glared at the demonic cultivator, remaining silent. Then the demonic cultivator swung his gigantic saber, aimed straight forward, and grinned a lecherous smile. Take this. He leaped into the air and chopped down with an extremely powerful energy attack, but Wanzi quickly dodged it. He didn't give up, immediately turned around and struck again with his saber. Wanzi lightly leaped up and spectacularly dodged another blow. He flew into a rage, spun around and swung straight at Wanzi, launching a deadly attack. But in a flash, Wanzi disappeared, leaving the demonic cultivator utterly surprised. Immediately after, he was enveloped by streams of energy, causing him immense pain, and he screamed, "Fairy maiden, spare my life!" At the same time, in another development, Than Thu was fighting against the leader demonic cultivator and the monk. His unmatched skill was dodging attacks while reading a book. He thought to himself, not bad. Xiao Na is about to defeat that demonic cultivator, and senior sister has already finished, preparing to come help. If she helps junior sister, it'll be even faster to take them all down. As expected of the heavenly ghost sacred body, not long after advancing to foundation establishment, she can already push a mid-stage foundation establishment demonic cultivator to desperation. The Vermilion Bird bloodline is also incredibly powerful. If senior sister activates her bloodline, she could probably fight a core formation cultivator to a draw. While Than Thu was deep in thought, the two demonic cultivators were still relentlessly attacking him to the point where dust and smoke billowed, obscuring the sky. After fighting for a while, the two demonic cultivators stopped to rest for a bit. Damn it, this brat is fighting us and reading a book at the same time. How much does he look down on us? I thought this brat was just recklessly sacrificing himself for a beauty, but I didn't expect him to see through all our killing moves. If this keeps up, we definitely can't defeat him. Kid, your movement technique is so strange. You probably can't keep fighting. Why don't you become a demonic cultivator? You'll surely have a lot of fun. Limitless future, when we go back, I'll find you a few beautiful women. You can do whatever you want with whoever you want. Thanthu heard that and turned to sneer. Can't fight anymore? I'm tired of fighting too. Just raising my hands and feet is exhausting. Hearing that, the two guys angrily raised their fists and charged forward. You want to die, huh? Watch your stinking mouth. Be careful. These might be the last few seconds of your life. Before the two youths could even attack Thanthu, he kicked them both in the stomach and pushed them back. Having taken Thanthu's punch, the two youths felt agonizing pain, as if their flesh was torn and bones shattered. Boss, save me. As soon as he finished speaking, the two youths collapsed to the ground, and at the same time, someone stepped forward and said, "What a bunch of useless trash." The leader of the demonic cultivators appeared. He stepped out, clenched his fists, flexed his power, glared intently forward, and roared loudly. Thanthu heard the noise and sensed the oppressive power from the demonic cultivator leader, then turned his head to look. Core formation stage. The demon lord spread his arms wide, condensing to incredibly powerful and potent spiritual energies. After that, he unleashed tremendously mighty and terrifying blasts of power. Wanzi felt a sudden change behind her and immediately turned her head to glance. Facing the demonic cultivator leader's attack, Wanzi screamed in alarm, "Junior sisters, retreat quickly." On this side, Xiaona also sensed the demonic cultivator leader's energy attack approaching her and widened her eyes. No good, no time to circulate the spiritual art. Wanzi tightly gripped her magic artifact, looking forward with sharp, angry eyes, thinking to herself, the attack didn't reach him, not enough time to circulate the spiritual art. The demonic cultivator leader, with a dark, murderous face, charged forward, baring his teeth in a sinister grin. In the blink of an eye, he had seized Wanzi in his palm. Xiaona saw the scene before her and immediately drew her sword, aiming straight at the demonic cultivator leader's arm. He turned and saw Xiaona, startled and panicked, eyes wide, hastily retracting his hand. Immediately, Wanzi performed the 24 melodies of the Luotian charm, and a gigantic sword instantly formed right in front of her. Facing Wanzi's attack, the demonic cultivator leader raised his hand to block, then he stared intently forward, baring his teeth in a sinister smile. The power isn't small, but it's far from enough to defeat me. After speaking, he soared high into the sky, creating a violent whirlwind that made Xiaona stumble and lose her footing. Next, the demonic cultivator leader landed from above, and suddenly a gigantic snake spirit appeared right behind him. He raised both hands, threw his head back, and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, let me see how you block my next attack." As soon as he finished speaking, the snake spirit quickly crawled forward and attacked Wanzi. The demonic cultivator leader glanced over, and something made him stare in astonishment. Within the dense smoke were the fairy maidens, along with Xiaona and Yun Yun, in defensive stances. The demonic cultivator leader turned around, condensing a powerful surge of spiritual energy filled with countless violent lightning bolts in his palm. "You are nothing but small fries, incapable of achieving anything, yet you dared to face me? You truly wish to die." With that, he unleashed a fatal blow towards the fairy maidens, creating a shocking explosion. Immediately after, Yun Yun stumbled out of the smoke, her face covered in injuries, eyes half closed, holding a tattered fan. Seeing that scene, the demonic cultivator leader couldn't help but be surprised. Witnessing his attack being blocked, the demonic cultivator leader's face darkened, and he ground his teeth in frustration. "You actually blocked my attack?" Meanwhile, Yun Yun, having strained herself to withstand an unimaginable force, was exhausted and collapsed to the ground, panting continuously. Seeing this, Wanzi, from behind, couldn't hide her alarm, rushing to her side and calling out worriedly, "Yun Yun!" The demonic cultivator leader gave his opponents no chance to catch their breath. immediately casting a spell that transformed the snake spirit into a blazing fire snake. Exuding terrifying pressure and growling, "If you wish to die, then I shall grant you your wish." Facing the brutal attack of the demonic cultivator leader, Xiao Na and Wanzi charged forward together, using their magic artifacts to fight back. However, the opponent's formidable power was too much for Wanzi to handle. Very quickly, the demonic cultivator leader's fire snake completely gained the upper hand, rushing straight in and knocking both girls away. Even so, the demonic cultivator leader was not appeased. He continued to charge towards Xiao Na and Wanzi while both were rapidly depleting their strength. Wanzi struggled to grip her magic artifact, her entire body covered in injuries. Xiao Na also clutched her wounded body, her eyes wide with horror as she looked forward, only one thought in her mind: "It's over, I can't move." From below, Yun Yun witnessed everything in utter panic, her eyes wide as she screamed, "Senior sister, Xiao Na!" The other female disciples were also utterly terrified to see the demonic cultivator leader about to crush the two of them, Wanzi, junior sister Xiao Na. The demonic cultivator leader unleashed a violent energy strike towards Wanzi and Xiao Na, letting out a savage laugh. "Ha ha ha, it's over." At this critical moment, Fan Thu finally appeared. He delivered a furious kick, creating ripples of shockwaves, then swiftly closed in and gave the demonic cultivator leader a devastating blow to the stomach. Having dealt with the enemy, Fan Thu turned around, gently caught his two beautiful wives, and slowly landed. He asked solicitously, "Are you okay?" "No, no, I'm not." However, the peace didn't last long before Wanzi suddenly bent down and realized that Fan Thu's hand was placed in a very sensitive position, squeezing her oranges. She screamed in alarm, "It's not okay at all." Fan Thu casually commented, "It's a pity your chest is a bit small. It's not very comfortable to hug." At this moment, he was holding two firm souls in his hands. Wanzi blushed and snapped, "Hey, you, why haven't you taken your hand off yet?" Xiao Na also clenched her fists, glaring at Fan Thu and growling, "Even if my chest is small, you're not allowed to touch it." Fan Thu thought to himself, "I must find a way to help senior sisters that grow bigger, or else I'll suffer later." Meanwhile, the demonic cultivator leader scrambled up from the ground, looking around blankly, wondering when they had run off. "The only person I can think of is that young man." Wanzi walked behind Fan Thu, speaking with great concern. "Junior brother, that demonic cultivator's power is truly terrifying. You all tend to your wounds first. I'll go back and deal with it." The demonic cultivator leader began to condense a surge of spiritual energy in his hand, roaring, "Well done, brat. To think you could injure me. I'm very eager to see what skills you possess." With that, he lunged at Fan Thu, but Fan Thu lightly sidestepped, causing him to ram his head into the ground. A sharp blade swung up, creating a powerful sword chi that slashed straight towards the demonic cultivator leader. This sword chi was unleashed by Fan Thu. Seizing the advantage, the male protagonist continuously attacked, unleashing countless fierce sword chi attacks. Facing the relentless attacks, the demonic cultivator leader could only close his eyes and endure, gritting his teeth in anger. Fan Thu continued to furiously attack, leaving him no room to retaliate. The two girls watched, unable to hide their joy. Junior brother is actually fighting on par with a core formation demonic cultivator, and even gaining the upper hand. Such exquisite moves, this kid truly opens our eyes. Shulin, standing nearby, also widened her eyes and frowned, staring intently. He can actually fight like this? All the techniques this kid uses are elementary spiritual arts of the Gyuan Sword Valley, but when Yun Fan Thu performs them, they seem like some high-level spiritual art. I'm afraid even the elders couldn't do the same. Clearly, the techniques are crude and simple, but in this junior brother's hands, they become incredibly mystical, difficult to resolve. His cultivation is only at the foundation establishment stage. To think I'd be beaten to this state by a mere foundation establishment brat, caught off guard, how humiliating. Thinking this, a golden spiritual energy immediately appeared beneath the demonic cultivator leader's feet, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. A snake spirit burst from the ground, its mouth wide open, roaring ferociously. The demonic cultivator leader went berserk, raising both hands, continuously absorbing dense demonic energy. This is too much. I have to use my secret technique. This time, you're dead for sure. He stared with bloodshot eyes, baring his teeth in a sinister grin. I can't wait to see the face of this damned brat when I crush him, and then I'll kill all those female cultivators. So you can reunite early. Thanthu suddenly leaped up, cutting through the demonic cultivator leader's golden energy with a powerful sword chi. In a flash, he charged forward, leaving the demonic cultivator leader only enough time to widen his eyes in shock. Yun Yun, standing on this side, seeing this, unleashed abundant spiritual power and shouted, "Don't be afraid, Xiaothu, I'll help you." Thanthu and the demonic cultivator leader clashed, the two forces colliding so powerfully that both were flung back. Yun Yun's spiritual power flew over and wrapped around Thanthu's sword. He sensed, although I'm not consuming physical or spiritual energy, I can still feel them recovering. My speed and strength are also increasing. Thus, I can lie and say that it was thanks to the elixirs and junior sisters' help that I was able to win. The demonic cultivator leader flew into a rage, widening his eyes and mouth to unleash raging flame-blazing claws. Immediately, a gigantic hand with sharp claws appeared. Thanthu saw his appearance and lightly sneered. Does he like to yell while attacking? How idiotic. Should I say something appropriate for the atmosphere? Ending his thoughts, Thanthu tightly gripped his sword, charging forward and sweeping past the demonic cultivator leader like a whirlwind. Then he took the full force of the powerful sword chi. The intense pain erupted, leaving him only enough time to let out a desperate cry. Moments later, the demonic cultivator leader collapsed to the ground. As soon as the opponent was dealt with, Xiaona quickly ran over and hugged the male protagonist. Thanthu, are you okay? I'm fine. Thanks to Junior Sister's help and using elixirs, I'm not injured at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Wanzi walked over, looking at him worriedly. Don't be so reckless. That guy is a core formation cultivator. Let me check you. How could you not be injured after such an intense fight? Don't worry, I'm truly fine. You go to Junior Sister's place. I'll go take care of the remaining demonic cultivators. The two girls heard that and froze for 5 seconds. It was true. He wasn't injured at all. Thanthu acted as if defeating a core formation cultivator was just an everyday occurrence. Thinking of this, the two girls looked at Thanthu with affectionate eyes, and he was indeed very handsome. As expected of the one they liked, after a while, Thanthu rounded up the 3 demon cultivators, cornering them in one spot. The leader of the demon cultivators had a face as black as a pot, his eyes wide with fear, pleading, "I'll give you anything you want, just don't kill me." Hearing this, Thanthu squatted down, baring his teeth in a sinister smile. I ask you, how many corn cakes can 1 coin buy? The demon cultivator leader's face darkened when he heard this. What did you say? Then he calmly stared at Thanthu, grinning slyly. I've never eaten such common stuff, have I? It probably isn't that expensive, for 1 coin. Right. As soon as he finished speaking, Thanthu immediately smacked him across the face, dislocating his jaw. How dare you lie to me? After dealing with that, he turned to the trembling monk beside him, pressing, who's more handsome, me or the Duke of Northern City? Hearing this, the monk immediately looked up and replied, how can the Duke compare to you? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately received a dozen kicks from Thanthu. Don't flatter me. The demon cultivator boss sitting on the side saw that scene and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, this brat is just looking for an excuse to kill us. So decisive and cold, not at all like a junior disciple sent out for training. Then Thanthu glanced over with sharp, cold eyes. What are you doing here? The leader of the demon cultivators immediately sat up, his eyes wide as he said a condition. If you want me to tell you, you mustn't kill me. Just spare me. Then I'll tell you our secret. With your strength, you'll surely be highly valued by the great lord, and later you'll have unimaginable good fortune. But if you kill me, you won't gain anything at all. That makes sense. The The demon cultivator leader was overjoyed and smiled brightly when he heard this. Before he could say anything more, a ray of light flashed across his neck, splattering blood everywhere. If you don't speak, then so be it. I don't need to know. As the ray of light faded, the demon cultivator leader reunited with his ancestors. Damn it, has this guy's curiosity been eaten by dogs? Back to Eugene Inn. In the boudoir, Wanzi sat on the bed with Xiuling. It's a good thing you, senior sister Wan, arrived in time, otherwise we'd all be dead. It's okay now. Xiaoling, don't be scared anymore. Xiuling placed her hand on her chest and smiled. This time, thanks to junior brother Yun, we were able to escape. Thank you, junior brother Yun. I didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems the rumors in the sect were completely wrong. Xiaoya looked intently at the apple in her hand and exclaimed, "That's right. Unexpectedly strong. I thought after advancing to the late-stage foundation establishment, I could close the gap with Thanthu, but who knew Xiaothu had such powerful hidden cultivation?" After thinking, the girl turned to stare at Thanthu and pressed, "Tell me honestly, just how strong are you? You're not allowed to lie to me. I'm only a little stronger than you. If you keep exaggerating, I'll hit you right now." It's really only a little, but I don't know if it's a big little or a small little. The stars in the sky look very small, but they're actually very large. Xiaoya tightened her grip on the apple in her hand and remained silent. Then she shoved the entire apple into Thanthu's mouth. So much for small and large. Xiuling and Wanzi, sitting on the bed, burst into laughter at the sight. That's right. Are the junior sisters also here for the demon extermination order? Xiuling heard this and gently shook her head. Our cultivation is low. How dare we participate in the demon extermination order? We only came here this time to find some spiritual herbs. Unexpectedly, we ran into demon cultivators as soon as we arrived. So that's how it is. How about you come with us then? Then we'll accept senior sister Wan's kindness. However, the gentleman raised both hands to refuse. After encountering something like this, we don't dare to stay here long. We can only return to the sect quickly. Thanthu nibbled on a piece of cake, glancing over and thinking to himself, coming all this way, not only did I not find anything, but I almost died here. Outside Moying City Gate, Thanthu's group walked together into the city. As they walked, Thanthu suddenly called out to Wanzi. She turned around with a bewildered expression. What is it? Thanthu placed a storage ring into Wanji's hand. Junior brother, what's this? Thanthu raised a finger forward and bluntly replied, these are some spiritual herbs and items from those demon cultivators. We can't let the junior sisters go back empty-handed either. Wanzi raised her hand and stared intently at the ring. You defeated all those demon cultivators, so you can do whatever you want with their stuff. Are you trying to help them so it'll be easier to ask them to be bridesmaids later? Saying this, she glanced over and chuckled. Or do you want to ask them not to make too much trouble on your wedding night? What do junior sisters' bridesmaids have to do with me? Unless, do you like me, senior sister? Wanzi frowned irritably at this. You already know. Why ask? After thinking, she moved forward and touched Thanthu's lips with her finger, making the boy blush. I don't just like you, I like you to come up here with me too. Xiuling, walking ahead, lowered her head and sighed, thinking to herself, not only did I not find any spiritual herbs, but I also spent a ton of healing elixirs, this time returning to the sect. I'm sure to be laughed at. Senior sister Wan, you don't need to see me off. Go back and rest. Hearing this, the group stopped in front of a stall. Senior sister Wan, I wish everyone success in finding spiritual herbs. Alright, it seems you've lost the will to search. This training can be considered beneficial for you. Don't be sad anymore. Returning to the sect, you'll surely be scolded by master. How can I not be sad? After chatting, Xiuling turned around, raised her arm to wave, and smiled brightly. Senior sister, we're leaving. As soon as she finished speaking, Wanzi walked over and grabbed Xiuling's hand. Hey, take this. Be careful on the road. Is it a storage ring? Xiuling stared intently at the storage ring in her hand, thinking to herself, A storage ring is something a low-level disciple like me yearns for, and this ring has so many things in it. Senior sister, this is. Wanzi walked over and gently patted Juling's head. You also helped out when fighting the demon cultivators. This is your share. But it was clearly everyone who saved us. And this share is too much. I can't accept it. Wanzi heard this, bent down, and raised a finger, speaking clearly. This is Junior Brother's wish. He's very rich, so don't worry if you don't want it. I won't force you. Hearing this, Juling couldn't help but rush forward and hug Wanzi. Thank you, senior sister. After saying that, the girls all shouted, brother-in-law. Thanthu heard this and glanced over with an innocent expression. When he turned around, he saw the girls standing in a line, bowing before him. What are the junior sisters doing? Please take care of senior sister Wan. We'll help you pursue senior sister Wan, get married quickly, and have children. Wanzi could only hold her head and sigh deeply, speechless. Inside the boudoir, countless command tokens lay on the table. Yun Yun turned to look at Xiao Ya and exclaimed, Xiao Ya, these are identity jade tokens for demon cultivators, and also the basis for tallying the number of participants in the demon extermination order. That core formation demon cultivator probably had a high status. We gained quite a lot this time. Xiao Ya picked up a command token and stared at it, thinking, I hope my luck continues. If I can enter the Immortalist ranking, not only can I bring glory to Mu province, but I can also receive spirit-shaping herbs. When my chest gets a little bigger, I'll be more confident when fighting Hanyu. At the same time, Thanthu entered from outside. Yun Yun turned around, saw him, and happily exclaimed, Xiaothu, senior sister Wan, you're back. Senior sister Wan, look at this. I found it in the storage ring. I couldn't open it no matter what I tried. This belonged to that core formation demon cultivator. I wonder what's inside. Yun Yun brought out a black box, sealed by a talisman and locked with heavy chains. Wanzi walked over and touched the black box. The level of this seal is very high. With our strength, we can't break it. We could ask other merchant guilds to open it for us, but it would cost a lot of money, and it's not safe to let outsiders see it. Hearing this, Thanthu raised his hand and offered, Senior sister, let me take a look. Don't try too hard. We can take it back to the sect and figure it out then. I've been trying for a while and can't open it. Xiaofu, don't waste your effort. Thanthu slammed his hand on the black box, then removed the talisman from the box. The three girls were all astonished at the sight and exclaimed in unison, It's open. Thanthu opened the lid of the black box. The way to open it is actually very simple. Why throw away something free, right? Inside the black box was not some other item, but a fox. The little fox stood up and poked its head out, its large, round eyes looking incredibly adorable. Wanzi knelt down, her hands on the table, staring intently at the little fox. Is it a spiritual beast? Xiaoya's eyes widened and sparkled when she saw it. Oh my, it's so cute. Thanthu became thoughtful, raising his hand to stroke his chin. This is a spirit-tiered cat. It has a trace of divine beast bloodline. It's very rare in the Azure continent. With its adorable appearance, it's often kept as a pet. If raised as a battle beast, it also has formidable combat power. The spirit-tiered cat has extremely sensitive senses and can be used to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It seems that Demon Cultivator was looking for something. Saying this, Thanthu swung his arm towards the spirit cat. Let me tame it. However, as soon as it heard Thanthu say that, the spirit cat strongly protested. He concentrated a stream of spiritual power in his palm. This spirit cat is really stubborn. I can't communicate with it through divine sense. It seems I'll have to use spiritual pressure. Suddenly, Wanzi walked over and grabbed Thanthu's hand. Junior brother, don't scare it. Let me try. Xiaoya walked over and gently stroked the spirit cat's cheek. There, don't be scared. Xiaoya hugged the spirit cat, lifting it high and playing with it. You truly are adorable. The spirit cat nestled close to Xiaoya, even rubbing cheeks with her. Thanthu's eyes widened at the sight. This wild thing was tamed just like that? Xiaoya held the spirit cat tightly in her arms and replied, Taming spiritual beasts is actually very simple. It's just a tiny little cat. Wouldn't it be a shame not to tame it? He was stunned for 5 seconds after hearing that, speechless and not knowing what to say. One evening, in a bustling and lavish market, Thanthu took Xiaoya strolling through the streets to broaden her horizons. As expected of the largest city, it's truly lively. Thanthu glanced to one side with a solemn expression. There are many high-level cultivators on this street. It seems the situation in Moying City is even more unpredictable than I imagined. While he was deep in thought, Xiaoya, holding a teddy bear, stood in front of him, smiling brightly. Thanthu, isn't this pretty? Sleeping with it would definitely be comfortable. The male lead immediately spoke up. It's beautiful. Buy it. Thanthu, look at this. Xiaoya picked up an umbrella and slung it over her shoulder, striking a super cute pose. Such an elegant and beautiful spiritual item is more suitable for a girl. The sword you gave me is too heavy. It's hard to carry too. Thanthu took out a money bag, smiling brightly indeed by this one. Although the sword's grade is quite high, it's only so-so. Girls really prefer beautiful spiritual artifacts. It can unleash gorgeous moves like this. After walking for a while, Xiaoya pointed at a stall, smiling brightly. Thanthu, look at this crab, it's so big. Its claws are really sharp too. Alright, buy it. Xiaoya held the crab in her hand and approached Thanthu. But what are you buying a crab for? If you want to eat, just go to a restaurant. This is so that if you oversleep later, I'll let it pinch you. It'll hurt like hell. Ha ha ha. Thanthu broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale. Let the crab pinch me. That's truly an amazing thought my wife would have. After thinking it over, he immediately grabbed Xiaoya's hand and pulled her close, making her blush shyly. What if that asterisk of mine gets damaged by this crab? Who would make you comfortable then? Hearing those words, Xiaoya hid her face in Thanthu's chest, embarrassed. What nonsense are you saying? So many people are looking. I can't dare to lift my head. Carry me. Alright, be careful. There are a lot of people. A while later, night fell on the quiet river. Someone was rowing a boat under the starry sky. It turned out to be Thanthu. He turned his head to look behind him, smiling, and thought to himself, now that I mention it, after entering the Kuai Nuyen Sword Valley, it's been a long time since I've rowed a boat with Xiaoya like this. There's no one here anymore, so why is it still so quiet? Xiaoya rested her chin on her hands, unconsciously looking at the water in front of her, and gently called, Thanthu. The male lead heard the call, turned his head, and glanced over. What is it? Xiaoya's cheeks flushed crimson as she smiled and blurted out, I like you. Thanthu froze, his face blank. Oh, is that so? Why are you suddenly saying that? Am I being confessed to? Xiaoya glared downwards. It's nothing, I just wanted to tell you. Xiaoya placed her hand over her heart, turned to Thanthu, and said clearly, I've always kept it to myself, but I don't know why I only dare to say it now. I liked you before, and now I like you even more. I like you so much I can't hold it in anymore. Thanthu was stunned, unable to believe his ears. A second later, he hugged Xiaoya tightly. I like you too. I can't believe Xiaoya was the one to say it first. Hearing this, Xiaoya looked up into Thanthu's eyes. Really, how much do you like me? Enough to want you as my wife, and to have children with you. How about it? Do you want to have a child with the surname Yun? Xiaoya heard this and shyly raised her hand and to smooth her hair. Of course, I do. So are you going to marry me? I've had that intention for a long time. I just didn't know when was the right time to say it. I can't believe some silly girl said it before me. Are you blaming me? I truly like you. Xiaoya leaned her head on Thanthu's shoulder, placing her hand on his chest. Then can you wait 2 more years to marry me? When I turn 18, it'll be the perfect age for marriage. Then, if we get pregnant from our wedding night, I won't be scared anymore. You're so silly, cultivators don't have age limits. You can get married anytime, as long as your cultivation is high enough. Even at 1,000 years old, you can maintain a youthful appearance. As long as your heart is unburdened, you'll stay young forever. but your physique shouldn't have marital relations too early. Wait a little longer, okay? Furthermore what? Right now, you're not well-nourished enough, not attractive enough for me. What the heck are you saying? I don't understand. It's okay, I'll explain it to you later. Xiaoya heard this and smiled, her eyes crinkling. Then I pity you. You'll still have to wait a few more years. I'll let you read adult books every day. Aren't you ashamed? Holy crap! How did you know that? Senior Sister Mu said that your pants are bulging every day. Thanthu's face turned ashen upon hearing that. How annoying! Junior Sister is such a gossip. She's not a child anymore, yet she talks nonsense. I'm not asking her for help anymore. Let her starve to death. Seeing Thanthu's expression, Xiaoya raised her hand to her mouth and chuckled softly. So can you really endure reading adult books every day? Thanthu heard this and pointed at his sweat-drenched face. I guess I can endure it. Xiaoya approached, holding up a finger in front of Thanthu. Even if you can't endure it, you're not allowed to seek out Senior Sister to resolve it. Your first time must be with me. Senior Sister, what? You know about this too? She flicked Thanthu's forehead so hard his brain almost popped out. I'm not an idiot, of course. I can tell that Senior Sister has feelings for you. Thanthu raised his hand to rub his swollen forehead. I'm sorry, this is also my first time in a male-female relationship. I don't have enough experience to handle it properly. Xiaoya turned around and stomped her foot into the water. I didn't come here to blame you. You're skilled in alchemy and your talent is high. I can keep you by my side now, but I'm not sure about the future. It's better to be content by your side, so you'll remember me later. Senior Sister would agree with me anyway. Having another sister is better than having another enemy. No matter what happens, you must not ignore me. You must not ignore me. After speaking, she looked up and glanced at Thanthu. Important things must be said 3 times. Did you remember, huh? I remember. Hearing this, Xiaoya held up 2 fingers and smiled, her eyes crinkling. Then I must go change my hair color to golden to celebrate then my dam's victory. I am the winner. Hee. Thanthu heard those words and hugged Xiaoya tightly. You are my main wife, with the highest status. From now on, you and I can do it once a day, okay? Xiaoya heard this, her cheeks flushing crimson with embarrassment. I still have to wait 2 more years. I wonder what it will feel like then. I'm really looking forward to it. If you're so looking forward to it, let me show you now, shall I? No, not now. Not yet. Thanthu placed his hand on Xiaoya's back and transmitted a stream of spiritual energy to her. A second later, Xiaoya felt the spiritual energy course through her body, and her chest grew incessantly, leaving her utterly embarrassed and speechless. Xiaoya lay across Thanthu's body, her bottom raised. He placed one hand on her back and raised the other to his mouth, chanting incantations and continuously transmitting spiritual energy to his wife. Xiaoya felt the surge from behind due to the spiritual energy, and her eyes slowly drooped. She opened her mouth wide and screamed, something just entered my body. The spiritual energy continuously absorbed into her body, making Xiaoya feel a sense of pleasure. The spiritual energy swirled around Xiaoya's entire body. My body is so hot. Xiaoya's entire body was now full of energy. She looked up at the sky, opened her mouth wide, and screamed, I told you not to. You pervert. Xiaoya stiffly buried her face in Thanthu's chest. Much more obedient now, this is the feeling of successful cultivation, turning Xiaoya into a girlfriend. Xiaoya looked up at Thanthu, her cheeks flushed. Don't I look beautiful? It's a shame I can't touch it anymore. Thanthu helped Xiaoya stand up and firmly grasped her shoulders. Don't be scared. Train like this for a few more years, and by the time we get married, we'll go all the way. You're talking nonsense again. But if you train me by giving me spiritual energy like that, I'd really like it. I'll wait for you in the room every day for one training session, okay? He heard this, spread his arms wide, his face pale, and forced a smile. This woman, she tries to seduce me every day. At the same time, Yun stood on the shore, gazing intently at Thanthu and Xiaoya's boat. Her eyes wide, she raised her hand and softly called, Xiaoya, Xiaothu. A moment later, the two of them rowed the boat to shore, reuniting with Yun Yun and Wanzi. Senior Sister Luo, Senior Sister Mu, you guys came out too? Where's that cat? It ate and then fell asleep. We were bored, so we came out for some fresh air. Xiaoya and Thanthu were still holding hands. Wanzi glanced over, saw the scene, and clearly looked annoyed. I heard there's a very famous clothing store in the market district. Do you guys want to go? Thanthu saw Wanji's gaze and felt a little intimidated, remaining silent. Hearing this, Xiaoya also stepped forward, squeezing between her two senior sisters, smiling brightly. Yes, we don't get many chances to visit a big city like this. Let's go look around and broaden our horizons. A while later, at the clothing store, the three girls went from one rack of clothes to another. So beautiful! These clothes are actually woven from rare silk, not only soft and comfortable, but also capable of defense. Yun Yun held a pink outfit in her hand and looked at it with sparkling eyes. This outfit is amazing. Finally found an outfit that fits my chest. Thanthu stood on this side, raised his hand to stroke his chin, smiling as he thought to himself, boys and girls really do have different concepts. Girls focus on appearance, choosing clothes that are beautiful and fashionable, while boys care about what's underneath. Caring about the quality and naturalness of the clothes, these outfits are all the type where one puff and everything is revealed. So thin that a light touch makes it slip off. Just looking at it makes people excited. This half-hidden, half-revealed style is the best. If these girls wore something like this, hahi. After pondering, the boy turned around and spoke. How far along are you all with choosing? Xiaoya poked her head out from the changing room. Thanthu, you came just at the right time. Xiaoya stepped out from the changing room, now dressed in a brand new, extremely beautiful outfit. How is it? Is it beautiful? Thanthu saw it and raised a finger to scratch his cheek. It's very beautiful. It's just that the fabric is a bit too thick. Xiaoya heard this and her eyes widened in confusion. What did you say? Nothing, the clothes over there aren't bad either. Do you want to go see which place? I want to see too. As soon as she finished speaking, Yunyun also ran over, beaming happily. On the mannequin was an extremely seductive outfit, exquisitely designed. Wanzi saw that outfit and covered her head helplessly, sweating profusely. Wearing this is no different from wearing nothing, right? No, if I try this on, I'll die of embarrassment. At the same time, Yunyun's eyes widened when she saw the outfit. This thin fabric won't fit my chest. If I wear it, everyone will see everything. Xiaofu, do you want us to wear these? Hearing this, Xiaoya immediately ran over and grabbed Yunyun's hand, pulling her along. Senior Sister Mu, don't mind him. His head is full of nonsense. Let's go, Senior Sister Mu. Thanthu heard those words and raised his hand, his face falling, sweating profusely. I was just showing them to you all. Wanzi glanced over, remained silent for a long time, not saying a word, then casually took the outfit. Wanzi hugged the outfit tightly to her body, her cheeks flushing red. At the same time, Xiaoya was also wandering around inside the store, looking left and right. Then she also reached out and took a sexy outfit. It's not that I don't like it. What if I need it someday? I'll just buy it. A moment later, Thanthu walked towards the checkout counter and saw the three girls standing together. What's wrong? Why are your faces so crumpled? Wanzi and Xiaoya heard the voice and turned to look. Things here are too expensive. We don't have enough spirit stones. I'm out of money too. Thanthu heard this and was stunned, a drop of sweat beginning to fall. Even Senior Sister doesn't have enough money? Wanzi raised a finger in front of Thanthu and answered clearly. Ordinary disciples in the sect only have so many spirit stones. I haven't had time to collect the money from the merchant association yet. So even Senior Sister is poor. Junior brother, can you lend me some money? Just a little is fine. As soon as Wanzi finished speaking, Yunyun also stepped forward and grabbed Thanthu's sleeve. Handsome Xiaofu, please lend it to Senior Sister Yunyun. It's so hard to find an outfit that fits my chest. This time, even if I die, I have to buy it. Thanthu heard this and turned his head to look behind him. Seeing the pile of clothes, his eyes widened. and he said loudly, "Is this a little? It's more like a billion a littles. Is this buying clothes or buying the entire store? It's too expensive." Xiaoya heard those words and was extremely disappointed. "You have so much money, you definitely have enough to buy it. This isn't a matter of money. So you don't like us. Like, of course I like you. It's just that carrying so much money on the street easily attracts attention and brings trouble. Can you buy a little less?" Xiaoya immediately placed her hands on her chest, looking at Thanthu with longing eyes. "I want to buy everything." Thanthu heard this and turned his face, glaring with an angry expression. "You're not listening to me? Then I won't let you buy any more." Xiaoya looked at Thanthu with a seductive gaze and said softly, "You will definitely buy them for us." Thanthu heard this and crossed his arms, then broke into a smug smile. "What method do you have? Tell me." Xiaoya then raised her hand to touch her lips, striking a seductive pose, and called Thanthu Daddy. The boy heard this and his eyes widened in shock, sweating profusely, speechless. The two girls, Wanzi and Yunyun, heard this and also followed suit. "Daddy, I want some too, Daddy, Daddy." Xiaoya ran over and grabbed Thanthu's sleeve tightly. "Well, are you going to buy them for us?" "Yes, yes. For these clothes, you girls are really trying hard." So Xiaoya pulled Thanthu away. That's right, so Daddy, go pay." Okay, my daughters wait there, Daddy's going to pay." Thanthu took out a black card. Although paying for these items now was more than enough, the future expenses would definitely not be small. I wonder if the assets in Lingji's ring can be increased a bit. This is a spirit stone storage card worth 1 million. And not only that, the ring is also filled with expensive items. This amount could buy 2 or 3 merchant associations. Who exactly is Lingji? Wanzi stepped forward and hugged Xiaoya. The two sisters were happy together. It worked. Junior sister is so mischievous. It's all thanks to junior sister Xiaoya. We both benefited. Haha. Isn't senior sister also very mischievous like me? It's all because of Xiaoya that I've become naughty. Xiaoya turned around and waved with a big smile. Alright. Xiaoya was wrong. In the future, senior sister should also think of more ways. We still have a lot of time together. My little bit of cleverness isn't enough. Wanzi heard this and clenched her fist with an expressionless face. Does Xiaoya know about me and junior brother? Elsewhere, footsteps were slowly descending the stairs. Its owner was a haughty-looking man, followed by a maid. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. His cheeks flushed. His gaze had met the figures of the Xiaoya sisters. All 3 fairy maidens possessed perfect figures, and their aura was also incredibly ethereal and lively. The veils covering their faces added a few more layers of mystery, making one wonder how much peerless beauty lay hidden beneath. After pondering for a while, the man stepped forward, cupped his hands, and flashed what he thought was a friendly smile. 3 maidens, I am Shang Yan, from the Linghuo sect of Kinglan region. It is an honor to meet you here. However, all 3 girls unanimously ignored Shang Yan's greeting, remaining silent. Seeing this, he was extremely annoyed. His face darkened. Even though he had heard of the Linghuo sect, they still dared to ignore him. After a moment of silence, Wanzi finally glanced over with a grumpy, annoyed expression. Mr. Shang, is there something you need? Linghuo sect, I never expected to encounter a major force from a domain-level power in this small Moyang city. Shang Yan stepped forward, spreading his hands with a lecherous smile. I see the young ladies have enchanting figures, but it's a pity that your faces are covered, preventing me from appreciating them. May I know the names of the fairy maidens, and which sect you belong to? Hearing this, Wanzi immediately wanted to leave. Excuse me, it's not convenient to disclose. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now. Asking names and backgrounds upon a first meeting is indeed impolite. It seems you ladies like quite a few outfits. How about I help you pay as an apology? Thank you for your kindness, sir, but someone has already paid for us. Hearing those words, Shang Yan was extremely frustrated, his face as dark as a pot. After that, he put on a fake smile. Then that's a pity. Your friend must also be a beauty. Where are they? Can you introduce me? Just as he finished speaking, Fan Thu suddenly appeared from behind Shang Yan. Looking for me, Shang Yan turned around, looking at Fan Thu with daggers in his eyes. Are you these fairy maidens' friend? This attire, he's merely a small cultivator from some obscure family sect in Mu province. Fan Thu casually walked past Shang Yan, raised both arms, and calmly replied, "Friend, no, you're wrong, I'm their dad." Fan Thu put his arms round the two girls, glared at Shang Yan, and then smiled smugly, explaining in detail, "I am their husband. Dad is just an affectionate nickname." Understand? Shang Yan's face darkened and he stood stunned, hearing and seeing that scene. He never expected this guy to dare utter such shameless words, truly without shame. He originally thought he was shameless enough, but this guy was even more so. After thinking, he glared fixedly straight ahead. Do you, in your current state, deserve to be friends with these three fairy maidens? But looking at the fairy maidens' expressions, it seems they do have some kind of relationship with him. Could he really be their partner? Saying that, Fan Thu then led them away. Alright, if you have nothing else, please make way. Haha, wait a moment. Meeting these fairy maidens is fate. This little gift isn't much, but it suits your status. I plan to go upstairs to buy them some more jewelry. Please wait a moment. Shang Yan glanced over, a look of disdain on his face. In this store, the higher the floor, the more expensive the items. They probably have never set foot on the upper floors, perhaps not having enough money. As long as he brings out an amount of wealth that brat doesn't possess, he can humiliate him in front of the fairy maidens. He had to let them know how powerful the force from Thunland Realm was. Thinking so, he stared intently at Tiu Na. This brother here lets these fairies suffer, but I cannot. The fairies can buy whatever they want. I won't bat an eye. Tiu Na heard him, turned around, and flatly replied, "No need. If there's nothing else, let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, Thunviam's maid stepped forward with an irritated expression. "Young lady, don't be so unreasonable. Our young master's position in Lang Ha Sect is very high. No one has ever dared to refuse like this. Do you dare to disrespect him? Ladies, don't refuse if the young master is pleased. Getting you on the immortal beauty ranking wouldn't be difficult." Hearing his maid's exaggerated praise, Thunviam also chimed in. "That's right, tomorrow I'll go with you ladies to slay demon cultivators. It would be such a pity if you didn't make it onto the immortal beauty ranking." Fan Thu heard those words and glanced back, signaling. Bragging about wealth is one thing, but daring to flirt in front of me. Do you sisters agree? Yuanchu saw the signal and nodded, indicating she understood. Then Yuanchu stepped forward and spoke clearly. "Speaking of eye-catching jewelry, there are indeed a few pieces if young master is so generous. This humble maiden will obey." Hearing this, Tiu Na also understood the situation. "So that's how it is. Actually, I also saw a few pieces of jewelry. Young master really wants to pay?" Van was surprised to hear that. "Huh, why are these two suddenly acting like this?" Thunviam heard her and raised his hand, warmly replying, "If that's the case, I invite both fairies upstairs. I am willing to help." The two fairies' opinion of me has changed. It seems the allure of the immortal beauty ranking is not small for them. He was about to go upstairs with the two ladies when Fan Thu raised a hand to stop him. "No need to bother. I'll buy whatever they like." "Can you even afford it?" Fan Thu heard that and smirked. "It's just some jewelry. What can I afford?" Thunviam glanced disdainfully, curling his lips into a smile. "Items also have ranks. The top floor doesn't have ordinary items." Yuancho clasped her hands, smiling radiantly. Fighting over who pays is quite interesting. Since both sirs are so keen, why don't we bet on who has more financial power? If young Master Thun wins, I will remove my veil for you to admire. I hope you won't find it lacking." Thunviam heard this and stroked his chin, thinking, just from her face, I can tell her features are exquisite. Her beauty must be remarkable. In this region, removing a veil signifies submission. Is she hinting at something? After pondering, he grinned. "Then let's follow the fairy's words. If he wins, haha, I'll give him the demon-slaying token I just acquired. What do you think?" Yuanchu, standing behind Fan Thu, spoke up. "Well, Do you dare or not? After a moment of silence, Thanthu glanced over, agreed, fine, I bet it is. Hearing this, Yuan Chuan Tiu Na also walked forward. Thanviam walked behind the two ladies, wearing a perverted expression unlike any other. Looking at their waists and arms, and then their captivating faces, I wonder what they look like in bed. After thinking, he turned and raised his hand high, smiling broadly. I'll buy everything on this floor and the 2 floors above and below, and give it all to you fairies. Oh my god, the young master is really crazy. The maid followed behind Thanviam with a worried expression. Master, here, you don't need to remind me, I know. The maid glanced behind, frowning and scowling. The master has already bought it, brat, what about you? Thanthu walked up the stairs with an awkward and difficult expression. Thanviam saw this and glared at Thanthu, exclaiming, Sir, why are you silent? Why aren't you speaking anymore? 10,000 spirit stones is already a large sum. I fear all his possessions might only amount to that. What will you bet against me with? Go fetch the shopkeeper here. A moment later, the shopkeeper arrived, quickly wiping sweat from his face with a handkerchief. Which esteemed adult wants to buy all the items on these floors? Hearing this, Thanviam raised his hand and bluntly replied, It's me, I hope you can do it quickly. Don't make these fairies wait too long. Esteemed adult, I'm truly sorry, but we cannot sell it. Thanviam was furious upon hearing this, his face darkening. He turned and yelled directly at the shopkeeper. Cannot sell? What nonsense? Do you know where I come from? The old shopkeeper heard him and trembled, sweating profusely. No, no, adult. This humble one would not dare to offend. Just what? Then speak quickly. The old shopkeeper pointed at Thanthu. It's just that this store has already been bought by this esteemed adult. What? This store was bought by him? Yes, just a moment ago. Thanviam heard this and gritted his teeth bitterly. Buying this store would cost at least 500,000 spirit stones. How could he possibly afford it? Aren't you trying to trick me? Having said that, the old shopkeeper handed the black card back to Thanthu. Adult, the spirit stones have been deducted. Here is your card. Thanviam stared at Thanthu's black card, thinking to himself, this card requires over 1 million spirit stones to be eligible to use. This guy is actually a rich scion. Thanthu embraced the 3 ladies, glancing at Thanviam with a smirk. Once you've called me father, I naturally have to take good care of you. Do you ladies like this little gift? Thanviam no longer dared to boast confidently at this moment. Not only am I inferior, but I'm also a bit stingy. My financial power isn't enough to save face. I was tricked by them, who conspired to put on a show, and I foolishly fell into their trap. I've been flirting for so long, and I've never encountered such an embarrassing situation. After thinking, he raised both hands in front of him, forcing a smile. Haha, the fairies are truly playful to play such a game with this humble one. However, if it brings a smile to the fairies' faces, this humble one has nothing more to say. Yuanju stood within Thanthu's embrace, staring at Thanviam's bitter face, and exclaimed, We never paid attention to you. You were the one who bothered us, and now you've lost but won't admit it. Insulted by a beauty, the prettiful young man threw a pouch of items towards Thanthu's group. Fairies, please accept the token, perhaps we'll meet again. And so Thanviam and his teammates left, feeling utterly deflated. Is Master just going to let that brat go like that? He's so arrogant. If we don't catch him and punish him, I can't stomach this rage. Hearing that, Thongvim glanced behind him with a darkened face, smirking sinisterly. This is someone else's territory. Don't break the rules. Besides, we have something to do tonight. As long as that brat is in the Thongland region, we'll naturally meet him eventually. Hearing that, the 2 female servants closed their eyes tightly, bowed their heads, and said in unison, Yes, your subordinates understand. At the same time, in another development, on the table was a land contract with a red handprint. Thanthu, did you really buy that store? The male picked up the teacup, brought it to his mouth to savor, and smiled as he replied, That's right, seeing that you girls liked it, I went ahead and bought it. When you girls dress beautifully and are happy, I feel happy too. As soon as he finished speaking, Tiuna turned to hug Thanthu tightly and gave him a passionate kiss. I love you the most. Immediately after, Ewing Kai also surprisingly turned and kissed Thanthu's other cheek, which startled him. Then she let go and raised her hand to brush her hair back. Her cheeks flushed red. Senior sister loves you too. Seeing that scene, Tiuna glanced over and said emphatically, no lies. Sister Lack, Sister Muck, and I are truly beautiful. Living with 3 beauties must be great, huh? Of course it's great. It's a feast for the eyes every day. Puts me in a good mood. It's good that you understand. Right, where did you get so many spirit stones? About 1 million, my goodness, that could buy several merchant associations. Hearing this, Ewing Kai also felt curious and stepped forward to inquire. I don't understand either. Such a large amount would be the property of a major sect. Even for a sect, how did Junior Brother get it? Well, as a cultivator, it's reasonable to have some pocket money on hand. Hearing that, Van Van poked her index fingers together, looking ahead with a bewildered expression. Tiuthu, this isn't called pocket money anymore. Ewing Kai fell silent after hearing that, stroking her chin. Could it be from the alchemy sect again? But 1 million spirit stones is still a lot. If it's from the alchemy sect, then I can understand. The wealth of those powerful alchemists is truly terrifying. But for an alchemist to be this rich, who could it possibly be? Hearing this, Thanthu clasped his hand over his mouth, hastily changing the subject. No, I won't tell you. It's a secret. Actually, I just wanted to buy you girls some things. I didn't expect that guy to cause trouble, but it's fine. These jade tokens have reduced our workload. Speaking of which, this time it was also thanks to Tiuna and Senior Sister's seamless cooperation. Ewing Kai picked up the teapot and poured into a cup. I just need to look into your eyes to know your intentions. Tricking people is your specialty. That Dong Vim seemed foolish. A little coaxing was all it took for him to fall into the trap. Tiuna nodded off at the table, sighing, my reaction was a bit slow, but luckily I still managed to cooperate. Thanthu took the cup of water that Ewing Kai poured for him and exclaimed, just one look and you understood my intentions. Then we truly are, how should I put it? Telepathic, said Tiuna and Ewing Kai, leaning their faces close together and glancing over, speaking in unison. Hearts beating as one. Thanthu heard that and waved a finger back and forth. No, there is an even more suitable word. Tiuna raised her hand to her mouth, her cheeks flushing, and clearly said for words, husband sings, wife praises. Thanthu stood in front of the 2 girls, arms crossed, eyes closed tightly. None of those. So what word is it? He pointed a finger skyward, casually answering his to wife's question. You girls know my thoughts, understand my intentions, understand them as clearly as a sword sheath is connected to the sword itself. Therefore, it's called one sword, 2 sheaths. Tiuna and Ewing Kai heard that and immediately raised their fists with angry expressions. Immediately after, the muffled sounds of someone being beaten echoed. That night at a lit inn, inside a boudoir under candlelight, was a bag filled with jade tokens. Thanthu picked up a jade token, staring intently at it and thinking, this pattern is Demon Emperor Palace. I didn't expect this Thong Vim to have a jade token from the Demon Emperor Palace. The Demon Emperor Palace was a major force in the cultivation world when I first returned, once renowned for its supreme treasure, the Myriad Demon Orb. Unfortunately, it was later attacked by many jealous sects, couldn't resist, and was defeated. For several millennia after that, there was no news. And the whereabouts of the Myriad Demon Orb were unknown. While he was deep in thought, Van Van opened the door and called, Thanthu. She was wearing a cute rabbit-shaped pajama set. Tiuthu, I need to go to the bathroom. Hearing that, he pointed behind him. The bathroom is over there. This is my room. No! But I'm scared. Thanthu understood her meaning and quickly got out of bed. Alright. Late at night, the sky was full of glittering stars. Thanthu bit his fingertip, looking unconsciously ahead. It seems I must go investigate tonight. A moment later, Van Van had finished in the bathroom and walked out. She let out a long yawn, then raised her hand to wave. Thank you, Tiuthu. You're so kind. Thanthu responded with a wave of his own. Good night, junior sister. Fanthu turned his head to look behind him, seeing that Tiu Van had left. He then kicked hard against the window and leaped out. Fanthu moved as fast as a gust of wind, gracefully gliding over rooftops. While moving, Fanthu, with a serious expression, thought to himself, I see. The demonic cultivator mentioned creation, so this is what he meant. They brought the Lini Neo, clearly looking for something. Now it seems the item they're looking for might be related to the Demon Emperor. The sudden proliferation of spiritual herbs in Mokduong City, consuming perhaps not spiritual energy, but demonic energy, only the Demon Emperor Palace's sacred artifact, the Myriad Demon Orb, could cause this phenomenon. After flying for a while, Fanthu finally landed. If it's their sacred artifact, it's very normal for the Demon Emperor Palace to be looking for it. The Myriad Demon Orb is useless to me. However, the person who can control the Myriad Demon Orb must possess the Limi Demon Body, one of the 3 physics I need. Thinking this, Fanthu used his spiritual power to disguise himself in a different form. I originally thought it would be very difficult to find a woman with the Limi Demon Body, but unexpectedly found a clue here. As he walked, Fanthu noticed men working late at night. Cultivators with insufficient cultivation have begun to show symptoms of poisoning. It seems the demonic energy has started to spread. A moment later, Fanthu wandered into the forest and saw countless bizarre black mists before him. Indeed, the closer to the center, the denser the aura, and the more severe the mutation of the spiritual herbs. It seems the Myriad Demon Orb is somewhere deep in the mountains. At the same time, Lamco suddenly appeared. She hid behind a tree and spoke up, My lord, I found you here. Fanthu heard the voice and glanced over. Lamco? As she stepped out from behind the tree, she struck a provocative pose. My lord, why are you here? Could it be that on this long night, my lord felt a bit lonely and couldn't resist going out to seek pleasure? If so, Lamco can entertain you for a while. Hearing that, Fanthu immediately turned his face away, remaining silent. Without any hesitation, Fanthu coldly walked away. Lamco trailed behind him, constantly chattering, My lord, why aren't you saying anything? Was my service not good last time? This time, I'll give it my all. Please don't ignore this humble girl anymore. Hearing this, Fanthu's expression became annoyed. The miasma is thick here, the area is dangerous, and you're still in the mood to joke around. Lamco stopped in her tracks upon hearing that. Then this humble girl was wrong. How about we go up that nearby tree? What do you think? After speaking, she moved closer, pressing her body against Fanthu, then rubbed something with her finger, but I don't know what it was. Enjoying the scenery while indulging on a tree. Isn't that fun? Today, I'm not wearing a black mesh top. It will definitely add to the fun. As soon as she finished speaking, Fanthu pushed Lamco away from him. Don't touch me. I just bought this outfit, for goodness sake. However, as soon as he touched Lamco, Fanthu's hands were invaded by demonic energy, the miasma turning into black water. Lamco also has it on her. This woman just came out of the miasma in the deep mountains. After thinking it over, Fanthu glanced at her, pressing, Did you get it? Lamco heard that and bared her teeth in a mischievous smile. What are you talking about, my lord? This humble one doesn't understand your meaning. Hearing that, Fanthu took a piece of paper and approached Lamco. You knew about these strange phenomena all along. My refining the spirit due tea fruit pills was to enter the miasma and gather high-grade herbs. You also thought of the 100-dead grass. Don't tell me you haven't been in there. As expected of my lord, nothing can be hidden from you. With such dense spiritual energy in my bag, I naturally wanted to find some rare herbs. I only wanted to gain a small advantage, but I didn't expect to be discovered by my lord. Lamco held out her storage ring, smiling warmly. These are what this humble one acquired. If my lord deems them suitable, please take them as this humble one's apology. Fanthu was furious at this moment, glaring at Lamco as he exclaimed, No, you're still hiding something. There are even more precious spirit herbs in the demonic energy, aren't there? Perhaps many spirit fruits have also been born. After all, the The legendary Myriad Demon Pearl is at the center. Lamco was stunned upon hearing those words, thinking to herself, this is a top secret of the cultivation world. It's likely no one in the Azure Mist domain knows about it, except for that person. Why does he know? This alchemist is more unfathomable the more I look at him, she thought, then spoke up. So, what does my lord mean? Thanthu turned and walked away directly, saying, nothing. Don't mention the Myriad Demon Pearl, and don't get involved in this. This isn't something you can handle. Lamco relentlessly clung to him. It seems my lord knows more than this humble one. Could you reveal a little? My lord, don't ignore me anymore. If you give this humble one some information, whatever you want, I'll agree to it. Thanthu heard Lamco's flirtatious words and glared at her with an annoyed expression. You talk like you're out of breath. Be quiet for a bit. Lamco heard that, bowed her head, clutching her blushing cheeks, and exclaimed, even if I'm out of breath, it's because of you, my lord. The moment I saw you, my soul flew away. When I go back today, I'll definitely have to comfort myself to be able to sleep and change the bed sheets. I'm so tired. Thanthu heard those words and helplessly covered his face, letting out a long sigh, utterly speechless. Then Thanthu opened his eyes wide and glanced over, thinking, the demonic energy is still not enough. It seems the Myriad Demon Pearl will need more time to erupt. By then, the limey demonic physique will also appear. He was deep in thought when Lamco approached and spoke up. My lord, are you leaving before you've even entered? Even gathering some herbs would be fine. Don't touch the Myriad Demon Pearl. I've already told you. Please think about it yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up into the air and saw a group of people carrying weapons, searching for someone. That demoness is here. She hasn't run far. A young man rushed forward, swinging a giant axe down towards Lamco, but she was quick and dodged to the side. Lamco regained her composure, leapt into the air, and flew away. This group really has tough lives. I can't believe they managed to escape. At the same time, three sword energies appeared behind Lamco. In a flash, the three swords landed directly in the ground right in front of Lamco. It turned out that the leader of the group of young men was Kang Yan. Demoness, you're so skilled at kicking people when they're down. I'm afraid you've done it quite often, haven't you? A man walking beside Kang Yan glared at Lamco and said, such despicable actions. I think she must be a demonic cultivator. On Lamco's fingertips were sharp silver needles. She glanced over and gave a mischievous smile. I can't believe you're still alive. I should have brought more demons. As soon as she finished speaking, two subordinates carrying swords rushed forward, mouths wide open, shouting, Demoness, today we shall act on behalf of heaven. As soon as they finished speaking, two streams of sword energy from the subordinates struck towards Lamco. She furiously turned around, spread both palms, and shot out silver needles connected to the threads in her hands. Seeing the silver needles flying towards them, the two subordinates raised their hands and formed a hand seal, creating a protective barrier. The silver needles, controlled by Lamco with silk threads, flew around to attack Kang Yan. No, I can't move. Second uncle, save me. Lamco looked at the group in front of her and bared her teeth, a contemptuous smile. Ha ha ha, you dared to try and catch me. Dream on, sweetie. While Kang Yan and the subordinate were performing their techniques and using magical artifacts to attack, they were controlled by the silver needle threads. Senior uncles, quickly move aside. Under the control of the silver needle threads, the two subordinates rushed at each other, beating each other up as if on cue. This vixen is indeed a demonic cultivator. To think she would use such demonic arts. The man accompanying Kang Yan performed a technique, condensing two streams of energy into his hands, and rushed forward. He punched with full force towards Lamco, but she was swift and vanished from that spot. After that, the man with a darkened face glanced over, grinding his teeth. Lamco emerged from the thick smoke and dust. With one hand, she held the silver needle steady, and with the other, she tightly gripped her sword, using her own blood to condense demonic energy onto the blade. Then she swung the sword, enveloped in a dense demonic aura, forward. I have to be more serious, Lamco thought. then gripped her sword tightly and rushed forward like a gust of wind. Thanthu stood on this side, looking up at the shockwaves in the air, and thought, "To reckless. The spiritual power of their battle has affected the activity of the Myriad Demon Pearl. This is also helping me understand the Myriad Demon Pearl's attributes better." Returning to the chaotic battle between the man and Lamco. At this moment, as the man was fending off Lamco's attacks, from behind him, the controlled subordinate and Kang Yin rushed forward with weapons to attack him. The man noticed, glanced over with a darkened face, and clenched his jaw. Without hesitation, he immediately turned around and punched, sending the two subordinates flying away. "Don't mess around." Lamco stood there, witnessing the explosion from the man's attack, and couldn't help but be surprised. "This group is quite strong. I can't believe they attacked their controlled fellow disciples with such force." After thinking it over, she swung her sharp sword forward, smiling lightly. "Have you for big brothers used all your strength? So many of you bullying just me, that's really despicable." Lamco used a shadow clone technique, gripping her sword tightly, standing opposite the four tall young men. When the man performed his technique, the phantom of an extremely fierce Jing Gong immediately appeared behind him. "You're about to die and you're still talking big." After the man's move, it was the turn of the two subordinates. One summoned countless sword intents, while the other summoned a pair of albino wolves. "Senior brother Kang is going all out. Let's go together. If I had known, I would have learned beast taming arts." Next to them, a person was engrossed in reading a book. Kang Yin turned to see the young man leaning against a tree, staring at the book with his silly smile. "You're not doing what we're doing. The new part of the Immortal Venerable and Immortal Maidens novel just came out. I'll read this first. You guys go ahead and fight." Kang Yin heard that. His eyes turned white with anger, hating that he couldn't say anything more. On this side, Lamco was fighting with the albino wolves of the subordinates. While Lamco was distracted, Kang Yin seized the opportunity to rush forward and throw a punch, but she was extremely agile and simply raised her sword to block it. While blocking an attack on this side, another subordinate rushed up behind her with countless sword intents. Lamco took a defensive stance, staring intently at the sword energies aimed directly at her. Lamco calmly and gently struck out a powerful sword energy that cleanly cut the subordinate's sword energies in half. At the same time, the subordinate was also struck by a backlash of power and immediately vomited blood. Thanthu clenched his fist, staring intently at the black mists before his eyes, thinking, "The spiritual energy fluctuations are getting stronger and stronger, and the demonic energy is flying out faster now. Demons are about to appear." At this moment, Kang Yin, along with his beast spirit martial soul, raised his fist and rushed forward, shouting, "Demoness, die!" Against Kang Yan's attack, Lan Ko showed no fear and rushed towards him with her sword. The two clashed, one swinging a sword, one throwing a punch. The two types of power collided, creating powerful shockwaves. Kang Yan, with a darkened face, curled his lips into a mischievous smile. "Ha ha ha, I can't believe you dared to gamble your life against me." Hearing Kang Yan's words, Lamco scoffed. "You want to break my move? Dream on, sweetie." Kang Yan flew into a rage, raising his hand high, condensing a powerful demonic aura, and shouted, "I hate it most when someone dares to go big against me, especially a woman. Let's see the power of my family's secret art." As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure of a giant palm appeared behind Kang Yan, astonishing the two subordinates facing him. "Kang Yan wants to go big. Get out of the way." Thanthu stood by, watching the commotion, and simultaneously raised his hand to stroke his chin in thought. This is what he calls going big. I wonder what big move Lamco has. Perhaps I can discern her identity. As he spoke, the giant fist was already close to Lamco's head. He punched down with immense force, creating a shocking explosion and leaving behind terrifying aftershocks. Then Kang Yan, with a dark, murderous expression, glanced to the side, grinding his teeth. Surprisingly, in an instant, Lamco was right next to Thanthu. "My lord, please help me. Can I wipe your sword for you later? I'll kneel and speak softly and delicately." Thanthu heard those words and was stunned into silence. not knowing what to say. After thinking, he bent down, clutching his crotch, and exclaimed, "So this is the big move you use to ask for help? So many people are watching. You act like a weak woman begging her husband not to leave. How embarrassing is that?" Thanthu immediately placed his hand on Lamco's shoulder. Then he gently helped Lamco stand up. Something made her let out a soft moan. "What's with that, eh? I just pulled you up, that's all." Lamco raised her hand to touch her full lips, then glared at Thanthu and chuckled softly. "But if I use this move, I'm definitely dead." Hearing that, the young man was dumbfounded, hating himself for talking to this demoness. Immediately after, Thongveen descended from the sky. With an angry expression, he stretched out his hand and loudly declared, "If you don't have the strength, obediently hand over the spirit herbs. Out of respect for you being a woman, I might go easy on you." Lamco hid behind Thanthu's back and brazenly replied, "Oh, really? Go easy on me? You're helping me here, and you still expect them to spare you? How ridiculous." Her actions drew contempt from everyone. This friend is even helping this demonic cultivator? Hearing this, Lamco widened her eyes and looked forward, exclaiming, "Sir, you must help me. I took a little bit of their spirit herbs, but these people are chasing me to death. How petty." Hearing that, Thanthu glanced over and asked in a strained voice, "What did you take? If it was just a little, why would they be so agitated?" Hearing this, Lamco held out her hand to count several hundred wood spirit flowers, dozens of vermilion face grasses, 5 sprouts of purple smoke, and a spirit awakening flower. "They're all here. This total is at least 1,000,000 spirit stones. You call this a little? If it were me, I'd chase them too. No wonder this woman is so rich." One subordinate swung his sharp sword forward, eyes wide and mouth agape, shouting loudly, "Don't waste words with him. They're so intimate. That guy must be this rogue woman's man. Why don't we just capture them all and interrogate them together?" Hearing that, Thanthu glanced at Lamco. "Hand them over. A gentleman loves money, but taking it back is right. No, even if you kill me, I won't hand them over. These are all my important spirit herbs. If you're not helping, then leave quickly." Hearing those words, the male lead immediately shook off Lamco's hand and left. "If that's the case, I won't force you. You all resolve your own grievances. Wait a moment." Lamco stood up and placed her hands on her silicone breasts, her face flushed. "If you leave, you should take me with you. After all, you have your flesh and blood inside me. How can you be so heartless?" Hearing this, Thanthu stopped, his face turning purple, speechless. Before he could react, Lamco lunged and crashed into Thanthu. "Did you forget that night you got drunk and carried a gun? Actually, what you carried wasn't a gun, but someone's leg, damn it. How could I have done that?" Thongveen and his subordinate heard this and sweat poured down like rain, thinking they already have flesh and blood. It seems these to have a very good relationship. In that case, this white-haired man will indeed help hide the goods. Just then, as Thanthu glanced over, he saw an extremely intense black aura swirling before his eyes. This is bad. The demonic energy is getting denser and denser. The 10,000 demon orb is indeed affected by spirit energy. After pondering, Thanthu pushed Lamco aside and stated bluntly, "Everyone, listen to me. Whatever grievances you have today, resolve them another day. A little more of this here will cause trouble. Consider it a favor to me." The subordinate was furious upon hearing this and vehemently retorted, "A favor to you? Who do you think you are? You want to pretend with white hair. This old man has taught quite a few white-haired guys a lesson, adding you won't make a difference." Before he could finish cursing, Thongveen raised his arm and interrupted, "You have no name or title, yet you ask us to give you face. Truly ridiculous. What big trouble? You're talking nonsense. Everyone can see what kind of person he is. Attack." Suddenly, a chilling shriek from some creature echoed. Thongveen turned to look and saw dense black auras flying closer and closer. What is that? An illusion? No. If not, then could it be demons? This black aura is emanating from a horde of demonic creatures slowly approaching. The subordinate, panicked, immediately summoned his albino wolf and shouted, Show them what you've got. Let me drive them away. At the same time, a zombie rushed forward, and with a light blow, the albino wolf was split in half. The subordinate, witnessing the scene, was drenched in sweat, his eyes wide and mouth agape in horror. While the subordinate was in chaos, the zombie took the opportunity to attack. However, just then, another subordinate with a sword rushed forward. He glared, frowned, and clenched his teeth, aiming his sword directly at the zombie. Without any unnecessary movements, he delivered a fatal blow to the zombie's head, causing it to writhe in pain with wide, blank eyes. Thanthu stared intently at the subordinate and said in a strained voice, "These demons are at least at the spirit condensation realm cultivation level. If these creatures reach Moyang City, I am afraid the citizens will be massacred." Thong Veen condensed a surge of spiritual energy in his palm, his face darkening as he exclaimed, "Consider yourself lucky. Put our grievances aside for now. Let's stop these creatures first." Lamco glanced over and saw something that greatly astonished her. "Sir, they are the danger of the 10,000 demon orb." The warning echoed about the 10,000 demon orb, a treasure that people only saw the immediate benefits of, forgetting its terrifying dark side. Its 1,000-year history was stained with the blood of countless lives. The 10,000 demon orb was originally the inner core of an 8th-level demonic beast. When that demonic beast was still a spirit beast, it comprehended a special demonic technique capable of killing spirit beasts of the same kind to absorb their inner cores. When it transformed into a human-like demonic cultivator, it had absorbed over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones after that demonic beast died. Its inner core became the supreme treasure of the Demon Emperor's palace. Within the core were the souls of 10,000 demonic cultivators. When it fluctuates, it gives birth to demons. With that, Thanthu's hand unconsciously reached up and gently stroked Lamco's head. This 10,000 demon orb, if not used correctly, even a Void Glimmering Realm expert couldn't handle it. "Woman, you're playing with fire." No sooner had he spoken than Thanthu unexpectedly snatched the blade from Lamco's hand. The sudden action startled her, making her jump. The male lead gripped the sword tightly, raised it high, and smirked victoriously. "Good blade, such a rare and excellent spirit artifact. It must belong to some famous family, right?" Having seized the blade, Thanthu, without another word of explanation, decisively turned and left, leaving Lamco utterly astonished. "Sir, this is... I'm going to solve your problem for you." Meanwhile, in another location, Thong Fan was continuously unleashing a barrage of fierce attacks against the monsters. He and his subordinates rushed towards the demons, their faces revealing fierce expressions as he shouted loudly, "You all hold them off. I'll go into the city to check, prevent demons from entering, and then I'll come back to help." With that said, Thong Fan immediately left with Thong Veem. "Second uncle, what exactly is this thing?" "I don't know. The spiritual energy in Mo Yang City might not be simple. I wonder if we can handle it." Hearing this, Hua Thongveen tightly closed his eyes and forced a wry smile. "We must resolve this properly." Although he desperately wanted to leave, this matter concerned the reputation of the Ling Hua sect. It seemed he could only push through. In the middle of the battlefield, a demon roared furiously, its colossal mouth wide open, spewing countless streams of black mist. At the same time, the demon stone on its chest suddenly flashed with a crimson light. A subordinate hastily gripped his sword and raised it forward, trying to block the black mist from the demon. He glanced at his comrade, who was still calmly reading a book, and roared in fury, "Damn it, are you done reading? Hurry up and help us eliminate these demons?" Hearing the call, the young man quickly put away his book. "I'm done reading, but it was too short. I still haven't had enough. Most of these demons probably have golden core realm strength. This is going to be tough." At that moment, Thanthu, with a nonchalant expression, fearing no one, calmly advanced. Seeing this, the subordinate raised his hand and sternly warned, "There's a lot of demonic energy ahead. The demons are naturally stronger. If you stand in front like that, don't expect me to save you." The young man reading the book also drew his sword and shouted loudly, "If he won't listen to advice, then so be it. If he wants to die, Let him die. Thanthu quietly watched the falling leaves in front of him, secretly calculating. The 10,000 demon orb state is growing more intense, but after it's active, it will likely enter a calm state. Across from him, the leading demon opened its mouth wide, condensing the black mist into a giant energy orb. With terrifyingly dense demonic power, the orb instantly grew many times larger. Sensing the horrifying power from the orb, Lamco quickly ran and grabbed Thanthu's hand. Master Alchemist, don't be foolish anymore. Let's leave quickly. Oh, what's wrong? Why the sudden change in address? Lamco's eyes widened, her face flushed as she exclaimed, I just want you to take some elixirs and drive them away. Why do you need to risk confronting that demon? Hearing this, Thanthu forcefully pushed Lamco away. My method is much easier than giving elixirs or anything like reconciliation. You stand behind me and don't move. An invisible force caused the leaf in front of him to tear apart. Thanthu looked back and smiled in front of him. Countless leaves had been shredded into many pieces by sword energy. At the same time, the demon that was condensing demonic energy was also cut and shredded by those powerful sword energies, its flesh splattering, blood flying everywhere. Immediately after, powerful surges of spiritual energy condensed into a giant sword, piercing directly into the monster's demonic energy orb. As the demonic energy orb gradually dispersed, a dazzling light flashed in midair, and at the same time, the demon's body turned to dust. Witnessing that earth-shattering scene, the two subordinates could only stand rooted to the spot, drenched in cold sweat. One sword strike killed most of the Golden Core Realm demons, leveling everything as far as the eye could see. This cultivation level is truly unfathomable. LDMCC couldn't help but be astonished at witnessing such power. She thought to herself, his lord's aura is much more terrifying than those demons. Thanthu turned his head, flashed a refreshing, toothy grin. I've helped you guys take care of the trouble. Consider the medicinal herbs as repayment. Can you show me some respect now? Hearing this, the two subordinates immediately bowed their heads respectfully. Elder, whatever the immortal elder wishes, so shall it be. That's right, we have no objections. Getting the satisfactory answer, Thanthu turned and left. Alright then, LDMCC, let's go. Hearing the call, she quickly sheathed her sword and replied, yes, your lordship. A moment later, at an eatery, Thanthu leisurely picked up a piece of meat and pressed, asked, weren't you very bold and spoke improperly before? Why are you as quiet as a little girl now? LDMCC raised her hand to touch her sweat-drenched face, forcing a smile. Your Excellency's sword strike just now clearly wasn't at full strength. With such cultivation and a demonic alchemical talent, Canada, who exactly are you, sir? Thanthu picked up the wine bottle, poured LDMCC a glass, and bluntly replied, didn't you call me your lordship before? You've suddenly changed the way you address me again. I'm not used to it. What do you intend to do by bringing me here, sir? Hearing the question, Thanthu glared at LDMCC, flashing a sinister smile. What do you think? Hearing this, LDMCC clenched her hand tightly, her eyes wide, and boldly spoke up. In any case, I can't escape, so you can do whatever you want or play whatever you like. I'll cooperate with you. Thanthu heard those words and fell silent, pondering. This woman is quite interesting. When we first met, she was all sorts of not enough. Now that she's seen my strength, she's become so well-behaved. Show me the spirit herbs you gathered. Hearing this, LDMCC immediately took out her spatial ring. All my money is yours. Next is rape. This old lady is not in a good mood, so you can take off your own clothes. Thanthu took the spatial ring and looked at LDMCC with a bewildered expression. Why do you think I would rape you? LDMCC raised her arm and retorted bluntly. Haha, when you men see beautiful women, besides imagining and taking them, what other meaning is there? Isn't that right? People of your status are called playboys, and for beautiful women, it's just about enjoying the feeling of control. No sooner had she spoken than Thanthu unexpectedly grabbed LDMCC's clothes, pulling them up and staring intently at her to spiritual bosoms. LDMCC was embarrassed by Thanthu's action, her face turning bright red. She thought to herself, this person hides his thoughts very well. This time, I'm afraid I'll have to give in for free. His current attitude is cold, like to different people compared to before. But it's true, we were merely strangers meeting by chance. However, Thanthu then released LDMCC and gazed intently at the spatial ring. Suddenly, a large alchemy cauldron appeared in the chamber. Thanthu used his spiritual power to control all kinds of medicinal herbs to fly up from within the spatial ring. LDMCC turned her head to see that scene and couldn't help but think in astonishment. Those are aphrodisiac herbs. Could it be that he wants to refine medicine to help? Is it because I didn't cooperate, so he has to use medicine to control me, a grade 5 alchemist's medicine? Who knows what I'll become if I ingest it? I'm afraid even my personality will change, and I'll directly become his slave for amusement. After pondering, LDMCC clenched her hands tightly, tears welling up in her eyes, and shouted loudly, "You don't need to refine medicine. I'll cooperate with you. Please stop. Any position is fine." Thanthu heard this and was speechless, breaking out in a cold sweat. Then he glanced over and growled, "It's almost done. You be quiet for a bit." LDMCC was utterly stunned, almost traumatized, after hearing that. Why is it like this? A moment later, the flame inside the alchemy cauldron extinguished, and at the same time, a pill was produced. Thanthu picked up the pill and tossed it to LDMCC. The Lingluo 7-fruit pill, which previously detoxified the noxious qi, wasn't good. If you take this spirit pill and use regular medicinal herbs, you can detoxify yourself. If you can go into seclusion for a while, it can also help solidify your cultivation. LDMCC stared intently at the pill in her palm, tears welling up in her eyes. It's not an aphrodisiac pill. Not only did he not lay a hand on me, but he also gave me a pill. He could have completely used this to threaten me into submission. Why? Thanthu glanced over. He thought to himself, I only stretched my muscles a bit. Why did I scare her like this? Don't overthink it. I'll say it again. Don't touch the myriad demon pro. Even in my current state, it's difficult to control it. Understood? Yes, I understand. Hearing this, Thanthu raised his hand, caressed LDMCC's cheek, and smiled. Good. Then I'm leaving. We'll meet again if fate allows. Little LDMCC. With that, Thanthu leaped out the window and left. In a flash, Thanthu returned to his inn. Inside the chamber, Tiu Na was gently combing the male lead's hair. Tiu Na, if you keep doing that, I'll go bald just like those alchemists. Don't move, I'm almost done tying it. Thanthu glanced to one side with a bewildered expression. Why is everyone up so early today? Do we have to continue executing the demon-slaying order? Yuan rested one hand on her chin and held out a piece of paper with the other. The commotion was too loud, so we woke up from the noise. Junior brother, read this article and you'll understand. Thanthu took the paper and stared at it intently. He mumbled, girlfriend mistook medicated oil for lubricant. Boyfriend spent his wedding night at the clinic. Andy's carriage encountered a salted pork ambush. Enthusiastic passengers who helped were scolded by Andy for ruining her good deed. Reaching this point, Yu Inchu walked over and snatched the paper from Thanthu's hand, not the accompanying ads, but the main news here. In Mictiandiang City today, demons appeared, but thankfully, a white-haired sword cultivator cleared them out. Hearing this, Tiu Na also crossed her arms, turned her face to look at the paper, and exclaimed. However, after the noxious qi dispersed completely, the demon cultivators suddenly became even more frenzied, causing chaos in the city. Yuanju glared at Thanthu with a furrowed brow and an annoyed expression. Continuing the demon-slaying order now will be very dangerous. We think it's better to improve our strength first. Junior brother has mastered those spirit spells. It would be safer for us to study together. Alright. I've also wanted to pass on some self-defense skills to everyone for a while. Hearing that, Yuanchu turned around and said calmly, then let's not delay any longer. Let's set off now. I'll go call Van Van. As she was about to leave, Thanthu grabbed Yuanchu's hand. No need. Senior sister has some talent in beast taming. I told her this morning she'll stay at the inn to get acquainted with the spirit-tiered cat. Later, practicing beast taming will also allow her to protect herself. Yuantra heard that and turned her head to respond. Ah, well, that's good then. The scene shifted to somewhere with rolling hills and abundant spiritual energy. That white-haired sword cultivator is truly powerful. His cultivation is probably unmatched even by the sect leader. Tiuna gazed intently at the rocky mountain in front of her. If I could be taught by this senior, that would be great. Just thinking about that demeanor is enough to admire him. I wonder what his bearing is like. Everyone worships him like that. How can you? Before he could finish speaking, the two girls rushed at Thanthu and interrupted him. Haha! Of course, as long as our young master teaches us, no matter how powerful a cultivator is, we wouldn't care. That's right, that's right. Junior brother has exceptional talent. In a few more years, he'll definitely surpass that white-haired sword cultivator. Hearing those words, Thanthu simply closed his eyes and smiled. Are you flattering me? I wonder what they'd think if they knew I was that white-haired sword cultivator. Tiuna clasped her hands behind her back, looking unconsciously forward. The air here is really good, you know? I didn't expect there to be such a peaceful place outside the city. Yuan raised her hand to rub her chin, saying warmly, although the scenery is beautiful, it's also very dangerous. We can't be too careless. With that, the three of them walked together along a river. It's fine. If spirit beasts appear, it'll also be a good opportunity to test the spirit spells. As soon as he finished speaking, Thanthu took out for cultivation manuals. You two, come over here, I'll explain it to you first. After speaking, the three of them stopped by a lakeside. Thanthu extended two fingers forward. The wind energy released countless streaks of light. Originally, the wind-breaking slash had a maximum of 13 sword traces. If you circulate it this way, not only can you increase the quantity, but you can also release them simultaneously. Yuan placed her hand on her chest, looking intently at Thanthu and pondering. Junior brother can explain it so wonderfully. Just how familiar is he with spirit spells? Thanthu raised two fingers, smirked, then glanced over and said clearly, Are you two even listening? What kind of look is that? Tiuna's cheeks flushed red. She giggled and exclaimed, Nothing, I just think you're very handsome. Yuantra heard that and raised her hand to her mouth, smiling faintly. Like falling leaves in a bamboo forest, gently carried by the wind, Junior brother's demeanor is indeed very captivating. If you praise me any more, I won't be able to help but marry you both. Tiuna heard that and immediately clapped her hands repeatedly. Marry us, you've already spoken of one sword. To scabbards, we've been sullied. If you don't marry us, who will? Right, senior sister. Thanthu heard that and shyly glanced away, but he also had to say, Have you learned it yet? Go practice a bit and let me see. As soon as he finished speaking, Tiuna immediately put it into practice. Then you must watch carefully. She raised her two fists in front of her, and the spiritual energy within her body erupted violently, radiating everywhere. Then Tiuna spread her arms wide, regulating the spiritual energy and blasting it straight forward, creating a shocking explosion. Thanthu observed intently, seeing Tiuna's power. He thought, not bad, it seems both of them have grasped the basics. A little more practice and they'll master it. At the same time, a fierce rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes. Yuan and Thanthu glanced towards the sound, speaking up. Junior brother, junior sister, be careful. It seems spirit beasts are approaching. If there are spirit beasts, even better, you to try using the spirit spells from before to deal with them. As soon as he finished speaking, three fierce, red-eyed wolves emerged from the bushes. Mid-grade demon wolves, perfect for practicing the elementary second-grade wind-breaking slash. Without any hesitation, Tiuna quickly lunged towards the demon wolves to attack. Tiuna stared wide-eyed at the wolves, then she raised her hand high, condensing an immensely powerful surge of spiritual energy. Moments later, countless glowing energy streams shot out, slashing the demon wolves, and their blood splattered everywhere. Right behind Tiuna, startling her, when Tiuna turned around, she saw the demon wolves lying sprawled on the ground, defeated. With a joyful expression, she approached and tightly grasped Yuantru's hand. So powerful, I didn't expect following Thanthu's method would increase the power so much. Just changing the method of circulation had such a rapid increase in effectiveness. Junior brother is truly a genius. Praised by the two girls, Thanthu beamed with delight, his eyes crinkling. Your talents aren't bad either. You already have the demeanor of immortalises. No, charisma. After some time, breaking into the rankings won't be a problem. That's right. Later, Yuanju took out a snack box, picking up a piece of cake. Junior brother, junior sister, you must be hungry, too. I brought some snacks. Let's eat together. Tiu Na took a small bite of the cake. Her eyes sparkled and her cheeks flushed red. After tasting it, Tiu Na turned and waved the male lead over. Thanthu, you come eat some too. Thanthu, standing nearby, was reliving his childhood, playing stone skipping on the water. He held his stone tightly in his hand, beaming happily. It's not often we get out. I want to find some wild things to try. Tiu Na heard that. Her eyes drooped, looking worried. But demon wolves are troublesome to deal with. By the time we're done, it'll be dark, and nighttime is very dangerous. Thanthu heard that, crossed his arms, turned and said clearly, isn't there a lake here? I'll go catch some fish. You just start a fire here. Just wait for me to bring the fish up. Okay. Yuantru raised her hand to rub her chin and smiled. This seems to be the first time I've seen him like this. After a while of waiting in the pond, Thanthu finally surfaced, holding two fish in his hands, cleverly biting onto one with his mouth. Once caught, clean them a bit, then give the 3 fish a fiery bath, and eating them is just right. The two girls sat by the fire, calling softly, all right, that's enough. Come up now, junior brother, come and try some. Hearing his two wives' calls, the male lead immediately poked his head up. I know, I'm coming right up. However, as soon as he finished speaking, some force pulled Thanthu underwater, greatly startling the two girls. Hey, what's wrong, Thanthu? Junior brother seems to have sunk. At this, the two girls jumped to their feet, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, shouting loudly. Thanthu, junior brother, don't be scared, we're coming to save you. Having said that, the two girls both jumped into the lake with a splash. Yuanju dove deep underwater, turning her face towards the light. I feel it, it's in that direction. It turned out that Thanthu had asked his companion, a flood dragon, to play a trick. Immortal Senior, I've brought them as you wished. Please spare me this time. All right. You've worked hard, you can leave now. After diving for a while, the two girls found Thanthu. When Tiu Na and Yuanchu swam over, the flood dragon also released Thanthu and left. The two girls carried Thanthu ashore, looking at him intently with extreme worry. Thanthu, wake up quickly. This isn't good. His breathing is very weak. He wasn't underwater for too long. How could this happen? Senior sister, what do we do now? Wanzi heard her, glared, and replied, what else can we do? We can only give him artificial respiration. Thanthu heard that and immediately opened one eye, smiling mischievously. Oh my, I was just kidding a little. I didn't expect to get this benefit. Xiaoya heard that and awkwardly raised her hands to cover her mouth. Artificial respiration. Who's going to do it? Junior sister and junior brother are childhood sweethearts. You do it. Xiaoya heard that and her cheeks flushed. What kind of artificial respiration is that? Isn't that just a direct kiss? Thanthu and I are close, but the most we've done is kiss on the cheek. Am I really going to lose my first kiss just like that? After thinking, Xiaoya rolled her eyes and took a deep breath. Senior sister, I'm not ready yet. Junior sister, the situation is urgent. We can't hesitate. Xiaoya heard that and reluctantly bowed her head. Kissing in front of senior sister is too embarrassing, and this is my first kiss. This idiot is getting too good a deal. After thinking, Xiaoya bent down and used her soft lips to give Thanthu artificial respiration. This is Xiaoya's scent. No, I must hold my breath and not move. I can't let myself be exposed. After kissing for a long time, Xiaoya was covered in sweat, thinking, why is his breathing getting weaker instead? I need to quickly get air into his mouth. After thinking, she lifted her head and gasped for air. Phew, senior sister, I don't have enough air left. Hurry and help me. Thanthu's breathing seems to have stopped. Wanzi heard that and pointed to her own face in a daze. Me? What about me? I can't worry about too much anymore. Thanthu's breathing is about to stop. Wanji's face flushed after hearing that, kissing junior brother in front of junior sister. Isn't this doing something bad? How embarrassing. After thinking, Wanzi braced herself, bent down, and gave Thanthu a passionate kiss. This time it was senior sister. Xiaoya was gentle, senior sister was soft, and whether it was intentional or not, she even used her tongue. After kissing for a long time, Wanji's eyes snapped open. Why is his breathing even weaker? Is this the feeling of power being transferred to my body? It's a trap. This scoundrel is deliberately acting. Wait, if I don't expose him, then I could. Meanwhile, Xiaoya sat huddled, her two hearts continuously expanding, making her awkwardly think. Why does my body feel so good? It seems like spiritual power is entering me. Is this scoundrel pretending? What is this unprecedented feeling? It's like merging into one with Thanthu, senior sister. It's my turn now. The two girls couldn't stop after absorbing the spiritual power from Thanthu's body. Junior sister, rest a little longer. I should do it. No, no, no. I'm not tired at all. The two girls kept showering the male protagonist with kisses, making him turn purple and sweat profusely. No, if this continues, my lips will be ruined, and I'll lose all my spiritual power. Xiaoya, senior sister. Hearing his call, the two girls sat up, beaming, Junior brother, you're finally awake. It's good that you're awake. After being kissed by the two girls, Thanthu looked gaunt. The fish seems a bit overcooked. How about we change clothes and eat the fish first? Hearing that, the two girls looked at Thanthu with longing eyes. Fish isn't that tasty anyway. Junior brother, you should rest a little longer. Yes, yes, yes. Lie down and rest for a bit. Your clothes are all wet. Change them quickly. Thanthu heard those words and broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale as a ghost. Oh no, they're addicted to spiritual power. It seems they won't let me go. This is big trouble. At the same time, a man suddenly appeared, carrying a saber on his shoulder, grinning maliciously. Ha ha ha. I wondered where the smell of smoke was coming from. Turns out it's 3 lovebirds. After saying that, he stepped out from behind the tree and looked at Thanthu, speaking, not bad luck. I've been hiding carefully in the mountains to avoid the pursuit of the demon-slaying order. I haven't had meat in a long time. Don't leave, all of you stay here for me. Wanzi and Xiaoya heard the man's voice and turned to look at him with dark, murderous expressions. The young man who just emerged saw the two girls and his eyes lit up. These two beauties, with their clothes wet, their figures are very appealing. Their faces are even more captivating. However, they feel like lionesses looking for a mate. After being messed with, they want to vent their anger, don't they? Wanzi and Xiaoya saw the young man and immediately took out their magic weapons. Senior sister, let's chop him up. I understand what you mean. I'm feeling pretty hot right now too. The young man swung his sword forward, grinning sinisterly, since the two beauties won't listen to advice. Then I can only teach you a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoya and Wanzi rushed towards the young man. Too fast. It seems these two women are not simple. Facing Xiaoya's lightning-fast movement, he calmly leaped up, gripping his sword tightly and aiming directly at her head. This one's cultivation is weaker. Wound her first. One intact person is enough. However, as his sword descended, Xiaoya opened her umbrella, blocking his attack. The force from the umbrella reflected, sending him flying back, accompanied by bone-piercing pain. Xiaoya closed her umbrella and stared intently forward. Then she charged straight at the young man, using the tip of her umbrella to stab at him, but he swiftly dodged to the side, escaping the blow. However, luck wasn't on his side. Just as he dodged Xiaoya, Wanzi simultaneously lunged, launching a surprise attack. She delivered a fatal palm strike to the young man's waist, causing him to immediately cough up blood. How can this be? This armor has protected me from many calamities. I can't believe it broke here. Before he could recover from the shock, Wanzi appeared right in front of him, drawing back her leg, much to his astonishment. Without hesitation, Wanzi immediately kicked the young man's crotch, sending him flying away instantly. Thanthu, observing the scene from the side, grinned widely. Amazing, they're overflowing with spiritual power right now and eager to vent their anger. Their state is even beyond their peak. Taking the full force of Wanji's blow, the young man was knocked backward. Clearly, I have more experience and higher cultivation than them, so how can this be? This can't continue. I need to find a way to overcome this difficult situation. Thinking this, he glanced towards Thanthu. They seem to care a lot about that kid. If I can capture him, I can definitely threaten them. Hesitation only leads to failure. Now I must be decisive. After thinking, he swung his sword straight at Thanthu, shouting loudly, "Kid, bring me your life." However, when the young man glanced over, something incredibly surprised him. What's going on? Why aren't they panicked at all? No good. By the time he turned back, Thanthu had already finished casting his technique. He condensed a powerful surge of icy energy, glaring intently forward. Then Thanthu raised his hand high, unleashing countless powerful streams of energy towards the young man, causing him to be cut and torn with every strike. In extreme pain, the young man looked up, his eyes wide and bloodshot, covered in sweat. What kind of young cultivators are these, really? Having dealt with it, Thanthu stood with one hand on his hip, the other scratching the back of his neck. "Xiaoya, senior sister, it's all bloody around here. I don't have any appetite. How about we go home?" However, the two girls turned and looked at Thanthu with dagger eyes. "Huh, what's wrong with you two?" Thanthu, at this moment, was utterly bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Are they blaming me for not protecting them? No, it can't be, right? I arrived in Luoyang City, where a bustling market below was filled with people coming and going, very lively. Thanthu wandered among the crowd, glancing in one direction and thinking, strange, the streets are usually wide, so why is it suddenly so crowded? While he was thinking, he noticed a group of people carrying a palanquin on their shoulders approaching. Sitting inside the palanquin, behind a red curtain, was an incredibly alluring girl with two super huge hearts. Such strong willpower, yet deliberately suppressed to this extent. Cultivators, without a certain realm, wouldn't be able to suppress it. Behind Thanthu's back, the crowd kept shouting intensely, "Hurry and see that fairy maiden, her bearing is truly heavenly." Not only that, just looking at her makes me feel drained. I can't talk anymore. I'm going to change my pants. The girl glanced and saw Thanthu's figure, her eyes wide open. The young man and woman standing outside also glanced at the palanquin procession with serious expressions, thinking to themselves, Moying City is indeed becoming less peaceful, with such a powerful, charming female suddenly appearing. Moreover, there's a strange, indescribable feeling about her. The sturdy young men standing behind Thanthu's back started to chatter. Everyone said, "Who exactly is that fairy maiden? Looking at the direction she's going, it seems to be the embroidered dream pavilion. Could she be a courtesan from a brothel? What nonsense. With that aura, how could she be from a brothel? Oh, wait a minute, isn't that Gai Xinjian, the courtesan queen of embroidered dream pavilion? She really is a woman from a brothel then." At the same time, Xiaona suddenly appeared and elbowed Thanthu in the chest. Well, you're also attracted to that woman, aren't you?" As soon as she finished speaking, Wanzi also glanced over with an annoyed and disgruntled expression. Junior brother was stunned just now. Her legs were very fair, weren't they? Thanthu heard this and immediately turned around. No, I didn't. You two misunderstood. I just felt she was a little familiar. Familiar again, not familiar in bed. Are we? I saw you still staring in the direction she left. Do you still want to go to Embroidered Dream Pavilion to find her? Absolutely not. That woman has her face covered. Who knows what she looks like? With sisters like you two, who are like goddesses, why would I look for her? Wanshi's face darkened when she heard this, and she forced a smile. Is that so? What if junior brother wants to open a harem? Thamthu heard this and immediately raised both hands, waving them frantically. Shauna's voice is sweeter than hers, and senior sister's legs are prettier than hers. And both your mouths are sweet. You two are the best. The two girls, whose hearts were touched, blushed furiously. We haven't even settled the matter of him pretending to drown to take advantage, and he even dares to bring it up himself. Not only did we lose our first kiss, but we were also taken advantage of. After thinking, Xiaona grabbed Wanji's hand and pulled her away. Senior sister, let's ignore him. Alright, let's go. Thanthu turned his head and glanced at the two girls with a bewildered expression. What's wrong now? Everything was fine just now. Why are they angry again? I really don't understand women's minds. Back at the inn, the door opened and inside the room, Yun Yun was playing with the spirit-tiered cat. Xiaothu, what's wrong? Why aren't Sister Wan and Xiao not paying attention to you? Thanthu heard this and let out a long sigh. How would I know? Everything was fine when we left this morning. How strange, usually they dote on me the most. Why is it suddenly like this? After speaking, Yun Yun picked up the spirit-tiered cat and turned to look at Thanthu with a joyful smile. Let's help you go ask them. Thanthu heard this and returned Yun Yun's smile gently. Then I'll trouble you, junior senior sister, at critical moments. You're the most reliable. However, not long after she left, Yun Yun returned and shouted loudly from outside the door. It's not good. Xiaothu, Sister Wan, and Xiao Na, hurry and come see. Without hesitation, Thanthu immediately ran out of the room. He immediately ran straight to Xiaona's room. Xiaothu, what's wrong with her? Xiao Na lay inside the room, her eyes tightly shut, her cheeks flushed, and her entire body continuously absorbed abundant golden spiritual energy. This is a symptom of the breakthrough of the heavenly gloom sacred body. Xiao Na is about to break through. Yun Yun leaned down, looking intently with a worried expression. Xiaothu, look, she seems to be saying something. Xiao Na lay curled up in a daze, mumbling Thanthu's name. Xiao Na is fine now. Let's go check on senior sister. Upon reaching Wanji's room, there were dense cold currents outside. She's also breaking through, just like Xiao Na. Thanthu helped Wanji sit up, staring at her with an uneasy look. Her spirit root unexpectedly mutated. The breakthroughs of the Luotian clan are truly somewhat peculiar. I haven't even stimulated them, so why are they suddenly breaking through? Could it be that they've been subjected to some kind of stimulation? After thinking, Thanthu spoke up. Don't worry, junior senior sister, they're all fine. They're just breaking through. Why does a breakthrough turn out like this? You're not lying to me, Xiaothu, are you? Thanthu heard this, turned his face to look behind him, and replied with a smile. I'll go find a place to refine some pills for both of them. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble junior senior sister to take care of them here. But I'm scared being here alone. Hearing this, Thanthu gently raised his hand and patted Yun Yun's head. Don't be scared, junior senior sister. The spirit-tiered cat is here. How about this? I'll teach you a small beast taming trick. Yun Yun heard this, her eyes wide with confusion. A small trick? Thanthu raised a finger before her eyes and said clearly, you try to conduct a soul communication with it first, then see if you can establish a bloodline connection. Hearing this, Yun Yun immediately hugged the spirit-tiered cat tightly. If the spirit-tiered cat agrees, junior senior sister can officially become its beast tamer and begin to educate it. It's just that I don't know if this arrogant divine beast will take a liking to senior sister. A moment later, a gigantic phantom of the spirit-tiered cat suddenly appeared beside Yun Yun. A loud explosion rang out. The phantom disappeared, leaving behind abundant spiritual energy that continuously absorbed and integrated into Yun Yun's body. It seems the contract has been formed. A second later, Yun Yun slowly opened her eyes. Xiaothu, I feel like my surroundings have become clearer, and my strength has also increased a bit. Was this a success? Thanthu heard this and saw Yun Yun's joyful expression, then chuckled, Junior senior sister, you did well. Is that so? Then that's great. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than Yun Yun's body weakened, and she stood there bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Then Yun Yun fell into Thanthu's arms, surprising him. What is this? Junior senior sister is also about to break through? This is too much of a coincidence. After speaking, Thanthu carried Yun Yun back to her room. It seems I truly need to go find some medicinal herbs this time. A moment later, outside Moying City, at a bustling market, Thanthu held a book in his hand, glancing at something and thinking to himself. According to Li Baobao's intelligence, there should be a demon cultivator hidden here. I wonder if it has any medicinal herbs on it. At the same time, Thu discovered an old friend. Oh my, Zuzu, why is he here? At the same time, Zuzu glanced over, saw the protagonist, and broke out in a cold sweat. What a small world. I can't believe I'd run into Yun Thanthu here. How unlucky. A moment later, the two ran into each other in a small alley. Greetings, senior brother Zhu, long time no see. Yun Thanthu, what do you want? The young man glanced over, raised his fingers, and flashed a devious smile. We're all fellow disciples, and we're both in Mending City, so I just came to say hello. Upon hearing that, in response to Thanthu, Zuzu also bared his teeth in a friendly but awkward smile. Oh, well then, greetings, junior brother. With that, the young man turned and fled, silently bidding farewell in his heart. However, he hadn't gotten far before Thanthu caught him firmly in his grasp. Don't be in such a hurry, senior brother. What are you doing? I happen to be free. How about we go for a walk together? Zuzu quickly explained, I'm chasing a demonic cultivator. How could I have free time for that? Having said that, he fell silent in thought. My relationship with this guy was never good, and in the mountains, we were rivals. What exactly is he up to? Thanthu pointed to the left and calmly replied, chasing a demonic cultivator. Ha, alright then, let's go together. Could it be that there's another demonic cultivator here that Li Baobao missed? Hearing that, Zuzu stepped forward, raised his arms straight, and declared loudly, if junior brother is so inclined, then let's go together. With that, he glanced back and smirked. Looks like I can't shake this guy today. Oh well. After all, his strength isn't bad. I can use him once. I'll let that demonic cultivator wear him down. Then I'll seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson. What a perfect plan. Hearing that, Thanthu also happily replied, good, then I'll trouble senior brother. Could this direction be such a coincidence? He's chasing the same demonic cultivator as me? After some discussion, the two young men headed towards the forest together. Thanthu walked behind Zuzu, hands clasped behind his head, muttering, what kind of demonic cultivator is actually here? He's a lecherous bandit, a person of countless vicious tricks, shaming the righteous path. We must kill him today. Before the conversation could finish, a female figure suddenly appeared in the air, somersaulting onto a rooftop. It was a woman with a fiery figure, wearing a mask, squatting on the roof, looking down and smirking. Ha ha ha, little cultivator, you want to catch this old lady? Your junior brothers in ambush all fainted before they even got close. Don't even think about escaping. Hearing those words, Zuzu looked up, his eyes wide, gritting his teeth in anger. All the junior brothers in ambush here have been dealt with? This lecherous bandit is actually stronger than reported. Junior brother, let's take care of this guy together. As soon as Thanthu saw the woman on the roof, he couldn't help but be astonished, thinking to himself, this lecherous bandit is actually a female cultivator. After thinking, Thanthu immediately turned around and kicked Zuzu, almost sending his ribcage flying. Senior brother, you rest first. How can I let you do such difficult work? Pushing Zuzu aside, Thanthu immediately leaped onto the rooftop. The female demonic cultivator sneered, little brother, do you want to have some fun with big sister? Just kill your senior brother and I can satisfy you. Zuzu, on the ground, was stunned. Why did they suddenly go rogue? However, one less opponent is good. But Thanthu unexpectedly made his move, greatly surprising the woman. Ha ha ha, no need. I have a wife, and she's much prettier than you. With that, Thanthu charged forward, swinging a punch straight at the female demonic cultivator, forcing her to raise both hands to block. But how could she block when countless full-force punches from Thanthu were coming her way? Under the fierce attack, The female demonic cultivator thought in fear, I can't believe this young man is so strong. If this continues, I definitely won't be able to defeat him. I can only retreat. As she pondered, Thanthu swung his fist and lunged forward, exclaiming, your posture doesn't look bad, so your face must be pretty good too. With such good conditions, why would you become a lecherous bandit? As soon as he finished speaking, Thanthu ripped off the demonic cultivator's mask and threw it aside. A horrifying sight appeared, making Thanthu's eyes widen and syrup surged up his throat, spitting out. Oh my goodness, looking at the demonic cultivator, even the admin was startled by that appearance. Without a moment of hesitation, Thanthu jumped off the roof and helped Zuzu, who was foaming at the mouth, sit up. Senior brother, it's better to leave that lecherous bandit to you. Don't let go of such poor aesthetics. Zuzu, with a dark expression, wiped away his drool and stammered. Wait a minute, junior brother, what's going on? Without another word, Thanthu immediately fled, leaving his. Tonight is when you can gain an advantage. I hope you seize it. Hearing that, Zushu's face turned livid, and he clenched his fists, shouting, who would want to gain an advantage from that face? Thanthu heard these words and turned to look back, thinking, I'm just helping the other party. After all, senior brother isn't handsome either. After running for a while, Thanthu stopped and stared intently at his palm, although this battle caused a bit of mental stimulation, fortunately. There were quite a few things in this demonic cultivator's ring. I've gained something. Thanthu unintentionally took out the tokens from the female demonic cultivator's ring. It seems to be a token from Drunken Dream Pavilion, and also a jade plaque from Demon Emperor Palace. Are Drunken Dream Pavilion and Demon Emperor Palace related? As expected, I still have to make a trip. The scene shifts to Drunken Dream Pavilion, a place built with incredibly grand and magnificent architecture. At the entrance, men, young and old, stood crowded. What is the origin of that woman anyway? She's like a demon that day. This old man was hooked with just one look. Trash, someone of your caliber dares to come to Drunken Dream Pavilion? This old man can last 3 seconds. Oh really, so strong? Haha, don't look anymore. It's a pity it was so sudden that day. Otherwise, 5 seconds would have been easy. Before the bustling crowd, Thanthu now sported a new hairstyle. Drunken Dream Pavilion has so many eyes and ears, it's better to change my appearance to play it safe. As soon as Thanthu reached the door, he was stopped by two subordinates. Young master, please stop. May I see your invitation letter? What invitation letter is entering a brothel so strict? The bearded subordinate heard that and glanced over with an annoyed expression. Young master, don't you know? Today is not like before. Only those who receive an invitation letter can enter Drunken Dream Pavilion tonight. If you don't have one, may I ask where you are from? If one status is prominent, no invitation letter is needed. I don't have one. I'm just a rogue cultivator. No wonder so many people are watching outside. So, an invitation letter is required. This path won't work. I'll have to think of another way. The bearded subordinate heard Thanthu's reply and became furious, shouting directly at him, then please leave. Just as he was about to leave, a shout rang out. Kid, stop right there. Did I tell you to go? Thenviam stepped out from inside the brothel, his eyes wide, boldly declaring, this Drunken Dream Pavilion was built by a great sect in the Azure Flame domain. Since you've caused trouble here today, how can you just leave like that? If you want to leave, you can, but cow now and then crawl away. Otherwise, I'll deal with you on behalf of the goddesses here. Hearing the voice, Thanthu immediately turned around. Oh my, why is it this guy again? The two young men standing behind Thanthu spoke up. What is this Thenviam kid doing? Is he trying to make a good impression on the goddesses? I think so too. According to Drunken Dream Pavilion's rules, only those favored by the goddesses of the pavilion are qualified to go up. No, I can't let him monopolize such an opportunity. After speaking, the red-haired young man raised his hand and chimed in. I also feel that senior brother Thenviam is right. This isn't a place where one can cause trouble casually. Thanthu heard those words and glanced over with a serious expression. Are these guys using me as a tool to make an impression? This is somewhat interesting. Than didn't hear Thanthu's reply and his face turned purple with anger. Kid, can't you understand human speech? I told you to kowtow, and I'll give you a way out. Or are you just unappreciative? These idiots are too slow to react. I'm the first one to step up and show off. That's how the goddesses will remember me. Having thought that, he concentrated a blazing fire in his palm. If you're so unrepentant, then there's no other way. I can only deal with you. After speaking, he raised his hand high, and instantly, the illusory image of a pot-bellied King Kong appeared. Feeling the powerful pressure from Thanviam's King Kong made Thanthu rack his brain. It felt a bit familiar. It's this move again. After thinking it over, Thanthu raised his hand and condensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Indeed, there's no shortage of fools in the cultivation world. No matter how many years pass, there are still as many fools as before. Having said that, Thanthu extended his hand, releasing spiritual energy. That abundant spiritual energy condensed into an extremely fierce white wolf with sharp fangs. Thongviam's face darkened when he saw that scene. Alright, I didn't expect you to bring a small dog to deal with me. Are you looking down on me, Thongu, that much? Hearing that, Thanthu immediately gestured for the white wolf to rush forward and attack. I'm really not looking down on you. Frankly, you're not even worth this much. Thongviam's eyes widened when he saw the white wolf charging towards him. So fast, facing the white wolf's attack, Thongviam quickly used his spiritual power to create a defensive barrier. However, the white wolf easily tore through Thongviam's protective barrier with its sharp claws in an instant. With the white wolf's absolute power, Thongviam was quickly pushed back. This person is a bit strange. The two young men standing below couldn't help but shout in surprise. No way! This guy can repel Thongviam with just a small wolf? Angered by those taunts, Thongviam flew into a rage, jumped up, and charged forward. Damn it, if I can't defeat this guy today, I'll definitely become the laughingstock of Makduong City. Finishing his thought, Thongviam's King Kong charged forward and threw a full-force punch at the white wolf. Having been hit, the white wolf was in pain as its tail was on fire. It kept howling fiercely. Thanthu, far from being scared, calmly said, "Don't be afraid, keep fighting." Thongviam swung his fist, staring ahead, thinking, if this little wolf is his life-bound spirit beast, it'll probably activate a special state. I must win quickly before that happens. Having thought that, he cast a cultivation technique, landing full-force punches on the white wolf, creating powerful shockwaves. After delivering that blow, he glared at Thanthu, smirking triumphantly. Ha ha ha, your spirit beast is dead. Let's see how you'll block me now. Hearing that, Thanthu retorted with a scornful smile. Dead? Are you sure? As soon as Thanthu finished speaking, the white wolf reappeared from the residual spiritual energy in a much larger form. The immense pressure from the white wolf hit Thongviam directly, forcing him to clench his teeth and raise his hands to defend himself. What is this? Has his cultivation reached a level where he can make a spirit beast undergo this kind of transformation? The young men on this side were also pushed back by the white wolf's powerful pressure, falling to the ground. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Without hesitation, the white wolf, with its blazing blue eyes full of resentment, charged towards Thongviam as fast as the wind. The white wolf clawed directly at Thongviam's face without mercy, creating a circle with countless powerful shockwaves. The two strong young men standing below widened their eyes and gaped in astonishment at that scene. What the hell is going on? Were those core formation realm young masters taken care of? Just what level of strength does it take to make an imperial beast transform to this extent? After that attack, Thongviam lay sprawled on the ground, covered in injuries, his clothes tattered. Senior, spare my life, damn it. I thought bullying that guy would impress her, but I ended up on the chopping block instead. If you keep causing trouble, Tamong Pavilion won't stand by and do nothing. That wouldn't be good for us either. How about, before he could finish, a girl stepped out from inside the brothel and warmly said, "Young master, please wait." The young lady invites you to immediately come to the Feng character room to wait. The two young Men heard this and were stunned speechless. What? That guy was invited by that celestial fairy, and it's the highest level thing character room, meaning he can be intimate with that fairy tonight. The veiled woman looked intently forward and spoke. Young master, you've had your fill of anger, haven't you? Please retract your imperial beast and come with me. Hearing that, Thanthu clenched his hand, and the white wolf returned to him. Thongveen was furious to hear this. He jumped up and cast a cultivation technique. My plan backfired, and this guy got invited instead. If I don't avenge this, I'm not a man. Finishing his thought, he rushed towards Thanthu, attacking him from behind. The protagonist sensed it, immediately turned around, and unleashed a freezing wave of cold air, sending Thongveen flying far away. After dealing with him, Thanthu turned and left, thinking to himself, does he think I'm blind, this idiot? Upon entering the greenhouse, all the girls wore identical outfits and respectfully bowed to Thanthu. He trailed behind the veiled woman, pressing her with questions. Why does that fairy want to meet me? A young master so young already able to suppress youths from many sects. This talent alone is enough to pique the young lady's interest. Please wait inside, young master. The young lady will arrive immediately. Thanthu walked into the room, and something made him widen his eyes and freeze. Before Thanthu was an incredibly hazy and ethereal space. In the center of the room was a large bathing pool, surrounded by dense spiritual energy rising up. Thanthu glanced to one side with a frown. She wants to use the spiritual energy to manipulate my body? This is interesting. After thinking it over, the young man took off his clothes and stepped into the pool to soak himself in the water. I want to see what she intends to do. A moment later, Thanthu heard a sound and turned around. What met his eyes was a girl with silvery white hair. Hey, isn't this the enchanting beauty Q Deentrin Q? Who is this woman? Afraid of being discovered, Thanthu quickly dived beneath the surface. It seems this Tamong Lu is not simple. The white-haired girl walked into the room and headed straight for the bathing pool. Then she dipped her foot into the water right in front of Thanthu, which greatly surprised him. Next came an unexpected event. The white-haired girl immediately jumped into the water and sat her perky, sizzling backside directly onto Thanthu's face. The white-haired girl startled and turned her head, horrified to see Thanthu beneath her bottom. She immediately pulled out a sharp concealed dart tucked into her thigh. Thanthu instantly leaped out of the water. No one has ever dared to approach me like this. You're dead today. What? Me approach you? Thanthu immediately used his ice element, spiritual root, to turn the bath water into ice blocks. You clearly sat on me yourself. The white-haired girl gripped the sharp dart tightly in her hand. Eyes wide, mouth agape, he yelled loudly. You pervert, you still dared to speak? After speaking, she immediately unleashed an incredibly powerful surge of energy towards Thanthu. Fortunately, the guy cleverly dodged to the side, but unluckily, he dodged into a place with a formation ray. There was a spirit formation ambush in the room. As soon as that thought finished, countless sharp projectiles appeared on the wall. Without a moment's hesitation, Thanthu immediately rushed towards the white-haired girl. He hugged her tightly, falling to the ground and avoiding a disaster. Thanthu lying on top of the white-haired girl made her face turn dark, her teeth clenched. Furious, how did I inadvertently take advantage like this? However, this fleshy feeling is actually a bit comfortable. The white-haired girl sat up abruptly, sending Thanthu flying high. The male protagonist hastily put his clothes back on, glaring down below, thinking to himself, this commotion will definitely attract the attention of the garden cultivators. It seems I won't be able to find anything out today. After thinking it over, Thanthu immediately leaped out of the boudoir through the window. He hadn't flown far when the white-haired girl caught up. Stop, you damn bastard. You just ruined my plan, took advantage of me, and now you want to run? Thanthu heard that, glanced over, and retorted bluntly. Clearly, you took advantage of me first. You're the one who pressed your massive butt on my face, and you're the one who moved on me first. As soon as he finished speaking, two beams of light suddenly collided, creating powerful shockwaves. From the dissipating thick smoke, Thanthu appeared with Birchlang. He leaned close to Birchlang and ordered, "There's no other way, Birchlang, it's up to you." Receiving Van Thu's command, Birchlang immediately rushed forward with a fierce expression, opening its mouth to reveal sharp, serrated teeth. The subordinates of Van Lao standing below heard the commotion, looked up, and were met with a shocking explosion. All the subordinates saw it, their eyes widened, mouths agape, shouting loudly, "Who are you all? How dare you cause trouble at TT Mong CAC?" Fan Thu glanced down with a frowning, annoyed expression. "Damn it, the garden cultivators are here. This is big trouble. Hold them." Hearing Fan Thu's command, Birchlang immediately glanced over, then changed direction and charged to attack the garden cultivators. While the cultivators were in chaos, Fan Thu took the opportunity to leave, but the white-haired girl still pursued him relentlessly. While in pursuit, the white-haired girl was obstructed by a cultivator. He glanced behind him, thinking, "I just wanted to investigate a little. I didn't expect Mending City to be so chaotic." While he was contemplating, Fan Thu's entire body suddenly emitted a strange light. The spirit seal is reacting? Could it be that Tiu Na and the others have finished their breakthrough? No, I must escape quickly and return to check. However, just as he was about to leave, a powerful beam of light shot towards him, startling Fan Thu. The white-haired girl appeared in front of Fan Thu, looking at him with sharp eyes. "Little brat, keep running. Why don't you? If you can't run anymore, just die." Fan Thu heard those words and answered bluntly, "Fairy, you and I have no enmity. Why do you insist on killing me?" The white-haired girl heard that and became furious, leaping up and unleashing a powerful sword energy that made all the men widen their eyes, mouths agape, in fear. "That's enough talk. You took advantage of me, so you must die." Amidst the chaos, Fan Thu took the opportunity to leap up. "Quickly deal with those spirit-gathering realm cultivators, then come and fight me. This woman's strength is not bad. If we keep dragging this on, who knows how long we'll be fighting. I must finish this quickly." Fan Thu leaped onto the roof of an inn. The white-haired girl also just caught up with Fan Thu. "Alright, so you're finally not running anymore, huh?" The white-haired girl, with a solemn expression, glared at Fan Thu, thinking to herself, "His summoned beast isn't here. If I don't deal with him now, I'm afraid I won't have another chance later." After speaking, she unleashed an extremely powerful sword energy towards Fan Thu. However, the male protagonist used only 2 fingers to firmly clamp the white-haired girl's sword blade. She saw that scene, her eyes wide with astonishment. "My full-force attack was unexpectedly blocked so easily by him. Are you perhaps?" Before she could finish her sentence, Fan Thu had already rushed in front of the white-haired girl. "It's over!" He then punched the white-haired girl, sending her flying straight into the air, exiting Earth. After dealing with her, Fan Thu reached out and retrieved Birchlang. "Come back, little Lang. We've been busy all night. Gained nothing and even caused trouble in the city. Luckily, I didn't expose my identity. Otherwise, the people in Mending City would definitely come to the Sect to demand compensation. I wonder how the 3 of them are doing." As soon as Fan Thu returned, he pushed open the window and climbed in. Something made him widen his eyes in surprise. At this moment, Van Van was curled up on the bed, and after her breakthrough, she had grown a pair of fox ears and a tail. "Is this little senior sister?" Fan Thu saw it, bowed his head in silent thought. Little senior sister's beast-taming talent is indeed quite formidable. Fan Thu moved closer and sat next to Van Van, raising his hand to touch her ears. Borrowing the characteristics of a tamed beast to change one's own form originally requires accumulating talent to gain control. Little senior sister unexpectedly comprehended it in her dream. Immediately after, Van Van took Fan Thu's hand, put a finger in her mouth, and licked it rapturously. Seeing this, he could only force a smile. She has broken through to the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. It's just that the cat ears are a bit too big, making her look a little strange. At the same time, in another development, golden light continuously spread from Tiuna's room. Fan Thu poked his head inside, staring intently at Tiu Na, thinking to himself, She'll probably break through to the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm in about 10 minutes. Thanthu walked in and touched the golden light circle surrounding Tiuna. However, the pressure caused by the growth of this heavenly nether saint body spirit vein is too great. Thanthu just waved his hand lightly, and the golden light circle dissipated, leaving behind a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, Tiuna was seen frowning uncomfortably. Thanthu saw it and opened his eyes wide. This little junior sister is clearly unconscious, yet she still has an expression as if she's awake. Tiuna lay sprawled on the bed, drenched in sweat, raising her hand to take off her clothes. Is she sleepwalking? No, perhaps when breaking through, external objects hinder the growth of the Foundation, which is why she wants to take off her clothes. As soon as he finished speaking, Tiuna's vest flew straight into Thanthu's face. Tiuna is fine now. Let's go check on senior sister. If I keep looking and she suddenly wakes up, it'll be troublesome. Tiuna began to grope her lower body, then she raised her leg and took off her nude-colored slip underwear. As Thanthu approached the door, the nude-colored slip underwear just happened to fall straight into his hand. Thanthu stared intently at the slip underwear in his hand. After increasing cultivation, one must indeed remove obstructions to create a stronger foundation. Is this also considered removing impurities? A moment later, Thanthu walked to Yuantra's room door and hastily tucked the nude-colored slip underwear into his clothes. Outside, a fierce cold aura radiated, even freezing things. Thanthu opened the door and stepped inside. It is said that women of the Luotian clan all have heavenly figures and green hair. Big senior sister's hair color temporarily changing must be due to the blood of the ancestral spirit remaking her foundation. Changing hair color is like getting a new wife, so won't I have double the fun later? Big senior sister has reached the core formation stage. Her water spirit root is transforming. When she was at the spirit gathering stage, she must have been able to form an ice spirit root. After breaking through, her figure became even more enchanting, and her beautiful legs became even whiter and rounder. Good, everything's gotten better. I also helped Big Senior Sister remove some external obstacles preventing her breakthrough. Thanthu stared intently at the spirit mark on Wanji's thigh. Is Big Senior Sister like this too? She discussed it with Xiao Na beforehand. Didn't she? Breaking through together, changing together. The next morning, Xiao Na woke up, her whole body only covered by a blanket. Where are my clothes? Why is there nothing on my body? What's more, things in that area have also gotten smaller. A moment later, Xiao Na, dressed, walked downstairs and was called softly by Van Van. Xiao Na, over here, over here. When she sat down at the table, Wanzi handed her a glass of water and gently asked, Xiao Na, did you also break through? Yes, but strangely, I fainted for a whole day right after breaking through. At this, Xiao Na turned her head to look. The spiritual power of both senior sisters seems stronger now. Did you all experience the same thing? Hearing this, Van Van clenched her hands and replied with a smile. I've been stuck at the foundation establishment stage for so long, and I finally broke through. Wanzi held her teacup to her mouth, savoring it, her eyes closed. How strange to break through together like this. Among us, senior sisters' cultivation is the highest, so you probably understand cultivation the best, right? Actually, when I broke through, some strange changes occurred, and I wanted to ask for your guidance. Hearing this, Wanzi glanced over with a smile. What is it? Are there any changes? Xiao Na clenched her hand and brought it to her mouth, glancing to one side with a shy expression. How do I put it? For example, something is missing. Hearing this, Wanzi also opened her eyes in surprise. She clutched her clothes and exclaimed, This breakthrough, I'm also missing something. Hearing that, Xiao Na curiously moved closer to Wanzi and pressed. Senior sister is also missing something? What is it that's missing? Well, if you two are talking about the same thing, fine, but what if Xiao Na is talking about something else? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I said it? Van Van thumped her pair of loudspeakers on the table with an innocent expression. What exactly is missing? It's strange, I actually feel like I gained something. Wanzi and Xiao Na heard this. closed their eyes tightly, forced a smile, and remained silent, not knowing what else to say. At the same time, Thanthu, just waking up, came downstairs yawning. What's wrong, everyone? Why isn't anyone saying anything? As soon as Wanzi and Xiao Na saw Thanthu, their cheeks flushed. Nothing, nothing. Hearing this, Thanthu was confused, speechless, not understanding what was happening. As he walked downstairs, he heard 3 young men discussing animatedly. That golden-haired cultivator is incredible. Not only did he teach those young masters a lesson, but he also stormed into TT Mung Pavilion and even smashed the place up. That's right, the most prosperous street was also torn down by him. The main roads and alleys are all covered in ice, and it still hasn't melted. Mending City has already issued a bounty, 500,000 spirit stones. Now the whole city is sharpening their blades. Van and Xiao Na heard these words and were extremely worried, not expecting so many major events to happen while they were unconscious for a day. That golden-haired cultivator must be a demonic cultivator who's committed many evil deeds. Yes, so many masters in Mending City couldn't stop him, proving he's very cunning. We must be careful not to let him get close. Not just cunning, he must be a lecherous scoundrel. How urgent must it have been for him to storm straight into TT Mung Pavilion? This man is truly vulgar. After saying that, Xiao Na turned her face and glanced over, pressing. Thanthu, what do you think? The male lead could only force a smile and say, I think your analysis makes a lot of sense. Van heard this, clenched her hands, and smiled sweetly. Right. While they were chatting, a thick wave of demonic energy suddenly surrounded Thanthu, infuriating him. Without hesitation, he turned and unleashed a palm strike that sent the table flying far away. Thanthu, what's wrong with you? At the same time, on the roof, a sword enveloped in abundant demonic energy shot straight down towards Thanthu. Before he could recover from the shock, a demonic cultivator with blood-red eyes suddenly appeared and lunged at Thanthu like a rabid dog. He stared at Thanthu with wide, bloodshot eyes, then unleashed a powerful sword chi attack. However, Thanthu had regained his composure and kicked the demonic cultivator away. After taking Thanthu's full kick, he flew straight into the wall. Junior brother, is this a demonic cultivator? It seems so. Most demonic cultivators who practice evil arts and spiritual techniques are easily possessed by malevolent demonic energy. That's why he became so berserk. Thanthu fell silent, pondering in his mind. But why did it suddenly die? Is it due to the residual effects of the myriad demon orb? Then aren't the other demonic cultivators in the city also about to? Let me go see. Later, Thanthu stood on the rooftop, staring at the demonic energy condensing in the sky. The myriad demon orb is almost fully restored, with such a massive commotion that limey demon physique woman and the demon emperor's palace will surely act soon. I originally planned to wait until Xiao Na and the others' cultivation stabilized before carrying out the demon extermination order, but it seems the plan needs to be accelerated. A moment later, Xiao Na and Wanzi also came to Thanthu's location. The 2 women looked towards the demonic energy, pressing him. Thanthu, what exactly happened? The male lead stared straight ahead with a stern expression. Demonic energy is invading. Mending City is about to fall into chaos. At another rocky mountain, we could also clearly see the demonic energy condensing in the air. Inside the forest, 2 young men appeared, flying forward. Haha, these spirit herbs are still growing. We're going to get rich this time. Idiot, can't you look further ahead? What are spirit herbs compared to that? If we get the treasure that controls the growth of spirit herbs, won't we be guaranteed to dominate the Azure Cloud domain? Hey, senior brother still has foresight. At the same time, inside the forest, Linji also appeared. She also stood looking towards the demonic energy in the sky and murmured, "The myriad demon orb has finally been restored, hasn't it?" At this moment, Linji remembered Thanthu's words. I really want to stay away from this myriad demon orb, but unfortunately, fate dictates that I must obtain it. The higher one's cultivation, the more one cannot resist the allure of the myriad demon orb. Thinking this, the girl flew towards the demonic aura. His Excellency surely won't appear. Underneath the forest, an old man appeared, staring intently at the demonic aura, muttering to himself, "Not bad, this aura, this power, it truly is the treasure of my sect, the myriad demon orb." Saintess's prediction was not wrong. The myriad demon orb has indeed awakened today. There is hope for the revival of my demon emperor palace. As he was speaking, he noticed the two young men behind him. The old man, infuriated, turned and ordered his subordinates. "These little brats also want to touch a supreme treasure. Soon, kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive." A subordinate stepped forward, cupped his hands, and bowed. "Elder, the people on the other side must also know about the myriad demon orb's news. If they suddenly appear, what should we do? Do we need to report to the Saintess?" The old man listened and became extremely angry. "Are you insane? What if those stray dogs show up? With so many of us, can't we kill them? It's precisely because of you pigs that Phantom Moon Pavilion was forced into an alliance with the Great Flame Dynasty." The subordinate broke out in a cold sweat hearing the old man's irritable tone. Yes, your subordinate will definitely do his utmost to retrieve the myriad demon orb." With that, the old man and his group flew straight towards the demonic aura in midair. Just as they left, a black fox appeared from within the bushes. "The myriad demon orb has awakened. We must obtain it. We absolutely cannot let those rabble from Phantom Moon Pavilion get it." Back at the inns in the city, a continuous source of power was now impacting and destroying the inn buildings. Wanzi stood on the rooftop, seeing the scene, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Are these demonic cultivators crazy? Why are they so arrogant? At this rate, Moyoung City is about to be torn down. This, however, is a good thing for us." Xiao Na was extremely surprised by Than Thu's words. The whole city is being turned upside down. What's so good about it? Those chaotic demonic cultivators are actively revealing their locations, which conveniently saves us time and effort in tracking them. We should pursue them quickly now. If we're too late and the demonic cultivators get caught, it'll be a headache. Hearing this, the two girls looked at Than Thu intently, praising him. So that's how it is. Junior brother still thinks so thoroughly. As they were chatting, the house beneath Than Thu's feet suddenly exploded, accompanied by a startled scream. Below, two young men stood before a demonic cultivator who was violently erupting with power. Wanzi and Xiao Na saw the scene and immediately jumped down to help. "What's going on? Little girls, quickly move aside. This demonic cultivator is strong. You can't." Before he could finish, the demonic cultivator in front of them swung his fist and charged quickly towards Xiao Na's group. The two girls, wielding their twin swords in unison, charged forward and defeated the demonic cultivator in a single blow, sending him flying far away. Afterward, Wanzi and Xiao Na looked intently at the demonic cultivator, thinking to themselves, "I thought we have to fight a few more rounds, but I didn't expect to defeat him so quickly." So after breaking through, one can be this powerful. Yun Yun, standing behind, observed the two girls strike and brought her hand to her mouth. "Unexpected, Sister Wan. Xiao Na, how did you two become so powerful?" "I don't know, it truly is strange." Saying this, the two girls glanced at the male lead and questioned him intently. "Than Thu, did you feed us something, didn't you?" Hearing this, the young man's face was drenched in sweat. "Squeezing juice every day, and you still can't guess?" A moment later, Than Thu's people went to survey the surroundings. "Junior brother, the spiritual energy fluctuations are strong in the inner city. Should we go there first? There are too many cultivators over there. Who knows when we might be attacked? We'll just harvest around the inner city." Wanzi heard this and looked at Than Thu with an unhappy expression. "But the buildings in the inner city are constantly being destroyed. I'm afraid they'll all collapse soon." Than Thu heard this, lowered his head, and shook it repeatedly. "It's fine. After they all collapse, the terrain will be spacious, which is better for catching demonic cultivators. Just let them destroy it. Full senior sister means there's a shop over there that we bought." Than Thu heard this and casually replied, Haha, it's just one shop. However, after reconsidering, Thanthu clutched his head, his face as black as a pot, his eyes wide as he shouted, "What did you say, sister? How can we let demonic cultivators cause chaos? Let's go eliminate them." With that, the young man jumped in, leaving the two girls bewildered. A moment later, Thanthu's group gathered and landed somewhere. "That shop cost me more than half of my spirit stones. That money belongs to me." As soon as he stepped deep inside, an unusual aura suddenly enveloped Thanthu, instantly pulling him into another dimension. Is this an illusion? This illusion is simple, but their combat experience is lacking. I wonder if they can break it. The strange aura brought Thanthu back to the scene where he and Xiao Na were on a boat in the middle of the river. Xiao Na was also drawn into this space. Hey, where is this? While still bewildered, she was pressed against the wall by Thanthu. "What are you doing? Let go of my hand. You scoundrel, if you don't do anything tonight, you'll still dream about it. Why not satisfy yourself now? How about it?" Xiao Na, blushing, turned her face away in embarrassment. "There are too many people. Don't do that. We should still go home first. Isn't it more exciting with more people around?" "No, it's a no. Let go of me." Thanthu forced Xiao Na, making her unable to control herself and spread her legs. "Oh, is that so? Then why are you spreading your legs?" The strange smoke continued to lead them to a wedding chamber. Inside, Wanzi was dressed in a bridal gown. "Why am I here? Just now, it wasn't." Before she could finish, a staff was pointed at her, lifting Wanji's head covering. The person in front of her was Thanthu, who was also wearing a wedding outfit. "Senior sister, you've waited long. It has been a bit long. I feel like I've waited all night." Thanthu sat down and gently hugged Wanzi. "I know you've been waiting for me. I should tell you this now. I like you." Hearing those sweet words, Wanzi was too shy to look Thanthu directly in the eye. "Really, since when was that?" He immediately pushed Wanzi onto the bed and hugged her tightly. "From the first time I saw you, I wanted to have you. Now I've finally succeeded. Tonight, we will become husband and wife." Hearing that, Wanzi turned around and placed both hands on Thanthu's chest. "You rascal, you've taken so many liberties with your senior sister, yet you still won't admit it. How would I know if you truly like me or not? Now you'll know." That smoke moved again, taking Yun Yun to a bamboo forest. She looked around in a daze. "Strange, I was just in Moyang City. How did I suddenly return to Qingyu Peak?" After walking for a while, Yun Yun saw Thanthu refining pills. "Little senior sister, don't procrastinate anymore. If you don't refine the medicine, you won't be able to submit the resources in a few days." "That's right, I must quickly refine the medicine." With that, she also stepped forward to help Thanthu refine elixirs. "I can't believe I successfully made fire today without the furnace exploding." Lost in thought, Thanthu suddenly appeared from behind and hugged Yun Yun tightly. "Little senior sister, look at the elixir I refined, a chaotic maiden pill." As he spoke, Thanthu pressed his body close to Yun Yun, making her face flush red. "Xiaothu, isn't the chaotic maiden pill a kind of aphrodisiac used by perverted thieves to take advantage of women? Why did you refine it?" As soon as she finished speaking, Thanthu immediately shoved the pill into Yun Yun's mouth. "Of course, it's for you to eat." Yun Yun was terrified, tears welling up in her eyes, and she quickly pushed Thanthu away. "Xiaothu, what exactly are you trying to do?" A moment later, as the medicinal power took effect, Yun Yun's body began to surge with sensations of pleasure, causing her to gasp continuously. Back to reality, on the rooftop where Thanthu's group stood, a female demon cultivator appeared. Ha, these little cultivators are truly talented. Could they be young geniuses from some major power? This time, I've really struck gold. With that, she jumped from the rooftop and advanced towards Thanthu. However, it's truly unexpected that three young women are all thinking of the same young man. The female demon cultivator spread her five-fingered hand, extended it forward, and looked at Thanthu with blood-red, murderous eyes. "He really is powerful. Even now, he hasn't been completely drawn into the illusion. I'll have to see what's so special about you to be so highly regarded. As soon as she finished speaking, a captivating woman with luscious, full breasts appeared within the illusion. Little brother, come play with big sister. Hearing this, Thanthu turned and answered the woman bluntly. I don't mind playing with you, but you've come at the wrong time. Xiao Na and senior sister have already started absorbing my spiritual energy. After speaking, he launched an attack towards the woman, causing a shaking explosion. Being forced like this, I might not be able to endure it. I must quickly help them escape the illusion. As soon as the thought ended, he found himself in Yun Yun's world. Thanthu laid her on the ground, making Yun Yun extremely panicked. No, Xiaothu! Without any hesitation, he used his sinful hands to touch Yun Yun's chest, making her clutch her hands in fear. Unable to endure the shame, Yun Yun fell into Xiaothu's arms, hugging him tightly. I just wanted to get senior sister out of the illusion. That was just an accident. Outside the illusion, the female demon cultivator glanced at a scene that utterly astonished her. Impossible! How could he escape my illusion so quickly? Someone's hand grabbed a black object and pulled it out. At the same time, a surge of green spiritual energy struck the female demon cultivator, sending her flying. The strange-shaped black object fell to the ground. Wanzi extended her hand, condensing spiritual energy, glanced at it, and growled. Is this the spiritual tool of a demon cultivator? Yes, such a strange object could certainly boost one's combat power quite a bit, but I don't know how to use it. Thanthu picked up the object and threw it away. That's not a spiritual tool. Hearing that, the girls looked at Thanthu with puzzled curiosity. What do you mean by that? Then what is that thing? Junior brother, could it be that you know? You don't need to know, you'll experience it later. Don't ask anymore. Hearing this, Wanzi and Xiao Na turned to look at Yun Yun, making her shyly cover her face with her hands. Don't look at me, I don't know either. The female demon cultivator on this side was already furious. She condensed a potent demonic energy in her palm. Well done, I can't believe you broke my illusion. You're quite formidable. Try this move. With that, the female demon cultivator unleashed an extremely powerful force, flashing a sinister smile. Her energy tightly wrapped around Thanthu's body, making him unable to escape. Seeing this, Wanzi and Xiao now immediately rushed towards Thanthu. This attack method belongs to the B-level demon cultivator, Hongui, on the demonic order. She probably intends to drain all the spiritual energy from our junior brother, protect him well. We can't let that scoundrel defile him. With that, the three girls collectively wielded their magic artifacts and flew up to protect Thanthu. After safely bringing Thanthu to the ground, Wanzi worriedly exclaimed, Junior brother, hurry and go. Hongui excels at seducing men. You won't have an advantage fighting her. That's right, Xiaothu, run now. We'll protect you. The young man heard those words, stood up abruptly, and grinned confidently. It's not that bad, is it? Are you so lacking in confidence in my willpower? Yes, you are. Hearing the girl's blunt reply, Thanthu closed his eyes and sighed. All right, that's fine. I originally wanted to use this opportunity to escape. It'll save me trouble. They actively let me go. Thanthu extended his hand, condensing a rich and powerful surge of cold energy. With their current strength, confronting Hongui shouldn't be an issue, but just to be safe. However, before he could do anything, he saw the three girls charging towards Hongui together. Thanthu summoned the white wolf and instructed it. You stay here. If they run into trouble, just kill that demon cultivator. Having said that, Thanthu turned and flew away. He flew at an incredibly high speed deep into the forest. With so many cultivators vying for the myriad demon pearl, that limey demon physique woman must certainly be participating too. Now is the chance to find her. After flying for a while, Thanthu discovered a demon cultivator fighting a transformed demon beast, which was quite interesting. The spiritual techniques used by the black-clothed cultivators and the fox demon cultivators actually all originated from the demon emperor's palace 1,000 years ago. It's just a pity that after such a long time, The spiritual techniques must have transformed somewhat. It seems the remaining demon sects are divided into two factions. The limey demon physique women all possess rare dark spiritual roots. To find her, I just need to wait for a fluctuation of dark spiritual energy to appear. As he was contemplating, a tremor from two opposing forces suddenly shook the ground beneath Thanthu's feet, accompanied by a desperate scream. Whose cry is this? Beneath the ground was LDMCC, resisting a fierce attack from someone. It turns out the one fighting her is Thanthu. He swung his massive hand towards LDMCC, opening his mouth wide and shouting, "Ha ha! Let's see how much longer you can hide." Thanthu, standing on the tree, looked down in utter astonishment. It really is LDMCC. I told her not to get involved in this mess, yet she still came running. LDMCC performed her body-splitting technique, transforming into 3 forms to resist Thanthu's attack. With his powerful strength, Thanthu exhausted LDMCC, leaving her breathless and panting from fatigue. Thanthu and his subordinates looked at LDMCC, baring their teeth in a sinister grin. What's wrong? Don't you love to run? Not running anymore? LDMCC gripped her sword tightly with one hand, and with the other, lightly wiped a streak of sweat from her face. Ha ha ha, this is truly interesting. For Golden Core cultivators openly ganging up on a woman, your mothers must be so proud of you demon cultivators, huh? Thanthu, with a darkened face, looked at LDMCC, sneering contemptuously. A demon cultivator dares to speak of righteousness to us. The righteous sect? You don't need to mind her. Let's go together. Hearing those words, LDMCC flashed a disdainful smile. Come on, come on. Don't ask, it's because I'm a demon cultivator. Don't speak of reasons, I have my own. No wonder all the heavenly chosen on the Kangland region's leaderboard are alone. Turns out you guys aren't good enough. My spiritual energy is weak right now. Less than 1/5 of my best state. Do any of you dare to fight me one-on-one? If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. As an elder of the Linghuo sect, you can't possibly lack even this much courage. Can you? Hearing that, Thanthu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Don't provoke me. If it wasn't for resisting the demon attack last time, how would you have the chance to say such things here? Oh, is that so? You talk as if you could withstand a few moves from that lord. Hearing that, Thanthu turned and spat. What lord are you talking about? Are you talking about that white-haired sword cultivator? Do you think I'm truly afraid of him? How about you tell him to come out and fight me a few rounds right now? Where is he? Why isn't he here? Is he afraid of me? His subordinates burst into loud laughter upon hearing that. Ha ha ha. What good is it to threaten us with that white-haired sword cultivator? Make him show himself. We haven't fought enough and our hands are itching. Come on, come on. Let him come out and fight us old guys for a good match. Thanthu pointed to his own aged face and declared loudly, Come on, Thanthu, am standing here today. Do you dare to face me, huh? Look, there's no one here. Keep bragging, keep joking. If you've got the guts, tell him to come out and defeat me. Hearing those words, LDMCC bit her teeth in frustration. At the same time, Thanthu spoke from deep within the forest, causing Thanthu's group to turn around. I heard someone wants to defeat me? He floated above a tree branch, arms crossed, looking at Thanthu. You want to use martial arts to make friends, huh? I'm here. The moment Thanthu saw Thanthu, his entire body trembled, fear making him sweat profusely. I just casually said something and actually summoned this great lord, who killed a golden core demon in seconds. He must have heard all that talk about challenging him earlier, right? Thanthu jumped down from the tree, and LDMCC rushed over to support him. Lord, back to calling you that again. Did you do something bad? Didn't you? Being chased again, what happened? Thanthu and LDMCC supported each other. Is it that in your eyes, I'm the only one who does bad things? Can it be that someone else bullied me? It's alright. It's alright. Now that I'm here, no one can hurt you. Thanthu stretched his joints and neck as he walked towards Thanthu. Didn't someone just want to defeat me? Why are you silent now? This friend of yours isn't from the demonic path, is he? Why protect this demoness? However, if you wish to protect her, We can give you face and not bother her." The two subordinates standing nearby trembled all over. "Yes, yes, we'll give you face." LDMCC spoke up, hearing the hypocritical words of the subordinates and intentionally stealing my spirit herbs also counts as giving face to the Lord? You guys are so shameless. Thanthu heard that, glanced over, and thought silently. So that's how it is. These cultivators knew they couldn't contend with the Demon Emperor's palace. That's why they gave up on the myriad demon pearl and switched to stealing spirit herbs. It seems she didn't completely disregard my words. At least she didn't cause trouble. After pondering, Thanthu glanced at Thinfin and growled, "Our words just now truly weren't aimed at you. You can just consider them a joke." Thanthu heard that, raised his hand to brush his hair, striking a cool pose. "No, no, no! Didn't you say she's a demon cultivator? What a coincidence! So am I. Doesn't this white hair standing here look a lot like a villain's henchman? Otherwise, you wouldn't have cursed me like that." Thinfa heard that and immediately raised both hands in front of him, his forehead drenched in sweat. "This white hair sparkles dazzlingly. Anyone can tell he's a cultivator from a prestigious sect. In novels, he'd be the protagonist. How could he be a demon cultivator?" Hearing that, Thanthu took the sword from LDMCC's hand, thinking. Thanthu gripped the sword tightly, infused it with spiritual energy, then glared forward with a sinister smile. Enough with the small talk, let's get started. As soon as Thanthu finished speaking, Thinfin's group also activated their techniques and charged towards him. Thinfin stared intensely, a boundless and fierce surge of spiritual energy in his hands. Such fierce sword energy, how will he resist it later? Quickly, resolve this before he draws his sword. At this moment, the spiritual energy on Thanthu's sword had begun to absorb his boundless power. Then Thanthu struck down with a single sword, releasing an incredibly potent sword chi that flashed with dazzling light. The oppressive power from the sword struck towards Thanthu's subordinates, making them feel like they were about to be erased from existence. Next to them, Thanthu was not much better. In fact, he was affected many times more severely. After Thanthu's full power strike, Thanthu and his subordinates lay sprawled on the ground. LDMCC couldn't help but ponder the scene before her, for Golden Core cultivators were killed in a second. Just how strong is Milord's cultivation? After all, they're dead, aren't they? Thanthu threw the sword back to Luang Ko, bluntly replying, "Not yet, I was gentle." "Milord, where are you going? Wait for me." Seeing Luang Ko constantly following him, Thanthu sighed helplessly, closing his eyes tightly as he spoke. "You're injured, so go rest. Stop causing trouble." "What do you mean? Didn't I listen to Milord and not act recklessly?" After speaking, she moved closer to Thanthu, striking a provocative pose. "Milord, could it be that you're not interested in this humble girl? I'm different from other women. Are you really not going to try just once?" Hearing this, Thanthu immediately bowed his head and turned his face away. "Stop messing around. Be sensible. I already have a wife, and those to others." He thought that Luang Ko had returned to normal last time, but how did she turn into this state so quickly? Luang Ko moved closer, placed her hand on Thanthu's shoulder, and whispered in his ear, "So what? Ordinary women can't compare to Luang Ko. They can only be a scabbard. I, on the other hand, am surrounded on 3 sides. Milord, you are the blade." Hearing those words, Thanthu felt his entire body go limp, sweating profusely. "What's wrong, Milord?" Saying this, Luang Ko stood up straight and opened her top. "Are you perhaps in such a hurry already? Do you want to use the ground as a bed and the sky as a blanket? If you're interested, this humble girl will follow through. I've trained my waist, so I can please Milord. Sit down, I'll clean the sword myself." Upon hearing this, Thanthu raised his arm, thinking to himself, "This woman is truly formidable when she gets wicked. What I learned from books was enough to tease to Na and my senior sister, but facing Luang Ko, I'm completely overwhelmed." Luang Ko bit her fingernail awkwardly on her side. "What's wrong, Milord? Are you shy? There's no one here to see. Don't you want to relax a little?" Thanthu tried to suppress his excitement, turning to look at her with a stern face. Can you be normal like last night? Hearing this, Luangko raised her hand and gently caressed her cheeks. So you prefer that style? Don't think I'm cheerful now. When you draw your sword, I'll be secretly crying in your ear. After speaking, Luangko immediately went and grabbed Thanthu's hand. Me lord, why aren't you saying anything? Just thinking about you makes me wet all over. You can't just be seductive and do nothing, can you? While chatting, Thanthu noticed fierce battles occurring in midair. Me lord, you really want to compete for the Myriad Demon Pearl, don't you? No, not really. Hearing this, Luangko couldn't stop teasing him. Then why? Could it be you came specifically to find Luangko? At this moment, Thanthu was utterly helpless, sweating enough to soak his entire head. I can't say anything. If I do, she'll definitely refute me. I must remain silent, however. When Thanthu said nothing, Luangko took the opportunity to push him to the ground. Me lord, have you accepted? I'm so happy you've made my heart race. When will you come and mess up my bed? Can we talk about something else? Don't be so vulgar anymore. Hearing Thanthu's words, Luangko burst into laughter. Alright, then let's talk about something else. Me lord, do you prefer to wipe your sword dry or wet? Me lord, don't be shy. What is there to be shy about with Luangko? Sooner or later, I will be yours. Thanthu held his head and sighed deeply, feeling extremely helpless. Are you acting so solicitous all this way because you want to ask me for something? I don't believe you're just teasing me. Luangko, having been hit where it hurt, quickly replied, Me lord is truly intelligent. I can't hide anything from you. Indeed, half of this woman's vulgar words are teasing, and half are to curry favor. However, he wanted to see if her words were sincere or just teasing. But if he planted another spirit seal, it would be too painful. Her current demeanor surely extracts more than Tuna and his senior sister combined. Only heaven knows if he could endure it. What is it? Tell me. As soon as he finished speaking, Luangko pounced forward, placing her hands on Thanthu's chest. I want the Myriad Demon Pearl, me lord. Can you help me? Luangko begs you. I really want it, and of course, I want your sword too. Hearing this, Thanthu replied calmly, What do you want the Myriad Demon Pearl for? Luangko clapped her hands, smiling brightly, looking at Milord's words. Who wouldn't want the supreme treasure of the ancient sects? Milord rarely appears. Please follow me and help me fulfill this small wish. As soon as she finished speaking, Thanthu immediately turned and walked away. I told you, the Myriad Demon Pearl is not something you can handle. Don't overthink it. I have things to do. Your cultivation is still weak. It's hard to conceal your aura. Stop following me. However, despite his words, Luangko still clung to him. Alright, I don't need the Myriad Demon Pearl anymore. I'll be obedient and listen, but you can't leave. You just said that with you here, no one can harm me. If you leave, Luangko will continue to be hunted. Hearing this, Thanthu glanced back with a stony expression. Those cultivators won't wake up for a while. Who else will bother you? Stop causing trouble. Go quickly. Luangko stubbornly clung to him, making excuses. I can't walk anymore. Ever since I entered the mountain, I've been targeted by those black-clothed cultivators. All the injuries on my body are from them. Hearing this, Thanthu glanced at Luangko. Demon Emperor Palace? This woman dares to cause trouble for them. How on earth is she still alive? However, this level is still inferior to my past self. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of black-clothed demonic cultivators appeared behind Thanthu. Me lord, they're here. Soon, the group of black-clothed demonic cultivators had surrounded Thanthu and Luangko. So why did you provoke them? Luangko clung tightly to Thanthu's back. Her cheeks flushed, whispering in his ear. That's not important in such an exciting situation. It's better to say exciting things. For example, how many centimeters long is Milord's sword? Can Luangko sheath it completely? If it reaches my throat and I can't breathe, it would be quite uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, he was speechless. I'm just asking to prepare in advance. If you can't bear it, you need to practice more normally. Avoid spoiling my lord's mood then, not knowing if I can drink it all without a single drop left. Does me lord like it? Hearing this, Thanthu's face turned crimson, utterly speechless. The black-clothed demonic cultivators were furious upon hearing Luangko's words. This vixen dares to tease a man in front of our illusion moon pavilion, being so disrespectful, cut off her legs and feed them to the dogs. Hearing this, Luangko immediately hugged Thanthu tightly. Me lord, can you protect this humble girl? Just don't open your mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword swept past Thanthu and Luangko. She glanced behind her, a cunning smile on her lips as she spoke. Alright, if you don't like my mouth, I'll open up somewhere else for you then. Just then, the leading demonic cultivator appeared behind Thanthu and aimed his sword straight at his head. Me lord, be careful. He turned around, lightly using two fingertips to pinch the leading demonic cultivator's sword. The man's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth in astonishment, unable to pull his sword from Thanthu's hand. This white-haired cultivator can actually catch my attack and block the blade. Who on earth is he? When Thanthu released the leading demonic cultivator's sword, a shocking explosion occurred. As soon as he dealt with one, his subordinates rushed towards Thanthu with their swords. He hugged Luangko tightly and deftly dodged countless attacks from the black-clothed demonic cultivators in a spectacular manner. Luangko lay snugly in Thanthu's arms, looking up at him with admiration, unable to imagine that Milord was unexpectedly this powerful. She had never felt this way before. Seeing Milord's face so close, her heart was beating too fast. A moment later, Thanthu carried Luangko and landed on the ground. Haha, consuming life force to exchange for cultivation? I didn't expect the demon sect to have stooped to this level. You're only 100 years old, yet your bodies look like several hundred years old. You're already old people. The black-clothed demonic cultivators hit where it hurt, had their faces twitching and broke out in a cold sweat, silently speechless. Immediately after, Thanthu took Luangko's sword, raised it high, and absorbed abundant spiritual energy. The released spiritual energy forced the black-clothed demonic cultivators to use their cultivation techniques to defend themselves. However, the pressure from the sword's power and Thanthu's cultivation rendered the black-clothed demonic cultivators unable to resist, sending them flailing in the wind. The leading black-clothed demonic cultivator, who was sent flying into the cliff by Thanthu's power, gritted his teeth and clenched his fists resentfully. Damn it, don't think you can escape like this. Having said that, he stood up, raised his hand, and unleashed countless dense streams of demonic energy. At the same time, the streams of demonic energy continuously absorbed into Luangko's dantian, causing her to cry out in pain. Seeing this, the male lead helped Luangko sit up, placed his hand on her stomach, and then used his power to draw out the demonic energy from Luangko's body. After draining the demonic energy from Luangko's body, Thanthu gently clenched his hand, and the demonic energy immediately vanished. When did you get hit by the Sect's demon curse? Huh? Luangko's face fell upon hearing this, and she broke out in a cold sweat. A Sect demon curse? Huh? No wonder I'm discovered everywhere I go, so this is it. Seeing Thanthu's actions, the leading demonic cultivator's eyes widened and he burst out laughing. Haha, this woman was hit by our Sect's secret curse. Even if someone suppresses it now, in a few days, her chi will still burst and she'll die. If you want to remove the curse, kneel and beg me, lick my shoes clean, and I'll consider letting you meet the elder. Upon hearing this, Thanthu immediately clenched his fists, walked up to the leading demonic cultivator, and uttered two words. Remove the curse. He heard this and burst into gleeful laughter. Remove the curse, you say? I tell you, no one can remove this curse except Elder and Fong. If you hesitate any longer, I'll regret it now. Hurry up and kneel for me. Thanthu heard this and immediately rushed forward, kneeing the leading demonic cultivator directly in the face. If you don't know how to remove the curse, don't talk so much. Having dealt with the demonic cultivator, Thanthu glanced at Luangko, thinking, this woman has a lot of luck. She was cursed and still managed to survive until now. At the same time, behind Thanthu, someone appeared, standing on a high cliff with his hands clasped behind his back. It seems I can only go to him. Then, just as he was about to leave, Lamco stopped him. No, that person has already reached golden core and is almost at half-nascent soul. It's too dangerous. In her eyes, he's not even as good as half-nascent soul. I said, in front of me, no one can harm you, so no one can. Having said that, Thanthu placed his hand on his chest and smiled at Lamco. Just leave this curse to me. After a few steps, Thanthu glanced behind him and said, don't just stand there. Let's go. This woman wants to die. Provoking enemies aside, she's also afflicted by an evil curse, but can still laugh. Truly, big chest, big heart. Meanwhile, in another development, a group of black-clothed demonic cultivators was clashing with a group of shape-shifted demon beasts. Thanthu and Lam co-descended from the sky, startling both forces, who turned their heads to look. A demoness looked at the two of them and thought, this white-haired cultivator is agile. His cultivation is unclear, so he's probably not an ordinary person. Are you also here to contend for the treasure? Illusion Moon Palace is difficult to deal with right now. How about we temporarily join forces with us? If we fail, no matter how powerful you are, it will be difficult for you to face them alone, won't it? However, Lamco and Thanthu completely ignored the demoness's words and walked straight towards the mysterious man standing on the cliff. Those good-for-nothings, so many of them, yet they can't even deal with a single mouse. I was just about to go see you, and you came to me instead. Lamco heard this and clenched her jaw, breaking out in a cold sweat. The strength of a half-nascent soul cultivator, just suppressing spiritual energy, is enough to make one feel breathless. Thanthu, with an angry expression, got straight to the point. You're wrong. We came to deal with you. Stop talking nonsense and remove the curse on her for me. The man heard this. His face darkened, and he glared down, exclaiming, arrogant. This cheap woman secretly learned my divine art, stole the saintess's good fortune. It's a miracle she's still alive, and she wants to remove a curse. No sooner had he finished speaking than the demoness crossed her arms and spoke up. Haha, you from Illusion Moon Palace dare to call yourself a saintess? Ridiculous. As soon as she finished speaking, the man turned around and unleashed a full power strike towards the demoness. Shut your mouth. Faced with the man's words, Lamco turned with a worried expression. Me lord, don't listen to his baseless words. Lamco may be a bit mischievous, but she wouldn't do such things. I have the spirit replenishment art, that's why. Thanthu heard this and glanced over, thinking, spirit replenishment art is when a woman actively replenishes a man's spiritual energy during dual cultivation. Is it a lost secret art to prolong cultivation time if she also has a spirit imprint? After providing spiritual energy, she can absorb it back. That means there's no limit, endless fighting. This woman might be a good match for me, but the problem is I already have two people. While he was pondering, Lamco stepped forward and grabbed Thanthu's sleeve. What's wrong, me lord? Don't you trust me? Do you believe that old man instead of me? They bully me, and you're bullying me too? No, I'll bully them for you. They won't get away today. The black-clothed demonic cultivator's eyes widened and they burst out laughing. Haha, bully us. What big talk. Our Illusion Moon Palace is famous in the Kanglan region. For an unknown nobody like you to say such words, you truly don't know what's good for you. No sooner had he finished speaking than the man with a darkened face ordered, there's nothing to say to these rats. Kill him. Upon hearing the command, the black-robed demonic cultivators rushed towards Thanthu and Lamco. Kid, show us what you've got. Thanthu held out his hand, gathered chi, and flung up the surrounding rocks. Then he lifted a large rock, glaring straight ahead. At this moment, two black-clothed demonic cultivators had charged near Thanthu's head without hesitation. He launched the massive rock towards the two demonic cultivators, sending them flying far away. Having dealt with the two demonic cultivators, Thanthu controlled the rock to return, then glanced over and spoke. It's your turn now. The man's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth, enraged, his face darkening. The demoness standing behind saw the scene and couldn't help but think, the people of Illusion Moon Palace are difficult to deal with. Even when we allied with the demonic cultivators to fight them, we were suppressed. This white-haired cultivator unexpectedly solved most of them by himself. On this side, the man was already enraged. He floated in mid-air, channeling his cultivation to lift countless rocks. This old man truly underestimated you. I didn't expect such an incident tonight. If I don't deal with you, you'll be trouble later. Lamco and the demoness saw this and broke out in a sweat, worried. Your Excellency, you've seen this man's strength. How about we join forces with you? A higher winning rate is good for all of us. Me lord, they're not wrong. Join forces with them. Don't get hurt. Thanthu heard this and turned his head to look behind him with a contemptuous gaze. You were bullied and I'm helping you retaliate. Do I still need to find help? Wouldn't that make me seem weak? Lamco heard this, placed her hand on her chest, her cheeks flushing. No, in my heart. Me lord is always firm, no, the most powerful, but why take unnecessary risks when you can clearly reduce danger? In any case, me lord just needs to be careful. Having said that, Thanthu rushed forward with the rock, shouting loudly, "It's just a half-nascent soul cultivator, no need to worry." The demoness heard this and scowled. Arrogant nobody, and Fong's fighting style is strange. You'll suffer greatly soon. Elder Infong used his cultivation technique, and a thick red aura appeared behind him. You're quite bold, daring to fight me alone. If you had teamed up with those vixen, I would indeed have had a hard time. But as for you alone, die. As Thanthu rushed forward, he was met with a huge, incredibly bizarre hand. The demoness saw the scene, her eyes wide and jaw agape, thinking, at that distance, he can't possibly dodge. This guy is finished. However, something startled Elder Infong, who glanced over, gritting his teeth. Thanthu's rock unexpectedly slammed into his back with immense force. Consider your ribs broken in this life. Taking the full blow, he flew straight into the cliff, sending up plumes of smoke and dust. Thanthu glanced at Elder Infong with a solemn expression, showing clear anger. Elder Infong slowly got up, his whole body releasing countless bizarre black chi streams. Well done, I really shouldn't underestimate you. No sooner had he finished speaking than he erupted in rage, opening his mouth and roaring fiercely. This move, you forced this old man. Elder Infong used his clone technique, circling around Thanthu. However, he showed no worry, glaring at him and saying, "All show and no substance." Immediately after, the real Elder Infong along with his illusory clones rushed towards Thanthu. However, he remained calm, summoned a large rock, aimed precisely, and hurled it directly at Elder Infong, who took the full blow and was sent flying into the air. But it wasn't over. Thanthu continued to soar, a large rock in his hand aimed directly at Elder Infong. He used a mighty gust of wind, intending to strike Elder Infong with the rock in a surprise attack. The two powers collided, creating violent shockwaves that reshaped the mountains. Under Thanthu's power, Elder Infong was instantly sent flying through one mountain range after another. Thanthu raised his two fingers, glared at Elder Infong, and growled, "Want to fight some more?" The elder crawled, his mouth full of fresh blood, and spoke trembling. Amidst the thick dust, the miserable old man spoke. "Who exactly are you, Your Excellency? I've lived for hundreds of years and have never heard of someone as strong as you." As soon as he finished speaking, Thanthu descended from the sky right in front of Elder Infong, just a passerby. "Can you remove the curse now?" Elder Infong struggled to sit up, his face covered in sweat. "I only know how to cast curses, not remove them. This item is related to my Haiyan Nuyet Manor. I hope Your Excellency will show respect. Haiyan Nuyet Manor will surely be grateful, but if you ruin Haiyan Nuyet Manor's great plan, please believe that Haiyan Nuyet Manor's revenge can be unbearable for you." Hearing the threats, Thanthu was not afraid. Instead, he retorted directly, "Are you threatening me? Even the Demon Emperor Palace at its strongest wasn't qualified, let alone the remnants of Haiyan Nuyet Manor." Upon hearing this, Elder Infong's eyes widened and his jaw dropped in surprise. "You know the Demon Emperor Palace?" At the same time, Lamco hurriedly flew over. "Your Grace, are you not injured? Just a light strike. How could I be injured? Taking advantage of Thanthu's inattention, Alder and Fong's eyes suddenly turned blood red, filled with murderous intent, thinking, this arrogant fool actually exposed his back to me. Immediately after, he jumped up, using his demonic energy to gather large rocks behind his back, and roared, what a fool! He launched the demonic energy towards Thanthu, but before it could harm the male protagonist, a heaven-shattering, earth-shattering explosion suddenly occurred. This one's a bit weak. I bullied him too much, accidentally killed him. Thanthu crossed his arms and glanced over with a solemn expression. I'll figure out how to remove the curse later. After speaking, he turned around, his face angry, and shouted, do you ladies still want to stay and contend with me for the 10,000 demon orb? The demoness flinched at those words, sweat pouring down like rain. Even in Fong, a half-nascent soul cultivator, was swiftly killed. How strong is this white-haired cultivator really? After pondering, the demoness immediately transformed into her beast form and quickly fled, with only one thought in her mind, damn it, this place is no good for lingering, I must leave now. A moment later, Thanthu sat cross-legged on a rock with a pensive expression, muttering to himself, the demon energy will dissipate completely in another half hour. Then I can easily take the 10,000 demon orb. A divine object like this, I don't believe that seductive demoness won't come to take it. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lamco walked over and sat at Thanthu's feet. Your Grace has worked hard, it's fine. I'd say this move of yours is a bit too dark. Lamco looked up, staring intently at Thanthu, her cheeks flushed. Lamco just wants to be a little closer to your Grace, that's all. A beautiful moon like this would be very boring without a beauty by your side, wouldn't it? Thanthu heard her and was speechless, not knowing what to say. You call this a beautiful moon? Lamco boldly replied, although there's no moon, your Grace shines brighter than the moon. Just looking at you makes this humble girl's heart race. Your Grace's demeanor surpasses the moon and stars. Thanthu leaned back on his hands. Are you flirting with me? Doesn't count. Flirting is going all out to win someone over and make them comfortable. But I can make your Grace's whole body and mind comfortable. What's wrong, your Grace? Why are you avoiding me? As Lamco kept crawling forward, Thanthu kept backing away. I have a wife. Your scent is too strong. You're mentioning your wife again, what they can give your Grace. Lamco can too, but what Lamco can give your Grace, they might not be able to. Returning to Mo Young City, everything around them was now in ruins. Thanthu walked step by step through the rubble, looking at everything around him with a sad expression. I'm back, how are things? Hearing his voice, Tiuna turned her head and called out loudly, Thanthu. Without hesitation, she quickly ran and hugged him tightly. Thanthu, we won. That was a spirit-gathering realm cultivator. We actually won. I still can't believe it. Tiuna and I actually defeated a powerful spirit-gathering realm cultivator. No sooner had she finished speaking than Van Van walked over and grabbed Van Kai's hand. Senior sister, I clearly contributed too. Don't overlook me. Of course, I wouldn't overlook you, junior sister. To some extent, Van Van is the biggest hero. If Van Van hadn't directly entangled that demonic cultivator, Tiuna and I wouldn't have been able to attack, and we might have gotten hurt. Thanthu heard this and was utterly surprised. Sweating profusely, junior sister directly entangled him? Among the three of them, junior sister is the weakest. Could she really block a spirit-gathering realm cultivator head-on? Seeing Thanthu's surprised reaction, Van Van stood up, putting her hands on her hips, looking proud. Didn't expect that. Huh? Thanthu heard her and closed his eyes, smiling softly. You're really amazing. So big breasts can increase defense. I've learned something. However, something made Van Van look at Thanthu with wide, round eyes. Immediately after, she turned around and exclaimed, Little Thu has a woman scent on him. Senior sisters. Van Kai and Tiuna's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. Without hesitation, the head wife rushed over and grabbed Thanthu's clothes. Tiuna, junior sister's nose is so sharp. I've already lightened the scent. You be quiet. Don't say anything. After sniffing, Tiuna's face darkened. and she glared at Than Thu, exclaiming, "Senior sister, he really does have a woman scent." As soon as she finished speaking, the two women stood facing Than Thu, questioning him. "Junior brother, you're really enjoying yourself, aren't you? While we were fighting the demonic cultivators, you went out to find women that, you age. What are you saying? How dare you go out and find women? Are we not good enough?" Than Thu heard this and raised his two hands in front of him, his eyes wide. "Good, very good. Tell us, what's good about us?" He was sweating profusely, stammering, "Face, legs, hands, waist, all good." Hearing this, Tiu Na and Van Kai looked at Than Thu with dagger eyes. "So you mean our breasts aren't good?" "That's right, our breasts aren't good." "Huh?" Under their intense stares, Than Thu leaned back, forcing a smile. "Good, your breasts are the best, I really like them." No sooner had he finished speaking than Van spoke up with an annoyed, angry expression. "What do you mean? Little Thu, are you saying mine aren't good?" Than Thu heard this and started sweating like rain, thinking to himself, "What exactly does junior sister want to do? Always causing trouble for me, and now more chaos. Good, good, all of you are good, alright?" Hearing this, the three women simultaneously advanced towards Than Thu, looking at him with sharp eyes. "If we're so good, why did you go looking for other women? You're a hypocrite." Extremely helpless, Than Thu pointed at the red ghost demonic cultivator and shouted, that's right, it was that demonic cultivator. Earlier, when everyone entered the illusionary realm, I accidentally got her scent on me." The demonic cultivator heard this and roared, "You bastard, are you blaming this on me too?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Van Kai immediately unleashed the red ghost corpse sealing art. "So it was this hussy." Tiu Na walked over, gently stroking Than Thu's face. "Sorry, we blamed you wrongly. You must be well behaved from now on, otherwise your humble servant will be heartbroken and a heartache might affect the baby, which wouldn't be good." Hearing this, he could only force a smile and think, "Yes, I, Than Thu, swear that no matter if I starve to death, die of thirst, or die alone, I will never take another wife again. 2 wives plus 1 strange junior sister are already more than I can handle. If I add a few more, I don't know if I'll survive." As he was pondering, Tiu Na leaned close to his face. Her words startled him. "What are you thinking? Are we not good enough again?" "Good, very good." A few days later at Thanyu Peak, Than Thu walked out of the small courtyard, his eyes closed as he stretched and yawned. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Van Kai. "Senior sister, aren't you counting the demonic cultivator's jade tokens? Why are you out here?" Hearing his voice, Van Kai turned her head to reply, "Not counting anymore, not counting anymore. It's giving me a headache." Speaking of which, the Sect's announcement should have new content by now. "Junior brother, would you like to go see it with me?" Than Thu heard her and replied with a smile, "Sure, I'm free anyway." A moment later, at the main gate of the Sect, disciples were flying on swords in the sky. Below the gate were the two sisters Chu Lin and Ta Quan. When they saw Van Kai, they immediately ran over. "Senior sister, you're back. We heard something happened in Moyang City, and we were all very worried about you. It's great that brother-in-law is also fine." Van Kai heard this and awkwardly raised her hand to cover her face. "Ta Quan, what are you saying?" "What's wrong? Senior sister Van and senior brother Yun are a couple, so calling him brother-in-law isn't wrong, right? You two really are." No sooner had she finished speaking than Than Thu walked over and playfully tapped Van Kai's nose. "I think this way of addressing me is quite interesting. Let them call me that." Chu Lin and Ta Quan heard this, and their eyes sparkled as they looked at Van Kai and Than Thu with admiration, as expected of a couple. So sweet. "I also want a little brother who can both refine medicine and fight well. We admire senior sister Van so much." As she spoke, Chu Lin clasped her hands together and held them in front of her. "When do you two plan to get married? We want to attend to. It'll probably be a while. When the time comes, we'll definitely send you invitations." Van Kai heard this and immediately elbowed Than Thu. "This guy is talking nonsense again." Chu Lin and Ta Quan saw this scene and giggled. Senior sister Van and brother-in-law really have a good relationship. We won't bother you two anymore. Let's head back to our peaks. Goodbye, senior sister Van and brother-in-law. Thanthu heard this and immediately raised his hand to wave. Alright, goodbye. After the two girls left, Van Kai glanced at Thanthu. Her cheeks flushed. She thought to herself, Junior brother said that, so does he mean our relationship can get closer? Like holding hands, but what if Junior brother doesn't agree? Wouldn't that be awkward? As she pondered, her hand subconsciously wanted to move closer to Thanthu's, but he actively took her hand firmly. The sudden event made Van Kai's heart pound uncontrollably, and she glanced over. Thanthu saw Van Kai's expression and chuckled. Just holding hands makes you so happy. Ha! How could I not be happy for our first time holding hands? But if we're holding hands, you can't let go. If you leave me behind, I'll cling to you for life. Thanthu heard those words and smiled broadly. Alright, then I'll hold your hand for life. The surrounding disciples heard this and were utterly frustrated. How hateful! While they were talking, the magical treasure behind Van Kai suddenly emitted a surge of abundant spiritual energy. She turned her head to look behind her, her eyes wide. Oh, this reaction. What's wrong, senior sister? Van Kai turned to look at Thanthu with a joyful expression. It's master, junior brother. Our master is back. Let's go see. Thanthu heard this and fell silent, thinking, Tonko, my master has finally appeared after so long. In the Sect's main square, the disciples were abuzz with discussions. Who is this woman? She's so beautiful. She seems even more beautiful than Fairy Han Nuyet from another sect, right? Never seen her in our sect either, but I definitely can't remember when. Forget it. I have a new goddess now. I'm done for. What about you guys? Wanzi also grabbed Thanthu's hand and ran towards the crowd. I can't believe it's master, junior brother. Look, that's our master, Elder Quan Ji. But I can't believe master took off her mask. She didn't used to show her face easily. Why is that? What met Thanthu's eyes was Lam Ko. He was secretly horrified. No, not just Lam Ko. The woman who fought me that day at Drunken Dream Pavilion also had this pattern on her body. Thinking about it carefully, how can there be such a coincidence in this world? That woman, Lam Ko, Quan Ji. It turns out they're all the same person. No wonder she said that day. I see, it turns out she has the ability to mimic different female personas. Her seductive persona before must have been mimicking the demon sect Saintus, which is why she was hunted by the demon sect. While he was deep in thought, Wanzi turned to him and asked. Thanthu heard this and started sweating, his heart in a mess. Such a coincidence makes me even suspect it's fate. Not hearing Thanthu's answer, Wanzi worriedly exclaimed, Are you unwell? No, sister, you go ahead and greet her. I'll go inform to you Na and senior sister. Alright, you go. Just as Quan Ji walked past, Wanzi called out to her. The male disciples heard this and immediately started discussing loudly. Her beauty, her figure, her aura, no way, the sect's beauty rankings have to be redone. At the same time, in Tiuna's room, with a worried expression, Tiuna turned to ask Van Van. Master is very kind. She takes care of me and Wanji like an elder sister. It's okay, don't worry. After saying that, Tiuna turned and spoke, startling Thanthu. He heard that and forced a smile, thinking, if I tell you too, you won't believe me. But she's interested in me. With her two disciples, even master likes me now. It's like I've taken over Thanyu Peak. It's too chaotic. This week's spiritual energy can change my appearance in others' eyes. Otherwise, things are going to get very interesting later. While they were talking, Van Van glanced over and saw something that surprised her. It turned out she saw Quan Ji. She immediately ran and hugged her master tightly. As soon as they met, Quan Ji took out a pink Lotus Battle bra. I've tried it. The quality is not bad, and the defense is also very good. You won't have to worry about it stretching out later. Thank you, master. Thanthu stood behind, looking dumbfounded at the scene, thinking to himself. After talking with Van Van, Quan Ji turned to Wanzi. Master, you're breaking my heart. I won't help you clean then you peek anymore. Alright, Master was wrong. I won't mention this again. At this, Quan Ji raised a hand to her face, glanced over, and asked, She is a new disciple who joined this year, Lin Tiu Na. She was assigned to Than Yu Peak as Master's new disciple. Tiu Na heard this and immediately cupped her hands and bowed respectfully. My new disciple, how did those old geezers assign such an outstanding disciple to me? It's really strange. After saying that, Quan Ji presented Tiu Na with a gift. I hope you like it. This is too precious. Thank you, Master. After saying that, Quan Ji glanced over with an irritable, displeased look. Wanzi heard this and immediately spoke up to introduce him. Thanthu hurriedly said. Quan Ji heard this, crossed her arms, turned her face away, frowning. This old woman doesn't like it. However, you look decent, so I can give you a chance. Do you know how to sing? Thanthu heard that and was startled, his eyes wide as if he had vertigo. Not hearing Thanthu's answer, Quan Ji glanced over with an angry expression. What's wrong? Why are you frozen? Thanthu cupped his hands and bowed, thinking to himself, Master is joking, I don't know how to sing. Hearing that, Quan Ji moved closer to Thanthu. Don't know how to sing? How about I teach you, so we can bond? Quan Ji heard those words and her eyes widened, her brows furrowed. Seeing that expression, he flinched. No, Master, you're being a bit coercive. I'm tone deaf. How can I sing? Quan Ji heard that, crossed her arms, and looked at Thanthu with cold eyes. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Wanzi spoke a few words. Master, why are you making it so difficult for junior brother? This bullying is too much. Wani can't bear to watch it. Wani calls him junior brother, too. I haven't even agreed to accept him yet. Or do you like him? Wanji's face turned red when she was hit where it hurt, and she turned her face away. What are you talking about? Master doesn't know, but if junior brother hadn't sold 30,000 elixirs to pay for resources, we would have been expelled from the mountain peak long ago. Hearing this, Quan Ji looked at Thanthu with different eyes. You're a rich kid, that's good. Than Yu Peak really needs someone to do the heavy lifting. Heavy lifting? What's wrong? Not happy? He heard that, cupped his hands, forced a smile, and replied, Thank you, Master. After saying that, Quan Ji turned and left. Wani, Vani, and Tiu Na, come here and talk with me, and Van Thanthu, clean the courtyard thoroughly and prepare food for dinner. Yes, disciple understands. One late afternoon at Than Yu Peak, while Thanthu was busy working, Quan Ji and her 3 female disciples chatted happily. So you guys carried out the demon extermination order in Macduong City? That's right. Why is Master also in Macduong City? Quan Ji heard this and smiled softly. Wanzi heard this and her eyes widened in surprise. Speaking of which, Master, why did you take off your mask? Quan Ji pulled her to female disciples into her embrace and replied, Oh my, Master is in love. You're not lying, are you? No, it's true. When you're in love, you have to take good care of your appearance. So from now on, I should wear my mask less. Wanzi heard this and immediately grabbed Quan Ji's clothes. Master, who exactly do you like? Hurry and tell us. Oh, girls, never mind. It's fine to tell you. He's a very special man. At this moment, Thanthu was diligently peeling potatoes with a sad, gloomy expression. Quan Ji continued to recount. Thanthu heard those words and was startled, accidentally cutting his finger, dropping the potato on the ground. He sat alone, biting his fingertip. If I had known this, I would have just taken the girls and run away. Quan Ji was still engrossed. After a while of peeling potatoes, he had peeled a whole basin full, but the girls were still talking. If it were a little earlier, you might have been able to drink Master's wedding wine. From now on, I will definitely treat him well, cherish him as a treasure in my hands, and not let him suffer any grievances. So perfect, it's a pity I haven't seen him on Master's wedding day. I must be a bridesmaid. Of course, Wani, you're the best. Oh, and he also gave me a token of love. What kind of token is it? Hurry and show us. Thanthu heard this and curiously glanced over. Quan Ji stood up and summoned the long stone that Thanthu used to defeat Olden Fong. It's this one. How is it? Very big and hard, right? Quanji approached and pressed her face against the stone. This is the weapon he used to fight those who bullied me. That night, he fought over a dozen cultivators alone with just a stone stick. He was so handsome. It is quite precious then. Thanthu stood on this side, watching, sweating profusely. I really admire this woman. Afterward, Thanthu carried the basin of potatoes past when Quanji called him back. He said that, but his expression was incredibly displeased as he thought to himself. As dusk fell, Quanji's stone stick was undergoing a transformation. It turns out Thanthu was carrying it away to put it away. At the same time, a voice called out, "Junior brother, wait a moment." Wanzi walked over and tightly grabbed Thanthu's hand. "Junior brother, are you alright? Are you talking about me being scolded by master? I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. I'm not that fragile. Besides, in the cultivation world, master is like a parent to disciples. This isn't considered bullying." After Wanzi heard that, she placed a hand on her chest and looked at Thanthu with affectionate eyes. "It's good that you're alright. Master is actually very good. He just doesn't like people of the opposite sex. Before, he was too handsome, which caused some trouble. After that, he always wore a mask. He also has some prejudice against men, just like me before I met you, junior brother. I also didn't like people of the opposite sex." Thanthu heard that, closed his eyes tightly and smiled. "It seems I'm still good, right?" Speaking of this, Wanzi turned around and placed a hand on Thanthu's shoulder, their eyes meeting. "Junior brother is very good, very cute. What a coincidence. I want that too." With that, he suddenly pounced forward and kissed Wanji's neck, making her eyes widen and her cheeks flush. Too awkward, Wanzi immediately pushed Thanthu away. "You're so bad. If you leave a mark, how can I face anyone else?" Unable to control herself, Wanzi then put on an angry face, looking at Thanthu with sharp eyes. "You still have the nerve to bully me. It seems your mood isn't bad after all. I must get my revenge." With that, she pounced forward and gave Thanthu a big kiss on the cheek, leaving him stunned. After kissing him, Wanzi looked at Thanthu and softly said, Alright, remember to come home for dinner. I'll make something delicious for you tonight." "Okay, I'll be back soon after I finish cleaning this pillar." After their conversation, the two said goodbye to each other. After Wanzi left, Thanthu leaned against the stone pillar and sighed. This stone is covered in bloodstains, yet she doesn't think it's dirty, even cherishing it like a treasure. Why don't I just make her a new one? While deep in thought, Thanthu heard a noise, then turned his head to look behind him. Hanyu suddenly appeared. "Senior sister Hanyu, why are you here?" "Yun Thanthu, you really are back." With that, Hanyu handed Thanthu a bag. "Senior sister Hanyu, do you need something from me? This is for you." Thanthu took the bag with a bewildered expression. "What is this?" Hanyu placed her hands on her chest and loudly declared, "All the demon extermination jade tablets obtained this time are for you." Thanthu was stunned when he heard that. "Senior sister Hanyu, demon extermination tablets have special significance to disciples. They relate to one's cultivation path and future. Why would you give them all to me? This might be useful for you. You have a mutated ice and wind dual spirit root, so your cultivation will be even more difficult. But if you can enter the young talent ranking, you'll have a chance to be noticed by a major sect. They might even have a way to help you solve your cultivation problems." Upon hearing this, Thanthu immediately pushed the bag back to Hanyu. "This is too precious, senior sister Hanyu. You should keep it for yourself. You need it more than I do." Thanthu was shy and didn't dare to look directly into Hanyu's eyes. "I really don't need it." He thought to himself, "The times I've met Hanyu can be counted on one hand. Why would she want to help me?" Hanyu lowered her head with a sad expression. "I heard that fourth elder Quanji is back. She's very disgusted by people of the opposite sex. So what if she doesn't teach you how to cultivate? With these jade tablets, it's different. Once a major sect notices you, your cultivation path will definitely be smooth." Speaking of this, Hanyu handed the bag of jade tablets back to Thanthu and took his hand. "Wait for me for a year. Next year, I'll come find you there." After that, she took out 3 novels. These are ones I just bought. Very beautiful, very explicit, very violent. Thanthu saw the 3 novels with seductive female figures printed on them and broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, I just carelessly left 1 book behind that time. How did it become such an unmanageable mess? If the Sect disciples knew Hanyu had become like this, each of them could drown me with a single spit. The Sect leader might even want to eradicate me entirely. We haven't met for a month. How did she become like this? Moreover, these books are more captivating than the ones I read, making me feel like a rookie, not bad. It really is great. Hanyu was overjoyed to hear Thanthu's words, right? I spent a long time choosing them. Which position do you like? I like... Oh, wait. Why are you asking this, senior sister? I'm studying a bit to use during dual cultivation. Thanthu heard those words and made a bewildered face, thinking, why would a young maiden propose dual cultivation so frankly? I clearly refused last time. Why does she still not forget? And this time, she's even more experienced. I can't keep up. Hanyu stepped forward and pointed her finger at Thanthu's chest, declaring, you have an ice spirit root, and I primarily have a water spirit root, with wood as secondary. Since you also have a wind spirit root, we're truly a match made in heaven. My cultivation technique is very powerful. Thanthu heard that and glanced over it with an expressionless face. But didn't I refuse? Hanyu heard that and immediately took out her favorite bag of bear-shaped cookies. Among men, you're the only one I find pleasing to the eye. If this isn't enough, I'll give you all of these that I'm reluctant to eat. Thanthu saw the bag of bear-shaped cookies and clutched his head in helplessness. It's not that I dislike Hanyu. This kind of silly personality is somewhat endearing, but I already have 2 wives. They don't like Hanyu. If I take her in too, they'll be fighting every day and turning everything upside down. After pondering, he looked up at Hanyu and answered directly. Well, senior sister Hanyu, I'm truly touched, but I still refuse. Although she was sad to hear that, she still smiled and replied, all right, keep these. I went to great lengths to get them. With that, she turned and left, leaving Thanthu wondering, I refused, so why is she still giving them to me? If I don't help you, how will you cultivate in the future? Ha! With that, she raised her hand and waved at Thanthu, smiling brightly. Good night, young Thanthu. Seeing Hanyu about to leave, Thanthu quickly raised his hand and called out softly, wait a moment. Hanyu heard the call and turned her head back with a bewildered expression. At this moment, Thanthu was using his spiritual energy to write countless talismans on a scroll. I can't owe Hanyu so much. This level 3 spirit art is enough for her to break through to the golden core realm, although it's a bit difficult. With her aptitude, she can definitely comprehend it. After writing, Thanthu neatly rolled up the scroll. This is my Yun family ancestors' water element spirit art. Although I don't know how powerful your water element cultivation technique is, mine is definitely stronger. Hanyu held the cultivation technique scroll in her hand and smiled softly, replying, alright, thank you. The scene shifts to somewhere within the new peak. A voice echoed, Master's assets are so big, I really want to squeeze them. I wonder how they compare to senior sister Mu's. It turns out several female disciples were bathing with Quan Ji. Stop messing around, I was wrong. Only that person of mine can touch that spot. Stop messing around. But for now, Master is still ours, so let us enjoy ourselves first. Speaking of this, Quan Ji lowered her head sadly. It's just a shame that that person of mine is too stubborn. I don't know when I'll be able to win them over. There are countless men pursuing Master, yet you only like one person. I really don't know what charm that man possesses. I kind of want to meet him. Quan Ji heard that and turned to chuckle. When I get him, I'll bring him for you all to see. Don't be too envious then. Alright, Warner, Xiao Ya, you two aren't little anymore. Aren't you going to find someone? You can't let such a beautiful time pass by. Xiaoya and Wanzi froze upon hearing that, their eyes wide. This before they could answer, Quan Ji interrupted. Once you have your other half, this bathing pond will be for you two to enjoy. The atmosphere here is perfect. You can even dual cultivate. Just as she finished speaking, Van Van ran over with a cheerful expression. Then Sister Wan and Xiaoya are so convenient, they can be together. Before she could finish her sentence, Van Van was rushed by Xiaoya and Wanzi, who covered her mouth tightly. Quanji looked at the scene with a bewildered expression. What's wrong? Why aren't you letting Van Van speak? Xiaoya's face was flushed red, her eyes tightly closed as she forced a smile awkwardly. No, nothing. Meanwhile, in another development, our male lead was diligently washing clothes. Annoying Quanji, after boiling water, I still have to help her wash clothes, causing me to have no time to read the books Han you gave me. Remember, you must wash them by hand, no using spiritual power. And also, I have to add some fragrant medicinal herbs. Thinking of this, Fan Thu picked up Quanji's pink underwear and stared at it intently. No wonder she smells so strongly. It turns out it's because of all these fragrant herbs. I remember that purple orchid grass has the effect of removing hair. It's usually used for leg hair removal. I can't believe she gave me so much. As he said this, he smirked. Sorry, I sprinkled too much, and I didn't want to waste it, so I can only let Master feel a little coolness. While he was messing around, a voice calling out Yun Thanthu rang out, startling him and making his eyes widen. He turned around and, seeing Quan Ji, started sweating profusely. Master just now was. Quan Ji, wearing a bath towel, stood with her hands on her hips, looking at Thanthu with an irritated expression. Come to my room for a moment. Hearing this, Thanthu's eyes widened and he froze for 5 seconds. A moment later, Thanthu opened Quanji's door and entered. Master, why did you call for me? Quanji walked casually past Thanthu and stated bluntly, well, I was bathing just now. Wan Ni, Xiao Ya, and Yun Yun all mentioned you. It really made me uncomfortable. She sat comfortably in a chair, raising her hand to rest her chin, looking at Thanthu with sharp eyes. I really can't see what charm you possess to mesmerize my 3 precious disciples like that. With that, Quanji extended her hand forward, using spiritual power to control Thanthu and pull him towards her. She pinched his cheek, muttering, strange, he's not handsome beyond redemption, so why are my disciples so mesmerized? However, something made her thoughtful. She mused, these facial features, this physique, it seems somewhat familiar. Seeing Quanji's state, Thanthu was drenched in sweat, his face pale, and he thought nervously, isn't this woman repulsed by others below her? Why is she staring at me like this? Could she have recognized my identity? But with the spiritual chi wig changing my appearance, I shouldn't be recognizable. Given this woman's personality, if she recognized me, she'd be too happy. After observing him for a while, Quanji finally released Thanthu, thinking to herself, my heart races when facing my master. Indeed, men, except for that one person, are all the same rotten fruit. Forget it, I probably met him before in Mekdiendiang City. If I can't remember, I won't think about it anymore. After thinking, she took out to alchemy handbooks. Though your dual variant spirit root is rare, it's not useless as those old fools say. This water element spiritual technique has a marvelous method. Cultivating it can also help you find a way to break through. The other alchemy handbook should also be able to help you. Upon hearing this, Thanthu let out a sigh of relief and accepted the cultivation technique and the handbook from Quan Ji. Thank you, Master. He thought, these secret manuals are enough for a low-level disciple to use their entire life. She called me here, and it was actually to give me this. It seems Quan Ji isn't completely heartless. Was I a bit too much when I sprinkled that stuff on her belongings earlier? Quan Ji rested her chin on her hand, looked forward and smiled. Aren't you quite talented? Cultivate it within 10 days for me. Thanthu's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. What? 10 days? What's wrong? Can't do it? Then I'll give you half a month. If you don't complete it, don't blame this master for punishing you. Thanthu stared intently at the 2 books in his hands, his face sinking. This woman actually played this trick on me. Speaking of which, it was just like this when I took disciples back then. To maintain peace, I also set quite perverse conditions. It's a pity that among 10,000 people, one actually understood that disgusting sword technique, and later there was a cute little disciple. After waiting for a long time without a reply from Thanthu, Quan Ji spoke up. Why aren't you saying anything? Do you want to defy my order? In the cultivation world, this is a rebellious act. How do you think it should be dealt with? Hearing this, Thanthu tightly closed his eyes and forced a smile. Cursing inwardly, I sprinkled too little hair removal spiritual herb just now. I should have sprinkled more if I'd known. He clasped his hands and bowed, clearly replying, Disciple accepts the order. I guarantee I will finish cultivating within 10 days. Quan Ji was startled awake, her eyes wide in surprise. What did you say? Hearing these words, cold sweat involuntarily broke out on Quan Ji's forehead. These cultivation techniques and alchemy handbooks were truly too profound. She was sure they couldn't be grasped in a short time, yet he agreed so quickly, unable to figure it out. She could only hold her head, her gaze perplexed as she glanced at him. Then why are you still looking at me? Do you want a reward? Do you want this old woman to sing you a majestic song? As soon as he heard the 3 words majestic song, Thanthu's eyes lit up, and his smile couldn't be hidden. That sounds good. Before his smile could fade, Quan Ji threw a mountain-high pile of clothes directly at Thanthu. Go, clean up these clothes. Wash them all thoroughly for me. Holding the pile of dirty clothes, Thanthu froze for a few seconds. She expects me to clean up her pigsty. I've never even touched my own room. Before he could react, Quan Ji pushed Thanthu out the door. Damn it, she usually tortures me but doesn't kill me. Standing outside the door, Thanthu glared inside, his face full of resentment, muttering, You're bullying me, aren't you? You think no one in the UP can handle you, don't you? I'll let you experience being bullied. With that, he unhesitatingly threw the pile of dirty clothes right in front of Quan Ji's room door. Meanwhile, inside the room, Quan Ji stared blankly out the window, her eyes heavy with sadness. I can't believe I'm suffering from lovesickness like those young girls. It's been 5 days since we last met. Where is he now? Suddenly, a powerful and familiar spiritual energy surged, startling Quan Ji and making her turn around. This powerful and familiar spiritual wave, it's him. Without hesitation, she quickly donned her clothes and leaped out the window, disappearing into the night. In the tranquil dead of night, within a bamboo forest, Thanthu stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes slightly closed, a hint of impatience in his demeanor. This woman is too slow to react. She still hasn't noticed. As soon as he finished his thought, Quan Ji, in the form of Lam Cc, appeared, panting. My lord, hearing the call, Thanthu turned around and said in a low voice, Your attire is a bit disheveled. As soon as I sensed my lord's aura, I rushed here. Why such a rush? Lam Cc straightened up and gently lifted her skirt. Because I didn't dare to make my lord wait. What if my lord left if I wasn't here? My lord, coming to see Lam Cc so late, is it because you feel lonely in the quiet night and want to practice swordsmanship? Which of my 3 sword sheaths does my lord wish to try? One dry to wet. Seeing Thanthu didn't respond, she boldly stepped forward and embraced him from behind. Don't be like that, my lord. Are you afraid Lam Cc's sword sheath can't hold my lord's sword? Lam Cc does it very well. Or perhaps my lord doesn't like that position. We can try another, whatever my lord desires. These sweet words made Thanthu frown in displeasure. Can you be serious? Scolded, Quan Ji covered her mouth with her hand, feigning a look of panic. What's wrong? Isn't this serious? Why did my lord scold me? Is my lord perhaps scared? Wait, my lord isn't still a virgin, are you? Hit where it hurt, Thanthu turned his face away, remaining silent. This reaction greatly pleased Quan Ji. Did I guess correctly? She couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I can't believe my lord is still a virgin. That's hilarious. Don't talk nonsense, I have 2 wives. Even though he said that, Thanthu secretly thought, calling me a virgin isn't entirely wrong. After all, the great battle with the fox demon before is just a vague memory. But I clearly came here to bully this woman. How did I end up getting teased instead? Hearing Thanthu boast about having two wives, Quan Ji just chuckled. Imaginary wives? Haha, imaginary what? They're real people, you know. My lord says they're real people. Then they're real people. Haha, I can't believe someone who talks about having wives all the time is like this. By this point, Thanthu couldn't take it anymore, his anger clearly showing on his face. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? My lord, are you admitting it now? So you really are a virgin, haha. Completely helpless, he could only turn and walk away. You keep laughing there, I'm out of here. Alright, I won't laugh anymore. I won't laugh anymore. Don't be angry, my lord. With that, Quan Ji quickly moved closer and embraced Thanthu tightly from behind. It's okay, being a virgin is quite good and fresh. It's no problem at all. Besides, I'm also a new sheath. If my lord is interested, let's try to age the sword with the new sheath today. As she spoke, Quan Ji smiled and thought to herself, such an outstanding man is still a virgin. He must be very reserved and loyal. It seems I found a treasure. Seeing that she still wouldn't let go, Thanthu turned around, reached out, and pinched Quan Ji's cheek. Age what? If we don't age it, my lord will still be a virgin. I'm willing to remain a virgin. Hearing that, Quan Ji immediately grabbed Thanthu's hand. Your mouth says yes, but I feel my lord is a bit sad. Is it because another sheath didn't accept my lord's sword? It's okay, Quan Ji can accept my lord anytime. With that, Quan Ji stuck out her tongue, lightly licked Thanthu's fingertip, and praised it repeatedly. Yummy, yummy. Then she put both of his fingers into her mouth, wetting them with saliva. This unexpected action startled Thanthu, who yanked his hand back, his eyes wide. Damn it, I've been bullied all night long. What kind of logic is it to still be bullied after returning to my true identity? After a mental struggle, he looked straight at her. Sing me the song Majestic and Grand. Hearing this request, Quan Ji not only didn't refuse, but immediately agreed. Alright, my lord, listen carefully. Then she opened her mouth wide, stuck out her tongue like a puppy, looked at Thanthu with seductive eyes, and began to sing. The familiar melody, through her rendition, made Thanthu's heart race, his face flushing red. Oh my goodness, today she's driving me insane with irritation. I forgot this woman has no sense of shame at all. After singing, seeing Thanthu's awkward expression, Quan Ji bared her teeth and laughed gleefully. How was it, my lord? Was it good? Hateful, don't think you've won just like this. An idea suddenly flashed in Thanthu's mind. Isn't this woman making me learn a spirit art? Alright, let her experience the joy of learning too. With that, he took out a piece of paper and tore it in half, then glanced at Quan Ji with dagger eyes before injecting spiritual power into the paper. My lord, what is this? Cultivate it properly in 1 month. No, in 10 days. I'll check your progress. If you don't pass, I'll spank you. Having said that, Thanthu crumpled the paper and threw it to Quan Ji. She caught it, then raised her hand to rub her chin, looking at Thanthu with a seductive expression. Do it now. Why wait 10 days? I won't cultivate it. I'm really looking forward to my lord. Hearing those teasing words, Thanthu immediately turned and walked away with a bitter expression. If you don't cultivate it within 10 days, I won't help you with the evil curse on you, and I won't come looking for you again. You figure it out yourself. Having said that, Thanthu flew off, leaving Quan Ji alone in the desolate bamboo forest. Afterward, Quan Ji shyly opened the paper to read it. This must be the cultivation method that can control that demonic curse. Did he specifically come to Thanyu Peak just to give it to me? My lord truly cares about me. The next morning, on Thanyu Peak, 3 outstanding female disciples were sitting and cultivating under the sunlight. Nearby, Quan Ji was holding her head, staring at the spirit art paper on the table, feeling as if she was about to get vertigo. I've never seen such a difficult spirit art. It's truly a headache. I clearly felt like I grasped the technique, but looking at the second line, I realized I misunderstood. The more I read the third line, the less I understood. This is truly baffling. Thanthu sat behind Quan Ji, witnessing the scene and grinned gleefully. HMPH, you want to contend with me? Even a nascent soul-old monster might not understand this spirit art. Do you, a golden core stage junior sister, think you can comprehend it? I'll annoy you to death. After much struggling and searching, she couldn't understand anything, making Quan Ji incredibly angry, her face turning purple. What are you looking at? Is it so great that you're staring? With that, she stepped forward and lifted Thanthu up. What do you mean by this, huh? Am I not beautiful? Master is a peerless beauty, a country-toppling, city-toppling beauty. Which disciple in the sect doesn't know Quan Ji's reputation? Haha, you're so young, yet you're unexpectedly a lecherous fellow. Hearing that, Thanthu immediately pointed forward, forcing a smile. Master misunderstood. I wasn't looking at Master just now. I was looking at the scenery over there. His explanation only darkened Quan Ji's face, her murderous aura rising. Looking at the scenery, but not at me. Haha, you truly think I'm ugly? This woman is too mischievous. I must definitely give her some more trouble. If I don't pluck all her feathers, I won't be able to quell my anger. At this moment, Quan Ji also looked at Thanthu and gave a malicious smile. Speaking of which, the spirit art I gave to this kid is very difficult. He probably hasn't understood it. Just like me. Why not take out some of my anger on him? Thinking so, Quan Ji let go of Thanthu, then gently asked, Little Thu, it's been 5 days. How is your cultivation of the ice-cold sword art going, huh? Hearing the question, Thanthu immediately realized the problem. Oh dear, can't cultivate it. So you're taking your anger out on me, huh? Master also seems to be studying a spirit art. How is your research going? Being asked in return, Quan Ji tightly closed her eyes and forced a smile, responding directly, no spirit art in the world can stump me. Naturally, I've mastered it all. What about you? Thanthu also refused to be outdone, quickly putting the cultivation manual into his robes. Although this disciple's talent is not as good as Master's, it's a coincidence that I've also mastered it all. Master truly still loves me, giving me a spirit art that is both powerful and easy. After learning it, I feel invincible in the same realm. In the Foundation Establishment realm, I have no rivals. Hearing these words, Quan Ji felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown on her face, thinking furiously, that's a spirit art for the spirit gathering realm. For someone in the Foundation Establishment realm, it's completely beyond their cultivation level. How could he have learned it? Thinking so, Quan Ji quickly went and pinched Thanthu's cheek. Oh really? You've mastered it all. Huh, little brat. Who are you trying to fool? At your age, I hadn't even comprehended it. You dare to claim you've mastered it in just 5 days? Are you mocking me? That means my talent surpasses Master's? Then, haha, I'm too strong. These provocative words immediately darkened Quan Ji's face. She looked at Thanthu with murderous intent. So you've learned it? Huh, very well. Then your master will take you somewhere to test it. If you've truly mastered it, then from now on, I'll treat you as my own son. If you haven't learned it, then prepare to be cut down. Just then, Thanthu saw the 3 girls approaching and struggled fiercely. Master, what are you doing? Let go of me. Junior brother's face is all distorted. Master, don't pull any more. This fellow talks nonsense. It's good that you've woken up. Come with me to watch a good show. Wanzi was utterly confused upon hearing this, sweat pouring down. What kind of good show, Master? Quan Ji clenched her fist, glancing over with an annoyed expression. Go watch me lop off his sea-thing. Xiaoya and Yun were startled and exclaimed in alarm upon hearing this. Master, you can't if it's cut off. What will I do in the future? Exactly, Master. If Little Thu's thing is cut off, what will Sister Wan and Little Ya do later? Thanthu immediately glanced at Yun upon hearing this. Oh my goodness, this junior sister really likes to make a big deal out of things, always adding fuel to the fire. Seeing him keep looking at her, Yun's cheeks flushed, and she said casually, Little Thu, why are you looking at me? Do I also get a share? A share of what? Quan Ji turned around and spoke, no more chatter, follow your master. Senior sister, Where is Master taking Thanthu? Behind the new peak, there is a deep forest with many ferocious beasts. It's the best place to test and cultivate spirit blood. Master probably wants to go there to test junior brother. Hearing that, the two girls also took out their magic treasures and flew towards the forest. After flying for a while, Quanji and Thanthu landed in an open space, 5,000 meters east in the forest. There's a level to spirit beast. You use the ice-cold art to deal with it, if not, then. Saying this, Quanji stomped and broke a piece of wood on the ground as a warning. Wanzi and Xiao Ya, standing behind, saw that scene and didn't dare to say a word. We haven't even used it yet. Will it really be crushed? Wanzi gathered all her courage and called out, Master. Master. Hearing the call, Quanji turned her face to look. Wan Ni, you don't need to say anything more. If he behaves, I won't make things difficult for him. This brat dared to mock me, this old woman. I have to see what he's capable of. Hearing that, Thanthu could only laugh inwardly. Didn't I behave from the start? You're just not used to me. But don't be tense, I'll show you in a bit. Master, if I learn such a difficult spirit art, will there be a reward? Didn't I say, I'll treat you like my own son and protect you properly? How will you protect me? By singing a majestic lullaby to put me to sleep. Don't dawdle anymore, go. As soon as she finished speaking, Thanthu stomped his foot on the ground and shot forward. At the same time, the monster in the forest awakened. The ice python coiled up, opening its mouth wide to reveal sharp, serrated teeth. A level to spirit beast has strength equivalent to a core formation cultivator. While he was contemplating, the ice python on this side began to coil its body and quickly lunged towards Thanthu. With the lightning-fast attack speed of the ice python, the protagonist's speed was much faster. He leaped to dodge, causing it to crash headfirst into the ground, shattering into ice fragments. After that, Thanthu felt the oppressive power around him and immediately glanced over with a solemn expression. The ice python began to use its long body to coil around Thanthu, trapping him. Quanji, approaching from a distance, saw him gracefully dodging attacks and couldn't help but think, I originally sought out this kind of spirit beast to make things difficult for this brat. I didn't expect him to avoid the attacks just by relying on speed. Disciples with his cultivation level shouldn't be able to achieve such agility. This brat is stronger than Wan Ni and her group, possibly even stronger than I was back then. After a struggle, the ice python became enraged. It opened its mouth wide and unleashed countless dense streams of cold air. Then, the ice python opened its maw wide and roared, immediately launching ice shards from its body towards Thanthu. The ice shards fell one after another right at Thanthu's feet, but he quickly dodged them. Quanji saw that scene and immediately frowned, shouting, Ice-cold sword art. Hearing Quanji's voice, Thanthu glanced behind him with a darkened expression. This woman is like a hungry ghost. Xiaoya stood behind Quanji, looking forward with a worried expression. Thanthu can surely do it, right? No, that's impossible. There's no way. This spirit art requires at least the strength of the spirit gathering realm to grasp. Even if this brat is a genius and can understand a little, he shouldn't be able to control spirit energy. At this moment, Thanthu crouched down and placed his hand on the ground. Immediately, his entire body erupted with extremely powerful cold energy. Quanji saw the scene before her and couldn't help but be surprised, breaking out in a cold sweat. No way. After erupting with cold energy, countless icy sword intents continued to appear behind Thanthu. Controlling spirit energy at the foundation establishment realm is just basic. It's fundamentally impossible to materialize cold energy. Without sufficient spirit energy reserves, he actually managed to complete the ice-cold sword art using his foundation establishment realm spirit energy. Where did this monstrous genius come from? Then Thanthu quickly lunged towards the ice python, and his sword intents also aimed directly at it. Under Thanthu's attack, the ice python opened its maw wide and condensed a ball of cold energy. Seeing this, Thanthu also activated his cultivation technique, launching his swords at the ice python. In a flash, countless powerful streams of light attacked the ice python, causing its neck to explode. However, after that strike, the ice python remained unharmed and turned its head, opening its mouth wide to stare provocatively at Thanthu. Seeing this, Thanthu immediately stood up, condensed all the cold energy, and formed an enormous sword. Immediately after, Thanthu tightly gripped the ice sword in his hand, lunged forward, and swung down a powerful force that severed the python's head. Quan Ji saw that scene, her face drenched in sweat. How can this be? He not only grasped the spirit art, but he even comprehended the second volume that I haven't even given him yet. After that strike, Thanthu stood up straight and gently threw the sword downwards. Thanthu's sword fell and embedded itself right in front of the ice python, causing an explosion. It seemed as though the ice python had been finished off by Thanthu's sword, but when it opened its eyes and saw that it was still fine, it was extremely surprised. At this moment, the ice python was curled up obediently within a circle formed by ice shards. Quan Ji saw that scene, her face pale, devoid of any color. Not only the second volume, but even the third volume was manifested. He learned the content of all 3 volumes just from the first one. What the hell is this? Is it a skill tree? A moment later, Thanthu descended. He walked up to the ice python and saw tears welling up in its eyes, showing sadness and a strong desire to live. Thanthu closed his eyes tightly, raised his hand, and flicked his finger, giving a signal. Seeing this, the ice python gradually shrank and smiled at the young man. Quan Ji saw that scene and now looked at Thanthu with different eyes. He really grasped it. Moreover, it was perfect, without any flaws. How did this guy do it? Even a super-level genius from the domain might not be able to do it. Xiaoya, curious, approached Thanthu and asked, "Xiaothu, why didn't you kill that spirit beast?" Hearing that, the protagonist glanced over and replied with a smile. "This spirit beast is very powerful. There must be spirit herbs it's protecting in the surrounding area. If I kill it, it won't be easy to find them. Moreover, its aptitude isn't bad. It can probably be kept as a pet. You heard that, right? Now lead the way." Hearing Thanthu's words, the ice python immediately raised its head and nodded, signaling. Then it coiled its body again and slammed its tail hard onto the ground. Seeing the ice python's signal, Thanthu smiled. Although it doesn't understand human speech, at least it understands my intention. Not bad. A moment later, in a deep cave within the forest, Wanzi and Xiaoya held spirit fruits in their hands, their faces beaming. Indeed, there are many spirit fruits, and the quality is not bad. It's exactly as Junior Brother said. Thanthu glanced at Quan Ji's frozen face and blurted out, "So, Master, is this spirit art good enough? I'm really looking forward to your lullaby tonight." Hearing that, Quan Ji reluctantly turned to reply, "It's truly formidable. I didn't expect to be put in my place by this disciple. How could this be? Do I have to endure it? No, taking a loss is not my style." After thinking, Quan Ji spoke up, "I seem to have given you more than 1 volume of spirit art, haven't I? Don't you also have a pill refining handbook?" Saying this, Quan Ji walked over, gripped a stone pillar, and glanced over with sharp eyes. "If you can demonstrate that, then it counts as completing the task. Otherwise, I'll still cut off your thing." As soon as she finished speaking, the stone pillar in Quan Ji's hand was crushed by her. Xiaoya heard and saw that scene, extremely worried. "Master, this is a bit unfair. I haven't even used it yet. Will Master really chop it off?" Quan Ji crossed her arms and replied bluntly, "Of course not. I originally gave him to books. If this guy doesn't know his place, what else can I do?" As soon as she finished speaking, Thanthu boldly said, "What if I also complete the pill refining handbook?" Quan Ji heard this and smirked slightly. "Complete it? Impossible. Do you think you're that person in our family? Can you cultivate both spirit energy and pill refining? If you can complete it, not only will your precious parts be safe, but I, this old woman, will even help you add oil to them." Xiaoya was extremely flustered upon hearing that. "Master, what do you mean by add oil? What do you want to do? I haven't even added oil yet. How can you do that?" Although she didn't quite understand, As soon as she heard add oil, she knew what it implied. As soon as Xiao Ya finished speaking, Wanzi also stepped in front of Thanthu and bluntly objected. Master, are you also eyeing our junior brother? You are master and disciple. You cannot act disorderly. No touching. Yun Yun was the same. She stepped forward, clasping her hands and frowning, saying, Right. No touching with your mouth. Or your butt. No touching anywhere. Junior sister is at it again. Xiaoya and Wanzi both approached and hugged Thanthu. Thanthu, you can't go. Whether it's cut off or oiled, you'll be at a loss. And so will we. That's right. It's not just yours. It's ours too. After hearing that, the boy looked dumbfounded and broke out in a sweat. They're already this tense after just a few words. If Quanko knew my identity and I followed her, let alone Than Yufeng, even the entire Kuai Nuyen swordsman might fall. After listening to the little girl's whine for a while, Quanko angrily exclaimed, Am I eyeing them? You're overthinking it. Compared to that person in my house, he's just a child. Your master is very strict when choosing a husband. Otherwise, I wouldn't be lonely until now. He's still far from it. Tiu Na and Yuing Kai heard that, exchanged glances, and thought, That's right, master already has someone she likes. It seems their infatuation is lighter than ours. She probably won't lay a hand on junior brother, but adding oil sounds strange. After saying that, Quanko walked over, raised her hand, and pinched Thanthu's cheek. Didn't you say you finished learning? I'm really looking forward to your performance. If you succeed, master, will you add oil for me? That's right, I'll even wear beautiful clothes and kneel to help you. When Tiu Na and the others heard that, they broke out in a sweat, worried for Thanthu. Quanko brought her face close to Thanthu's and growled, But if you fail, you'll become sisters with my disciples. Don't worry, by then your master will buy you some beautiful clothes. I guarantee you'll look pretty. Then may I ask, master, how does one count as grasping it? It's easy, just follow the pill refinement handbook and refine the pills according to the appendix. I'll give you 5 portions of medicinal ingredients. You only need to successfully refine 1 portion. Don't you dare use your hands if you can't even refine 1 portion. Just you wait. At this, Quanko powerfully squeezed Thanthu's cheek, making him exclaim uncomfortably, Got it. Please watch closely, master. Quanko stood far away, watching Thanthu in front of the alchemy furnace, thinking, pill refining is not like spiritual energy. Techniques require enough experience to break through. And the techniques in this appendix are very difficult. This kid is not even 20 years old. How could he have the experience to understand it? That formula is even rank 3. Higher than normal rank 3 immortal pills. If he wants to succeed, he must refine 15 types of medicinal herbs to perfection, otherwise, it's all for naught. You want to contend with me. Dream on, sweetie. But just as she finished her thought, something made Quanko's eyes widen in astonishment. Holy cow, although not refining outside the cauldron is quite difficult. One attempt might not succeed, but he's refining all the spiritual herbs at once? Isn't he the alchemy champion of Lac Lang City? Why does he act like a beginner? He's just messing around. At this moment, the herbs were blending with the flame of the alchemy furnace, which astonished Quanko beyond words. This kid, so young, can perform this operation. His technique is a bit unpolished, but it has the demeanor of a grand master, even somewhat resembling the great lord. On this side, Thanthu had reached the final step of the pill refining process. He spread his arms wide, continuously channeling spiritual energy into the alchemy furnace. His wives watched the scene, their eyes wide and sparkling. So beautiful. Why is he so skilled? He's too handsome. Quanko was once again stunned for the nth time. No way. How did he learn this refining method so quickly? It's only been a few days. A cultivation genius, plus an alchemy genius. How can such a thing be? Thanthu gazed intently at the flame in his palm and smiled. It's nothing. Now I can refine medicinal ingredients with bare hands. Next, I can try refining pills with bare hands, without needing a cauldron. That would definitely be handsome. Just as he finished thinking, 3 pills emerged from the flame in Thanthu's hand. Quanko saw this and was utterly astonished. No medicinal ingredients wasted. He directly refined 3 pills. Just like last time, not only did he complete it, but he exceeded expectations and even showed off his skill. Thanthu held the 3 pills in his hand and glanced at Quan Ko. My wheelchair seems to be saved. However, I'm not looking forward to the oiling thing. But I'm curious what that operation is. Consider yourself passed. Am I really going to have to serve him? Don't joke around. Later, Quan Ko, feeling embarrassed, walked out of the cave, not forgetting to call her female disciples. Girls, come here with me. Your master will teach you how to add oil. You want to corrupt my wives. Do you think all women are like you? However, contrary to Thanthu's thoughts, his 2 wives and Van Van were overjoyed when they heard this. Master wants to teach us. That's great. I'm so excited. I wanted to. Thanthu watched his wives run after Quan Ko, completely stiff. What is this? Am I profiting or losing? A few days later, a purple spirit beast appeared in the sky, soaring towards Kuai Nguyen Sword Valley. The sect master and the elders were looking up at the spirit beast. Later, when the spirit beast landed, a woman and a bald elder were on it. Immortal Ten Yuan, elder, and you've come from afar. Please come sit in our sect. Tan Yuan heard that and bluntly replied, no need. We didn't come here for tea and chat this time. We wouldn't even need to come to such a poor place for tea. This girl is a mortal ranked 47 of the Thonglen region. The sect master heard that and, feeling embarrassed, could only force a smile. Yes, that's right, esteemed sirs. Your time is pressing. We will now present the demon slaying list. Please take a look. Tan Yuan took the list and looked at it with a scowl. Han Nuyet completed 7 rank C missions, which means killing 7 Foundation Establishment stage demon cultivators. Not bad performance. However, speaking of this, Ten Yuan threw the list to the ground. She clenched her fists angrily, shouting and yelling. Why is she the only one who meets the standard? You are the #1 sect in Moksho Prefecture, and this is all you have. After all these years, Kuai Nguyen Sword Valley hasn't made any progress. Tinda Sect, ranked 2nd, even has 3 people selected for training. I find your rank as #1 difficult to accept. Sect Master Kong Yuan heard those words. His face contorted, his smile vanished, and he endured the urge not to kick Tan Yuan, remaining silent. Thanthu stood behind, looking at the sect master and thought, to ensure everyone got on the Immortals list, I even specially chopped down a bunch of Foundation Establishment stage demons. Adding the Jade token snatched from Thong Vim, it should be enough to be selected for the new list. Why is only Han Nuyet qualified? There's no way it was overlooked, right? After pondering, Thanthu glanced at Van Van, making her flinch and sweat. Junior sister, did you submit that Jade token? I think so. Thanthu looked at Van Van with half an eye. Are you sure? Van Van heard that and immediately grabbed Thanthu's hand, making a pitiful face with teary eyes. I'm sorry, Xiao Thu, these past few days, I've been learning how to add oil from Master, and I forgot to submit it. Thanthu heard that and could only rub his forehead helplessly. This concerns your entry into the Immortals list, and you forgot? She's the one we discuss the most every day, and she's also the one who forgets. Truly, there's nothing more to say. Quan Ko, with a serious expression, looked at Yuan Kai and asked, speaking of which, didn't you participate in this demon-slaying mission? What were the results? You wouldn't say anything when I asked. Originally, we wanted to surprise Master, but Van Van forgot to submit it. Hearing that, Quan Ko glanced at Van Van, frowning as she pressed. Van Ni, when will your memory improve? How many Jade tokens do you have? Yes, all of these? Quan Ko turned around and her eyes widened in surprise. Are all these demon-slaying tokens yours? Yes, that's right. 1 rank B, 12 rank C. They actually defeated 1 nascent soul stage demon cultivator and 12 foundation establishment stage demon cultivators. After thinking, Quan Ko glanced at Thanthu. This idiot forgot such an important matter. Fortunately, it's not too late. Thanthu, go submit them quickly. Thanthu heard that and made an unwilling face, trying to trick me again. At the same time, Alderan stepped beside the spirit beast and declared, "Such achievements indeed affect your Sect's standing in Moksho Prefecture. For several years, no one has been selected. We thought this year might see a revival, but only relying on one young girl." Hearing that, Tenyuin also climbed onto the spirit beast and said, "I think the ranking of the sects in Moksho Prefecture needs to change." However, just as she finished speaking, Thanthu rushed forward and shouted loudly, making the sect master's eyes widen in shock. Two envoys, wait a moment. The sect master, with a frightened expression, turned and sternly said, "Van Thanthu, what are you doing? How can you be so reckless with envoys from Thonglan region here?" Thanthu heard that, clasped his hands, bowed, and flatly replied, reporting to the sect master, "The demon-slaying tokens of Than Yufong have not yet been submitted. This disciple is here to submit them." Tanyuin heard that and glanced over. Even a lowly disciple cannot be managed. No wonder you can't cultivate any talented individuals. The sect master heard that and was drenched in sweat. Quickly, kneel and apologize to the envoy. How can you be so disrespectful? If this matter is not handled properly, Kuai Yen Sword Valley will be in trouble again. In contrast to Tan Yuan's irritation, Alderan was very pleased, stroking his beard. No problem, no problem. It's quite interesting that you've come to submit them now. Where are your demon-slaying tokens? Show them to us." Thanthu heard that and immediately stepped forward, clasped his hands, and bowed. "Yes, sir." The sect master and Elder Kong Cock's faces turned pale at this moment, thinking to themselves, based solely on Than Yufong's personality, the two envoys will surely be enraged when they see those demon-slaying tokens. This kid, usually so mischievous, is making trouble now. Was he forced? Thanthu stepped forward and gently opened the bag of demon-slaying tokens. "Please, take a look, envoys." Tenyuin saw them, and her eyes widened in surprise. "This is the first time I've seen a rank B jade token in a prefecture-level sect. Kuai Yen Sword Valley actually has a disciple like this." Then Yufeng actually dealt with a nascent, soul-stage demon cultivator. How could just a few foundation establishment stage cultivators accomplish that? After examining them for a moment, Tenyuin spoke up. "How could you be so careless? You forgot to submit the demon-slaying tokens. We almost missed a talented disciple from your mountain peak." The sect master heard that and laughed heartily, patting Thanthu's back. "It was my negligence. I can't believe I forgot. Ha ha ha." Thanthu, getting his back smacked, was furious. "Now you're putting on airs. Why weren't you like that just now?" Alderan, with a satisfied smile, said, "Being able to kill a rank B demon cultivator is considered outstanding. Did the people from your mountain peak accomplish this?" Thanthu heard the question and happily replied, "Yes, these jade tokens were all obtained by us for Than Yufong disciples." Tanyuin heard that and immediately glanced over. "For people, huh? Although these jade tokens are not few, they are not enough for all four of you to be chosen. These girls have decent aptitude. It's just that the number of jade tokens is a bit short. What a pity." Thanthu heard that and stepped forward, bluntly saying, "It's okay, as long as it's enough for them to be chosen." Tanyuin heard that and immediately glanced over. "For people, huh? Although these jade tokens are not few, they are not enough for all four of you to be chosen. These girls have decent aptitude. It's just that the number of jade tokens is a bit short. What a pity." Thanthu heard that and stepped forward, bluntly saying, "It's okay, as long as it's enough for them to be chosen." After hearing that, Tenyuin fell silent, thinking to himself, false demon tokens are related to a cultivator's future. Many low-ranking disciples become enemies over jade tokens. Yet this young man is giving away false demon tokens to others, abandoning his own future. Is he crazy? Meanwhile, Thanthu had already made calculations in his head. Everyone from the entire mountain peak is too outstanding to be chosen. I can just get in later as an alchemist. Van and Tiu Na shed tears when they heard Thanthu's words. This fool is sacrificing himself to get us into the fairy ranking. Wow, I didn't realize I held such a big place in Little Thu's heart. Afterwards, Tenyuan used spiritual energy to take the bag of false demon tokens from Thanthu's hand, smiling. Alright, you certainly have character. I'll accept these false demon tokens. That was a bit much earlier. Giyuan Sword Valley performed admirably. Old man Wu Yan heard that and beamed, laughing heartily with an open mouth. The envoy is too kind. After speaking, Tenyuan and Elder and also left. Tenyuan unconsciously looked forward and blurted out, "Van Thanthu, is he the one Lord Ruoxi chose?" A bit interesting. Elder and replied with a smile upon hearing that. Haha, this person voluntarily giving up his jade token probably has another way to enter the Kangland Realm trial. This old man is also a bit expectant. It's just a pity that His Excellency has already put him on the list, so I probably won't be able to watch. I also don't know what Lord Hua Ruoxi means by using her special privilege with Van Thanthu. That night, Tiu Na, wearing a cool set of pajamas, walked to the protagonist's room and gently knocked on the door. Thanthu, when the young man opened the door and stepped out, he saw not only Tiu Na but also Yuin Kai. "What's wrong? You're not sleeping even though we're departing for the Kangland Realm tomorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, Tiu Na rushed over and hugged Thanthu tightly, bursting into tears. "I don't want to sleep. I don't want to leave you. Why are you acting like a child?" Thanthu turned to look at Yuin Kai, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "Look, Tiu Na, senior sister is calm, isn't she? I don't want to go either." As soon as she finished speaking, Yuin Kai couldn't hold back and rushed over, hugging Thanthu tightly, her voice choked with sobs. "Without junior brother, I don't want to go." What kind of joke is this? Didn't you all want to get into the fairy ranking? You've worked so hard for so long. How can you just say you don't want to go? Thanthu pulled Yuin Kai closer, saying softly, "Let's talk inside." Inside the room, Tiu Na curled up, clutching a pillow, filled with regret, thinking, "If only I had known, I would have tried to kill a few more demon cultivators." In the end, our selection means Thanthu has to stay alone. Thanthu sat on a chair, his eyes calm, looking at the two girls. He spoke comfortingly, it's okay. The rank B demon cultivators were originally killed by you all. I wasn't there at the time, but you handled it well." Hearing these words, Tiu Na could only lower her head, her eyes showing clear sadness. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have defeated that core formation stage demon cultivator earlier. If you're not going, what's the point of me going?" "I don't want to go either." Yuin Kai immediately chimed in, agreeing. "That's right, without junior brother, we don't need this fairy ranking. If we had known, we might as well have taken everyone out for some fun instead of being sad now." At these sincere words, Thanthu couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you too silly? Who said I'm not going? I know this. The Kangland Realm trial is divided into main selection and auxiliary selection. With enough jade tokens, you get main selection and can directly enter the trial. However, Sects can recommend some disciples for the auxiliary selection. Through the auxiliary selection, you can also enter the trial. But the challenges of the auxiliary selection are both difficult and dangerous, and the pass rate is very low. I'm very worried." Thanthu heard that and walked over, gently stroking Yuin Kai's nose with affection. "Did you two forget? I'm an alchemist, the champion of the Luo Ling City alchemy competition." "That's right, there's also an alchemy ranking in the Kangland Realm. How could I forget?" After entering the alchemy ranking, you can convert your alchemy ability into cultivation, and then enter the youth ranking to participate in the trial. Tiu Na heard this and looked up, adding a few words. "Thanthu is so good at alchemy. We seem to have worried too much." Thanthu walked over, gently patting Tiuna's head, his voice full of warmth. "So, I'm just leaving a few days late. You won't just have to wait for me, but without you by my side, I feel so scared." Thanthu heard that and glanced over, a smirk appearing. "Why are you acting like children? Your strength isn't bad. The trial grounds have strong guardians protecting them. Who could bully the two of you? Besides, with the spirit imprint, even if there's danger, I can get there quickly." Hearing that, Tiuna's smile blossomed like a flower, still with a childlike innocence. "Anyway, I've already called you Papa. Calling you Popper isn't for nothing. You have to protect us, dote on us. Otherwise, why would we call you that? That's right. Junior brother must take responsibility. Hearing this, Thanthu raised both hands and gently patted the heads of his two little wives. Papa, I'm scared too. Good girl, there's nothing to worry about. Papa will come find you very soon. As the comforting words finished, Tiuna suddenly pulled out a carrot, her face full of regret. It's just a pity that I haven't finished learning the adding fuel technique that Master taught me. Oh, otherwise before leaving, I could. That's right, I also studied very seriously. Thanthu saw this and was startled, his eyes wide, sweat pouring out uncontrollably. He screamed inwardly, have my two once innocent wives been taught this way by Quan Ko? After thinking for a moment, with an angry expression, he snatched the two carrots and threw them away. Did you two listen to Quan Ko? She's not serious at all. She's clearly a maiden, yet what did she tell you to do? The two girls heard that and glared at Thanthu, a shared thought in their minds. How do you know so clearly? After speaking, Thanthu reached into his clothes, seemingly searching for something with a helpless expression. That's right, since you two are here today, I have something I want to give you. After fumbling for a while, what Thanthu pulled out was Tiuna's blue underwear. The two girls saw it, their cheeks immediately flushed, and they quickly hugged themselves. Thanthu, what do you want to do? Junior brother wants to, before leaving. However, before the sentence could be completed, Thanthu hurriedly stuffed the blue underwear back into his clothes. His tone was a bit flustered. Oh, sorry, wrong item. These storage tokens for spirit stones and pills are what I meant to give you too. I don't know if it's enough, but just take them for now. Alright, it's getting late. Go to sleep quickly. The two girls took the items, their faces showing shyness as if there was something difficult to say. No rush. It's still early. That's right, what time is it now? Let's talk a bit more. Thanthu heard that and fell silent, thinking to himself, it's night, there's no reason not to leave, right? They kept glancing at each other, seemingly waiting for the other to leave first. Do they want to exploit me before leaving? Do you mean it's not easy with the other person here? Do you two want to drain me? Yuan Kai, as if struck by the truth, blurted out. That's right, even so, it will be a long time before we can drain you again. Tiuna was no exception. She pulled up her skirt, her cheeks flushed. If I'm not satisfied even a little, I'll have nightmares later. Alright, this is the last time for a while anyway. After they leave, I'll have enough time to recover as long as I don't receive new spirit imprints. With that, he took hold of the two girls' legs. Alright, are you two ready? Tiuna and Yuan Kai heard that and their eyes widened in surprise. Wait, both of us together? Imparting spiritual energy to both of us at once, and we can even hear each other's voices. What is this? This is so embarrassing. Thanthu, with an innocent expression, looked up and explained, this saves time, you two still need to rest. Yuan Kai, with her eyes half closed and mouth wide open, blurted out, Junior brother. Wait, however, before she could finish speaking, a powerful surge of spiritual energy was injected into the two girls' bodies, causing them an extremely intense sensation of pleasure. In a flash, it was the next morning. Quan Ko stood in front of the small courtyard, preparing to summon her sword to fly. Thanthu, we're leaving. You'll be alone on the mountain peak, so take good care of yourself. Junior brother, take care. Wah, little Thu, thank you for yielding to me. I will definitely work hard. Don't worry about me. You all just focus on your training. Quan Ko turned her face, glanced over, and spoke up. This boy is right. His strength is not weak. He'll catch up to you all soon. There's nothing to worry about. Instead, you all must pay attention to yourselves. This trial is no joke. With that, Quan Ko turned and left. Let's go, Tiuna. Goodbye, Thanthu. I'll wait for you. After their farewells, the four master and disciples flew away on their swords. Goodbye. My sisters rarely go out. I wonder if they'll take good care of themselves. I just hope they grow up a bit more. At Anan in the Kingland realm, Tiuna sat before a lavish meal, sighing repeatedly. The food in the Kingland realm is good. but it's so expensive. Even regular rice costs a first-grade immortal pill. It truly hurts to eat this. Hearing that, Yuan Kai also turned to Quan Ko and said, the prices are indeed a bit outrageous. So what if it's expensive? We can't just order a few dishes. Your master is treating, so eat with peace of mind. Van Van heard that and smiled brightly. That's right. That's right. If it's expensive, we should eat more. Otherwise, we won't get to eat so many delicious things again later. Master is the best. Quan Ko heard that, raised her hand, and gently patted Van Van's head. Haha, you're quick to react too. That's right. Do you still have a lot of spirit stones, or should I give you some more? Xiao Na and Van Van heard that and immediately put their hands on their chests, saying, no need. No need. Fan Thu already gave us some. He gave me 100,000 spirit stones. That's so much I couldn't spend it all in a lifetime. I also have 100,000 spirit stones. I'm a rich little lady now. Wan Kai also intently looked at her storage ring. It seems I have a bit more. Probably considering that core formation realm cultivation requires refining more spirit stones to absorb spiritual energy. Junior brother is unexpectedly thoughtful. After hearing that, Quan Ko raised her hand to prop up her chin, glancing over. This kid isn't bad to you all. No wonder you all like him. I want to see how he'll assign rooms later. Master, why do you say that? Just then, Shang Yan and his two female subordinates appeared at the inn. Speaking of which, today is the day disciples from various sects arrive at the Kanglan region. I wonder if there are any beautiful maidens. I've been so lonely lately. With young master's abilities, he'll surely charm many young ladies. Shang Yan heard that and immediately glared at his female subordinate with a darkened expression. I accidentally spoke the truth. A handsome young master like you is naturally a romantic charmer. That's more like it. Then he glanced down and noticed Xiaona's group. Those immortal ladies seem familiar. The blue-haired female subordinate turned to look down and spoke. Young master, those are the ladies we met in Moyang City, aren't they? Is that kid not here today? Haha, it seems he's just a rich good-for-nothing. After hearing that, Shang Yan adjusted his clothes, baring his teeth in a confident smile. So it's those immortal ladies. At this moment, Quan Ko noticed someone staring at her. She thought to herself, this is that young man from the Linghuo sect we met in Moyang City. Damn it, I should have found a private room or worn a veil. I didn't expect a little carelessness to cause trouble. Xiao Na, sitting opposite Quan Ko, saw her not speaking and was utterly bewildered. Master, why aren't you eating any more? At the same time, Van Van also spotted Shang Yan and became furious, clenching her hands. It's that idiot again. Shang Yan approached, acting like a cool guy, and flashed a friendly smile. Haha, immortal ladies, we meet again. I didn't expect to be so fated with you immortal ladies. It's truly fortunate to meet again in this small tavern. I didn't expect you immortal ladies to be so beautiful after removing your veils, like the immortal ladies on the ranking list. If you don't mind, I can take you around. Kanglan region is much more prosperous than Moyang City. You will definitely like it. At this point, Shang Yan's expression suddenly changed. He glared, frowned, and sneered. Did that kid not come with you today? Was it not enough talent or some other reason why he wasn't chosen? He looked arrogant, but in the end, he's just a talentless good-for-nothing. Wan Kai heard that and shot him a dagger-like glare. His affairs seem to have nothing to do with you. Shang Yan heard that, glared, and smirked. How can it have nothing to do with me? Aren't you without someone to look after you? I am a tender protector of beauty. Naturally, I will look after you immortal ladies. Why are you so cold? The young woman suddenly stood up, slammed her hand on the table, and shouted, have you said enough? If you have, then get lost. Shang Yan heard that and put on a disgusted face, baring his teeth in a sinister smile. Haha, telling me to get lost? Little girl, you truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know that a part of Kanglan City belongs to my Linghuo sect? How dare you speak to me like that? After speaking, he immediately gathered a rich stream of spiritual energy into his palm, glared ahead, and declared, today, Young master must teach you a lesson. At this moment, Fan Thu sharply glanced behind him. Through observation, he saw Shang Yin being beaten black and blue and thought to himself, why did I run into this persistent idiot again? It seems I have no choice but to act. Shang Yan's female subordinate was a bit flustered facing the person in front of her. Shang Yin quickly sat up with a pained body. His eyes simultaneously turned to his subordinates. What are you good for nothing standing there for? Hurry up and attack. The next moment, his face suddenly turned panicked. You're the little demoness? The woman opposite, who was scaring Shang Yan, then showed a triumphant expression and waved her hand forward. Fan Thu secretly observed the opponent's figure from a corner, murmuring, Little demoness? Is she the famous little demoness, Mo Yaoni? I heard that in the Kanglan region. This monstrous genius is the most famous person. At only 7 years old, she cultivated to the spirit-gathering realm. Not only does she have terrifying cultivation talent, but she's also a 4th-grade alchemist. So young, yet already one of the judges on the alchemy ranking. Moreover, her temperament is reckless. Whenever she acts, she turns the world upside down. Over time, no one dared to stop her, so she was given the nickname Little Demoness. Mo Yaoni then glared forward and shouted, What's wrong? Weren't you going to make a move? Shang Yan, sweating profusely from fear, quickly replied, Young lady, you're joking. Shang has offended you. Please, for the sake of the Linghuo sect, don't hold it against me. Everyone avoids this little demoness. I didn't expect to be so unlucky as to meet her today. Mo Yaoni then showed an angry expression. Then hurry up and get out. Shang Yan's female subordinates immediately helped him leave the room. Wan Kai, having been helped, turned and clasped her hands gratefully. Thank you, young lady, for your help. Mo Yaoni nearby casually glanced at Wan Kai with an amused expression, then began to approach Xiao Na. I just noticed that this young lady smells very fragrant. Xiao Na was very flustered by Mo Yaoni's behavior. To have a woman approach and smell her body, this feeling was a bit strange. Mo Yaoni kept gazing dreamily at Ling Xiao Na, making her a bit shy. If we've just met and already feel like old friends, then I'll give you a gift. These spirit herbs can help you promote the development of your spirit meridians. Ling Xiaona looked at Mo Yaoni with a hint of innocence and confusion. Thank you, miss. How strange. Why do I feel like she and I are long-lost friends or relatives? There was a strange sense of closeness. Mo Yaoni then spoke with a thoughtful expression. What's your name? Ling Xiaona quickly replied, Are you asking me? My name is Ling Xiaona. Mo Yaoni stared at Ling Xiaona in a daze. Ling Xiaona, I remember it. After learning the other party's name, Mo Yaoni left with an excited demeanor. We'll meet again if fate allows. Ling Xiaona. Quan Ko intently watched Mo Yaoni's retreating figure, thinking to herself, these elixirs are not cheap. She probably has her eye on our Xiaona. Ling Xiaona, flustered and embarrassed, quickly retorted, Master, stop joking. How could that be? Quan Ko chuckled softly and replied, Why not? People with such high aptitude, their personalities are more or less a bit peculiar. With the little demoness's reputation, how could she ever humor men? So she definitely wants to grind tofu with you. Hearing these words, Xiaona's face turned beet red. She pushed the elixir box forward. Master, stop talking. I don't want this elixir anymore. Fan Thu, in a daze from a nearby corner, thought to himself, Quan Ko is spouting nonsense again, but that little demoness is indeed a bit strange. Just now, when I sensed the spiritual power on her body, there was a wave that blocked it. He simultaneously followed Quan Ko's group to the trial area. Ahead is the trial area. One needs a J token to enter here. I can only see them off to this point. The next trial will temporarily rely on themselves. They're about to start the trial. I should prepare too. As he left, Fan Thu accidentally bumped into Mo Yaoni. A bit flustered, Fan Thu quickly apologized to her in an awkward state. Mo Yaoni then quickly dismissed it and continued to leave, turning back to remind him, But your mask is crooked. Remember to adjust it later. Fan Thu was startled and surprised by Mo Yaoni's words. He stood watching Mo Yaoni's retreating figure from a distance, a mask. Not even Quan Ko noticed that I used spiritual energy to create a wig to cover my face. I didn't expect this little demoness to see through it. This young lady is quite interesting. Next, I'll go check out the black market auction. A large place like the Kangland region must have many valuable items at its auction. I wonder if there's anything I need. The scene shifts to the black market, where today's auction is taking place. Inside a small room, countless powerful cultivators are participating in the bidding. Thanthu intently looked at the paper in his hand. There are a few usable spirit herbs, but they're all later on. I'll have to wait a long time. Suddenly, he was startled as he smelled a familiar scent emanating from beside him. This scent is too familiar. Could it be? He then quickly turned to look to the side. Is it Quan Ko? This woman is really quick. I keep running into her everywhere. At the same time, the old steward from above began to announce, "Welcome, distinguished guests, to today's auction. The list of items to be auctioned today is already in your hands. I won't waste any more time. The auction will begin immediately." He then gestured towards his subordinate. "Please, everyone, take a look. This is the first item for auction today." A man with a feminine face then stood up. Curious, what is this object? The old steward on the high platform began to explain. This item comes from a mysterious, profound mirror fragment obtained by our Chamber of Commerce. It is a relic of a nascent soul realm cultivator through our Chamber of Commerce's appraisal. This is likely a map fragment. If its internal secrets can be deciphered, it may lead to a great fortuitous encounter. Hearing the mystical descriptions, the crowd below quickly shouted bids. Thanthu below immediately observed Quan Ko's expression. Does she want this thing too? After receiving a bid of 500,000, the old steward simultaneously struck his gavel and called out, 500,000 spirit stones. Any more bids? After a moment of no response, the old man struck his gavel to finalize the price. As the gavel struck, a powerful aura suddenly emerged, crushing the space. Quan Ko then rushed forward, targeting the auctioned item in front of her. As she approached, she coldly snatched the black market's auctioned item. The crowd below was also very surprised. Robbing items at a black market auction. Is she trying to die? Thanthu on the side also pondered about Quan Ko. Is this woman Quan Ko trying to die again? There are so many masters at the black market auction, and she dares to openly steal. The old steward saw a thief appear at his auction. He roared furiously, "This old man has been an auctioneer for half my life. This is the first time I've seen such a brazen thief. Now go to hell." With that, he struck out with a palm, forming a powerful and fierce force. Quan Ko immediately rushed towards Thanthu and whispered, "Fellow Taoist, wait a moment." The old steward's palm strike then quickly rushed towards Thanthu and Quan Ko. Seeing this, Thanthu's face changed color, a bit panicked. She actually dared to use me as a stepping stone, truly despicable, faced with the powerful force rushing towards him. Thanthu quickly raised his hand to neutralize it. He then glanced at Quan Ko's departing figure. To think she's so proficient. One look and you can tell she's done this many times before. Quan Ko, on the other hand, continuously rushed forward, weaving through countless black market subordinates. The old steward was now furious, immediately flying after her. This damned woman dares to be so brazen. Quickly pursue her. As the steward pursued, he continuously gritted his teeth in anger. It's always been us robbing others. I can't believe we're being robbed today. If we can't handle this, our black market will become a joke. After running for a while, a large number of black market subordinates surrounded Quan Ko. Quan Ko showed no fear, quickly using her charm spell to control the opponents. The black market subordinates were instantly infatuated, each one admiring Quan Ko as they fell under her charm. The whole group then surged past Quan Ko, rushing towards the old steward. The old steward then quickly unleashed a palm strike, sending many of his subordinates flying. His face was covered in sweat, looking at Quan Ko in astonishment. It's a charm spell. I can't believe it. What is this woman's true background? Amidst the tense developments below, Thu on the high floor continuously watched. How audacious, daring to come to the black market of the land region to cause trouble. Let her suffer a bit this time. Her death-seeking tendencies are getting higher and higher. Who knows, at this rate, will she even dare to break into the boundless pavilion? He then saw the figure of an old man passing by and grew worried. A nascent soul stage, this woman has stepped on a hard steel plate. The old man, writhing on this side, fumed with anger and continued the pursuit. Interesting, I didn't expect such a thing to happen at the auction. This old man isn't dead yet, and someone dares to come here and cause chaos. I'll see how many lives she has. The subordinates nearby, seeing this situation, cheered excitedly. Fortunately, Elder Hierarchy is taking action this time. That woman will find it hard to escape now. She's going to be torn into 8 pieces. Daring to steal from our black market, she won't escape punishment even if she flies to the heavens. Fan Thu, meanwhile, worried about Quan Ko, although he wanted her to suffer a bit. A nascent soul stage isn't a joke. If things get rough there, Quan Ko probably won't survive today. Well, this is the last time I'll help her. Quan Ko continued to run forward, trying to escape with the auctioned item. After a while, she reached a dense forest. As long as I rush in and hide with such a large area, they probably won't find me. This time, I should be able to escape successfully. Suddenly, Quan Ko felt a powerful aura chasing her and was startled. The black market elder simultaneously rushed forward, shouting, "Vixen, where do you think you're running off to?" Seeing the important figure appear, Quan Ko was a little worried. Is it a nascent soul old monster? Under duress, Quan Ko quickly counterattacked, turning around and swinging her sword at her opponent. The old elder easily parried the sharp sword strike. The next second, he directly counterattacked with an explosive move, striking Quan Ko head-on. The old steward was also present, threatening loudly, "Run! Why aren't you running anymore?" Quan Ko, having taken Elder Hierarchy's attack, began to show signs of weakness, playing big again. Although I knew early on that the Black Armor Merchant Guild had a nascent soul old monster, I heard he was in seclusion cultivating. I originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to catch them off guard, but I didn't expect the unwanted to happen. Elder Hierarchy now stepped forward and spoke loudly. In the past 100 years, no one has dared to act at the Black Armor auction. You're quite courageous. Speak. Were you instigated by another force, or did you act on your own? The old steward beside him also roared aggressively. Our ancestor is asking you, answer quickly. Quan Ko remained silent, defiantly glancing in one direction. The old steward then spoke again. Ancestor. This time she stole a piece of bronze mirror from a secret realm. It might be able to open an unknown ruin map. That woman taking this item must know something about the mysterious ruin. Elder Hierarchy, hearing this, then glanced at Quan Ko. Little girl, do you know how to open the ruin? This old ancestor is very interested in it. If you tell me, perhaps I'll keep you by my side to serve, and not pursue this matter further. Quan Ko, unwilling to yield, gritted her teeth and drew her sword with an angry expression. Seeing that the other party refused to speak, the old steward fiercely unleashed his spiritual power. You won't talk, huh? Ancestor, just wait. This humble one will make her open her mouth for you. In an instant, he summoned a giant dragon that rushed towards Quan Ko. Facing the incoming power, Quan Ko decisively swung her sword, and in a blink of an eye, she sliced the giant dragon into short segments with a sharp demeanor. Seeing this situation, the old steward became a little anxious and shouted, "What are you all still doing? Move quickly!" The subordinates, hearing this, all rushed forward to attack Quan Ko. Quan Ko began to gather strength with her sword, ready to face the battle. While Quan Ko was fiercely slaughtering, old Hierarchy stood in contemplation, observing. This woman's spirit sword art is quite interesting. In my hundreds of years of experience, I've never seen this move. It seems her background is more complex than I imagined. She must be someone from another region. Just then, Quan Ko quickly rushed forward to attack old Hierarchy with her sharp sword. Facing a nascent soul opponent, Quan Ko still resolutely tried to suppress him. At such a close distance, he definitely can't dodge. To defeat a nascent soul old monster, this is the only chance. The old steward nearby, seeing this situation, shouted a warning ancestor, "Be careful." Elder Hirki on the opposite side simultaneously revealed a cunning smile, waving his hand forward. An explosively powerful force then struck Quan Ko directly. This single strike caused her to collapse in pain on the ground. Old Hirki then spoke arrogantly. "A golden core cultivation, and not bad looking either, enough to be in the top 10 fairy rankings of the Thinland region. I can also use you for cultivation, torment you for a while. I don't believe you won't confess." Quan Ko then picked up her sword and retorted, "Then I'd rather die than let an old man like you defile me." Elder Hirki, hearing this, sped forward, wanting to restrain Quan Ko. "Little girl, don't think you'll have your way." Quan Ko had now placed the tip of her sword to her neck. The strength of a nascent soul is indeed beyond imagination. At this moment, resistance is impossible. I can only go this far. It's a pity I won't get to see my lord one last time before parting ways. Just then, Thanthu's hands appeared, stopping both of them with his power. Black Crow Old Monster saw his attack easily controlled by the person in front of him, and he became flustered, not expecting anyone could block him. This person's cultivation is not inferior to mine at all. Who exactly is he? Black Crow then quickly leaped backward, keeping his distance to probe the opponent. Thanthu simultaneously removed his black robe, glancing at Tone CC. "Besides me, who else has come to your aid time and again? Try telling me who I am." Ha! Seeing Thanthu, Tone CC was overjoyed, while Thanthu, annoyed, chastised her. "You're really foolish. You're always getting into trouble. Your death wish seems to be growing. This time you provoked an old nascent soul geezer. Next time it'll probably be a Void Grotto expert, won't it?" Tone CC was a bit dejected, lowering her head. "If possible, I'd also be willing to give up my cultivation, just to be an ordinary woman, sewing, marrying, and having children. But in this life, who doesn't have burdens? Does Sir think Tone CC is foolish enough to do these things for no reason?" Thanthu then, both worried and scolding, asked, "Today you even know how to lecture? Ha!" Tone CC with a shy, embarrassed expression. "I was wrong, but you can't bully me, because I am your sheath. I can hold your sword. Where else can you find someone willing to let you do whatever you want inside?" Thanthu was flustered and quickly retorted, "Don't underestimate me. There are plenty of women in this world." Tone CC continued to show a seductive look, "But I'm full of water. No one can compare." Black Crow Old Monster thought to himself, "Just now, this person's aura came from inside. A nascent soul expert even came to the auction himself. Or is he just a rogue cultivator?" After a moment of thought, the old man shouted loudly, "My friend, what happened today concerns the dignity of our Black Serpent Merchant Association. Show me some respect and hand that woman over to me, if you continue to shield her. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Upon hearing this, Thanthu glared at the opponent. "Such strong killing intent, and you still want me to show respect? You've bullied her enough. You've threatened enough. That's enough. If you want to touch her, you can try." Black Crow Old Monster became enraged upon hearing these words, unleashing his full power. "You arrogant brat! Just a rogue cultivator dares to be arrogant in front of me, Black Crow Old Ancestor. It just so happens that I've reached a bottleneck recently, and it's hard to break through normally. Why don't I take your nascent soul to cultivate?" Seeing the powerful force continuously spreading, the people of the Black Serpent Merchant Association buzzed with discussion. As expected of the old ancestor, his divine power is unparalleled. This time victory is assured. I think the old ancestor will definitely kill this guy in 10 moves. 10 moves, you're insulting the old ancestor. 3 moves is enough for victory. Old Black Crow on this side still smiled smugly, targeting Thanthu. "I entered Nascent Soul this year, and have always been nurtured by the Merchant Association, a rogue cultivator like you who lacks spirit herbs and spirit stones. Naturally doesn't have cultivation as profound as mine. You, relying only on yourself, want to contend with me? Seeing Old Black Crow charging aggressively, Tone CC was extremely worried about Thanthu's safety. Old Black Crow instantly approached Thanthu to prepare his strike, but unexpectedly, he was stunned by a single uppercut from Thanthu. His entire body was sent flying to a nearby mountain. To the surprise of his subordinates, with a body full of injuries, Black Crow Old Monster lay collapsed in the rubble, coughing weakly. Thanthu then picked up a large tree and charged directly towards him, making the old man's eyes widen in astonishment. Seeing their old ancestor being beaten like a sandbag, the subordinates below were utterly confused. What's going on? Where did our old ancestor go? The dark clouds have dispersed. Where has the old ancestor gone? Tone CC, nearby, with an innocent expression, quickly pointed to the sky. Is that the thing floating in the sky? As the subordinates looked up, they burst into laughter, showing delight. Haha, as expected of the old ancestor, his demeanor is still the same. Even being beaten, he's so domineering. That's right, an ordinary person couldn't scream like that. The old steward then startled, staring at Black Crow Old Monster. Wait a minute, wasn't the one being beaten our Merchant Association's old ancestor? On this side, amidst the dramatic and intense battle, the tree in Thanthu's hand was continuously swung forward. Old Black Crow was like a ball, constantly being hit and sent flying by Thanthu with immense force. Witnessing this scene, the old steward's eyes widened, his mouth agape in shock. The old ancestor is being beaten like a ball by this guy? Could it be that this person is the legendary strongest expert of the Void Grotto realm? Thanthu simultaneously cast a gaze filled with killing intent at the crowd below. Do you all want to fly like him too? Upon hearing this, the people below were startled and terrified, quickly fleeing. Tone CC, however, remained rooted to the spot, intently admiring Thanthu's fighting stance. Seeing the other person continuously staring at him, Thanthu showed annoyance. What are you looking at me for? Tone CC then laughed loudly. Sir works like an ox for me, so I'll feed you grass, okay? Thanthu was slightly surprised at this, his eyes shifting towards Tone CC. Who are you pretending for? You might not know, but I know very well. I don't know if it's an illusion, but it seems her petal tattoo has gotten a bit bigger. Seeing Thanthu intently gazing at her chest, Tone CC began to tease. Oh, so Sir likes to look here, huh? How is it? Isn't it very big and round? Don't rush. Take your time. It's yours anyway, but just looking isn't enough. How about we rub swords together and see? At Tone CC's expressions, Thanthu quickly jumped backward. Hey, can't you be a little normal? Suddenly, Thanthu grabbed her by the nape of her neck, and Tone CC let out a moan. Sir, how did you know this is my sensitive spot? Extremely dissatisfied with Tone CC's actions, Thanthu felt utterly frustrated. Tone CC, opposite him, continued to expose her body. Come here. Full satisfaction guaranteed. Thanthu, with an angry expression, continued to speak loudly. At the auction, you used me as a shield. Because of you, I couldn't even buy spirit herbs. You tricked me twice and still want to do this with me? Ignoring Thanthu's scolding, Tone CC kept moaning, you. Thanthu grew even angrier upon hearing this, reaching out and pinching Tone CC's cheek. You what? Speak. Tone CC then put on a shy and embarrassed look. Sir, don't be angry. I didn't know it was you at the time. Sir has been busy all day. You must be hungry. How about I invite you to eat as an apology? Thanthu sighed helplessly, feeling dejected. Indeed, I'm a bit hungry. Let's go then. Tone CC then led Thanthu to a restaurant serving spicy beef rib hot pot. As soon as Thanthu sat down, he filled his stomach with dozens of plates of beef. Seeing Thanthu's eating style, Tone CC was quite amused. Sir's hurried way of eating is so unique. It's clearly the first time I've seen it, but why does it feel so familiar? Thanthu on this side began to show his attitude, staring at Tone CC. What are you laughing at? Tone CC chuckled softly, quickly responding, Sir eating is truly interesting, so adorable. Thanthu then looked at Tone CC with great confusion. When I ate like this at then you peak. They said I ate sloppily, now you say I look adorable. Fan Thu then shouted loudly, "That's my jelly in your hand. Put it down." Tone CC opposite him continued to laugh heartily. "I know, I'm feeding it to you." At this gesture, Fan Thu felt extremely shy and embarrassed, gently taking a bite of the jelly. Tone CC's face flushed red, looking at Fan Thu seductively. "Sir, why are you looking at me like that? Do you also want to feed me?" She then opened her mouth and offered a plate of meat to Fan Thu with an expectant look. Fan Thu on this side directly put the entire large piece of meat into his mouth with an indifferent expression. Sir is truly mischievous. Fan Thu, at the other's expression, continued to act coldly. "How can I be as mischievous as you? You clearly have so many treasures on you, yet you keep wanting to go to the black market to seek death." Tone CC immediately put on a sad expression. "Does Sir think I can just walk away after going to the auction?" The Black Serpent Merchant Association has long had a bad reputation. Before, many cultivators didn't get far before their auctioned items, and treasures were seized back anyway. Tone CC said hesitantly, "A woman like me carrying treasures and leaving. They will definitely send people to snatch them back. Whether the first steal or not, this will be the result anyway." At that explanation, Fan Thu frowned with a serious expression, his eyes fixed on Tone CC. "If you knew that, why did you go to the black market?" Tone CC could only lower her head, softly replying, "This item is very important to me. Otherwise, who would willingly put themselves in danger?" After speaking, she gently lifted the bowl of noodles as if nothing had happened. "Sir, don't worry about this little matter anymore. Here, I'll feed you noodles." That night, amidst the bustling crowds on the main road, a lively scene was created. Fan Thu and Tone CC also blended in to take a stroll. Just then, Tone CC stopped by a small stall, casually picked up a hairpin, and cheerfully asked, "Look, I'm a little bunny, a little bunny, a little bunny. My lord, do you think I look like a little bunny?" This scene made Fan Thu sigh in dissatisfaction, silently thinking to himself, it felt like he was taking a child out for a walk. He then spoke up, "We've walked around and we've eaten. Are you happy now? If you are, let's go." Falling for the hairpin, Tone CC expressed her wish to buy it from the stall owner. When she heard the price was 300, despite feeling a bit pained about the money, she was still willing to pay. "It's expensive but pretty." On the way back, Tone CC glanced at Fan Thu. "My lord, did you have fun today?" Fan Thu walked forward, responding absent-mindedly. "It was alright, I just spent a lot of spiritual energy fighting, and walking for so long has made me a bit tired." Hearing this, Tone CC immediately showed her sincerity. "How about I rent a room for my lord to rest a bit?" A suggestive scenario then played out like a film in Fan Thu's mind. He panicked, hurried away while muttering, "Does she not know my thoughts? Trying to trick this old man? No way." However, Tone CC continued to chase after him from behind, pleading, "My lord, don't leave like that. It costs money to stay out. My place is so much better. I'm also scared alone. I can also cook delicious food for you." Hearing this, Fan Thu quickly turned around with a naive expression. "You mean you can also make late-night snacks?" He stroked his chin, lost in thought. "I really have walked a lot and I'm a bit hungry. Nothing beats hot food on a chilly evening." After returning to the room, Tone CC immediately displayed her cooking talent. With skillful knife work slicing vegetables, in a flash, a large pot of soup with countless toppings was laid out. Witnessing this, Fan Thu couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to himself, her movements are very practiced, not a beginner. This woman has cooked a lot. After finishing cooking, Tone CC brought out a steaming bowl of soup and offered it to Fan Thu. "It's ready, please, my lord, try it." Fan Thu took the bowl with both hands, eating and savoring each bite. Though its appearance wasn't beautiful, the taste was excellent. The young man sank into thought again. A Golden Core stage practitioner, at an age to be pampered, unexpectedly possesses such cooking skills. This woman is truly capable. Tone CC then recounted, "I often wander outside and don't get to eat hot food, so I learned a bit of cooking. It's a pity I have no talent. I only know how to make a bit of vegetable soup. I hope my lord doesn't mind. Thanthu, on his side, quickly refuted while eating. No, no! While Thanthu was eagerly enjoying his dinner, Tone CC continuously asked him questions from beside him. Seeing him only mumble in response, she seized the opportunity. If my lord likes it, I'll make it for you every day from now on, alright? She then, with a flushed face, quickly leaned closer and whispered into Thanthu's ear. So, let's date. Unconsciously, Thanthu hummed in agreement, then was startled and panicked. What did you just say? Tone CC, now agitated, continued to press closer. My lord just said he wants to date me. I'm so happy. Despite Thanthu's continuous struggling and rejection, Tone CC kept crawling closer. What do you mean no? My lord said it himself. Why blame me? My lord is already sitting on my bed, so is it my turn to sit on my lord now? Faced with Tone CC's actions, Thanthu was incredibly flustered, his mind spinning. It's true, I'm on the bed. Was I schemed against from the very beginning? Tone CC then slowly removed her clothes. My lord is so adorable. I know my lord is not like other men, so you won't have any other intentions with me. So bold, yet like a child. Truly interesting. She continued to expose her body, pressing tightly against Thanthu's. Am I right, my lord? No matter what I do, you remain unmoved, right? Thanthu immediately tried to escape in a panic, thinking to himself, this woman dares to provoke me? If I don't give her a good beating tonight until her but blossoms and she begs for mercy, I'd be doing myself a disservice. As he tried to escape, Tone CC suddenly pounced and hugged him tightly. My lord was tricked again. My lord ate my porridge. Now I want to eat my lord's porridge too. Her tongue then lightly licked Thanthu's earlobe. This made him feel awkward and he couldn't stop thinking, wait, is this too much contact? Before, I left spiritual marks on my two wives simply due to casual physical contact. This time, we're already entangled. Could it be? No, I must quickly get away from her. Thanthu immediately reached out and tightly held Tone CC's tongue. Do you know your mistake now? Let me go at once. Suddenly, Tone CC felt a burning sensation continuously emanating from her tongue. Hot, so hot, so hot. Noticing the unusual situation, Thanthu was a bit surprised and quickly glanced at Tone CC. Seeing her slowly fall onto the bed, uncomfortable all over, breathing heavily, Thanthu was extremely worried. No way could it be! At this sight, Thanthu's eyes widened, his whole body stiffened, accompanied by a bewildered expression. He then squeezed Tone CC's mouth to check thoroughly. Seeing the spiritual mark, Thanthu suddenly panicked. A spiritual mark? My nominal master has turned into my nominal wife? I only left my two wives 3 days ago, and I already have a third wife? And she's my master in name. A spiritual mark can even appear on junior sister Han Nuyet, or even a random passerby? Why is it Tone CC? If Xiaoya and senior sister knew, what would they think? He immediately pictured the furious and indignant faces of Xiaoya and Wan Kai. Tone CC was now flushed all over, her breath somewhat ragged, her eyes fixed on Thanthu. My lord, I want. Thanthu, next to her, yelled in extreme panic. What do you want? Thanthu now pondered with great dissatisfaction. I clearly resisted all her charms, yet in the end, because of a late-night meal, it turned out like this. I definitely won't be able to sleep well tonight. Time flew by to the next morning in Tone CC's study. She, now unclothed, woke up dazedly with a tired expression. After regaining consciousness, she suddenly flinched with a surprised expression. Before her now was Thanthu, sitting with a dispirited look. Next, she then looked down at her sensitive area to examine it. Yesterday, I seemed to have fainted suddenly, and I don't know what happened after that. No way, there's no pain or bloodstains, and it fits His Excellency's character. He would absolutely not lay a hand on me. But for some reason, my spiritual energy seems to be flowing more smoothly now, and there's also a strange sense of satisfaction. Tone Ko then innocently looked towards Thanthu. Your Excellency, have you been here watching over me all night? Thanthu's expression changed as he replied, yes, it was indeed a difficult night. Tonko simultaneously expressed. If you couldn't stand it, then why bother? My clothes were already taken off. But then you got stuck at the door. Wasn't it just a little blood? Thanthu sighed, then continued to walk forward. Don't overthink it. Taking off your clothes was just to make you more comfortable. Get up and eat breakfast. Tonko shyly nodded in agreement, then pondered. Is it an illusion? His Excellency seems to be gentler with me now than before. Previously, he definitely wouldn't have let me sleep until noon. Both then quickly left the inn and stepped out onto the main road. Tonko also had a slight question. Your Excellency, there's food at the inn. Why do we have to go out? Thanthu looked haggard and replied with some concern, to take a walk with you. He thought to himself, the die is cast now. Tonko bears my spiritual mark. If I don't accept it, what else can I do? It's better to try and adapt now. Perhaps feelings will develop, and when she learns my identity, her death won't be too tragic. Tonko, nearby, acted meekly, clinging tightly to Thanthu's arm, her heart joyful. It really wasn't an illusion. It was nothing like last night. Even when I linked arms with His Excellency, he didn't resist anymore. Suddenly seeing a small stall nearby, Tonko eagerly spoke up. They even have grilled octopus here. Can we eat this? Receiving approval, Tonko quickly approached the small stall. Owner, one serving of grilled octopus, please. Thanthu glanced at Tonko. You like eating this? Tonko excitedly replied quickly. It's been so long since I've seen hometown food. This is exactly the taste. Just smelling it makes me crave it. This food seems to have come from the Eastern Island region. Thanthu suddenly realized that Tonko's attire and weapons also had characteristics of the island region. After pondering for a long time, he turned his gaze and spoke to Tonko. Are you from the far Eastern Island region? The way you speak is entirely in the Kangland region accent, not at all like the island regions. Even your gestures are like a local's. Tonko softly smiled and explained. It's truly hard to guess. Does your Excellency want to know why? It's because I came to the Kangland region to become a disciple since I was young. Although my innate talent isn't bad, I was rejected by many sects due to my foreign status. So I could only strive to become a person of the Kangland region, go into the market every day to learn the language. Speaking of which, that time was also a bit difficult. I had no money on me, could only pick up leftover vegetable scraps to stave off hunger, and was often bullied by others. I was afraid of being raped, so I deliberately dressed dirtily, making them feel nauseated, only wanting to beat me up. Although it hurt, at least I kept my purity. Wandering the streets, eating one meal and not knowing where the next would come from, sometimes I even had to compete with dogs for food. But luckily I was smart. I only suffered for half a year before I could take care of myself. This story completely surprised Thanthu. He didn't expect Tonko to have gone through so much. No wonder she hated people of different genders so much. To have achieved such strength at such a young age, besides innate talent, it's probably also related to her past. He then began to ask further. So to survive, you started doing bad things? Just as Tonko was about to tell more, the old man selling grilled octopus called out loudly. Sir and madam, the grilled octopus is ready. Tonko excitedly took her portion of grilled octopus with both hands, exclaiming, it's finally ready? She simultaneously offered Thanthu a large piece. Here, please eat, Your Excellency. Thanthu then quickly took a large piece and brought it to her mouth to feed her, which surprised her greatly. This made Tonko's cheeks flush red with disbelief. It was unbelievable enough that His Excellency would eat what I fed him, but he even actively fed me. After eating for a while, this portion was equivalent to what a household would eat in a day. Tonko exhaled a long breath. I'm so full. It's clearly so delicious. Why isn't Your Excellency eating anymore? Thanthu then walked proudly on the main road. Your eating style today is somewhat like mine. I just want to savor it now, not think about eating anymore. Everyone around is looking at you. That look of surprise is very interesting. Tonko was a bit embarrassed, meekly following behind Thanthu. My unsightly eating posture has made His Excellency laugh. Your Excellency is also mean, not bothering to remind me. Thanthu, with keen eyes, looked at Tonko. Not mean, those people are surprised because you are so beautiful, not because of how you eat. If I were to eat, what do you think they would look like? So I'm indirectly praising your beauty. Hearing this, Tonko's face flushed red with surprise. His Excellency is praising my beauty? She then rushed to hug Thanthu tightly. So happy, favorability increased by 500. It's over, it's over. My heart belongs to His Excellency. But if my heart already belongs to His Excellency, then when can it hold His Excellency's sword? Thanthu, looking awkward, softly replied, "Wait until my 2 wives accept you." Tonko was a bit bewildered upon hearing this. Could it be that His Excellency really has 2 wives? If they can be His Excellency's wives, their beauty must be remarkable. I really hope to see them. Thanthu then smiled nonchalantly and spoke. Just don't be scared to death when you do. Tonko's eyes gazed adoringly into Thanthu's. That beautiful in terms of looks, I'm not afraid of any woman. However, there's a pecking order. As someone who came later, I definitely won't compete with them. Although I don't know their personalities, my communication skills are quite good, so we might even get along. Thanthu looked awkwardly in another direction. I think so too. You'll get along very well. So well that you will chop me into pieces together. That night, under the inn's roof, both gazed blankly at the night sky. Thanthu simultaneously pondered some things. Unlike senior sister and little Na, this woman spent the whole day and only ate some snacks, not buying anything else. I wonder if she's frugal or if she simply has no money. Tonko then began to speak. Thank you, Your Excellency, for strolling with me today. I'm very happy. I've never been this happy before. It's a pity there's still a small regret. I wonder if Your Excellency can satisfy it. Thanthu was a bit confused, glancing at Tonko. Before he could react, Tonko surprised him with a forceful kiss. At that moment, he felt a bit curious looking at Tonko's teary eyes. Is she crying? He didn't know why, but he could feel a hint of sorrow. Tonko then spoke up again. Your Excellency's kiss feels a bit unfamiliar. Thanthu burst out laughing. It seems you're quite formidable too. You almost bit me to death. Tonko suddenly put on a shy expression. This is my first kiss. How formidable can a first kiss be? But Your Excellency is different. You already have 2 wives. Thanthu immediately retorted. So are you making fun of me? Tonko across from him stared intently at Thanthu's face. No, how could I make fun of Your Excellency? Thanthu then created a surprise, directly kissing Tonko back, leaving her stunned. This kiss made Tonko's whole body go limp and filled her with infatuation. Your Excellency actually kissed me first. After his counterattack, Thanthu put on an arrogant look. Still dared to make fun of me? Looking at her expression, why do I feel like you're still not convinced? Then I'll just have to make you completely submit. The next second, Thanthu continued to firmly hold Tonko's face. While she was still stunned, Thanthu performed a deep French kiss on her, making her limbs weak and her senses numb. The fierce master now weak and coquettish in his arms. This feeling is truly exhilarating. After a passionate kiss, Tonko panted and spoke. Your Excellency, you're too bad. How can you kiss like you're trying to kill me? You've eaten all my lipstick. Thanthu chuckled, looking at Tonko. Don't say that. Without makeup, you look much purer. Tonko immediately reapplied her lipstick and kissed Thanthu's lips. How can a woman not wear makeup? I must be beautiful for Your Excellency. I want my lipstick on Your Excellency's lips too. After their lips met, Tonko chuckled with delight. So adorable. Thanthu stared blankly at Tonko. You're being mischievous again. He then expressed himself, gesturing with his hand. It's getting late. I have to go. The alchemy tablet and the secondary selection round are about to begin. I must quickly return to Giyuan Sword Valley to register. Tonko also stated her intention. I also have some matters to attend to. If that's the case, I'll temporarily stay away from Your Excellency. Thanthu asked worriedly. Do you have something going on? Do you want to change your place of death? If you need anything, just tell me. I'll help you. Tonko giggled shyly. I can't keep letting your excellency help me. I'm not a child. I won't cause trouble like this again in the future. Your excellency has given me so much. I dare not ask for more. Also, thank you, your excellency. Today is the happiest day of my life. I will remember this day forever. Thanthu looked back a bit confused, wondering what she meant. Tonko then quickly turned and left. It's nothing, I'll go first. Goodbye, your excellency. Thanthu, full of curiosity, watched Tonko intently. Seeing her go in one direction, he pondered for a while. She's not going back to Mujo Manor? From her expression, it seems there's something she doesn't want to talk about. Never mind, she has the spirit mark on her, so there's no need to worry. Now this is truly a headache. It'll be really awkward meeting her as a disciple later. How should I explain this? What do you call dating your master? Time flew by, and 3 days later, at Kangland Fishing Village, a little girl seeing Tonko arrive, excitedly shouted, Sister Lamb is here. As soon as Tonko arrived, she hugged the 2 little girls. Here, big sister brought you some delicious food. Don't just stand there, hurry up and share it. Both of them then eagerly took the food Tonko brought. Thank you, Sister Lamb. Tonko then put on a cold expression. Has there been any news from over there? The woman behind her quickly reported, Lady Lamb, the demon mist is getting more and more severe. The area around the Imperial City has entered perpetual night. The situation is critical at the moment. Still no news of the myriad demon orb? Tonko, with a mournful expression, quickly replied, I found it, but I can't control it. If I'm not careful, it will increase the demon mist and make the island disappear. The woman beside her face gradually changed color. Is it true that heaven wants to destroy us? Tonko then took out the item she had stolen from the Black Serpent Merchant Guild. That's not true, I found this. Seeing the item in front of her, the woman was a little surprised. I can't believe Lady found its whereabouts. But it's truly too dangerous. Even Lady Lamb would find it hard to subdue it. I'm afraid the odds are still against us. At the same time, the 2 little girls were playing behind Tonko after receiving the delicious food. Tonko then spoke. How are their cursed marks? The woman quickly replied, with your spirit stones supporting the spirit ray, the cursed marks are temporarily suppressed, so they're fine. Tonko's eyes clearly showed sadness. But those spirit stones are almost used up, aren't they? The young woman beside her frowned worriedly. I originally wanted to prolong it a bit before reporting to Lady Lamb, but you're constantly traveling outside and only managed to gather a small amount, so I truly couldn't bear it. Tonko immediately interrupted, handing her storage ring to the woman under her command. These are the spirit stones and spiritual herbs I've accumulated over the years. Take them and try to maintain the spirit ray. As she spoke, her face clearly showed her despair. Besides this, I can't do anything else. Are these spirit stones enough? The woman stammered slightly, looking uneasily at Tone CC's storage ring. Seeing her hesitant, Tone CC cheerfully took out all the medicinal items she had. If it's not enough, this should be worth a lot too. Just take it. Seeing this, the woman hastily waved her hand in refusal. How can this be? Then Miss wouldn't have anything left, would she? Tone CC, meanwhile, gazed thoughtfully ahead with a dazed expression. She then raised her sword high. Having this sword is enough. After all, I only have 1 year left to live. Material possessions mean nothing. I'll use this time to earn some more spirit stones. Hearing these words, the woman couldn't control her emotions and burst into tears. Seeing this, Tone CC stepped forward to comfort her. She then turned and left the fishing village with a smile as bright as a flower, continuing her journey to rescue the island realm. She thought to herself, to save the island realm, she had traveled to the Azure Waves domain from a young age to find a way to suppress the anomalies. Now that the anomalies were spreading, the demand for spirit stones was growing ever larger, so she could only venture into more dangerous places to search for them. In the past, if it weren't for that person's help, I probably would have died several times in Mending City. However, once I die, I won't have to bear the responsibility and the pain of being absorbed by the cursed mark anymore. This is also a kind of liberation. If this spiritual mark spreads a little further, I'll truly be free. The speed is faster than expected. It's probably within the next year. It's just that I didn't expect to meet someone I like before I die, and even less that Lord would accept me. It's a pity to disappoint Lord. It's not that Lamb CC doesn't trust you, but rather she doesn't want you to get involved in this danger. This kind of demon is probably hard for even those in the void manifestation realm to deal with. Please forgive Lamb CC. Just then, a storage ring unexpectedly fell from Tone CC. Seeing the storage ring fall from her, Tone CC was a little surprised. Whose is it, anyway? Tone CC immediately picked it up to examine it with a curious expression. Inside was a large amount of spirit stones, elixirs, and a note with a few words Than Thu wanted to send to Tone CC. Reading the message Than Thu sent, Tone CC was deeply moved. Emotion surged, making Tone CC unable to control them. On the other side, Than Thu was rushing towards the place he had lived as a child. While moving, he couldn't stop thinking about Tone CC. Tone CC's appearance clearly shows she has a great need for spirit stones. I can only secretly give them to her. But then I'll become poor again, without even spirit herbs to replenish my spiritual energy. Oh well, she's my wife after all. But getting Master to fall for me really makes me think from her perspective. If she ever finds out that the woman who kissed me is her new disciple, I'd probably vomit blood. I just hope Tone CC doesn't chop me into pieces by then. In a flash, he had returned to BAN in town. This is BAN in town, where Tiu Na and I lived before entering the sect. It's been a long time since I've been back. This place is still as cozy as ever. Later, if my wives agree, we could find a place like this to live in seclusion. Seeing Than Thu, the men in the town greeted him. How's Tiu Na? Did you two have a fight? Than Thu awkwardly approached and chatted with the two men in town. Just then, a young man suddenly ran over and stumbled, falling flat. Seeing this, the man next to him helped him up. TUH's do, why are you running so fast? Do you want to see Tiu Van? Than Thu was surprised and turned to look at TUH's do. Isn't this the TUH's do from Tuna's uncle's house? Speaking of which, he used to take Tiu Na and me to steal chicken drumsticks from his family's restaurant. But every time, he was the slowest and got caught and beaten by his family. Thinking about it, I owe this kid quite a bit. The man simultaneously asked TUH's do. TUH's do said loudly with a worried and anxious expression. Moving to TUH's HU's family restaurant, large wine jars were continuously being smashed by others. His family was currently trying to beg the other party to keep the liquor store, while the arrogant man continued to grab and yell at them. Why keep this broken restaurant? You don't even know how to cook, and the wine has no taste. Are you selling fake wine because you think we're young? The other man furiously slammed the table arrogantly. You dare open a business like this? Fine, I'll help you shut it down. An old man immediately rushed over to apologize on their behalf. Lord, please don't be angry. My H's didn't mean anything. Don't be mad. I apologize to you all on his behalf. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the arrogant man kicked him. The old man was thus roughly beaten by these men, knocked to the ground, full of pain. After learning their identities, the villagers nearby spoke up. A few years ago, the Night Gate often provoked Guy Immortal Mountain. It was only after being beaten several times by Immortal Han and Gate that they tucked their tails and ran. I can't believe they're back to cause trouble now. I heard that a few years ago, these people caused all sorts of trouble in nearby towns. Today, RBAN in town is probably their target. The old man, too frustrated, cried out begging, "My H's is suffocating. He'll die like this." The arrogant man tightly held my H's and roared. Furious, TUH's do couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward to protect his father. You villain, let my father go now. TUH's do furiously charged forward, loudly insulting the bad guys and his brothers. The arrogant young man heard this and channeled his power to control the stones that had just been thrown, then grimaced, showing his anger. Since when do you children dare to get angry with us cultivators? Do you all think we're just ordinary people? He then threw a powerful punch towards Tuh's do. Just then, two stones appeared, flying at extreme speed, and in an instant, they violently struck the wrists of the two troublemaking wastrels. One of them cried out in pain and resentment. Thanthu then appeared with an annoyed demeanor. "You scoundrels!" The uncles in town looked at Thanthu stepping forward with some worry. The cunning villain scowled, glaring at Thanthu. Thanthu, on this side, frowned and looked at the opponent. The long-haired man then started loudly calling for his senior brother to step forward. While drinking wine, he glanced at Thanthu smugly. "Well done, you're quite powerful. Are you a disciple of Guan Sword Valley?" Thanthu then showed a disdainful attitude, looking around. "This whole place was smashed up by you damn dogs, wasn't it?" The two opponents felt disrespected and shouted, "Are you deaf? Senior brother, why don't we just cripple this guy? It's all his fault. Those Guan Sword Valley guys can't take their anger out on us either." The senior brother heard this and started to move, glaring at Thanthu. "You little brat, you want to stand up for them, don't you? Soon I'll make you watch them cry for you." Thanthu then directly stepped forward, simultaneously instructing everyone in town. The senior brother, having just initiated the fight, fiercely threw a chair at Thanthu. Against this attack, Thanthu calmly blocked it with one hand, his eyes sharp. The senior brother simultaneously rushed forward, demonstrating his shoddy tiger fist technique to fight Thanthu. His junior brother behind him remained smug. "We chose the time when Han Ingite was out training to cause trouble. Now, how could there be any opponent in Guan Sword Valley? Later, when we meet our fellow disciples, we can boast about today's events. We might even get a big reward." He had just mused for a moment when he displayed a stunned expression, witnessing the situation that had just unfolded before his eyes. The senior brother, having just taken a punch, lay unconscious on the ground. The two junior brothers were utterly bewildered and terrified. The senior brother, ranked 5th in the sect, was defeated so quickly. How could this be? The uncles in town were also surprised. Yun Thanthu unexpectedly managed to defeat that terrifying cultivator with just one punch, knocking him down. He hasn't been cultivating for long, yet he's grown so fast unexpectedly. Thanthu, after defeating one person, immediately targeted the remaining two. "And you too, your actions are no different from demonic cultivators. You're nothing but scum. You might as well cripple yourselves. That way you'll harm fewer people." The two who were arrogant just a moment ago were now pleading miserably. The uncles nearby had also witnessed Thanthu crippling the cultivation of those who were causing trouble. After tidying everything up, Thanthu told everyone, "I'll report today's incident to the sect. Someone will come to guard our town from now on. Everyone, there's no need to worry anymore." Dai Ho, having been helped, approached with a joyful expression. "Thanthu, kid, you're amazing. Our bin in town finally has a powerful cultivator. Thank you so much." Little Tiger Head then ran over with a chicken. "Brother Thu, all my family's chickens are for you." Thanthu happily accepted, acknowledging Dai Ho and Little Tiger Head's words. Dai Ho then turned to his son. "Little Tiger, you should have brought Brother Thu to steal more chickens before. Who knows? He might be even more powerful now." Little Tiger Head looked away with a sullen expression. "Didn't I steal chicken legs for them to eat before? I only got the bones in the end, and I even got beaten." The whole town burst into laughter, excited by Little Tiger Head's story. Thanthu then continued his journey, flying back to Thanyu Peak. He thought, "It's been 5 days since I left Thanyu Peak. No one's cleaned the courtyard, so it must be messy. I need to go back and clean it." Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. "Why is it so clean? Has Quan Ko returned?" No, Quan Ko didn't leave for Musho Prefecture, and her cultivation isn't as high as mine. There's no way she could have returned earlier than me. Who could it be? He then cautiously pushed the door open to investigate. Han Nuyet inside was startled by the movement. Thanthu was also a bit surprised as he opened the door. Senior sister Han Nuyet, the time rewinded a few minutes earlier. She was contemplating how to divide the biscuits. Thanyu Peak had 3 chosen disciples, but 4th Elder Quan Ko was traveling everywhere. Now only Thanthu remained, so these biscuits were supposed to be shared between Han, Nuyet, and Thanthu. Han Nuyet, with a naive expression, continued to divide them. 1 for Han Nuyet, 1 for Thanthu. 2 for Han Nuyet, 1 for Thanthu. No, 2 for Han Nuyet, 2 for Thanthu. 3 left, 1 for Han Nuyet. 2 for Thanthu. That's not right either, but I've already given Thanthu half. I don't want to give him more. She then fretfully brought one to her mouth. Anyway, no one's watching, so just as she was about to eat it, Thanthu entered, making Han Nuyet extremely flustered. Oh, Thanthu found out. Oh no, Thanthu, still somewhat in disbelief, thought to himself. That's not right. Isn't Han Nuyet supposed to be in Kanglan region participating in the trial right now? She shouldn't be leisurely baking biscuits at Thanyu Peak. Am I seeing things because I've been overexerting my spiritual power? He then quickly closed the door, looking flustered and anxious. Then he slowly peeked through the door again with a confused expression. Han Nuyet inside held up a bowl of biscuits, looking at Thanthu. Thanthu, this is your share. Thanthu, a little puzzled, walked inside. Senior Sister Han, aren't you going to Kanglan region for the trial? Why are you at my Thanyu Peak? Han Nuyet's attention was still on the bowl of biscuits beside her, thinking, Thanthu doesn't seem to be investigating. I'm in luck this time. Thanthu continued to press with a worried expression. Senior Sister Han, Senior Sister Han. Han Nuyet then recounted everything. The spirit secret art is a bit profound for me. I haven't finished cultivating it, so I wanted to practice a bit more before going to the trial, but Master wouldn't let me. In the end, by delaying, I missed the assembly time. Now I can't go even if I want to. Master was very angry, so she revoked my privilege as a core disciple and told me to leave Van Khoi Peak to reflect on myself. Since I had nowhere to go, I came to Thanyu Peak. When I arrived, I found it quiet and deserted. Don't worry, I'm very diligent. I clean thoroughly every day before making food to eat. Alright, I can join the trial with you. With me accompanying you, you'll definitely pass. Thanthu was displeased upon hearing this, his mind filled with doubts. Did this homebody abandon the official selection round just to bring me along? What is she thinking? Ever since that competition with her, she's always looking for opportunities to help me. This time, she even gave up her qualification for the official selection round of the Kanglan region trial, wanting to join the auxiliary selection round with me. Thanthu looked at Han Nuyet in confusion. So you're specifically waiting for me at Thanyu Peak, wanting to join the auxiliary selection round of the trial with me? Han Nuyet quickly responded innocently. The auxiliary selection round of the trial is very complicated. If you're not careful, you could be seriously injured. Thanthu's mind was in a turmoil as he looked at Han Nuyet. He originally only wanted to hide his strength and had no intention of participating in the auxiliary selection round. However, Han Nuyet had no idea he was skilled in alchemy. This information gap made him feel like he was deceiving her. He wondered, could it be that Senior Sister Han Nuyet is treating me specially because she has feelings for me? Just then, Han Nuyet calmly picked up a bear-shaped biscuit, brought it to her mouth, and slowly replied, I don't like you. I just want to cultivate that spirit secret art with you. Her answer once again plunged Thanthu deep into a stream of confused thoughts. This is really strange, not liking me, yet wanting to dual cultivate. What does she mean? Is she coveting my body? But my body isn't pure yang. This thought was truly too absurd. He immediately steered the conversation back to the trial. You gave up the trial. The Sect leader will definitely be angry. You can't stay at Van Khoi Peak, so you're temporarily staying at my Thanyu Peak. Receiving her confirming nod, Thanthu couldn't hide his worry, asking in more detail. So which room are you staying in? Without a word, Han Nuyet led Thanthu directly to his study and said, I didn't know whose room this was, so I stayed in this one. Thanthu, sweating slightly, looked up and realized a harsh truth. Han Nuyet had indeed taken over his room. Even so, he thought it was good. If she had stayed in Tiuna's room, it would definitely be very troublesome if discovered later. He glanced around the room, wondering, where does Senior Sister Han Nuyet sleep? Why aren't there any blankets or pillows? Han Nuyet didn't answer. She immediately went to the foot of the bed and pointed inside. I sleep here. Thanthu curiously bent down to check, thinking to himself, under the bed, you sure know how to pick a spot. But then he suddenly froze. With a panicked look, he turned to Han Nuyet. Wait a minute. Where are my books? Why isn't there a single one? Han Nuyet replied quickly, the yellow books under the bed. I looked through them. They're very interesting, but unfortunately, they were a bit damp, so I took them to dry. Because you didn't have a drying rack, I took them to the book drying area at the library. Upon hearing this, Thanthu's limbs went limp, and he shouted in panic, what did you say? At the same time, at the library, the openly displayed yellow books became the focal point of much discussion among a large number of disciples. Who on earth would dare to display yellow books in a public place like the library? Oh my god, this behavior is truly shameful, but the taste isn't bad either. Amidst the crowd, Thanthu was also present, standing in a corner, thinking, there are so many people here, and quite a few senior sisters, how can I get them back? He feared that if he stepped out, he would immediately be drowned in saliva. At this point, he could only abandon them. Suddenly, Han Nuyet appeared from nowhere, loudly announcing to the entire crowd, making Thanthu even more panicked. Get out of the way, these are Thanthu's books, no more looking. With that, Han Nuyet boldly walked forward while Thanthu was still frozen. In an instant, she had collected all the books and looked towards him. Thanthu, here are your yellow books. Thanthu dazedly and awkwardly accepted the stack of yellow books under the gaze of countless fellow disciples. After returning, the embarrassment continued to overwhelm his mind. As a heavenly venerate, what grand spectacle hadn't he seen? Yet, today was the first time he wanted to burrow into the ground. The news that Han Nuyet showed him the yellow books had probably spread throughout the sect. Those fellow disciples might even want to kill him. Bad news travels fast. Indeed, a case of being implicated without cause. It's truly humiliating. At this moment, Han Nuyet, still with a naive expression, followed Thanthu back to the room. Upon arriving, Thanthu tiredly jumped onto the bed, but suddenly he heard Han Nuyet's voice, only then remembering her presence. He quickly turned to look under his bed, one hand holding Han Nuyet's foot. Wait a minute, we seem to be in the same room, don't we? Pulled back unexpectedly, Han Nuyet revealed her mysterious black underwear in a bewildered state. He then quickly left the room, calling back, the floor is damp, senior sister Han, sleep on my bed, I'll sleep in the next room. Today's events have spread so far, if a single man and woman stay in the same room, it would be impossible to explain clearly to Tuna and the others. Even go into their room, they'd only be happy, not angry. But just then, Han Nuyet called him back with an innocent expression, don't go. Thanthu was a bit surprised and turned to look at her. What else does senior sister Han want to do? Han Nuyet immediately replied, I'm afraid of the dark. The answer stunned Thanthu. She's afraid of the dark, but she was fine under the bed a few days ago. Now that I've returned, she says she's afraid of the dark. He tried to persuade her, senior sister Han Nuyet, you are a direct disciple of the sect leader. You must protect your reputation. For us, a single man and woman, to be in the same room. If word gets out, it might not be good. If you're scared, you can turn on the light to sleep. Han Nuyet then proposed another idea. Then let's study the spirit secret art. That way, there's nothing to be afraid of. Thanthu somewhat blankly glanced at Han Nuyet, thinking to himself, to people studying the spirit secret art together, isn't that still a single man and woman in the same room? He then thought of his two wives oppressing and tormenting him, and that thought made him afraid. If Tuna and senior sister found out, how could I explain it? Han Nuyet, holding out a bowl of biscuits to Thanthu, suggested, if you teach me, I'll give you biscuits. Is that a good trade? Looking at Han Nuyet's innocent face, Thanthu was somewhat moved. Her pitiful expression made him guess that she was indeed having trouble with the spirit secret art. And it wouldn't be good not to help. He clicked his tongue. Oh well, after explaining, she'll have one less excuse. Otherwise, if she keeps clinging and holds a grudge, I'm dead. He then asked senior sister Han Nuyet, "What part don't you understand?" while conveniently enjoying her biscuits. "These biscuits aren't bad. Han Nuyet's cooking is truly excellent." Han Nuyet then took out a piece of paper and read aloud, "I don't understand how to circulate spiritual energy to the fourth step." Thanthu quickly replied, "After the fourth step, you need to change the way you circulate spiritual energy. Senior sister Han, you don't need to pay too much attention to the cultivation method. Think of the spiritual energy in your body as flexible water. You can even disregard it and just let it flow." Han Nuyet, hearing the guidance, began to experiment. "Let me try." Thanthu observed while eating biscuits, silently marveling. As expected of a cultivator, her comprehension is quick. She grasped the method in an instant. While Han Nuyet was circulating spiritual energy, Thanthu continued to explain, "Senior sister Han's comprehension is not bad. Next, you can try to break through to the fifth step. After the fifth step, a qualitative change will occur, and your defense will increase rapidly, even allowing you to fight across realms." Just as he finished speaking, he was startled and surprised. "Senior sister Han Nuyet, how are you?" Han Nuyet, on the verge of tears, replied, "You ate all my biscuits." Hearing that, Thanthu quickly looked at the bowl of biscuits. Seeing it was empty, he was stunned and quickly apologized. "I'm really sorry, it was a bit boring here, so I accidentally ate them all." Han Nuyet continued to sob with vexation in her heart, looking extremely wrong. Then, she spoke up with an unwilling expression, "It's fine, go ahead and eat. I'll just make more tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll have to make a lot. Thanthu looked at Han Nuyet, utterly bewildered. He had heard before that Han Nuyet's biscuits were untouchable. He didn't expect her obsession with biscuits to reach this level. No wonder her sect leader and senior brothers saw her biscuits as if they were seeing trouble. They just wanted to stay far away. Time quickly passed to the next morning. As soon as dawn broke, someone came looking for Han Nuyet. Thanthu secretly looked outside from the corner of the room, wondering, isn't that senior brother Tan Hyewon Kim who's pursuing Han Nuyet? He came all the way here just to find her? Tan Hyewon Kim continuously expressed his opinion. "Junior sister Han, I just returned to the sect and unexpectedly heard that something big had happened. Giving up the official selection is one thing, but to follow that lecherous guy, now everyone in the sect feels sorry for you. Ever since you joined the sect, I've taken great care to protect you. Now that you've grown up, I'm naturally very happy and intended to continue protecting you. But just as I returned from Laklang City, I unexpectedly saw junior sister Han Nuyet and Van Thanthu reading a golden book." At this, Tan Hyewon Kim roared in agony. "A fairy reading a golden book? What kind of thing is that? Why, junior sister Han Nuyet, when did you start reading that? How did you become like this? Come back to Van Khoi Peak with me immediately." Thanthu appeared at the same time, interjecting, "This senior brother isn't wrong. Sister Han Nuyet, go back to Van Khoi Peak. After all, the sect leader is your master. You can't go too far." Tan Hyewon Kim immediately grew angry upon hearing this. "You're not needed here. Get out of the way. You wretched boy, not only did you win the champion of the alchemy competition, you didn't even say anything. Making me walk for a month to get there only to find out the championship was already taken by him. You dare to tease me, the sect leader's disciple. I will definitely deal with him later." He then turned to look at Han Nuyet. "Junior sister, you'll be corrupted by proximity. Come back with me. Don't stay with this scoundrel anymore. If you get bad habits and lose your mind over time, future cultivation will be very troublesome. Recently, I've learned many new alchemy methods. Come back with me and I'll show you how to refine medicine." Han Nuyet, with an indifferent and angry expression, retorted, "Senior brother, you're being very annoying." Hearing these words, Tan Hyewon Kim was suddenly stunned. "Junior sister Han, what did you just say?" "Junior sister, why would you say such things to me?" Han Nuyet, on the other hand, actively invited Thanthu to eat biscuits, which made him even more furious. "Oh my god, junior sister is actually actively inviting someone else to eat biscuits. How can this be? Aren't biscuits her untouchable point? Even the sect leader wouldn't dare to touch them, yet she's agreeing to share them with Van Thanthu now. He immediately glared at Thanthu and shouted, "You scoundrel! What kind of spell have you learned from junior sister Han? How dare you bewitch her into becoming like this?" Thanthu looked at Tan Hyung Kim, a little flustered, thinking that this indeed looked like someone in pursuit. Han Nuyet, with an innocent expression, continued, "Do you want to eat in the main hall or go back to our room and eat together?" Upon hearing this, Tan Hyung Kim was dumbfounded, pondering the dark prospect. Our room? What is this? Are these two living in the same room? My female junior sister is actually staying in the same room as Van Thanthu. Junior sister disappeared for 3 days. How many times did she do it with that boy during these 3 days? Is the bed also broken? The goddess has turned into a woman. Seeing Tan Hyung Kim's strange behavior, Thanthu was a bit confused. Had he misunderstood something? I must quickly explain. Otherwise, if this gets out, I'll be in big trouble. Just then, Han Nuyet turned to look at Thanthu. Oh right, I also have a lot of golden books. Let's go to bed together and eat while we read them. Before this final statement, Thanthu and Tan Hyung Kim were stunned and bewildered, clearly showing their confusion. Han Nuyet then quickly grabbed Thanthu's hand and pulled him along. Thanthu, with an unhappy and helpless expression, fell into thought. This time, the relationship between me and Han Nuyet probably can't be explained anymore. By then, it's likely that everyone in the sect will think I have something going on with her. How am I going to explain this when Shao Na and the others return? As soon as they returned, breakfast had already been prepared for Thanthu by Han Nuyet. Van Thanthu, here's your breakfast. Thanthu, with an awkward expression, quickly replied, "Thank you, senior sister Han." Han Nuyet simultaneously observed Thanthu with a thoughtful gaze. Are you hiding something from me? I heard that you recently learned about alchemy, and even won the championship of the alchemy competition in Lac Lang City. That person named Van Thanthu is you, right? Thanthu innocently picked up a piece of biscuit and put it in his mouth. I do know alchemy, senior sister Han. Are you also interested in alchemy? Han Nuyet laughed excitedly. I also want to learn to control the fire in the furnace. Using an alchemy furnace to bake biscuits would definitely be delicious. Teach me how to bake and we'll split them. How about it? Thanthu looked at Han Nuyet, feeling a bit helpless. It turns out it was still about her love for food. Just then, a shouting voice from outside surprised Han Nuyet. Senior sister Han, are you there, senior sister Han? Thanthu and Han Nuyet then immediately stepped outside. What's wrong? The fellow disciple ran over, reporting in a panic, Senior sister Han, people from Tinda Sect have come to cause trouble again. Han Nuyet, upon hearing this, glanced at Thanthu and said, Tinvo Sect and Kwai Nguyen Sword Valley have deep enmity. They've come to provoke us. Van Thanthu, let's go check it out. Seeing him still hesitating awkwardly, Han Nuyet continued loudly, You ate all the biscuits yesterday and didn't leave any for me. Thanthu sighed helplessly, All right, I'll go then, won't I? I only ate a few biscuits. Why do I feel like she's accusing me of taking over her body? At the confrontation site, the old sect leader of Tinda Sect and his disciples had arrived with a sullen look. Kwai Nguyen Sword Valley will lose all its honor today. Hoi Thien, everything depends on you later. Hoi Thien, with a naive face, quickly responded, Master Dam Hong, no matter who steps forward today, Hoi Thien can make them doubt their very existence. At the same time, Han Nuyet and Thanthu also arrived, stepping into the crowd amidst the chatter of their fellow disciples. Thanthu was a bit embarrassed. Senior sister Han, I feel a bit unwell, please shield me. Han Nuyet heard this and turned to feed Thanthu a biscuit, which surprised him. Were you not full just now? It's okay, I'll feed you. Seeing Han Nuyet's actions, the fellow disciples expressed their displeasure, knowing that the two had a relationship, but there was no need to show it off in front of everyone. You annoying people. Old Dam Hong glanced at the sect leader of Kwai Nguyen Sword Valley. Kwai Nguyen Sword Valley is truly interesting. To guard against our Tinda Sect. They even made Han Nuyet deliberately give up the trial. Never thought sect leader Kong Vim is truly formidable. Old Kong Vim laughed heartily in response. It's not that bad. My Kwai Nuyen Sword Valley doesn't even put your Tin Da sect in our eyes. On the contrary, your disciples dared to cause trouble in the town below my Kwai Nuyen mountain, disturbing the people. This is not the action of cultivators. Old Dam Hong then appeared indifferent. There are so many common people in the world, as numerous as grass. Why bother with them? As for those 3 disciples of mine, I don't want to mention them again. Being beaten like that is because they themselves are incompetent. However, they are still people of Tin Da sect. I will definitely seek justice for this battle today. Old Kong Vim immediately cut him off. Stop talking so much. If you want to fight, then come. Where is Han Nuyet? Old Dam Hong smirked triumphantly. Sect leader Kong Vim, don't be so impatient. A few years ago it was martial arts. This year, let's change it. We'll have an alchemy competition. What do you think? Sect leader Vim pondered for a moment and found it quite reasonable. Alchemy. This is the first time in recent years that Tin Da sect has proposed an alchemy competition. However, the reason could also be guessed. With Han Nuyet here, Tin Da sect basically had no chance of winning. Changing the method also made sense, but this guy bringing an alchemist to challenge, it's probably premeditated. Damn Hong, seeing him thinking deeply, provoked. What's wrong? Changing the method. Your esteemed sect dares not accept it? If you don't dare, just say so. We'll leave immediately and not waste any more time here. Hearing that, sect leader Vim stopped thinking and gave his order. It seems Tin Da sect is very confident of victory. Alright, Huang Kim, you will represent the sect in alchemy. Huang Kim quickly accepted the order. Yes, master. In his mind, he calculated, junior sister is very interested in alchemy. Although I usually don't pay much attention, I'm always there watching when she's doing alchemy. If I win fame for the sect with alchemy this time, junior sister will definitely change her view of me, and I'll also have a chance to take her back. Dam Hong stroked his beard as if he had calculated it beforehand. Hoi Thin, it's your turn. He nodded, full of calculation, as if signaling, yes, master. The old man walked over with some worry and whispered to sect leader Vim, sect leader senior brother, this Tin Da sect came prepared. This young man has some talent. He seriously trusted. Huang Kim, don't get complacent. Before the competition, Hoi Thin held up a scroll, demanding, this is the formula for the fire-nourishing pill that the Alchemy Association recently researched. It can enhance Viratribute spiritual power. Alchemists below rank 3 cannot obtain it. Let's use this formula for the competition. Is that fair enough? Sect leader Vim closed his eyes and chuckled dismissively. Whatever you say, it's fine. Not stopping there, Hoi Thin arrogantly added another demand. Master, the competition is too easy. There's no challenge. This brother is no match for me. I want to add a bit of difficulty. Let them add one more person. They send out to people. I'll face them alone. I'll refine to pills, and they'll refine to pills combined. Whoever is faster wins. How about it? Than Fu observed from a distance, not having a very good opinion of him. Interesting, this kid wants to challenge to people. This kind of competition means using half of Qin Xiangjin's time to refine one pill. I can't believe he's this arrogant. Dam Hong looked straight into his eyes curiously. Sect Master Kong Vin heard it too. Can you arrange it? Sect Master Vin didn't back down and retorted, as expected of a disciple of Starry Night sect, even their temperaments are equally foul. Junior brother Kong Kok, you choose a disciple. He looked around and said, Wei Than, you're up. She cupped her hands, her face full of challenge. Yes, master. Hoi Thin stood aside, glancing at them sarcastically. Well then, let's begin. You two better push yourselves. He activated his cultivation technique into the alchemy furnace at a dizzying speed. Xiangjin grabbed the flame in his hand and quickly realized, this fire is a bit special. This guy isn't easy to deal with. All 3 concentrated intensely to complete the battle. Mid-refinement, Hoi Thin taunted again. Is this all the skill the disciples of Giyuan Sword Valley have? Perhaps I should teach you how to refine medicine." Seeing Hoethin refining with such fervor, everyone grew worried. Are the 3 medicinal ingredients being refined together? All 3 ingredients of the fiery desire pill are fire-attributed spirit herbs with extremely high refining difficulty. Even refining them separately requires some effort. Refining them together means the difficulty is doubled. A normal alchemist might not even be able to complete it. A competition between 2 sects is no joke. For this young man to dare to do such a thing, he must be certain he can succeed in refining it. But if he truly possesses such profound alchemy skills, he shouldn't be unknown in Musho province. Who exactly is he? Thanthu, watching from outside, also guessed the outcome. They're about to lose. Han Nuyet curiously analyzed. On our side? Refining so many medicinal ingredients simultaneously. The failure rate must be very high. If the refinement fails, they'll have to start over. But brother's side has already refined each ingredient separately. Aren't we ahead? Thanthu rubbed her chin and explained to her. No, winning or losing isn't about the quantity of ingredients refined. If it were me, I'd just throw into portions of ingredients directly. After hearing that, Han Nuyet became extremely suspicious of him. To portions, that's 6 portions of ingredients, right? The difficulty of alchemy would increase by a whole level. What level of alchemy does Van Thanthu actually possess? On this side, Hoethin seemed to be nearing completion of the alchemy furnace, and he added more fire. Seeing this, Xiangjin didn't understand what was happening. Is this guy crazy? Fire-attributed spirit herbs should be refined by suppressing the fire. High temperatures can easily cause the furnace to explode. What kind of move is this? From inside the alchemy furnace, a thin wisp of steam rose. Hoethin lifted the dark smoke with a sneer. You two need to speed up a bit. If you're any slower, my elixir will already be finished. Both of them were almost dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Is that the liquid medicine already refined? This guy wasn't far behind, so why did his speed increase so much? How did he do it? The other disciples excitedly cheered them on. Faster, you're so slow, it's truly embarrassing. These two are about to lose. How embarrassing. Hoethin looked at the small pill in his hand, unable to hide his emotions. It seems I finished first. This competition is so boring. Xiangjin gritted his teeth, too angry to speak. Damn it! He had almost finished the spirit pills and even threw them out for everyone to see. Gyuan Sword Valley is nothing special. The spirit pills rolled and lay on the ground at his feet. Xiangjin couldn't control his emotions. His face twisted strangely. Despicable! I can't believe it turned out this way. Sect Master Veen witnessed it and couldn't help but sigh in contemplation. This Hoethin's alchemy skill is at level 3. He can even be compared to many old alchemists. How did Starry Night Sect suddenly get such an outstanding disciple? Kongkok suddenly realized something and stepped forward to inform him. Sect Master Brother, I remember now. This young man is not from Musho province. He is a disciple of Light to Sect from Kanglan region. He's the one who caused trouble in the trial 2 years ago and was expelled from Light to Sect. Hearing this, he found the matter somewhat logical. So that's how it is. Light to Sect is a major alchemy sect. Their disciples' skills are higher than those in Musho province. And for this Hoethin to represent Light to Sect in the trial, his skill level is clear. I can't believe Starry Night Sect picked up this guy. No wonder they suddenly wanted an alchemy competition. Dam Hong stroked his beard, provocatively saying with amusement, the competition is over. Does Gyuan Sword Sect accept the defeat? If not, we can play a bit more with your sect. The other disciples were all full of themselves. What can Xiangjin? His skill is just so-so. I'm afraid Brother Hoi could crush him with just one hand. One hand, that's giving him too much credit. He can win without even using his hands. Sect Master Veen had a headache, pondering a strategy. News of today's defeat will spread. Gyuan Sword Valley will surely lose a lot of face. But what can be done? The only high-level alchemists in the sect are the elders. We can't have an elder compete with this young man. Dam Hong placed a hand on Hoethin's shoulder, speaking as if he ruled the world. How about it? Sect Master Kong Veen, why aren't you saying anything? Hui Thien, this Gyuan Sword Valley doesn't seem to accept their defeat. He pushed his advantage, brazenly challenging, if they don't accept it, they can send someone to compete with me. Today, no matter how many people, as long as one person beats me, then I, Hui Thien, will admit defeat. Xiang Jin and Than Than gritted their teeth, swallowing their anger. Hui Thien just stood there, pricking their pride. Are you just going to stay silent even when being trampled? Gyuan Sword Valley, you truly are all good for nothings. You all find me an eyesore, don't you? Come and teach me a lesson then, you bunch of trash. Suddenly, someone with silver white hair stepped out, catching his attention. Oh, I didn't expect there'd still be someone daring enough to face me, Hui Thien. Than Thu glanced at her helplessly. Senior sister Han Nuyet, why did you push me? Han Nuyet put her hopes in him, saying, you said you could refine 6 ingredients at once, didn't you? I believe in you, go, good luck. In Than Thu's mind, it was now 7 parts doting, 3 parts playful. She usually looks cute, but I didn't expect her to be this mischievous at times. This Han Nuyet is quite interesting. He decided to step forward. Alright, I'll play with you all. Than Thu radiated magic, enveloping the alchemy furnace in preparation. Headmaster Veen looked at him with some curiosity. Huang Kim, I heard that the champion alchemist of Lac Lang City is also named Van Than Thu. Is it this person in our sect? Huang Kim quickly confirmed it's him. He had to resort to this plan, though his heart was a bit conflicted. I've never heard of Van Than Thu's alchemy skills. Yet he managed to win the championship. However, with no one else to challenge, I can only hope he can change the situation. Van Than Thu, fight for the sect, no need to overthink. Just do your best. He cupped his hands confidently. Grand Elder, rest assured, I don't know how to lose. Hui Thien crossed his arms, feigning nonchalance. The champion alchemist of Lac Lang City, huh? Your tone is quite arrogant. You don't know how to lose, do you? Killing off a genius like you in this region must be quite interesting. Dam Han approached and whispered a command to him. Hui Thien, don't hold back. Let him know what cruelty is. Hui Thien immediately replied, got it. To dare challenge me. Your courage is indeed commendable, but you alone seem a bit insufficient. How about you call to more people? Than Thu closed his eyes and countered provocatively. For me, you're also not enough. This elder has quite a lot of medicinal sense on him. He must also be an alchemist, right? The skill level of your disciple is a bit weak. He's no match for me. To use his own words, winning would be boring. Therefore, I want to compete against you. Dam Hong was provoked by this statement. Headmaster Veen understood his intention with amusement. This young man Van Than Thu is also clever. A disciple challenging an elder. Even if he loses, he won't lose face. And if Dam Hong doesn't accept, we can mock him for being scared. This is truly a clever way to regain face for the sect. Other meddling disciples chimed in. Who is this guy to be so arrogant? Our elder isn't someone you can just challenge. Just a small alchemy champion, and he thinks he can turn the tables, huh? Hui Thien was furious, cursing silently. I didn't expect someone in Muksho Prefecture to look down on me. How detestable. Than Thu quickly taunted them to make them agree. What's wrong? Are you scared? Or, how about you two master and disciple go together? Dam Hong sneered mockingly, trying to avoid participating. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen a disciple dare to compete with this old man. Not bad, commendable courage. But why should this old man compete with a mere child? What benefit would this old man gain after competing? If you want me to act, fine, but there must be a small gift, right? If this disciple loses, Han Nuyet must join our Tinda sect. If your sect agrees, then this old man agrees to compete against him with his disciple. Otherwise, don't bother. I dare to agree, but does your sect dare to agree? Doesn't Headmaster Veen dare? Headmaster Veen was again put in a difficult position. Han Nuyet is a once-in-a-hundred-years genius. If she fails, wouldn't the future of the sect be over? Without waiting for their reply, Han Nuyet accepted the condition. Alright, I agree. He will compete against the two of you. The other elders began to panic. Han Nuyet, don't fall into the enemy's trap. Headmaster, please stop her quickly. Headmaster Veen could only helplessly let it go. Don't you all know Nuyetni's personality? How can you persuade her once she's made up her mind? Dam Hong was excited and raised the stakes. Interesting like this. This old man will bet with you. If a genius like Han Nuyet joins the Da Tin Sect, the Da Tin Sect only needs 10 more years of effort, and it will likely enter the Kanglan region. On this side, Fan Thu glanced at her, asking, Senior Sister Han, do you trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I'll lose? Han Nuyet smiled, placing all her hopes on him. You won't lose. The first time I met you, I already knew you weren't an ordinary person. Han Nuyet is willing to stake herself as a bet to see your true strength. I trust you. You won't lose. You won't disappoint me, right? Fan Thu chuckled softly in the wind, playfully scolding her. Senior Sister Han is truly foolish. If that's the case, then I can't let down your expectations. The other sects witnessed this scene, as if struck by lightning. I'm not mistaken, am I? Senior Sister Han is shy again. She's smiling. That's right, it's like a cold lake blooming, making it hard to believe. Fan Thu waved, signaling them. Then, according to the previous rules, both of you come up. But if I win, you must hand over your alchemist badges and take your underlings and get off the mountain. Dam Hong also wanted to finish quickly. Alright, let's begin. Once I win that woman back, I'll show you what her fate will be. Han Nuyet stood silently in the wind, completely sensing the powerful magic from him. Fan Thu flew high, creating magnificent streams of magic. Senior Sister always stays indoors. Didn't you always want to see 6 portions of medicinal ingredient refined simultaneously? Today, I'll show you. Hearing this, Dam Hong was amused by his foolishness. The fusion of 3 fire attribute ingredients has already reached the limit of a rank 3 alchemist, and the difficulty of refining 6 ingredients will be even more terrifying. This brat must be panicking to win. If he messes around like that, it'd be strange if the furnace didn't explode. Hidden Fire Herb. Although this spirit herb can enhance the refining power of fire, it also makes the fire harder to control. Even some seasoned alchemists don't dare to play with this. Isn't this brat crazy? What? He's refining without a cauldron, refining with his bare hands. Even an old alchemist like me doesn't possess this skill. How can this young man, with this level of alchemy, his true strength has probably long surpassed that of a rank 3 alchemist. Sect Master Yuan stared in astonishment. This young Fan Thu actually hid his true strength so deeply. He also agreed with that opinion. Such terrifying alchemy talent, I'm afraid there aren't many people in the Azure Orchid domain who possess it. King Q gestured for a moment longer, his movements both graceful and light. On this side, Huai Xian began to worry. Damn it. This kid could actually master such advanced alchemy skills, besides that demonic woman Mo Yaoer. I've never heard of anyone who could play with fire like that. Tan Hong immediately stepped forward to reassure him. Don't panic. The fusion of 2 elixirs takes a considerable amount of time. Let's speed up. We absolutely cannot lose. He also told himself, I must be a little faster. If he was defeated by a disciple, he wouldn't be able to hold his head high in Muzhou Prefecture ever again. On this side, King Qiu said coldly, struggling before death. With that, he unleashed his spiritual power to a new level. It transformed into a brilliant phoenix, soaring high. Huai Xian gaped, only able to exclaim, this kid, how can he do that? Time almost stopped. Tan Hong was helpless as the outcome was clear. We lost. We completely lost. Sect Master Yuan couldn't hide the smile on his face because the sect had escaped danger. I didn't expect the Kuai Yuan Sword Valley to be able to counterattack this time, and they even found a disciple with such monstrous talent, a disciple with such strength. The Kuai Yuan Sword Valley has hope of rising now. Han Yu was completely impressed with King Qiu, so powerful. King Qiu looked at the spirit elixirs, his heart secretly calculating. Being forced to show off once, but it's good. After all, it counts as passing the trial through alchemy. Revealing his strength early also makes it convenient for the Sect's operations. It's just that his alchemy level has been exposed, so he needs to find a way to conceal his true combat strength. He placed it in her hand and said, "Senior Sister Han, this elixir is yours. It has miraculous effects when used in combat. Please take it." Before he could finish, Hanyu stuffed it into her mouth and chomped on it, making King Qiu think, "What a glutton, this can be considered a snack." After eating, she stuck out her tongue and complained, "Spicy, spicy, hot, hot." King Qiu helplessly explained to her, 3 types of fire attribute medicinal herbs plus the fire seal grass. You swallowed it before even circulating your spiritual power. It's not surprising it's spicy, she said. She buried her face into him and requested, "Come with me to the small forest to rinse my mouth. It's spicy." King Qiu helped Hanyu to where she wanted to go. "Let's go. Take young King Qiu to the small forest." Hanyu's personal achievement had been reached. The more Huaixian saw this, the more his blood rushed to his head. Damn it. This young King Qiu didn't even bother to look at me and just left. I can't believe he disrespects me like this. In the small forest, she leaned against a tree with a dazed expression. King Qiu stood from afar, worried. Hanyu has outstanding talent, with 3 spirit roots, but no fire spirit root. Absorbing fire attribute spiritual power is very difficult. How can she play like this? This girl is incredible. At a time like this, she hasn't forgotten to cultivate. Hanyu showed him a book with a pig and compared. "Young King Qiu, don't our expressions look very similar?" His face immediately froze, making her even more confused. "They don't look alike?" Hanyu tried to make the most seductive facial expression possible and asked, "How about now?" King Qiu anxiously shook her. "Senior Sister Han, you really are a treasure. You're stung by the passion fire elixir like this, and you still have the mood to joke around. Only those who possess such an expression from a young woman can see it. I'm truly fortunate to enjoy this. For you, it will probably make you feel a little better. It's just that the fire attribute is too strong. It will take some time to completely refine it." Hanyu bent down and licked the ice cube with her tongue. King Qiu helplessly asked, "How does it feel?" She held the entire ice cube in her mouth and said, "Much better, so comfortable."